Family, who would have thought? In front of the Yonko Shanks, I drew my sword and instantly defeated the bounty of 800,000, the mountain bandit King Sieg. I have traveled to become Karp's grandson and gained strength through the skill simplification system. Soon after, Luffy accidentally ate the gum-gum fruit and was captured by bandits, and a great battle was about to break out. Let me tell you, it was simply amazing. Right in front of the Yonko Shanks, I drew my sword and took down that 800,000 bounty mountain bandit king in one move. Who understands that moment? I felt like the whole atmosphere in Windmill Village went silent. This story needs to start from the beginning. I am Monkey D. Lu Chun, a proud traveler. As soon as I arrived, I fell into the sea and almost became fish food, but luckily I was rescued by Old Man Karp. Upon hearing that this is the world of One Piece, I didn't hesitate and immediately recognized my family, becoming Karp's chief grandson and a brother to the future Pirate King Luffy. That day, I was enjoying food and drinks with Luffy at Makino's Tavern, accompanied by none other than the living Shanks. My CPU was nearly overheating. This is the future Yonko. Sitting next to him were Ben Beckman and others, an absolute all-star lineup. To survive in this world of divine battles, I could only rely on my golden finger, the skill simplification system. This system has one amazing function, skill simplification. For example, my swordsmanship was simplified to swing sword. While others toil for decades, what do I need to do? Just swing the sword. Swing once to gain a bit of experience, focusing on the idea that quantity can lead to quality. Just as I was pondering how to exploit the system, my silly brother Luffy started acting up again, hugging Shanks' leg and shouting, "Shanks, take me to sea. I want to be a pirate too." Shanks laughed heartily. "You, a pirate?" Luffy's face puffed up with anger. "My punches are as powerful as guns." Shanks teased him, "Is that so?" With that tone, he casually handed over a cup of juice, and Luffy, without a second thought, gulped it down. "See, you're still just a little kid." Shanks laughed, slapping the table. Everyone in the tavern joined in the laughter, making Luffy jump up and curse. I also got a cup of juice, to be honest. It didn't taste great. Luffy leaned over and asked what I wanted to do in the future. I said I want to be a Marine, specifically to catch him. He put his hands on his hips and shouted arrogantly, "I'm going to be the Pirate King." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and the tavern door was kicked open. A tall mountain bandit, with a knife at his waist, swaggered in with a few lackeys behind him. "Heh, is this how pirates behave?" He scoffed. I squinted my eyes, realizing that this was the mountain bandit King Sieg, with a bounty of 800,000 berries, known to be the only person who dared to challenge a Yonko with a bottle of wine. A notification rang in my head. Defeat Sieg. Reward energy points 2, quick sword 1. Well, I had to step up for this one. The tavern owner Makino quickly approached with a smile, but Sieg demanded 10 barrels of wine. When Makino said they were sold out, he immediately became displeased, pointing at Shanks and the others. "So what are they drinking, plain water?" Shanks, with his good temper, raised an unopened bottle of wine and handed it over. "Sorry, we finished it. Hey, race this bottle for you." Guess what happened next? Sieg smashed the wine bottle right on Shanks' hand with a punch. The wine mixed with glass shards splattered all over Shanks. "I'm an 800,000 bounty man. Is one bottle enough to rinse my mouth?" I saw a flash of killing intent in Shanks' eyes, but it disappeared instantly. He was still apologizing to Makino for messing up the floor and asked for a cloth to clean it up. Sieg was getting more excited, drawing his knife and smashing the cups and plates on the bar, arrogantly saying, "You love cleaning, right? Now you have plenty to clean." He turned to leave, cursing coward. Luffy was shaking with anger, but I couldn't let him go. I stood up and coldly shouted, "Stop." The bandits laughed. "Kid, looking for death?" I said expressionlessly, "You broke my friend's wine. Either pay for it or apologize." Makino turned pale with fright, urging me to sit down. Although Shanks and the others didn't say anything, their eyes were already locked on those bandits, ready to move at any moment. One of Sieg's lackeys grinned and charged at me with a knife. To me, his movement seemed slow, full of openings. I dodged to the side and countered with a knife, cutting a gash in his back. He screamed and fell. Sieg's face changed, and he personally stepped in. "Kid, you have some skills, but in front of me, the mountain bandit King Sieg, it's not enough." He swung his knife at me with real strength. I blocked it with my sword, but was nearly knocked back. This guy was at a higher level than me, pressuring me with his attacks, clanging loudly, forcing me to retreat repeatedly. Suddenly, I felt something was wrong with my sword. Looking down, I saw a crack on the blade. This broken sword, could it be from a bargain bin? Sure enough, when Sieg swung down again, with a clang, my sword broke in half. "Huh, no sword now, let's see how you fight me." Sieg laughed madly. But I wasn't afraid. I charged forward with the half-blade, taking advantage of his moment of distraction to slash at his waist. He cried out in pain, completely enraged. "Kid, you will die today." Seeing that he was about to go all out, Shanks suddenly shouted, "Liu Chun, catch the sword." A magnificent western sword flew over. I jumped up and caught it. Whoa, it was his weapon, the Griffin, one of the 12 great blades. With this divine weapon in hand, I was bound to soar. Sieg didn't recognize the sword and insulted it as the sword of a foolish pirate, then swung down at me. I took a deep breath, sheathed the Griffin at my waist, and assumed a stance to draw my sword. Luffy was anxiously yelling my name, but Shanks held him back. At the moment Sieg's knife was about to hit my head, I moved. One sword style, draw slash. A flash of silver light cut through the air. Sieg froze in place, his knife clattering as it broke in half, and then a spray of blood erupted from him as he fell straight to the ground. The remaining bandits were terrified, screaming the captain is dead, and fled in a panic. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards. Quick sword 1. Energy points 2. Awesome. I returned the sword to Shanks, who looked at me with admiration. Who taught you that swordsmanship? I smiled mysteriously. It's a secret. Just as I was saying this, there was a commotion on Luffy's side. Shanks turned around and turned pale. Luffy, did you eat something from that box? Luffy was holding half of a purple strange fruit. Shanks grabbed Luffy's ankle and shook him frantically. Spit it out. Quickly, spit it out. As a result, Luffy's legs stretched out like rubber bands. Wow, that fool actually ate the gum-gum fruit. He'll be a landlubber for life. It was hilarious. When the tavern quieted down, I noticed Sieg's body was gone, leaving only a trail of blood on the ground. I knew this guy had a hard life and wouldn't die so easily. Just right, I could still use him. I walked out of the tavern and heard singing from the ship. It was Yuta. I went over to chat with her for a while, and the system chimed again, giving me a new task to help Yuta lift her curse on Music Island, with a reward that was shockingly generous. All right, he'll remember this. Back at my place, I took out the new dagger I earned from the system rewards. Although it couldn't compare to Griffin's, it was much better than my broken one. I then started swinging the sword wildly in the yard. Watching my experience points rise by 11, it felt incredibly satisfying. Early the next morning, I was awakened by the urgent knocking of Makino. "Liu Chun, Luffy is missing," she said, holding a note that read, "Trade the knife for the person, Sig's Mountain Bandits." I couldn't help but feel a thrill the bait had been taken. I immediately put on a serious face and pulled Makino to find Shanks. As soon as Shanks heard this, his expression darkened instantly, his killing intent almost overflowing. "Let's go. We need to bring Luffy back." We charged towards the village entrance, and sure enough, we saw Sig and his gang flaunting their power while holding Luffy captive. Sig even had the audacity to slap Luffy. Shanks' crewmate, the chubby Lucky Roo, was munching on a large drumstick. When he saw a bandit pointing a gun at Shanks without a second thought, he pulled the trigger, and the guy was gone in an instant. Clean and swift. Ben Beckman, with a cigarette in his mouth, coldly remarked, "Despicable? Do you think your opponent is a saint? What stands before you is a pirate." Sig panicked completely, putting a knife to Luffy's neck. "Aren't you afraid he'll kill him?" I was right beside them, and Shanks' aura was something else. He took a step forward, his voice not loud, but every word struck deep. "You can throw wine at me, spit on me, and I can laugh it off. However, no matter what reasons you have, I will not allow anyone to harm my friends." Let me tell you, as soon as Shanks said that, the leader of the bandits, Sig, completely disregarded him. That guy was furious, glaring with bulging eyes, and yelled for his underlings to charge at us. What happened next? Shanks didn't even need to lift a finger. His first mate, the older brother Beckman, stepped forward casually, looking completely unfazed. I was also filled with adrenaline, thinking this was the perfect opportunity to complete a task, so I grabbed my knife and shouted, "Uncle Beckman, I'm here to help you." The end. The household of Gorin has no need for such things. I had just felled one, and on their side, they were already dispatching foes with unparalleled speed, their figures darting like bolts of black lightning. With a spear in hand, they danced wildly, causing the bandits to topple like bowling pins. My mind was still ringing when I was asked if I wanted to learn any martial arts. I immediately declined, joking that if I were to learn, I would aim for the pinnacle. In the blink of an eye, all the minions lay sprawled out. Beckman aimed his gun at the figure of Shiga and mockingly remarked, "If you wish to challenge us, at least bring a warship." Luffy stood nearby, utterly astonished, his mouth agape as if it could hold an egg. Upon witnessing the shift in atmosphere, the bandit leader immediately knelt, begging for mercy. Shanks, with a smile, inquired about the worth of his head. The fellow was so frightened that he pulled out a smoke bomb and smashed it on the ground. With a loud bang, the smoke dissipated, and to my astonishment, he was gone, having snatched Luffy along with him. Shanks, ever the actor, clutched his head and began to feign distress, lamenting, "Oh dear, I was careless." What shall I do if Luffy has been taken? I could hardly contain my laughter. Who among us could fail to appreciate such acting? This talent truly deserved an award. I harbored no worries. Luffy was the protagonist, after all, and could not possibly meet his end. With my mission accomplished, I had secured an energy point, feeling quite pleased. Everyone split up to search, and of course, I followed Shanks. Meanwhile, that foolish bandit had made it to the sea, still believing himself to be the chosen one, and carelessly tossed Luffy into the water. The very next moment, a grotesque creature emerged behind him, the king of the near seas, who promptly devoured him and his rickety boat as if they were mere snacks. Then, that monstrous beast set its sights on Luffy, who was floundering in the water. At that moment, I was paddling a small boat behind them, desperately shouting, "Shanks, wait. Let me get closer to borrow a skill." Just as that gaping maw was about to snap down, Shanks dashed forward, sprinting across the surface of the sea and scooping Luffy up. When the beast saw its meal escape, it attempted to take another bite, but Shanks turned back with a single glance, uttering one word: "Leave." Let me tell you, at that moment, even from a distance, I felt the hair on my neck stand on end, an invisible pressure pinning me in place. The king of the near seas, even more cowardly than I, performed a hasty retreat, fleeing faster than anyone. In that very instant, a realization struck me. The skill Haushika Haki. Would I like to learn it? Yes, I must learn it. Without hesitation, I spent one energy point. Then a thought crossed my mind. I would spend another point to simplify it. The next second, a prompt appeared. Haushika Haki. Sleeping. At that moment, enlightenment dawned upon me. Sleeping would enhance my strength. Was this not the life I had always dreamed of? Once Shanks had brought Luffy aboard my ship, I noticed that his left arm was missing. The empty sleeve swayed in the breeze. My heart sank. Was it worth it for a Yonko to gamble away an arm in the East Blue? Upon returning to the village, everyone sighed in relief, but upon seeing Shanks' arm, no one could muster a smile. Just as I was preparing to return home to train, Yuta approached me, informing me that she would be leaving the next day. I was taken aback. Leaving so soon? I hadn't even gleaned any skills for Shanks yet. However, she seemed to misunderstand. Her cheeks flushed. I immediately played the part of a dramatic hero, making heartfelt promises to her. Sure enough, the system chimed again, presenting me with yet another task, this time with a grand reward. After chatting with Yuta, I hurried home, eager to try out my newly learned Haushika Haki. I glared at a vase, and to my surprise, it cracked. I promptly blacked out. When I awoke, it was the next day, and Luffy was outside calling for me, saying that Shanks and the others were about to leave. I checked the system, and to my astonishment, after a single night of rest, my Haushika Haki had leveled up. Upon arriving at the dock, I witnessed the iconic moment when Shanks placed the straw hat upon Luffy's head. I approached Shanks and informed him that the one who taught me swordsmanship was none other than our grandfather, Monkey D. Garp. The look on Shanks' face was one of shock, as if his eyes might pop out. He must have been thinking about how he had deceived the grandson of a Navy hero into becoming the Pirate King. What a turn of events! Not long after Shanks and the others departed, Sister Makino mentioned that my grandfather Garp was arriving that afternoon. Upon hearing this, I realized an opportunity had presented itself. Following Luffy was a dead end. I must venture into the Navy headquarters to reap the benefits. The system was quite accommodating, promptly providing me with a task to join the Navy. That afternoon, Garp arrived just in time to witness Luffy flaunting his rubber powers in the tavern, only for Luffy to accidentally punch Garp in the face upon entering. What a hornet's nest he stirred. The old man immediately unleashed a flurry of love-infused punches, and despite Luffy being a rubber man, he yelped in pain, 3 large bumps forming on his head. At that moment, I realized there was something more to those punches. Sure enough, the system chimed in. Skill, Busashoka Haki discovered. Would you like to learn it? Learn it. Why not seize a free opportunity? Luffy, ever the headstrong lad, dared to declare his ambition of becoming the Pirate King right in front of Garp, only to receive another beating. Garp then turned to me, asking if I wished to become a pirate. I shook my head vehemently. I had no desire to feel those punches. Subsequently, the old man dragged Luffy off to the bandit den in Dayton's territory, and I followed along. There, I encountered Ace. The boy was quite cool, without a word. He hurled a rock at me, which I easily dodged. His gaze towards me shifted. I looked at him, feeling a twinge of discomfort, knowing that this fellow would soon meet his end in the War of the Best. Just as that thought crossed my mind, the system bestowed upon me a daunting task: rescue Ace during the War of the Best. The rewards were so generous that I gasped in surprise. This mission was one I had to undertake at all costs. After ensuring Luffy was settled, I boarded the naval vessel with Grandpa Garp, officially embarking on the journey to Navy headquarters. During my time on the ship, I did not rest. I relentlessly practiced my swordsmanship on the deck during the day and slept soundly at night, rapidly increasing my experience in sword skills and Haushika hockey. I even reached the point where I could slice through droplets of sweat, leaving Grandpa Garp dumbfounded. Meanwhile, in the New World, Mihawk sought out Shanks. Upon meeting, they exchanged a blow that cleaved the sea itself. Mihawk inquired about Shanks' arm, to which Shanks replied that he had wagered it for a new era, also mentioning that he had encountered an interesting little swordsman in the East Blue, implying that Mihawk's position as the world's strongest swordsman might be at risk. Indeed, he was referring to me. After 18 days at sea, we finally arrived at Marineford. I checked my status panel. Level E, Swordsmanship D, Haushika, and my newly learned Busashoku was still a G. My power had indeed risen significantly. Just as I stepped off the ship, a slender man wearing a gray round hat rushed over, bowing respectfully, calling out, "Vice Admiral Garp." The old man pointed at him and said, "Luching, this is my aide, Bogart. If you have any questions about swordsmanship, ask him." Upon hearing this, my eyes lit up, and I hurried to greet him. "Vice Admiral Bogart, I look forward to your guidance." Let me tell you, this Vice Admiral Bogart is undoubtedly formidable. When I scanned him with my system, to my astonishment, his level and skills were all marked with question marks. What did this signify? It meant that this fellow was so strong that the system couldn't even assess him. My heart sank. It seemed I would need to approach him with great respect when asking for swordsmanship advice. Then, Grandpa Garp led me directly to the top building of the Navy headquarters to handle the paperwork for the Admiral's office. Along the way, the attention I garnered was overwhelming. With a 200 return rate, everyone was glancing at me, whispering as if it were a surround sound experience. Who is this? Following behind Vice Admiral Garp? Must be a newcomer. He has a sword. He must have connections. I tell you, the feeling was akin to a giant panda parading through the streets of a zoo. Upon reaching the office door of the Admiral, the old man instructed us to wait while he kicked the door open. I stood at attention with Bogart at the entrance, and inside, I could hear Grandpa's booming voice echoing like thunder. "Sengoku, sign this. Let my grandson go to the Navy training camp." After a brief silence, the voice of Zhangguo emerged, likely under the impression that the old man was referring to Luffy or Ace, given Ace's identity, which is well understood by those in the know. However, the old man, while picking his nose, declared, "Not them. It is my newly recognized grandson, Lu Chun." With a swift motion, he tossed my file onto the table. I could easily envision Marshal Zhangguo adjusting his glasses, wearing an expression of bewilderment. Yet he ultimately signed off, considering it was Carp's reputation at stake, and promptly arranged for me to attend the intermediate training camp. As the old man departed, he casually remarked, "By the way, find my grandson the finest swordsmanship instructor." Once he exited, he handed the documents to Bogart with the instruction to assist me with the paperwork, and then he vanished. A sudden jingle resonated in my mind. Mission accomplished. The system rewarded me with 1 energy point and a book titled Si Fong Zhan on sword techniques. Without hesitation, I began my studies. Then, with a resolute heart, I utilized that precious energy point to simplify my armed color hockey. To my dismay, the system panel displayed a line of text: "Armed color hockey under attack." I was momentarily taken aback. Under attack? Practicing hockey equated to inviting a beating? What kind of cybernetic awakening was this? This system surely knew how to escalate the intensity. Just as I began to question my life choices, Major Bogart patted me on the back and said, "Lu Chun, let's go. I'll take you to the intermediate training camp." He kindly warned me that the intensity there was quite high, suggesting I mentally prepare myself. I thought, is there a more direct form of training than being beaten? Bring on, I am ready. Minutes later, we arrived at a small island, the designated training camp. The playground was filled with sweating Navy personnel, their battle cries reverberating through the air. Bogart led me straight into the chief instructor's office. The instructor, named Peter, frowned upon seeing me. A newcomer? So young? Going straight to intermediate? After Bogart handed over the documents, Peter's eyes widened as he read the name Karp, pointing and asking, "What is your relation to Vice Admiral Karp?" I immediately stood at attention, smiling, and replied, "Report, instructor. He is my grandfather. But please, no special treatment. I prefer to be treated equally." Instructor Peter nodded, and once Bogart completed the handover, he left. Peter then took me to the training ground. There, 50 robust young men stood rigidly, resembling a copy-paste job. After introducing me, he instructed me to stand at the back of the line, as befitting my status as a newcomer. Just as I took my place, a blue-haired fellow erupted, stepping forward to challenge the instructor. "Report. I refuse to accept this. Who is this guy? Why does he get a cut in line for the intermediate camp? We fought tooth and nail to escape the beginner camp. What gave him the privilege? Where's the justice of the Navy?" His outburst ignited the ire of everyone present, their contemptuous glares piercing through me. The instructor's face darkened as he shouted, "This was a special approval from the marshal. If you have an issue, take it up with him." But the blue-haired individual remained obstinate, defiantly insisting, "I refuse to accept this. It is unfair." The instructor was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing this, I couldn't help but chuckle, stepping forward to address the blue-haired challenger. "Enough with the noise. If you're unsatisfied, how about we settle it with a duel?" The entire arena fell silent, everyone staring at me as if I were a fool. Even the instructor was taken aback. "Luchun, are you certain? His name is Barton, and he ranked in the top 5 of the beginner training camp." I nodded confidently, "Absolutely. In fact, I am eager for him to challenge me." The system's mission triggered. Silence everyone and earn recognition. Reward. Energy points. Was this not a golden opportunity for KPI? I raised the stakes. If I lose, I'll leave. If I win, you shall be my sparring partner from now on. Deal. Barton readily agreed. I secretly scanned him with the system. This fellow was at level E, with physical prowess being his forte, a perfect experience booster for me. As the duel commenced, the crowd parted to create a large space. Barton's fist cracked as he charged towards me with impressive speed. However, upon reaching me, he noticed I hadn't even unsheathed my sword, standing my ground instead. Assuming I was paralyzed by fear, he unleashed a powerful punch directly to my chest. A resounding thud echoed. The force pushed me back several steps, yet within my mind, a melodious chime rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've gained 20 experience points in armed color hockey. I couldn't contain my laughter. Brushing off the dust from my chest, I teased him, "Buddy, did you skip breakfast? Is that all the strength you have?" Barton's face turned a shade of purple with rage, and he unleashed a barrage of punches, each landing squarely on me. I merely guarded my face with my hands, passively absorbing the blows while retreating step by step. To the onlookers, it appeared as though I were being thoroughly pummeled, utterly defenseless. The other trainees jeered. "A privileged brat like him can't hold a candle to us. He should just go home." The instructor was visibly anxious, wringing his hands, while even Marshal Jean-Gua, watching from a distant building, frowned in concern. Yet, unbeknownst to them, I was reveling in my good fortune. Ding. Armed color hockey experience 30. Ding. Armed color hockey experience 40. Ding. Congratulations, host. Armed color hockey has leveled up. I realized that the more I was battered, the faster my experience grew. This was not merely receiving blows. It was akin to a VIP experience buffet. After a full quarter of an hour, Barton, panting heavily, finally ceased his assault. In contrast, despite the bruises all over my body, I was in high spirits, smiling at him. "Hey, don't stop now. Keep the music playing." Barton seemed perplexed, perhaps realizing my strategy. "You think you can exhaust my stamina? I want to fall for it." Seeing this, I sighed. "All right then, if you insist, I'll just have to take you down." With that, I swiftly moved. With a flourish, I executed a one-sword draw. A flash of green light streaked past as I appeared behind him, sheathing my sword in one fluid motion. In the blink of an eye, a splatter of blood erupted from Barton as he collapsed, a gaping wound across his chest. The arena fell into a stunned silence, jaws dropping in disbelief. I turned around and asked with a smile, "Now do I qualify?" No one dared to utter a word. The instructor hastily intervened to declare my official induction, instructing others to take Barton to the infirmary. Thus, I boldly claimed the fourth position that had originally belonged to Barton. The system notified me that the mission was complete, awarding me 1 energy point. Delightful. Next, Instructor Peter began to outline the training curriculum, the Navy's 6 forms. The requirement for the intermediate camp was to master 3 forms to graduate. Today, he demonstrated the first form, Iron Block. He lifted his shirt to reveal an impressive 6-pack, allowing a cadet to strike him with a blade. The clang of metal echoed as sparks flew, the blade bending upon impact. Everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet I felt no thrill within. Iron Block. With my armed color, wouldn't this be redundant? The system prompted me to decide whether to learn it, and I promptly declined. Thus, when the instructor announced that we would be practicing this for the next month, I raised my hand. "Instructor, may I opt out?" Once again, the room fell into astonishment. Instructor Peter turned pale. "Why? Do you already know how to do it?" I scratched my head. "I suppose you could say I do." He instructed me to demonstrate, offering me a month off if I truly had mastered it. I stepped forward, extending my arm toward the same cadet from before. "Come, strike me." In the midst of the other cadet's hesitation, I activated my armed color hockey. Instantly, my arm was enveloped in a layer of deep black. Clang! The sound rang out sharply as his blade was sent flying. At that moment, everyone's perception of me transformed from disdain to admiration. The instructor recognized that this was not simply Iron Block, but hockey. However, he refrained from exposing this truth, likely to avoid disheartening the new recruits. He thus granted me my month off. To my surprise, just as I had begun to revel in my joy, I witnessed the commencement of their training. Goodness! Pairs of individuals were colliding against each other with massive wooden stumps, striking one another fiercely in the abdomen. The training ground was filled with an incessant chorus of anguished cries, and my eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this not the paradise for experience I had longed for? Overcome with eagerness, I approached a solitary fellow, casting aside my reservations. "Brother, since you have some free time, may I join you for practice?" The individual, named Slayedthe, was taken aback but readily acquiesced. Thus, I spent the ensuing day amidst the cacophony of impacts and the delightful chimes of experience notifications. Instructor Peter observed me with a look of utter confusion, likely pondering whether I was a masochist. This training persisted for an entire month. I practiced swordplay in the mornings and endured blows from Barton and Slayedthe in the afternoons. My conqueror's hockey grew stronger through slumber, while my armament hockey increased through the strikes I received, leading to a remarkable surge in my abilities. By the end of the month, an astonishing 23 individuals in the training camp had mastered the Iron Block, breaking Instructor Peter's record. After a month, a new curriculum was introduced. Instructor Peter was set to teach the SwordsmanWho technique. He briefly explained the principle. It involved generating explosive speed through a short burst of rapid footwork. Demonstrating the technique, he vanished from his original position and reappeared several dozen meters away. The trainees were left in awe, while Barton's eyes sparkled with ambition, likely envisioning revenge upon me once he mastered the skill. As for me, I remained silently focused on the system panel. In that fleeting moment of demonstration, I received an alert. Ding! Skill Marine 6 styles. Sword detected. Learning successful. If Barton were to discover that I had already mastered it, I could only imagine the collapse of his morale. Just then, Instructor Peter was about to initiate a grueling leg strength training regimen when, unexpectedly, a Navy cadet burst in. Breathless, announcing urgent orders from above. Our intermediate training camp was to set sail immediately to combat pirates. Upon hearing this, Instructor Peter's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. Without hesitation, he commanded, "All hands, grab your weapons and follow me." The enthusiasm among us was palpable as we scrambled to arm ourselves. I was bewildered and quietly inquired of Slayedthe, "Brother, what is going on? Isn't this a training camp?" Slayedthe, with a knowing expression, replied, "Ah, it's quite common. The seas are chaotic, and the Navy is stretched thin. We often engaged in skirmishes during our time in the junior training camp. He glanced at me curiously and asked, "By the way, is this your first time on the battlefield?" I nodded. After all, I had advanced a level. He patted my shoulder encouragingly, warning me, "Be cautious. Today, as pirates, are not to be trifled with. Our strength is limited. Staying alive is paramount, so avoid direct confrontation." I acknowledged his advice and joined the main force aboard the warship. I must tell you, the scene was astounding. The deck was crowded with personnel, and our fleet of warships surrounded us, at least dozens strong, presenting a formidable sight. Instructor Peter donned a cloak emblazoned with the word justice. And as the sea breeze swept through, the war drums began to sound, filling the air with excitement. Leading us was the largest warship, where a lieutenant stood at the bow, bellowing orders to set sail. With a single command, dozens of ships surged forward in perfect unison. As I surveyed the scene, it appeared our group was the only batch of novices from the training camp. The rest were seasoned Navy personnel. I leaned closer to Shiza once more, asking, "Do you know what is happening?" Apparently, a Navy vessel had come under attack by pirates, and we were dispatched for a rescue operation. Whose ship was it? Colonel Monka. My heart sank at the mention of his name. Monka, the notorious axe-hand Monka, who had been defeated by Luffy early on in the saga, was in trouble. How could he have been ambushed? This development seemed oddly out of place, and I sensed a task was at hand that might simplify my recently acquired Soru. After over an hour at sea, we finally arrived at the location. In the distance, I spotted two vessels. One was a Navy ship, while the other bore a Black Cat skull flag. It was unmistakably the Black Cat pirates. How could this be happening? The lieutenant immediately ordered, "All forces accelerate. Surround them. Not a single one shall escape." As we drew closer, the stench of blood wafted through the air. I beheld the deck of the Navy ship, littered with fallen comrades. Blood pooling everywhere, with no survivors in sight. At that moment, I received another alert. Mission triggered. Eliminate Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates. Reward: 2 energy points. 2 energy points. This Kuro must be a formidable opponent. Instructor Peter turned to us, his expression heavy with gravity, and warned, "Be cautious. The Black Cat Pirates are cunning, and their captain, Kuro, specializes in deceit. Do not underestimate them." With the instructor's command, we charged forward, shouting fervently as we ascended the enemy ship. I propelled myself onto the pirate vessel in a single leap, and chaos erupted. Following closely behind Instructor Peter, I barely steadied myself when a rotund man with a black bandana swung a spiked club at me. I deftly sidestepped, drawing my Ling Feng blade and swiftly severing his arm at the elbow. Blood sprayed across my face as the man howled in agony, and I stood frozen, momentarily stunned. What was happening? I had been a law-abiding citizen in my previous life. I had never encountered such brutality. "Luching, what are you dawdling for? Finish him," Shiza shouted, jolting me back to reality. My expression hardened. This was no game. The pirate, seeing my momentary distraction, attempted a counterattack with his remaining hand, raising the club to strike. Reacting swiftly, I knocked the weapon away and swiftly slashed his throat. His head rolled away, coming to rest a short distance from his body. Shiza approached, patting me on the back. "It's all right. You'll get used to it after a few kills. We all went through this." I nodded, and the lingering discomfort vanished. Indeed, this was no longer my former world. This was a realm governed by the law of the jungle. Either you perish or I do. With this realization, I transformed entirely. I assure you, my speed in delivering strikes was so astonishing that I felt as if I were witnessing an AI-generated scene, leaving afterimages in my wake. I weaved through the chaos, evading all attacks. With each flash of my blade, another pirate fell. Instructor Peter observed, refraining from engaging directly, allowing us the opportunity to prove ourselves, only intervening to assist those struggling under pressure. Upon seeing my prowess, he smiled broadly. "This lad is impressive. Truly a grandson of Vice Admiral Carp." Within minutes, I had dispatched most of the weaker foes on deck. However, I sensed something was amiss. Why were all the opponents mere F and E rank minions? Where was my target, Captain Kuro? Had he taken refuge aboard the Navy ship? I recalled that, According to the story, the Navy believed Kuro was dead, while he had likely executed a clever escape. Without further hesitation, I leaped onto the adjacent, eerily silent Navy vessel. The deck was strewn with corpses, each bearing distinct claw marks, an unmistakable sign of Kuro's handiwork. Cautiously, I made my way towards the cabin, knowing he must be hiding within. Upon entering, I was met with the sight of a burly man in a Navy cloak, lying unconscious on the floor, his jaw shattered. Instantly, I recognized him. Colonel Monka? So this was the origin of his injury. Just then, an icy chill ran down my spine, a deadly sense of danger enveloping me. Instinctively, I activated the sword technique I had just learned, propelling myself 5 meters forward like a cannonball, narrowly escaping a lethal strike. I turned to see a man with black-framed glasses and 10-bladed cat claws standing where I had just been. It was Kuro. Character: Cluo, level C. Skill: Silent Step C, the naval training camps. Unexpectedly able to evade my attacks. He adjusted his glasses, somewhat astonished. I gritted my teeth, my back ablaze with pain from 3 deep gashes. Fortunately, they were merely superficial wounds. It cannot be deemed as evasion. I could only say I had narrowly escaped death. A wave of fear coursed through me. Had I hesitated for even a fraction of a second longer, I would have been cleaved in two. This fellow flashed a sinister smile. I glanced around and provocatively asked him, "Your crew is out there fighting valiantly, yet you, their captain, are hiding here. Doesn't that seem rather inappropriate?" His grin widened. "They are merely a part of my plan. But you, a mere child, think you can take me down alone without calling for assistance?" We were both engaged in a game of probing, assessing each other for any hidden moves. In truth, I was aware that his core crew had already fled. As for me, in pursuit of the mission's reward, I had to take him down single-handedly. It seems I have encountered a conceited naval officer. Very well, let me make you a part of my plan. Cluo sneered, crossing his hands like claws, and in an instant vanished from my sight. His speed was so astounding that not even a shadow remained. Ding! Skill Silent Step detected. Would you like to learn it? My scalp tingled. This silent step was infuriatingly elusive, utterly soundless. Just then, I perceived a faint whisper of wind to my left. My eyes sharpened, and without a second thought, I raised my left hand before me. Armament hockey. Ding! A sharp sound echoed as Cluo's claws struck my arm, which was enveloped in hockey. It failed to break my defense. His expression shifted dramatically. "What is this? Hockey? Ha!" I let out a cold laugh. The opportunity had arrived. Seizing the moment while he was in shock, I drew my sword with my right hand, one sword style draw slash. The blade flashed and swept across his body. However, he reacted swiftly, stepping back just in time, resulting in a deep gash across his chest, blood gushing forth. I mentally cursed. I was slightly too slow. Otherwise, that strike would have ended him. Cluo adjusted his glasses, the murderous intent in his eyes nearly overflowing. "Youngster, although you wield hockey, you are far too arrogant. Care to find out?" I gripped my sword tightly, focusing intently. "Spoon!" He suddenly roared, his body swaying as if intoxicated, and then he vanished again, this time launching an indiscriminate attack. Ding! Skill Spoon detected. Would you like to learn it? My brows furrowed. This move was even more troublesome than Silent Step, as he himself couldn't predict where he would strike. I immediately maximized my armament hockey, enveloping my entire body. Boom! A crate behind me shattered into pieces. Shortly after, an immense force surged from my chest, and with a resounding ding, I was sent flying, crashing against the cabin wall. My shirt was torn, but I remained unharmed. My hockey had absorbed the impact. The sounds of his rapid attacks reverberated around me, as he nearly tore the entire cabin apart. I took a deep breath, steadying myself, my gaze fixated ahead. Suddenly, I caught a fleeting shadow. Now was the time. For direction slash. My right hand appeared to rise slowly, yet in reality, it was so swift that 4 phantom images emerged, simultaneously unleashing 4 arcs of sword energy from 4 directions, forming a square net of blade light that sealed off all his escape routes. Boom! A thunderous noise erupted as a massive square hole, was blasted into the cabin wall. Kluo found himself at the heart of the blade net, his right side cleaved off, collapsing into a pool of blood, confirming his demise. I finally dared to take a deep breath, utterly exhausted. At that moment, a white figure dashed in. It was the Major. Upon seeing Kluo on the ground, his jaw nearly dropped. "Kluo, you actually killed him." "Just luck," I humbly replied. He scrutinized my face for a lengthy moment before suddenly laughing. "So it is you. Lu Chun, right? My name is Labani. I shall be waiting for you." With that, he departed, leaving me bewildered. Who was this guy? Never mind, it slipped my mind. I picked up Kluo's head. After all, it was worth 16 million berries. I couldn't let that go. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Reward, 2 energy points. Ding. Simplification of Marine 6 forms. Shave successful. Marine 6 forms. Shave learned. I was elated. Becoming stronger simply by walking? This system truly knows how to please. I exited with Kluo's head in hand, and the battle outside had also concluded. Instructor Peter's eyes nearly bulged when he beheld my prize. "Is that Kluo's head? You truly managed to take him down single-handedly?" I tossed the head to him. "Good eye, instructor. Don't forget to apply for my bounty." Upon returning to the Navy headquarters, I resumed my grueling training. However, this time was different. I practiced armament hockey while madly sprinting around the training grounds to accumulate experience with Shave. Shiza watched me scurry about like a headless chicken, nearly getting dizzy from my movements. A few days later, my grandfather Carp actually arrived. He held my bounty documents, beaming like a child weighing 200 pounds. "Not bad. Kid, you actually took down Kluo. Though I could defeat him with a single punch, it's quite an achievement for you." He patted my shoulder and declared that once I entered the advanced training camp, he would ensure I joined the elite camp under Zifa-sensei, or else he wouldn't acknowledge me as his grandson. Ding. Task triggered. Join Zifa's elite training camp. Reward, 2 energy points, 1 fine blade. I accepted this task. Seeing that I had also learned Shave, Carp waved his hand. "Perfect timing. I want to return to East Blue to see Luffy. I can't be bothered. So you go instead. Consider it a vacation." What a guy. He didn't want to move, so he passed the task to me. However, I too wanted to return to Fengshe Village, so I agreed. Carp directly contacted Admiral Sengoku to arrange my leave and stuffed me into Major He's squad, instructing her to take me back to East Blue. Carp proudly introduced me to Major He. "Little He, this is my grandson Lu Chun. Please take good care of him. He just enlisted a few months ago and already dispatched Kluo." Major He, also known as Grandma He, looked at me with a kind expression and joked with my grandfather, asking whether she should introduce her granddaughter to me. My mind buzzed. Major He's granddaughter? Gonka, the one with a whip fruit ability? Imagining an alluring woman wielding a small whip against me sent chills down my spine. Never mind. Let young people's affairs be handled by themselves. Thus, I boarded Major He's ship, embarking on my journey to East Blue. On the Major's ship, I felt utterly secure. There wasn't even a single clueless pirate along the way. For these 2 months, my days were filled with sleep and practice of Conqueror's hockey, swinging my sword during the day and strolling to hone Shave at night, maintaining a routine as precise as a robot. 2 months later, we finally reached East Blue. Major He transferred me to another naval vessel, scheduling to meet me here in a month to return to headquarters together. After bidding her farewell, I watched her massive warship sail away, silently vowing that I too would acquire my own ship in the future. Ding! Congratulations, host, on triggering the task. Achieve the rank of lieutenant. Acquire your own warship. System reward: 1 warship, 3 energy points, 1 sword technique, 1 martial arts technique. Let me tell you, upon receiving this reward, I felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. With a warship secured and the lieutenant rank established, it was time to return home for a visit. A few days later, I boarded a naval ship back to Fengshe Village. Before the ship even docked, the wharf was bustling with people as if it were market. Upon hearing of my return, the elderly men and women raised their voices, each louder than the last. As soon as I hopped off the ship, it was overwhelming. A swarm of relatives engulfed me, instantly turning it into a personal market, asking if I'd found a partner and offering to introduce me to someone curvy. Oh, family who understands. I wished I could just find a crack in the ground to hide in. After a Herculean effort, I finally broke through the crowd and headed straight for Sister Ma Chinoa's tavern. As I gently pushed open the door, her eyes lit up like a startled doe, and she rushed over, grasping my hands to examine me closely. She murmured her concerns about my well-being. Noticing that I had tanned and appeared stronger, her anxiety palpable. My cheeks flushed with a bashful grin, and I couldn't help but boast about defeating a formidable pirate worth 16 million berries. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, praising my prowess. Yet Sister Makino wore an expression of worry, inquiring if I had sustained any injuries. Ah, such tenderness is hard to withstand. The village chief approached with his cane, questioning my return. I explained that my unreliable grandfather had sent me to Gurbwa Mountain to check on those two rascals, Lu Fei and AC. It dawned on me that I must bring Sister Makino along, for she too missed Lu Fei. Thus, we ventured into the mountains together. Not far along our path, a group of mountain bandits sprang from the thicket, blocking our way. Sister Makino, frightened, hid behind me. I boldly proclaimed my grandfather's name, Kapu. The bandit turned pale and scurried off to inform his comrades. I quickly reassured Sister Makino, telling her not to fear, as these bandits were acquaintances of my grandfather, embodying the notion that one does not truly know another until they have fought. Before long, a hefty woman named Dayton emerged from a nearby dwelling. Upon seeing me, she wasted no words, stating bluntly that Lu Fei was not present, having gone to some dilapidated junkyard with AC. I casually inquired about Sabo, to which she responded with bewilderment, claiming not to know him. Understood, the plot had yet to reach that point. The junkyard was hardly a pleasant place, so I instructed Sister Makino to wait in the bandit's lair while I swiftly vanished with a shave. The bandits and Dayton were left dumbfounded, likely pondering what kind of superpower training camp the Navy had become. I must say, the junkyard was a colossal mound of refuse, the stench reaching me from afar. Dressed in my clean attire, I felt like a walking ATM, and a few brazen thugs quickly surrounded me, prompting a system notification. I chuckled to myself. Was this not a convenient opportunity for experience points? Without further ado, I swiftly dispatched two of them, blade poised at the neck of the last, demanding to know ACS whereabouts. He quaked in fear, stammering that they were holed up in the pirate den. After extracting the information, I kicked him away, surely damaging his heart. Remember, dear friends, villains perish due to their verbosity. Showing mercy to enemies is akin to cruelty towards oneself. Following his directions, I arrived at the pirate harbor just in time to witness AC and Sabo burst into a dilapidated house to rescue someone. Peering through a crack in the door, I was taken aback to see Lu Fei bound, while AC, in his impulsive manner, prepared to fight a muscle-bound adversary named Bulajimu. Just as AC was about to be struck down, Lu Fei and Sabo, restrained, cried out in desperation. At that critical moment, I intervened. With a shave, I appeared before AC. The muscular man's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. With a grin, I drew my sword and struck. The blade glinted, severing his weapon and inflicting a grievous wound that had blood gushing forth like a fire hydrant. In the next instant, Lu Fei's rubbery arms wrapped around me, clinging to my face and wailing with such fervor that it was almost deafening, his tears and snot covering me entirely. I disdainfully pried him off. Upon learning that my grandfather had not come, he immediately relaxed. I offered him the chance to join the Navy, but he shook his head vigorously, declaring his desire to be a pirate instead. Very well, as long as he was happy. Sabo urged us to leave quickly, fearing the pirates might summon reinforcements. I halted them, insisting that I could not let the matter slide after they had bullied my brother. Alone, I would dismantle their hideout. Naturally, the system had issued another task with enticing rewards. However, these three stubborn children insisted on accompanying me. Very well, together we would go. After all, the protagonist's halo would protect us from harm. We charged into their stronghold. Upon seeing us approach, the leader, Bulujimu, gleefully waved his hand, signaling his henchmen to swarm us. I couldn't help but chuckle. When Bulujimu asked what I found amusing, I simply unleashed my conqueror Taki. A wave of energy erupted, and aside from him, every last thug collapsed, akin to a field of cut wheat. It was an unparalleled display of efficiency. Lu Fei and his companions were left agape, questioning the nature of my abilities. Next came my one-on-one duel with Bulajimu. I had no intentions of swiftly dispatching him. As a D-class fighter, he served as the perfect practice partner for honing my Busashoka haki. I occasionally allowed him to land a few blows, the system notifying me of experience gains of 50 and 30. It was utterly delightful. As he fought, he began to realize something was amiss and inquired if I was a Navy officer. To my surprise, he attempted to align himself with me, claiming to have connections with the nobility. I swiftly dismantled his delusions, stating that the nobility would never deign to look upon him. He was but a tool, to be used and discarded. His composure shattered, his mindset crumbled, and his attacks became erratic. Once I had leveled up my Busashoka haki to D rank, it was time to conclude our sparring session. With a shave, I positioned myself behind him, delivering a decisive strike that ended the encounter. Task completed, energy points acquired. Just as I prepared to bag Bulajimu's head for a reward, I sensed movement among the refuse nearby. I called out, "Friend, no need to hide. I have already discovered your presence." Out stepped an elderly man donning a tattered top hat. The system identified him as an A-class powerhouse. It was Najili, a formidable figure who had once crossed swords with Lucci. I promptly extended my greetings and requested that he keep an eye on my 3 younger brothers in the future. With the 3 rascals in tow, I bid farewell to Sister Makino. Her gaze held a hint of melancholy. I would be departing in a month, yet I promised to return. During this month, aside from my daily training, I used the accumulated energy points to upgrade the system, adding a multitude of functionalities. I also took the opportunity to learn Kinbunchika haki from the esteemed Najili, which the system simplified into a 6th sense. I must say, this was truly remarkable. I gained experience whether eating or sleeping, effectively enabling me to grind around the clock. The month passed in the blink of an eye, and I found myself aboard a Navy ship, preparing to rendezvous with Vice Admiral Hay. As I basked in the sea breeze, relishing the sensation of experience points accumulating, a pirate ship approached, its black flag emblazoned with a red shark. The evil dragon pirates. The Navy personnel aboard turned pale, clamoring to turn the ship around. I thought, was this not the time when Along would descend upon Kekiaxi village? Nami. Sure enough, a system task appeared, offering generous rewards, including a formidable sword. Engaging an entire pirate crew in single combat? How exhilarating. Fueled by indignation, I roared at the cowardly Navy crew. Halt right there. True to my words, they obeyed. Standing frozen, exchanging glances among themselves. I was incensed, pointing my finger at them and berating, "Look at your cowardly selves. We are the Navy. To turn tail at the sight of pirates. What a disgrace. This is an embarrassment to the Navy." The crew was rendered speechless, their heads hung low. Sensing an opportunity, I pressed on. I intend to eliminate these fishmen. Who will join me? Regardless of success or failure, we shall uphold the honor of the Navy. What transpired next? They all exchanged glances, yet no one moved. At that moment, a Navy chief petty officer named Jesai, with a woeful expression, lamented, "Brother Liu, it's not that we do not wish to engage, but that is the evil dragon pirates. With our numbers, we would merely be delivering ourselves as a meal." I thought, this is precisely what I was waiting for. I threw down the gauntlet. "Fear not. Use the Den Den Mushi to call for reinforcements," stating that the grandson of Navy hero Kapu is here, requesting urgent support. The moment those words left my lips, the ship erupted in excitement. What? The grandson of Kapu? The man who chased the pirate King Roger across the world? My goodness, I had no idea I was speaking to royalty. Chief Petty Officer Jesai's eyes gleamed with newfound hope. This was a connection of immense value. He hurriedly rushed to make the call, his voice filled with urgency. "Hello, headquarters. We have located the evil dragon pirates. The grandson of Vice Admiral Kapu is aboard our ship. Yes, indeed. We are preparing to take them down. So please send assistance immediately." I assure you, his voice was filled with such fervor, fearing that headquarters would miss the significance of the words Kapu's grandson. After hanging up the phone, he approached me with a sycophantic grin. "Lu Xiongdi, they said they would send someone right away." I nodded in agreement. "Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's follow them." With my unreliable grandfather as backup, I fear nothing. Meanwhile, aboard the dilapidated vessel of the evil dragon pirates, Arlong was leisurely picking his teeth when one of his subordinates reported the presence of a Navy ship behind them. Arlong, dismissively peering through his telescope, scoffed, "Tsich, just a shabby little ship. I can't be bothered with them. We need to collect our dues from Cocoa West Village first." Little did they know, this was a textbook case of setting a flag. At the Navy headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku had just hung up the phone, his expression blank. He turned to my grandfather, who was nonchalantly picking his nose, and unleashed a tirade. "Kapu, you really know how to stir up trouble. You just dealt with Kuro, and now you're going after Arlong's territory." For the first time, my grandfather ceased his playful demeanor and, with utmost seriousness, inquired, "Have you dispatched reinforcements?" Sengoku sighed. "Of course I did. Do you think I would dare not to?" My grandfather finally relaxed, casually strolling away while still picking his nose. As for us, we trailed the evil dragon's ship from a distance until we arrived at Cocoa West Village, watching Arlong and his crew disembark to pillage and burn. The Navy personnel on board began to tremble. Gas suggested a flanking maneuver for a surprise attack, but I outright rejected it. No need for that. We will confront them head-on. Gas turned pale. Head-on? ISNT that charging straight into the line of fire? I shot him a look that conveyed confidence and authority. "Trust me, I have a plan." He must have recalled my grandfather's reputation, as he reluctantly agreed. As our ship docked, the fishmen guarding the opposing vessel noticed us. The leader, Kurubi, resembling a blue catfish, assessed our crew of 20 or so, devoid of any officers, and burst into laughter. What is there to fear? Just a bunch of lowly fish, annihilate them. No sooner had he spoken than a dozen fishmen leapt into the water like dumplings, propelling themselves toward us like torpedoes. The Navy personnel on board were so frightened they could scarcely hold their weapons steady. I patted Gas on the shoulder and calmly stated, "Leave that blue one to me. You handle the rest." Gas's face lit up with delight, eager for me to tackle the toughest opponent. As the fishmen boarded our ship, Kurubi bared his decayed teeth and bellowed, "Slice them up and feed them to the sharks." I chuckled, thinking to myself that it was uncertain who would be feeding whom. I slammed my right foot onto the deck, executing the Navy's 6 styles, Suru. In an instant, I vanished from my spot, reappearing behind Kurubi, and with a swift draw of my blade, a flash of light erupted. With a sickening sound, I opened a deep gash in his back, blood spraying high into the air. This guy was tough, enduring the excruciating pain and retaliating with a brutal fishman karate elbow strike aimed at me. Goodness, his speed was astonishing. I barely managed to raise my arm to block it. The impact resonated like a thunderclap, and I felt as if my arm had been struck by a battering ram, the pain overwhelming as I was sent flying several meters back. A glance at my arm revealed a large bruise forming. I couldn't help but marvel at the potency of his fishman karate. However, the more it hurt, the more exhilarated I felt, for I heard the system notification sound, indicating an increase in my armament hockey experience points. Kurubi was equally bewildered, unable to fathom how someone who appeared to be a rookie could possess the 6 styles and wield a sword with such agility. I flashed him a grin. "You're not too shabby yourself. Let us have some fun." With that, I executed Soru once more, and we were instantly locked in combat. I must say, his fishman karate was fierce, each punch landing with force, but I was currently focused on a style of combat that prioritized endurance and experience gain. He could strike as he wished. I was simply there to accumulate experience. My blade was swift, and no matter how tough he was, he could not withstand my onslaught. Before long, his body was riddled with wounds, blood flowing freely. In contrast, I felt little more than a slight numbness in my arm. His strikes felt like mere tickles. Gasping for breath, Kurubi looked at me as if I were a ghost. I beckoned him with a finger. "Is that all you've got? Your so-called 10-pound punch and 100-pound punch are useless against me. Do you have no other tricks?" Provoked, he roared, muscles bulging, "Arrogant brat. Let me show you my 1,000-pound punch." My eyes lit up at the prospect of a special move. "Come on, then. I'm ready for your performance." Kurubi was utterly dumbfounded, probably having never encountered someone eager to be hit. Yet, consumed by rage, he charged at me, fists raining down on my chest like a torrential downpour. Bang! 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 The spectacle was something to behold. He was giving it his all, while I reveled in the experience gained. My mind buzzed with notifications. Armament hockey experience gained. 20, 30. It was nothing short of exhilarating. With his final punch, I staggered back a few steps, dusting off my chest. My armament hockey had leveled up. I chuckled. Seems like you're not all that impressive. Karubi, now completely demoralized, his hands swollen from the effort, pointed at me and shouted, "Demon, are you even human?" I shook my head, my gaze icy. "No, you're simply too weak. Game over." Upon hearing this, he turned to flee, but I was faster. Utilizing Soru and the one-sword style, I appear behind him, the blade flashing as I cleaved him in half, sending him plunging into the sea, staining the waters crimson. I leapt into the sea, severing his head and stowing it in my system backpack. After all, it was a fortune. Upon returning to the ship, I swiftly assisted the other Navy personnel in dispatching the remaining fishmen, intentionally allowing one to escape to deliver a message. Gas was frantic. "Quick, pursue him. If he escapes, Arlong will know." I laughed. "What is there to fear? I want him to report back. We shall employ a strategy of feigned vulnerability. I'll have him set fire to Arlong's ship while we leave our Navy vessel as bait, allowing us to slip into the village unnoticed." Sure enough, not long after, a tremendous explosion erupted from the village, signaling the destruction of Arlong's ship. Arlong, who was busy collecting protection fees in the village, turned ashen when the fleeing fishermen tumbled back, breathless, to report, "Captain, the Navy is here. Karubi is dead." Arlong erupted in fury, dispatching his subordinates, Xiaoba and Jiao, to assess the situation. Meanwhile, he caught a whiff of the smoke from the cooking at the Belmere household and charged over with his crew. I, along with several Navy personnel, stealthily infiltrated the village, dispatching a few minor foes, and made my way toward Belmere's orange grove, relying on memory. Upon arrival, I was shocked to find Arlong had already captured Belmere, using his massive steel teeth to snap her weapon in half. Rather than confronting him from the front, I snuck around to the back entrance, where I stumbled upon Nami and Nojiko being restrained by the village doctor, preventing them from returning home. Just then, a scream from Belmere erupted from the front, prompting the two girls to tear up in distress. I approached them and gently patted their heads, reassuring them, "Do not worry. I am here. She will be fine." With that, I strode toward the front entrance, just in time to see Arlong aiming a gun at Belmere's head. A sinister grin plastered on his face. "Inferiores, D. Bang." The gun fired. In that split second, I executed Suru, appearing before Belmere, my blade raised. And with a swift motion, I Clea Along lunged forward, and with a resounding crack, his own teeth shattered. He was momentarily stunned, and I could not be bothered to prolong the encounter with him. With my left hand, cloaked in haki, I seized his shark-like jaw, rendering his struggles futile. Then, I enveloped my nearly broken blade, Ling Feng, with armament haki, and in an instant, the entire sword morphed into a pitch-black blade. I lifted the ebony sword high, bringing it down upon Along's head as if slicing through a watermelon. With a splatter of blood, his head was cleaved in two. The remaining fishmen charged at me like madmen, but I narrowed my eyes, unleashing my conqueror's haki. Get lost. A wave of invisible force radiated outward, causing all the rabble to foam at the mouth and lose consciousness. Exhausted from exertion, I collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Bayermeyer arrived with Nami and Noki to express their gratitude. Little Nami even ran over to inquire my name. I told her I was Lu Chun and playfully suggested that she might have to look after my foolish younger brother in the future. After resting for a while, I made my way to the shore, where Vice Admiral He's warship had arrived to clean up the mess. The notification of mission completion chimed, and rewards were credited. A brand new large blade. It was twice as wide as Ling Feng, a light black hue, and I named it Hey Run. Vice Admiral He swiftly appeared before me, gazing at Along's severed head in shock. "You actually killed Along?" I nodded, and her gaze towards me shifted, but she asked no further questions, simply instructing me to return to the headquarters. I followed her onto the ship and took a shower, only to discover I had no clean clothes to change into. Just as I was feeling awkward, Vice Admiral He's voice rang out from outside. "Lu Chun, are you there?" I opened the door, and she tossed me a brand new outfit and a justice cloak, saying, "Put this on." Upon seeing the justice cloak, which was for a warrant officer, I was momentarily stunned and asked Vice Admiral He, "What is this for? It doesn't seem appropriate for me to wear this now." She coolly replied without turning around, "The pirates you took down, along with those from the Evil Dragon crew, have already earned you enough merit for this outfit. Consider a benefit for your accomplishments." With that, she walked away. I hurriedly shouted a thanks to Vice Admiral He, feeling quite pleased. Finally, I had new clothes to wear, as my current attire was almost in tatters. 2 months flew by, and the ship finally returned to the Navy headquarters. Before I could disembark, I spotted a familiar figure on the dock, wearing a dog-headed hat, nodding off with a large snot bubble on his nose. It was unmistakably my unreliable grandfather, Carp. Vice Admiral, he was astonished. "Wow, it's rare for Carp to actually pick you up." I could only chuckle dryly. I told her it didn't matter whether he came or not. It was always troublesome. Sure enough, as soon as his aide reminded him, the old man vanished from his spot and appeared beside me in an instant, slapping my shoulder with his enormous hand, nearly knocking me over. "Ha ha, good grandson. You've made it to warrant officer." I gritted my teeth to endure the pain while forcing a smile. "That is all thanks to your teachings, Grandpa." My shoulder felt like it was about to break. I secretly glanced at the system. Carp's attributes were all SSS. Was this the power of a Navy hero? Terrifying. However, his next words shattered my composure as he shouted to Vice Admiral He, "So, how about it, little He? Now that you can introduce your granddaughter to my grandson, it's a win-win, right?" Vice Admiral He rolled her eyes, nearly flipping them to the heavens. "Peacock is still so young. What are you obsessing over?" The old man then smacked his forehead, realizing, "Oh, right. He dragged me off the ship towards the training camp, boasting to everyone we encountered, 'Look, this is my grandson, Lu Chun.' He was so eager for others to know our relationship that I felt quite embarrassed. However, all the ordinary sailors saluted and greeted me as warrant officer. I must admit, that feeling was quite delightful. Before long, we arrived at the training camp, where Instructor Peter was leading the old classmates in practicing paper drawings, but none had managed to grasp it. As soon as we entered, all eyes were instantly fixed upon us. Wow, it's Lu Chun back. No longer just Lu Chun, but Warrant Officer Lu Chun. Instructor Peter hurried over to salute. "Vice Admiral Carp." My grandfather nodded and pointed at me, saying I brought him back. "Make sure to train him hard. Don't give him any slack." After delivering his orders, he turned to leave, but not 2 steps later, he fell asleep standing. Instructor Peter, unfazed, smiled at me. "Lu Chun, it's been months. You've become a warrant officer, and I bet your strength has improved." Just as I was about to respond modestly, an unwelcome voice interrupted. "Instructor, I want to challenge Lu Chun." I turned around to see the familiar face of Barton, who stepped forward with an air of defiance. He probably felt confident after practicing the 6 forms for months and wanted to reclaim his pride before I had learned moonwalk and wind leg. With a loud cheer, the crowd erupted. Barton was challenging Lu Chun again. It seemed he was truly confident, now that he had mastered the basics of the 6 forms. He might actually have a chance. Instructor Peter did not intervene, but rather looked at me. "He is challenging you. It's your decision." Before I could say anything, the system chimed with a task. Defeat Barton again. Reward of 1 energy point. A free experience package? How could I refuse? I readily agreed. "All right, I accept." It was a perfect opportunity to learn a few skills from him. The arena quickly cleared for us. Barton came out swinging. "Lu Chun, if I win this time, I shall no longer be your practice partner." I laughed. "Let us see if he can win first. Bring it on." With that, as soon as he finished speaking, he activated Shave and appeared before me in a flash, delivering a powerful punch aimed straight at my face. Having long anticipated his intentions, I couldn't even be bothered to dodge. I simply crossed my arms, instantly enveloping them in armament hockey. With a dull thud, I was sent sliding back several steps. Steadying myself, I smiled at him. "Not bad. You made some progress." He smirked, about to bask in his moment of victory when his gaze froze upon my arm. Wide-eyed with shock, "Hockey? You actually know armament hockey?" Of course, I hadn't been idle during these months. Barton's face turned pale, but he still refused to back down, roaring, "What if you can use hockey?" He then unleashed a barrage of punches, his fists raining down like a storm. utilizing his 1,000 shadow fist. To be honest, I felt utterly unfazed, even wanting to laugh. While he was busy flailing, my mind was filled with the system's notifications. Ding! Armament Hockey Experience 20. Ding! Armament Hockey Experience 20. This was my personal energy bank. I even casually learned his D-grade martial arts, simplifying it into movement. After a lengthy bout, Barton was the first to tire, stepping back and staring at me in confusion. Why are you completely unscathed? I chuckled. Maybe your strength is just too weak. His face turned purple with rage as he gritted his teeth. Just wait. You'll see my newly learned Navy 6 forms. Excellent. That is precisely what I was waiting for. Wind leg. With a swift lift of his leg, a vacuum slash hurtled towards me. At that moment, I received a notification in my mind. Skill wind leg detected. Do you wish to learn? Yes. Ding, simplified skill wind leg into walk. What surprise, another walk. While effortlessly retreating with shave, I awaited the system to finalize it. Barton, thinking I was afraid, gloatingly shouted, Lu Chun, you can't dodge this. I thought to myself, who said I was going to dodge? I halted my feet and kicked out in response, unleashing an identical wind leg to meet his. Boom! The two slashes collided in the air, creating a cloud of dust. The entire arena fell silent. What? Lu Chun knows wind leg too? But he hasn't learned it yet. Barton recoiled as if he had encountered Spectre. When on earth did you learn that? I replied with utmost sincerity. Just now. Naturally, he refused to believe me. If you're going to lie to me, at least choose a more plausible excuse. He bellowed. I admit I cannot best you, but neither will you ever defeat me. To him, I was flaunting innate genius. Mastering a technique on the spot? Preposterous. I sighed helplessly, shaking my head. In this era, even unvarnished truth went unheeded. Fine, no more pretense. I unsheathed my new blade, the black blade. The moment its obsidian edge gleamed beneath the light, every gaze in the chamber locked onto it. Barton's breath hitched, clearly. The memory of his prior annihilation in a single stroke had resurfaced. I wasted no words. With a blur of motion, shave, I surged forward. Barton reacted instantly. His legs coiled and launched him skyward with moonwalk. Alert! Skill moonwalk detected. Acquire? Yes. Alert! Skill moonwalk simplified into walking. Perfect. Another of the 6 forms secured. Hovering midair, Barton smirked with smug confidence. Lu Chun, mark my words, you shall never best me again. I smiled faintly. Playing aerial games with me? Very well. Allow me to deliver a modest, systemic revelation. Gripping the black blade with both hands, I unleashed my aura. Obsidian hockey surged up my arms and flooded the blade, igniting its edge with writhing black flames. Demon flame slash. With a thunderous swing, a colossal crescent of black fire tore through the air, rending the heavens with impossible velocity. Barton paled. There was no time to evade. Just as the blade neared bisecting him, a streak of white flashed before him. My surrogate grandfather, Captain Kapu, had reawakened, seemingly from nowhere. His right fist clenched, wreathed in crimson lightning, the pinnacle of armament hockey, and met my slash head-on. Iron fist. Boom! A cataclysmic detonation. My apocalyptic technique shattered like fragile glass beneath his blow. Countless ember-like sparks cascaded from the sky like a somber rain. Silence fell, absolute, suffocating. My lips parted instinctively. Incredible, alert, skill hockey infusion detected. Acquire? Yes. Before elation could settle, Kapu landed before me and delivered a love-infused iron fist straight to my skull. Ow! I yelped, clutching my head as a swelling knot rose instantly. In that instant, I felt an eerie kinship with Lu Fei's childhood. You brat, Kapu barked. Who taught you swordsmanship? Using such lethal techniques against comrades. I rubbed my throbbing temple, voice plaintive. I taught myself. He shot me a sharp, skeptical glance, but asked no further. Instead, he declared, the advanced training camp selection begins shortly. Pass it. Earn your place in Admiral Zifa's elite corps. Understood? Yes, grandfather. Only after he departed did Barton slink forward, humbled and defeated. My mission was complete, and I savored the quiet triumph. The ensuing weeks dissolved into relentless, grueling discipline. 1 month later, the advanced training camp selection commenced. The moment I entered the arena, familiar faces emerged. The silver-haired Smaugr, the cerulean-haired Ein, future luminaries, all. And, as Kapu's grandson, I became the center of attention, swept by waves of envy, admiration, and simmering resentment. Then, sudden silence. A broad-shouldered elder strode in, his violet hair gleaming under the light. Admiral Slayedthe, SS-rank sovereign of combat. His mere presence bore down like a collapsing mountain, compressing the very air. His gaze swept the assembly, cold and incisive. Among you, he demanded, who dares claim, with certainty, they will enter my elite corps? Not a whisper, not a breath. Slayedthe's lips curled into a sardonic smile. So you are all cowards? At that precise moment, my system chimed with a new directive. Shift Slayedthe's perception. Very well. Time to restructure the workplace. I raised my hand. Slayedthe gestured me forward. State your name. Luchin. His eyes flickered. Clearly, he had heard of me. Do you truly believe you will enter? I shook my head. No. Stunned silence. A collective gasp. Even Slayedthe's brow furrowed, fury rising. Then why step forward? I met his gaze, unwavering. Instructor, may I ask, does declaring such a claim guarantee entry? If not, why utter it all? Elite status is forged in strength, not rhetoric. To speak boldly is insufficient. One must act boldly. The words hung, stark and unadorned. Slayedthe stood motionless, then slowly nodded. You are correct. He turned to the assembly. To test your mettle, I shall have the quota. Only 25 shall be accepted. The system's chime rang triumphantly in my mind. Joy surged, yet the dozens of murderous glares now trained upon me sent a chill down my spine. My apologies, comrades. Above, on the observation dais, Admirals Kapu, Jean Non, and Hay watched with quiet amusement. Slayedthe raised his voice. Selection begins now. Endure until only 25 remain, and you shall pass. The instant he spoke, a tsunami of Conqueror's hockey crashed over the arena. Scores collapsed instantly. Others trembled, sweat-drenched and breathless, while I, in contrast, felt a surge of exhilaration. This oppressive aura, a veritable bounty of experience. Chime, 60 armament hockey experience. Chime, congratulations, host. Slayedthe intensified his assault, taunting, provoking, pushing each recruit to their breaking point. One by one, they fell, until only Smaugr and I remained, locked in silent, unyielding defiance. We exchanged a glance, neither willing to yield. For first place, in the mission, I would not falter. Slayedthe's interest flared. Ah, this boy again. Let us see how far your limits truly stretch. Boom! A second, far more crushing wave descended, doubling the pressure. Smaugr staggered. Then, cheating with a grin, dissolved into smoke. Let me be clear. Smaugr elemental evasion lessened his burden, but Slayedthe's aura remained uncompromising. If even a Logia required such effort to remain upright, then my load surged tenfold. My knees buckled, my spine groaned under the weight of an invisible mountain. My body plummeted, poised to kneel before him on instinct. Brothers, do you comprehend such indignity? I flared my eyes and erupted. Yes, Conqueror's hockey. Afin Crimson aura surgi fort, encore une me. Holding back Slayedthe's onslaught like a crimson bulwark. Only then did I inhale deeply and straighten. Slayedthe froze, then broke into a slow, knowing smile, as if murmuring, well now, this cohort holds a surprise. Conqueror's hockey appears in but 1 in 10,000. Across decades of instruction, only the 3 admirals possessed it. He pondered, then, rather than relent, amplified his assault. A fresh, searing crimson tide crashed down like a wrathful ocean. Smaugr, already at his last breath, could not withstand it. His smoky form imploded, scattering into a lifeless haze. And with his collapse, the entirety of that crushing force descended upon me alone. I was a lone skiff in a maelstrom about to be shattered. Can he endure? I imagined Smaugr inner monologue. Then, instantly, his stunned realization. That boy has Conqueror's hockey too? Of course I must hold. At this juncture, there is no hiding. I drew the black blade. My right arm ignited with armament hockey, and my Conqueror's aura, now vivid crimson, spiraled up my limb and coiled around the blade. Lightning, crimson and crackling, erupted from its edge. Flowing draw cut. I slashed, not at a foe, but at the very pressure above me. A scarlet blade of light cleaved the air, splitting Slayedthe conqueror as hockey cleanly in two. The shockwave pierced the heavens, shearing clouds asunder. Instantly, the weight vanished. Pure, unadulterated liberation. Slayedthe's jaw dropped, his eyes wide, mouth agape, like a man staring at a celestial anomaly. His thoughts screamed, "What in the void is that? Hockey infusion. How does this boy master everything?" He forgot, entirely, to sustain his assault. On the dais, the admirals erupted. Jeannon pointed at me, shouting across the arena, "K with Macron-P, your prowess in the art of Haoshiku is commendable, yet you even master the intricate technique of Busashoku? Such skills are typically reserved for the mightiest of warriors. Did you teach him?" My grandfather, Carp, casually scratched his nose, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Lu Chun is my grandson. What of it?" Though he spoke with such confidence, I wagered he was just as bewildered internally, undoubtedly pondering. When did that brat learn this? I never instructed him. Observing the situation unfold, I realized the facade was maintained long enough. Hastily raising my hand, I declared, "Instructor, I concede. It would be folly to continue. Who knows what mischief this old man might conjure next? Just moments ago, I was the last one standing." Yet he still increased the pressure. Surely it was intentional. Old Slayedthe awkwardly cleared his throat, conceding, "Very well. You have passed the first trial. The rest of you may leave." As his words echoed, a notification chimed in my mind, signaling a system reward, delightful. The once crowded training ground of the Navy quickly emptied, leaving a mere 25 souls behind. A glance revealed that only Badun and I remained from our group. Slayedthe surveyed us with a serious demeanor, commencing his motivational speech. "Young ones, do not rejoice too soon. This is merely the first challenge. A new era has dawned. With the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords emerging, chaos reigns. We, the old guard, are fading. The future belongs to you. Go forth and let the banner of justice wave in this new world." His words ignited a fervor among us, cheers erupting in response. Slayedthe nodded approvingly. "Enough. Return and prepare. Formal training begins tomorrow." As the crowd dispersed, I attempted to leave when he called out, "Lu Chun, stay." My heart sank. Was the old man about to give me special treatment or hold me accountable? Once the others had vacated, Slayedthe leaped down from the platform, fixating his gaze upon me. "The Busashoku you wield, did Carp teach you?" Just as I was about to affirm, a familiar voice interjected, "Old man, Lu Chun is my grandson. His Busashoku is not of my teaching. Who else could it be?" My grandfather Carp approached, blissfully munching on a donut, accompanied by Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru. Carp, with a brazen disregard for modesty, took full credit. As Sengoku and Tsuru attempted to inquire further, my grandfather seized me by the arm. "Enough. I shall take my grandson now. No need for an interrogation." With that, he whisked me away to his office. As the door closed, his expression shifted to one of gravity. "Lu Chun, tell me honestly, from whom did you learn your Busashoku? From the red-haired Shanks?" "I taught myself," I replied truthfully. His brow furrowed in disbelief. Naturally, who would believe that such a young individual could master Busashoku? After a prolonged silence, he sighed. "Regardless of your teacher, from now on, declare that it was I who instructed you." "Understood, grandfather." Then he unexpectedly grew earnest, imparting wisdom. "This world is far more intricate than you realize. While I am still here and able, pursue your ambitions fearlessly. No matter the trouble you stir, I shall shield you." I asked but one thing. I was taken aback. It was rare to see him so serious. "What is it, grandfather?" "Those 2 rascals, Luffy and Ace, are notorious for causing havoc. As their older brother, lend them your support." He smiled, yet the expression was tinged with resignation and understanding. I comprehended fully. His son, Dragon, leads the Revolutionary Army. Ace is the son of Roger, both viewed as thorns in the side of the world government. During the Marineford War, he witnessed Ace perish before his eyes. Powerless to intervene, this was undoubtedly his greatest anguish. "Fear not, grandfather. They are my brothers, and I shall protect them, I vowed earnestly. Upon leaving my grandfather's office, I returned to my dormitory. The elite camp offered splendid accommodations, single rooms. After a refreshing shower, I lay on my bed and glanced at the system panel. To my delight, my Busoshoku had risen to C rank, and I possessed 6 energy points. The system had also rewarded me with a fine blade, identical in appearance to my Ling Feng, which I promptly named Ling Feng 2. Simple, yet effective. Early the next morning, I arrived at the training ground, where Smoker unexpectedly approached me, extending his hand. "Hello, Smoker." I shook his hand. Despite his fierce appearance, he was quite amiable. As Slayedthe made his entrance, silence enveloped the crowd. He ascended the platform, grinning. The elite training camp is no leisurely affair. For the graduation assessment, each of you must single-handedly defeat a pirate crew. The faces below turned ashen. Take on an entire crew alone? What kind of absurdity was this? Slayedthe, clearly amused by our reactions, continued. From this day onward, you will learn Busoshoku. We shall begin with the basics. You will progress to the next stage only upon mastering the first. The crowd erupted with excitement. Then, Slayedthe directed his gaze at me. While the others learn Busoshoku, Lu-chun, you shall learn Kinbunchaku. I chuckled. Instructor, I already possess that skill. May I learn something else? Slayedthe was momentarily taken aback, his expression blank. The surrounding recruits appeared equally astonished, their minds likely racing with disbelief. After a brief pause, Slayedthe waved his hand dismissively. Fine, you may practice on your own. Having taught for over a decade, he had never encountered a student so adept. He was at a loss for what to teach me next. As I practiced my swordsmanship alone, Slayedthe approached me again. Speak. What do you wish to learn? Swordsmanship. I replied with a smile. He pondered for a moment before responding. I will find a way to assist you with swordsmanship. For now, focus on mastering your Busoshoku. As he turned to leave, I called out to him. Instructor, I wish to learn how to project Busoshoku externally, as well as how to execute internal damage. Oh. Upon hearing this, Slayedthe's face lit up with the satisfaction of a teacher whose student finally displayed a thirst for knowledge, as if reclaiming his dignity as an instructor. Very well. Follow me. He led me to an open area where he demonstrated. Extending his finger, he coated it in Busoshoku, intertwining it with a crackling violet lightning. With a decisive motion, a small burst of Busoshoku shot forth, piercing cleanly through a wooden post. Beep, skill, Busoshoku projection discovered. Would you like to learn? Yes. Next. He showcased the technique for internal damage, striking the air with a punch, the wind carrying Busoshoku. The exterior of the post remained unscathed, yet the interior was obliterated. Beep. Skill internal Busoshoku damage discovered. Would you like to learn? Yes. I expressed my gratitude profusely. Thank you, instructor. My heart was brimming with joy. Had Slayedthe known I grasped these techniques at a glance, he might have dislocated his jaw in shock. That evening, upon returning to my dormitory, Shize sought me out, announcing that we had a break and planned to visit the Slayedthe archipelago. Naturally, I was eager to join. A mere 30 minutes by boat brought us to our destination. Slayedthe, I must say, is a marvel. Enormous mangroves form 79 islands, each serving a unique purpose. We agreed to explore separately and reconvene in the evening. However, just as we parted ways, I spotted 3 children in black cloaks, lurking suspiciously at the street corner. My system panel scanned them, and I was astounded. Character, Boa Hancock. The Empress. In her younger form. B. Congratulations. Host has triggered the quest. Assist Boa Hancock and her sisters in escaping Slayedthe archipelago. I watched as they stealthily pilfered food from a vendor, only to be discovered, prompting the vendor to shout for help. Hancock urged her sisters to flee while she stayed behind to face the vendor. Without hesitation, I dashed forward to intercept the vendor, producing 1,000 berries. I shall cover the cost of their theft. Seeing the cash exceed the value of the stolen goods, the vendor's demeanor brightened immediately. I noted the direction in which the sisters fled, confident they had yet to encounter Rayleigh. I followed them into a narrow alley, where the 3 sisters had just divided their ill-gotten gains, with Hancock taking the smallest portion. Suddenly, a repugnant voice rang out. So, you 3 slaves are here? A rotund, celestial dragon, adorned with a bubble helmet, led a contingent of Navy soldiers surrounding them. Realizing the threat, I focused intently. It was St. Charlos. This fool smirked as he commanded, "Shoot their legs off." In unison, dozens of Navy soldiers raised their guns and fired. Without a moment's hesitation, Hancock stepped in front of her sisters, arms outstretched. "Sister," they cried in panic. As the bullets seemed poised to strike, I swiftly maneuvered in front of her, uttering a low command, "Unleash your might." A vibrant red aura enveloped me, forming a protective shield that deflected all the bullets, which clattered harmlessly to the ground. Hancock recognized me as the one who had just provided the funds. Meanwhile, the celestial dragons continued their brazen taunts, but my gaze turned icy, and I unleashed my conqueror's haki, rendering that group of inept fools, including the celestial dragons, unconscious in an instant. As I inquired whether everything was all right, Hancock was fixated on my eyes. I pondered to myself how captivating this young empress was, even from a tender age. At that moment, I raised my voice towards the alley. "Having observed for so long, shouldn't you make your entrance?" In an instant, a figure of an elderly man with white hair appeared before me, swiftly separating me from the three sisters with astonishing speed. "Young brother, possessing Conqueror's haki at such a young age is quite remarkable." I scanned his details and found character: Silver's Rayleigh, level SS, bounty 4 billion. The Pirate King Rayleigh. The plot finally aligned, yet his gaze held a hint of hostility towards me. "Who are you, and what do you intend?" I pretended not to recognize him. Rayleigh chuckled. "Young brother, why not remove your mask and reveal your true self?" He likely mistook me for a Navy officer, fearing I might pose a threat to Hancock and the others. Realizing this, I removed my mask. Rayleigh scrutinized my youthful visage, his expression furrowed, seemingly unable to fathom my identity within the Navy. Ignoring him, I turned to Hancock and said, "Come with me. I will take you away. The Navy will arrive shortly." "All right." Hancock nodded without hesitation, even taking my hand. Her trust in me was genuine, especially since I had just dealt with a celestial dragon. Observing this, Rayleigh appeared somewhat exasperated and quickly interjected, "You are from Amazon Lily, right? Your third-generation empress entrusted me to rescue you. Her name is Gold, Roger, and she is at my bar." Though Rayleigh's claims were compelling, Hancock clung tightly to my hand and replied to Rayleigh, "We will follow him." Left with no choice, Rayleigh suggested, "Why not visit my bar first?" I feigned contemplation before agreeing. Thus, Rayleigh led us to Island 13, where a sign outside proclaimed Shaki's bar. I mused that such a name hardly invited respectable patrons. Rayleigh awkwardly scratched his head. "Let's go, this is the place." Upon entering, we were greeted by a young-looking woman with black hair, smoking a cigarette, adorned with a pearl necklace. Yet, one would never guess that she appeared to be in her 30s, while actually being over 60. She was Shaki. To further complicate matters, there was also a short, elderly lady sitting nearby, Gold, Roger, a former empress of Amazon Lily. Before I could introduce myself, Shaki's gaze sharpened, and tossing aside her cigarette, she pointed at me, addressing Rayleigh. "Why did you bring an extra person? And a Navy officer at that?" The elderly lady's eyes nearly bulged at the mention of the Navy, her expression resembling that of someone who had seen a ghost. Rayleigh remained composed, waving his hand dismissively. "Don't panic. He saved Hancock and even dealt with a celestial dragon." Shaki raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Yet her smile was laced with skepticism. "You know he is with the Navy, but do you know who he is? He is the grandson of Monkey D. Garp." Rayleigh burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. "I can't believe I brought Garp's grandson here. If that old man knew his grandson was brawling with his own kind, he would be green with envy." The three sisters stood in stunned silence, their gazes filled with questions. After all, why would a Navy officer, especially one hailed as a hero, assist them? I thought there was no point in hiding the truth and revealed, "Indeed, my grandfather is Garp. But that is separate from my actions. I simply cannot abide the ways of those world nobles. They are an eyesore." "Does Garp know of your courage?" Shaki teased, releasing a puff of smoke. I shot her a glance. "Are you suggesting I should have my grandfather come here in a warship to give me a beating?" This elicited laughter from Shaki, who remarked, You have quite the appeal. Since you've gotten involved, it is convenient for you, as a Navy officer, to escort them to sea. Absolutely. I agreed without a second thought. After all, the system's mission was at stake, and refusal was not an option. Shaki, perhaps taken aback by my eagerness, decisively stated, "Very well. Return here at this time tomorrow, and remember to wear your Navy uniform. I will handle the rest." Understood. I nodded and then crouched down before Hancock and the others, pulling out 100,000 berries to hand to her, saying, "Take this and buy yourself something delicious. I must return. See you tomorrow." Little Hancock's eyes glistened with tears as she softly murmured, "Thank you, brother." I gently ruffled her hair. "Be good. Everything will be fine tomorrow." With that, I turned to leave. As I walked away, I heard Rayleigh's voice behind me. "This kid is quite intriguing. He doesn't seem to be pretending, and his talent is astonishing." Shaki's voice followed. "Not only that, he is already a lieutenant, having taken down 3 pirate crews. If it weren't for this promotion, I would never have known such a remarkable figure existed in the Navy. Garp truly has an exceptional grandson." Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters, chaos reigned. The Celestial Dragon had been assaulted, which was a grave matter. In the Marshal's office, Sengoku was visibly troubled, tossing a document to my unreliable grandfather. "Garp, a Celestial Dragon has been attacked. You need to investigate." My grandfather, preoccupied with picking his nose, stubbornly replied, "Not going. I'm busy." Sengoku's expression darkened. The assailant possesses Conqueror's haki and is quite formidable. "If you won't go, who will?" "I am Busa," my grandfather repeated like a broken record. Just then, the astute Zifa, who was nearby, leisurely interjected, "Sengoku, if you agree to one request from Garp, he will certainly go." Sengoku paused. What request? My grandfather's curiosity was piqued. Zifa smiled and proposed, "Find a master swordsman for Lucian to learn from." What do you think? Those familiar with the situation would realize this was a trait of my future for my grandfather's KPI. After a moment's hesitation, Sengoku begrudgingly agreed, likely thinking he could easily find someone to satisfy the request. Upon hearing this, my grandfather perked up, immediately accepting the task and heading out. They had never considered that the dark-clad figure who had stirred up trouble was me. The following morning, Zifa mysteriously approached me. "Lucian, I have found you an incredibly skilled swordsmanship teacher. Prepare to learn well." I promptly expressed my gratitude and casually inquired, "Who is the teacher?" "Confidential," he playfully replied. I sighed, deciding not to dwell on it. I needed to prioritize helping Hancock and the others escape. By afternoon, I donned my lieutenant's uniform and boldly made my way to Shaki's bar. Wearing this attire transformed my presence. Pirates along the way avoided me, as if I were a runway model. Upon arriving at the bar, Rayleigh and the others were prepared. When Hancock and her sisters spotted me, their initial joy faded into fear upon seeing my Navy attire, causing them to retreat. I quickly crouched down, saying, "It's me, Lucian." Only then did they timidly approach, sweetly calling me Brother Lucian. I pulled out some candies I had purchased along the way and handed them to them, knowing that a simple treat would easily win their affection. Seeing everyone gathered, Shaki extinguished her cigarette, declaring, "We leave now. The inspections will be stricter at night." Thus, we promptly embarked on a ship that had been prepared in advance. Hancock and her sisters concealed themselves within the cabin while I stood at the bow of the ship in my naval uniform, resembling a sentinel. Riley lounged beside me, leisurely sipping his drink. Shortly after departing the harbor, we were intercepted by a naval patrol vessel. A chief petty officer shouted at us, "Halt! Routine naval inspection." I stepped forward, my rank commanding respect, and spoke in a deep voice, "Stand aside. Do you not recognize me?" Upon seeing my insignia, the petty officer immediately saluted. Warrant officer. However, he remained reluctant to let us pass, expressing his dilemma. "Warrant officer, this is a direct order from above to apprehend criminals associated with the Celestial Dragons. All vessels must be searched, including those of admirals. We hope you will not make this difficult for us." A wave of anxiety washed over me as I glanced back at Riley, who gestured for me to resist their search. The situation compelled me to perform an act of familial loyalty, which was quite distressing. Just then, a familiar voice broke through. "I will conduct the search on their vessel." Everyone turned to see an elderly man with a dog-head hat, leisurely munching on a rice cracker, approaching. I nearly exclaimed, "Grandfather!" Thank goodness I reacted quickly. It was my grandfather, Carp. He feigned ignorance of my presence, boarding the ship and exchanging a silent glance with Riley, filled with unspoken theatrics. He then entered the cabin, immediately spotting the three sisters of Hancock hiding in a corner. I quickly followed, whispering, "Grandfather, what brings you here?" Thankfully, I was present. My grandfather shot me a glare and quietly inquired, "Was that incident you're doing?" I put on an innocent facade, feigning purity. "How could it be me, grandfather?" To my surprise, he seemed to believe me. He probably thought that I had only been away for a few days and could not have developed such audacity, thus shifting the blame entirely onto Riley, undoubtedly cursing him for leading his good grandson astray. He sighed and waved his hand. "All right, do as you wish. I shall not impede you. Take them and leave." A heavy weight lifted from my heart as I expressed my gratitude. "Thank you, grandfather." Carp exited the cabin and waved dismissively at the naval officers. "All done with the inspection. Let them pass." With a statement from a vice admiral who had dared disobey, our ship immediately set sail, successfully departing the archipelago of Chambord. Once we were at a safe distance, I could not help but ask Riley, "You must have known that the person coming to inspect us was my grandfather, right?" Riley took a swig of his drink and chuckled, shaking his head. "I had no idea. It was all that woman, Shaky's arrangement." I remarked, "Those old fellows are all quite scheming." The three sisters of Hancock emerged from the cabin, joyously thanking me. I pinched one of their cheeks and promised, "When the opportunity arises, I will visit you on Daughter Island." "All right, I will await Brother Liu Chun." A sound echoed in my mind as the system activated, presenting a new task: fulfill the promise and travel alone to Daughter Island. Goodness, that place is a windless zone, surrounded entirely by sea kings. Going alone? This is a death sentence. After some contemplation, I entered the cabin and retrieved my old sword, Ling Feng, which had developed cracks. Offering it to Hancock, "Here, this is a gift for you, a memento." Hancock gingerly accepted the sword, treasuring it dearly. Watching her joy, I could not help but muse. A wife must be nurtured from a young age, focusing on a delightful cultivation path. Half an hour later, Riley and the others changed ships, preparing to return to Daughter Island. Hancock stood at the bow, fervently waving goodbye. "Brother Liu Chun, you must come find me. I will definitely visit." I responded loudly. The task was completed, and the system rewarded me with a book titled Dual Sword Style, Tornado. The following days were calm and uneventful. Carp managed to navigate through his task and specifically came to find me, instructing me to pack my belongings as he would take me to find a swordsmanship teacher. On Carp's warship, I inquired multiple times about our destination, but he remained tight-lipped. After over a month at sea, he finally took me onto a small boat for a solitary departure. Unable to contain my curiosity, I asked, "Grandfather, can you finally tell me where we are going?" "To Slayedthe Island." I was momentarily stunned. Slayedthe Island? Isn't that where Hawkeye resides? My grandfather could actually summon the world's greatest swordsman to teach me? His connections are quite remarkable. As the small boat reached the shore, the entire island appeared eerie, reminiscent of a horror film set. My grandfather pointed toward a massive castle atop a distant mountain and patted my shoulder. "Do you see that? That is where your teacher, Hawkeye, resides. Make your way there on foot. This is your first test. Whether you gain his acknowledgement depends entirely on you." With that, he departed in the small boat, leaving me stranded. The complexities of familial bonds. The system task also activated. Complete Hawkeye's trial and reach the castle. Gazing at the foreboding forest, I sensed the arduous journey ahead. Sure enough, after only a few minutes of walking, a baboon clad in a steel helmet, wielding a large sword, leaped down from the trees and launched a devastating slash at me. The system panel indicated that this creature possessed C-rank strength. I swiftly dodged using shave and countered with a sword slash imbued with haki, dispatching it in an instant. These baboons seemed like mere AI training partners, merely mimicking Hawkeye's techniques without any adaptability, making them vulnerable to my observation haki. Thus began my 9-day journey of monster hunting and leveling up in the forest. Each day consisted of battling baboons or evading a horde of them, leaving me covered in wounds, yet my hockey and swordsmanship experience soared. On the 9th day, the castle came into view, but ahead lay the largest gathering of baboons I had encountered, more than 20 in number, led by a colossal baboon king boasting B-rank strength. The weapon in its hand was an absurd imitation of Hawkeye's black blade, Uru. Today I had to advance. Fixing my gaze, I drew my swords. Roar! At the baboon king's command, all its minions charged toward me. Taking a deep breath, I crossed my swords and spun rapidly, dual sword style. Tornado. A whirlwind infused with countless sword energies formed, growing larger as it surged into the baboon horde. With one strike, I eliminated a significant portion of the lesser creatures, leaving only the B-rank baboon king and a few weakened minions. Roar! Enraged by the fall of its subordinates, the baboon king unsheathed the enormous blade from its back and unleashed a devastating strike toward me. I quickly dodged using shave. With a resounding crash, a massive chasm opened where I had just stood. This baboon king understood the concept of power inflation. Its normal attacks were akin to ultimate moves, immensely powerful. However, I managed to evade several of its strikes, and it began to lose its composure. It abandoned its ranged assaults, charging directly at me with its blade. So it wants to engage in close combat? Bring it on. I fear no one. Caught in the heat of the moment, I sheathed Lingfeng and met it with my black blade. The scene was nothing short of cataclysmic, with flashes of blades and sparks flying. Neither of us able to gain the upper hand. Yet, as the battle raged on, I soon realized something was amiss. I was being overwhelmed. The baboon king's swordsmanship was textbook level, swift and brutal, devoid of any superfluous movements. Each strike aimed to end my life, its strength forcing me to retreat. If this continued, I would undoubtedly lose. My mind raced as I sought a solution. In that moment, as it swung its blade at me with deadly intent, inspiration struck. Instead of blocking with my sword, I decided to absorb the blow with my body. Hockey hardening. I roared as the black hockey enveloped my shoulder. That impact felt as if a mountain was crashing down, the ground beneath me caving in, nearly toppling me over. Yet, I held my ground, seizing its colossal sword. It attempted to withdraw its weapon, but found itself unable to do so. I couldn't help but chuckle, a grin spreading across my lips. Well, it's my turn now. The explosive energy had long since coalesced upon the black blade in my right hand, dark aura entwining with vibrant red lightning. The sensation was nothing short of exhilarating. Moin Jean, I declared with a steely gaze, slicing through the air. The baboon king attempted to flee, but I held onto the blade with an iron grip, unwilling to relinquish it. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the colossal black sword energy devoured a hole. With a thunderous boom, I cleaved a massive fissure into the ground, spanning over 100 meters, while the black flames raged on, refusing to extinguish. As for the baboon king, it lay prostrate on the ground, utterly lifeless. The remaining small baboons gazed at me with eyes brimming with terror. I bellowed, "Get lost," and they promptly scattered, leaving a clear path for me. I then proceeded to step into the foreboding castle. Upon entering, I could no longer hold back. I spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ground. The previous clash had shattered several of my ribs. Nonetheless, the task was accomplished. The system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward: 2 energy points. Swordsmanship level 1. Just then, from a window in a room on the upper floor of the castle, a man with a gaze as sharp as an eagle's revealed a knowing smile. He murmured to himself, "I never imagined such a monster would emerge from the Navy. No wonder they sent for me to teach." Unbeknownst to me, I lay in a state of unconsciousness in the hall for an entire day. When I awoke the next day, my body felt as if it had been run over by a massive truck. I stretched my shoulders, preparing to seek out the legendary eagle Imihawk. I searched through the layers of the castle and finally found him in a room on the top floor. I was exhausted, yet he lounged nonchalantly, savoring steak and sipping red wine, living a life more carefree than mine. Upon noticing me, he simply remarked, "You have arrived." I nodded, but my eyes were fixated on the system panel displaying his attributes. Good heavens, a string of SSS ranks. His level rivaled that of my unreliable grandfather, Carp. Truly, He was the world's greatest swordsman. He gestured for me to sit down, instructing me to eat and stating that after our meal, we would commence training. Eagerly, I complied, cheerfully exclaiming, "Of course, master." However, he doused me with cold water, stating, "I am not your teacher and will not teach you anything. You will simply reside here for 2 years." What? I was utterly baffled. So, you're not here to instruct me, but to have me be your neighbor for 2 years? I surmised this must be some sort of arrangement between him and Carp, and I refrained from inquiring further. He set down his wine glass and continued, "The healing medicine is on the 5th floor. Go fetch it yourself. After you eat, come to the 1st floor." With that, he departed. Very well then. I quickly finished my steak, hurried upstairs to administer some medicine, and then made my way to the open space on the 1st floor. My hawk was already there, sword in hand, and upon seeing me emerge, he immediately stated, "Your swordsmanship is commendable, yet you rely too heavily on hockey. Prepare yourself. I want you to deliver your strongest strike and receive one of mine." What? I was taken aback, my friend. This was not the script you followed when instructing Zoro. You offer no teachings and instead ask me to withstand your sword strike. He paid no heed to my reaction and effortlessly drew the supreme black blade, Yuru, from his back. Upon seeing that sword, my expression darkened. While Zoro faced you with a small cross-shaped blade, I am met with a full-size version. Is it? I dared not delay, hastily shrouding myself in hockey. I unleashed my sword. He slowly raised his black blade, giving it a gentle flick in my direction. I assure you, that motion appeared deceptively mundane. Yet the overwhelming pressure it exuded instantaneously immobilized me, rendering escape impossible. I felt as though I were confronting not a man, but a prehistoric behemoth. With a roar, I summoned my courage, gripping the black blade tightly, channeling my hockey to its pinnacle, conjuring a 10-meter-long black flame blade. Moinjan, I summoned all my strength to clash against his strike. My colossal Moinjan seemed like a mere jest in comparison to his seemingly trivial strike. As our forces collided, a resounding explosion erupted, my attack splintering into two, resembling a burst of black fireworks. What? My eyes widened in disbelief. Even worse, his strike, having cleaved through my grand attack, retained its ferocity, continuing its relentless advance toward me. With no means of evasion, I could only brace myself with my blade. Upon impact, a torrent of overwhelming force surged through my arms. I was sent hurtling backwards as if struck by a high-speed train, crashing repeatedly into countless trees before finally coming to a halt. I landed heavily on the ground, spewing another mouthful of blood. I glanced up at my hawk in the distance, unable to articulate my anger. If not for the pain constricting my voice, I would have surely exclaimed, "Is this how you teach?" Instead, he merely chuckled softly, leaving me with the words, "Come to understand for yourself. When you can withstand one of my strikes, you are free to leave." And then he departed, just like that. Lying on the ground, I felt as if my insides had shifted. Just when I began to question my existence, a notification chimed from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, for discovering the skill Sword Intent. Would you like to learn it? Absolutely. I promptly accepted the offer. In an instant, an enigmatic sensation flooded my mind. Ding. Simplification of skill Sword Intent successful. Sword Intent Sword Grasp. What a revelation. As long as I held the sword, I could accrue experience for Sword Intent. I couldn't help but smile. It turned out that my hawk's formidable strength stemmed from this Sword Intent, allowing every ordinary strike to transform into a grand attack. Thus, I lay there on the ground, gripping my blade, recuperating while accumulating experience. My hawk in the castle was likely still indulging in wine, pondering when I might grasp this concept. Days turned into weeks, and eventually I regained my mobility, commencing an intense training regimen. By day, I swung my sword. By night, I engaged in battles with baboons, striving for holistic development. The system also triggered a new task. Within 2 years, withstand a strike from Eagle Eye Mihawk. Mihawk, taken aback by my swift grasp of Sword Intent, became more lenient with me. Before long, he announced his intention to leave for 6 months, leaving me to fend for myself. With his departure, I found myself cooking my own meals, which turned out to be quite dreadful. Thus, I had no choice but to simplify the cooking skill. As half a year passed, while I was diligently practicing, the system chimed in again. Ding! Task activated. Rescue Nico Robin's mother, Nico Alvia. I was momentarily stunned. Was the system asking me to become a historical savior? Nevertheless, the task promised generous rewards, and, lacking any penalties for non-completion, I was compelled to undertake it. I approached my hawk to inform him of my desire to venture out for training. He scrutinized me for a moment and surprisingly agreed, asserting that I indeed required real combat experience. I set sail on a small boat, my destination, O'Hara. However, much to my astonishment, as a Navy elite, I found myself lost at sea. Just as I was engulfed in confusion, a naval vessel appeared on the horizon. Through my telescope, I spied a giant rear admiral, Jawadi Sarone, the very one who rescued Robin's mother. The timing was perfect. I quickly donned the black attire I had previously worn during my confrontation with the celestial dragons at Slayedthe archipelago and sped toward him in my small boat. The naval crew aboard noticed my approach and promptly reported it. Sarone, upon seeing my dark garb, furrowed his brow. I leaped onto his ship, lowering my voice and demanding, "Release Alvia." Upon hearing my words, Sarone's expression shifted. "Who are you? The black-clad figure from Slayedthe archipelago?" I thought to myself, if you recognize me, I shall continue with my facade, release Alvia, or do not blame me for my rudeness. I struck a dramatic pose, having rehearsed my lines, ready for an encounter. To my utter shock, the giant admiral capitulated immediately. With a serious demeanor, he declared, "Very well, I am willing to relinquish Alvia, provided you spare us." I stood there, dumbfounded. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. You're handing her over without a fight? This was a complete reversal of expectations. Later, I came to realize that he was using my hand to facilitate the release. Soon, a woman with flowing white hair and an elegant visage was brought forth. It was Aoorwea. Salong summoned her over, and without hesitation, I wrapped my arms around her waist and leapt off the ship, leaving behind a cool remark. Inform the Navy, just say, "Aye, hi," extend my gratitude. The more enigmatic, the better. Once aboard my small vessel, I shattered the chains binding Aoorwea with an air of dominance. She inquired about my identity, wondering if I was part of the Revolutionary Army. I found no inclination to explain. Instead, I bluntly informed her, "Do not return to Ohala, as it is about to be ravaged by the Demon Extermination Order." However, she insisted on going back, claiming she needed to rescue her companions, and no amount of persuasion could dissuade her. Reluctantly, I had to steer the boat back, thinking to myself, as long as I am here, I can surely protect her. Just as we neared Ohala, the system chimed. Ding! Mission activated. Acquire the historical text from the all-knowing tree in Ohala. What purpose would that serve? Nevertheless, since it was a mission, I might as well proceed. Upon arriving on the island, Aoorwea dashed straight towards the all-knowing tree, and I stealthily followed her. While she conversed with Dr. Keloba, I stealthily slipped into the basement. The basement was filled with books, and after searching for a while, I could not locate the historical text. At that moment, a bookshelf suddenly opened, and a little girl emerged, asking who I was. To my astonishment, it was a young Lawabeen. Seizing the opportunity, I deceived her. "Dr. Keloba sent me. Your mother has returned, and the Navy is approaching. Hurry outside." Upon hearing that her mother had returned, young Lawabeen's eyes sparkled, and she dashed out, forgetting to close the secret door. I swiftly slipped into the hidden room, where indeed lay a massive historical text. Without hesitation, I stored it in my system backpack. Mission accomplished. As I emerged from the basement, I overheard Lawabeen asking Dr. Keloba, "Wasn't it you who called for me to come out?" She pointed to where I had just stood, but of course there was nothing to see. At this juncture, Aoorwea had resolved to face the Navy herself, leaving the scholars to distance themselves. This woman truly relished courting trouble. My task was to rescue her, so I had no choice but to follow her closely. True to form, she was soon captured by the CP9 officer, that useless old man, Spandam. I refrained from intervening, fearing the arrival of an admiral. I trailed them back to the all-knowing tree and discovered that Dr. Keloba and the others had all been captured, including young Lawabeen. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Keloba began communicating with the five elders via a din-din mushi, revealing the truth of the ancient kingdom. Before he could finish, the five elders on the other end issued a command for his immediate execution. Just as I was listening intently, cannon fire erupted outside. I tell you, my melon had yet to be finished, and the sound of booming was as loud as fireworks during the new year. Turning my head, I was taken aback to see that the entire Ohala had been surrounded by Navy ships, with cannonballs raining down like hail. The demon extermination order had arrived without hesitation. That coward named Spandam, witnessing the chaos, cursed under his breath and was the first to flee, resembling a rat whose tail had been stepped on, prioritizing self-preservation over loyalty. Meanwhile, the all-knowing tree was ablaze, resembling a colossal torch. Yet, Aoruia and Dr. Keloba, in defiance, rushed into the inferno, claiming they needed to save the books. I was astounded. These scholars truly valued knowledge above their own lives. Just then, I spotted a familiar giant, Salome. He was actually fleeing while carrying young Loabin, indicating a good relationship between them. My heart sank. Why had he returned? But there was no time to ponder. Saving lives took precedence. I activated my shave technique, transforming into a shadow, and charged towards the burning world tree. By the time I arrived, the entire tree was nearly consumed by flames, impassable to ordinary individuals. Yet, I could still see scholars desperately tossing books out of the windows, hoping to salvage even a few. Frankly, this was a futile endeavor. Even if the books weren't burned now, the Navy would surely destroy them later. Without a second thought, I raised my head, pinpointed the window from which they were throwing books, and propelled myself upwards with a powerful leap. As I soared, I performed a series of rapid kicks, as if stepping on invisible stairs, using moonwalk to ascend. Upon reaching the window, several books flew out, and with a frown, I swatted them away and leaped inside. The temperature was terrifyingly high, and the thick smoke stung my eyes, with many scholars already collapsed on the ground. Only Aoruia and a few others persevered. When she saw me, the figure in black, suddenly intrude, she stepped back in fright, but quickly regained her composure, explaining to the others that I was the one who saved her. I had no time for pleasantries. I got straight to the point. I am here to take you away. She hesitated, biting her lip, and asked if I could save the others as well. I flatly refused. I can only take one. This was a dire rescue, not a bus service. Upon hearing this, her face was etched with guilt, and she implored me to take someone else, insisting she would stay behind to atone. Who understands the burden of family? At such a moment, she was still playing the martyr? The elder scholars nearby also exhibited commendable resolve, urging her to leave quickly, asserting that she was the one who should survive to carry the truth of history. Seeing the scene of heart-wrenching farewells dragging on, I hastily urged her, "If you don't leave now, the fire will consume us all, and no one will escape." My fear was not the fire itself, but the impending arrival of the monstrous Akiji and Akainu. At that point, I would find it impossible to flee. With a determined grit, Aoruia finally resolved, "All right, I will go with you." Without further ado, I swiftly wrapped my arms around her waist and leaped out of the window. As she was moving too slowly, I resorted to a princess carry, bolting away at full speed. Aoruia was likely in a daze, pressed against my chest, the howling wind roaring in her ears, while cannonballs rained down from above, yet I maneuvered skillfully, avoiding every single one. She must have been thinking, who is this formidable figure in black? Upon reaching the shore, I was taken aback. A Navy ship was barreling towards us, its prominent canine emblem unmistakable. Wasn't that my grandfather Kapu's ship? On board, a Navy soldier spotted us through his telescope and hurried to report. "Vice Admiral Kapu, Vice Admiral Kazan, we have identified a black-clad individual and a scholar." Kapu snatched the telescope, and I could only imagine his heart dropping. This figure looked eerily similar to my unfortunate grandson. Kazan was about to volunteer to chase them down, but my grandfather calmly intercepted him, declaring, "This black-clad individual is on a mission from Wengwa. You stay here." My grandfather's excuse was impeccable. I would give a perfect score. Kazan, pleased to be off the hook, likely spotted his friend Salome and had no desire to engage personally. I leaped onto my small boat, with Aoruia and set sail. However, we hadn't traveled far before my grandfather's ship caught up with us. I muttered to myself, "Grandpa, please recognize your own grandson." As it turned out, my grandfather had long since recognized me, and I could only imagine his face darkening. The surrounding Navy soldiers foolishly asked, "Vice Admiral Kapu, should we fire upon them?" My grandfather cleared his throat and commanded, "Bring me the cannons. I shall take matters into my own hands." I assure you, the most audacious move was about to unfold. He removed his righteous cloak and, like a shot putter, hurled cannonballs towards us. One cannonball after another whistled through the air, causing Aoruia to scream in terror as she covered her head. Yet, using my observation hockey, I found it amusing. Every cannonball seemed to possess a mind of its own, either crashing to the left of my ship or to the right. Each explosion sending up a massive wave that propelled my little vessel forward even faster. Was this not pure firepower suppression escort? My grandfather continued to hurl cannonballs while bellowing, "You shall not escape." In his heart, he must have been cursing, "You little rascal, just wait until you return. I'll show you how to deal with you." Thus, with his assistance, I swiftly escaped the range of attack, vanishing beneath the horizon. Once the cannon fire ceased, Aoruia cautiously opened her eyes, astonished that we were unharmed. At that moment, a chime echoed in my mind. The system alerted me that the mission was complete, and rewards were granted. As Aoruia regained her composure, she expressed a desire to see her daughter, Luabine. Understanding a mother's sentiment, I softened and agreed to her request. We turned the ship around, and indeed, we soon encountered her. Little Luabine was alone on a small boat, sobbing inconsolably, which tugged at my heartstrings. Aoruia watched from a distance, tears streaming down her face. Yet she understood that as a wanted criminal, she could not approach her daughter for fear of implicating her. Ultimately, she wiped her tears and said, "Let us go." Then, with her head bowed, she asked if she could stay by my side. I pondered for a moment, recognizing that the system had a reason for my rescue of her. Having an additional ally could prove beneficial, so I consented. Half a month later, we returned to the eerie Keliikan Island, where Ing Yin had already fled, leaving behind a note stating he would return in a year, the epitome of an irresponsible teacher. I settled Aoruia in, assuring her that she could reside there. Behind the castle lay fields, and the cellar housed provisions. I instructed her to prepare meals for me daily and warned her not to wander outside due to the presence of baboons. After concluding my instructions, I removed the black cloak I had worn for quite some time. Aoruia was left speechless, her mouth agape in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that the mysterious figure who had saved her was merely a handsome youth in his teens. Days later, a newsbird delivered the newspaper. It reported that Aoruia had perished in the Ohala incident, presumably an effort by the Navy to suppress the news. However, the most shocking revelation was that my alias, Black Knight, had been placed under a bounty. The initial bounty stood at 100 million berries. I was momentarily stunned, staring at the string of zeros, thinking, am I truly worth so much? This would surely cause Obin to swoon with infatuation upon seeing the newspaper, and I could only imagine my grandfather, Gapu, at the naval headquarters, scratching his nose in anger, muttering, "You little rascal, you've made a name for yourself. Just wait until you return. I shall teach you a lesson." Thus commenced a year of fervent training on the island. Aoruia became my dedicated support, occasionally accompanying me on archaeological excursions. Time passed swiftly, and far away in the East China Sea, I see had already set sail to establish his own pirate crew. One day a year later, while Aoruia and I were joyfully sharing a meal, an overwhelmingly familiar and potent aura suddenly enveloped us. I immediately set down my utensils and said to Aoruia, "Prepare yourself. We may need to leave." Without hesitation, she retreated to gather her belongings, placing unfaltering trust in me. I grasped my black blade and descended the stairs, where Ingya awaited me in the courtyard of the castle. He looked at me and smiled. "You've emerged? Are you confident in receiving my full strike? Bring it on." I slowly drew my blade. Over the past year, my swordsmanship had grown considerably. Ingya did not hold back this time. He unsheathed his black blade. The overwhelming sword intent and momentum emanating from him far exceeded that of a year prior. I was determined to give it my all, channeling both my conqueror's haki and sword intent, which intertwined around my blade, crackling with red arcs of electricity. He seemed to effortlessly swing his sword, unleashing a white slash that tore through the air, rushing towards me. I refrained from employing any flashy techniques. Instead, I gripped my blade with both hands and met his strike head-on, delivering my most potent attack. With a thunderous roar, the two slashes collided, causing the ground to fracture instantly, and the resultant shockwave overturned everything in the vicinity. As the brilliance faded, I stood my ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, yet ultimately remained upright. I had endured. Inya sheathed his long sword and walked away without a backward glance, leaving behind a single remark. "All right, you may leave now." I struggled to maintain my composure and deeply bowed to his retreating figure, saying, "Thank you, master," regardless of the circumstances. Having such a mentor meant that no one would dare to provoke me in the future. Aoruia hurriedly ran out, handing me my clothes. After we changed, we boarded the ship. This time, I had no intention of returning to the naval headquarters. Bringing a wanted criminal back would be tantamount to seeking death. Instead, I prepared to return to the East China Sea, as I had not seen Lufei and I see in many years and wished to pay them a visit. However, just a few days into our journey, our small boat fell apart in a violent storm. Aoruia and I clung miserably to a piece of driftwood, and she chided me for being a harbinger of doom, remarking that the moment we discussed the boat's inadequacy, it failed. Just as she finished speaking, she pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Luchin, look over there. Is it a pirate ship? So many of them." Following her gaze, I was taken aback by the sight, a dark mass of at least dozens of warships, with a particularly large flagship at the center. After a moment of contemplation, I realized this was none other than the infamous Click pirate crew, self-proclaimed rulers of the East Sea, though in truth, they were exceedingly weak. A smirk crept across my face as I said, "Stay put. Our new ship has arrived." Aoruia initially appeared puzzled, but soon grasped my intent and flashed a knowing smile. I then leaped into the air, employing the moonwalk technique to soar towards their flagship. The pirates attempted to bombard me with cannon fire, yet I effortlessly sliced through the projectiles mid-flight, causing them to explode like fireworks. I landed gracefully on the deck, leaving the pirates dumbfounded. One of the pirate underlings scrambled to report to their captain, Click, stammering incoherently, "See, Captain. He's here." Click, a rather foolish brute, brandished a golden axe and demanded to know my identity. I introduced myself with a smile, "Lieutenant of the Navy Luchin." Casting a glance at his statistics, I noted his rank utterly pathetic. Upon realizing I was from the Navy, he had the audacity to resort to treachery, drawing a gun and firing at me. I swiftly dodged, retaliating with a slash that severed his golden axe along with his arm. Terrified, he fell to his knees, begging for mercy, but seizing the opportunity, he activated a gas grenade. I was utterly unimpressed. Such trivial tricks could hardly harm me. I walked through the poisonous gas unscathed, my haki protecting me from its effects. Observing Click's jaw drop in astonishment, I raised my sword and sent him to meet the Sea King. With their captain slain, the other pirates panicked, crying out in terror as they sought to flee. My gaze hardened as I unleashed my conqueror's haki, causing everyone aboard the ship to foam at the mouth and fall unconscious. Watching the distant ships attempting to turn and escape, I scoffed. "You shall not escape." My eyes, sharp as blades, fixated on those foolish enough to think they could flee. Though I had little desire to engage, the system insisted I eliminate Click and his crew. With the task incomplete, I could not allow them to escape. Lifting my black blade, a dark aura surged forth, coalescing into a colossal flame sword several dozen meters long. The spectacle reminiscent of a VIP experience in hell. Moinjan, I bellowed, cleaving down towards the pirate ships. The scene resembled divine retribution as a black fire streak descended from the heavens, slicing straight towards the foremost vessel. With a resounding boom, that ship was cleaved in two, its remains crashing into the sea, sending colossal waves that obliterated the surrounding smaller ships. Once the waters calmed, what had once been a formidable fleet of 50 vessels was reduced to mere splinters and floating corpses. Scanning the wreckage, I noticed the absence of a Jean and the Iron Wall man, yet it mattered not. The system chimed, indicating the task was complete and rewarded me with 1 point of energy. Every little bit counts. I sheathed my sword and turned, using the moonwalk to skim across the water in search of Aoerwea. Upon reaching her, I was taken aback. She was utterly drenched. I froze in disbelief and asked what had happened. She shot me a sharp glare, exclaiming, "Isn't this all you're doing?" It was then that I realized my earlier enthusiasm had been a bit too vigorous, causing a wave that caught her off guard. I couldn't help but chuckle, extending my hand and saying, "Come on, I've prepared the boat for you." But guess what happened next? As Aolivia stood up, she naturally leaned against me, leaving me momentarily stunned. I wonder what she meant by that. Did she think I was going to sweep her off her feet again? In a moment of impulsive jest, I remarked, "Oh, so you enjoy this kind of thing, do you?" Of course, while saying that, my hands were not idle. I instinctively wrapped my arm around her slender waist. The sensation was something else, her damp clothing clinging to her, which stirred a certain restlessness within me. I quickly took on a graceful step, hopping onto the ship we had seized, eager to board. Once I had her safely placed on the deck, I finally exhaled in relief and said, "We've arrived. You should rest in the cabin while I have these captives navigate the ship for us." With a flushed face, she nodded and scampered into the cabin like a little rabbit. Meanwhile, I roused a few captives I had intentionally left alive, pressing my blade to their throats, compelling them to serve as my free labor force. Half a month later, the ship finally wobbled its way to my hometown, Slayedthe village. However, upon arrival at the dock, I was taken aback. Not a soul was in sight, the village resembling a ghost town. Aolivia inquired, "Are you certain this is your hometown?" We walked all the way to Sister Machinua's tavern, yet still saw no one. Just then, the tavern door creaked open, and Sister Machinua peeked out, pulling us inside as if we were thieves, whispering urgently, "Stay quiet. The clique pirate cruise ship is approaching." Upon hearing this, I burst into laughter. "Haha, Sister Machinua, don't panic. That ship is mine. As for the clique pirate crew, they have already been fed to the fish." The expression on Sister Machinua's face was one of astonishment and joy, and she hurried outside to inform the villagers. Aolivia nudged me and whispered, "Is she your sister?" I nodded, replying that she had taken care of us when we were young. As the villagers emerged, realizing I had vanquished the notorious pirate, the scene was extraordinary. They surrounded me, showering me with praise, and one of the older women even offered to introduce me to 2 wives. Overwhelmed, I quickly made an excuse to slip back to my old room to rest. After settling Aolivia in Slayedthe village, I ventured alone to Galbo Mountain. I called out at the doorstep of Dayton's home, and a woman with a cigarette strolled out, staring at me for a moment before recognizing me. "You are Luffy's brother." I directly inquired about Luffy's whereabouts, and Dayton informed me that he was out training. Just as I settled into a chair inside, I heard a familiar voice booming from outside. "Luchunga." Without missing a beat, Luffy burst through the wooden door like a cannonball, wrapping his rubbery arms around me tightly, laughing, "Luchunga, why have you come back to see me?" Goodness, after a few years apart, he had grown significantly taller and reached C-rank strength. Truly a protagonist in every sense. I teased him, "I'm on break, came back to check on you. I was worried you might get beaten up by Grandpa again." Upon hearing this, he immediately released me, grinning sheepishly. Observing his demeanor, I realized he had tightened his grip out of fear of my retaliation. I chuckled, "You little rascal, afraid of me? Come on, let us see how my punches feel now." "All right, you hit," he eagerly responded. This was his own challenge. Without hesitation, I unleashed my armament haki and delivered 2 swift punches to his head. Instantly, 2 large bumps sprang up, sending him bouncing around in pain, exclaiming, "That hurts." "Luchunga, why are your punches so painful?" I laughed heartily. This was what I called tough love. After spending a few days in Slayedthe village, I prepared to depart. Aolivia was much safer here than returning with me to the Navy headquarters. Moreover, the system had assigned me a new mission, to venture to Sky Island, procure the Thunder Fruit, and retrieve the historical text. A month later, I arrived at Gaia Island in North Sea. I selected a few clever captives from the clique pirate crew, offering them 1 million berries to modify the ship, adding wings for flight. I then strolled into town. Not far along, I spotted some familiar figures, the Saru pirates. I immediately recognized the man-ape among them. I thought to myself, wasn't he the guide to Sky Island? I approached him and exclaimed, "Wow, buddy, you look so much like a monkey. You're the very embodiment of a primate." Upon hearing this, the man-ape beamed with joy, thumping his chest. "Brother, just say the word if you need anything. I'm looking for the descendants of Mont Blanc Noland." Upon hearing this, he became immediately wary. I quickly clarified that I was not after gold, but rather aiming for Sky Island. He remained skeptical, so I earnestly deceived him. I've heard that if an ape breaks their promise, they regress into a monkey. His face turned pale as he quickly yielded, obediently leading me to his leader. His leader was a man named Kuri Kai, sporting a chestnut atop his head and possessing C-rank strength. I got straight to the point. "Uncle, I wish to go to Sky Island." Kuri Kai scrutinized me for a while and shared a plethora of information about the jet stream and the sky current. Yet he had no means of reaching it himself. I replied, "Just tell me where the jet stream appears, and I will investigate for myself." With that, I dove straight into the sea area he indicated. Not long after, a B-rank Sea King came charging at me. I simply shouted, "Get lost!" Drawing my sword, I executed a swift slash. The energy cleaved through the water, instantly decapitating the creature, its blood staining the ocean. Kuri Kai and the others on shore were left stunned. Upon diving to the seabed, I found no hollow, but rather a colossal underwater volcano. Suddenly, everything clicked. This was a natural rocket launcher. As long as I waited for the jet stream to drift over the volcano and trigger an eruption, we could ascend. I returned to shore and shared my findings with Kuri Kai. Enlightened and exhilarated, he insisted on joining me to witness the existence of the Golden Bell. After waiting 2 days, the ship was finally modified and the jet stream appeared. The sky was darkened, and within the clouds, the massive silhouettes of the sky people could be seen. We hurriedly sailed beneath the jet stream. Kuri Kai began to fret. "Oh no, the volcano hasn't erupted. We can't ascend. Do we have to wait for the next time?" I walked to the bow of the ship, unsheathing my black blade, and confidently proclaimed, "No eruption? Then let us make it erupt." I unleashed my full power, wrapping my armament hockey around me, exuding it outward, and my sword intent surged, forming a massive black sword of flame. Aiming at the location of the volcano in my memory, I delivered a mighty slash. The black sword energy sliced through the ocean surface, plunging straight down to the seabed, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The underwater volcano erupted instantly, creating a gigantic whirlpool on the sea surface. Subsequently, a terrifying upward current blasted both our ships into the sky like toys. I hastily severed the ropes and unfurled the ship's wings. The two ships rode the current, soaring through the clouds, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, and finally 7,000 meters, as we burst into a vast expanse of white ocean. Who among my kin understands the beauty of an ocean at 10,000 meters above sea level? The scenery was breathtakingly surreal. Kuri Kai was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears streamed down his face, exclaiming something about whether I was a fraud or not. I paid him no mind, instead retrieving the south bird that Kuri Kai had captured to guide us. Before long, we spotted an island. I instructed my crew to accelerate and raced ahead. Upon landing, I cautioned the captives not to wander off, and then I leaped into the forest. To find the thunder fruit and the historical text, I needed to consult a local for directions. As I was lost in thought, a small white fox darted past me, and upon closer inspection, I realized it was none other than Kenny's pet. I immediately followed it, and sure enough, I found the angelic figure of Kenny's at Tianji Hayton, her striking beauty accentuated by the white wings adorning her back. I boldly inquired, "Where's Shanduola?" She pouted and retorted, "What do you want to do there?" With a smile, I swiftly brandished my knife against her pristine neck, saying, "Nothing much, just curious. You wouldn't want any scars on that lovely face, would you?" She was so frightened that tears welled in her eyes as she timidly pointed me in the right direction. Upon receiving the information, I dashed towards the depths of the forest, but not far into my journey, I heard a commotion ahead. "You wingless mongrels, go back to Qinghai." I approached to see a group of winged individuals from the sky island mercilessly beating a man without wings. As I focused, I was taken aback. The man being assaulted was none other than Ainalu. The future god was being bullied here. How absurd. The stark contrast was evident. His signature long ears and squinty eyes were unmistakable. I casually glanced at the panel, which clearly stated, skill, getting beaten. Level, G, bounty none. Wasn't this the time before he had consumed the Rygene fruit? Seizing the opportunity, I drew my sword and charged forward, unleashing a wave of sword energy that instantly dispatched the thugs bullying him. Blood splattered across Ainalu's face, and to my surprise, he smiled. I quietly stood behind him and remarked, "You seem rather unfazed." Startled, he jumped and glared at me, asking, "Who are you?" How could I tell him I was there to seize his future fortune? I waved my hand dismissively, claiming to be just a passerby, and turned to leave, planning to follow him until he found the Rygene fruit. Just as I was about to depart, he called out to me, asking if I was looking for the legendary golden land, Shanduola. To my astonishment, he proposed a deal. He would lead me there in exchange for a share of the gold. I was amused. This was a stroke of luck. I knew he harbored ulterior motives, likely aiming for the Rygene fruit himself and seeking my assistance as muscle. Fine, I decided to play along. Leading the way, Ainalu twisted and turned, as if he were a cab driver deliberately taking a longer route. Yet, astonishingly, he evaded the patrols of the divine officers. After half an hour, a city glimmering with gold appeared before us. My goodness, even the bricks were made of gold. I had never seen such wealth in my life. My eyes widened in disbelief. Ainalu gestured towards the golden city, saying I could take whatever I wanted, as he wouldn't take much. I quietly scoffed, wondering how much he could really claim. The next moment, he began hammering away at a piece of gold, and I immediately sensed something was amiss. That sound was undoubtedly a signal. Sure enough, the ground trembled, and a massive serpent, at least 50 meters long, emerged from behind the golden city. Nola, the lord of the sky. It opened its cavernous mouth, aiming to swallow Ainalu whole. Seeing the delight in Ainalu's eyes, I suddenly understood. He was doing this on purpose. He intended to be consumed by the serpent, for the treasure must lie within its belly. I couldn't allow him to succeed. I swiftly executed a Marine 6-style shave, pushing him aside while feigning concern. And without hesitation, I let myself be devoured by the serpent. Ainalu was left in shock, likely pondering how I could be braver than him. As I slid down the serpent's throat, I realized it truly could swallow anything. The insides were filled with gold, stones, and even human skeletons. After searching for what felt like an eternity, I still couldn't find the Rygene fruit. Something was off. Ainalu must have had a reason for his efforts. I had to consider the situation from his perspective. With his lack of strength, he had 3 potential escape routes. First, to tear his way out, which he lacked the capability to do. Second, to exit through the mouth, which was even less feasible, leaving only the third option, exiting through the serpent's posterior. How absurd. I thought to myself, for the sake of the Rygene fruit, I was to become a master of such an unpleasant endeavor. The odor was overwhelming. But I had no choice. I had to persevere for the sake of power. I activated my hockey to shield myself from the unsavory contents within and ventured deeper into the digestive tract. To my surprise, I discovered the corner of a chest embedded within the flesh. With a swift motion of my black blade, I unearthed the entire chest. Upon opening it, I found the blue Rygene fruit, crackling with arcs of electricity. Just as I was about to consume it, I recalled the fruit's natural habitat and restrained myself, deciding to clean it before eating. As soon as I stored the fruit in my system bag, a notification appeared, informing me that I could simplify the fruit for 10 energy points, rendering it immune to the effects of seawater and Hylu stone. Without a second thought, I opted for the simplification. The system never disappoints. I then sliced my way out of the serpent, which had succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. I hurried back to Shanduola, securing the historical text as well. Just as I finished, Ganfuer, the current god of the Sky Island, surrounded me with his followers, demanding to know where the inscription was. I shrugged, feigning innocence, and to my surprise, he believed me and ordered me to leave immediately. Finding a secluded spot, I meticulously washed the Raijin fruit 8 times and consumed it in one go. To my astonishment, it was sweet, likely a result of the system's simplification. Instantly, an invigorating energy coursed through my body, and arcs of electricity crackled at my fingertips. The system notified me of task completion and unlocked 2 skills, Discharge and Divine Retribution. Even more thrilling was that I simplified the skills derived from the fruit, transforming them into rest. I was now on the path to godhood through mere relaxation. I lounged on the ship for 3 days, waiting for Kalikai and the others to return, when suddenly, I heard a ruckus ahead. To my surprise, Kalikai and his crew were being chased and beaten by Ganfuer and a throng of divine officers. The situation was dire. The system prompted me to assist, and I unsheathed my sword, shouting, "Everyone down!" Upon seeing it was me, Kalikai understood immediately and signaled everyone to take cover. I unleashed a strike imbued with concentrated sword intent, and Ganfuer attempted to counter with his own slash, only for his attack to be effortlessly shredded as if it were made of paper. He was sent flying, crashing into several trees, and spitting blood. Seizing the moment, I appeared before him and demanded a passage permit, threatening to deal with them all if he refused. Ganfuer, stunned by my prowess, complied without hesitation, handing over the permit. Back on the ship, we followed the Cloud River downwards, safely returning to Qinghai aboard an octopus hot air balloon. After bidding farewell to Kalikai, I instructed my subordinates to steer the ship back to the Marine headquarters. After more than half a month, I finally returned. Not daring to seek out my grandfather Kapu first, I stealthily slipped back into the elite training camp. Teacher Zifa was conducting a practical training session with Smog, Ian, and others. Upon my arrival, everyone came to a standstill. Teacher Zifa smiled warmly, stating that I had finally decided to return. Before he could finish, he asked who wished to challenge me. To my surprise, Smog, Ian, and 3 others immediately stepped forward, their enthusiasm palpable. The system task prompted me to defeat all challengers. Rather than taking them on one by one, which would be tedious, I declared, "You 5, come at me, together." The crowd was taken aback, believing I'd lost my mind. However, Teacher Zifa, understanding my intention, urged them on. "What are you waiting for? Do you really think 5 of you could defeat him?" As soon as those words were spoken, Smog and his companions were instantly ignited with fervor, and the 5 of them charged towards me aboard their skiff. I assure you, it was akin to an adult engaging a child. With a single strike of the 4-direction slash, I unleashed 4 blades of sword energy that sealed off the space, sending Ayn and her companions hurtling away, crashing through the walls of the training ground. Smog, relying on his Logia powers, managed to evade by transforming into mist. Unconvinced, he attempted to showcase his prowess with an armed punch, only to find himself wounded by my sword energy infused with haki. Teacher Zephyr could no longer tolerate the spectacle and bluntly declared, he has already mastered the ability to emit haki. Smog was left dumbfounded, yet they remained undeterred, charging at me once more in a relentless wheel of combat. Ayn sought to flank me with her retrospective fruit. I had been anticipating her move. I unleashed a dual-wielded tornado slash, lifting all 5 of them into the air, only for them to crash down in a cacophony of injuries, utterly disheveled. Teacher Zephyr rose from his seat and promptly declared their defeat, asserting that I had barely exerted myself. The slight was significant, and Smog and his companions turned pale with humiliation. Just as Zephyr announced his intent to personally spar with me, a thunderous voice interrupted, "Zephyr, my grandson is not your target for discipline. Let me test this boy's strength today." To my astonishment, my grandfather Carp appeared on the training ground, brimming with fury. The objective had shifted. I was now to endure 5 minutes under Carp's onslaught. My heart raced, and I could only muster a wry smile, saying, "Grandfather, take it easy." He paid no heed to my words. Without further ado, he dashed towards me. His fist, enveloped in haki, radiated an overwhelming aura of destruction, and with a single blow, he sent me crashing into the wall, leaving a human-sized indentation. Emerging from the rubble, dazed and bleeding from the corner of my mouth, I protested, "Grandfather, it's merely a spar. Must you use such force?" At that moment, my anger surged, I assure you, the old man was entirely out of control, glaring at me, urging me to come forth and continue receiving punishment. Very well. If you wish to be ruthless, then I shall no longer hold back. I unleash my full aura, my rank sword intent soaring skyward, causing the onlookers among my peers to turn pale, exclaiming how formidable I was, noting that I had not even used my full strength earlier. Indeed, had I done so, would the wall have only sustained a hole? The old man cursed me for daring to show off before him, yet I could see satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. I thought to myself, isn't this what you wished for? Wiping the blood from my mouth, I raised my black blade and executed the one-sword style, Celestial Blossom. Lo and behold, thousands of tiny sword energies, akin to cherry blossom petals, filled the air and cascaded towards him. The scene was nothing short of romantic, yet each petal bore lethal intent. Unfazed, he discarded his justice cloak and unleashed a fist of meteor, his fists raining down like a Gatling gun, obliterating most of my sword energy. However, a few managed to slip through, leaving a small cut across his face. The ground behind him was reduced to rubble by my attack. After the bout, he merely dusted himself off and declared he was done, returning to rest. Who understands the whims of that old man? Thankfully, he departed. Had he continued for 5 more minutes, I would have surely been reduced to a pulp. Just as I sighed in relief, a notification chimed in my mind. Task completed, rewards acquired, and my spirits lifted. However, before I could fully relax, Teacher Zephyr pointed at the gaping hole in the wall and instructed me to repair it. Very well. I would mend the wall, seizing the opportunity for a brief respite, as the force of that punch had left me quite drained. That evening, Teacher Zephyr summoned me, announcing my graduation task, to eliminate a pirate named Demon Diaz with a bounty of 60 million. 2 notifications chimed in my mind. One task was to slay Diaz, while the other was particularly intriguing, as it involved rescuing all crew members from Teacher Zephyr's future training ship, with a generous reward of a supreme great blade. In an instant, I recalled that Teacher Zephyr's mechanical arm had been severed by someone claiming to be Whitebeard II, called Weibel, on that very training ship. This task was evidently a setup for me to confront that S-rank monster. Yet, I was merely A rank. How was I to contend with him? It felt like a hellish challenge from start. In the following days, I trained fervently while also seeking information about Diaz from Ancia. To my dismay, she demanded 100,000 berries. What a blatant extortion. I decided to rely on the Navy's free intelligence instead. Upon reviewing the data, I discovered that Diaz was affiliated with Doflamingo, engaging in the slave trade. Suddenly, it all made sense. This task was not merely for my graduation. The higher-ups in the Navy intended for me to send a message to Doflamingo. They were using me as a pawn, were they? Days later, the intel arrived. Diaz was to conduct a transaction at the Slayedthe archipelago. I set sail in my modest vessel, waiting for him on the open sea. Before long, a pitch-black pirate ship approached. The lookout aboard spotted me and rushed to report. I could hear Diaz's laughter from afar, mocking me, a mere Navy ensign, as if I were worth reporting. I thought to myself, laugh now, for soon your mirth shall turn to despair. Without hesitation, I unleashed the demon flame slash. A colossal blade of sword energy wreathed in black flames, which cleaved his ship in twain. Chaos erupted on board, with cries of anguish and injury filling the air. I leapt onto the wreckage, surveying the scene, and spotted several slaves within the hold, most of whom were fishmen, their appearances far from flattering. As I searched for Diaz, an audacious soul charged at me. Without turning, I swiftly severed his neck with a single stroke. The remaining crew members stood paralyzed with fear. I seized a random lackey and demanded to know Diaz's whereabouts, and he trembled as he pointed the way. Upon locating the scoundrel, I found him to be hideously unattractive, sporting a middle part. Scanning him with my system, I noted he was B-rank, pathetically weak, relying solely on Doflamingo's notoriety. As I approached, he dared to boast that he was a warlord of the sea. I could not be bothered to respond. I simply drew my sword. In a cowardly move, he seized a nearby fishman as a hostage, threatening to kill him if I made a move. I couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Go ahead, kill him. It matters not to me. I am here to eliminate you, and their fates are of no concern to me. He was left utterly bewildered, likely having never encountered a Navy officer so devoid of martial ethics. I swiftly unleashed 2 blades of sword energy, prompting him to conjure 2 shadowy duplicates to intercept. Intriguing. This was his devil fruit ability? He then became frantic, creating dozens of identical black monstrosities to swarm me. Just as I prepared to clear the field, an ominous sensation struck me. My observation hockey blared in warning. The duplicates were set to self-destruct. He shouted, "Demon Exploding Man," and the surroundings erupted into a fiery inferno. Diaz cackled, convinced I had met my demise. As the smoke cleared, I wiped the blood from my mouth. Though somewhat disheveled, I was unscathed. I remarked, "Your fruit ability is rather fascinating." This left him flustered, his face turning pale. In desperation, he merged with a massive dark mass, transforming into a giant over 20 meters tall. While his strength had increased, his speed was akin to that of a snail. I thought to myself, very well, if you wish to transform, I shall match your intensity. I unsheathed my dual blades, enveloping them in hockey, and executed the dual blade style. Phantom Slash. A blood-red X-shaped sword energy cleaved him and his weapon into 4 pieces. His true form attempted to escape from the wreckage, but it was futile. I activated Moonwalk, swiftly closing the distance, and with a decisive stroke, a head rolled to the ground. Task accomplished. I returned with Diaz's severed head to the headquarters, leaving everyone in shock. I went straight to Teacher Zephyr, who took one look and proclaimed my graduation, even promoting me to lieutenant on a special basis. Upon hearing that he would soon take students out to sea for practical experience, I eagerly applied to join. Wasn't this the very task that rewarded the Supreme Great Blade? I simply had to go. After graduation, I celebrated with Aunt Xia, and Uncle Rayleigh tossed me a letter, pink in hue, sent by Hancock. Inside was a photograph. I must say, years had transformed that young girl into a stunning beauty. Aunt Xia was stealthily observing from the side, leaving me utterly speechless. A few days later, I embarked on a maritime expedition aboard Teacher Slayedthe's training vessel. That afternoon, the sky suddenly darkened, and I sensed something amiss. Indeed, a ship appeared on the horizon, and those 2 prominent white beards at the bow could only belong to Weibo Air. I hurriedly instructed someone nearby to summon the teacher. As I fixed my gaze on the ship, I noticed not only the hulking figure of Weibo Air, but also a short and unattractive old woman, his mother. Bazin. Upon scanning them with the system, I had an epiphany. While Weibo Air was undoubtedly an S-rank powerhouse, it was actually his mother, Bajin, who possessed the real ability, a support-type A-rank fruit development. It became clear why Weibo Air could not possibly overpower Teacher Slayedthe. There was someone nearby assisting him. When Teacher Slayedthe emerged to assess the situation, he recognized them as well. Bajin immediately ordered Weibo Air to attack, and a colossal slash came hurtling toward us. Teacher Slayedthe, ever formidable, leapt up and obliterated it with a single punch. Weibo Air, howling, charged forward, but Teacher Slayedthe effortlessly pinned him to the ground. I shook my head in disbelief. This was not indicative of Weibo Air's true capabilities. The genuine threat lay with that old woman. I needed to devise a plan to eliminate her swiftly. With a decisive move, I executed a shave and stealthily approached her vessel. However, the old woman was cunning and quickly noticed me, shouting for Weibo Air to come back and protect her. Upon hearing his mother's cry for help, the foolish giant's eyes turned red with rage, disregarding Teacher Slayedthe entirely and swinging a blade in my direction. I must say, the force behind that strike was absurd. When I attempted to block it with my sword, I was sent flying several meters away. This brute had an incredible amount of strength. Seizing the opportunity, Teacher Slayedthe landed a punch on his face, but it was as if Weibo Air felt nothing, retaliating with another swing. At that moment, I understood this brute was practically invincible. Just look at the stitch scars all over his body, his head, his arms, all sewn together. His recovery ability was akin to a moving spring of water. The real turning point lay with that old woman. Just then, I received a notification from a system. The upgrade was complete. It granted me a celestial vision, allowing me to see through others' fruit abilities. I directed my attention toward the old woman and identified her fruit as the healing fruit. Eureka! She was indeed Weibo Air's mobile blood bag. The old woman, quick-witted, commanded her dim-witted son to attack me. I exchanged a knowing glance with teacher Slayedthe, signaling him that I would handle the distraction while he took care of the others. Teacher Slayedthe comprehended instantly, turning to assist the other students and ensuring they weren't overwhelmed by the reckless underlings. Meanwhile, I was under immense pressure. Relying solely on swordsmanship was insufficient. I had no choice but to activate my abilities. System, maximize my sword intent. Once my S-rank sword intent was unleashed, my entire demeanor transformed. The rain even hesitated to approach me. I unleashed a grand technique, the one-sword style, celestial blossoms. An array of pink sword energy filled the air like cherry blossoms, appearing quite romantic, yet each petal was infused with my sword intent, specifically targeting their wounds. This attack was intended to inflict minimal damage while delivering a severely humiliating experience, causing Weibo Air to howl in agony, while his mother continued to shout, "Son, hold on, give it your all." In this critical moment, teacher Slayedthe descended like a divine weapon. He materialized directly behind the old woman, exclaiming, "You old hag, it's time for you to go." With a resounding punch, he sent her plummeting into the sea. As a user of the ducky fruit, she flailed helplessly before sinking to the bottom. Game over. Upon witnessing his mother's disappearance, Weibo Air immediately faltered, crying out as he attempted to rescue her. Could I allow him to escape? I executed two-sword style, Demon Slash. Teacher Slayedthe held him back with an Iron Mountain press, while my strike landed solidly on his back. With the absence of his healer, his resilience diminished instantly, and he collapsed into the sea with a thud. The other students were left in stunned silence, exclaiming about the simplicity of the great path, but in reality, this was clearly the power of investment. Victory achieved. The system rewarded me with a flood of notifications, granting me 20 energy points and presenting me with the magnificent Supreme Great Blade, War Heaven, a truly striking weapon. Teacher Slayedthe, being magnanimous, attributed all the credit to me. Upon returning to headquarters, I became an overnight sensation. Wherever I went, people pointed and whispered, "Look, that's him, the one who defeated Weibo Air. He must be getting promoted to Rear Admiral soon." My grandfather, Carp, a figure of great stature, approached me with a hearty punch of affection before informing me that I had indeed been promoted to Rear Admiral, but I was assigned to the East Sea. Upon hearing this, I realized the East Sea? That is my hometown. How splendid. My grandfather grumbled about the higher-ups' lack of vision, but ultimately whispered to me, "Remember to pay a visit to Lu Fei, and don't let me know if you get into trouble outside." How many families understand this? This was essentially an official certificate to roam freely. News about my exploits spread like wildfire across the globe, reaching the likes of Doflamingo, Shanks, and Mihawk. Ironically, Shanks discovered that I was Mihawk's apprentice, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. My younger brother, Lu Fei, upon seeing the newspaper in Windmill Village, exclaimed that he wanted to set sail immediately, fearing I would return to apprehend him. Hancock, on the other hand, blushed while clutching my newspaper. Alas, the weight of the Empress's affection was overwhelming. Days later, I set sail back to the East Sea with Ain and Badun, aboard a naval vessel. Ain became my aide-de-camp, while Badun was promoted to ensign, both fortunate to bask in my glory. The old-timers back at headquarters, Zhangguo, Vice Admiral He, and my grandfather, watched me depart from the city walls, their expressions filled with concern, as if I were not heading to take up a post, but rather to embark on a demolition project. Over a month later, we arrived at Slayedthe town in the East Sea. Lo and behold, the welcome was quite grand, led by a man named Meng Ka, who sported a metal plate on his chin, accompanied by the entire naval fleet. I delivered a few ceremonial remarks about upholding justice, invigorating their spirits, before assigning the 6-month intensive training task to Ain and Badun. That evening, I donned civilian attire and ventured out to stroll. In a restaurant, I spotted a green-haired fellow with 3 swords at his waist. Goodness, was that not Zoro? The system promptly issued a task, instructing me to subdue him and make him regard me as a new goal. I needed to strategize carefully. After finishing my meal, I left, but I could feel that the lad was casting me an unusual glance, likely sensing my formidable aura. In the following days, chaos reigned in the naval base. Ain and the others finally found an opportunity to torment others, returning the suffering they once endured under teacher Slayedthe, doubling it for the new recruits. As I observed alongside Menka, I shook my head. These young recruits were woefully unprepared, needing far more training. Honestly, the difference between these greenhorns and the elite back at headquarters was like night and day, completely different realms. While I was lost in thought, a commotion arose in the crowd as two conspicuous figures approached me, rendering me speechless. One had a head of bright yellow hair and a chin resembling a backside, while the other had pink hair and wore glasses, appearing frail. Family. Who could fail to recognize these two misfits? This had to be Barumabur and KB. I never expected these two would actually make it into the Navy, though it was a pity they missed the chance to be Carp's apprentices. Just then, a notification chimed in my mind, indicating a system task had arrived. Recruit these two as disciples, rewarding me with 5 energy points. How delightful, a free gift. I couldn't help but smile. I sauntered over to Meng Ka and nudged him with my elbow, pointing at his unremarkable son. Old Meng, is that yellow-haired lad yours? Meng Ka beamed with pride. Yes, Rear Admiral. That is indeed my son. He has aspired to be a just Marine since childhood. I scoffed inwardly, thinking to myself, good luck with that. However, I replied, oh, I see he is quite diligent. And the fellow beside him, the pink-haired one, they both possess potential, remarkable talent. This was no idle flattery. These two were undoubtedly favored by Carp, their talents far surpassing the average. Upon hearing this, Meng Ka's eyes widened in astonishment, and his face broke into a beaming smile. Rear Admiral, do you mean? With nothing else to do, I feign boredom. Since I'm free, I might as well mentor them a bit. As soon as the words left his mouth, Meng Ka nearly collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed with excitement, stumbling over his words. Then I must thank you on behalf of Barumabur, General. I'm immensely grateful. By nightfall, the new recruits had long since vanished, leaving only KB and Barumabur on the training ground, engaged in a spirited contest of endurance. I thought it was time to make my presence known, and in an instant, I appeared before them. To my amusement, both of them were so startled they fell to the ground, as if they had seen a ghost. General, they exclaimed, scrambling to their feet and standing at attention. I crossed my arms and leisurely remarked, you work quite diligently. However, I wonder about your capabilities. Kulme, let's exchange a few blows. They exchanged glances and charged at me with a battle cry. I must say, their punches felt as soft as gentle tickles against my body. With a light push off my toes, I executed a technique called slicing, vanishing from their sight and reappearing several dozen meters away. They stood there, bewildered, scanning the area for my whereabouts. I slowly strolled into view and explained, this is known as slicing from the Navy's 6 styles. Would you like to learn it? Their eyes sparkled with eagerness, nodding vigorously. Yes, we want to learn. It's amazing. Very well. I replied with a smile. From now on, when we are alone, do not call me General. Simply refer to me as teacher. Just then, a notification chimed in my mind, indicating I had acquired 5 points of energy and a new task to mentor these 2 novices to D rank. All right then, I would focus on nurturing them through companionship. As I exited the training ground, I bumped into Ain, who was leaning against the wall with her sword in hand. She raised an eyebrow and teased, oh, General Liu, taking on the role of a kindergarten principal now? I shrugged, displaying a weary expression. What can I say? It's too boring. I'm nearly rusting. Ain's eyes lit up. How about we go out tomorrow for some activities? Clear out the surrounding pirates? I slapped my thigh. Absolutely. Let us head to that famous maritime restaurant in the East Sea, Baratai, for a feast. The next day, Ain and I decided to skip work, leaving Barton behind at the base as the drill sergeant. We basked in the sun and the sea breeze on the deck of the warship, thoroughly enjoying ourselves. Soon, a large fish-shaped vessel appeared on the horizon. Baratai had arrived. However, I quickly noticed something amiss. A Navy ship, a pirate ship, and lo and behold, wasn't that Luffy's going merry? Ein's hand instinctively moved to her sword's hilt. Lucien, what do you say? I hurriedly stopped her. Hold on, we're here to eat, not to fight. Just as I finished speaking, a cannon shot rang out from the Navy ship, sending a straw-hatted figure flying through the air, crashing on a Bandit's roof like a cannonball. I cover my face. Luffy was as troublesome as ever. As our ship drew closer, Zoro and Usopp's faces turned pale, fearing another wave of Navy troops was about to obliterate them. I stood at the side of the ship and flashed a grin I deemed friendly. Hey, long time no see. Zoro was still in shock when Nami suddenly exclaimed, leaping onto our ship and enveloping me in a hug. Lucien, brother, only family understands. As she bombarded me with questions. What are you doing here? I saw the newspaper. You've become a general. Why haven't you visited me all these years? Dazed. I patted her back. Hold on. Let me catch my breath. Come on, let's eat. It's on me. Upon hearing the words on me, Nami's eyes sparkled with the allure of money, and she eagerly dragged me towards the restaurant. Upon entering, we encountered a pretentious Navy lieutenant named Hobody, who was putting on airs. However, the moment I stepped in, he sprang from his chair, standing at attention and saluting. General Lucien, he exclaimed. Instantly, all eyes in the room shifted from him to me, and what a delightful feeling that was. I settled down with Nami and the others, only to find Nami and Ein flanking me, sandwiching me in between. Just as I was about to order, a gold-haired boy with curly eyebrows approached, fawning over Nami and Ein while completely ignoring my presence. I grew weary of his antics, reached into my system for a box of money, and slammed it on the table. 1,000,000 berries. Bring one of each dish on your menu. The curly-haired boy retorted, Can you finish all that? We don't allow waste in our establishment. At that, my temper flared. I shot him a cold glance, unleashing a hint of my conqueror-esque hockey. That is none of your concern. Also, keep your distance from them. If you annoy me again, I won't be polite. The boy's face turned pale, and he fled to the kitchen in a panic. Just as the dishes arrived, Luffy bounded down the stairs, looking utterly aggrieved. I wave him over. Luffy, come eat. Without hesitation, he plopped down and devoured everything on the table in a whirlwind of gluttony. After letting out a satisfied burp, an old man with a wooden leg stormed out, wielding a spatula, ready to reprimand Luffy. You little rascal. I asked you to work, not to steal food. With a gentle flick of my finger, I deflected his spatula. The old man, Zeph, stumbled back several paces, his face changing color. I inquired, what did he damage? How much should I pay? Is my 1,000,000 enough? Zeph nodded, that will suffice. I turned to Luffy. All right, you're free to go. Just as we were conversing, a group of pirates burst through the door. I recognized the two leading figures and couldn't help but smile. Were those not the two survivors from the Clique pirates? Akin and Iron Walburu? Akin was already shouting, We're commandeering this ship. Hand over your money. I stood up, grinning as I addressed them. Gentlemen, long time no see. Akin's face turned ashen upon realizing who I was, and he stammered. Why you? Iron Walburu shouted, Run, as they attempted to flee. Thinking they could escape? Not a chance. Without fully unsheathing my sword, I unleashed two swift arcs of crimson sword energy. In an instant, both of them were cleaved in half, their upper halves soaring forward while their lower halves fell to the ground. The scene was quite the spectacle. The remaining lackeys fell to the ground at a mere glance from me, as I swiftly dispatched them with ease. I exchanged pleasantries with Zeph, then feigned modesty. Everyone, please don't feel obliged. As a Navy officer, this is my duty. I almost convinced myself. Luffy was still questioning me about my swordsmanship, to which I replied that I learned from the world's greatest swordsman. Upon hearing this, Zoro's eyes glimmered with determination, and he stood up, declaring, Let us have a duel. Very well, here's your chance. We stepped onto the combat platform, and I drew the supreme blade, Jean Tian, rewarded by the system. Zoro's face paled at the sight of the sword. I instructed him to unleash his strongest move, and with a battle cry, he charged at me, executing his flashy three-sword style technique. I didn't even bother using my sword energy. I merely swung my blade, casually slicing through him. With a swift motion, a deep gash appeared on his chest, shattering the two swords in his hands, and he fell. Just like that, it was over in one move. Luffy shouted at me, accusing me of being too harsh. Meanwhile, Zoro, with the last of his strength, raised the remaining sword and vowed to Luffy through tears, "I will never lose again. Not until I defeat you and become the world's greatest swordsman. Pirate King, do you have any objections?" Luffy grinned widely, none. Witnessing the scene, I chuckled. This lad has some spirit. I waved goodbye to them, leading on away. Luffy, Nami, Zoro, farewell. I hope to see you again, stronger than before. As the Navy ships sailed away, I glanced back at their little vessel, pondering how I had disrupted their narrative. They had lost numerous opportunities for growth. Whether that was good or bad remained to be seen. Regardless, the higher-ups in the Navy hadn't taken Luffy and his crew seriously. Their bounty notices had yet to be issued, rendering them mere shadows. However, I knew my system would keep me occupied, with plenty of tasks awaiting me in the future. As long as the rewards are substantial, I would not hesitate to take on any role, whether as a caretaker or even as a father. While I was lost in thought, the young lady Ian approached me and whispered, "I never imagined that Admiral Karp's two grandsons would take such divergent paths, one joining the Navy and the other becoming a pirate." Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle and wave my hand dismissively, saying, "Ah, that rascal Luffy is simply like that. Just let him be. Even my grandfather cannot rein him in. He is a true wild stallion." Ian nodded in agreement, showing her understanding without prying further into family matters. Just as I turned to head back to the ship's cabin for a brief rest, a sudden realization struck me like a bell ringing. Work had come. The system promptly assigned me 2 tasks, akin to a performance evaluation. The first was to retrieve Luffy from Road Town, offering a reward of 50 energy points. The second was to head to Alabasta and subdue Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, thereby liberating the entire nation, which was quite the undertaking. Rewarding me with 500 energy points and a supreme blade. I mused to myself, rescuing Luffy from Road Town should not take much time at all. Surely it was worth 50 points? But never mind, I thought, rewards are rewards. These energy points are a treasure, capable of directly elevating my skills, akin to a coveted in-game item. For the sake of those 500 points and the Supreme Blade, I would dare to venture into the perilous depths of Alabasta. Fortune had finally smiled upon me. A few days later, we returned to the East Blue Navy base. Upon entering, I immediately spotted Barton's disgruntled face, as if someone owed him a fortune, as he launched into a tirade. "You two are quite the free spirits, gallivanting about while I'm left here to toil like a beast with the recruits." Ian and I exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. I patted him on the shoulder. "No worries, let Ian take over for you. You deserve a break." Ian, however, was not pleased with this suggestion and rolled her eyes at me. "Oh, so you want to shirk your responsibilities? Do you believe I want to turn you into a diaper-wearing baby?" Ah, how the family understands. My scalp tingled at her words. Her backward fruit could turn my grandfather into a youth, but for someone in my 20s, a mere touch would send me back to kindergarten. Who could withstand that? I quickly made my escape, exclaiming, "You'll have to defeat me first." Nevertheless, this ability had its merits. Last time, I had rejuvenated Robin by 18 years, and it was quite a sight to behold. That very evening, I strolled to the training grounds to observe how Kobe and Balumeb were faring in their practice. To my surprise, they were quite adept, even knowing to bind weights to their legs while training. I glanced at their stats. After more than a month of rigorous training, their strength had elevated to F rank, showing considerable improvement. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. One night, Ian and I returned to the training grounds and found the duo had removed their weights. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Kobe propelled himself off the ground, instantly vanishing from sight, reappearing several meters away. Though he wobbled slightly upon landing, he was brimming with excitement, shouting, "Balumeb, I learned it. I've mastered the shave." On the other side, Balumeb landed steadily and chimed in, "I've learned it too." At that moment, Ian and I stepped out from the shadows. I crossed my arms and nodded approvingly. "Not bad. After over 2 months, you finally managed to learn it." Upon seeing us, they immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Brigadier General." "Instructor Ian." Balumeb, ever the charmer, eagerly inquired, "Brigadier General, can we learn the other 6 forms now?" I straightened my face and doused their enthusiasm with cold water. "Not yet. Spend a few more days perfecting the shave first. Don't get cocky. It took you over 2 months to learn it, and in the Navy headquarters, that would be considered insufficient. The prodigies in the training can't master it in a month. Their jaws dropped in disbelief. A month? Ian chimed in with a sharp remark. Indeed, our Brigadier General learned it in just 1 day. 1 day. Now Kobe and Balumeb looked at me as if I were a monster. I waved my hand dismissively. A hero does not dwell on past glories. All right, you two stay here at the base, and let Instructor Ian teach you the new 6 forms while I set sail for patrol. After giving Ian a few instructions to supervise their practice of the gale foot, I turned and vanished into the night. Once I departed, Kobe curiously asked Ian, Instructor, is the teacher going out to hunt pirates again? Ian nodded. Yes, in recent months, the pirates of the EC have nearly been wiped out by your teacher. Little did she know, I was merely farming monsters for energy points. I donned a black cloak, pulling up my hood. From this day forth, I would be known as the bounty hunter of the night. I boarded a small boat, heading straight for Road Town. Considering the timeline, Luffy and the others should be arriving soon. Meanwhile, at the Navy station in Road Town, a thick fog enveloped the area, giving it an ethereal quality. A young naval soldier rushed in, exclaiming, Colonel Smoker, we have a situation. The Straw Hat Pirates are heading straight for us. From the mist emerged a figure, bellowing, silence. Who told you to cause a ruckus? It was Smoker, the white hunter, a user of the Logia fruit, casually puffing on 2 cigars. What is the panic? Since I took control of this town, has any pirate ever escaped my grasp? Let's go catch them. On the other side, I had reached the execution platform square. I stood in a corner, gazing at the platform where the pirate King Roger was once executed, feeling quite reflective. Just then, my peripheral vision caught sight of a stunning beauty with fair skin and long legs walking by. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was Slayedthe. After consuming the slippery fruit, she had undergone a remarkable transformation. Following her gaze, I spotted several shady figures in gray cloaks, one of whom had a distinctive red nose. Ah, the clown buggy had arrived as well. It seemed the main cast was about to make their entrance. I remained patient, finding a spot beneath the execution platform to wait. That fool Luffy would undoubtedly climb up to experience the vantage point of the Pirate King. As I anticipated, it wasn't long before Luffy's rubber arms stretched out, grasping the edge of the platform, launching himself upward, exclaiming in awe, wow, is this the place where the Pirate King was executed? The officers below shouted through a megaphone, urging him to come down, yet he ignored them, engaging in banter. In a sudden turn, Slayedthe struck the officer with a spiked club, swooning over Luffy and proclaiming her desire for him to be her man. Luffy, dumbfounded, failed to recognize the beauty before him. Shortly after, Buggy and his minions revealed themselves, prattling on about their exploits. To this, Luffy furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before exclaiming, Who are you again? All right, you're called Dung. I nearly choked with laughter as Buggy's face turned a shade of green reminiscent of matcha cake. It's Buggy the Clown. In the midst of their commotion, one of Buggy's subordinates, Kabeji, launched a surprise attack, binding Luffy securely to the execution platform. Buggy strutted up to the stage, brandishing his sword, ready to execute a grand public execution. Just as I prepared to intervene, I suddenly felt a chill in the air, and the sky darkened ominously. A sense of foreboding gripped my heart. The dragon was coming, Luffy's elusive father. I had to act swiftly to seize those 50 energy points. Without a moment's hesitation, I pointed my right wrist skyward, transforming it into a brilliant white arc of electricity as I declared, Divine Retribution. A radiant bolt of lightning shot from my fingertip into the heavens, and the sky erupted with thunderous roars. Unbeknownst to Buggy, still grinning as he aimed his blade at Luffy's neck, a massive lightning column descended from the sky, striking the execution platform with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, and amidst the blinding white lightning, the anguished cries of Baji echoed, the very structure of his bones laid bare. In an instant, the execution platform was reduced to mere fragments, engulfed in billowing black smoke. As the haze dissipated, a figure emerged from the rubble, grinning widely and exclaiming, Yemenodet? Ha! This young man, Luffy, truly embodies the resilience of the Gomu no Mi, impervious to the onslaught. I chuckled inwardly, urging myself to flee swiftly. What was I waiting for? Glancing back at Baji, he had become a charred husk, his subordinates struggling to support him as he coughed up black smoke. At that moment, Smoker, accompanied by a legion of Marines, stormed into the square, surrounding it completely. Alarmed, Slayedthe and Baji hastily prepared to escape. Luffy, utilizing his rubbery elasticity, swiftly darted out of the encirclement. Observing Smoker, I mused that he posed a considerable challenge. To ensure the mission's success, I needed to witness Luffy's safe departure firsthand. Thus, I dashed in pursuit of him. However, as I ventured further, an ominous chill crept up my spine. I halted abruptly, addressing the empty alleyway coolly. Sir, there is no need for concealment. Barely had the words left my lips when a man clad in a green coat, adorned with a checkered tattoo on his face, stepped forward. His eyes sharply fixed on me. Why attack Luffy? He inquired. A shiver coursed through me as the system interface materialized in my mind. Monkey D, Dragon, SS rank. My word, a top-tier figure. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Luffy's father. Dragon pressed further. Who exactly are you? I shook my head, lowering my voice. You need not know who I am. Merely understand that I harbor no ill will towards Luffy. I was keen to avoid revealing my identity to this inscrutable individual. Dragon, clearly skeptical of my words, snorted coldly, raising his right hand. A miniature whirlwind began to coalesce in his palm, expanding rapidly until it manifested as a menacing tornado. Are you serious? I thought, my brow furrowing. I was no match for his prowess at this moment. Tornado. With a gentle push, Dragon launched the devastating whirlwind toward me. I dared not underestimate the threat. My hands instantly shrouded in haki, I drew back my right hand, channeling my energy into a powerful strike that resonated through the air. Mountain-crushing palm. The massive shadow of my palm collided fiercely with the tornado, producing a resounding explosion that reverberated through the surroundings, leveling the walls on either side. The tornado dissipated, and my palm's shadow vanished. Yet the aftermath left me staggering backward, having retreated several steps to regain my balance, while Dragon had only shifted back 3. This, dear friends, illustrates the chasm of strength that separates us. You are formidable, but there are no bounty hunters of your caliber in the East Blue. Dragon observed with interest. I had no time for idle chatter, warning him, stop guessing. Someone approaches. Smoker and his crew are on the way. Dragon glanced at me. Uttered fate may allow us to meet again, and with a gust of wind, ascended into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Well, you flee and leave me to confront the Marines? As the overwhelming tide of Navy personnel surged toward me, I raised my right hand, crackling with electricity, a smirk gracing my lips. Discharge at 1,000,000 volts. In the blink of an eye, a tremendous current surged across the damp ground, rendering the Marines charred and foaming at the mouth, collapsing in a heap. Only Smoker, evading the onslaught through his elemental transformation, was left standing. By the time he regained his form, I had already vanished, inciting his frustration as he discarded his cigar in anger. Concealed in the shadows of the dock, I watched as Luffy's small vessel gradually receded into the distance, the notification chime of the system resonating in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host on completing the mission. System reward. 50 energy points. Finally accomplished. I glanced at my attributes. My energy points had reached 119. Without hesitation, I expended 80 points to elevate my fruit development capability to C rank. After concluding matters in Lowtown, I set sail alone toward the Grand Line, my destination, Alabasta. Days later, as I entered the first half of the Grand Line and neared the waters of Alabasta, another system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Acquire the historical text from the ancient ruins of Alabasta. Reward. 50 energy points. Sword Technique 1. I examined the map, spotting the silhouette of an island ahead. It must be Little Garden. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Defeat Mr. 3, Miss Golden Week, Mr. 5, and Miss Valentine. Reward. 100 energy points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Resolve the conflict between Dory and Broggy. Reward. 100 energy points. Goodness. The system was ramping up the intensity of the tasks. With rewards at stake, I promptly redirected my vessel toward Little Garden. Minutes later, I set foot on the island, teeming with prehistoric beasts. Not long into the forest, a bizarre squawk pierced the air as a large blue bird dove toward me. Seeking a challenge, I grinned. I was hungry and would make it my meal. Releasing my conqueror's haki, the bird tumbled from the sky, crashing to the ground. Approaching, I drew my long sword. Jean Tian, and with a swift kick, sent the bird's carcass airborne, my wrist flicking as the blade glimmered. By the time I sheathed my sword, the bird was reduced to mere edible meat chunks. Gathering some dry twigs, I ignited a fire using the raime fruit, commencing a barbecue. With my B-rank cooking skills and my personal seasoning, the aroma of the grilled meat was heavenly. Just as I savored a delectable piece, the ground trembled violently. Turning around, I spotted a giant clad in armor, wielding a massive axe and round shield, squatting down, his eyes gleaming hungrily at my barbecue. Drool nearly spilling from his lips. "Hello, your grilled meat smells divine. Could you spare me a bit?" I glanced at his profile, identifying him as Broggy, captain of the giant warrior pirates. Without hesitation, I offered him the remainder of my grilled meat. He devoured it in mere moments, wiping his mouth and exclaiming, "Thank you, friend. I am Broggy, the mightiest warrior of Elbaf. You can call me Luchin." We exchanged pleasantries when suddenly, a colossal eruption echoed from the distance. Broggy stood up, stating, "Luchin, we shall drink together next time. I must go to battle." With that, he sprinted toward the volcano. I understood he was off to duel the other giant, Dori. These two had been squabbling for a century over trivial matters. As I watched them clash, the entire island trembled. I paid them no mind and continued deeper into the island. My immediate priority was to deal with the Baroque works pests. Soon, I stumbled upon a peculiar white structure crafted from candles, starkly out of place amidst the forest. Inside, a man with a hairdo shaped like the number 3 was leisurely sipping tea with a little girl munching on sambe. It was Mr. 3 and Miss Goldenweek. I smirked, appearing suddenly at the entrance. "So, this is where you've been hiding?" "Who?" they exclaimed, leaping to their feet. In the next instant, I was upon them, my sword gleaming as I cleaved the entire candle house in two with a single stroke. Standing before them with my sword drawn, I swung again, declaring, "Prepare to meet your end. Marines, retreat." Mr. 3's face paled as he and Miss Goldenweek hastily fell back, conjuring a thick wall of wax in front of them. Wax wall. Yet, the very next second, I shattered it effortlessly with another strike. That fellow stood dumbfounded, clearly not anticipating that his trick would falter so swiftly. However, he quickly regained composure, squeezing more wax from his body and desperately erecting an even thicker wall, dubbing it the super-duper wax wall. Impressive naming skills, but alas, before me, no wall could withstand a single blow. With another thunderous crash, the wall crumbled even more thoroughly than the last. At last, the two of them were left exposed, finally able to behold my face. The individual known as Mr. 3 seemed on the verge of popping his eyes out, pointing at me and shouting, "Naval Brigadier, you are Luchin, aren't you in the East Sea? What brings you here?" Amused, I replied while brandishing my sword, "I'm here to capture pirates. Otherwise, would I come for vacation?" "You seem to have an abundance of questions." I casually glanced at the data on these two, one ranked B and the other C. With a combined bounty of less than 100 million, they were truly insignificant, particularly the girl named Miss Huang Jinzhou, who surprisingly lacked any fruit abilities and solely relied on her artistic talent to influence emotions. If she were to manage people, she would undoubtedly become a top-tier figure. Mr. 3, noticing my indifference, grew agitated and shouted, "Don't think I'm afraid of you, just because you're a brigadier." As he spoke, wax began to ooze from his body, and soon he enveloped himself in a towering suit of wax armor, resembling a low-budget version of a Gundam. The young girl beside him produced a palette and swiftly painted his white armor in vibrant colors, declaring him the Candle Champion. He struck what he believed to be a heroic pose and laughed maniacally, surprise. "Today I shall achieve the feat of defeating a naval brigadier." My expression remained unchanged, akin to an elder on the subway engrossed in his phone. "What era is this?" playing such frivolous games. I could hardly muster a response. Instead, I activated my armament hockey, causing my sword to turn pitch black, and black flames erupted, extending into a colossal black sword several meters long. Moyen slash! I roared as I swung it down toward his waxen armor. He was terrified and attempted to flee. How could he escape a sword of that magnitude? He could only stubbornly charge at me, swinging his waxen fist while shouting something about a champion's fist. Ridiculous. His waxen fist against my black flames that could melt anything was akin to ice cream falling into a hot pot. It melted instantly into a puddle of wax. He could only watch helplessly as the giant's sword descended upon him. With a thunderous crash, the ground was gouged out, creating a massive pit, and he fell into it like a broken doll, unconscious. The girl, Miss Wang Jinzhou, was also knocked out by the shockwave. This was rather dull. I shook my head, approached, and bound the two with sea stone chains, dragging them toward the sea. As I prepared to contact my naval colleagues, I suddenly furrowed my brow, sensing something speeding toward me. Without a second thought, I hoisted the unconscious Mr. 3 and Miss Huang Jinzhou as shields. With a loud bang, a black projectile exploded upon them, emitting smoke. Following this, a woman's voice echoed from above, 10,000 gene pressure. A figure descended like a cannonball. I had noticed her early on. I swiftly dodged, allowing her to crash into the ground and create a sizable crater. At that moment, I recognized two more individuals approaching. One a blonde giant wielding a yellow umbrella, and the other a dark-skinned man with curly hair clutching what appeared to be a black bomb. I glanced at their data. Miss Kingrenji and Mr. 5, both members of the Baroque works. The woman possessed an impressive physique, but her intelligence appeared lacking. Enraged, she stomped her foot, exclaiming, I missed. Mr. 5, appearing more composed, glanced at his unconscious companions and coolly addressed me, Navy. We are subordinates of the warlord Crocodile. Do you dare to harm us and disrupt the agreement? I chuckled. You approached me first. I was just lamenting my inability to find you. Now it's perfect. I have enough for a game of mahjong. Realizing he might not stand a chance, the man attempted a sneak attack, flicking his finger to launch his bomb at me. I tilted my head slightly to evade it, but as it whizzed past my ear, it exploded remotely. Ha ha ha! Mr. 5 laughed triumphantly. Did you think you could evade it? I am a bomb man. As the smoke cleared, I stood unscathed. I admitted I had been careless, almost forgetting this aspect. But his explosive power was insufficient to breach my hockey shield. Your fruit is commendable, but you are simply too weak, I mocked. He looked utterly dumbfounded, his expression one of disbelief, as he produced two more bombs to aim at me. This time, I cannot be bothered to dodge. I swiftly flashed behind him and executed a slash before he could react. Blood sprayed as he flew away, a deep wound opening on his back. Miss Kingrenji, sensing the dire situation, turned to flee, using her fruit ability to lighten her body in an attempt to escape with the wind. Do you think you can run? I smirked, casually waving my hand at her retreating figure, unleashing a blade of air that cleaved through the air, bringing her crashing down alongside her companion. Mission accomplished, all four captured. I bound them together with sea stone and dragged them toward the sea. Shortly thereafter, my friend Shiza's warship arrived. With a heave, I tossed the four of them onto the deck as if they were sacks of potatoes. Shiza pulled me aside, whispering that these individuals were subordinates of Crocodile, and my capture of them might invite trouble from the rear admiral overseeing the sea region. I waved my hand dismissively. Do you not know who my grandfather is? Why should I fear him? Simply escort them to the naval headquarters and spread the word that Crocodile's men were taken out by a mysterious navy. But do not mention my name. I wish to see how Crocodile reacts. After sending off Shiza, I turned back toward the depths of the island to find the two giant brothers. Upon my arrival, I found them exhausted after a brawl, lying on the ground panting. Upon seeing me, Brokey smiled and asked why I had come. I replied, just wanted to see if the strongest warrior of this giant village had emerged victorious. The other giant, named Dongli, immediately objected. Who are you calling the strongest warrior? That's me. The two began to argue anew. I quickly intervened. Gentlemen, it's not worth it. Why not wait until you've both rested to continue? They considered my suggestion and returned to their resting positions. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck me, And I smiled. Since you both claim to be the strongest, why not compete in a different way? Surely you do not wish to fight for eternity here? They exchanged glances, finding merit in my suggestion. Brokey proposed, all right, let us see who can hunt the larger sea king. You could be the judge. Agreed. Donley concurred immediately. Without delay, the two giants rose and headed to the shore to hunt. Meanwhile, I busied myself in the forest. 3 hours later, as dusk approached, the two giants returned, each dragging a catch resembling a small mountain, and began arguing over whose was larger. Enough. Watch this. I indicated behind me. They turned to see a massive wooden platform floating at the water's edge. What is this? They asked, bewildered. I grinned and explained, this is called science. We'll play a game akin to Chow Chong weighing the elephant. One at a time, we'll place your catch on the platform and note how deep it sinks. Whoever's catch sinks it deeper proves to have a larger, heavier catch. How does that sound? They found my method credible, and I began weighing their catches. Ultimately, the results revealed that Brokey's catch, a plump, fish-like sea king, was marginally heavier than Donley's. Ha ha ha. It seems my catch is indeed larger. Brokey boasted triumphantly, though Donley was not pleased. He accepted the outcome and agreed to compete again the following day. Seeing them reconcile, I cheerfully proposed, why don't we roast these two catches and enjoy some drinks? Absolutely, they both exclaimed in unison. That night, the three of us gathered around a bonfire, feasting on meat and drinking heartily. It was truly a joyous occasion. A century's worth of discord seemed to gradually dissipate before the allure of a barbecue. Meanwhile, in Alabaston, a man with a cigar received news of his subordinate's capture. Emitting an odd chortle, Gwahaha, could it be that the Navy dares to lay hands on my men? Mr. One, go fetch me the head of that reckless Navy officer. The next morning, I bid farewell to two towering brothers who expressed concern for my safety, cautioning that my journey to Alabaston would take me through the territory of a formidable creature fraught with danger. I waved dismissively, assuring them, no need to worry. Merely a small monster. I can handle it. I jested. After all, a system task had been assigned, offering a bounty of 50 energy points. How could I let you seize that? As I set sail in a modest boat, not far from my departure point, the sea ahead surged as if a volcano had erupted, revealing a gargantuan golden fish, rivaling the size of an island, emerging from the depths, its gaping maw poised to devour my vessel. It was a rather large specimen. I pondered its taste. With a flick of my nose, I drew my sword, armed with hockey, its blade shimmering with crimson arcs. First sword style, open heaven. I struck at the beast, unleashing a terrifying scarlet sword aura that cleaved through the air, splitting even the clouds above. The creature let out a bellow, but its roar was abruptly silenced as my sword aura sliced it cleanly in two, blood instantaneously staining the vast ocean a deep red. Sheathing my sword, I turned and waved at the two dumbfounded giants on the shore. Gentlemen, I shall take my leave. Days passed, and as I lounged on my boat, I sensed a sudden chill in the air. Rising to consult my map, I deduced I was nearing the Kingdom of Drum. Perfect, I thought. Time to see if Chopper was about. However, before I could approach, I spotted smoke billowing from the island ahead, indicating a battle was underway. A group of soldiers, clad in royal uniforms, was desperately fleeing towards a large ship, led by a particularly hideous figure adorned in opulence. Furrowing my brow, I moved closer. Could it be Walpole? The system chimed in at the opportune moment. Eliminate Walpole for a reward of 50 energy points. Well, this task seemed straightforward. As I maneuvered my boat closer, the soldiers noticed me. One hastily reported to Walpole, Your Highness, someone is approaching. Upon hearing this, Walpole's face lit up with excitement. Is it the Navy? It's really the Navy. Quickly, bring me to sea. His joy was palpable. With the Navy here, we need not fear those pirates. Yet, when he reached the ship's edge and saw only me aboard my small, dilapidated vessel, his expression morphed from joy to rage. His arm transformed into a spear, and he shot at the messenger soldier, bellowing, You fool, just one Navy officer. How dare you say it's the Navy? Having shot his own man, he turned his weapon towards me, cursing, Useless Navy. Arriving now, what good are you? Bang! The bullet whistled through the air. Indeed, a tyrant deserving of his fate. I merely tilted my head slightly, and in the next moment, he panicked. To my astonishment, he did not evade. Instead, his other arm morphed into a second gun. With both firearms aimed at my little boat, he unleashed a barrage of bullets. It was as if he thought himself a Gatling gun, shouting, "Let us see how you dodge this." I couldn't help but laugh. Dodge? Did he think I needed to? With a gentle push of my toes against the deck, I vanished. Yes, you heard correctly. I disappeared without a trace. Utilizing moonwalk, I soared into the air, observing Walpole floundering below, bewildered. Where is he? Where is he? Suspended in midair, I couldn't be bothered to spare him a glance, my voice as cold as ice shards. Dare to lay a hand on a Navy Rear Admiral? I hereby pronounce your sentence, death. Upon noticing me, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, just as he opened his mouth to utter a word. I swiftly unleashed a sword aura towards him. Quick on the uptake, he opened his mouth, and lo and behold, like a 3D printer, he conjured a thick iron wall to shield himself, transforming into a mini fortress he dubbed Walpole House. How absurd! Was he playing a simulation game? Unfortunately for him, his shoddy construction was no match for me. My sword aura sliced through the iron wall as effortlessly as cutting through butter, cleaving his little fortress neatly in two. Walpole reverted from his castle form to his human body, a line of blood trickling down from his head. His eyes widened in disbelief. Why you dare to kill me? Why not? You've already made your move. Even in his dying moments, he could not fathom how a Navy officer would dare to slay a prince. Blood erupted from him as he crumpled to the ground. Lying beside the soldier he had just slain, their expressions of discontent eerily similar. The soldiers aboard his ship, witnessing their prince's demise, erupted into chaos. The prince is dead. Run. The Navy is killed. Their cries mingled in a frantic uproar. I smirked. What a joke. They had all witnessed my actions. How could I allow them to escape and spread rumors? With a surge of energy, my sword ignited in a blood-red aura, and I swept it towards the ship. The result was swift and decisive. The entire vessel, along with all its occupants, was obliterated into a cloud of splintered wood and crimson mist. With a resounding crash, the sea lay pristine, as if nothing had transpired. Just as I prepared to turn away, a gravelly voice spoke from behind me. Who would have thought a rear admiral of the Navy would resort to killing a prince of a kingdom? I frowned and turned sharply. To my astonishment, a burly man stood behind me, having approached without my notice. He was rugged, his hair wild like a porcupine, adorned with chains and rings, and his grin showcased a set of crooked teeth that only added to his character. The system chimed once more. Marshal D. Teach, Blackbeard, an S-class threat. Although his bounty was merely 10 million, a pittance compared to his future notoriety as one of the 4 emperors. The system even provided me with a new task: eliminate Blackbeard. I chuckled inwardly. Engaging him now would be tantamount to delivering myself as a feast. There was no time constraint on this task, so I decided to accept it. With a feigned smile, I replied, "My affairs seem to bear no relation to you." Blackbeard erupted into a raucous laugh, his voice as grating as nails on a chalkboard. "You're right. It's none of my concern. I was actually here to kill him. You've done me a favor." His shifty eyes sparkled with recognition. "You're the grandson of Garp, the one from the papers." Casting a glance towards the still smoldering Drum Island, I inquired, "Did you do this?" Surprisingly, he showed no hesitation, grinning widely, sort of, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Marshal D. Teach. I hope you will inform the Navy of my good deeds. Perhaps they might even raise my bounty." I stood there, utterly flabbergasted. What kind of mindset was this? Eager to be a wanted criminal while lamenting his insufficient KPIs? What a quintessentially abstract character. He shared the D initial with Luffy and Garp, yet he couldn't be more different, serving as the perfect counterexample. Nonetheless, it seemed he had no intention of attacking me for the time being, so I decided to ignore him. "Until we meet again," I declared, turning to leave. The affairs of Drum Kingdom were of no concern to me. With a king of such caliber, perhaps its destruction would be a boon for the common folk. Blackbeard watched my retreating figure, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Days passed, and I finally arrived in Alabaston. The landscape before me was a vast expanse of yellow sand, scorching in its heat. I had scarcely taken a few steps into the desert when a solitary figure emerged on the horizon. his bald crown gleaming fiercely beneath the scorching sun. Drawing nearer, I saw it was none other than Mr. One, the foremost enforcer under Lao Sha's command. His gaze pierced me like a sharpened blade. "You are the one who eliminated Mr. 3 and his crew?" I smiled faintly and nodded. "Indeed. Been waiting for me long?" A chime echoed in my mind. "Eliminate Mr. 1. Reward 80 energy points. A physical transcendence. Pure catharsis. Mr. 0 sent me to intercept you. Prepare to die." He wasted no breath on theatrics. In an instant, his arms transformed into gleaming scythes, crossing midair as he lunged forward with savage momentum. I did not budge, merely stood, still as a statue, and flicked my wrist, releasing a single, incisive arc of sword energy. Mr. One had charged with roaring bravado, yet the moment his blades met my aura, his face contorted violently. 2 sharp cracks rang out, his arms severed cleanly, tumbling away as crimson gushed forth in rhythmic pulses. He collapsed to his knees with a guttural shriek, cradling his stumps, his features warped by agony. Pathetic. I curled my lip in mild disdain. Slaying a fruit-dependent novice was less a battle than a mathematical inevitability, a brutal, elegant descent across dimensions. Yet he refused surrender. Gritting his teeth, he rose once more, his entire body erupting with metallic spines, transforming himself into an immobile porcupine of steel. As if daring me, "Go on, strike me down." I had never heard a stranger request. Very well, I obliged. My right fist darkened with obsidian-hued hockey. My blade Jean-Tion shimmered with the same volatile aura. With effortless grace, I traced a single, silken line across his throat. A crimson thread bloomed, then severed. His gleaming skull rolled to my feet, eyes wide and unblinking, frozen in disbelief. How tedious to stand still and offer one's head like a sacrificial offering. I retrieved his skull, turned to leave, when a familiar voice cut through the hush. "Lu Chun." I pivoted. There stood Ace, my adopted elder brother. Years had refined him, taller, broader. His presence commanding. His bounty now stood at 550 million berry. "Ace," I called back, warmth threading my tone. He strode forward, astonishment alight in his eyes. "I had no idea your strength had soared so high." Naturally, I quipped. "I cheat." Then, with playful irony, "Though you're no slouch either, second commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. I hear Grandpa still talks about dragging you home for a thorough re-education." At the mention of Garp, Ace's face darkened instantly. We exchanged news, learned he pursued Blackbeard relentlessly. Alas, his unyielding resolve remained unchanged. Even Whitebeard's counsel could not sway him from walking straight into the jaws of fate. Still, the Summit War would yield a bountiful harvest of energy points, thanks to him. We traveled together for a time, until Ace veered off, declaring he'd wait here for Luffy. I let him go. Alone, I continued onward to the royal capital, Alabasta. 10 days later, I stood before its sun-baked walls. After resting at an inconspicuous inn, I waited for nightfall, then slipped into the palace like a wraith. Guards and hidden agents alike were statues in my perception, motionless, oblivious, irrelevant. In the king's study, King Cobra sat flanked by his 2 most formidable retainers, Wolf Jybor and Falcon Bell, sighing heavily over the fate of their princess, Vivi. Their lamentations grated on my nerves, so I stepped forth from the shadows and spoke plainly. "You truly can do very little, because you are weak." "Who?" Both retainers drew their blades in unison, muscles taut with alarm. I cast aside my black cloak, revealing the crisp, azure-lined mantle of a Marine Rear Admiral. "Marine Corps, Lu Chun, of the Mont Blanc D lineage, grandson of Garp." At the name Garp, the king's expression softened, just slightly. I wasted no time in diplomacy. Enough preamble. Hand over the poneglyph housed within your palace, and I will eradicate Crocodile, the Sandame. Cobra's brow furrowed. "Does a Marine Corps seek the ancient weapons as well?" "I do," I replied, unflinching. He held my gaze for a full minute, weighing legacy against survival, bloodline against people. Then, jaw clenched, he exhaled, agreed. "If you destroy Crocodile, the poneglyph is yours." "Deal." A faint, knowing smile touched my lips. His retainers protested, only to be silenced with a single, imperious glance. A king of rare courage, willing to sacrifice ancestral relics for the sake of his nation. Before departing, I allowed a whisper of conqueror is hockey to ripple outward, not as attack, but as warning. Then I dissolved into the night. And naturally, no thief leaves empty-handed. A modest token, a down payment, one might say, was discreetly acquired from the palace vaults. Entirely reasonable. Meanwhile, in Rain Base, Crocodile had just ended a call with his den mushy. Word of my approach had reached him. He stood there preening, declaring he would graciously receive me. Nearby, Robin's eyes gleamed, not with fear, but with quiet, electric recognition upon hearing my name. I possessed no patience for his theatrics. I scaled the outer wall, shattered the window in a single fluid motion, entered midair, dual blades drawn, lips curved in a wry, nostalgic grin, then greeted him in flawless lilting Shandorian dialect, Crocodile, Sashi Nili Dana. Long time no see. He froze, then recognition flared. Lucien Montblanc de Lucien, Garp's grandson. I appraised him coolly, then delivered the barb. Tell me, does being a warlord of the sea grant you license to trample sovereign nations? Do you truly believe the Marines remain ignorant of your atrocities? A feint. Yet he bit. His eyes flared crimson with murderous intent. Saran. His right arm dissolved in a swirling desert wind. A miniature cyclone hurled toward me. I vanished, shave, and reappeared beside him. Voice laced with mock solemnity. How scandalous. A warlord resorting to ambush? I shall now arrest you for assaulting a Marine officer. Kiskivik. He laughed, a jagged, grating sound, then liquefied into sand and surged forward. I guided him outward into the open dunes. His domain. His arrogance swelled. You chose well, he sneered. This desert shall be your grave. Is it? I asked, soft, almost amused. He unleashed his ultimate technique, arms morphing into colossal scimitars of sand, Desert King's blade, slicing down like a falling star. I did not retreat. Instead, both arms hardened with armament hockey, my blades ignited with crackling arcs, one crimson, one obsidian, before I crossed them and roared. Dual blade Oni slash. Two razor-sharp energies fused midair, coalescing into a towering, snarling specter of pure destruction, and collided head-on with his sand blade. A thunderous boom. Sands erupted like a golden tsunami. Then, coldness flared at my back. Desert greatsword. From beneath the dunes, a colossal blade of compacted sand erupted, aimed precisely at my spine. But observation hockey does not sleep. My back hardened instantly, armament flared, and I bore the blow full force. The impact hurled me backward, skidding across the dunes for over 15 meters before halting. I brushed dust from my tattered, irreplaceable Navy Justice cloak, the limited edition crimson trim, now shredded beyond repair. I looked up, smiling, cold as winter steel. Impressive, truly. We paused, eyeing each other across the trembling sands. Crocodile's expression was grave. He knew my hockey nullified his fruit, but still, pride burned unbowed in his gaze. Pity, he snarled, then struck again. His arm reshaped into a crescent scythe, desert slash, capable of leaching moisture from flesh and bone. I evaded, shave, landed lightly, only for Crocodile to reform behind me, golden hook gleaming, thrusting toward my kidney. I parried, steel ringing against cursed metal, and stepped back. Time to escalate. I inhaled deeply, drawing in hockey, and the abyssal black flame coiled within my soul. Jean-Tian blazed, swelling, stretching, until it became a colossal, writhing blade of obsidian fire. Over 30 meters long, demon flame severance. I brought it down, not with fury, but with the terrible grace of fate itself. The ground shuddered. A shock wave tore through the desert, sand cascading like a collapsing waterfall. I scanned the churning dust. No sign of him. He had dissolved, again, into the dunes. Annoying. Then, tightness at my ankle. A tendril of sand coiled behind me, solidifying into his golden hook, and pierced my right foot with brutal precision. Crocodile reformed, standing just behind me, his face twisted in cruel triumph. I told you, he hissed. You cannot win. This hook carries a toxin that will wither your life force. You are already dead. Oh, I murmured, smiling, serene, utterly untroubled. Suddenly, his right foot, which should have been struck, transformed into a radiant, thunderous limb. The sting made contact, yet failed to poison Luchin. Discharge. Instantly, Luchin unleashed a torrent of lightning that surged towards Kelakita via the golden, venomous hook. Crackling. The electricity enveloped Kelakita's entire being, scorching him black, revealing the stark whiteness of his bones beneath. Kelakita let out a wretched scream, collapsing to the ground in astonishment. The devil fruit. You too are a wielder of power. His previous information suggested that Luchin was not a power user. To his surprise, it was the sound of the thunder fruit. Hee. With a cold smirk, Luchin raised his hand and executed a sword strike imbued with intent and dominance. The diamond sand desert blade. Kelakita's expression shifted slightly, his hands morphing into 4 great sand blades that he swung. Bang! At the moment of contact between the sword energy and the sand blades, he transformed into yellow sand once more, sprinting away to create distance between them. Want to escape? Not a chance. However, Luchin had already perceived his trajectory. His gaze sharpened, and he leaped in the air, relentlessly swinging the longsword in his hands to strike at Kelakita concealed within the desert. Strike after strike. Each swing stirred up vast quantities of yellow sand, creating deep craters in the ground. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a figure leaped out from the yellow sand, crashing heavily to the ground. It was Kelakita, who had attempted to flee, now marked with numerous wounds and a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. I never imagined that at your young age, you would possess such strength. No wonder you are called a Navy supernova. I suspect you are the strongest among this generation of supernovas. With your decisiveness in battle, countless pirates will surely fall before you. Thank you for the praise, but I shall not spare you. Luchin replied with a faint smile. Hee. Upon hearing this, Kelakita suddenly emitted a strange laugh, transforming into yellow sand, which began to swirl with the sand on the ground, forming a sandstorm that rapidly expanded. It engulfed everything in its vicinity, towering into a sandstorm several dozen meters high, seemingly intent on devouring all. Anything that entered would be instantly drained of moisture. Weighty sandstorm. Suddenly, Kelakita's voice emerged from within the massive sandstorm, charging towards Luchin's position at great speed. Good, I've been waiting for you. Luchin chuckled, raising his sword. He slashed into the air, not attacking the approaching sandstorm. Just as Kelakita was puzzled, he noticed that great dark rain clouds had inexplicably gathered overhead. That previous sword strike had hastened their descent, transforming into raindrops that began to fall. A torrential downpour ensued. This was all part of Luchin's meticulous calculations. The substance he had acquired in the palace was, of course, the remaining dancing powder that Kelakita had framed Kabura with. 30 million volts Thunderbird. Subsequently, a smile graced Luchin's lips as he gently raised his right hand, where countless brilliant bolts of lightning coalesced. His entire form crackled with electricity. A massive Thunderbird took shape in his hand. With a sweeping motion, the Thunderbird shot towards the sandstorm with astonishing speed. The lightning struck the storm instantaneously. Boom! Crackle! A tremendous noise erupted. The Thunderbird disintegrated into countless bolts of lightning, merging completely with the sandstorm. While the dry yellow sand might have been manageable, the rain rendered it conductive. Naturally, Kelakita, concealed within, was also affected by the Thunderbird. Chapter 81. The third piece of historical text. Crackle. The lightning relentlessly ravaged the sandstorm, transforming the once yellow sandstorm into a lightning-infused tempest. Not long after, Kelakita's voice emerged from the storm as the furious yellow sand gradually dissipated, turning into charred stones that fell from the sky. The original yellow sand had been rendered black by the lightning. Bang! Kelakita crashed heavily to the ground, creating a large crater. In the blink of an eye, Luchin appeared beside him, using Hailu stone chains to bind Kelakita. It was done. At this moment, Kelakita had fallen unconscious, and with the Hailu stone suppressing his abilities, he was entirely unaware of the events unfolding outside. After dealing with Kelakita, Luchin prepared to depart. However, a multitude of residents suddenly emerged, brandishing various clubs surrounding Luchin. Release our hero. Yes. Let Slayedthe go. He is the hero of our Alabasta kingdom. Navy. Release him. The sounds of their battle had long attracted the attention of the surrounding populace. In their eyes, Slayedthe was undeniably their hero. Fools! They dare to place their hopes in a pirate. Lucien growled, uncompromisingly declaring, "Get lost." He raised his hand and delivered a sword strike. The fierce sword energy cleaved the ground, stirring up a cloud of yellow sand. Bang! The surrounding crowd recoiled in fear. Those closest were nearly buried by the sand. Moments later, as the yellow sand settled, a deep pit measuring several meters was revealed. The residents trembled in terror, no longer daring to speak. They feared that this reckless pirate might strike them down. "If you dare obstruct me, I will hold you accountable for attacking a Navy Commodore," Lucien stated coldly, sword in hand. Upon hearing this, the people exchanged glances, none daring to take action. Silence enveloped them. They even willingly parted to create a path. Hee. With a light chuckle, just as Lucien was about to drag Slayedthe away, a Navy officer clad in a military cloak stepped forth, followed by a dozen others. Character: Alibi Login. Position: Navy Lieutenant. Fruit: Rank: Skill: Martial Arts. Bounty: None. The leading officer was a thin lieutenant with shifty eyes who strode forward, frowning. "Which Navy are you from? How dare you cause trouble in our territory?" "East Sea, Commodore Lucien," Lucien replied. At this, GN's expression froze. Monkey D. Lucien. How could I not have heard of this name? He was a Commodore from the Navy headquarters, the grandson of Vice Admiral Carp, the prized disciple of Admiral Zifa, a Navy supernova. With so many identities converging on one person, it was impossible for all the Navy to overlook him. However, there was an agreement between the Navy and the 7 warlords, and, as the officer responsible for this area, he could not relent. "Commodore Lucien, technically you govern the East Sea, while this area is under the jurisdiction of our Rear Admiral. I kindly ask that you hand over Slayedthe, if you would." Yenis don sofend. But Lucien had no intention of surrendering Slayedthe, smiling as he retorted, "What is managed by the East Sea is mine to oversee. And what you cannot govern in the Grand Line, I will also take charge of. What can you do about it? If you disagree, feel free to report it above. Get lost. Make way." As the words fell, Jean's face turned ashen with anger, yet he remained speechless. Firstly, it was evident that his strength could not compare to Lucien's. Secondly, his background was inferior as well. How could he possibly contend? Subsequently, Lucien dragged Slayedthe away without hesitation. The Navy and the surrounding residents dared not utter a word, merely watching him depart with wide eyes. After a few minutes, a striking figure appeared before Lucien. It was Reuben, who had sneaked over. "You're the one who called me out from the basement, right? Where's my mother?" she inquired. "I can tell you, but you must promise not to mention my affairs to anyone else," Lucien replied solemnly, having already discerned that Reuben might have guessed certain truths. "All right, I promise," Reuben answered without a moment's hesitation. Lucien continued, "Your mother is not dead. I have placed her in a very safe location. When the time is right, you will naturally reunite." "Where is she?" Reuben pressed. "What difference does it make if you know? With your current strength, can you protect her? If you two are together, it will only hasten your demise," Lucien retorted mercilessly. Upon hearing this, Reuben fell silent and finally uttered a few words. "Thank you. If fate permits, we shall meet again." Lucien waved his hand, leading Slayedthe away, while Reuben remained rooted in place, watching his silhouette gradually recede. Not long after, in the Alabaster Royal Palace, Lucien entered, escorting Slayedthe. "I have captured Slayedthe. You should fulfill your promise now," he said with a smile. "It really is him. He has managed to defeat even a warlord." Bayer and another person were astonished, unable to believe that Slayedthe had been vanquished in such a short span of time. "Thank you." With that, Kubla stood up quickly, expressing his gratitude earnestly. Lucien, with a stoic expression, replied, "It is merely a transaction. I seek the historical text. Lead me to it." "Of course. Please follow me," Kubla responded, leading Lucien into the palace's basement, where a heavy historical text rested. "This is the historical text that our royal family has preserved. You may take it at any time," Kubla stated, having already made a copy, rendering the original irrelevant. Very well, you may leave now, Luchin said, dismissing Kubla before directly stowing the historical text in his system backpack. He then used his sword to create an opening in the secret room and exited. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward. 50 energy points. Sword technique level 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward. Supreme Great Blade level 1. 500 energy points. Hearing the commotion, Kubla rushed into the secret room only to discover that Luchin had already left, and the historical text had vanished. Meanwhile, Luchin was heading towards the nearby coast with Slayedthe, preparing to return him to the Navy's Impel Down. As he walked, he checked the system interface. Host, Luchin, level S, position, Commodore, fruit, sound, thunderfruit, skills, swordsmanship S, sword intent S, body techniques B, fruit development B, conqueror's hockey S, armament hockey S, observation hockey S, Navy 6 styles A, Navy 6 styles Ranshoku A, Navy 6 styles Jeppo A. Cooking talent, skills simplification, energy 969, berries 328, 9 billion, chapter 82, Navy Major. We shall meet again. After this battle, his strength had once again improved. Additionally, his energy points exceeded 900, and he had acquired a new Supreme Great Blade. Now, he possessed 2 Supreme Great Blades. His strength had advanced further. The new Supreme Great Blade was a long sword with a blue blade, named Qingfeng. Days later, in a certain sea area of the Grand Line, Luchin awaited the Navy's arrival to escort Slayedthe to Impel Down. Suddenly, Slayedthe spoke. I never expected to fall into your hands. However, I have a question. Why did you say long time no see? Have we met before? Haha, you will find out soon enough. Luchin chuckled, providing an explanation. Slayedthe's habitual phrase, Saxi Bulidana, was merely uttered out of instinct. Upon hearing this, Slayedthe ceased to inquire further. Approximately half an hour later, a Navy ship approached. Luchin looked up, slightly surprised. It's Vice Admiral Hay's ship. He had not anticipated that Vice Admiral Hay would personally come to escort Slayedthe. However, upon closer examination of Slayedthe's strength, perhaps Vice Admiral Hay was indeed necessary. In the days that followed, Wei Wei had revealed the Baroque works conspiracy. Naturally, the Navy needed to take action, apprehending Slayedthe. Consequently, Luchin would rightly become a hero of the Navy, earning both accolades and a promotion. Before long, Luchin boarded Vice Admiral Hay's ship and transferred Slayedthe to her. Vice Admiral Hay, I never expected it to be you. Indeed, to have defeated Slayedthe indicates that your strength has advanced once more. The headquarters is currently discussing your return to the Navy base. Recently, multiple pirates have emerged worldwide, and the headquarters may assign you to intercept some pirates on their way to the New World. Vice Admiral Hay stated earnestly. Yes, I understand. Luchin nodded. This was not merely the headquarters' intention. It was evident that Slayedthe's capture meant one less warlord, allowing the path to the New World to be less restrained. After all, he was the one who had captured Slayedthe. By the way, your grandfather asked me to convey a message. If you see that kid Lu Fei, teach him a lesson for me. Vice Admiral Hay added. Understood. Luchin smiled silently, fully intending to comply. Well, the orders will be issued in a few days. For now, stay at the Navy base in the Grand Line. If you need anything, just contact me via Den Den Mushi. All right. Thank you, Vice Admiral Hay. After exchanging a few more words, Vice Admiral Hay set sail with Slayedthe. After watching Vice Admiral Hay's ship depart, Luchin proceeded to the nearest Navy base, as instructed. The Navy had bases scattered throughout the Grand Line, aimed at swiftly mobilizing forces and deterring pirates heading towards the New World. This allowed less powerful pirates to perish in the earlier segments of the Grand Line. Thus, the first half of the Grand Line resembled a crucible for testing pirate strength, with very few successfully traversing it, giving rise to the existence of pirate supernovas. Days later, Luchin arrived at a nearby Navy base, where the orders had already been delivered. His position had been elevated to Rear Admiral, and he became the base's commander. His primary task was to intercept all advancing pirates. aligning perfectly with Lu Chen's intentions. Simultaneously, far away in the east blue, and brought by Lumibo and KB to the base where Lu Chen was stationed. Days prior, the system had already signaled the completion of a new task. Beep, congratulations to the host for completing the second phase of the task. System reward, 10 energy points. 1 Liang Kuai Dao. The 3 individuals, considered as Lu Chen's trusted aides, would naturally follow him. Barton, however, needed to continue managing matters in Donghai and temporarily act as the base's colonel. Inside the office, teacher, KB and Balumeb stood upright, calling out in unison. Mayan, you taught them well. It seems their strength has improved significantly, Lu Chen remarked, nodding in satisfaction as he observed their information. Their abilities had reached D grade, triggering the next phase of the task. Beep, congratulations to the host for triggering the third phase of the task. Elevate KB and Balumeb's strength to A grade. System reward, 2,000 energy points, 1 customized Liang Kuai Dao, 1 pair of boxing gloves. You flatter me. Ian responded with a smile. Balumeb, here is a sword that should suit you well. Take it and make use of it. With that, Lu Chen produced a pair of dual blades, a reward for completing the phase task. Clearly, these rewards were intended for his 2 disciples rather than himself. Thank you, teacher, Balumeb exclaimed with delight, grateful for the dual blades, which were far superior to his previous weapon. Indeed, Lu Chen slightly nodded, turning his gaze to KB, reassuring him, you practice martial arts, so I haven't prepared blades for you. Next time, I will ensure you receive something good. Thank you, teacher. KB's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Now then, seeing that your strengths have grown, let us embark on a patrol at sea together, Lu Chen declared as he rose. Yes. With that, Ian and the others promptly followed suit, especially KB and Balumeb, who had trained for a long time without truly engaging in real combat. Under Lu Chen's guidance, they boarded several vessels to patrol the nearby waters. In Lu Chen's eyes, this was not merely a patrol, but a hunt for pirates. The main ship was the one carrying Lu Chen and his companions, accompanied by 6 other standard Navy vessels, making a total of 7 Navy ships. Lu Chen reclined on a deck chair, basking in the sun. Here, fruit juice. Ian suddenly approached, offering Lu Chen a glass. Thanks. Lu Chen accepted the drink, savoring the chilled juice, feeling quite content. Finally, a few days of rest. To him, the absence of pirates felt like a true respite. You know, if Rear Admiral Karp sees you like this, he might just give you a beating, Ian teased. One must enjoy life. After all, we should relish our time on this earth. Lu Chen replied, taking another sip of the juice. Ian chuckled softly, covering his face with a smile. Suddenly, KB dashed over to report, Colonel, we have spotted a pirate ship. Head over there and eliminate them. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen sprang to his feet, adopting a serious demeanor. Yes. At his command, the 7 ships sped towards the nearby pirate vessel. Meanwhile, on a pirate ship not far away, the crew also noticed the approaching Navy and immediately reported to the captain. Captain, several Navy ships are coming our way. Oh, the Navy dares to trouble me? Charge forth, fire the cannons, and destroy them, replied a man with a red nose, downturned eyebrows, and triangular eyes, resembling a fox. Chapter 83, Too Fast. Increase the fire rate. Yes, Captain. With the command given, the crew swiftly maneuvered the ship towards the Navy vessels. Lu Chen stood at the bow, using a telescope to observe the pirate ship, recognizing a familiar pirate. Character, Fokushi. Position, Captain of the Fokushi pirate crew. Fruit, slow, fruit. Level, B. Skill, fruit development. The bounty, 24 million berries. So that's him. Lu Chen muttered to himself. Just as he finished speaking, the system notification chimed in. Beep, congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Eliminate the Fokushi pirate crew. System reward, 80 energy points. Major, who is it? Ian inquired, puzzled. It is the Fokushi pirate crew, who possesses the slow fruit. Lu Chen replied solemnly, warning. Inform everyone to be cautious and do not approach too closely. The slow fruit can be quite troublesome. One can only blame Fokushi for developing it so poorly. Understood. Ian promptly descended to relay the orders to the Navy ships. Meanwhile, aboard the Fokushi pirate ship, Fokushi raised his hand, commanding loudly, "Fire the cannons." Yes. The crew quickly aimed the ship's cannons at the Navy vessels and fired in unison. Boom! 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 Cannonballs, each the size of a basketball, hurtled towards the Navy ships. "Quickly! Return fire!" Ian shouted, drawing his sword from his waist. "Yes, Commander." With the command given, all Navy ships aimed their cannons at the Fokushi pirate ship. Just as they were about to fire, Fokushi suddenly stood at the bow, curling his thumb, middle finger, and ring finger while extending his index and little fingers to unleash a barrage of slow light. Slow light. The pink beams enveloped all the Navy ships. Everything within the light's range was reduced to the slowest speed imaginable, as though caught in a slow-motion effect. The Navy sailors, poised to fire their cannons, found their movements agonizingly sluggish, as if they were deliberately acting in slow motion. In contrast, the cannonballs fired by the Fokushi pirate crew maintained their speed, hurtling towards the Navy ships at a rapid pace. "Watch out!" Ian's expression changed as he shouted. Even the speed of their speech had become exceedingly slow. Yet, Lu Chun seemed unaffected, drawing his supreme Liang Kuai Dao, Wan Jian, and executing a swift draw. In an instant, a flash of sword light erupted. The crimson sword aura surged forth with incredible speed. When one reaches the pinnacle of speed, even if their movements are slowed, the speed of their strikes remains swift. Moreover, Lu Chen's sword technique, Badeo Zhan, can overcome this disadvantage. Badeo Zhan relies entirely on the speed of the draw. Furthermore, his inherent strength was formidable. The deceleration merely affected a portion of his speed. The sword aura sliced through the incoming cannonballs, severing them in two. Boom! 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 As a result, all the cannonballs exploded midair, sending plumes of smoke rising. However, Lu Chen's sword aura did not dissipate. Instead, it continued to race towards the Fokushi pirate ship at breathtaking speed. Once free from Fokushi's slow light, the sword aura surged forward, even producing a sonic boom. "Quickly, steer the ship," Fokushi commanded urgently. Yet, his words still came out somewhat slowly. The sword aura struck the ship's bow. Boom! With one slash, the entire bow was cleaved off and plunged into the depths of the sea. What? Fokushi's expression shifted slightly as he turned to see the source of the sword aura. Finally noticing Lu Chun standing at the bow. Suddenly, the expression on his face changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Mengqi Di! Lu Ken, run! It's a Navy rear admiral. Mengqi Di Duchamp. What? It's him! Run! Run!" Chaos erupted aboard the pirate ship as they immediately began to flee. Some pirates even jumped directly into the sea to escape. With the bow of the ship destroyed and the crew in a state of panic, the vessel was nearly immobilized. Moments later, the effect of Foxy's slow light dissipated. "Everyone, it's our turn now. Charge! Eliminate all Navy personnel." Lu Ken stood at the bow, wielding his weapon, and raised his voice in rallying cry. "Kill! Charge! Slay the pirates! Onward!" In an instant, all the Navy personnel surged forward, closing in on the pirate crew and engaging in fierce combat. With Lu Ken present, the Navy soldiers were emboldened, attacking the foxy pirates with relentless ferocity. Lu Ken utilized the moonwalk technique to ascend onto the ship, quickly locating Foxy. He smiled and remarked, "Your devil fruit ability seems rather ineffective against me." Upon hearing this, Foxy's face darkened, yet he was unwilling to concede defeat. Suddenly, he drew a long sword from his waist and aimed at Lu Chen's ankle, shouting, "Slow chains." The slowing factor stored within the slow light sword shot forth toward Lu Chen's position. Using the Navy's 6-style shave, Lu Ken swiftly moved his right foot, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye, as though he had simply disappeared into thin air. Where's he? Foxy had expected to control Lu Ken and escape, but his opponent had vanished. Suddenly, Lu Chen's voice echoed from behind him. "Looking for me? Unfortunately, you have the wrong person." Foxy felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Just as he turned around, a flash of red light surged past his eyes. It was the gleam of a sword slicing through his neck. In an instant, his head separated from his body, and he barely registered the pain before his world spun, and he found himself staring at his own lower half, realizing too late that he was already dead. His head rolled to Luchen's feet, where it was picked up. That's 24 million berries. In this world, it seemed that money held little importance. Strength was the true currency. With Foxy eliminated, the Foxy pirates were thrown into further disarray. The captain is dead. He died too quickly. I haven't even escaped yet. Run. What are you waiting for? Do you wish to die at the hands of a Navy supernova? Lucan refrained from further action, instead observing the battlefield from atop the ship's mast, assessing the strength of the Navy. Indeed, the Navy of the Grand Line was superior to that of the East Blue. Notably, Barumabur and KB had utilized the Navy's sixth style to eliminate numerous pirates. The most formidable was, of course, Ein, who used his devil fruit ability to continually touch others, causing the pirates to regress in age, transforming them into children who could barely hold sword. Any pirate attempting to flee would be struck down by Luchen's sword energy, leaving none to escape. Approximately half an hour later, all pirates had either been slain or captured. The system's notification chimed at that moment. Chapter 84. The Multicolored Mist. What is its purpose? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward. 80 energy points. Lucan glanced at the system interface, nodding in satisfaction. He leaped down from the mast, landing steadily in front of KB and Barumabur. Well done. But you both need more practical experience. Whether you can awaken Haki depends on your efforts. Yes, teacher. KB and Barumabur replied in unison. Indeed. Lucan nodded slightly and called out, gather the troops, return to base. Yes, Rear Admiral. With that, all Navy ships altered their course, beginning their journey back to the G-39 Navy base. However, during the return, Lucan discreetly departed from the ship, heading toward another location. Lieutenant Ein, where's the teacher going again? KB asked curiously. Watching Luchen's departing figure, Ein smiled and replied, he is likely off to eliminate more pirates by himself. He can't seem to sit still. Oh, teacher is indeed a paragon of justice, just like Navy hero Vice Admiral Karp. KB exclaimed. Indeed, Ein affirmed. Meanwhile, Lucan was completely unaware of their conversation, having distanced himself from the Navy vessel. His departure was motivated by a newly triggered task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Eliminate the mayor of Lelugia Island. Why done? System reward. 50 energy points. Uncertain of the system's intent behind this task, he surmised it was likely beneficial for both the system and himself. The task appeared straightforward, yet the destination was anything but simple. Lelugia Island was renowned for its multicolored mist, which not only harbored vast treasures, but also had a time flow significantly slower than the outside world. 1 year outside equated to just 1 day within the multicolored mist. Did the system wish for him to enter, perhaps to cultivate and accelerate his strength? Or was there another purpose? After much contemplation, Lucan remained unable to decipher the system's intentions. Regardless, it seemed advantageous, so a visit would not be detrimental. Days later, Lucan arrived at Lelugia Island, where a small town awaited him, his intended destination. Upon disembarking at the dock, he caught sight of a towering spire reaching into the clouds. The tower's apex was shrouded, obscuring its full form. Yet he could surmise that it was the Rainbow Tower, the gateway connecting the real world with the realm of the multicolored mist. Currently, Lucan was dressed in casual attire rather than his Navy uniform, thus evading attention. Once ashore, he immediately sought out a restaurant for a meal. Boss, I'd like a serving of fried rice. Lucan plopped down in a chair and called out. Coming right up. The restaurant owner promptly began preparing the dish. While waiting, Lucan surveyed his surroundings and suddenly spotted a familiar name. At a table behind him sat a white-haired old man, his brow furrowed, an expression unreadable as he perused a book. Character, Henzwa. Position, scientist of the multicolored mist. Fruit, none. Level, skill, science, bounty. Henzwa was a member of the Pumpkin Pirates and a crucial element for accessing the multicolored mist. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Gain Henzwa's trust and provide funding for his continued research on the multicolored mist. System reward. 50 energy points. The task was not difficult. Continuous funding was all that was required. If he could uncover the secrets of the multicolored mist, it would yield significant research results. At that moment, the owner brought over the fried rice. Here, that's your fried rice. Thank you. Lucan picked up his spoon and began to eat, prioritizing his hunger. Halfway through his meal, a cacophony of drums and gongs echoed from outside. Bang, bang, bang. Upon hearing the noise, the patrons in the restaurant became tense, as if confronted by a specter. Everyone began to voraciously devour the food on the table, leaving not a single morsel behind. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, appearing notably less anxious than the others. Shortly thereafter, a young man with a fierce demeanor entered, accompanied by several soldiers. He was none other than Lei Ku, the grandson of Mayor Wei Dun of Lelugia Island. Lei Ku, with an air of arrogance, surveyed the patrons of the restaurant and quickly noticed Lu Chun, who was still dining. He approached with keen interest, saying, "Oh, still enjoying a large plate of fried rice? Quickly pay the large plate tax, 2,000 belly." However, Lu Chun disregarded him, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he continued to eat. "You little brat." Lei Ku's face turned furious as he began to hurl insults. Observing this, the restaurant owner immediately intervened, saying, "My lord, he is new here and unfamiliar with the customs of Lelugia Island. Please do not take offense." Oh, hearing this, Lei Ku grew even more intrigued. Since he is new, he must not have paid the island tax yet. 20,000 belly. The restaurant owner's expression darkened, and he found himself at a loss for words. Still, Lu Chun paid no heed to Lei Ku, remaining absorbed in his meal. "Hey, you little brat, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Eli Giskiviko Slayedthe angrily. The onlookers began to worry for Lu Chun. What's going on? Is he not afraid of Lei Ku? He might be new and unaware of our circumstances. Indeed, the young man is still too naive. He must learn the hard way. Lei Ku's face darkened further, his pride wounded. He drew a sword from his waist and swung it down towards Lu Chun. "You bastard! You dare to ignore me?" Suddenly, Lu Chun's gaze turned icy. With a slight motion of his right hand, he touched the sword at his waist. In a flash, the blade gleamed, slicing through Lei Ku's neck. Instantly, blood gushed forth as Lei Ku's head rolled to the ground, landing squarely in the middle of the restaurant. The speed of Lu Chun's strike was so swift that the others barely registered his movement, as if he had not moved at all. Moments later, the patrons reacted, gazing in shock at Lei Ku's lifeless body. What? The mayor's grandson is dead? Dead. The mayor's grandson is dead. How powerful! We must flee. The soldiers, witnessing such formidable strength, fled in haste, knowing they were no match for him. Lu Chun, however, did not pursue. He simply finished his meal, set down his utensils, and remarked indifferently, "Interrupting my meal is truly a nuisance. Isn't that akin to seeking death? Friend, you should leave quickly. Otherwise, the mayor will undoubtedly come looking for you. Yes, having killed his grandson, he will definitely seek revenge." The patrons urged him to depart. No worries, just a mere killing. He deserved it. Lu Chun waved his hand dismissively, speaking with a calm demeanor. At this, the restaurant fell silent, for his words rang true. The corpse lying on the ground indeed deserved his fate. Suddenly, Hensua stepped forward, stating coldly, "Yes, he deserved to die." "Well, why do you have to say that? You should die too, for squandering our money on some nonsense about a rainbow mist. Indeed, otherwise Lelugia Island would not be in such disarray." His words ignited the anger of the crowd. Yet, Hensua remained expressionless, seemingly accustomed to such vitriol. He scrutinized Lu Chun's face and directly asked, "You are Monkey D. Lu Chun, the grandson of the naval hero Carp, are you not? You know me?" Lu Chun smiled, surprised that the other party recognized him. The revelation stunned the crowd. What? He is the grandson of the naval hero Carp? How did he end up here? Our little town is saved. Yes, with him here, we shall no longer suffer under Wei Duan's oppression. Lu Chun, not wearing naval attire, was difficult to recognize. Of course, they had learned of his exploits through the newspapers. Suddenly, Hensua knelt before Lu Chun, his expression serious, as he earnestly said, "Major Lu Chun, I implore you to save our town. That Wei Dun is actually a pirate, not a true mayor. This is all my fault. If anyone must be punished, let it be me, But please, you must save our town. I am willing to atone for my mistakes. Lu Chan was momentarily taken aback by the kneeling figure before him. Nevertheless, he stepped forward to assist Henzhua to his feet, saying earnestly, "Rest assured, eliminating pirates is indeed the duty of the Navy, and as long as I am here, there is no pirate I shall fear to confront." "Thank you, Major Lu Chun." Henzhua expressed his gratitude fervently. This major was capable of defeating even the warlords of the sea. Surely he could aid them. Because of this, he chose to reveal the truth. The others also began to express their thanks. "Thank you, Major Lu Chun. Thank you, Major Lu Chun." Suddenly, a piercing voice came from outside. "Who dares to kill my grandson? You bastard! You are the one who dared to kill my son." The familiar voice struck fear into the hearts of those present, some even hiding behind Lu Chun. It was Wei Dun and his son, Philip. With a loud crash, the restaurant's door was kicked open. What entered was not a man, but two figures resembling robots, with Wei Dun and his son Philip seated within. Upon hearing of Lei Ku's death, they had quickly donned their mechanized armor and rushed to the restaurant. Wei Dun, clad in his armor, bellowed, "Who killed my grandson?" The crowd trembled in fear, too frightened to speak. At this moment, Lu Chun stepped forward, declaring, "I did." "You, seeking death." Wei Dun's eyes reddened as he raised his mechanical arms, aiming at Lu Chun, preparing to unleash flames. Naval Six-Style, shave. In an instant, Lu Chun vanished from his spot, before Wei Dun could even release the flames. A sword flash sliced through the air, severing Wei Dun's mechanical arms, which fell to the ground with a clatter. Sparks erupted from the malfunctioning armor. What? Wei Dun's eyes widened in disbelief. Nearby, Philip, in a panic, raised his mechanical arms and aimed at Lu Chun to unleash flames. "Father, be careful." The searing flames erupted from the mechanical arm's nozzle, instantly engulfing the area where Lu Chun and Wei Dun stood. Yet, amidst the flames, only Wei Dun's cries of agony could be heard. You little brat, why are you roasting me?" "What?" Philip hastily turned off the flamethrower, only to find Lu Chun had vanished, leaving behind a scorched Wei Dun. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. "Are you looking for me?" "What?" Philip's expression shifted. But before he could turn, a flash of the blade sliced through him, cleaving his body and the armor in two, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood and machinery mixed, staining the ground a vivid red. "I will kill you." Wei Dun's eyes blazed crimson as he lunged toward Lu Chun, claws bared and fangs bared in feral fury. "Dava tu di." Yet, Lu Chun merely raised his blade, and with a single effortless stroke, cleaved Wei Dun in twain, just as he had done to Slayedthe moments before. Blood gushed forth in a crimson torrent, staining the restaurant floor into a slick, glistening pool. The onlookers stood frozen, struck dumb by the swiftness of it all. No one had time to react. "The mayor is dead. Run, run." At the sight, Wei Dun's entourage scattered en masse, vanishing into the streets like startled crows. Patrons of the restaurant stared at Lu Chun in mute astonishment, speechless, not merely because he was formidable, but because he slew without so much as a blink. Now, they understood why he was hailed across the Navy as the most ruthless supernova in its storied history. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission. System reward, 50 energy points. Lu Chun smiled faintly upon reading the notification. "Gentlemen, I leave the cleanup to you. I have other matters to attend to." "Igriagis." "Of course," stammered the restaurant owner, bowing hastily, too terrified to refuse. "Lieutenant General Lu Chun." "Thank you," exclaimed Henzhua, stepping forward with solemn reverence. "Name any request. I shall grant it without hesitation." Lu Chun replied plainly. "Simple. I shall fund your research into the seven-colored mist. Upon achieving a breakthrough, inform me immediately." Agreed. Henzhua accepted without hesitation. His life's sole devotion had always been the seven-colored mist, and he had yet to find a true collaborator. Before the words had fully settled, a cry pierced the air from beyond the doorway. The Talai Xing Hao, a massive vessel, anchored at the harbor. Lu Chun arched a brow, assuming yet another pirate incursion, and strode outside without delay. Others rushed after him. There, at the harbor's edge, loomed a colossal ship, weathered, time-worn, yet undeniably imposing. Its prow bore the stark, crimson visage of a bull. The Slayedthe. Weyton gasped, voice trembling with sudden fervor. This was the very vessel he and the Pumpkin pirate crew had encountered within the seven-colored mist 50 years prior. After a moment's quiet contemplation, Weyton seized a dinghy and sped toward the ship, eager, almost feverish. So, the seven-colored mist is about to manifest, Lu Chun murmured, a faint, knowing smile gracing his lips. Then, stepping lightly onto the water's surface, he glided forward, swift as wind, surpassing Henswa by a wide margin and alighting upon the Slayedthe's deck before him. The vessel bore clear signs of violent struggle, splintered timbers, scorched railings, deep gashes in the hull. Yet no living soul remained aboard. Strangely, however, the ship gleamed with an eerie cleanliness, free of dust, rust, or decay, as though freshly sailed. Henswa arrived moments later, dashing across the deck, calling frantically, "Everyone, is anyone here?" Chapter 86. Looting the treasure. Seeking the exit, no need to search further, Lu Chun said calmly. There is no one left. Yet Henswa persisted, scouring every nook and cranny, until he halted in the galley, gazing at the familiar stove, the rusted kettle, the worn wooden table, and frowned. This is the ship that vanished 50 years ago, and yet it feels as though no time has passed at all. Indeed, Lu Chun observed, eyes resting on the untouched meal laid out upon the table. The food shows no sign of spoil. So the temporal flow within the seven-colored mist is vastly slower. Perhaps one day inside equals 1 year outside. Yet, even as he pondered the implications of training within such a realm, of returning to a world irrevocably altered, he decided against it. Beep, beep, beep. A sharp, insistent chime emanated from the device strapped to Henswa's back. He snatched it up, scanning the radar, and his breath caught. I've never seen such an intense reading. Without pause, he bolted from the galley. Lu Chun followed closely, emerging onto the main deck, where, in the far distance, a vast, shimmering expanse of iridescent fog unfurled across the sea. The seven-colored mist. It's real, Henswa whispered, voice trembling with awe. Lu Chun gazed ahead, his expression composed, yet his eyes narrowed, sensing no immediate anomaly. That is the seven-colored mist? And beyond it lies the eternal dominion. Henswa turned, earnest and resolute. Lieutenant General Lu Chun, will you carry me across? Lu Chun nodded. Yes, let us enter together. I, too, wish to behold what lies within. Thank you. Without further ado, Lu Chun lifted Henswa onto a small skiff and rowed them both into the luminous mist. Even as they vanished into its radiant veil, a Navy frigate glided into the harbor. At its bow, a naval officer stared at the dissolving haze, murmuring softly, 50 years, and still, history repeats itself. Meanwhile, within the mist, all around them swirled the seven-colored mist, ethereal, shifting, alive with chromatic luminescence. Deeper in, clusters of glowing orbs drifted past, spiraling outward from a single, distant source, then vanishing behind them like fleeting stars. Time here was weightless, imperceptible. There was no sense of hours, days, or passage, only the ceaseless, silent drift of iridescent vapor. Gradually, the fog thinned, until at last it parted entirely. Before them stretched a vast, desolate sea, littered with shattered hulls, splintered masts, and the skeletal remains of countless ships. Henswa scanned the horizon, voice hushed with reverence. This is Slayedthe, the Eternal Dominion, also known as the Graveyard of Ships. Oh, perhaps a graveyard for vessels, but certainly not for me. Lu Chun chuckled softly, then leapt from the skiff, landing lightly upon the deck of a derelict ship. He began searching with calm, methodical precision. Having come this far, he would not depart empty-handed. Treasure, gold, relics, artifacts lay hidden here in abundance. And wealth, after all, was never excessive, especially when it funded the very research that might unlock the seven-colored mist's deepest secrets. Elsewhere, Henswa adjusted his instruments, scanning the ruins with quiet intensity. 10 minutes later, Lu Chun had already amassed a considerable hoard, each piece seamlessly absorbed into his system's inventory. Just as he prepared to move on, a spectral, Sorrowful voice echoed from the mist. O thou who disturbs the slumber of the departed, unload thy vessel's cargo at once, or the curse of the dead shall fall upon thee. Lucian did not flinch. He merely smiled. So, do spirits still covet material things? A pause. Then, the voice returned, sharper now. Depart, lest the curse consume you. At that instant, several ghostly figures emerged, pale, draped in tattered white shrouds, gliding silently across the water. Lucian chuckled, soft, low, unbothered. He drew Jean Tian, his long sword, and with a single, fluid motion, slashed toward the source of the voice. A blade of pure, incandescent light cleaved the air, slicing through a nearby wrecked ship with a deafening crack. The vessel exploded, shattering into 1,000 splinters that rained down like black snow. A small child plummeted from the sky, tumbling helplessly toward the jagged wreckage below. Character: Aji Bai, rank G. Lucian's gaze flickered, his system interface revealing the child's identity in an instant. With a single step upon the air, moon step, he soared upward, intercepting the fall. In one smooth motion, he caught Aji Bai and landed lightly upon the deck of a ruined ship. From the shadows, several more children burst forth, crying out in panic, Aji Bai, are you all right? Only one boy, his lips puffed in stubborn defiance, stepped forward, shielding the others with his small frame, eyes locked unflinchingly on Lucian. Who are you? He demanded, voice trembling, not with fear, but with fierce, unyielding resolve. What do you want? Lucian smiled, gentle, knowing. So it's you. The boy before him was none other than the naval commander he had first encountered during his initial mission, Rabbani. It was no wonder he recognized his name so readily. What do you mean? Rabbani inquired, his brow furrowed in suspicion. Observing his reaction, Lucian clarified, I am Monkey D. Lucian, brought here by your friend Henzo. Henzo? Rabbani echoed, realizing that few knew that name, and Lucian did not appear to be a pirate. Moreover, had Lucian not intervened to save Akibi, he would have met his end pin beneath the debris. The strike he had delivered was so formidable that even their combined strength would have been insufficient to withstand it. There was no necessity for him to step in to save anyone. He is over there, though he may not be quite the same as you remember. Lucian indicated Henzo's location. Understood. Rabbani nodded, swiftly departing with his companions. Even so, he remained skeptical of Lucian's intentions. However, Lucian was indifferent to whether they believed him, as it was more pressing to gather the treasures within. Once Rabbani and his group had left, Lucian resumed his treasure hunt, meticulously clearing the location of its riches. As for Rabbani and the others, they were likely seeking Henzo. Shortly thereafter, having nearly exhausted the treasures, Lucian hastened towards Henzo's direction. He needed to find an exit, otherwise he risked being trapped indefinitely. Yet as he walked, he felt as though he had lost his way, unable to find a route out. Just as panic began to set in, a loud explosion reverberated through the air. That way, Lucian's eyes lit up as he darted towards the source of the sound. A few minutes later, he could see the unfolding situation. However, it appeared that only Henzo remained, with no sign of Rabbani and his companions. Had they perhaps traversed back 50 years into the past? Lucian's brow furrowed as he swiftly approached Henzo, inquiring, what transpired? Rabbani and the others perished while trying to save me, taking Ian down with them. Henzo's eyes glistened with tears. Do not worry. They will not meet their end. We must exit first. Without waiting for Henzo to respond, Lucian grasped him and sprinted toward the exit. Delays were not an option. Lingering would mean they might never escape this place. Chapter 87. The Rainbow Tower. Ancient Weapon. Henzo sighed reluctantly, seemingly hesitant to leave, still wishing to search for Rabbani and the others. However, Lucian would not indulge him. He had already spotted the Rainbow Tower. Following its path would surely lead them out. Meanwhile, at the port of Lulujia Island, Rabbani and his companions anxiously gazed at the colorful mist. Will Henzo and Major Lucian make it out? The pink-haired ISO asked worriedly. Rabbani reassured him. Fear not. We have taken down the Rainbow Tower. They will certainly find their way. Yes, yes. Iso nodded. Suddenly, a gasp arose from the crowd. Look, someone is emerging. At this, Everyone turned their gaze, and two figures gradually materialized from the rainbow mist, coming into view. "It's Henzo!" ISO exclaimed with delight. Simultaneously, Luchan noticed Rabani and his companions, quickening his pace. In an instant, he stood before them, tossing Henzo over here. "You've all been waiting here." "Major Luchan," Rabani and the others exclaimed in unison, bowing in respect. "Very well. I shall not interrupt your reunion. I need a rest." Luchan waved his hand and departed. "Yes, Major." Rabani expressed his gratitude as he and Henzo began to reminisce. 50 years apart certainly left much to discuss. However, the reason they had not returned to find Henzo in all those years was significant. Returning prematurely could potentially disrupt the time loop. Altering the original timeline could lead to unpredictable outcomes. They might not return to 50 years ago, but instead remain in their youthful forms, appearing 50 years hence. Once their reminiscing concluded, Luchan handed Henzo a bag of money. "Here is 10 million berries to serve as your initial funding. Should you require more, inform me, and I shall ensure timely deliveries. With my name backing you, no one would dare to cross you." "Thank you, Major Luchan," Henzo replied promptly, fully aware that this would be his sole undertaking in life. Indeed, Luchan nodded slightly. He also requested Rabani to send regards to his grandfather, Karp, at the naval headquarters before departing alone. After Luchan left, Akibi smiled faintly. "I did not realize his strength had grown so formidable. Indeed, back then, he truly showed restraint. Otherwise, we might have perished. Thankfully, we joined the Navy. Had we remained pirates, we might have met our end at Major Luchan's hands." Rabani remarked with a wry smile. Presently, rumors regarding Major Luchan were rampant throughout the naval headquarters. Two matters were of particular interest. First, the extent of Luchan's power. Second, speculation about his parents, with many believing they had been slain by pirates and subsequently rescued by Karp. This would explain Luchan's profound hatred for pirates, capturing and eliminating them without mercy. However, even Karp had remained tight-lipped on the matter, as if tacitly acknowledging its validity. Days later, Luchan returned to the G-39 naval base, where he found Ian leading the training for the remaining naval personnel. Most of the surrounding forces had been vanquished, leaving little else to occupy their time but training. "Major Luchan, you have returned," Ian exclaimed, rushing towards him with a smile. Yes. Has anything significant occurred at the base during my absence?" Luchan inquired. Ian shook his head. "Nothing of note. However, everyone is rather idle. Rest assured, it won't be long before I take you all to eliminate another warlord." "Really? Who will it be this time?" "You shall find out then." "TCH. Well, let it be," Ian replied, a hint of eagerness evident as she anticipated engaging in combat. Afterward, Luchan returned to his office, reclining in his chair as he examined the virtual interface before him. Just moments ago, the system had triggered 2 tasks. Ding. "Congratulations, host." For triggering the task, acquire the design schematics for the Pluto. System reward: 200 energy points. Materials required for constructing Pluto: 10. Pluto was one of the 3 ancient weapons, alongside Poseidon and Uranus. Each of these was a formidable artifact. Regrettably, the schematics for Pluto would, according to the narrative, be publicly destroyed by Frankie. Now that the system was offering the materials necessary for its construction, could it be that he was meant to forge Pluto himself? It appears that I must acquire the skill of shipbuilding. Securing the design of the Ming Wang will undoubtedly enhance my strength, and Luchan is determined to pursue this endeavor. As for the other task, it pertains to Luchan's mission to eliminate one of the Shichibukai. As mentioned to AIN, that task can be postponed for now. My immediate goal is to obtain the design blueprints of the Ming Wang. Furthermore, it would be prudent to avoid detection by Frankie, as he would certainly incinerate the blueprints, rendering the mission impossible. Consequently, Luchan remained at the naval base, biding his time for the right opportunity. Several months later, Luchan sat in his office, observing the news of Luffy and his companions causing a ruckus at the naval base. It seemed they were soon to set sail for Water 7. Rising to his feet, Luchan donned a black cloak, a knowing smile gracing his lips. If that is the case, it is time for me to embark as well. After extensive training, His strength had finally reached the S rank. Host, Lu Chun. Level, S. Position, Rear Admiral. Fruit, Sound Thunder Fruit. Skills, Swordsmanship S. Sword Intent S. Martial Arts A. Fruit Development C. Conqueror's Haki S. Armament Haki S. Observation Haki S. Navy 6 Styles. Shave S. Navy 6 Styles. Galefoot S. Navy 6 Styles. Moonwalk S. Cooking A. Talent, Skills Simplification. Energy 1099. Berries 39. 89 billion. Casting a glance at the system interface, Lu Chun left a note and vanished from the room. Shortly thereafter, AI knocked on the door. Receiving no response, he pushed the door open. Rear Admiral, the naval headquarters just sent a telegram. Where are you? He soon realized the office was empty, and upon reaching the desk, he discovered the note that read, AI in. I have stepped out for a moment. We will discuss matters upon my return. AI's expression darkened, and he stomped his foot in frustration, exclaiming, You leave without taking me. The naval headquarters assigned you a mission to Water 7. What now? Chapter 88. Water 7. The night returns, with Lu Chun having departed. AI had no choice but to inform the naval headquarters, hoping they would dispatch someone else to Water 7. Days later, Lu Chun piloted the naval vessel gifted by the system towards Water 7. Suddenly, a blaring alarm sounded from the side. As he turned to look, he spotted a train resembling a maritime locomotive passing by. Was that the sea train, Puffing Tom? In truth, the technology in this world is quite advanced, albeit distinct from the modern technology of Blue Star. For instance, the naval ship awarded by the system incorporates certain technologies from Blue Star. It operates not by sails, but through electric propulsion, which Lu Chun typically charges using the Sound Thunder Fruit. By following the sea train, he would undoubtedly reach Water 7. Meanwhile, not far from the maritime station, an elderly woman and a young boy gazed at Lu Chun's peculiar vessel. Grandma, what kind of ship is that? I've never seen anything like it. Asked Kamengni. I have never seen it either. Could it be a creation of that shipbuilding master? Replied Kokoro, shaking her head. Having worked as a secretary at Tom's workshop for many years, she had never encountered such a vessel. Shortly after, Lu Chun could clearly discern the outline of Water 7, a city of aquamarine hue, seemingly floating upon the sea, yet did not sway with the ocean's currents. As he drew closer, the citizens outside Water 7 were captivated by Lu Chun's ship. What kind of ship is this? I've never seen it before. Is it a naval ship or a pirate ship? There's no pirate flag. It shouldn't be a pirate vessel, nor is a naval one. The crowd speculated about the vessel's allegiance. Observing the gathering crowd, Lu Chun furrowed his brow, realizing that attracting attention was not his intention. He was there to procure the design blueprints of the Mingwang. Thus, he turned the ship towards the back alleys of Water 7, seeking a secluded spot to stow the warship in his system backpack. In an instant, he transformed into a shadow and vanished from sight. En route to Water 7, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar ship, the Going Merry. However, the Going Merry was now battered and marked by various repairs, barely holding together. Lu Chun merely glanced at it and murmured, It seems no one is aboard. Luffy and the others must have already disembarked. Unbeknownst to him, he failed to notice Zoro sleeping on the ship due to the distance. Proceeding into the maritime city, Lu Chun, clad in his black cloak, navigated through the bustling commercial district in search of a specific shop. He eventually halted in front of a gold exchange. Carrying a large bag, he stepped inside. The shopkeeper, upon seeing Lu Chun's sizable bag, immediately greeted him with a smile. Esteemed guest, please allow me to escort you to our VIP room. The proprietor, Dean, was eager to accommodate. Lu Chun nodded slightly, following Dean into the private room. He plopped down onto the sofa and directly inquired, Has anyone come before me to exchange gold? Dean's expression turned serious. Guest information is confidential. We cannot disclose such details. Before he could finish, Lu Chun produced a golden cup from his bag and placed it before Dean, stating, Is this sufficient? Instantly, Dean's eyes lit up, but he gritted his teeth and replied, Guest, matters concerning other clients' information are indeed sensitive. Lu Chun, undeterred, retrieved another golden cup, smiling as he said, This should suffice. If you remain silent, You shall receive nothing. Well then, thank you, esteemed guest, Dean conceded, hastily taking the gold and divulging, 3 individuals have indeed visited us recently. 2 men and 1 woman. They seem to be bounty hunters with over 10 million in rewards. Lu Chen nodded, extracting all the gold from his bag, nearly filling the room with its gleaming radiance. The golden hue illuminated the entire private room, leaving Dean wide-eyed in astonishment. The quantity of gold before him far surpassed that of the previous 3 visitors. What figure do you propose? Lu Chen inquired nonchalantly. 5 billion berries, esteemed guest. How does that sound? Dean tentatively suggested. Anyone capable of possessing such a vast amount of gold could not be deemed weak. Unlike the previous pirate, he dared not quote a lower price. Agreed. Lu Chen replied with a faint smile. The price was quite reasonable. After receiving payment from the boss, I checked into a hotel. Next, all that remained was to wait for the right moment to head to the Seafair Island. While at the hotel, I received a piece of insider information indicating that Isabagu had been attacked and was now in a state of unconsciousness. This was none other than Mr. Bing Shan, the mayor of the 7-Water City. Meanwhile, at a certain location within the shipyard, a woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, donning pink glasses, reported to the man before her. She was Khalifa, a member of CP9, and the man she addressed was none other than Rob Lucci, the leader of CP0. The knight has arrived in the 7-Water City? Rob Lucci's pupils narrowed slightly as he spoke. As a secret organization of the world government, they had previously investigated the knight. However, this figure seemed to have materialized out of thin air, revealing little of his power and consistently evading the Navy. They were even uncertain of his affiliations, as if he were a lone wolf. At one point, they suspected he might be Dracul Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman, but later dismissed that idea. The knight remained an enigma. Could he have come to the 7-Water City for the Pluton blueprints? Khalifa speculated, her brows furrowing. It's uncertain, but we should tread carefully. The blueprints of Pluton must remain in our possession. With this statement, a fierce glint flashed in Rob Lucci's eyes. The designs for Pluton must be held securely by the world government. Should they fall into other hands, it would pose a grave threat. Chapter 89. The Gods of Water. In the dead of night at the hotel, I was resting on the bed when suddenly shouts erupted from outside. Help! Fire! Fire! Hearing the commotion, I sprang from the bed, opened the window, and looked out. In the distance, a building was ablaze, surrounded by a crowd attempting to extinguish the flames. Has CP9 already initiated their operation? I furrow my brow. Just then, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've triggered a mission. Save Nami and Isabagu. System reward. 50 energy points. Glancing at the mission details, I realized Nami was in danger. Without hesitation, I leaped from the window, donned a black cloak, and vanished into the darkness. Simultaneously, in Isabagu's office, flames roared around Nami and Isabagu, who were bound by ropes and unable to move, helplessly witnessing the flames closing in on them. Nami's face was flushed from the heat as she shouted, "Is anyone there? Help me." Abruptly, the door was smashed open. Bang! A dark figure appeared at the entrance. I immediately recognized Nami and Isabagu inside. Thankfully, I was not too late. Who are you? Nami narrowed her brows, sensing familiarity in the cloaked figure. No time for questions. We must leave now, or the fire will consume us. In the blink of an eye, I was before Nami, cradling her in my arms, while Isabagu, already unconscious, was lifted in my grasp. Nami recognized my voice, her eyes widening in realization. Just as she was about to speak, I unleashed a powerful slash, employing the Navy's 6-style Suru. Boom! The fierce slash extinguished the flames before us and carved a large opening in the wall. In one swift motion, I led Nami and Isabagu out of the room and landed safely on the ground. I gently placed Isabagu down and released Nami from my embrace, smiling as I said, "We've made it. I must take my leave now." Just as I turned to depart, Nami suddenly reached out and removed my hat, revealing my true identity. Lu Chen, it's really you. What are you doing here? And what else with this outfit? Her face lit up with surprise. I have business in the 7-Water City and spotted your ship, I explained. I see, Nami responded. I glanced at the unconscious Isabagu and continued. If you wish to learn about Robin, wait until he wakes up to ask him. I have matters to attend to and must leave first. Remember, do not tell Luffy that I am here. Otherwise, he will surely let it slip. I promise I won't say a word, Nami assured me. Her nod filled with conviction. She could lie to anyone, but never to me. Rest assured, with me around, you will be safe. Until next time, with that, I vanished into the shadows, leaving Nami behind, who gazed at my retreating figure, her cheeks flushed, whether from the heat of the flames or another reason, she could not tell. Has Lucien been watching over me all along? Is he protecting me? He could have stopped me just now. With his strength, I shouldn't have been able to remove his hat. On the other side, ding. Congratulations, host, mission completed. System reward, 50 energy points. After my departure, I made my way to the sea train station. To obtain the blueprints from Frankie, I needed to reach Slayedthe Island, and that required taking the sea train. Otherwise, even if I managed to get there, it would expend unnecessary energy. Upon arriving at the sea train station, I discovered that the train had not yet departed and spotted Frankie and Usopp being escorted away by CP9 members. Robin was nowhere to be seen, likely already on the train. Just as I was about to make my move and board the train, I caught sight of a familiar figure. Ew, what is she doing here? At that moment, AIN was leading a contingent of Navy officers to escort CP9 members away. Their base was the closest to the Seven Water City, necessitating Navy support, which compelled the headquarters to dispatch AIN in place of me. Of course, I was unaware of this development. It seemed I could not board this sea train after all. My brows furrowed in resignation. While others might not recognize me, AIN certainly would. It was highly likely she would identify me. Thus, it was wiser to tread cautiously and make my way to Slayedthe Island alone. Ideally, I would avoid crossing paths with AIN, hoping she would return after her mission at the Seven Water City. A few minutes later, I spotted a figure blend into the train. It was Sanji. Subsequently, the sea train began its journey, departing from the Seven Water City. I should be on my way too. I emerged from the shadows, boarded the warship awarded by the system, and followed the train tracks towards Slayedthe Island. The warship sailed with a speed rivaling that of the sea train, and fortunately, it could be operated by a single person. Otherwise, traveling to Slayedthe Island would indeed drain much of my energy. It was best to conserve energy whenever possible. However, as time passed, ominous dark clouds began to gather in the sky. Dark clouds descended, accompanied by a torrential downpour, while the waves upon the sea grew increasingly agitated. Could it be that the gods of water are approaching? Lu Chun murmured as he gazed ahead. The term gods of water is used by the residents of the Seven Water City, referring to the impending threat of a massive tsunami. The rain intensified, and the waves surged with ferocity. Moments later, a colossal sound echoed through the air. Boom! Standing at the bow of the ship, Lu Chun focused his gaze ahead. A gigantic wave loomed toward them, resembling a ferocious beast with its arms outstretched. The wave towered several dozen meters high, sufficient to capsize the entire vessel. Perfect! I shall test my new sword technique. Seeing the impending disaster, Lu Chun merely smiled faintly and drew the supreme blade, Jean Tion, from his system backpack. With a hardened application of armament hockey, he enveloped his right hand and the sword's blade. A chilling sword intent coalesced around him, converging into Jean Tion. In an instant, the sword radiated a terrifying aura, suffusing the air with a crimson hue. One sword style, Earth Splitter. Gradually, Lu Chun raised Jean Tion, aiming at the ferocious tsunami bearing down upon them. With a swift slash, the blade gleamed. The red sword energy shot forth at incredible speed, directly assaulting the oncoming wave. The fierce sword energy cleaved the wave in two, as if it were a divine sword parting the heavens and earth. The tsunami that had threatened Lu Chun was split apart, transforming into two waves that continued forward. The warship sailed through the remnants of the tsunami, proceeding unimpeded. Not bad. I only exerted 30% of my strength. Lu Chun nodded in satisfaction, sheathing Jean Tion. It was merely a tsunami, not worthy of his full power. Approximately half an hour later, they had exited the stormy clouds, revealing a vast expanse ahead. A small island gradually emerged above the sea, dominated by a formidable gateway. This was the Justice Gate, the foremost entrance to Judicial Island. The entire Judicial Island is composed of 3 segments: the main gate, the court, and the Judicial Tower. Soon, Luffy would lead an assault on Judicial Island. Lu Chen's task was to infiltrate the island. He stowed the warship in his system backpack and, utilizing his extraordinary speed, landed on Judicial Island. Selecting a less populated area, he vanished and entered the island. At the entrance of the main gate, the station navy felt as though something had flown past, but upon looking back, saw nothing. One of the soldiers inquired of his comrade, "Hey, did you see something fly by? In broad daylight, what could possibly pass? Have you not awakened yet?" The navy waved dismissively, growing impatient. "Fine." The soldier scratched his head, convinced he must have been mistaken. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already infiltrated the main island, standing atop a towering structure, quietly observing the sea before the main gate. He could see a maritime train speeding toward them, with a red figure standing atop, suddenly extending its arm to grasp the mast atop the gate, hurtling toward it with remarkable speed. At that moment, the navy below finally spotted the figure and raised their weapons, shouting, "Hurry! We are being invaded." Bullets rained down upon Luffy, yet they failed to inflict any harm. Observing this, Lu Chen allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, realizing that his moment to act would soon arrive. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the mission. Eliminate Spandam. System reward. 20 energy points. To kill him? Such a weakling. Only rewarding me with 20 points." Lu Chen shook his head slightly, yet he disappeared from his location, heading toward the Judicial Tower to seek out Spandam. In the upper office of Judicial Island, Spandam sat furiously in his chair, directing his ire at Robin. "The Straw Hat crew believes they can come to rescue you. It is nothing but a foolish dream." As Luffy and his companions stormed Judicial Island, Spandam had dispatched all members of CP9 to annihilate the Straw Hats. Robin remained silent, her gaze filled with concern as she looked out the window. Noticing her indifference, Spandam's rage intensified. He abruptly stood, marched over to Robin, and slapped her across the face. "Bastard!" Just as his hand was about to strike Robin's cheek, the closed door suddenly erupted with a deafening crash. The blade gleamed. The entire iron door was cleanly severed, crashing to the ground. Who dares to intrude upon my office? Do they not know I am inside?" Spandam bellowed at the doorway. Suddenly, Lu Chen, clad in black robes, materialized before him, speaking calmly. "Are you addressing me? Who are you?" Spandam trembled at the sight of the sharp sword, sensing a chill run down his spine. Robin furrowed her brows, recognizing Lu Chen. "It's him. How'd he get here?" "You world government placed a bounty of 100 million on my head, did it not? I wonder if the bounty has increased. I have not been paying attention." Lu Chen chuckled lightly. "There is plenty of time. I shall converse with Spandam a while longer. Knight, you are the notorious knight with a bounty of 100 million berries." Spandam suddenly realized, "It seems my bounty has not increased. Killing you should raise it." As he spoke, a knowing smile crept onto Lu Chen's face. Spandam's expression shifted abruptly. Without a moment's hesitation, he dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. "Knight Lord, please do not kill me. I can offer you as many berries as you desire." Before he could finish, he surged upward, drawing his sword to stab Lu Chen. "Die. Brat." Elephant gun. Simultaneously, his sword, the Fangu Fu Lida, transformed into a powerful elephant, adopting the form of an elephant sword. The trunk morphed into a long blade, with sharp tusks extending to attack. "Boring." Lu Chen shook his head slightly. He had long sensed Spandam's murderous intent. With a flick of his wrist, Jean Tian was drawn, unleashing a fierce slash. The sword flashed. It struck the elephant's tusk, sending both the giant and Spandam flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! Spandam, gravely injured, coughed up blood, desperately reaching for the transponder snail in his chest to call for help. Suddenly, another sword flash sliced through the air. His entire arm was severed, blood gushing from the wound, the severed arm and transponder snail tumbling to the ground. My arm. Blood. Spandam clutched his right arm, wailing in agony. "You are quite bothersome." Lu Chen, visibly impatient, raised his hand for another strike. The sword energy swept past Spandam's head. In an instant, his head was severed from his body. Blood splattered. Spandam was no more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. System reward. 20 energy points. Now it is quiet. Lu Chun revealed a satisfied smile, sheathing his sword and severing the sea stone chains binding Robin. Thank you. Robin flexed her hands, glancing at the corpse on the ground, and curiously asked, he was a member of the world government, and you are a navy. Will you not face consequences for killing him? Is it unreasonable for the knight to kill him? Lu Chun retorted. Upon hearing this, Robin fell into contemplation, pondering whether Lu Chun was a navy or a pirate at times. I am who I am. Why should I cling to a single identity? I simply pursue what I desire. Lu Chun responded with a smile. Hearing these words, a figure flashed through Robin's mind, and she seemed to grasp something. Stop lingering. Luffy and the others have come to rescue you. Go find them. I will handle things here. All right, thank you. After saying this, Robin hurriedly ran out. Before leaving, she cast one last glance at Lu Chun, still unable to comprehend what kind of person he truly was. Once Robin departed, a throng of Navy officers appeared, discovering the lifeless body of Spandam on the ground. Commander Spandam is dead. Did you kill him? Chapter 91. The blueprint in hand. What gives you the courage? Get lost. Lu Chun growled, unleashing his red conqueror's haki, which swept through the surroundings, rendering all nearby Navy officers unconscious, one after another, collapsing to the ground in a state of stupor. Subsequently, Lu Chun made his way toward the exit, where more approaching Navy officers fell victim to his conqueror's haki, thus alleviating some of the pressure on Luffy and his crew. Moments later, concealed at the pinnacle of the judicial tower, Lu Chun suddenly heard a familiar voice calling from below. If I could make a wish, I would say, take me to the sea too. Huh? How did you get captured again? Hearing this, Lu Chun furrowed his brows, recognizing Robin's voice. Looking down, he saw that Robin had been captured once more, flanked by several members of CP9. Their commander Spandam was already dead at Lu Chun's hands. However, it seemed that Lu Chi and his companions held little regard for Spandam either. Robin must have tried to escape, only to be caught by CP9 members. Lu Chun glanced upwards and was suddenly met with the sight of Luffy and his crew standing across from the judicial tower. From left to right were Nami, Roronoa Zoro, Monkey D, Luffy, Sniper King, Sanji, and Chopper. Luffy crouched down, his expression serious, and shouted, Robin, we will definitely rescue you. What a formidable spirit. Califa tossed her hair back with a disdainful smile. Kaku remarked nonchalantly, it's useless. They can't possibly defeat us. After a couple of cold laughs, Lu Chi seized Robin and prepared to leave, stating, you handle them here. I will take her away first. Understood, Captain. Califa and the others replied in unison. Just as Lu Chi was about to capture Frankie, Frankie unexpectedly produced several yellowed blueprints from within his body and presented them before Lu Chi and the others. Are these the blueprints of the ancient weapon Pluto? Lu Chi exclaimed in surprise. He had searched Frankie and found nothing. Yet he knew Frankie must have known where the blueprints were hidden. To his astonishment, they were concealed within his own body. Indeed, they are genuine. Frankie chuckled lightly, revealing several sheets of blueprints. In an instant, Lu Chi and Kaku exchanged glances, their pupils constricting as they confirmed their authenticity. I never imagined you would hide the blueprints within your own body. Ultimately, the shipwrights of Water 7 had passed down not the blueprints of an ancient weapon, but rather those of a ship. If I were to act in accordance with the designer's intentions, I believe there is only one course of action. As he spoke, Frankie raised the blueprints high, puffing his cheeks as he prepared to unleash flames. Lu Chi's expression tightened as he barked, Stop! Are you trying to die? Just as the flames were about to erupt from Frankie's mouth, a figure clad in black suddenly darted past him, leaving only a rush of wind in its wake. No one knew what had transpired. The next moment, flames burst forth from Frankie's mouth, searing his empty hand. It's so hot. The blueprints? Lu Chi was the first to notice that the blueprints had vanished. Scanning the area, he finally spotted a man in a black cloak standing nearby, holding the very blueprints of Pluto, and he shouted, Who are you? Hand over the blueprints. I am Hai. Have you not heard of my name? Lu Chun chuckled lightly. tucking the blueprints away. Since none of you desire these blueprints, I shall reluctantly take them. Bastard, Lucci growled, fixing a fierce glare on Lu Chun. He had certainly heard of the name Hai, yet he never expected to encounter him here. You all take your time fighting. I shall take my leave. Lu Chun cast a sidelong glance at Robin, smiled, and, leaving behind those words, turned to depart. The glance at Robin was a reminder not to reveal his identity, as his mother was still in his possession. Damn it, I'm going after him. You keep an eye on Robin. Lucci's expression hardened as he utilized the Navy 6 style to swiftly pursue Lu Chun, determined to reclaim the blueprints of Pluto. All right. Kaku and the others immediately blocked Luffy and the others, preventing them from advancing. Meanwhile, on the other side, a notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System reward. 200 energy points. Materials needed for constructing Pluto, 10. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering the task. Eliminate Lucci. System reward. 400 energy points. Body technique 1. Materials for constructing Pluto, 10. Lu Chun glanced at the system notification and then cast a look back at Lucci, who was still in pursuit. Character, Rob Lucci. Position, CP9 Commander. Fruit, Zone Type Cat Fruit. Leopard Form. Level. Skills, Navy 6 Style, A. Fruit Development, A. Armament Hockey, Bounty. And suddenly, Lu Chun halted in his tracks, turned to face Lucci, and said impatiently, You are quite bothersome. Do you seek death? Hand over the blueprints, and I will allow you to leave. Lucci replied expressionlessly. The Navy and the world government knew little about Hai, and he was uncertain of the latter's strength, only aware that it was formidable. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun couldn't help but chuckle. I truly wonder how you muster the courage to utter such words. Is it the encouragement of Liang Jingru? Liang Jingru? Who? Lucci asked in response. Forget it. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. I'm too lazy to waste breath on you. With that, Lu Chun's right fist was instantly enveloped in armament hockey, a tremendous red energy coalescing around him, gradually focusing upon his fist. In a mere instant, Lucci's brows furrowed tightly as he sensed a hint of danger and immediately activated his devil fruit ability. His body began to swell, transforming into a beast-human form over 3 meters tall. Roar! Lucci let out a furious roar, raising his right leg to launch a Navy 6-style Tempest kick at Lu Chun. A white slash shot toward Lu Chun at an astonishing speed. What you are playing with are merely remnants of my amusement. Lu Chun shook his head slightly, unleashing a powerful punch. The fierce tiger fist. Roar. With one punch, a sound akin to a tiger's roar reverberated. A colossal fish shadow shot forth at lightning speed, accompanied by red hockey that resembled a fierce red tiger. The colossal mouth of the beast gaped wide as it lunged towards Lutch, aiming to tear him apart. The ferocious tiger fist devoured Lutch's released gale kick. In an instant, the energy of the gale kick was neutralized by the tiger fist, which continued to advance menacingly towards Lutch. What? Lutch furrowed his brow, too late to think or evade. He unleashed a barrage of gale kicks. Chapter 92. The ultimate technique of the 6 styles. 6 King's Spear. Gale kick. Gale kick. Numerous gale kicks struck against the tiger fist, yet they were akin to a drop of water in the ocean, merely causing a ripple with no significant effect. Meanwhile, the enormous fist drew ever closer to Lutch's position. This is bad. Lutch's face paled as he swiftly covered his arms with hockey, crossing them to block Lu Chun's assault. Boom! 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 The moment the fist made contact, it felt as though his arms had been struck by 100,000 pounds of force. His arms went numb. A wave of soreness washed over him. Like a cannonball, he was propelled backward, crashing into the buildings behind him. 1 building, 2 buildings, 3, until he finally halted after demolishing 7 or 8 walls, collapsing heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wow, how powerful! Lutch slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression grave. Just one punch had him spitting blood. How could he not be strong? No wonder the world government had placed a bounty of 100 million berries on him. Moreover, that sum hardly seemed worthy of the opponent's true strength. Lu Chun cast a glance at Lutch, appearing before him in the blink of an eye, delivering a simple yet powerful punch. Navy 6 style Soru. However, Luch's eyes narrowed, and his powerful calf muscles unleashed an explosive force, narrowly evading Lu Chen's attack. Boom! Lu Chen's fist released a shockwave of air. Suddenly, the wall before them emitted a crisp crack, forming turtle shell-like fissures. Boom! Moments later, the wall could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed with a resounding crash. Huff! Huff! Beside him, Luch gasped for breath, adjusting his breathing and growing serious. If he didn't take this seriously, he might very well lose his life. Life return, Luch bellowed, his robust body beginning to undulate and contract. A prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected skill life return. Would you like to learn it? Yes. Upon hearing the skill command, Lu Chen decisively chose to learn. Life return was a high-level skill that could only be comprehended after mastering all 6 Navy styles. Luffy possessed this skill as well, though he was unaware of it. Moments later, the muscles on Luch's body ceased their movement. Yet he felt significantly leaner and his strength markedly increased. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position, appearing before Lu Chen at an astonishing speed. Gathering all his power into his fist, he swiftly swung it at Lu Chen. The ultimate technique of the 6 styles, 6 Kings Spear. Countless fist shadows manifested, all crashing into Lu Chen, as if Luch had 6 arms attacking simultaneously. None escaped. Boom! 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 Lu Chen merely stood there, enveloping his hands in hockey, casually waving them to deflect Luch's assaults. Ding! Congratulations! Host has gained 200 experience points in hockey. Ding! Congratulations! Host has gained 200 experience points in hockey. Ding! Congratulations, host! With each attack, Lu Chen's hockey experience increased, presenting an excellent opportunity to enhance it. Thus, he hardly defended himself, allowing several strikes to land on his body. Though somewhat painful, Lu Chen felt joy in the suffering, experiencing pain with a smile. Suddenly, with an expression of nonchalance, Lu Chen scoffed. Hey, your hits are barely tickling me. Are you trying to scratch an itch? What? Luch's brow furrowed, no longer holding back. He brought his fingers together, unleashing a more potent force, relentlessly attacking Lu Chen's body. Finger gun. Countless finger bullets shot forth, moving with incredible speed and power. Yet to Lu Chen, it merely translated into more experience points. Ding! Congratulations! Host has gained 120 experience points in hockey. Ding! Congratulations! Host has gained 120 experience points in hockey. Ding! Congratulations, host! The power was indeed formidable, shredding the clothes Lu Chen wore into tatters, leaving numerous holes. As for Lu Chen's body, only a multitude of red spots appeared, without a single drop of blood spilling from his mouth. Hee hee! Suddenly, a smile crept across Lu Chen's face. Ding! Congratulations! Host has gained 200 experience points in hockey. Navy 6 style Soru. Luch assumed Lu Chen was preparing to strike, swiftly retreating several meters to increase the distance between them. Why are you running? Now you want to flee? I won't let you go. If you hit me a few more times, perhaps I wouldn't be able to hold on. However, Lu Chen had no intention of attacking. He merely observed the experience points rising, wearing a satisfied grin. Oomph! Pretentious! Luch scoffed, believing Lu Chen was merely putting on a show. Such intense attacks could not possibly leave him unscathed. He must be feigning it, suppressing blood in his throat. Having thought this, he unleashed his powerful burst of strength, creating a massive crater in the ground beneath him. In the blink of an eye, Luch reappeared before Lu Chen, launching a flurry of attacks that all landed on Lu Chen's body. Flying finger gun, handgun, yellow lotus. Various attacks fell upon Lu Chen like torrential raindrops, relentless and overwhelming for several minutes. Suddenly, Luch dispelled the life return state, using his powerful leopard tail to ensnare Lu Chen, preventing his escape. Gathering all his strength, with veins and muscles bulging, he directed a punch straight at Lu Chen's chest. The ultimate technique of the 6 styles, 6 Kings Spear. Boom! A tremendeuse explosion. A massive shockwave struck Lu Chen, even penetrating his body and demolishing the wall behind him into ruins. Subsequently, Lu Chen was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground as dust erupted around him. Huff, huff, this should be my victory. Luch panted heavily, staring at the dust, letting out a long sigh of relief. However, he seemed unaware of the law of smoke and injury. A familiar figure gradually emerged from the dust. The very Lu Chun who had just been sent flying. Clapping the dust off his clothes, Lu Chun wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, smiling brightly. Not bad. Your strength is commendable. How come you're unscathed? Instantly, Luch's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished. That last move was his strongest attack. How could it not harm his opponent? How can I fight now? As I said, you are too weak. Lu Chen's gaze turned icy, exuding a chilling aura. In an instant, Luch felt the murderous intent emanating from him, sending a shiver down his spine. He showed no hesitation, turning abruptly to flee, his leg muscles exploding with power as he sprinted away at the utmost speed. Chapter 93. 60 million volt Thunder Dragon. This is known throughout the world. If he did not run now, he would surely be struck down by the darkness soon. Upon witnessing Luchi's escape, Lu Chun remained utterly composed, even allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. However, in his right hand, white lightning began to coalesce. The arcs flickered. Massive bolts of electricity gathered in his right hand and enveloped his body. Then, with a swift motion, Lu Chun released countless bolts of lightning. The 60 million volt Thunder Dragon. In an instant, all the gathered lightning surged forward at incredible speed, chasing after Luchi. The bolts of thunder twisted and turned, resembling a silver thunder dragon, roaring with its gaping maw wide open. Zzz. On the other side, Luchi, still fleeing, suddenly heard a terrifying roar from behind. Turning his head, he was taken aback to find a colossal lightning dragon pursuing him. His brow furrowed tightly in surprise. What? He is also a fruit user. The speed of a lightning, of course, surpassed Luchi's own. In the blink of an eye, the 60 million volt Thunder Dragon had caught up to Luchi. The moment of contact sent a wave of numbness coursing through his body. A powerful current flowed through every cell, shocking him to his core, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his flesh. The electricity rendered his bones visible. Zzz. Moments later, a burnt smell wafted through the air, and black smoke began to rise from Luchi's body. However, this time, the rule of no injury with smoke would not apply, for it was black smoke. White smoke indicated a higher chance of being unharmed. Luchi's eyes went blank from the shock, completely paralyzed, and he plummeted from the air. Hee. Lu Chun chuckled softly, drawing his sword, and unleashed a strike of sword energy. The sharp blade of energy grazed Luchi's neck. In an instant, his head was severed. Blood gushed forth. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System rewards: 400 energy points, 1 body technique, 10 materials for constructing the Underworld King. Lu Chun did not spare a glance at Luchi's corpse and departed directly, vanishing over the sea. As for Luffy and his crew, there was no doubt they would be safe, especially with the strongest Luchi taken down by Lu Chun. Days later, news of the Straw Hat Pirates causing chaos at Judicial Island and the death of CP9's captain reached both the Navy headquarters and the world government. At the Navy headquarters, all vice admirals and above gathered in the conference room. Only 3 seats were occupied at the head of the table, occupied by Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Zephyr, and Vice Admiral Garp. Each naval officer wore a serious expression, silent as they awaited Sengoku's words. I believe you have all heard of the events at Judicial Island. Please, share your thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku spoke. No sooner had he finished speaking than Akainu could no longer contain himself. The chaos at Judicial Island is nothing short of a challenge to our Navy's authority. If we do not capture the Straw Hat crew in the darkness, where will our dignity lie? How will we stand in the world moving forward? As he spoke, his right hand transformed into seething magma out of anger. We are already aware of this. No need to reiterate. Sengoku replied coolly, glancing at Garp. The captain of the Straw Hat crew is none other than Garp's grandson, Luffy. Yet Garp sat there, picking his nose, feigning ignorance as if to say, "Don't ask me. Luffy is my grandson, and anyone who harms him will face my wrath." Of course, he was aware that both the darkness and Luffy were his grandsons, and in his heart, he was cursing them both. Damn it. Neither of my grandsons has given me a moment's peace. I never want to see them again. Seeing this, Sengoku shook his head helplessly and stated, "Increase the bounty on the Straw Hat crew in the darkness. As for the death of CP9's captain, we will not intervene, nor should we disclose any information to the outside world. This is the directive of the world government." Tsh, such trivial matters of face? Garp scoffed, still picking his nose. If it weren't for saving face, why the secrecy? Even the entire Navy headquarters is already aware of this. Cough, cough. Sengoku awkwardly cleared his throat. At this, Garp finally ceased speaking. Meanwhile, at Mariehua, 5 elderly men with white hair were seated together, a bounty notice laid before them depicting a man clad in a black robe, his face obscured. The bald elder, Izambran Binajuro, gazed intently at the bounty notice, a serious expression on his face, stating, "I did not expect Lucci to perish at the hands of the darkness. The dispatched CP0 has already examined Lucci's corpse. There are signs of electrocution, and the cause of death was a sword to the neck. This person is exceedingly ruthless and powerful." The long-haired elder, Makasuma, nodded slightly, continuing, "A bounty of 100 million is far too low. It should be increased to 1 billion. Moreover, we must ascertain his true identity. Expedite CP0 to investigate." The others agreed. As for the deceased Spandam, it seemed no one cared. A few days later, news of the Straw Hat Pirates wreaking havoc at Judicial Island and burning the Navy's flag spread throughout the Grand Line. However, the death of Lucci from CP9 was not mentioned at all, but the bounty on the darkness was terrifyingly raised to 1 billion berries. At Slayedthe Archipelago, Shikiaku handed a newspaper to the drunken Rayleigh beside her. "Look." Upon receiving the paper, Rayleigh's eyes widened in disbelief, the drunkenness evaporating as he burst into laughter. "Huh? Well done. This kid certainly piques my interest, but alas, I can no longer teach him anything." Shikiaku smiled without saying a word. If Lu Chan were present, he would likely refuse and exclaim, misleading the youth. On Amazon Lily, Hancock clutched a newspaper featuring Lu Chun, her cheeks flushed with infatuation. "Brother Lu Chun is so handsome. I wonder why he hasn't come to see me yet." Furthermore, Sister Shaku had sent word that Brother Lu Chun had slain the CP9 captain under the Celestial Dragons. But he is part of the Navy. It's not so simple for him to come here," the awkward Girlioza explained. In East Blue, at Windmill Village, a woman clad in a black robe sat in a tavern, her gaze fixed on 2 figures in the newspaper, a smile of satisfaction gracing her lips. "Robin, you have finally encountered your companions at sea. And Lu Chun, did you come to assist Robin on my behalf?" This woman was none other than Alvia. Chapter 94. The Rise of Darkness. Why me? She was a scholar, and upon seeing Lu Chen's involvement, she surmised that it was he who had slain the captain of CP9. Firstly, only Lu Chen's strength could possibly achieve such a feat. Secondly, CP9's involvement was surely for some other purpose, likely pertaining to the blueprints for the Underworld King. Regarding Ming Wong, Ao Airwaya is also somewhat knowledgeable. At this moment, at the G-39 naval base on the Grand Line, Lu Chun leisurely reclines in a chair, perusing the latest newspaper, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "Not bad, not bad. My bounty has been elevated to 1 billion. If I were a pirate, I would certainly be considered a supernova among them. Perhaps I could seize an opportunity to form my own pirate crew." As he mused, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. From a pirate crew, system reward, based on the overall strength of the crew. Upon seeing the task issued by the system, a flash of inspiration struck Lu Chun, and he resolved, that battle may very well be my chance. From that moment forth, the name Hei Yi would surely reverberate throughout the Grand Line. Suddenly a knock and the voice of AI echoed from outside. "Knock, knock, knock. Major Lu Chun, a telegram has arrived from headquarters." "Gumin." Lu Chun promptly concealed his smile. Soon after, AI opened the door and entered, his expression serious as he read aloud the telegram. "Major Lu Chun, headquarters orders you to immediately proceed to Water 7 and apprehend the Straw Hat crew. Ensure their complete capture." "Who issued this command?" Lu Chen's expression darkened as he inquired. "Do they not know that Luffy is my brother?" And they want me to arrest him? Are they looking for trouble? AI in chuckled lightly, aware of the relationship between Lu Chun and Luffy, and explained, I heard that it was Vice Admiral Carp who specifically requested your name. I see. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun suddenly regretted his earlier words. Everyone knows he is Carp's grandson. Now, sending him means they wish to inform others that Luffy is also his grandson, and moreover his brother. Is this a double insurance for him? When do we set sail? AI asked with a smile. Didn't the Navy headquarters instruct us to apprehend them immediately? We should depart at once. All right. With that, the two exited the office, preparing to embark on their ship. On the way, AI and suddenly posed a question. Lu Chun, I noticed you were reading the newspaper. Did you see that man called Hei Yi has a bounty exceeding 1 billion? He has now been recognized as a supernova among pirates. Currently, he holds the highest bounty among all supernovas. I wonder how you compare to him in strength. Oh, hearing this, Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he asked, who do you think is stronger? AI and confidently replied, without a doubt, you are stronger. He has only been around for a few years. His strength cannot have grown so rapidly. Ha 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 ha. Lu Chun merely chuckled, remaining silent. How could he compete against himself? Even he does not know who is stronger. What are you laughing at? I'm not laughing. I clearly saw you smile, and yet you deny it. I truly did not laugh. The two continued their banter until they reached the dock, accompanied by over 100 personnel, setting sail towards Water 7, including Bairu Mabwa and KB. After several years of training, both had grown considerably in stature and strength. A few days later, the ship carrying Lu Chun arrived at the waters near Water 7. He and AI stood at the bow, gazing at the stunning view of Water 7 ahead. It looks quite beautiful, Lu Chun remarked. During his last visit, he hadn't taken the time to truly appreciate the allure of Water 7. Slayedthe, indeed. Last time you were sent here, you merely passed through. Ha! Lu Chun chuckled. He later inquired with AI and learned that he had only gone to support the CP organization in Water 7 and hadn't visited Judicial Island. Meanwhile, the residents along the coast of Water 7 noticed the approaching naval vessel. Look, it's a Navy ship. What are they here for? Are you foolish? What would a Navy ship come for if not to capture pirates? What? They are here to apprehend the Straw Hat crew, who are the benefactors of Iceberg. Slayedthe. The Navy ship docked. Everyone disembark, Lu Chun commanded, fixing his gaze on the wooden cabin ahead. Yes, sir. With that command, all the Navy personnel swiftly disembarked. They formed two long lines, leaving a passage for two individuals to walk through, ushering away the surrounding crowd. Only Lu Chun and AI remained aboard. Once all the Navy stood at attention, Lu Chun nodded before stepping off the ship, clad in the Navy's Justice cloak. He strode purposefully between the two lines of soldiers. Upon witnessing this, the others were awed by the imposing presence that Lu Chun radiated. It's him, the Navy Major, the Navy Supernova, Vice Admiral Carp's grandson, Munki de Duchen. Why is he here? Surely he has come to apprehend the Straw Hat crew. We cannot let them enter. Meanwhile, not far away, Zoro spotted the Navy ship and hurriedly ran towards Frankie's residence. Quick! I must notify Luffy and the others. However, he was unaware that he kept running in circles. Suddenly, a throng of civilians emerged, blocking Lu Chun and the Navy's path. You cannot enter. This is our territory, and it is unoccupied. Yes, there is no one inside. Lu Chun would not be overly polite. His gaze turned cold, emanating a hint of conqueror's haki. As he commanded, get lost. With that sharp command, the obstructing individuals trembled in fear, feeling as if death was imminent. Their bodies instinctively parted to clear the way. Subsequently, Lu Chun led the Navy directly to the entrance of Frankie's home, halting there. All right, you all stay here. Yes, Major. Ilnoded, instructing all the Navy to wait outside. Meanwhile, Lu Chun advanced alone, pushing open the door and curiously stating, Everyone, it's been a while. The sudden arrival captured the attention of all within the room, drawing their gazes to the entrance. The Navy, Brother Lu Chun, it's Luffy's brother. Frankie and his friends immediately grew tense, even raising their weapons in preparation for battle. Only Luffy remained reclined in his chair, soundly asleep. Nami excitedly dashed over and embraced Lu Chun, beaming with joy. Brother Lu Chun, what brings you here? Are you here to see me? Oh dear, my Nami. Upon witnessing this, Sanji was moved to tears. Chapter 95. The Straw Hat Crew. Here, to capture. Well, the Navy headquarters ordered me to apprehend the Straw Hat Crew, which includes all of you, Lu Chun explained. At this revelation, the room fell silent, all eyes wide with astonishment as they stared at Lu Chun. You're here to capture us? Brother Lu Chun, do you really intend to arrest us? A few among Luffy's crew had already assumed battle stances, while only Nami and Robin hesitated to act. Robin understood they were outmatched, and Nami could not believe that her brother Lu Chun would truly apprehend them. Luffy. After chuckling lightly, Lu Chun turned his attention to the sleeping Luffy, calling out to him as he dashed toward his position. Oh no, he is going for Luffy. Sanji's expression shifted, and he immediately positioned himself in front of Luffy. Navy 6 style shave. In an instant, Lu Chun darted past Sanji and appeared before Luffy, delivering a powerful punch enveloped in armament hockey. Luffy, get up. With that blow, Luffy's chair shattered into pieces. Bang! A significant bump emerged on his head as he cradled it and exclaimed, "Ah, that hurts. Who hit me? Lu Chun, how could it be you? Consider it a summons from Grandpa, instructing me to pay you a visit and give you a few punches." Lu Chun smiled faintly and threw several more punches. Bang! Bang! Seeing this, Luffy attempted to evade, but the speed of those fists was too swift for him to dodge. Bang! Bang! After 2 more blows, Luffy sported 2 fresh bumps atop his head. Lu Chun, your punches hurt just like Grandpa's. Luffy exclaimed helplessly. Lu Chun explained, it's merely armament hockey, specifically designed to counter abilities like yours from the natural-type Devil Fruit users. Oh, I see. Luffy nodded and quickly sidestepped, fearing further strikes. Huh. Lu Chun chuckled lightly as he settled into a chair, waving his hand. Everyone, no need to be tense. I was summoned by the headquarters to apprehend someone, but I also came to check on my younger brother. Luffy, I have 3 matters to address during my visit. The first is to discipline you on behalf of Grandpa. The second is to inform you about your father. He is Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the revolutionaries and recognized by the world government as the most dangerous criminal. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. What? Monkey D. Dragon? Luffy, your father is actually the leader of the revolutionaries. Robin furrowed her brows, gazing into Lu Chun's eyes, suddenly realizing something. Could it be that Lu Chun was also a revolutionary? Beyond that, she couldn't fathom why Lu Chun, clearly a member of the Navy, would oppose them. It seems I have hardly seen him, Luffy frowned, recalling that he had no memories of his father. Suddenly, the sounds of a brawl erupted from outside. Clang! 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 Lu Chun turned and spotted Zoro with green hair engaged in a struggle with the Navy at the door. He nodded towards Balumabur and KB. Go! Engage him. Yes, Major. Hearing this, Balumabur and KB charged at Zoro. Luffy, seeing this, dashed outside to intervene. Hey, Zoro, stop fighting. They aren't here to capture us. However, as he stepped out, KB used the sword technique to appear before him and delivered a swift kick. The sharp strike came at him with lightning speed. But Luffy quickly evaded using his rubber body, standing ready to confront the man before him. Who are you? Luffy, don't you recognize me? I am KB. KB replied with a smile. Examining KB closely, Luffy retorted, the KB I know isn't like you. He was a coward. Haha, Luffy, that was the past. Now I learned from you and Major Lu Chun. KB scratched his head awkwardly. At that moment, Lu Chun stepped out and halted Balumabur and KB. Balumabur, KB, that's enough. You two can step back. With Lu Chun's training, while their strength may not match Zoro and Luffy, they wouldn't be defeated so easily. Brother Lu Chun, is he really KB? Luffy asked skeptically. Yes, Lu Chun confirmed, continuing. There is one last matter I must inform you of. The Navy headquarters has issued orders to apprehend you, so it's best you leave quickly, or else you may find it difficult to escape later. As he spoke, a profound smile graced his lips. Ha! Zoro, Sanji, Frankie, Nami, Robin, let's hurry. At that moment, Luffy suddenly had a realization, calling his crew as they rushed towards the seaside. Their new ship, the Thousand Sunny, awaited them on the shore. All right, All right. Nami and the others understood Lu Chen's intent and hurriedly followed Luffy towards the beach. Watching their retreating figures, Lu Chen smiled faintly and murmured, "Grandpa, I suppose this fulfills what you asked of me." Suddenly, An approached his side, inquiring, "When will we pursue them?" "Let us wait until they are aboard their ship." Lu Chen replied. I nodded, not arguing. From the very beginning, she had known that Lu Chen's purpose for being here was not truly to apprehend the Straw Hat crew. After all, Luffy was Lu Chen's younger brother, and it was Admiral Carp who had sent him here. He would never genuinely capture Luffy. At that moment, KB and Balumabur approached Lu Chen. "Sir, you two are still no match for Zoro and Luffy. You lack experience. If you awaken your haki, you might be able to stand a chance against them," Lu Chen stated with a serious demeanor. His words served as both a reminder and a warning. Don't think that mastering the Navy's 6 powers makes you formidable. There are many who surpass you. "Yes, sir." Balumabur and KB lowered their heads in shame upon hearing this. Seeing this, Ein quickly reassured them, "Don't be disheartened. The Major is only looking out for your best interests. Besides, this outing is intended to take you into real combat." "Really? Instructor Ein?" KB's face lit up with excitement. "Indeed," Ein affirmed with a nod. Immediately, Balumabur and KB expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, sir." Lu Chen nodded slightly, then turned his gaze towards Luffy and the others at the shore. "All right, we should go after them now." "Yes, Major." With a command, everyone rushed towards the shore in pursuit of the Straw Hat crew. Ein suddenly approached Lu Chen and quietly asked, "So what do you think? My previous remark was rather astute, wasn't it?" "What remark?" Lu Chen countered. Upon hearing this, Ein's brows furrowed slightly with surprise. "The look you just gave me suggested that I should comfort them, didn't it? Furthermore, your presence here with so many people indicates you intend to confront that warlord you mentioned, right? Consider yourself correct. I do indeed plan to resolve a warlord along the way." Lu Chen affirmed with a nod. Not long ago, he had triggered 2 missions, the other being to eliminate one of the warlords, Gecko Moria. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the mission. Eliminate Gecko Moria. System reward: 1,000 energy points. Materials needed for the construction of the Pluto: 10. The rewards were substantial, making it imperative for him to proceed. Expediting the construction of Pluto was also an excellent choice. Upon hearing this, Ein became enthusiastic. "So, which warlord are we targeting?" "Gecko Moria," Lu Chen stated. "It's him. It is said he is currently in the Grand Line, commanding his own army of zombies. His fruit ability is also troublesome, if he steals your shadow." Ein hesitated. She had heard of Gecko Moria's notoriety. In his youth, he even challenged the Yonko Kaido, only to have all his crew members annihilated by Kaido. However, it proved his strength was not to be underestimated, coupled with his peculiar devil fruit abilities. "Rest assured, I am confident in dealing with him," Lu Chen remarked with a calm smile. "Good." Upon hearing this, Ein felt reassured. Having followed Lu Chen for so long, I am well aware that he never engages in battles he cannot win. A few minutes later, all the Navy personnel boarded the ship. Lu Chen stood at the bow, urging the sailors to pursue the new vessel of Luffy and his crew. "Catch up with them." "Yes, Major General." The helmsman on the Navy ship accelerated with all his might, chasing after the Straw Hat pirates. Moments later, the Navy ship drew closer to the Thousand Sunny. "Luffy, your brother won't really catch us, will he?" Sanji asked anxiously. "He definitely won't." Before Luffy could respond, Nami, with a furrowed brow, firmly stated. Luffy grinned widely. "Brother Lu Chen won't take me away." Meanwhile, at the bow, Lu Chen drew his sword, Jean Tian, and his right hand was instantly enveloped in armament haki, a chilling sword intent coalescing along the blade. The haki gradually covered the entire sword, wrapping around it like flickering red arcs. The blade transformed into a deep crimson hue, radiating a potent sword intent. Those around sensed a wave of terrifying energy. Major General Lu Chen is about to strike. Everyone get back. Yes, clear the way. On the Thousand Sunny, so powerful, Zoro fixed his gaze on the long sword in Lu Chen's hand, suspecting it to be one of the legendary blades, though he had never heard of it before. The last battle was in the East Blue, and now, observing Lu Chen's swordsmanship, he realized Lu Chen had grown stronger. While he too was becoming stronger, Lu Chun was advancing at an even greater pace. Luffy, your brother is really going to make a move, Usopp exclaimed, his expression shifting with urgency. Chopper scurried about the ship in a panic. He. Luffy simply laughed at Lu Chun at the bow. In the next moment, Lu Chun smiled slightly and swung his sword. A flash of sword light erupted. The fierce sword energy, akin to a sharp axe, cleaved toward the Thousand Sunny. The calm sea was split in two by the sword aura, and even the clouds above seemed to be severed in half. The sword energy howled forth, accurately striking the surface of the sea beside the Thousand Sunny. With a thunderous boom, it unleashed massive waves toward Luffy and the others. Oh no! Nami's expression changed as she shouted, Luffy, Zoro, quickly adjust the sails. Got it, right away. With that, Luffy and Zoro sprang into action, turning the sails of the Thousand Sunny to face the opposite direction. As the colossal waves crashed against the ship, it felt as if a giant hand had slapped it. The Thousand Sunny was propelled away as if struck by a powerful gust, the Navy vessel unable to catch up. In a matter of moments, it vanished from sight. Major General Lu Chun, you just let those pirates go. At that moment, An approached him, teasing lightly. Yet, Lu Chun would not admit it, responding solemnly. I used my strongest sword attack. It merely missed. An stifled a laugh, covering her face, choosing not to speak further. The crew on board understood Lu Chun's intent, though they refrained from voicing it, not daring to say much. This naval major general was not one to provoke lightly. Lu Chun then addressed the Navy personnel with a serious tone. Everyone, since we have embarked on this journey, we cannot return empty-handed. Join me in eliminating the warlord, Moonlight Moria, in the Devil's Triangle. Yes, Major General, the Navy responded in unison. Meanwhile, the Thousand Sunny sailed alone on the sea. Although everyone on board had escaped unscathed, Nami, holding the log pose, wore a worried expression. I really don't understand what Brother Lu Chun is thinking, bringing us here. It will take at least 10 more days to reach the next island. Nami, let's set sail. Luffy shouted loudly, pointing ahead. He was unconcerned and simply wanted to depart. Nami, with a dark expression, couldn't be bothered to engage with him. Days later, the Navy ship that Lu Chun was aboard drew closer to the Devil's Triangle, and the crew began to stir restlessly. We're almost at the Devil's Triangle. I heard that 100 ships disappear there every year. Are we going to be okay? Especially with Major General Lu Chun with us? We'll be fine. We are on a Navy vessel. Who would dare to attack us? But I heard that people have seen the spirits of the dead there. The Navy personnel were becoming increasingly agitated, while Lu Chun lay leisurely on the deck, seemingly unfazed. Major General Lu Chun, even at this time, you are resting so comfortably? Aren't you going to calm the troops? An inquired curiously. Lu Chun smiled and countered. If I go, will it truly stabilize their minds? Ultimately, they are frightened. Once we enter, they will understand. That makes sense, An replied. Suddenly, Lu Chun turned to KB and Barumabur behind him and asked, Are you afraid? Not at all. KB and Barumabur replied in unison. Haha, I hope you remain unafraid. Moonlight Moria has several capable subordinates under his command. You two will handle them. I trust you will not let me down. Lu Chun emphasized each word. Yes, teacher. KB and Barumabur responded earnestly. This was the first task Major General Lu Chun had entrusted to them, and they were determined to complete it excellently. Failure would mean losing Lu Chun's esteem. As time passed, the Navy ship had entered the Devil's Triangle. Ahead lay an area shrouded in thick fog, the dark gray mist completely enveloping the sea, reducing visibility to a mere 50 meters. The Navy ship had to slow its speed. Lu Chun then slowly stood up, surveying the surroundings from the bow. All around were various abandoned ships and the remains of humans. It was impossible to ascertain how many ships and lives had perished in this area. Suddenly, a massive ghost ship appeared ahead, drifting slowly toward their location. It was evident that the ship had been abandoned for many years. No one could possibly be aboard, leading others to believe it was a ghost ship. What is that? Is it a ghost ship? Could there really be ghosts? Panic began to spread among the Navy personnel. Even Ein instinctively drew closer to Lu Chun, whispering, Lu Chun, do you think there are really ghosts in this area? Indeed, Lu Chun affirmed with a nod. By all accounts, Brook existed as a ghost, merely inhabiting a skeleton. Ein's brow furrowed as she suddenly noticed a skeleton on the ghost ship, playing a violin and singing. Yo-ho-ho-ho! A ghost! There really is a ghost. She immediately clung tightly to Lu Chun, her entire form hanging onto him. A wave of fragrance enveloped Lu Chun, who smiled calmly, gently patting her back, reassuringly stating, "It's all right. If it truly is a ghost, I can take care of it." After a brief moment, and let out a long sigh, gradually calming down. However, she soon noticed her and Lu Chen's appearances, her cheeks flushing red as she quickly released her grip. "I'm so sorry, Lu Chen. It's all right. You can hang on for as long as you wish. You're not heavy at all," Lu Chen replied with a smile. "Yes, et on nous dit gentille." As time passed, the ghost ship drew ever closer to their vessel, and the figure of the skeleton aboard became increasingly distinct. The skeleton was tall and slender, clad in a black gentleman's attire, sporting an impressive afro. It was evidently Brooke, who had been temporarily hiding in the Bermuda Triangle. In an instant, the sailors aboard Lu Chen's ship were paralyzed with fear, huddling together. A skeleton. A ghost. It truly is a ghost. Run. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have triggered a mission. Assist Brooke in reclaiming his shadow. System reward: 300 energy points. After glancing at the mission triggered by the system, Lu Chun prepared to approach Brooke. "If you're scared, you can stay on the ship. I'll go check out this so-called ghost." "I'm not afraid. I want to go too," Ain declared, puffing out her chest and raising her head earnestly. Hearing this, Lu Chun chuckled softly, taking her small hand and leaping towards the ghost ship. "All right then, you can come with me." "Wait, I'm not ready yet," Ain exclaimed, her small face filled with panic. But she had no choice but to follow. Soon, Lu Chun and Ain arrived on the ghost ship, where Brooke stood, curiously gazing at Ain. "Yo-ho-ho, beautiful miss, may I see your panties?" Lu Chun, this skeleton can talk." Ain gasped in shock, hiding behind Lu Chen. Yet, Lu Chun showed no signs of fear as he introduced himself. "Hello, I am Monkey D." "Lu Chun, you may call me Lu Chun." "Hello, I am Brooke. Aren't you afraid of me?" Brooke inquired in return. He had been here for many years, and every crew he encountered would flee in terror, with no one daring to approach him to converse. "What is there to fear? Everyone must die and eventually turn to bones," Lu Chen stated. "Yo-ho-ho, that is indeed a valid point." Brooke laughed heartily. The solitude of countless years had trained him to mask his loneliness with laughter, a habitual chuckle. "Care for a drink? Then we can chat," Lu Chen asked, retrieving a bottle of red wine from his system backpack, intrigued to question this man who had once tasted death. Although the author of One Piece had not elaborated much on the Yomi Yomi no Mi within the manga, a man who had consumed the fruit was bound to know some truths about the world. Moreover, this world diverged from the narrative constructed by the author. "Sure, it's been ages since anyone has kept me company," Brooke readily agreed. Lu Chun then turned to Ain, advising, "If you're afraid, you can head back. I will return shortly." "No, I want to stay with you." Ain quickly shook her head. For some reason, being with Lu Chun gave her an inexplicable sense of security. Even in the presence of the ghost she feared. "Very well, then let us remain together," Lu Chen responded, ceasing further persuasion, allowing her to have her way. "This way? Please, ladies, this is where I reside. I hope you don't mind." Brooke graciously extended his hands, inviting Lu Chun and Ain into the cabin. Meanwhile, the sailors on the Navy ship were all fixated on the events unfolding aboard the ghost ship, engaging in hushed whispers. Major Lu Chun and Ensign Ain have gone in. They're following that ghost. Will they be all right? They will surely be fine. Major Lu Chun is the strongest. KB, looking at the other sailors with a serious expression, stated firmly, "The Major will definitely be safe, and that skeleton is probably not a ghost. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to speak." After this, the sailors fell silent. Well aware of the relationship between KB and Lu Chun, and recognizing KB's rank of sergeant, which was significantly higher than theirs. Inside the ghost ship's cabin, Ain carefully poured red wine for Lu Chun and Brooke. "Thank you, beautiful miss." Brooke acknowledged with a slight nod. "No need for thanks," Ain responded, momentarily taken aback. suddenly realizing that the skeleton did not seem so fearsome after all. With a gentle smile, Lu Chun raised his glass. Brook, drink up, and while you're at it, share your story with me, if you would. All right, Brook exclaimed, downing his glass of red wine before beginning to recount his tale. Over 50 years ago, I led my pirate crew into the Grand Line, and since then, I've been hiding in this Bermuda Triangle. Brook shared many details about his life, but they were merely brief mentions. Throughout his narration, the smile on his face and the sound of his laughter never faded. It was unclear whether it was a laugh of resignation or genuine amusement. Lu Chun nodded slightly, speaking earnestly. I did not expect your journey to be so fraught with hardship. Since you cannot leave this area, I am headed to defeat Gecko Moria, and I shall assist you in reclaiming your shadow. Although he was aware of certain matters, hearing Brook speak them aloud was still somewhat poignant. Gecko Moria's abilities are quite peculiar. I've been quite well off in this sea, so I would prefer you to avoid danger. Brook quickly shook his head. The two were merely acquaintances. He did not wish for Lu Chun to undertake such a risk. I am a Navy major. I can handle him. Lu Chun replied with a smile. Well, if you insist, I shall accompany you. His zombie crew is created using Gecko Moria's fruit abilities, so they are particularly vulnerable to salt. Please prepare accordingly, Brook advised. Thank you very much. Lu Chun responded, and then suddenly inquired. There is one thing I would like to ask. Did the Yomi Yomi Nomi take you to the afterlife? What is that place truly like? I'm not quite sure. It was a very dark place, seemingly underground. I kept walking upwards and could only vaguely hear some animal-like sounds. Ever since I returned to my body, certain memories seem to have vanished, and I cannot recall them clearly, Brook explained. Lu Chun pondered deeply upon hearing this. Based on Brook's account, it could be inferred that the so-called afterlife indeed existed. However, its true purpose and the means to access it remained a mystery yet to be unraveled. After conversing for a while, Lu Chun took Brook aboard the Navy ship, and together they set off towards Gecko Moria's lair, the terrifying three-masted ship. When the sailors on the ship saw Brook, they were too frightened to speak. Fortunately, after Lu Chun provided an explanation, the crew gradually returned to normalcy. Nevertheless, Brook maintained a cautious demeanor regarding his skeletal state. Approximately half an hour later, a colossal phantom gradually emerged ahead, resembling a maritime castle adorned with sails akin to those of a ship. 3 grand sails, to be precise. This was none other than the lair of Moonlight Moria, the fearsome three-masted vessel. It was said to be the most formidable sailing ship in existence. Before them lay Moria's stronghold, where the castle harbored a myriad of zombies, presenting a significant challenge. Brook gazed intently at the imposing ship, murmuring to himself. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun slightly nodded and turned to the naval officers behind him, speaking earnestly. Ladies and gentlemen, Moria has long concealed himself within the Devil's Triangle, preying upon passing vessels. It is now our duty to exact retribution upon him. While the castle is teeming with various zombies, I've already imparted the means to deal with them. Salt. Once we dispatch those minions, I shall personally confront Moria. Yes, Major. The naval officers replied in unison. With the protection of Salt, they regarded Brook with curiosity, eager to witness the efficacy of this remedy against evil. Thus, the ship advanced towards the terrifying three-masted vessel. Shortly after docking, a horde of zombies surged towards their position with alarming speed. These bizarre zombies resembled grotesque amalgamations. Men with bat wings, others with elephantine limbs and snouts, and even zombies with crocodilian jaws. Among them was a familiar figure leading the charge. Absalom, the wielder of the transparent fruit. Hey, Navy, our captain is one of the 7 warlords. What brings you and your entourage to our territory? Absalom inquired, a tone of accusation in his voice. You've identified us as the Navy. Thus, we are here to eradicate pirates. Lu Chun's face, once filled with mirth, now radiated a chilling intent. How foolish to think you could attack us with such a small force. Absalom's expression turned furious as he commanded, charge, eliminate them. With that command, the entire horde of zombies lunged towards the naval forces. Soldiers, let us annihilate them. Ian shouted, brandishing his longsword. Yes, the naval officers surged forward, engaging in fierce combat. The air was filled with the sounds of battle and the cries of the fallen. Despite the overwhelming number of zombies, most were mere lackeys. And with the naval officers armed with ample salt, the zombies, impervious to pain, still found themselves no match for the resolute sailors. At that moment, Absalom encountered Ian. As Ian prepared to strike, Absalom seemed to vanish into thin air. Where had he gone? In truth, Absalom had merely activated his transparent fruit, remaining hidden near Ian. Ha ha ha, this Navy fellow is rather handsome. He chuckled wickedly, extending his sinister hands towards Ian. Just as he was about to make contact, a swift sword aura sliced through the air. What? Absalom felt a chill run down his spine and swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the attack. However, the sword aura cleaved through numerous zombies in its path, creating a clear passage. Anything caught within the line of that sword aura would be severed. Lu Chun, what are you doing? You almost hit me, Ian exclaimed, furrowing her brows. Lu Chun, his expression grave, activated his Kinbunchiko haki and replied coolly. That creature had become invisible. He nearly took advantage of you. Ian gasped in fright, instinctively clutching her chest and scanning her surroundings. She realized that the eerie sensation she had felt earlier was due to that peculiar being lurking nearby. Meanwhile, the transparent Absalom, concealed nearby, glared malevolently at Lu Chun and Brooke, cursing under his breath. It must be that skeleton who divulged our abilities and weaknesses to the Navy. I'll make you pay. Before he could finish his thought, Lu Chen's eyes flickered as he detected a murderous intent with his Kinbunchiko haki. He swiftly drew his sword and executed a powerful strike. One sword style drawn blade slash. The sword light shimmered as formidable energy surged forth, aimed directly at Absalom's location. What? How did he discover me? Absalom's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed incredulously at the approaching sword energy. The speed was overwhelming, leaving him no time to evade. He could only draw his sword to defend himself. As the chilling energy collided with Absalom's long sword, a crack appeared along its shimmering blade. Soon, more fissures emerged, resembling a tortoise shell as the sword began to splinter. Clang! With a sharp sound, the sword energy severed the transparent long sword and continued towards Absalom's body. Absalom shrieked as he was cleaved in two, tumbling backward. With blood gushing forth, his transparent form gradually materialized, but his body was no longer whole, severed in half. Tears of regret and disbelief filled his eyes, for even in death, he could not comprehend how Lu Chun had discerned his presence. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System reward: 100 energy points. Initially, Lu Chun had intended to leave Absalom for KB and Balumabur, but witnessing Ian nearly being compromised and the system triggering a task prompted him to act decisively. Absalom had to perish. If he survived, he would surely target Nami next. Good riddance, Ian exclaimed, glancing at Absalom's lifeless body, quickly expressing her gratitude. Lu Chun, thank you. If it weren't for you, not at all. This creature was a mere patchwork being, daring to take advantage of you. He deserved his fate. Lu Chun replied indifferently. Indeed. Ian felt a surge of relief at his words. Subsequently, Lu Chun stepped aside, allowing others to continue the fight. There was no need for him to handle everything alone. Suddenly, Lu Chun spotted KB and Balumabur, who were working in unison against the fearsome Cerberus. Due to their frequent training together, their coordination was exceptional, and they overwhelmed the beast with ease. Within minutes, the duo triumphed over Cerberus. After approximately 10 minutes, the battle at the entrance concluded, with all zombies vanquished. Lu Chun surveyed the naval officers, stating with resolve, those unable to continue due to injuries should remain and guard the ship. The rest will follow me into Moria's lair. Yes, Major. Upon his command, nearly all the naval officers surged forward into the stronghold. Simultaneously, within the grand hall of the three-masted vessel, a zombie rushed into the hall in a flurry, anxiously exclaiming, Captain, there is grave trouble. The Navy has stormed in with men. Did SwordsmanWho not go to intercept them? Why have they still invaded? Moria, seated in the grand hall, frowned with displeasure. The zombie hurriedly replied, Lord SwordsmanWho has already been slain. At this, Moria sprang to his feet. slamming his hand on the table in fury. Which navy dares to kill my men? Come, let's see who it is. Yes, Captain. His subordinates promptly followed him out, including the Ghost Princess Perona and Hogback. Meanwhile, Lu Chan led the navy, having arrived mere hundreds of meters from the castle, closing in rapidly. As Moria descended the stairs with his men, he suddenly caught sight of Lu Chan at the forefront, his brow furrowing in recognition. It's him, Karp's grandson, the Navy supernova, Monkey D. Lu Chan. Captain, why have you stopped? Hogback questioned, puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, Moria replied earnestly, You go and stop him. I shall retrieve the secret weapon. Understood, Captain. Hogback nodded and swiftly led his men away. Minutes later, the two parties confronted each other before the castle. Tension crackled in the air, though no blows were exchanged. At that moment, Hogback noticed Lu Chan among the Navy, his expression shifting in surprise. It's you, the Navy supernova, Monkey D. Lu Chan. What brings you here? Is that a question you truly wish to pose? Lu Chan retorted sharply, surveying the area from Moria. Where's Moria? Why should I tell you? Are you not aware that our captain is a Shichibukai? The Navy has an agreement with the Shichibukai. Hogback countered, realizing Lu Chan's formidable strength. It became clear to him why SwordsmanWho had met his demise. He certainly could not match Lu Chan. At that moment, he understood why Moria had chosen to retrieve the secret weapon. A Shichibukai? Moria hardly qualifies, Lu Chan scoffed. In truth, he held a certain admiration for Moria's audacity in seeking a confrontation with Kaido. However, ever since Moria's crew had perished, he had succumbed to a path of decline, overly reliant on the power of shadows, an external force, rendering him perhaps the weakest pirate among the Shichibukai. During the Marineford War, he could barely withstand a few blows from Jinbei. So weak, the weak shall invariably be eliminated. Hogback was left speechless, fearing an abrupt attack from Lu Chan. If you want to speak, I shall seek the answer myself. With that, Lu Chan dashed toward the castle behind them. Not so fast. Perona floated in midair, suddenly appearing before Lu Chan. With a wave of her hand, several white specters emerged from behind her, negative ghosts. The negative ghosts soared toward Lu Chan's position. Conqueror's Haki. Lu Chan chuckled lightly, his gaze sharpening as he unleashed a formidable wave of Conqueror's Haki. Two of the negative ghosts were caught in its wake, their forms disintegrating into countless white ashes, dissipating into the air. Perona cried out, clutching her head in agony. Ultimately, the negative ghosts she summoned were manifestations of her own mental energy, making them particularly vulnerable to Conqueror's Haki. Unless one were as exceedingly negative as Usopp, others lacking Conqueror's Haki would still be affected to some degree. As Perona recovered, she found Lu Chan had vanished from sight. Where has he gone? Perona, notify the captain. I will hold them here. Hogback shouted, engaged in combat with the Navy. Understood. As Perona prepared to leave, a white figure suddenly blocked her path. It was Ain, who had remained by Lu Chen's side. If you wish to leave, you must first contend with my sword. Perona frowned, realizing she must first deal with Ain. Meanwhile, KB and Balumabur were attacking Hogback together. Simultaneously, after departing the battlefield, Lu Chan began searching the castle for Moria. After a considerable time, he could not locate him. Suddenly, a spark of insight struck Lu Chan's mind. Could he be there? Chapter 100, Zombie Ores. Demon Warrior. Not within the castle. He was likely in the freezing chamber where ores was stored. Therefore, Lu Chan keenly sensed the temperature fluctuations throughout the castle and dashed toward the coldest area. In the freezing chamber, Moria gazed at the colossal zombie ores before him. His brow furrowed. I did not anticipate having to awaken you so soon. If that is the case, I have no choice. He had no confidence in confronting Lu Chan, especially after Crocodile had fallen to him not long ago. He had to employ his strongest weapon acquired over the years, the Demon Warrior, the giant Ores. However, lacking a suitable shadow, he prepared to merge his own shadow with Ores, allowing for better control. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed behind him. Boom! A thick wall was cleaved open, collapsing as cold air seeped out, and dust filled the air. Then, through the haze, a figure emerged. Lu Chan stepped forth, intrigued. Moonlight Moria, so you are indeed here. How did you know I was here? Moria's expression faltered slightly. Lu Chun smiled. Take a guess. Hearing this, Moria's expression darkened as he continued. Lu Chun, as a Navy major, do you not know I am a Shichibukai? Dare you lead men to attack me? Enough with the idle chatter. Lu Chun interjected, his tone casual. I know what you intend. Merging your shadow with ores, correct? I eagerly await your fusion. Spare me the unnecessary words. He had discerned that Moria's shadow had yet to merge with the zombie ores. Moria's prior remarks were merely a stalling tactic. Do not be so arrogant. Moria's displeasure was palpable, for strength was the true currency of power. I will await your fusion with ores. With that, Lu Chun stood by, quietly observing, prepare to strike. Character, Moonlight Moria. Position, Captain of the Moria Pirates, Shichibukai. Fruit, Shadow Fruit. Level, a skill, Fruit Development. Bounty, 320 million berries. So weak. Truly, it is a mystery how Moria attained the title of Shichibukai. Seeing Lu Chun remain passive, Moria confidently began merging his shadow with the zombie ores, coldly declaring, You shall pay for your underestimation. Do not dawdle. Hurry it up, Lu Chun urged. You. Moria found himself momentarily speechless, hastening the fusion of ores and his shadow. Soon, Moria's shadow completely merged with the zombie ores. The once dormant corpse suddenly opened its enormous eyes, moving its massive form. The surrounding walls and ice began to tremble, threatening to collapse. Ores was immense, his appearance grotesque. After all, this is the formidable demon who astonished the world 5 centuries ago. Character, Owzy Zombie. Position, Fruit. Level, a skill, Superhuman Strength. A. Bounty, none. Ha ha ha. At last I have merged. Boy, you shall pay dearly for your arrogance. Moria laughed triumphantly, glancing at the looming figure of Owzy behind him, and gestured towards Lu Chun. Owzy, eliminate him. Roar. Upon hearing the command, Owzy unleashed a thunderous roar, the shockwave reverberating around them, deafening. It felt as though the very ground and castle were trembling under the force of his voice. The ceiling and surrounding walls began to crumble, stones cascading down. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, Lu Chun maintained a serene smile. I am quite eager to witness the true power of this demon warrior. The zombie Owzy bellowed, his massive fist hurtling towards Lu Chun. Although the speed of the punch was not particularly swift, Lu Chun chose to remain still, slowly drawing his longsword, Jean Tion. He would block it with his blade. Bang! A colossal sound erupted. The tremendous impact sent Lu Chun flying, crashing through several walls before finally coming to a halt. The spot where Owzy had struck was already a vast crater. Ding! Congratulations, host. Skill Busashoka Hockey Experience 500. Amidst the ruins, Lu Chun rose slowly, brushing off the dust from his attire. Remarkable. Truly, he is deserving of being the strongest demon from 5 centuries ago. One punch awarded him 500 experience points. It is known that finding an opponent capable of granting such an abundance of Busashoka Hockey experience is a rarity. Unless it is his grandfather, Carp. Pretentious fool. Do you really think you can contend with Owzy? Moria hissed, entirely convinced that Lu Chun was merely posturing. However, Lu Chun suddenly sheathed his supreme blade, Jean Tion, enveloping his fists in Busashoku, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Come on, let us intensify the battle. You seek death. Moria's eyes narrowed, rage boiling within him, wishing nothing more than to devour Lu Chun right then and there. He knew that Lu Chun's swordsmanship was unparalleled, and for the sake of bravado, he had chosen to forego his weapon, a grave insult. The damage was negligible, yet the humiliation was profound. Owzy, crush him. Moria roared. Yes, master. With that, the zombie Owzy clenched his fists, launching a relentless barrage of punches at Lu Chun on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. One punch after another. With every strike, the castle trembled. Countless walls shattered. Debris flew. It was as if a giant were pounding the ground with his fists. Meanwhile, Lu Chun merely used his fists to absorb Owzy's blows. Though each hit sent jolts of pain through his arms, it was bearable, and he could endure. Listening to the system's melodious notifications, Lu Chun found the pain to be less daunting. Ding. Congratulations, host. Skill Busashoka Hockey Experience 400. Ding. Congratulations, host. Skill Busashoka Hockey Experience 500. Ding. Congratulations, host. Skill Busashoka Hockey Experience 400. Ding. Congratulations, host. Skill upgrade successful. Not long after, Owzy ceased his assault, glaring intently at the ground before him. After a vigorous exchange of blows, the castle had been reduced to ruins. Clouds of dust swirled, obscuring the scene within. Yet, Moria's lips curved into a smug grin, revealing his delight. Ha ha, just a mere marine major dares to wreak havoc on my territory, courting death. Alas, he seems unaware of the law of smoke and injury. Hey, have you celebrated too soon? Suddenly, from within the swirling dust emerged a familiar voice. Lu Chun stepped forth from the wreckage, gazing at Moria with keen interest, mockingly stating, "Is that all the power your zombie possesses? It seems to have inflicted no harm upon me at all." Chapter 101. The Mighty Owzy, The Gathering of Shadows. You insolent brat, you are utterly audacious. Moria's eyes blazed with fury, unbridled rage coursing through him. He had never encountered anyone who could withstand Owzy's punches without sustaining an injury. Do not rush. I await your attempt to slay me. Lu Chun chuckled lightly, shedding his tattered garments to reveal his robust physique. One cannot deny that Owzy's punches possess immense power. The previous exchange had significantly boosted his Busashoka hockey experience. If he could endure a while longer, he would elevate to S rank, which is precisely why Lu Chun sought to provoke Moria. And indeed, it unfolded as he anticipated. Owzy, eliminate him. Moria, incensed once more, commanded Owzy to attack. Roar. Thus, Owzy unleashed another flurry of punches upon Lu Chun below. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike resonated with a thunderous boom. The entire three-masted vessel trembled as if an earthquake had struck. However, Lu Chun refrained from initiating any attacks, focusing solely on defense. He was merely observing his Busashoku hockey gaining experience. Ding! Congratulations, host. Skill Busashoka Hockey Experience 400. Ding! Congratulations, host. Skill Busashoku Hockey Experience 350. Ding! Congratulations, host. Skill Busashoka Hockey Experience. Meanwhile, on the other side of the castle, the battle between the Navy and Moria's pirate crew raged on, all sensing the overwhelming tremors. What was happening? Dai furrowed her brow, gazing towards the source of the thunderous noise. Suddenly, Hagyabak proclaimed with pride, "Ha! It must be the captain who has defended against Zombie Owzy. You can expect your major to be defeated. Humph, you should be more concerned about yourself." KB's fist collided with Hagyabak's face, sending him flying. Seeking death. With that, they plunged back into combat. Time passed, though it was unclear how much. Ding! Congratulations, host. Skill Busashoku Hockey Upgrade successful. The system finally delivered the news of the skill upgrade. Lu Chun's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he exclaimed, "Thank you." With that, he finally drew the blade at his waist, the supreme blade John Tian and the gentle breeze. With a swift motion, two sword energies imbued with intent surged forth, slicing directly toward Owzy. Bang! Bang! However, the fierce sword energies merely sent Owzy sprawling to the ground, landing heavily, yet causing no harm to his body whatsoever. Such formidable flesh. Lu Chun gazed at Owzy's chest, marveling. The two sword energies had merely left two superficial cuts on Owzy's chest, without even breaking the skin. Moria grinned wickedly. "I have long declared that the demon Owzy is invincible. What can your supreme blade do? It cannot harm him in the slightest." In response, Lu Chun's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "If I cannot kill him, does that mean I cannot slay you?" Navy 6 forms, Soru. As he spoke, his figure vanished from sight, reappearing before Moria. With a swift stroke of his blade, he executed the one-sword style, the drawing slash. What? Suddenly, Moria's expression shifted dramatically, taken aback by Lu Chun's unexpected change of target, now attacking him. Just moments ago, he had been relentlessly assaulting Uz. The vivid crimson sword energy surged towards Moria's face. leaving him no time to evade. As the attack was about to strike Moria, his figure abruptly transformed into a massive form, obstructing Liu Chen's path. Bang! The sound of the sword strike reverberated. Liu Chen glanced up, only to realize that the one being attacked was indeed Uz. While Moria had already switched to Uz's previous position, he must have employed his fruit ability, the Shadow Warrior, to exchange the positions of his shadow and his body. Since his shadow had merged with Uz, it was Uz who had been substituted. Roar! Suddenly, Uz let out a furious roar and delivered a powerful punch downward. In response, Liu Chen skillfully executed the Marine 6 style shave to evade. Bang! A resounding crash. A deep crater formed where the punch landed, sending dirt flying. Meanwhile, Moria cautiously observed Liu Chen, fearful of another assault. He chose to merge his consciousness with Uz's body and arrogantly declared, "Kid, I am now within Uz. Let us see how you will attack me." Hee. Liu Chen scoffed coldly, stating, "You rely too heavily on others' power. Hence, your strength will never reach its peak. Uz is merely a foreign entity, ultimately inconsequential." What do you know? Uz, kill him. Moria's fury erupted instantaneously. Uz relentlessly swung his massive fists downward toward Liu Chen. However, Liu Chen had already evaded to a safe distance. Observing Uz, he slowly grasped two long swords, instantly enveloping them in an imposing aura. A powerful sword intent coalesced atop the blades, manifesting as two distinct yet potent energies, one white and one red. As Liu Chen swung his arms, the energies danced in the breeze, resembling flowing silk, shimmering with brilliant light. In an instant, Liu Chen simultaneously struck at Uz with both swords, proclaiming, "Twin sword style, white tiger dragon roar." In a heartbeat, two sword energies sliced through the air, the white and red energies launching forth. The intense sword intent gradually took form as two ferocious beasts, a white tiger and a crimson dragon, each resembling colossal primordial creatures, bared their fangs and lunged menacingly towards Uz. Roar! Uz seemed to sense the looming danger and unleashed his strongest power to date, his muscles bulging as he swung both fists towards the sword energies. Boom! At the moment of impact, a deafening explosion resonated. A tremendous wave of energy surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings and leveling everything in its path. Even Liu Chen had to retreat swiftly to avoid being caught in the onslaught. Slayedthe. As the aftershocks of the battle dissipated, the original scene was revealed. Uz lay on the ground, his eyes glazed over, resembling a lifeless corpse. His sturdy arms had been completely severed by Liu Chen's sword energy, lying beside him. Moreover, Uz's bones were shattered beyond repair, leaving him incapable of standing again. Bang! Suddenly, a door seemed to open in Uz's abdomen. Covered in blood, Moria crawled out, gritting his teeth, declaring, "I will not lose again, absolutely not." Upon finishing his words, he let out a furious roar, "Shadow, assembly." The entire three-masted ship seemed to resonate with his wrath. Shadows began to soar in from a distance, each one entering Moria's body through his mouth. 1, 2, 3. The number of shadows surged dramatically, and Moria's physique began to swell. Chapter 102. With me here, who dares to move him? After absorbing a full 1,000 shadows, Moria's body had expanded to nearly the size of a giant. With such a colossal form, it was no wonder he could harbor 1,000 shadows. By absorbing these shadows, he augmented his size and strength, now possessing the destructive capability to shatter an island with a single blow. Additionally, his attributes had undergone a transformation. Character: Moria. Position: Warlord. Fruit: Shadow Fruit. Level: S. Moria gazed down at Liu Chen, indifferently stating, "Kid, die." With that, he struck down towards Liu Chen's position with a mighty hand. Boom! Standing firm, Liu Chen looked up at the enormous palm descending upon him, resembling a miniature Wuzishan, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. "Get lost!" Liu Chen shouted angrily, raising his sword to slash, then utilizing shave to swiftly evade. The sword energy struck Moria's massive palm as if it were hitting Uz's body, a drop of water falling into the ocean. No ripples were created. Fortunately, Liu Chen managed to avoid Moria's assault, dodging to the side. Bang! A tremendous crash. Moria's palm slammed into the ground, sending countless clods of earth flying, causing the entire ground to tremble as if another earthquake had occurred. Furthermore, this time the force was far greater than ooze, leaving cracks resembling turtle shells across the surface. The entire three-masted ship appeared as though it might be split apart by a strike. After a moment, Moria noticed that his previous strike had missed Liu Chen and attempted another, exclaiming, "If you have the capability, then do not flee." "All right," Liu Chen replied nonchalantly. He raised his right hand, wielding the sword Zhan Tian, as a dense aura gathered around its blade. Red energy coiled around the sword, akin to arcs of red lightning. One sword style, open heaven. He then decisively swung the blade directly towards Moria. The sword radiance flickered. The vivid red sword energy surged forth, akin to a scarlet blade, as if it aimed to cleave the heavens asunder. The clouds above were split in two by the intense sword intent. Swoosh! The sword energy struck Moria's colossal palm with pinpoint precision. Despite his enhanced strength and body, the ferocious impact and piercing sword energy still sent his gigantic form hurtling back. Bang! He crashed heavily to the ground, rendered unconscious. Simultaneously, the shadows Moria had absorbed erupted from his mouth and various parts of his body. Liu Chen approached him, stating coldly, "You rely too much on the power of others. You, who have battled Kaido, are truly too weak." With that, he swiftly severed Moria's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward: 1,000 energy points, materials needed for the construction of the Underworld King, 10. As Liu Chen picked up Moria's head, preparing to depart, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Who? Liu Chen turned sharply, only to see a man clad in black, wearing a black and white hat. It was Bartholomew Kuma, the tyrant Kuma. Character: Bartholomew Kuma. Position: Warlord, Revolutionary Army Officer. Fruit: Paramecia type. Pawpaw fruit. Level: S. Skills: Fruit Development SS. Martial Arts SS. Bounty: 296 million berries. Bartholomew Kuma glanced at Liu Chen, then inquired, "If you were to travel, where would you wish to go?" Upon hearing those words, Liu Chen furrowed his brows and instinctively took a few steps back, increasing the distance between the two. "I do not wish to travel at the moment. What brings you here?" "The Navy headquarters has dispatched me to capture the Straw Hat crew. However, it appears he is your brother, and also Ace's, correct?" Kuma inquired with a stoic expression. Indeed, Liu Chen nodded, aware that he would not harm Luffy, yet uncertain if he might turn his intentions towards himself. The formidable fruit abilities were indeed a cause for concern. Having killed Moria, the Navy will undoubtedly trouble you. Let them come. Do I fear them? Well then, I shall take my leave. I did not locate the Straw Hat crew. With that, Kuma turned and departed. Liu Chen observed his retreating figure, a slight smile gracing his lips. Was that statement directed at me? He had dismissed the Navy's orders under the pretext of failing to find Luffy and company. After Kuma's departure, Liu Chen returned to the battlefield, carrying Moria's head. Yet, he had just triggered a new mission. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Rescue Kuma before Dr. Vegapunk's modifications. System reward: 2,000 energy points. 20 materials for constructing the Hades. Meanwhile, upon Liu Chen's return, Ein hurriedly approached him, anxiety etched on his face. "Liu Chen, are you all right? Are you injured?" "I am fine. Moria cannot harm me." Liu Chen reassured him. "Good." Ein felt relieved. Liu Chen continued, "How is the battle faring?" "We have 21 severely injured and 76 lightly injured. All members of the Moria pirate crew have been captured, save for Perona, who has escaped. Should we pursue her?" Ein answered candidly, "No need. Let us return." Liu Chen waved his hand. Pursuing Perona now would likely yield no results. Completing the mission sufficed. Understood. Thus, Liu Chen led all the Navy personnel back to the G-39 Navy base. Days later, at Navy headquarters, Sengoku pondered, what on earth is this boy Liu Chen up to? Not only has he captured a warlord, but now he has killed another. Does he not understand the cooperative relationship between the warlords and the Navy? He stared at the incoming information, his expression troubled. Just then, there was a knock at the door. "Come in." Before Sengoku could finish his sentence, Garp strode in, picking his nose and inquiring, "What do you need? You can see for yourself." Sengoku handed him the telegram. Garp took a look and burst into laughter. "Ha ha! My grandson is truly remarkable. Well done." Upon hearing this, Sengoku's face darkened. "You may find it amusing, but others will not share your sentiment. Lu Chun is likely to be summoned back. Why should he return? His strength rivals that of the vice admirals, yet he hasn't even been granted a vice admiral position. As long as I am around, who dares to touch him?" Garp's expression turned serious. Sengoku nodded slightly, knowing well the weight of Garp's words. As long as Garp remained, and as long as Lu Chun was part of the Navy, no one within the Navy would dare to challenge him. Meanwhile, in a certain area of the Grand Line, Lu Chun lay comfortably on a deck chair, basking in the sun while glancing at his familiar interface. Host, Lu Chun. Rank, S. Position, Major. Fruit, Thunder Fruit. Skills, Swordsmanship, S. Sword Intent, S. Body Techniques, Fruit Development, C. Conqueror's Hockey, S. Armament Hockey, S. Observation Hockey, S. Navy 6 Styles. Shave, S. Navy 6 Styles. Gale Foot, S. Navy 6 Styles. Moonwalk, S. Life Return, G. Cooking, Talent. Skill Simplification. Energy, 2,469. Berries, 18,989 million. Chapter 103. The Navy's 3 Admirals. Kizaru Akainu Akiji. His rank had finally reached S. And he had also learned Life Return. Ding. Would you like to simplify the skill Life Return? Yes. Ding. Simplifying the skill Life Return. Simplification successful. Life Return just by speaking. Life Return could be considered a hidden skill. The higher the level, the greater its effects. Luffy merely utilized Life Return to replenish his stamina through food. However, the Life Return skill is far more complex. Lu Chun was contemplating how to research Life Return when Ein approached, holding a telegram and frowning. "Major, the Navy headquarters has sent an urgent message requesting your immediate return." Upon receiving the telegram, Lu Chun glanced at it and noted that it did not specify the reason, only demanding his immediate return. However, he surmised that it was likely due to his killing of Moria. Some would inevitably use such matters against him. Yet, he had not anticipated the situation would escalate so swiftly. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chun instructed, "Reply that I will return to the headquarters at once." Understood. I nodded, but could not suppress his curiosity. "Is it because we killed Moria? What if I had not accompanied you back?" "No need. You should return to the base with them. They are likely recalling me to headquarters." Lu Chun replied with a smile. Despite Lu Chun's cheerful demeanor, Ein felt an unease, sensing that something was amiss. Once Ein departed, Lu Chun set sail alone towards the Navy headquarters. A fortnight later, at Navy headquarters, Lu Chun navigated a small boat towards the grand entrance of the Navy headquarters. Before reaching the dock, he noticed several Navy personnel waiting on shore. Were they specifically waiting for me? Moments later, Lu Chun leaped from the boat, landing gracefully on the shore, and inquired, "Are you here to escort me?" "Indeed." "Major Lu Chun, please follow me." The leading officer, Samuel Mandel, said expressionlessly. "Very well." Lu Chun nodded slightly and followed them into the Navy headquarters. The surrounding Navy personnel noticed Lu Chun's return. There was no denying it. As the Navy's strongest supernova, he was well known. "It's Major Lu Chun. Why has he returned to Navy headquarters?" "I don't know. Could something have happened?" Mandel and his team usually escorted errant Navy personnel. Had Major Lu Chun erred? The news of Lu Chun killing Moria had not yet circulated among the ordinary Navy ranks, so they were unaware. Nevertheless, Lu Chun sensed that something was not quite right. A few minutes later, the officers led Lu Chun to a closed door and stated, "Major Lu Chun, the Admiral is waiting for you inside." "All right." Lu Chun nodded, pondering. "Sengoku, there are multiple individuals present. Perhaps this time, the situation was indeed precarious." He pushed open the door, revealing Admiral Sengoku along with the 3 admirals, Akainu Sakazuki, Kizaru Borsellino, and Akiji Kazan. The 4 stood imposingly, resembling an interrogation of a criminal. As he entered, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. "Admiral Sengoku." 3 admirals. Lu Chun saluted respectfully before stepping forward. Suddenly, Akainu spoke up, commanding, "Stop. Remain right there." The admiral hasn't said anything. So who do you think you are? Lu Chun retorted with a cold snort. However, he did not halt his advance, proceeding to take a seat on a nearby chair. Akainu, fuming, gritted his teeth and turned to Sengoku, stating, Admiral, Lu Chun has made a mistake. Can he still sit there? Until he is convicted. Lu Chun is still a rear admiral of the Navy, Sengoku replied. Upon hearing this, Akainu was momentarily speechless. Lu Chun smirked, looking triumphantly at Akainu, and chuckled. Did you hear that? I'm still a rear admiral. Suddenly, Sengoku admonished sternly, Lu Chun, take your seat. Yes, Admiral. Lu Chun promptly complied, maintaining a smile as he glanced at Akainu, as if to say, You fool, do you not know the relationship between my grandfather Garp and Sengoku? You think you can pressure me? Dream on. Naturally, he also observed the demeanor of Kizuru and Akiji. Akiji at least smiled at Lu Chun, whereas Kizuru seemed preoccupied with grooming his nails, as if indifferent to the proceedings. After a brief silence, Sengoku finally spoke. Lu Chun, I have a few questions for you. Answer truthfully and without concealment. Understood, Lu Chun affirmed. Following this, Sengoku asked, Did you kill the warlord Gecko Moria? Lu Chun replied without hesitation, yes. As soon as he spoke, Akainu eagerly interjected, Since he admitted to the murder, can we proceed with the conviction? He knowingly violated the agreement between the Navy and the warlords by daring to kill one of them. This is a blatant crime. I believe Rear Admiral Lu Chun would not kill a warlord without cause, Akiji added, earning a glare from Akainu. Sengoku cast a disapproving glance at Akainu, stating coolly, Do you wish to convict Lu Chun before I have finished my inquiries? No, Akainu replied, visibly displeased and gritting his teeth. It would be best if you refrained from interrupting me. With that, Sengoku turned back to Lu Chun and continued, Now, Lu Chun, let us proceed to the second question. Why did you kill Gecko Moria? Firstly, while traversing the Devil's Triangle, Moria attacked me with the intent to kill. Surely, I had the right to defend myself. Secondly, he is a pirate, and it is the Navy's duty to eliminate pirates. Thirdly, although Moria is a warlord, he has caused harm to many sailors and civilians in the Devil's Triangle. Should such actions be permissible for a warlord? Lu Chun stated unwaveringly. Upon hearing this, a faint smile crept onto Sengoku's lips. Indeed, he was Garp's grandson, possessing the same knack for deception that sounded genuine. What a clever argument. You actively sought trouble with Moria's crew, yet now you shift blame onto them? Akainu scowled, reprimanding him. Admiral Sakazuki, some matters should not be spoken of lightly, and one must rely on evidence when speaking. Do you have witnesses to support your claim that I sought trouble with Moria's crew? Lu Chun countered. On my return journey, I eliminated all members of Moria's crew. None were spared, except for Perona, who fled and went missing. I am confident no one will locate her, and my subordinates would not dare disclose this information. Chapter 104, Innocence. Who was struck? For it was Lu Chun himself who took action against the remnants of Moria's crew, doing so in front of all the Navy personnel aboard. All the Navy members were aware of Lu Chun's brutal methods and dared not speak further. Akainu was momentarily at a loss for words, his expression darkening as he declared, Your soldiers will naturally defend you, but the fact remains that you killed Warlord Moria. Do you believe you can evade responsibility? I did kill him, Lu Chun replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Akainu turned to Sengoku, saying, Admiral, since Lu Chun has confessed, let us proceed with the conviction. I agree to condemn him. Sengoku raised an eyebrow, ready to respond, but Lu Chun interjected with a smirk, asking Admiral Sakazuki, Are you out of your mind? With that, Akainu's anger erupted as he slammed his fist on the table, demanding, Lu Chun, what do you mean by that? I mean you are out of your mind. As an admiral of the Navy, you would condemn me, a fellow Navy officer, for a pirate's actions? Are you unaware of how many wicked pirates I have slain? Is it not the Navy's duty to eradicate pirates? If one pirate's actions can lead to my conviction, who would dare oppose them? Shall we allow them to ravage the seas unchecked? I have likely sent more pirate souls to rest than you have had meals. Lu Chun stated solemnly, with righteous indignation. This declaration infuriated Akainu, his face turning pale with rage as he shouted, Lu Chun, you are courting death. Such words were the utmost insult to a Kainu, who embodied absolute justice. In an instant, his figure vanished, enveloped in searing lava, and he launched a devastating punch at Liu Chen. "Sakazuki, stop!" Sengoku shouted, rushing to intervene. As the blazing magma fist approached, Liu Chen remained unfazed. His right hand instantly coated with haki, poised to draw his sword. Suddenly, a furious voice boomed from behind. "Who dares to harm my grandson?" With a deafening crash, the heavy iron door shattered into fragments, scattering across the floor. A figure emerged before Liu Chen, none other than Garp, who had rushed upon hearing the commotion. His haki-infused punch struck Akainu squarely on the head. With a resounding thud, Akainu was sent sprawling, crashing heavily to the ground, with fiery magma strewn about. The impact left a deep crater where he fell, as if a significant portion of his head had been sheared away. Coughing, Akainu clutched his chest and spat blood. Grateful he had activated his haki in time. Otherwise, he could have perished from that blow. The force was simply overwhelming. Liu Chen looked at the familiar and imposing figure ahead, his expression lighting up. "Grandpa, Liu Chen, are you all right?" Garp's intense gaze remained fixed on Akainu as he inquired. "Grandpa, rest assured, that guy cannot harm me," Liu Chen assured him. Garp nodded, visibly relieved, his gaze sharpening as he unconsciously exuded Conqueror's haki, bearing down on Akainu, stating, "Akainu, do you truly believe I have grown old? How dare you lay a hand on my grandson without my permission?" The released Conqueror's haki was felt solely by Akainu, who experienced the overwhelming pressure bearing down on every cell in his body, rendering him unable to rise, even hindering his transformation into magma. Akainu struggled to speak, finding it increasingly difficult. On the platform, Akiji wore a smile, thinking, indeed, Vice Admiral Garp remains formidable. This fool Akainu dared to strike Liu Chen. Suddenly, Sengoku cleared his throat, adopting a serious tone. "Garp, should you not withdraw? I merely came to see my grandson. Is that not permissible?" Garp replied, scratching his nose nonchalantly. At this moment, Akainu finally regained his composure, staggering to his feet and taking a seat on a nearby chair, warily observing the duo of Garp and his grandson. Neither of the two was easy to deal with. Sengoku reluctantly nodded and said, "Very well. But this inquiry is focused on Major General Liu Chen. You should return promptly. If I do not return, what if I leave and someone takes action against my grandson?" With that, Garp firmly sat down opposite Akainu. Akainu dared not meet Garp's gaze, choosing instead to avert his eyes. He had long heard of Garp's formidable strength, but had not anticipated being so easily bested by a single punch. Truly, he was the man hailed as the hero of the Navy. "Fine, you may remain here," he conceded. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku relented and turned to the trio of Akainu and others, continuing, "In that case, let us raise our hands for a vote. Those in favor of convicting Major General Liu Chen, please raise your hands." Akainu's eyes flickered, glancing at Sengoku and Garp. Yet he dared not raise his hand. Doing so would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. Sengoku observed and then said, "Now, those who believe he should not be convicted, please raise your hands." At that, only Akiji and Sengoku raised their hands, while Kizuru and Akainu remained still. "What is the matter with you two?" Sengoku inquired, puzzled. "Commander, I abstain." "Commander, I too abstain." Kizuru's words were barely out when Akainu echoed his sentiment. Hearing this, Sengoku nodded slightly and declared loudly, "In that case, I announce that the Navy headquarters finds Major General Liu Chen not guilty." His voice resonated as if deliberately meant for Garp's ears. "Commander, then the bounty on Moria and the merits are also mine, right?" Liu Chen seized the opportunity to ask. "Indeed," Sengoku replied with a wry smile. At this moment, Garp stood up, taking Liu Chen with him as they exited. "All right, since there is no issue, it is time for us to spend some quality time together. You will stay at the Navy headquarters from now on to avoid being bullied outside." As he spoke, he shot a glance back at Akainu. Akainu's countenance darkened, filled with resentment, yet he dared not utter a word, merely suppressing his feelings. On the platform, Sengoku's expression soured as he regarded Garp and Liu Chen's departing figures. Pondering, "I am still the commander of the Navy. Must you not discuss this outside?" After all, personnel changes within the Navy required his approval. As Lu Chun and Karp exited, many Navy personnel gathered to witness the spectacle. Quickly look, it is Major General Lu Chun and Vice Admiral Karp. It seems they are both unharmed. It must have been Vice Admiral Karp who took action. I wonder who he struck. Certainly not the commander, and definitely not Admiral Kizaru. After the two had departed, Sengoku, Kizaru, and Akiji followed closely behind. The expressions of Sengoku, Kizaru, and Akiji were relaxed, while Akainu bore a massive red bump on his forehead. Anyone who saw it would know that Akainu had been struck by Vice Admiral Karp. However, upon witnessing Akainu's murderous glare, none of the Navy personnel dared to meet his eyes, let alone laugh. In Chapter 105, the Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, off to Slayedthe Archipelago. In Karp's office, he said, "You little rascal, you have not had a moment's respite these past few days, causing such a ruckus. Aren't you afraid of someone seeking trouble with you?" Karp sat in his chair, furrowing his brow. "Grandpa, isn't there still you?" Lu Chun replied with a grin. At this, Karp displayed a look of satisfaction. "You are right. Some pirates indeed deserve to be eliminated. With me around, no one in the Navy headquarters dares to lay a finger on you. I will also strive to ensure you remain at the Navy headquarters and attain the position of Vice Admiral. When Sengoku retires, you shall be well positioned to succeed him." "Yes, Grandpa, I aspire to that as well. But I doubt Admiral Sakazuki will agree," Lu Chun responded, knowing that Akainu had engaged in fierce battles with Akiji over the position of Fleet Admiral. Karp's expression turned serious as he said earnestly, "Train diligently. Once you possess the strength to defeat him, you will naturally become Fleet Admiral. Otherwise, I cannot assist you much." "Understood, Grandpa," Lu Chun affirmed with a nod. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the task. Defeat Sakazuki. System reward, 2,000 energy points. Growth type Blade Reincarnation 1, and Sakazuki." After a moment of contemplation, Karp recalled something. "By the way, Luffy will likely arrive at Slayedthe Archipelago soon. That lad loves to stir up trouble. If you have the time, go assist him. He must learn that his strength is still lacking, and there are many challenges he cannot resolve on his own." "Got it, Grandpa," Lu Chun replied. Hearing this, he understood Karp's genuine concern for his 3 grandsons, including himself. His greatest worry, perhaps, was Ace. Suddenly, another system notification sounded. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the task. Defeat Luffy and his companions. System reward, 1,000 energy points. Materials required for constructing the Pluto 10. After a lengthy silence, Karp sighed deeply, saying, "Lu Chun, you are the last one I need to worry about. If I am no longer around, you must protect both Luffy and Ace at all costs. Consider this a request from your grandfather." "Huh?" At these words, Lu Chun's mood darkened. Karp's statement felt like a last testament. "Grandpa, why do you say such things? You are as strong as ever. How could you not be around?" Karp chuckled without a word. The two conversed for quite some time, and Lu Chun felt perplexed by Karp's demeanor, sensing an underlying concern. Eventually, Lu Chun departed from Karp's office and returned to his previous office to rest temporarily. Meanwhile, at Mary Geos, the 5 elders reconvened, with a telegram regarding Lu Chun's defeat of Moria and another about Lu Chun's potential promotion to Vice Admiral laid out on the table. Munki de Duchen. Is he also of the D family? His strength has surged dramatically over the years. It is somewhat terrifying. Shepherd Tinbitter expressed concern. The elder with a mustache, Topman Vacheli, laughed. Though this Lu Chun bears the D in his name, he is Karp's adopted grandson and does not truly belong to the D family. I believe he is indeed, as the rumors suggest. He harbors a deep hatred for pirates, as his entire family was slain by them. Indeed, Elder Izengbaron Vinisuru stroked his long beard in agreement. In that case, he is not a cause for concern. We should promote talent. Exactly. The others unanimously concurred. A few days later, at the Navy headquarters, Lu Chun received the notification of his promotion along with the Navy's Justice Cloak associated with the Vice Admiral position. He officially became a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. In his office, he remarked, "Well, not bad. The Vice Admiral's cloak is indeed more durable." Lu Chun gazed at the cloak behind him, nodding in satisfaction. Beside him, Ein smiled at Lu Chun, You look good in anything but with your fighting style. It would be unusual if your clothes weren't damaged. They both shared a laugh. Just a few days prior, Ein had also returned to the Navy headquarters from a base located in the first half of the Grand Line, along with Barton, Kobe, and Barumabur. As a vice admiral, it was essential to have trusted aides, and these individuals were among those Lu Chun deemed reliable. However, upon their return, Kobe and Barumabur were immediately sent to Zephyr's advanced training camp, trained for a few years before discussing further. Suddenly, the sound of knocking and Barton's voice echoed from outside the door. Bang, bang, bang. Lieutenant General Lu Chun. Kumin, Lu Chun called out. As soon as he finished speaking, Barton opened the door and hurriedly entered, saying anxiously, "The Straw Hat crew and other pirate supernovas have arrived at the Slayedthe archipelago." "Very well. We shall proceed to the Slayedthe archipelago." Lu Chun swiftly rose and stepped outside, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Pirate supernovas, you say? I am eager to see just how formidable they truly are." Barton and Ein followed closely behind him. As the three of them exited, all members of the Navy base turned their attention towards them, particularly Lu Chun, who had just been promoted to Rear Admiral. "Look, it's Rear Admiral Lu Chun." "What Rear Admiral?" "He is now a Vice Admiral, holding the same rank as his grandfather, Vice Admiral Garp." "Impressive. In just a few short years, he has ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral." "Indeed, it is said that he earned all of his accolades by defeating pirates, which led to his promotion." Ein and Barton, walking alongside Lu Chun, noticed the envious and admiring gazes from the surrounding Navy personnel. Barton jested, "Lu Chun, these people are all looking at you. You are now the object of admiration for every member of the Navy headquarters. Yes, you have accumulated numerous honors, being the youngest Rear Admiral in Navy history, a Navy supernova, and the grandson of the hero, Puka." Ein chimed in. "Since you are all aware as my subordinates, you should also strive to make a name for yourselves," Lu Chun said with a smile. Cough, cough. Hearing this, Barton couldn't help but cough twice, recalling the days when Lu Chun had dominated him. "Lu Chun, you are simply too dazzling. We are but mere embellishments in your presence. No worries. You will have your opportunities to shine in the future," Lu Chun replied earnestly. In truth, both Barton and Ein were quite capable. Ein, in particular, possessed formidable devil fruit abilities that could serve as support. For instance, she could revert Garp to his prime state from 18 years ago. Surely he would be stronger than he is now. "Well, that is all I need to hear," Barton said. Shortly thereafter, the three of them boarded a Navy ship, heading towards the nearby Slayedthe archipelago. After approximately half an hour, their vessel landed on island number 1 of the Slayedthe archipelago. Ein looked towards the distant island and inquired with curiosity, "Lu Chun, why have we come to island number 1? "To search island now. 1 for information on the pirate supernovas, and to look for my brother, Luffy," Lu Chun replied calmly. In reality, this was not his primary objective. There was another matter of greater significance. "Understood." I nodded, already aware of the relationship between Lu Chun and Luffy, and knowing that Lu Chun would not act against Luffy. After all, he was his own brother, and Garp was still at the Navy headquarters. Soon, the trio arrived at island number 1 of the Slayedthe archipelago. Clad in Navy uniforms, they quickly attracted the attention of everyone on the street. "It's the Navy." "No, it's Rear Admiral Monkey D. Lu Chun, the Navy supernova. Has he come to the island too? Is it to confront the pirate supernovas? It must be. I wonder who is stronger, the Navy supernova or the pirates?" Observing the crowd around him, Lu Chun raised an eyebrow slightly and whispered, "Split up and search for Luffy or the other pirate supernovas. Contact me via Den Den Mushi." Understood. Upon hearing this, Ein and Barton immediately set off in different directions. The Slayedthe archipelago was vast, and it would be challenging for 3 of them to find the pirate supernovas while moving together. Once Ein and Barton departed, Lu Chun swiftly vanished from sight. He found a secluded corner and changed into a long-lost black cloak. The Navy uniform drew too much attention. This attire would be more suitable for his endeavors. Lu Chun mused with satisfaction. In truth, he had not come to island number 1 solely to find Luffy. He aimed to attend the auction taking place at the Slayedthe archipelago to complete a task triggered by the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Rescue Cammy. Eliminate Celestial Dragon Charlos. System reward: 2,000 energy points. The task appeared simple, yet it entailed opposing the entire world government. No wonder the reward was 2,000 energy points. The target for elimination was none other than Charlos, a celestial dragon. Should this endeavor succeed, the name Black Knight would resonate throughout the Grand Line, undoubtedly becoming an adversary of the world government. Contemplating this, Lu Chun frowned deeply, murmuring, "Grandfather, I may have to undertake this task. If problems arise, you promise to assist me." Despite his formidable strength, he was not the strongest in the world. There were still those who instilled fear in him, including the terrifying Gorosei and Emu. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, "Achoo!" Garp sneezed and continued to pick his nose, wondering which young rascal was mentioning him. At the auction venue on Island Number 1, the fervent auction had commenced, and the guests were bidding on the slave merchandise displayed on stage. Guest number 13 bids 300,000 berries. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Guest no. 34 bids 350,000 berries. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 350,000 berries, going once, going twice. Behind the auction stage, all the slaves destined for sale were held in sturdy iron cages. Among them, a particularly conspicuous white-haired old man stood out, alongside a giant. The old man was none other than Rayleigh, the former first mate of the pirate King Roger, who had sold himself. Suddenly, several auction staff members entered with a registration book, stating blandly, "The fishman has been taken out. Next is auction item number 23. Before the words had barely left their lips, 2 arcs of silver-white electricity crackled through the air. "Electrify! ZZZZ!" In an instant, the 2 were charred and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Rayleigh frowned, sensing something amiss, and looked towards the darkened corner. A man clad in a black cloak emerged slowly from the shadows, teasingly saying, "I never imagined the illustrious Dark King Rayleigh would be imprisoned here. Black Knight, what brings you here?" Rayleigh immediately recognized Lu Chun, yet still referred to him by his moniker, Black Knight. At this utterance, the slaves in the jail turned their astonished gazes toward the figure in black. "Black Knight, it's him, the notorious bounty criminal with a 1 billion berry bounty. I can't believe he is here," Lu Chun remarked playfully, "just passing the time." Rayleigh chuckled silently, pondering, what could this kid be doing here? What grand scheme is he planning? For Lu Chun, whether as the Navy officer or as Black Knight, every action he undertook was of great consequence. Lu Chun inquired, "Do you require my assistance?" "No need." Rayleigh shook his head. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun exited the backstage and made his way towards the auction venue. He had merely come to check on Cammie's presence in the backstage and wished to chat with Rayleigh. Simultaneously, at the auction front, Cammie had already been presented and bidding had commenced. She was trapped inside a circular transparent dome, her neck shackled with an iron collar. Mr. 4 offered 8 million berries. "Is there a higher bid?" Mr. 7 bid 8 million berries. "Is there a higher offer?" In the shadowy corner, Lu Chun observed the proceedings on the stage, also noting the presence of Nami and her companions, who seemed poised to secure Cammie. Suddenly, St. Charlos, adorned with a transparent helmet, rose and extended his 5 fingers, exclaiming, 500 million berries. What? 500 million berries, a value far exceeding that of a mermaid. Do you see who that is? He is a celestial dragon. Does he lack money? Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped, and no one dared to challenge St. Charlos. Nami and her companions furrowed their brows, contemplating their predicament. They only possessed 200 million berries, far from sufficient. Suddenly, a voice filled with gravitas echoed, 1 billion berries. As the words resonated, the crowd turned toward the source. A figure cloaked in black emerged slowly from the shadows, shrouded in a dark robe, rendering his face indistinguishable. Nevertheless, some in the crowd recognized him. It is Hai, the notorious bounty criminal with a price of 1 billion berries. To their astonishment, he was present as well. Does he truly possess such wealth? Nami's expression brightened, realizing it is brother Lu Chun. He has come because we are here too. Nearby, Robin also gazed intently at the black-clad Lu Chun, her delicate brows knitted in concern. It is him. What's he doing here? St. Charlos's anger was palpable as he rebuked, I do not care who you are. Do you even know who I am? Are you seeking death by opposing the celestial dragons? Huh. In an instant, Lu Chun let out a cold laugh, intrigued as he asked, What? You do not recognize me? Chapter 107, Pacifist. You're still too weak. Upon hearing that familiar voice and seeing that familiar attire, St. Charlos was abruptly transported back in time to a few years prior. It was also on Slayedthe archipelago when a man in black had rescued 2 slaves from him, leaving him lying on the filthy ground for quite some time. It is you. You harmed me. You shall pay. Instantly, St. Charlos's eyes reddened with rage. As for his humiliation on the filthy ground, it was a secret that must not be revealed to anyone. You are the one who deserves to die. Lu Chen's gaze turned frigid as he spoke indifferently. What did you say? Before St. Charlos could finish his sentence, a surge of silver lightning erupted from Lu Chen's hand, cascading toward him. Just as it was about to strike St. Charlos, a corpulent figure suddenly appeared in front of him, absorbing the lightning's impact. Zizizizi. The stout figure was char-black from the electric shock. At that moment, Lu Chun finally discerned the identity of the man before him. A round head, short hair, clad in a red sleeveless coat. It was Bartholomew Kuma. He had presumably been dispatched as a bodyguard for St. Charlos. Initially, St. Charlos had been paralyzed with fear, but upon seeing the Navy's arrival, he quickly regained his bravado, shouting, Hey, Navy, quickly kill him. No, I want him alive, to make him my slave. Understood, Kuma replied. Brushing off the dust from his clothing, his gaze fixed on Lu Chun as he calmly stated, Hi, let me, the world's strongest defensive man. See just how formidable you are. With that, he raised his enormous axe, swinging it toward Lu Chun. Divine punishment. Lu Chun remained still, slowly raising his right hand. Countless bolts of lightning gathered in his palm, shimmering arcs of silver forming a massive column of electricity. With a gentle flick, the colossal lightning pillar surged toward Kuma. The speed of the lightning was evidently faster than Kuma's attack. Boom! A tantôt explosion ressonna-t-elle. The lightning pillar struck Kuma with precision, coursing through his body and wreaking havoc on every cell within. Zizizizi, accompanied by the emergence of black smoke and the acrid scent of charred flesh. The spot where Kuma had stood was scorched to a crisp, while he lay unconscious on the ground, oblivious to his fate. Lu Chun glanced at the fallen Kuma, then appeared before St. Charlos, delivering a powerful punch, declaring, You can die now. Instantly, St. Charlos's face contorted in terror, his eyes widening, mouth agape. Regrettably, he could not utter a word before Lu Chen's formidable fist obliterated his skull. Blood gushed forth, splattering the entire venue. In an instant, chaos erupted within the hall. A celestial dragon has been killed. Someone has slain a celestial dragon. Flee! Flee! They are dead. Most attendees rushed for the exits, while Nami and her group remained frozen in place, stunned by the unfolding events. It all transpired too swiftly. They had never anticipated that the man in black, Lu Chun, would kill a celestial dragon. Suddenly, Lu Chun appeared before Cammy, shattering the glass dome with a single punch. Bang! The seawater surged forth, and Cammy tumbled out. Fortunately, Lu Chun caught her just in time and tossed her to Nami, who was waiting nearby. Gami. Sanji hurried forward, swiftly securing Cammy in his arms. Suddenly, a swarm of Navy personnel stormed the hall, swiftly encircling Lu Chun. Quickly surround him. He is the one who killed the celestial dragon. Yes, it is he who has slain the celestial dragon. Lu Chun chuckled softly, glancing at Nami in the distance. You all go ahead. I will hold them off. All right, let's hurry. Hearing this, Nami bit her lip in determination and nodded, quickly leading Sanji and the others to escape. At this moment, she had no choice but to trust Lu Chun, otherwise they would not escape. Seeing Nami and her companions blend into the fleeing crowd, a faint smile graced Lu Chun's lips. His eyes narrowed as an invisible wave of Conqueror's haki surged outward. Conqueror's haki. Instantly, every Navy personnel affected by the aura rolled their eyes and collapsed to the ground. Just as Lu Chun prepared to depart, a familiar voice called from behind, Stop. Kuma staggered to his feet, gritting his teeth. You will not escape. Having just regained consciousness, he saw the fallen Navy soldiers and felt compelled to stop Lu Chun. Otherwise, such an opportunity would never arise again. I've already told you, you are too weak. Lu Chun's gaze was icy as he spoke indifferently. Just as he was about to act, a colossal figure appeared before him. It resembled Bartholomew Kuma, yet devoid of any emotion. It was a robot engineered by Vegapunk. The Pacifista. Upon seeing the Pacifista arrive, Kuma's expression brightened, and he immediately commanded, "Pacifista, restrain him." At this moment, he did not expect the pacifist to vanquish the darkness. Merely entangling it would suffice, allowing time for the Navy headquarters to dispatch an admiral. Surely, that would lead to the downfall of this notorious bounty of 1 billion berries. The pacifist's eyes flickered as he opened his mouth, powerful energy converging within, unleashing a formidable laser cannon towards Lu Chun's position. Boom! Yet, Lu Chun remained unmoved, instead taking a few steps forward. Just as the laser cannon was about to strike him, he merely shifted to the left, allowing the beam to pass by harmlessly. Not a scratch. The cannon impacted the wall behind him, creating a gaping hole. What? Jean Taowan's expression shifted. He was astonished that Lu Chun possessed Kinbunchika haki. Without it, he would have surely been struck by the laser. However, upon closer reflection, it was clear that a man capable of awakening Haushika haki would undoubtedly possess Kinbunchika haki as well. At this juncture, the pacifist launched another attack. Yet, Lu Chun had already appeared before him, lifting his haki-imbued right foot and delivering a powerful kick. Tian Kenjiao. In an instant, a surge of immense energy erupted, forming a crimson foot strike aimed at the pacifist's body. Bang! With a thunderous sound, the pacifist was sent flying, along with Jean Taowan behind him. Chapter 108. Too slow. Let us determine the victor. One man and one machine thus crashed through several walls of the auction hall, ultimately bursting through the final barrier and plunging into the waters beyond the island. Splash! After glancing at the spot where the pacifist and Jean Taowan had vanished, Lu Chun sensed something amiss and swiftly departed, disappearing into the hall. Moments later, a yellow light appeared, casting Jean Taowan, who had fallen into the sea, back onto the shore. Cough, cough, cough. Jean Taowan spat out copious amounts of seawater. Looking at the man in the admiral's cloak and yellow suit hovering above, he complained, "Old man, you're so slow. The darkness must have escaped." The man before him was none other than Admiral Kizaru from the Navy headquarters, and Jean Taowan was his subordinate. Let me take a look. With that, Kizaru transformed into a beam of yellow light, soaring towards the auction hall. In mere moments, Kizaru arrived at the scene, observing the multitude of unconscious Navy personnel strewn across the ground, murmuring, "It seems the darkness truly has appeared." He then vanished from his spot, reappearing at the shore before Jean Taowan. The individual had indeed fled. Jean Taowan's face darkened as he retorted, "Aren't you going to pursue him? I told you your speed was lacking, but you didn't believe me." Kizaru replied nonchalantly, "That person was exceedingly swift and has already escaped far beyond our reach." Just then, Jean Taowan was about to respond when a phone bug suddenly rang. He promptly answered it, and a distressed voice from the other end exclaimed, "Is Admiral Kizaru there? We have spotted the Straw Hat crew, Kid, and Law, 3 supernovas, and we require assistance. We need backup." "Where?" Jean Taowan inquired. "Island 36. Island 36. After the call, Jean Taowan hung up, immediately rising to declare, "Old man, let us head to Island 36. "All right." Kizaru nodded, though his brow furrowed, hinting at some impatience. Meanwhile, on Island 36, the Straw Hat crew, the Kid Pirates, and the Heart Pirates were engaged in fierce combat against the encircling Navy. The 3 formidable supernova crews were overwhelming, inflicting heavy casualties upon the ordinary Navy present, who seemed utterly outmatched. There was no need to await Kizaru's arrival. The Navy was already facing defeat. Fortunately, Kizaru and the warlord Bartholomew Kuma were en route, having dealt with several supernovas. However, at this moment, Luffy and his companions were struggling against the pacifist at the dock. The pacifist merely unleashed shockwaves, forcing Luffy's group to scatter in retreat. Only Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were able to hold their ground. Panting heavily, Luffy and his companions, battered and bruised, stared at the pacifist. Onward, Luffy urged with determination. Right? Zoro and Sanji responded, preparing to join forces. Itoryu, back as Satsu. Suddenly, a sharp sword aura sliced through the pacifist's body, piercing it completely, the energy continuing until it severed an entire tree before finally halting. In an instant, the pacifist was cleaved in two, the upper half slowly descending. Boom! An explosive sound erupted as the pacifist's body detonated, a massive cloud of smoke enveloping the area. Luffy fixated on the scene, muttering, "Who is it? Luffy, have you forgotten me already?" A familiar voice emerged from within the smoke. Lu Chun, clad in a Navy Vice Admiral's cloak, stepped forth, wielding the supreme blade Jean Tion. Lu Chun, Luffy beamed, ready to rush forward to greet him, only to be seized by Zoro. Wait, he is part of the Navy now? Not merely due to Lu Chun's allegiance, but Zoro sensed an undercurrent of hostility emanating from him. Not a murderous intent, but a palpable enmity. I know, Lu Chun is indeed part of the Navy, Luffy replied earnestly, adjusting his hat. At this moment, Nami also sensed the unusual tension, inquiring, Lu Chun, are you here to assist us? In a manner of speaking, but presently, I am with the Navy, and we shall determine a victor here. Lu Chun slowly raised his long sword, Jean Tion, directed at Luffy and his companions. I understand. Upon hearing this, Luffy seemed to grasp the implication, adjusting his hat and looking towards his comrades. Everyone, let us join forces and win this battle. Ha ha yes, Zoro exclaimed, the first to respond. Soon after, the others chimed in, all right, together. As long as their captain said so, they would follow. Let us go. Luffy's gaze sharpened as he commanded. Right? With that, Luffy and his comrades launched their assault. Leading the charge was Luffy, crouching low, using his legs to pump energy. Declaring, Gomu Gomu no yet beasted. Instantly, he vanished from his spot, rushing towards Lu Chun, rapidly unleashing a flurry of punches. Armed haki, solidified. Yet to Lu Chun, these attacks posed no threat. They merely struck against his hardened form. Luffy's fists continued to rain down upon him. Bang, bang, bang. A relentless barrage ensued. Meanwhile, Lu Chun's ears were filled with the sound of system notifications. Ding. Congratulations. Host Skill Armament Hockey Experience 100. Ding. Congratulations. Host Skill Armament Hockey Experience 100. Ding. Congratulations, host. What? Suddenly, Luffy became aware of something amiss. Lu Chun had not retreated a single step, remaining unfazed and composed. Lu Chun seized the opportunity of his opponent's momentary distraction, grasping Luffy's right arm and unleashing a ferocious blow with his right fist, enveloped in haki. The impact was so forceful that Luffy coughed up blood, sent sprawling backward, and crashed heavily onto the ground. He rolled several times before barely stabilizing his stance. Luffy! Luffy! Zoro and Sanji exclaimed in concern upon witnessing the scene. Nami and Usopp rushed to assess Luffy's condition while the others continued their assault on Lu Chun. At that moment, Zoro and Sanji came charging in at high speed from either side, almost simultaneously launching their attacks. Three-sword style, 600 troubling winds. Diable jam, roast meat. Lu Chun regarded the two with a faint smile and executed the Navy's 6 styles, shave. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight, leaving only an afterimage, causing both Zoro and Sanji to miss their targets and inadvertently strike one another. Bam! Zoro was kicked in the chest, while Sanji was grazed by a powerful sword aura. Both fell to the ground, immediately engaging in a heated argument. Hey, are you blind? Don't you know it's me? Is it not you? Suddenly, the vanished Lu Chun reappeared beside Zoro and Sanji, raising his hand to deliver a strike imbued with sword intent. Is there still time to bicker in the midst of battle? Oh no! The powerful sword aura hurtled toward them, causing Zoro and Sanji's expressions to change drastically as they hurriedly attempted to defend themselves. Two-sword style, horned rhino. Zoro lifted his swords, adopting a stance reminiscent of a rhino's horn. Meanwhile, Sanji spun his right leg rapidly, generating flames that engulfed his foot as he kicked. Diable jam, roast meat. Regrettably, Their attacks were utterly powerless against Liu Chen's release strike. Bam! In an instant, Zoro and Sanji were sent flying by the sharp sword aura, crashing heavily onto the ground. Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and the others shouted in concern. Concurrently, Chopper swallowed a rumble ball, enhancing his strength and speed, his limbs transforming to appear exceptionally robust with bulging veins. He dashed forward, swiftly reaching Liu Chen, launching a barrage of kicks. Cloven hoof, cherry blossom snow. Ha! Liu Chen's eyes glinted as he swiftly retreated, evading all of Chopper's attacks with ease, relying solely on his observation haki. What? Chopper exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide. Suddenly, Liu Chen seized the moment of Chopper's astonishment, hardening his left fist with armament haki, the metallic sheen glinting as it struck toward Chopper's head. Bam! A tremendous sound echoed as Chopper spat blood, sent flying like the others, rolling multiple times before finally coming to a halt. Just as Chopper was sent soaring, Frankie appeared behind Liu Chen, launching a powerful punch with his massive fist, strong hammer. Simultaneously, Usopp pulled back his slingshot, unleashing a rapid series of shots. Special shell, powder stars. Several shells shot forth in a straight line toward Liu Chen. Above, Brook had appeared, sword in hand, aiming to stab Liu Chen. Flying swallow jump. However, Liu Chen's expression remained unchanged. With a gentle stomp of his right foot on the ground, he utilized the Navy's 6 styles, shave. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, causing Frankie, Brook, and Usopp's attacks to collide with one another. Bam! Bam! The explosive shells left Frankie and Brook covered in soot. Robin crossed her arms and closed her eyes, invoking her technique, clutch of the 80-petal flower. Suddenly, her arms manifested on Liu Chen's shoulder, each forming a fist aimed at Liu Chen's head. Yet before they could strike, he appeared before Robin, calmly stating, "Too slow." With a swift slash, the sword glimmered brilliantly. Robin was sent flying as well, crashing heavily to the ground, devoid of the strength to continue fighting. In the end, only Nami remained standing, still possessing the will to fight. Her brows furrowed, cheeks puffed, she looked at Liu Chen, reluctant to engage, and sighed, "Brother Liu Chen, enough. I am not your opponent." It was not a matter of fear, but rather her need to conserve energy to care for the injured crew, hastening to lead them to safety. Upon hearing this, Liu Chen remained silent, turning to Luffy, who was struggling to rise, and sternly remarked, "Luffy, you are too weak. In the Grand Line, there are many pirates stronger than you, each capable of annihilating your crew. Without the ability to protect your crew, how can you call yourself a captain? I am merely a Marine Major, yet I can defeat you all, let alone a Marine Admiral." Luffy roared, clenching his fists. I can still fight." "Very well. Let us see how long you can endure." With that, Liu Chen utilized the Navy's 6 styles, shave, appearing before Luffy in an instant, his haki-covered fists raining down. Bam! 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 Each punch left Luffy bruised and bloodied. Brother Liu Chen, please stop hitting Luffy. He is your brother." Nami's eyes shimmered with tears, threatening to spill. Yet, Liu Chen did not relent, continuing until Luffy could no longer rise, collapsing heavily backward, unable to lift his weary body. "Luffy, had I used my sword earlier, you would have perished." Liu Chen's expression was serious, his tone stern. Luffy struggled to utter a few words, but clarity eluded him, and tears of frustration welled in his eyes. Weak, too weak. If only he could be a bit stronger. Just then, a system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations. Host has completed the task. System reward: 1,000 energy points, 10 materials needed to construct the King of Hell. Suddenly, Liu Chen sensed an anomaly behind him. Turning, he discovered a yellow light appearing, followed by the arrival of Kizaru, clad in a yellow suit. Hey! It seems I won't even need to lift a finger." Behind Kizaru, Momonosuke was leading a large contingent of Marines and pacifistas toward them. Liu Chen glanced at Kizaru, silently thinking, "Continue your performance. I shall quietly observe your act." Before long, Momonosuke arrived, issuing a command. "Move! Take the Straw Hat crew away." He was still seething from the earlier defeat by the darkness. Yes, at his command, A multitude of Marines surged toward the unconscious Luffy and his crew. The lone Nami stood firm with her weather stick, blocking the path of all the Marines, shouting, "You shall not pass." Yet, the Marines paid her no heed, determined to seize Luffy and the others. Meanwhile, Lu Chun simply watched from the sidelines, inwardly lamenting, "Rayleigh, if you do not appear soon, they will be taken away." Suddenly, a wave of Conqueror's haki swept through the area, causing the advancing Marines to collapse to the ground. Hey, is there anyone left?" Huang Yuan gazed with keen interest towards the direction emanating the Conqueror's haki. Shortly thereafter, Rayleigh emerged slowly, a bottle of wine in hand, taking a hearty swig before laughingly declaring, "These few are my friends. Is it your turn to make an entrance?" "The Dark King, Rayleigh." Huang Yuan's lips pursed slightly, seemingly displeased as he replied coolly. Rayleigh responded, "Do not pluck the tender shoots. Their era has only just begun. While I have often heard tales of your presence on this island, I never anticipated it to be true, nor that you would protect these yellow-haired youngsters. Even if you have decayed, are you still a pirate, Mr. Rayleigh? If you could revoke the bounty, I could retire in peace," Rayleigh jested. The two continued their banter, seemingly stalling for time. Chapter 110. The Five Elders Meeting. The Grand Line trembles. Meanwhile, Nami had awakened Luffy and the others, preparing for a collective escape. However, One noticed them and bellowed, "Trying to flee? No chance." Pacifistas blocked their path. With that command, two pacifistas joined One in obstructing Luffy and his crew's escape. Injured Luffy, observing this, furrowed his brow and shouted, "Everyone, split up and escape. Split up." If they all remained together, they would undoubtedly be captured by the pacifistas and One. Only by dispersing could they hope to survive. All right, thus, Luffy's group divided into three routes. Originally, Rayleigh intended to assist, but he remained entangled with Huang Yuan, unable to break free. Rayleigh glanced at the motionless Lu Chun, as if to say, "You little rascal, had you not thrashed them so thoroughly, we might have lost our chance to escape altogether. Shouldn't you act swiftly?" Understanding his implication, Lu Chun swiftly drew two supreme blades from his waist. Qing Feng Zhan Tian. Armament haki enveloped his arms and blades in a pitch-black hue, a potent sword intent coalescing upon the long swords. The sword of Zhan Tian radiated red sword intent, while the blade of Qing Feng exuded a white sword intent. Though the long swords bore contrasting colors, neither yielded in might. There was even a sense of mutual rivalry. In a brief moment, the sword intent solidified. Lu Chun slowly raised both long swords, striking towards the two pacifistas with a single motion, executing the dual sword flow. White tiger roars. Two arcs of sword energy, imbued with immense power, were unleashed. One slash resembled a fierce white tiger, while the other mimicked a crimson dragon, roaring towards the two pacifistas. The sound of the sword energy echoed, reminiscent of the roars of a ferocious tiger and a mighty dragon. The two beasts opened their gaping maws, swallowing the two pacifistas whole. They were utterly annihilated. Boom! Boom! With two consecutive explosions, the two pacifistas shattered, their bodies disintegrating into fragments scattered across the ground. The shockwaves from the explosions radiated outward. Hearing the commotion, One turned to find his two pacifistas obliterated, stopping in his tracks, and furiously shouted at Lu Chun. "Lu Chun, what are you doing? Are you allowing the pirates to escape?" "I was obstructing them, but it seems your pacifistas were rather obstructive," Lu Chun replied earnestly. This left One momentarily speechless. An image of a certain individual flashed through his mind, Vice Admiral Carp. The two, grandfather and grandson, were indeed cut from the same cloth, masters of trickery. After a moment of silence, One gritted his teeth and said, "Since you believe my pacifistas are in the way, then let us cease our attacks." "Very well," Lu Chun readily agreed, for he had spotted an old acquaintance approaching Zoro and the others, the true Shichibukai, Bartholomew Kuma. Of course, Wan's request for Lu Chun to refrain from attacking was also due to Kuma's arrival. With him present, capturing the Straw Hat crew would surely be a cinch. Yet, events unfolded contrary to Wan's expectations. Luffy's crew was transported away one by Kuma's fruit abilities, leaving not a single soul behind. Jean Tao Wan stared in bewilderment and shouted, "Bartholomew Kuma, what are you doing?" Kuma did not respond, merely standing still. Seizing the moment, Lu Chan suddenly appeared before Kuma and whispered in his ear, "Send me to Amazon Lily." Kuma's expression momentarily shifted in surprise, perplexed by how Lu Chun knew Luffy's whereabouts. After pondering for a moment, Kuma raised his hand and struck towards Lu Chun. A meatball-like shield enveloped Lu Chun, propelling him high into the sky, his figure gradually diminishing until he vanished from sight. Witnessing this scene, Jean Tao Wan nearly lost his composure, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Why had Lu Chun also been sent flying? Was he not formidable? Was he seeking vengeance for his brother Luffy? Rayleigh observed the disappearing Luffy and his crew, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he withdrew from his battle with Huang Yuan and approached Bartholomew Kuma. Elsewhere, Lu Chun found himself within the meatball, continuing to soar through the air. The meatball would fly for 3 days and nights before it finally halted, arriving at Amazon Lily on the third day. He decided to close his eyes and rest. Simultaneously, the events transpiring in Slayedthe archipelago began to escalate, spreading rapidly from the center of the archipelago. At Shaki's bar, Xiaoba expressed his concern, saying, "I hope they are all safe." Shaki reassured him, "Do not worry, they will be fine. Besides, Lu Chun is left with them. Perhaps he is on his way to find Luffy." Xiaoba not dead? Nearby, Kami furrowed her brow, worry etched upon her face as she tentatively asked, "Aunt Shaki, will that dark figure be all right? He seemed to have saved me before vanishing into thin air." Shaki affirmed, thinking to herself, "This rascal is indeed a troublemaker, causing chaos among girls. It would be odd if he came a harm." At the Navy headquarters, Carp stood by the office window, gazing out with a furrowed brow. Though aware that Lu Chun might be aiding Luffy, his greater concern lay with Ace. Just moments ago, Blackbeard had exchanged Ace for a Shichibukai position with the world government, which was now preparing for Ace's public execution. Lu Chun returned swiftly. At Mariehua, "Damn it, that dark figure has killed a celestial dragon, outright challenging the authority of our world government." Shepard Tenbit thundered. "Indeed." St. Topman watchily nodded slightly, coldly advising, "I propose raising his bounty to 2 billion berries and dispatching CP0 to investigate his whereabouts. He must be eliminated." Agreed. The other 4 voiced their concurrence. Thus, bounty posters and newspapers began to disperse across the Grand Line, akin to a colossal storm. Even all pirates connected to the New World beheld the bounty in the papers. 3 days and nights later, in the windless sea near New Dao, a massive energy sphere resembling a bear's paw suddenly erupted in the sky, sending debris plummeting to the ocean below. Why didn't I get transported directly to New Dao? Is it a location-based teleportation? Lu Chun gazed ahead and beheld an isolated island situated within the windless sea. Before him lay New Dao. Chapter Sastizenek, Nuirdo, Boa Hancock. Suddenly, the ocean beneath him revealed several bizarre and enormous sea creatures, their gaping maws wide open, poised to catch the falling pie from the heavens. Namely, Lu Chun himself, seeking death. With a slight snort, Lu Chun drew his sword, Zhan Tian, channeling a formidable sword intent into its blade, and struck down towards the sea creatures. A vibrant sword aura surged forth, infused with intense sword intent. The crimson energy shot forth with great speed. The sea creatures below, their pupils dilating in terror, turned to flee into the depths of the ocean. However, the sword aura had already descended, leaving them no chance to evade. Boom! The powerful sword aura cleaved the entire ocean surface in twain, slicing through all the sea creatures below with precision. Blood surged forth from the depths, staining the waters a vivid crimson. Shortly thereafter, several sea creature corpses began to rise, floating on the surface. Lu Chun merely cast a glance at them before utilizing his moon step to swiftly make his way towards New Dao. He had to arrive promptly. He could not allow that fool Luffy to take advantage of his wife. Meanwhile, on New Dao, 3 warriors of the island, known as the Guardians, were hastening toward the shore. They were none other than Marguerite and her companions. While patrolling the vicinity, they had heard the commotion and rushed to the sea. Suddenly, A thunderous noise erupted from deep within the jungle, accompanied by a plume of black smoke. "Marguerite, there is something happening over there. Someone must have appeared," exclaimed Flandre. Tall and keen-eyed, the first to notice the anomaly. Upon hearing this, Marguerite turned to look, running as she spoke. "You two head that way. I will go to the shore first, and then meet up with you." "Understood." With that, the three separated, Marguerite heading toward the shoreline, while Flandre and her companion ventured deeper into the jungle. On the other side, after flying for several minutes, Luchan finally reached the coast of Dao. Just as he was about to sprint towards the center of the island, a figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. "Who are you? Why have you come to our Dao?" she commanded. "In the shadows, I seek your empress, Boa Hancock," Luchan replied. Fortunately, he had donned a black cloak beforehand. Otherwise, his identity as a member of the Navy would have been easily recognized. Yet he immediately recognized the identity of the woman before him. Her striking features, slightly curling golden hair, and quiver strapped to her thigh indicated that she was Marguerite. Character: Marguerite. Position: Amazon Lily Guardian. Fruit: none. Level: B. Skill: Archery. Bounty: none. Marguerite frowned slightly. Our Empress does not entertain outsiders. They rarely read newspapers and were unaware that Hancock had long been fixated on the man standing before her. "Forget it. I cannot waste time explaining." Luchan waved his hand dismissively, eager to continue on his way. "Stop." Seeing him intent on leaving, Marguerite swiftly drew an arrow, knocking it in her bow, and aimed it squarely at Luchan's back. "If you take one more step forward, I shall not hold back." However, Luchan showed no inclination to heed her warning, continuing his advance. "Stay right there," Marguerite called out, and when he did not halt, she released her grip. The arrow shot straight towards Luchan's back. Just as it seemed destined to strike, it only pierced through his afterimage. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing atop a nearby tree several dozen meters away. After a moment of hesitation, Marguerite found herself unable to locate Luchan's figure. He had already disappeared into the jungle. "I must return quickly to inform the others." With that, she sprinted towards the town of Dao. Approximately 10 minutes later, Luchan arrived at the village within Dao, the women surrounding him. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the cloaked figure, swiftly converged around him, demanding, "Who are you? What brings you to our land? We have never seen someone dressed so strangely. You must be an outsider. Who are you?" A glance revealed that every face belonged to a woman, with not a single man in sight. Yet, there appeared to be few truly beautiful women among them. After a moment of silence, Luchan explained, "I am seeking your empress, Boa Hancock. I wish to see an old friend." A friend of the empress? She actually has friends from outside? The crowd murmured, some appearing saddened by this revelation. Yet their skepticism towards Luchan remained. Luchan frowned slightly, preparing to push through the throng when a familiar voice broke through. "Make way. Let me see." The crowd parted, revealing a short, unattractive old woman with a head full of white hair. It was Granny Kuro. Perhaps she would recognize him. Indeed, Granny Kuro looked upon the cloaked figure before her and immediately recognized him, exclaiming in astonishment, "Monkey High, it truly is you. How did you come to be here?" She nearly revealed Luchan's true name. She held in her hands the latest newspaper detailing Hai's defeat of a celestial dragon, having just been in the Slayedthe archipelago 3 days prior. "How could you possibly reach Dao in such a short time?" "Tell Hancock that I have come for our appointment," Luchan replied with a light smile, offering no further explanation. "Understood." Granny Kuro, sensing the urgency, promptly dispatched someone to inform the Empress. She then leisurely led Luchan to meet Hancock. Along the way, Granny Kuro could not help but ask in a hushed tone, "Hi, is it true that you killed a celestial dragon? Isn't it written in the newspaper? Do you think it could be false? And by the way, check how much my bounty is now." Luchan replied nonchalantly, as if slaying a celestial dragon were merely a trifling matter. Granny Kuro gasped, 2 billion berries. That's impressive, but still 30 billion short of the bounty for an emperor. Upon hearing this, Granny Kuro's expression darkened. She was at a loss for words. Given his track record, one could only imagine what monumental events would unfold in the future. She could only wonder how Karp would react upon learning of this. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out. "Brother Hai, you finally made it." A woman clad in a red bodysuit, her skin as smooth as cream and cheeks flushed, hurried towards Lu Chun. It was none other than Boa Hancock, who had rushed out the moment she learned of his arrival. As soon as she reached him, she embraced Lu Chun tightly. Ahem, ahem. Feeling her softness against his face, Lu Chun smiled faintly and coughed awkwardly. "Hancock for now. I am not Lu Chun. Please call me Hai. It is not convenient to reveal my true identity here." "All right, then I shall call you Brother Hai from now on," Hancock replied with a delightful grin. Chapter 112. A Private Conversation. Ace has been captured. Lu Chun slightly nodded. At the same moment, the system's prompt sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. System reward. 50 energy points, swordsmanship level 1, and the ability to designate one skill at level 1. Brother Hai, did you come specifically to see me? I heard you killed a celestial dragon. Well done. Hancock's delicate brows furrowed as she pouted and spoke softly. I'm not entirely here just for you, but indeed, part of my visit is for you, Lu Chun responded candidly. Upon hearing this, Hancock's entire being radiated a pink hue, her eyes sparkling with affection. Brother Hai, you were so kind to me. It seemed she was unconcerned about Lu Chun's other motives for being there. As long as he came for her, that was enough. Lu Chun gazed at Hancock's radiant smile, unwilling to shatter her dream. However, beside them, Guliliosa suddenly inquired, "You aren't here to avoid trouble, are you? Please do not involve our daughter nation. Be quiet, even if it involves our daughter island. So what? Am I to fear those Marines?" Hancock's expression abruptly turned serious as she spoke sharply. Upon hearing this, Guliliosa's face darkened, and she advised, Hancock, you are now the sovereign of the daughter nation. You must prioritize the safety of the entire island, understand? Hancock was momentarily speechless. Seeing this, Lu Chun quickly encouraged, Hancock, it's all right. Do not mind her words. Let's step inside and talk. I have something I wish to discuss with you privately. Umph. Hancock coldly snorted at Guliliosa, taking Lu Chun's hand and leading him toward the Grand Hall. Let us go, ignore her. Watching their retreating figures, Guliliosa shook her head in helplessness. Being with Lu Chun will surely lead to trouble. Hancock brought Lu Chun to a room within the Grand Hall. As soon as they entered, a fragrant aroma enveloped them. Looking around, Lu Chun realized it might be Hancock's sleeping quarters. What did you bring me here for? Lu Chun questioned, puzzled. Instantly, Hancock's cheeks flushed and she stammered. This room is more secluded. We can talk without anyone overhearing. Lu Chun chuckled silently, fully aware of her intentions. However, this was not the appropriate moment for such matters. After sitting on the soft bed, Lu Chun stated seriously, my brother Luffy should have also arrived at Daughter Island. If your people find him, please inform me as soon as possible. Of course, brother Lu Chun. Hancock nodded repeatedly, her gaze fixed on him, seemingly oblivious to whether she had remembered his words. Suddenly, Hancock lunged forward, drawing very close, their breaths almost intertwining. A faint, sweet fragrance wafted around them. Lu Chun smiled, saying it's been years. You've grown up and become even more beautiful. Yes, brother Lu Chun, actually I. Hancock's words trailed off as a blush crept across her face, her breath becoming heavier. Lu Chun understood her meaning. Just as he was about to respond, a voice from outside interrupted. Sister, a man has appeared on the island. Hancock was jolted awake, immediately standing up to regain her usual composure. A man? Where is he? He is already locked up in a cell. Sandasonia replied. All right, I will go see immediately. You go on ahead. Okay. Hancock's face instantly brightened. Brother Lu Chun, is that man your brother? Possibly. Take me to see him. Lu Chun stood and said, Sure. Thus, the two left the room together, heading toward the prison of Daughter Island. In the prison, Luffy was dressed in lace-trimmed clothing, looking utterly helpless, nearly on the verge of tears. Outside the cell, the female warriors were raising their bows and arrows, prepared to execute Luffy. Suddenly, a voice echoed, Your Majesty has arrived. Upon hearing this, the female warriors immediately lowered their weapons, parting to create a path, mesmerized by the sight of Hancock approaching gracefully. Even women could not help but be captivated by her beauty. Liu Chun remained unaffected, thanks to his formidable conqueror's haki, which prevented him from being easily petrified. However, should he become ensnared, he would undoubtedly fall victim to Hancock's abilities. Your Majesty, so beautiful, indeed, but why is there a man dressed in black beside her? He also appears to be a man. Casting his gaze towards Luffy in the cell, Liu Chun softly remarked, Hancock, let them all leave. I need to speak with him alone. Hancock nodded, her expression serious as she commanded, everyone retreat. Yes, Your Majesty. With a single order, all the female warriors withdrew. However, Hancock remained by Liu Chen's side. Liu Chen smiled, saying, Hancock, you should leave as well. After I finish talking with him, I will come find you. All right, I will wait for you. Hancock's face lit up with joy as she departed with a spring in her step, until everyone had exited. In the cell, Luffy continued to stare at Liu Chun, picking his nose. Who are you? What? Have you forgotten me so quickly? Liu Chun removed his black hat, smiling as he asked. Instantly, Luffy's eyes widened, leaning against the cell door excitedly, exclaiming, Brother Liu Chun, it's you. How'd you get here? Did Nami and the others send you to find me? He bombarded Liu Chun with questions, entirely unconcerned about Liu Chen's previous encounters with them. You have many questions, and I am unsure how to answer them. I came to find you primarily to discuss two matters. The first is regarding Nami and the others. Their situation is akin to yours. They have been scattered across the world but are not in any life-threatening danger, so you need not worry. Upon hearing this, Luffy sighed in relief. That's good. As long as they are safe. Liu Chun maintained a stoic expression and continued, the second matter concerns Ace. He is soon to be publicly executed at Marine headquarters. With that, he pulled out a newspaper detailing Ace's public execution and tossed it over. What? Luffy caught the newspaper and looked down to see Ace's capture photo. Instantly, his eyes turned red, and he clenched his fists, smashing the wall as he burst forth. No, I must go save Ace now. Luffy, with your current strength, can you really save him? To put it simply, can you defeat me? Moreover, do you even know where Ace is? Liu Chen's words caused Luffy to gradually halt. Suddenly, Luffy turned, tears streaming down his face. Wah, Brother Liu Chun, what should we do? Chapter 113, Marine Rear Admiral Mole, Support Advanced City. Now, Luffy had completely lost his bearings, but still yearned to rescue Ace. I will find a way to get you into Impel Down before Ace is transported to Marine headquarters for execution. Whether or not you can save Ace depends entirely on your own efforts, Liu Chun said with a serious countenance. For this matter, he merely needed to provide a gentle push. As the destined child of this world, Luffy would undoubtedly survive whatever challenges he faced, so there was no need to worry about his safety. I understand. Thank you, Brother Liu Chun. Luffy nodded, managing to stop his tears. Crying is not a solution. We must swiftly devise a plan to rescue IC. Immediately, Liu Chun departed with Lu Fei, instructing Han Kook to prepare an abundance of food for Lu Fei to replenish his strength. Days later, within the Grand Hall of New Dao, Liu Chun donned a black cloak and sat beside Han Kook, who fixated her gaze upon him without a moment's distraction. Not even her second and third sisters, present below, could divert her enthrallment. Suddenly, a female warrior rushed in, breathlessly reporting, Your Majesty, a naval vessel has entered our waters, claiming to seek an audience with you. Do not entertain them. Send them away. Han Kook commanded sternly, her attention unwavering from Liu Chun. She was solely intent on remaining with him, indifferent to the presence or intent of any others. The female warrior hesitated, but Guluali Osa frowned slightly, interjecting, Your Majesty. You are the ruler of New Gua, with many subjects depending on you, and you're also one of the Shichibukai. Before she could finish, Liu Chun spoke up. Let us go. I wish to see for myself. Yes, let us proceed. Han Kook immediately agreed, rising to follow. Guluali Osa's expression darkened. It seemed her words had gone unheard. Off the coast of New Dao, a naval ship lay anchored 3 kilometers away, accompanied by the corpse of Sea King. The leader aboard was none other than Vice Admiral Wu Shu. Suddenly, a naval officer pointed ahead, exclaiming, It is the ship of the Shichibukai. Bihan Gu. Indeed. How beautiful. I have never seen such a stunning woman. They gushed. Vice Admiral Wu Shu glanced back at his crew, shaking his head in resignation. Han Kuk's allure was simply irresistible. Even his reprimands failed to elicit any reaction from the sailors, who were utterly captivated by her beauty. This was precisely why Boya Han Kuk was esteemed as one of the Shichibukai, her formidable Mingmi Gua being a testament to her power. Soon, Han Kuk's vessel approached the naval ship, and she looked down upon the naval officers, asking, "What brings you to seek me?" "The world government has convened a meeting of the Shichibukai and wishes for you to come to the naval headquarters at your earliest convenience," Wushu responded. Han Kuk furrowed her brow slightly, chuckling lightly. "You wish for my assistance? If you intend to eliminate Whitebeard's son, you shall not escape his wrath." Wushu, realizing his thoughts were seen through, did not counter but instead inquired, "Will the Empress attend?" "No," Han Kuk was about to reply when Lu Qin, clad in a naval cloak, appeared behind her, smiling faintly. "Vice Admiral Wushu, it has been a while." "Lu Qin, how did you end up here? Were you not sent flying by Kuma?" Wushu raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. However, upon reflection, he deduced that Lu Qin must have been propelled to this location. Lu Qin explained, "I was contemplating my return when I was surprised to see you arrive. Leave one ship behind, and I shall persuade Han Kuk to accompany you." Wushu hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Then, Lu Qin's expression hardened, emanating an aura of authority as he coldly stated, "Did you not comprehend my words? Should I fail to bring Han Kuk, I shall seek forgiveness from Admiral Sengoku. You may leave now." "Understood," Wushu acknowledged, sensing the chill and pressure in Lu Qin's demeanor, and hastily arranged for a ship to be left behind before departing. Although both were vice admirals, Wushu's strength paled in comparison to Lu Qin's. Han Kuk gazed at the departing naval ship, her brows furrowed in curiosity as she asked, "Lu Qinji, what do you need the naval ship for?" "To take Lu Fei along, to impel down." Lu Qin replied, "Ah, we can disguise your brother as a Navy officer. Indeed, let us return to prepare well. We shall set off tomorrow for the naval headquarters." "Very well." Subsequently, Lu Qin and Han Kuk returned to Dao to inform Lu Fei of their plans to embark together the following day. Meanwhile, above the ocean, Wushu dialed the naval headquarters, reporting, "Admiral, I encountered Vice Admiral Lu Qin. He was sent flying to Dao. He stated he would bring Empress Han Kuk to the meeting." "Yes, Admiral." At the naval headquarters, Admiral Sengoku hung up the phone, his brow furrowed in concern. He shook his head in resignation. "We cannot keep Lu Qin at the execution site. For now, let him go to impel down. Should he remain at the execution site, unexpected incidents may arise. He certainly does not wish for a formidable traitor within the Navy." Moreover, he was overwhelmed with a multitude of pressing matters at hand. The following morning, Lu Qin and Han Kuk set off for the naval headquarters, while Lu Fei donned a naval uniform, blending in aboard the naval vessel. Aware of Ice's capture, he had become considerably more subdued, no longer prone to reckless behavior. Shortly after their departure, Kapu personally called Lu Qin, stating, "Hello. Lu Qin, Sengoku wants you to temporarily assist at impel down to prevent Whitebeard from launching an attack." "Understood, Grandpa," Lu Qin replied, then suddenly asked, "Do you require my assistance?" Kapu hesitated, momentarily taken aback, before responding after a prolonged silence, "It is best if you remain at impel down. It will be prudent not to get involved." "Understood, Grandpa," Lu Qin acknowledged, grasping the underlying message. Although he was instructed to stay at impel down, it did not imply that he could not venture to the naval headquarters at night. Regardless, Kapu would not allow him to sit idly by while Ice faced execution before his very eyes. After hanging up, Kapu urged, "Return soon." "Of course," he affirmed before Kapu hung up the phone. Across from him, Admiral Sengoku observed Kapu's retreating figure, remarking, "You must be quite conflicted." "I am doing this for Lu Qin's sake." With the strength of the Admiral, he could undoubtedly hear the conversation between Lu Qin and Kapu, yet he remained unaware of Lu Qin's other identity. Days later, Lu Qin and Han Kuk arrived at the waters near Impel Down. Before them stood a foreboding fortress on a small island, the largest prison in the world, In Pei-er. However, the true prison lay beneath the sea, comprising 6 levels. The deeper one descends, the more terrifying it becomes. The depths were filled with countless formidable sea kings, making escape from Payer nearly impossible. The relationship between Payer, the naval headquarters, and Judicial Island formed a triangular blockade, obstructing access to the Grand Line. Before long, several black vessels from Impel Down approached, encircling Luchen's ship. Luchen stood at the bow, observing the leading woman among them. With an air of elegance, adorned in a pair of brown sunglasses, and a tilted hat that obscured the eyewear, even while attired in a Navy uniform, she wore striking pink knee-high boots. Character: Tuamenuo, Domino. Position: Deputy Warden of Impel Down. Fruit: Rank: Skills: Navy 6 styles, hand-to-hand combat. Bounty: None. Upon catching sight of Luchen, Tuamenuo immediately straightened up and respectfully bowed, stating, "Admiral Luchen, I have been waiting here for quite some time." The prison had long since received word of Admiral Luchen's impending arrival for assistance. Luchen nodded slightly, turning towards the accompanying Hankook and explaining, "The Empress has come with me. Please lead me into Impel Down." "Certainly. However, any pirates wishing to enter must be searched," Tuamenuo asserted with conviction. Hearing this, Luchen refrained from further comment, knowing that Lu Fei was not concealed on Hankook, but rather hidden behind his naval cloak. "Proceed with the search." Hankook cast a glance at Tuamenuo, her tone indifferent. If it weren't for her desire to accompany Luchen into Impel Down, she would not have stepped foot into such a grim prison. Yet, that very indifferent gaze had captivated Tuamenuo and the Marines behind her, leading them to fall deeply in love with the woman before them. Tuamenuo stood frozen, momentarily forgetting the search. "Hurry up with the search," Hankook urged. "Oh." At her words, Tuamenuo reacted, cautiously commencing the search on Hankook, seemingly fearful of harming her exquisite visage. Luchen observed nearby, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, strength and beauty are often forgiven and treated with greater reverence. Slayedthe. Tuamenuo completed the search, smiling as she announced, "The search is complete. You may both enter." "Very well. Lead the way." "Yes, Admiral Luchen." Under Tuamenuo's guidance, they boarded the dark prison ship bound for Impel Down. During the journey, Tuamenuo explained, "Admiral Luchen, the warden is unable to meet you personally due to some personal matters, so I was asked to extend his regards." "I understand. Thank you." Luchen nodded slightly, being aware of the situation concerning Meklon, the warden of the deep-sea prison Impel Down, a Paramecia-type user of the Doku no Mi, known as Poison Man. He can generate a deep purple toxin from any part of his body, including sweat, saliva, breath, and even size. Due to the fruit's adverse effects, he is often confined to the restroom, making it quite normal for him to remain out of sight. Although the deep-sea prison was constructed for the inmates, it seemed more tailored for Meklon's requirements. Inside the prison, his abilities would not endanger others. A few minutes later, the ship docked and everyone disembarked. Tuamenuo led the way, introducing, "I trust you are aware of your primary target for this watch, Portgas Ace, the sole son of the Pirate King." "Indeed, take me to meet him," Luchen replied. "That seems to go against protocol," Tuamenuo awkwardly responded. Luchen's expression darkened as he retorted, "What? Am I not allowed to see him? Are you afraid I, as a Marine Admiral, will kill him or rescue him? Is your prison so naive?" "No." Suddenly, Hankook impatiently interjected, "Did you not hear what Admiral Luchen said? Quickly take us to see Ace." "All right, we shall go." "That is permissible," Tuamenuo responded, her face lighting up at Hankook's command. Luchen sighed, shaking his head in exasperation, appearing to finally comprehend the helplessness of Galloliosa. Shortly thereafter, Tuamenuo personally escorted Luchen and Hankook via the elevator to the 6th level of the underwater prison. Just as they were about to enter the elevator, Hankook smiled sweetly, forming a heart shape with her hands. Sweet, sweet wind. The red heart struck Tuamenuo, instantly petrifying her. At that moment, Luchen turned and whispered, "Lu Fei, come out." "Understood." Lu Fei emerged from behind the cloak, swiftly climbing to the ceiling. "I can only take you this far. There will be stricter checks inside, and you are bound to be discovered. So be careful," Luchen cautioned. "Got it, brother Luchen." With that, Lu Fei vanished in an instant. Once he had disappeared, Luchen said, "Hankook, revert the petrification." "All right, Brother Luchin, Hancock replied, gently touching Tuamenuo, restoring her to her original state. Tuamenuo, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, brushed her hair and murmured, "Why does it feel like something is amiss? Please, lead us into the elevator," Luchin urged. Very well. Tuamenuo opened the elevator, allowing Luchin and Hancock to step inside. Pressing the button for the 6th floor, the elevator began its swift descent. It was unclear how many meters they dropped, but it felt like an eternity. Soon after, the elevator began to slow down. With a thud, it halted at the entrance of the 6th level of the prison. Several guards awaited them at the entrance, ready to conduct another search of Luchin and Hancock. Once the guards completed their inspection, they saluted, stating, "Admiral, the search is complete. You may enter." Luchin nodded, proceeding with Hancock into the prison. The inmates on the 6th level were all serious offenders, resulting in many empty cells. The prison felt exceedingly vast, with echoes of footsteps resonating throughout. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Chapter 115, Heart-to-Heart Conversation. Farewell, old friend. Through that faint light, a figure could be discerned. The individual sat against the wall, head bowed, with hands and feet shackled by sea stone. Despite the obscured features, Luchin recognized him at once. "Bolgat Diaz." "Who?" Ace, hearing the footsteps, slowly lifted his gaze. His pupils widened, and he appeared momentarily taken aback as he exclaimed, "Luchin, it's you." "Indeed. Who would have thought that our next meeting would be in such a place?" Luchin reflected. He. Ace offered a nonchalant smile and inquired, "I am the son of that man, burdened with too much. Perhaps this is my fate." "Before you arrived, the old man had already come by. What brings you here?" With that, Luchin sat on the ground, earnestly stating, "Do not worry. I am not here at Grandpa's behest, but rather, I wish to discuss something with you regarding Lu Fei." "Lu Fei? Where is he?" Ace asked, his expression charged with excitement. However, Luchin refrained from elaborating, saying, "You will soon see him, but there are some things I wish to convey. When we met in Alabasta, you were pursuing Blackbeard, correct? You and Lu Fei seem to share a common flaw. Despite lacking significant strength, you both tend to seek out challenges. Had you heeded Whitebeard's words back then, perhaps today's outcome would have been different." Upon hearing these words, AIC's expression stiffened, and with a hint of inquiry in his tone, he asked, "Who exactly are you? How could you possibly know so much? How could Luchin be aware of the affairs of the Whitebeard pirates? Moreover, how does he know we are pursuing Blackbeard? That is none of your concern. I wish you a swift demise," Luchin replied, rising to leave. However, before departing, he cast a glance at another individual in the adjacent cell, Shimping, one of the 7 warlords. Observing Luchin's departing figure, AIC furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, pondering whether he had truly erred. Meanwhile, Luchin and Hancock exited the 6th level of the Infinite Hell, preparing to take the elevator to the upper floors. Upon reaching the elevator entrance, Luchin unexpectedly spotted a familiar face, Marshal D. Teach, known as Blackbeard. Blackbeard also noticed Luchin and Hancock, immediately revealing a cryptic smile. "It has been quite some time, hasn't it? At what point have I ever met you?" "You are far too repugnant," Hancock retorted, her disdain evident. She felt a wave of revulsion emanating from Blackbeard. Luchin smirked, replying, "He was referring to me. I had not anticipated that upon our last encounter, you would have risen to the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy. You have done well for yourself, becoming one of the 7 warlords. Yet I have taken down many from that group, so your demise would be of little consequence." With a sinister chuckle, Blackbeard responded, "Then I shall eagerly await the day you attempt to kill me." "There will come a day," Luchin stated, before turning to Hancock. "Let us depart." As they left, Luchin contemplated Blackbeard's presence within the underwater prison, likely intending to incite chaos and recruit notorious criminals to his crew. Simultaneously, the system triggered 2 consecutive missions. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered the mission, Steal the Jinjin Fruit. System reward, 2,000 energy points, swordsmanship level 1. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the mission, Prevent Blackbeard from recruiting several fugitives and other escapees from the underwater prison. System reward, based on the strength of the fugitives you thwart." The first mission was something Luchin desired as well. Firstly, The ability of the Jinjin fruit was immensely powerful. Secondly, seizing it from Blackbeard would weaken his strength, thereby facilitating the task of eliminating him. As for the second mission, the rewards could potentially be substantial. However, allowing the escapees to flee would create chaos throughout the battlefield. Thus, Liu Chun ultimately decided to obstruct a few from leaving, which would also ease the burden on Magellan. Maintaining a delicate balance was imperative. The focus should be on those specific members of Blackbeard's crew. At the entrance of the underwater prison, Liu Chun bid farewell to Hancock. You should head to the Navy headquarters. I must remain here to oversee matters. Once everything is settled, I will come to see you. All right, brother Liu Chun. I shall await your return. Hancock replied, seemingly understanding the underlying message. Standing nearby, Tomino gazed on with envy, oblivious to the situation. Colonel Liu Shen, are you quite familiar with Her Majesty the Empress? One could say that. Why do you ask? Liu Chen inquired. Tomino expressed his envy. I envy you. Envy gets us nowhere. We have more pressing matters to attend to. Did the warden instruct you on what I need to do? Indeed. The warden has requested that you temporarily take his place and oversee operations from the monitoring room. Tomino relayed. Oh, Liu Chen responded, slightly taken aback by the unexpected assignment from Warden Magellan. You're not only a rear admiral, but also the grandson of Admiral Karp. The warden has great faith in you. Tomino explained. Very well. Lead the way to the monitoring room. Yes. Thus, Tomino led the way while Liu Chun followed closely behind. He had not anticipated being entrusted with such a significant responsibility. Perhaps Magellan was an admirer of Karp. The monitoring room would allow Liu Chun to observe every layer of the prison and facilitate a better grasp of the situation within, enabling him to make timely adjustments. Naturally, the fifth level, the ice hell, was not monitored due to the absence of the surveillance snail. After approximately 10 minutes, Tomino brought Liu Chun to a room filled with monitoring equipment and technical personnel. Indeed, the monitoring room for the entire underwater prison. Upon their entrance, the Navy personnel respectfully greeted. Warden Tomino, this is the Rear Admiral Liu Chun, appointed as the acting warden by Warden Magellan. Tomino nodded slightly, introducing Liu Chun. Greetings, everyone. Liu Chun naturally offered a salutation. The Navy personnel responded in unison. Greetings, Rear Admiral Liu Chun. Please, take your seats. Let us restore the monitoring and report any incidents immediately. Yes. With that, the personnel began their tasks. Rear Admiral Liu Chun, if you have no further matters, I shall return to my duties. Understood. Tomino promptly exited the monitoring room, leaving Liu Chun alone. He settled into the central chair of the monitoring room, surveying all the surveillance feeds surrounding him. Suddenly, a Navy officer shouted, Acting Warden, the prisoner, the clown Buggy, has escaped from cell number 4 on the basement level. Liu Chun turned to the monitor displaying the specified cell, which was inexplicably empty. Continue monitoring to ascertain his whereabouts and dispatch personnel to pursue. Yes, Acting Warden. Following this command, all Navy personnel overseeing the first layer of surveillance began checking the surveillance snails. Moments later, a Navy officer reported, Everyone, the clown Buggy has been spotted in cell number 22. Proceed with haste. Yes. As soon as the order was given, the guards on the basement level rushed to pursue. Liu Chun, however, reclined on the sofa, intrigued by the unfolding footage. Had Luffy and Buggy joined forces? It appeared the entire underwater prison was on the brink of chaos. As for the blue gorilla pursuing them, it was swiftly dealt with by the duo, who then commenced their escape. Liu Chun, however, remained leisurely, believing that the time for him to intervene had yet to arrive. He would wait until Luffy had stirred the entire prison into a frenzy before making his move. After a brief silence, Liu Chun closed his eyes to rest, stating, If there is any significant news, I shall awaken. Yes, Acting Warden. The guards replied in unison, refraining from further chatter. They were all well aware of Liu Chen's formidable reputation. Even during his time as a major, he was notorious for exterminating pirates. Few could survive under his command, as he would ruthlessly eliminate even the most common of pirates. It was said that his entire family had fallen victim to pirates, which fueled his deep-seated hatred for them. Time continued to pass, moment by moment. The underwater prison has become increasingly raucous due to Luffy's antics. prompting the acting warden to awaken Lu Chun. Acting warden, it's bad. That Straw Hat Luffy has already descended to the 3rd underground level, and many inmates have been released. No worries. Isn't Warden Magellan on the 4th level? Once they reach the 4th level, we can inform the warden to take action personally. Am I not supposed to remain in the monitoring room? Lu Chun replied, logically. If you don't believe me, you can call Warden Magellan. The guard looked skeptical. Uncertain of the implications, he nonetheless contacted Warden Magellan via a den mushy. Strangely, Warden Magellan readily agreed to intervene. Lu Chun found this unsurprising. After all, he had been transferred to the prison to avoid encountering Luffy. With Luffy breaching the underwater prison, it was clear Magellan would not allow Lu Chun to take action, lest he be lenient. Hence, Magellan's swift consent to intervene. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in the Admiral's office, a furious Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Garp across from him. How is it that your grandson is at it again? Luffy has infiltrated Impel Down. Garp chuckled, slowly raising his thumb in approval. Immediately, Sengoku's expression darkened as he continued. Did you already know Luffy would head to Impel Down, which is why you permitted Lu Chun to assist the underwater prison? If I say I don't know, would you believe me? Garp retorted, scratching his nose. Sengoku, momentarily at a loss for words, fell silent for a long while before finally sitting down, his brow furrowed. I just received news that the New World is in chaos again. Shanks is battling Kaido. It seems Shanks intends to thwart Kaido's attempt to attack the Whitebeard pirates, making a conflict between the Whitebeard pirates and the Marines inevitable. Garp merely nodded, offering no further comment. After this battle, could the Marine headquarters truly return to its former state? The strength of the 4 emperors should not be underestimated. One can only hope that Ace and his 2 other grandsons remain safe. In the monitoring room of the underwater prison, a guard reported to Lu Chun, acting warden, the Straw Hat Kid has been defeated by Warden Magellan and thrown into the 5th level. Lu Chun's gaze fixated on the monitor, a glint of pressure emanating from his eyes. I have seen it. There is no need for you to report. It was Warden Magellan who instructed me to inform you. Understood. With that, the guard obediently returned to his post. The intensity of Lu Chun's earlier gaze was overwhelming, leaving him feeling as if he had plunged into an ice cavern. Lu Chun continued to stare at the monitor, though Luffy was absent from the screen. His focus remained unwavering. It would be a lie to say there were no feelings between him and Luffy. Watching Luffy being attacked by Magellan's venomous dragon could not fail to stir anger within him. Moreover, even though Luffy would be healed upon reaching the 5th level, he would still endure excruciating pain. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chun exhaled deeply, silently resolving, Luffy, take care of yourself. The task you cannot accomplish this time, I shall undertake. Several hours later, Luffy's figure reappeared on the monitor, having reached the 6th underground level. The prison riot was about to commence. Just as a guard prepared to report, he noticed Lu Chun rising to leave the monitoring room. Acting warden, where are you going? To kill. Lu Chun replied without looking back, leaving the guards in stunned silence. In that instant, they sensed a murderous intent akin to that of the chief warden, Shiryu, but even more intense. Instead of heading to the underwater prison, Lu Chun made his way to the prison entrance. Bang! Bang! At that moment, a fierce battle erupted at the prison gates, with the warlord Blackbeard's crew launching an assault. Blackbeard had entered the 6th level of the underwater prison to negotiate with the formidable pirates. Now, he aimed to fulfill his promise to liberate them from Impel Down. Hence, he led his subordinates to attack the prison gates. A multitude of Marines fell, some even being sucked into Blackbeard's endless dark void. The power of his unique Logia-type Yami Yami, Nomi, was indeed formidable. However, by the time Lu Chun arrived, Blackbeard had already brought his crew into the underwater prison. A guard spotted Lu Chun and immediately rushed to report. Vice Admiral Lu Chun, the warlord Blackbeard has launched an attack against us. Most of our brothers have entered the prison to prevent the prisoners from escaping, resulting in heavy casualties. You all go rest and recuperate. I alone can guard the gate. Lu Chun planted his dual swords into the ground, exuding an aura that radiated outward, stirring up a wave of pressure. Vice Admiral Lu Chun, you. The guard hesitated to speak. Lu Chun continued, Those without the strength to fight should leave. The rest can remain here. The mission is to prevent the prisoners from escaping impelled down. So, it is better to wait by the gates. Yes, Vice Admiral Lu Chun. The guards were awed by his presence and began to mobilize. Some guards transported the wounded. Others reorganized the defensive perimeter, while some prepared artillery for an attack. Bang, bang, bang. Although Lu Chun stood at the entrance of Impel Down, he could still hear the tremendous sounds echoing from the depths below. It was likely Magellan was thwarting the fleeing inmates. The cacophony continued for an indeterminate time before gradually subsiding. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, suddenly standing up and gazing at the now sealed gate, calmly declaring, "They have arrived." As soon as the words left his mouth, the heavy wooden doors began to creak open. Emerging from within were numerous inmates who had just escaped, their faces lighting up with joy at the return of light. "We're out. Finally out. I can't believe I'm free after so many years." Suddenly, a chilling voice interrupted their thoughts. One sword style, Mo Yin slash. Lu Chun slowly raised his right hand, wielding the supreme blade Zhan Tian, with a fierce sword intent and dominion swirling around the blade. It resembled a black flame, forming a colossal sword over 100 meters long. With a horizontal slash, he aimed at the escaping prisoners. The terrifying black flame sword descended, akin to a black sun. The surrounding pirates stared wide-eyed, frozen in place, helplessly watching death approach. Suddenly, a black figure leapt high. The individual transformed their hands into fine sand, gradually coalescing into 4 large sand blades, launching an assault against the massive black flame sword. Desert King S-Blade. Boom! The sand blades clashed with Mo Yin slash, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that swept outward. Yellow sand rained down from the sky, mingled with countless black flames cascading like a rain of fire. It's raining. So hot, so hot. My butt is on fire. Help! Many of the escaping prisoners were caught in the flames, including one with a red nose, seemingly suffering from a fiery behind. As the yellow sand gradually settled in the air, a grave expression marked the face of the Naval Rear Admiral, Lu Chun, as he fixed his gaze upon the figure before him. "I wish to pass. First, let me inquire if the knife in my hand agrees," Lu Chun declared, brandishing 2 formidable blades with authority. Suddenly, Luffy emerged from the crowd, imploring, "Brother Lu Chun, please let us go. I must save Ace." Upon hearing this, Lu Chun's countenance darkened, and he found himself at a loss for words, internally cursing, "You little rascal. Do you think by asking me to let you go in front of so many people, others will believe I am intentionally letting you off the hook?" The other prisoners present were taken aback. "What? Rear Admiral Lu Chun is the brother of the Straw Hat Kid? Luffy's grandfather is none other than Vice Admiral Garp. And now there's another admiral." Immediately, the clown Buggy swooped in beside Luffy, attempting to forge a connection as if they were well acquainted. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chun was uncertain whether to intervene, but Jinbei had already led several individuals in pursuit of the Navy's warship. Magellan had already relocated all the vessels. Necesitating a rapid intercepción. Suddenly, a colossal shadow loomed into view. The giant, clad in the prison garb of Impel Down, with light brown hair and a black beard, was none other than Saint Juan Wolf. Without hesitation, Lu Chun executed a moonwalk, soaring into the air and darting past the onlookers, charging directly at the monstrous wolf while exclaiming, "Saint Juan Wolf, as a prisoner of the 6th level of this underwater prison, I, Lu Chun, shall not allow your escape." The others were bewildered. Is he letting them go? "Brother Lu Chun, why aren't you answering my question?" Only Luffy remained oblivious to the situation. Frustrated, Buggy landed a punch. "Straw Hat Kid, are you an idiot? Can't you see your brother has already let us go?" "I understand now." Luffy clapped his hands, suddenly enlightened. "Brother Lu Chun must not have heard what I said." Buggy's mouth twitched in disbelief. At that moment, Lu Chun found himself before Wolf, gazing at the giant's frame, even larger than oars, and felt a twinge of shock. Suddenly, Wolf launched an attack, his fist hurtling towards Lu Chun. The enormous fist dwarfed Lu Chun several times over. Its speed was somewhat lacking. 6 powers, shave. Lu Chun's figure flickered as he effortlessly evaded the assault. The impact of Wolf's punch struck the air, creating a shockwave that surged far away. "This is intriguing," Luchan remarked with interest. He then raised his right hand, summoning the formidable sword Tian. As a rich aura of sword energy and haki coalesced upon its blade, an overwhelming presence radiated outward, instilling fear in the surrounding fugitives, rendering them motionless. The crimson haki crackled like electric arcs, entwining around the sword. "One sword style, opening the heavens." With these words, Luchan lifted his right hand and, with what seemed like a casual flick, unleashed a strike imbued with immense power. The flash of the sword illuminated the air, and a brilliant scarlet blade of energy soared towards Wolf, as if to cleave the very heavens. Wolf bellowed, sensing the terrifying force of the strike, and utilizing his fruit's ability to expand his body several times over, becoming even more colossal, capable of obliterating the entire underwater prison with a single punch. Yet, he chose to cross his arms defensively. The fierce sword energy collided with Wolf's form, causing blood to spray forth. Wolf cried out in agony, the effects of his expansion dissipating as he gradually returned to his original state. His arms were severed by Luchan's strike, crashing heavily to the ground. Nearby, Blackbeard furrowed his brow, astonished at Luchan's remarkable growth since their last encounter. "We must leave. Forget about Wolf. Our priority is to escape this place." With Luchan in front and Magellan behind, he dared not linger, especially with the terrifying memory of Magellan's venom still fresh. At that moment, Luchan noticed Blackbeard and his crew attempting to flee. After a brief contemplation, he decided against pursuing them, opting instead to block the remaining escaping prisoners with a flurry of sword energy. "Any further steps forward, and you shall die." How formidable! The remaining escapees chose to retreat, realizing the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions had already made their escape aboard the ship, yet the remaining warships continued to encircle them. Chapter 118. The Gate of Justice. The night returns. Seeing that Luffy had departed, Luchan felt a sense of relief. Suddenly, a pungent odor wafted through the air as Magellan emerged from the prison gates, drenched in venom, and barked, "Where are they? What happened to the other escapees?" "Magellan, most of the prisoners have been intercepted. Only the Straw Hat crew managed to escape by boat," Luchan replied, glancing toward the warships ahead. Magellan's brow furrowed as he observed the tightly shut Gate of Justice. He remarked coolly, "No matter, they cannot escape through that gate. We shall corner them right here." "Excellent." Luchan nodded in agreement, moving forward to pursue the fleeing figures. Just as he spoke, the Gate of Justice emitted a thunderous roar and began to slowly open. Magellan's eyes widened in fury. Who is it? Who ordered the gate to be opened? This gate was under his sole command. Even Luchan lacked the authority to issue such a command. Suddenly, Magellan recalled something and dashed toward the fourth level of the underwater prison. On the other side, Luchan's figure flickered, vanishing above the sea. Silver-white lightning crackled, and when he reappeared, he stood aboard the ship where Luffy and his companions were escaping. Now donned in a black cloak. Cloaked in black, he blended seamlessly with the others, his presence going unnoticed. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward: 3,000 energy points. The mission to prevent the escape of prisoners from the underwater prison was accomplished. Only the tasks of seizing the Gura Gura no Mi and rescuing Ace remained. The warships sailed relentlessly across the sea, heading straight for the Navy headquarters. Marineford. Meanwhile, within the bay of the Navy headquarters, Ace knelt upon the execution platform, flanked by Admiral Sengoku, while the elite forces of the Navy stood ready below. Additionally, the 7 warlords of the sea were present, including Don Quixote da Flamingo, Bartholomew Kuma, and Boa Hancock. The 3 admirals sat atop the execution platform, positioned from left to right: Kizuru, Akainu, and Akiji. All the other Navy officers, including rear admirals and captains, stood by, silently gazing ahead. Not a soul dared to utter a sound, fully aware that the man from the sea would inevitably arrive. The 4 emperors, captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Edward Newgate. Suddenly, a Navy officer rushed, to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Saluting as he reported, "Fleet Admiral, the Gate of Justice has opened without any orders, and we are unable to contact the power room." "What did you say?" Sengoku's expression turned grave. "That gate only opens upon his command. How could it have opened inexplicably?" Meanwhile, Liu Chun stood outside the Gate of Justice at the Navy headquarters. As the door swung open, a beam of light shone through, illuminating the figure of Buggy at the bow of the ship, leading the others to mistakenly believe that Buggy had opened the Gate of Justice. Who opened the gate? Buggy? Could it truly be him? At that moment, Buggy was equally astonished, relishing the attention of those around him, thinking to himself, "Indeed, heaven has chosen me to be the Pirate King." In a corner, Liu Chun merely chuckled softly, unfazed. However, since the events had impelled down, Buggy had felt as though he had struck the jackpot, luck constantly favoring him. Slayedthe. The mist over the sea began to reveal the silhouettes of pirate ships. If one were to count, they would clearly see 43 vessels, all belonging to the Whitebeard pirates. The captains of his crew stood aboard their respective ships. Sengoku's expression grew serious as he uttered a few words. "He has arrived. Why do we not see Whitebeard's ship?" Akainu furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed ahead. "The pirate crew under Whitebeard has come. Indeed, they are the formidable pirates renowned throughout the New World. What a powerful lineup. Can we prevail?" Vice Admiral Tsuru glanced back at the Navy and scolded. "What is there to panic about? This is pathetic." Carp, standing beside Vice Admiral Tsuru, said nothing, merely gazing forward. The absence of Whitebeard's ship does not signify he has not arrived. Suddenly, a tremendous sound erupted. The waters of the bay surged as a gilded ship rose from beneath the surface, and it was none other than Whitebeard's vessel. Whitebeard and several captains appeared atop the pirate ship. "Father!" A spotted Whitebeard, tears brimming in his eyes. "What?" It emerged from beneath the sea. The four emperors, Edward Newgate. Such an overwhelming presence. Merely gazing upon him instills a sense of great power. The other Navy personnel, upon witnessing Whitebeard's arrival, were left dumbfounded. "Ace, wait a moment." Whitebeard surveyed the multitude of Navy officers before breaking into a grin. With that, he plunged his sword into the deck and, gathering his strength in both hands, unleashed a punch into the air. The atmosphere around his fist cracked. Boom! With each resounding blast, the sea trembled from Whitebeard's might, triggering a colossal earthquake. Waves surged high, culminating in a tsunami that swept towards the Navy headquarters like a ravenous beast, darkening the sky and extinguishing all light. What? Is this the power of Whitebeard? Such formidable strength. Quick, run, or the tsunami will engulf us. In a flash, Admiral Akiji moved with extraordinary speed, vanishing from his position. He reappeared before the tsunami, ice forming across his body as he extended his arms, spreading the frost towards the encroaching waves. Ice Age. The chilling breath sealed the vast tsunami in ice, sparing the Navy headquarters from devastation. "Akiji, you little brat." Whitebeard scoffed. Instantly, Akiji engaged in combat with Whitebeard. Akiji landed on the sea, freezing the entire area. Simultaneously, Liu Chun, sensing the impending tsunami, jumped off his ship and sprinted towards the Navy headquarters. He was determined to witness the war at its peak. A shadow darted past the eyes of the gathered, capturing their attention. Who was that man in the black cloak? "I don't know. When did he board the ship?" "He resembles that notorious criminal, Heiyi, with a bounty of 2 billion berries." Upon hearing this, Buggy was struck with fear, his body nearly splitting apart. "What? That guy's Heiyi? He's on our ship? Does that mean he saw me show off? Was it he who opened the gate earlier?" A few minutes later, Liu Chun, racing with all his might, was enveloped in silver lightning, his body transformed by the Raijin fruit, propelling him forward at lightning speed. Chapter 119. The Three Admirals of the Navy. Little oars. Like a flash of lightning, Liu Chun streaked across the sea, leaving behind arcs of electricity and a churning surface of water, carving a straight line through the waves. Before long, Liu Chun arrived at the bay of the Navy headquarters. Looking out, the battle had not yet fully commenced. Only Akiji and Mihawk had initiated their attacks, which were being countered by Whitebeard and his captains. In the next instant, all the pirates leaped from their ships, charging across the ice to launch their assault. A lieutenant among the Navy raised his sword, shouting, "Charge!" With that command, the Navy surged forward. The two sides clashed, and the battle erupted. Kill! Die for me! Clang! 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 Besides the roars, the battlefield was filled with the sharp sounds of weapons clashing. Sengoku glanced at the horde of pirates, remarking coolly, "How foolish. Do they intend to break through head-on?" With that, he picked up the Denden Mushi to issue orders. "Cannon units, aim at the enemy ships and the advancing pirates." "Understood," came the response from another voice. Subsequently, all the cannons in the bay of the Navy headquarters turned towards the pirates and fired in unison. Boom! 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 The cannon struck nearly every inch of ground in the bay. Countless pirates and their ships were hit, falling grievously injured. However, for the Whitebeard pirates, it was merely a fraction of their strength, especially the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, who were remarkably powerful, leaving several Navy vice admirals unable to retaliate. Truly, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates are as formidable as monsters. Upon the high platform, Kizaru smirked, slowly rising. Luchin noticed Kizaru's movement and smiled, thinking another performance was about to begin. With Kizaru's acting skills, he could easily win an Oscar. To minimize losses, they must capture the king before the thieves. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Kizaru moved. He transformed into a streak of yellow light, appearing above the battlefield, radiating dazzling brilliance. "Kizaru, the Admiral Kizaru has arrived." "What?" "The Navy Admiral Kizaru." The pirates were thrown into disarray. The blinding yellow light illuminated the entire battlefield, like a new sun casting its glow over the land, competing with the brilliance of the sun itself. In the next moment, Kizaru crossed his arms, gathering countless beams of light in his hands, and aimed them swiftly at Whitebeard below. Yasakani no Magatama. Countless radiant light bullets shot forth at breathtaking speed, resembling a torrential downpour, akin to a multitude of machine guns firing simultaneously. Whitebeard stood his ground, unperturbed. Hey, what is that glaring light?" As the myriad of light projectiles was about to strike before Baihuzi, a figure with blue wings appeared, shielding him. Countless blue flames surged forward, successfully intercepting the barrage of light. Bang! 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 All the light projectiles were unleashed, not a single one remaining. A tremendous explosion followed, sending waves of scorching heat radiating outward. As the smoke dissipated, the identity of the figure became clear. He was Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, famously known as the Immortal Bird. With a slight smile, Marco remarked, "How could I allow you to disturb our captain right from the outset? How terrifying is the Whitebeard Pirates?" The Admiral, Huang Yuan, observed nonchalantly. However, the lower ranks of the Navy were frozen in shock. What is happening? He took a direct hit from Admiral Huang Yuan and remains unscathed. Were those blue flames surrounding him? Truly, it is a legendary ability. Huang Yuan gazed at Marco with keen interest and remarked, "An animal type, mythical creature, rarer than even the natural type." Soon after, the two engaged in battle. Yet, it was not long before Huang Yuan was sent flying by a powerful kick, crashing against the wall behind him. He then ceased his offensive against Baihuzi, stating blandly, "It seems they will not allow us to easily breach their defenses." Lu Chun, unable to hear his words, would have likely given a thumbs up had he understood. Below, the captain of the 3rd Division, Diamante Jaws, shattered a massive sheet of ice, hoisting it high before hurling it towards the towering walls of the Navy. At that moment, Akainu, who had remained silent, suddenly erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Abandoning your post. If we all leave, who will guard this place?" As he spoke, his hands morphed into molten lava, gradually condensing into a colossal magma fist aimed at the ice block across from him. The immense magma fist surged forward, akin to the force unleashed by a volcanic eruption. Bang! The magma fist collided with the gigantic iceberg, producing a deafening explosion that shattered and vaporized the ice instantaneously. However, Akainu's assault did not end there. The enormous magma fist erupted, transforming into countless volcanic projectiles that rained down like celestial fire, wreaking havoc upon both pirates and Navy alike. One ship was obliterated by the impact of these volcanic bombs. How formidable! Lu Chun marveled at the scene before him, knowing he was tasked with defeating a Kainu. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed, causing the ground to tremble. Bang! 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 Lu Chun turned to see a colossal figure emerging from the bay, resembling Ors but slightly smaller, likely the descendant of the zombie Ors, known as Little Ors, a friend of Ace. It is him, Lu Chun recognized. In the Battle of Marineford, Ors played a pivotal role. Had his body not blocked the closing barriers, the Whitebeard pirates would have been encircled, losing any chance to rescue Ace. Perhaps it is best I refrain from intervening. I have already dealt with Moria. Whether you can make it is entirely up to you. Lu Chun murmured. With Moria gone, there would be no one to covet Little Ors's body. Perhaps he could save Ace in advance. With Ors's arrival, the wall of the bay was successfully breached, allowing the pirates outside to rush in. Despite Whitebeard's attempts to dissuade Little Ors from proceeding, Ors resolutely prepared to rescue Ace. With reddened eyes, Ace shouted, Ors, don't come over. Your massive body will become a target. Ace, I am coming to save you. Yet Little Ors had only one thought in mind, to rescue Ace. Countless naval cannons bombarded Little Ors's body, inflicting severe damage. Nevertheless, Little Ors pressed forward with unwavering determination. Only when the warlord Bartholomew Kuma and Don Quixote Doflamingo intervened was Little Ors ultimately defeated, crashing heavily before Ace. Kuma's strike left Little Ors gravely injured, while Doflamingo severed one of his enormous feet. Fortunately, without Moria, Little Ors merely fell unconscious, still clinging to life. Ors. Whitebeard's expression darkened at the sight of Little Ors's fall, his gaze fixed intensely on Kuma and Doflamingo. Suddenly, the giant Vice Admiral, Longs, appeared beside Whitebeard, wielding a massive axe and delivering a heavy blow. Get lost, Whitebeard. Yet, Whitebeard paid him no heed, effortlessly grasping Long's axe and shattering it with his devil fruit power. He then seized Long's, pressing his head into the ground. The power of the Gura Nomi erupted, encasing Long's head in an energy sphere. Bang! A colossal shockwave radiated outward, shattering Long's iron helmet and inducing a concussion, causing him to bleed from all 7 orifices. In the next instant, he was hurled away by Whitebeard, collapsing unconscious on the ground. How pathetic. The Navy's vice admirals are growing increasingly inept. Lu Chun chuckled lightly, shaking his head in resignation. In truth, it was Lu Chun and Carp who were exceedingly powerful. The vice admirals of the Navy were already quite formidable. With Little Ors serving as a launch pad, countless pirates surged toward the plaza of the naval headquarters. Suddenly, Lu Chun spotted 2 familiar figures. One was Ein, engaged in combat with a captain of the Whitebeard pirates, while the other was Hancock, racing toward him. Seeing this, Lu Chun quickly shook his head, signaling her not to approach. He still had matters to attend to. Hancock, clearly reluctant, redirected her frustrations toward others, launching indiscriminate attacks against both pirates and Navy alike. Any man within her vicinity faced her wrath, save for one. Meanwhile, Carp quietly ascended the execution platform, seated beside Ace, tears streaming down his face. The two seemed to be in conversation. Suddenly, a warship appeared in the air, plummeting at high speed. Countless escaped convict from impelled down descended from above, including Luffy, who spotted Ace on the execution platform and shouted, Ace, I'm here. Lu Chun glanced upward at Luffy in midair, a faint smile appearing on his lips. It seems my time to shine is approaching. This time, during the Summit War, there remained much for him to accomplish. Boom! A colossal warship plummeted onto the battlefield, precisely into the gaping chasm carved by Diamond Jozu's excavation of the seafloor. As expected, the fated prodigy, Lu Chun murmured softly to himself. Shortly thereafter, Luffy scrambled up a towering vantage point and at last beheld Ace upon the execution platform, his voice erupting in fervent, trembling exultation. Ace. Luffy. Ace, hearing his brother-esque cry, turned instantly and answered with equal urgency. Nearby, Vice Admiral Garp's brow furrowed deeply. How in blazes did this boy get here? Garp, yet again. It's your wretched kin. Admiral Sengoku roared in fury. Garp, unperturbed, scratched idly at his nose. What did you say? He could sense it, beyond his two grandsons. Liu Chun was undoubtedly present as well. After all, Luffy had arrived safely at Marine headquarters. You? Sengoku faltered, momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Akainu, standing at a distance, had also fixed his gaze upon Luffy, his expression darkening into grim resolve. Monkey D. Luffy, the pirate supernova, son of Dragon, commander of the Revolutionary Army, he, too, must die. Compared to Ace, Luffy might well be the greater target. Roger was already dead, but Dragon remained very much alive, a revolutionary whose very existence threatened the world government's dominion. Without hesitation, Luffy charged toward the execution platform. The true summit war had begun. After a moment's quiet contemplation, Liu Chun's lips curved into a faint, enigmatic smile. With effortless grace, he leapt from the towering fortress wall, plunging headlong into the maelstrom of battle. Hey, there's another pirate over here. Kill him. A handful of unremarkable marines lunged toward him. Liu Chun chuckled softly, then raised his right hand. A torrent of raw, crackling lightning erupted forth, surging toward his attackers like a living tempest. Discharge! ZZZZT! In an instant, every marine before him convulsed violently as lightning engulfed their bodies, scorching flesh, blackening skin, before collapsing one by one, lifeless and charred. Liu Chun's gaze swept across the surrounding marines, his voice low and edged with quiet menace. Any who wished to court death, step forward and try. Not a single marine dared advance. The sheer terror of his power lingered like frost upon the soul. Suddenly, a marine rear admiral shouted, voice sharp with urgency, "Fall back. Retreat now." "Yes, sir." At his command, legions of marines began withdrawing en masse. Liu Chun's eyes flickered, then narrowed with quiet admiration. "So you intend to lure the Whitebeard pirates into a trap?" "Truly." Admiral Sengoku, the master strategist. ZZZZT. Before the words had fully faded, he dissolved into pure lightning, reappearing instantly behind Whitebeard himself. So swift was his movement that none but the Yonko noticed. Whitebeard alone sensed the subtle shift in the air, his brows drawing together in quiet scrutiny. Boy, who are you?" "Knight." Liu Chun spoke softly, cloaked in shadow, just behind Whitebeard's massive frame. Whitebeard offered a calm, knowing smile. "Ah, the one who slew the celestial dragons." "Yes. The Marines seek to draw you into their snare, to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates entirely. Tread carefully." Liu Chun's warning carried quiet gravity. He had no wish for the era's greatest sovereign, the indomitable Whitebeard, to fall prematurely. If he could aid, he would. Ha ha, so be it. "And what then brings you to this war?" "For amusement." With that, Liu Chun vanished once more, transformed into a streak of blinding lightning, darting across the battlefield like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, he stood beside Boa Hancock. "Hancock, have you secured the key?" "Knight, brother." "Yes, I have it." Her face alight with joy. She retrieved the key from her bosom and placed it reverently into his palm. "Thank you." He accepted it, and without hesitation, drew her into a warm, lingering embrace, before vanishing again in a flash of electricity. Brother Liu Chun touched me." Hancock flushed deeply, her breath catching, lost in a dreamy, fluttering reverie. Meanwhile, Smoker, wielding the powers of the Moku no Mi, had fully subdued Luffy, his sea-stone-tipped jit neutralizing the Straw Hat's devil fruit abilities. So, the Straw Hat Brat is Dragon's son, after all. The surrounding marines erupted in triumphant murmurs. "Commander Smoker has him in chains." "Incredible." "Commander Smoker." Before the cheers could fully settle, crack, a thunderclap split the air. Chapter 121. The Final Confrontation. Whitebeard mortally wounded. Boom. 60 million volts. Lightning Dragon. A colossal dragon of pure lightning materialized, its fang maw wide, roaring as it descended upon Smoker and Luffy below. Roar. In an instant, the dragon engulfed them both, lightning exploding outward in all directions, consuming marines and pirates alike. A sharp, acrid stench of burnt flesh hung thick in the air. Countless fighters collapsed unconscious, yet Luffy alone rose unscathed. He retrieved his straw hat, dusted it off, and placed it back upon his head with a bright, defiant grin. Yemifine. Then, cloaked in black, Lu Chun appeared before him. Here, take this. The key to unshackling Ace. Oh, thanks. Luffy accepted it without hesitation and sprinted toward the execution platform. Heart pounding. Watching him go, Lu Chun allowed himself a quiet, wry smile. This boy doesn't even ask who I am? Originally, it had been Hancock who would have saved him, but fate had shifted, leaving that duty to him instead. As for Smoker, he lay motionless, utterly unconscious, his body still twitching faintly from the lightning's aftershock. Other Marines surged forward again, yet Lu Chun simply flickered, dissolving into lightning and vanishing before they could close the distance. He had no desire for prolonged combat, nor to draw excessive attention. There remained far more critical matters ahead. At the rear of the battlefield, Squard suddenly appeared beside Whitebeard and drove his blade deep into the Yonko's chest. Crimson blood welled slowly, tracing the length of the blade. In that moment, the world seemed to fall utterly silent. All eyes widened in disbelief, stunned, speechless, frozen in horrified awe. Whitebeard has been stabbed. Lu Chun's expression darkened, his voice low, furious, foolish subordinate. He had nearly intervened, yet had chosen first to aid Luffy. Cursed fool. But then, reflection cooled his rage. If even Squard's treacherous strike had found its mark, Whitebeard's body was already failing, his strength ebbing like tide from a dying shore. The strongest man in the world, perhaps falling in battle, was the most fitting end he could claim. Moments later, Whitebeard led his crew into a thunderous, all-out charge. The final, decisive clash had begun. Yet the Marines were already retreating, falling back toward the central plaza. From the ground, towering walls rose anew, designed to seal the pirates within the bay, encircling them like a cage. We're being surrounded. Hurry, break through. The wall near oars hasn't risen yet. Charge, save Ace. Especially devastating was Whitebeard's single, earth-shattering strike, so forceful it made the very ground tremble beneath its weight. Crash! The wall before him exploded into splinters, along with the rear wall of Marine headquarters itself, nearly leveling half the fortress. Even now, the strongest man in the world remained the strongest. As the encircling walls ascended, Akainu stepped forward, his arms blazing with molten magma. With a roar, he hurled torrents of fiery meteors into the sky. Meteor volcano. Fist-shaped magma projectiles plummeted from above, scorching, indiscriminate, crashing onto ships and pirates alike, melting the frozen sea back into churning, boiling water. The pirates found themselves devoid of any foothold. Amidst the crowd, Lu Chun was swiftly dodging the falling meteors, his lips cursing vehemently. Damn you, Akainu, just wait. I shall deal with you properly. Had he known, he would not have descended so early. The frozen ocean was melting, and countless cannons emerged atop the surrounding walls, launching attacks upon them. They were besieged by countless cannons in front, pacifists behind, and an ocean on the verge of complete dissolution in between. They had no ship left. They were utterly stranded. The battle raged on, fiercely brutal. Numerous pirates fell one after another, the crimson blood staining the entire battlefield a vivid red. Fortunately, Ozu still clung to life. Moreover, Whitebeard had another ship, and through Ozu's efforts, most of the crew had been sent to the execution platform of the Navy headquarters. Naturally, Lu Chun also boarded a pirate ship to enter the plaza. However, this time he was wise enough not to join the fray. He stood outside, watching quietly. For Luffy would not perish. He simply had to wait. He observed as Kizaru played his role, delivering a kick that sent the severely injured Luffy into Whitebeard's arms. He watched as Akiji rode, sending Marco across. He observed Akainu fighting desperately in a fierce battle with Whitebeard. Yet, standing on the execution platform, Garp was compelled to intervene, delivering a powerful punch that sent Marco flying, before taking a seat in the original position of the three admirals. You brats, if you wish to pass. You must first contend with my fists. Due to his injuries, Whitebeard succumbed, ambushed by Akainu's dog and pierced through the chest. Once again injured. At the same time, Luffy implored the Okama King Ivankov to inject him with resistance hormones, rising once more to his feet. It was time. Lu Chun slowly emerged from the corner, his expression grave. What he was about to do today would surely astonish the entire New World, and indeed the world at large. On the execution platform, the new executioner was prepared to carry out Ace's execution once again. Luffy and Ivankov raced towards the platform, but suddenly two pacifists blocked their path. The two pacifists unleashed lasers from their mouths. Just as they were about to fire, a roar of a tiger echoed. Tiger pounce! A massive red fist shadow emerged, resembling a ferocious tiger, utterly obliterating the two pacifists. Who? Ivankov turned to look, but could not discern the figure, only seeing a black silhouette. No matter. They had to save Ace. Luffy disregarded everything, charging straight ahead. However, Whitebeard was severely injured, and Sengoku directly ordered, urging, commence the execution. Yes. As the words fell, two Navy personnel wielding execution knives swiftly descended, their sharp blades aimed at Ace's neck. Time seemed to slow considerably as everyone focused on the scene at the execution platform. Luffy ran frantically, yet he could not reach in time, unleashing a furious roar. Stop it! In an instant, an unconscious yet powerful conqueror's haki swept around, affecting all approaching Navy and pirates alike, causing them to collapse to the ground. The executioners nearby were similarly affected. Conqueror's haki. Is this for real? He awakened Conqueror's haki. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The unconscious Conqueror's haki wielded such power. This only further fueled Akainu's determination to kill Luffy. Seizing this opportunity, Luffy and Ivankov charged towards Ace on the execution platform once more. However, the remaining Navy Vice Admirals were also encircling Luffy and Ivankov, determined to block their path. Whitebeard cast a glance at Luffy, positioning himself before the pirates, and sneered. Ha ha ha, a bunch of cowardly Navy attacking a mere boy. Do you not wish for my head? Chapter 122. Rescue Ace. The Battle of Buddha Sengoku. As he spoke, the majority of the Navy surged towards Whitebeard, engaging him in fierce combat. Whitebeard urged his subordinates, "Go, assist Ace's brother." "Yes, old man." The members of the Whitebeard pirates dared not disobey, rushing to help. With their assistance, a clear path was created for Luffy to reach the execution grounds. There was a way. Luffy's face brightened with joy as he hurried forward. Ivankov, closely following him, shouted, "We're almost at the execution platform. Straw Hat Kid. Just charge ahead, leave the rest to me." "Okay, thank you." Luffy nodded, racing forward. Lightning. "It's our turn to act." Ivankov suddenly halted, speaking with gravity. "All right." Suddenly, a voice emerged from Ivankov's thick hair as a figure emerged from the strands. It was the revolutionary cadre, Lightning, Imizuna. Lightning leapt forth, transforming his hands into two enormous scissors, swiftly running ahead and cutting a long path into the ground. With a flourish, he tossed the elongated path onto the execution platform. Luffy gazed at the long bridge, his face alight with joy. "Little Crab, you've built the ladder." "Thank you." It was the revolutionary cadre, Imizuna. "Quickly, stop the Straw Hat Kid from reaching the execution platform. Attack him with cannons." The Navy again launched attacks against Luffy. Yet all were thwarted by the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. With their presence, Luffy was unobstructed. Meanwhile, Luffy had already ascended the long bridge, drawing nearer to Ace. His smile growing clearer. "Ace, I'm coming." "Luffy." Ace's expression shifted in surprise. Suddenly, Garp leapt up, employing the Navy's 6 powers to reach Luffy, his face grim. "Grandpa, get out of the way." Luffy shouted loudly. After a moment of silence, Garp roared, "How could I possibly step aside? I am a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Before you were born, I was already battling pirates. If you wish to pass, you must step over my corpse." "Straw Hat Luffy, that is the road you chose." Not far off, Lu Chun observed this scene on the long bridge, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "Grandpa, your performance is truly magnificent. You've caught up with me, unless unforeseen circumstances arose." The naval hero Garp was unexpectedly knocked down by a single punch from a pirate. He crashed heavily down the long bridge, his head striking the ground. Sengoku glared at the advancing Luffy, gritting his teeth. "You are indeed their grandfather, Garp." How could he not see that Garp was deliberately acting? Ultimately, Luffy reached the execution platform, producing the key Lu Chun had entrusted to him to unlock Ace's shackles. Sengoku's expression darkened, radiating a golden glow, his body expanding into a gigantic golden Buddha form. His physique was as colossal as a giant race. He emanated a continuous golden light. This was the power of the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, the Renko no Mi, in its Buddha form. With a single sweep, he could likely swap both Luffy and Ace to their doom. Sengoku towered above, gazing down at the two, and bellowed, "Do you think you can escape from my grasp?" As the words escaped his lips, the crowd turned their gaze towards the execution platform, all eyes fixated on the unfolding events. The great Buddha, the Warring States Marshal, has unleashed his powers. How formidable, truly worthy of being a Marine Admiral. Just as Luffy was about to unlock the shackles, a beam of yellow light severed the key. The key. At that moment, the Buddha of Warring States clenched his fist and directed a blow towards Luffy and Ace. "Straw Hat Brat, you two are a villain deserving of death. I shall execute both of you brothers." Simultaneously, a dazed Marine awakened, scratching his head in confusion. "What just happened? Why did I lose consciousness?" Mr. 3, astonished, swiftly activated his third gear, inflating his body to barely withstand Warring States' assault. Boom! Yet the overwhelming force of Warring States shattered the entire execution platform. Luffy, Ace, and Mr. 3 all plummeted downward at breakneck speed. Owing to Mr. 2's influence, Mr. 3 was willing to aid Luffy in rescuing Ace, fashioning a key with his abilities and tossing it to Luffy. "Straw Hat Brat, the key." The Marines below, seeing that Ace and Luffy were still alive, hurriedly prepared to fire upon them. Quickly, "The Straw Hat Brat is not dead. Open fire on them." Yes, fire. Countless cannonballs rained down upon Luffy and his companions. Boom! 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 Several explosions erupted, engulfing Ace and the others. Smoke filled the air as they were struck. Suddenly, a searing flame erupted from the smoke. A fiery figure emerged from the black haze. It was Fire Fist Ace. The key unlocked the Hailu stone shackles, enabling him to wield his powers once more, surrounding the three with flames to shield them from the blast. Amidst the intense heat, Luffy beamed at the familiar figure. "Ace, you've always been like this, Luffy." Reckless as ever, Ace grasped Luffy's attire, pulling him and Mr. 2 downward. The crowd erupted in excitement, cheering loudly. "Hooray! Ace is safe. Ace, Slayedthe bot. Mr. 3. That guy is truly a capable man." Soon, Ace and Luffy landed safely, though Mr. 3 bore the brunt of the fall, nearly breaking his neck. "Luffy, let us charge out together." "All right." With that, Ace and Luffy, relying on their formidable strength, carved a bloody path through the throngs of pirates. Not even the immense forces of the Marines could impede their escape. Even with Aokiji attempting to obstruct them, they managed to slip away. Furthermore, Whitebeard single-handedly confronted a multitude of Marines, allowing his crew to flee. In an instant, Akainu sneered at the escaping pirates, deriding, "The Whitebeard pirates are truly a bunch of cowardly ghosts." What? Don't fall for his blatant provocation. Stopping now would play right into his hands. The Whitebeard pirates were infuriated, yet some remained rational. Realizing their efforts were futile, Akainu removed his hat and continued to mock. But the captain is indeed in that state. There's nothing to be done about it. Whitebeard, at the end of the day, is a failure of the previous era. As these words fell, Ace, who had been fleeing, suddenly halted, flames erupting from his fists as he glared at Akainu, coldly stating, "Take back what you just said. Stop it, Ace. Don't fall for his trickery. Let go. Hurry, let us get out of here." Surrounding pirates urged him. Chapter 123, Fire Fist Ace. Akainu the Red Dog. However, Ace was resolute in not retreating, his eyes burning with fury directed at Akainu, who had insulted their father. "Ace, hurry up and leave," Luffy shouted anxiously. Akainu smirked wickedly. "Take it back? I will never take it back. I speak the truth. Your father, Roger, conquered the Grand Line, sacrificing his life to open the door to the new era known as the Great Pirate Age. Although it may be somewhat inappropriate for a Marine to admit, he truly deserves the title of Pirate King. Compared to him, what is Whitebeard? Does he possess the courage to confront Roger in a decisive battle? Hiding in one place, Content to be a mountain king with a large entourage, is that truly satisfying? Although many fools in this world shield numerous islands under Whitebeard's name, in my view, it merely amounts to subduing a few insignificant pirates. He is merely trying to play the hero. It's laughable. When Roger was alive, he bowed before him. And even after Roger's death, he could not become a true king. In other words, he will forever be overshadowed by Roger. Where did I go wrong in my assessment? Upon reflection, he truly is pitiful, being called father by a bunch of people. At this moment, Ace's anger reached its zenith, his fury manifesting in flames that engulfed him. He advanced step by step toward Akainu. Meanwhile, Akainu's mouth fired off insults like a machine gun, unceasing in his derision. I truly don't know how you learned to do this. Did you practice in secret? Silence. This era is named Whitebeard. Ace roared, unleashing a fiery punch aimed at Akainu. Unfazed, Akainu's right fist transformed into molten lava, meeting Ace's strike head-on, his voice low. Whitebeard and those who admire him are all failures. The fiery fist collided with the lava punch, unleashing a wave of scorching energy that swept outward. The ground trembled, cracking and splintering into countless shards. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Ace was hurled violently to the ground, his body scorched. The Magu Magu no Mi is, after all, a superior version of the Mera Mera no Mi, boasting greater power and capable of burning Ace even without Haki. Ace has been burned. Other pirates gazed in disbelief at the scene before them. Akainu looked down at the fallen Ace with disdain. To call yourself the strongest Logia-type Devil Fruit user is truly to be unaware of your own limitations. You are merely ordinary fire, while I am magma that can consume even flames. Our abilities are not even comparable. Suddenly, Akainu noticed Luffy, slumped behind Ace, his eyes cold as ice, chillingly declaring, Joel D. Roger and the Revolutionary Army leader, Dragon, both of you are irredeemable criminals and must die here. Compared to Ace, he yearned to eliminate Luffy first. With that, Akainu surged past Ace, his magma-filled fist launching towards Luffy. Exhausted, Luffy attempted to retrieve Ace's life card, completely oblivious to Akainu's imminent attack. Even if he had noticed, Luffy, at his limits, could not possibly withstand it. Just as the blow was about to strike Luffy, a fiery figure suddenly appeared before him. It was Ace, rushing to his aid. The blazing magma fist barreled towards Ace's chest. Ace, Luffy's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the familiar silhouette before him. Ace. Members of the Whitebeard pirates looked anxiously at their surroundings, urgently calling out. Among them were even Whitebeard, Garp, and Marco. In an instant, a bolt of lightning flashed. It streaked past countless figures, appearing before Ace. Akainu roared. The magma fist was unleashed, yet it struck as if against an impenetrable iron block, failing to melt the opponent at all. With a resounding crash, countless streams of lava erupted, enveloping the area where Akainu and his companions stood in a thick veil of white mist, obscuring the events that unfolded. Even Akainu himself, caught within the chaos, could not discern the situation, only vaguely perceiving a shadow looming before him. Moments later, as the dust began to settle, the spectators finally grasped what had transpired. A man clad in a black robe had appeared, successfully intercepting Akainu's assault. His arms glimmered with the sheen of Haki, the powerful armament. Who was he? How could he withstand the might of an admiral like Akainu? Unfamiliar yet oddly reminiscent, he donned a black robe and exuded formidable strength. Could it be the infamous Heiyi, the bounty of 2 billion berry? Akainu furrowed his brow, exclaiming, Heiyi, is it you? Are you here to oppose the world government once more? Old man, your prattle is tiresome. With that, Lu Chun delivered a punch squarely to Akainu's face, catching him off guard and sending him flying, rolling several times before barely stabilizing himself. Not far away, Carp revealed a faint smile, murmuring, You finally made it, you brat. Heiyi, how dare you? Akainu roared in fury, transforming his entire being into magma. He swung his right hand, conjuring a massive molten dog head that roared toward Lu Chen's position. Unfazed, Lu Chun turned and kicked Luffy and Ace towards the side of Ivankov, urging them to escape. Ivankov hesitated momentarily, but quickly guided Luffy and Ace away. Trying to flee? Not on my watch, Akainu declared, extending his hands as a barrage of scorching lava fists rained down towards Luffy and Ace, one after another, with immense range and power. Given Ivankov's severe injuries, survival seemed improbable for them. Abruptly, Lu Chun appeared behind Ace and Luffy, a serene smile gracing his features. Red Dog, do you wish to take their lives? Have you consulted me first? With haki swirling around his fists, he manifested golden arcs of energy. As the colossal magma fists rushed toward him, Lu Chun merely raised his hand, executing the Relay Palm. In an instant, a palm print emerged, initially the size of a hand, yet as it advanced, its energy multiplied exponentially, ultimately expanding to a size akin to that of a giant, resembling a small mountain, aimed directly at Akainu's molten fists. The fists collided against the golden palm, yielding no effect whatsoever, akin to fiery stones plunging into the ocean, merely producing a brief puff of white smoke before vanishing entirely. Countless magma fists were effortlessly thwarted by Lu Chen's Relay Palm. Faced with the enormous golden hand, Akainu had no choice but to evade swiftly. Yet a portion of his body was still impacted, turning him into molten rock, scattering across the ground. Fortunately, he managed to revert to magma just in time, barely escaping the full brunt of the attack. As his body slowly reformed, his right cheek bore a raw, gruesome wound, a stark contrast to his previous formidable demeanor. Onlookers gasped in astonishment. Hei Yi was remarkably powerful. Not only had he withstood Akainu's assault, but he had also injured him. Truly impressive. No wonder he commanded a bounty of 2 billion berry. Yet, he had never claimed to be a pirate. Could he be a revolutionary instead? Even Carp wore an expression of surprise, pondering where this youth had acquired such formidable martial arts. Akainu, grimacing, snapped armament haki. Conqueror's haki. You truly possess the legendary powers. I presume you can wield all 3 types of haki. Red Dog, behold, I possess more than mere haki. With that, Lu Chun unleashed a torrent of electrifying energy, releasing a staggering 200 million volts of electricity. Crackling with lightning, he grew in size, transforming into a colossal humanoid figure of electricity, resembling a deity of thunder. As Lu Chun gestured, the overwhelming power of lightning surged forth, sweeping toward Akainu and the surrounding navy. Wherever the lightning touched, it rendered the ground into a charred wasteland, leaving behind shadows of skeletal remains. Moments later, as the lightning dissipated, the ground remained pulsating with residual energy, the entire battlefield blackened and reeking of charred remains, further ravaging the already battered landscape. Akainu, caught in the eye of the storm, could not escape the onslaught of electricity, even transformed into magma. He could not withstand the might of this natural force, which proved superior to the magma fruit. Observing the devastation, Lu Chun chuckled, Red Dog, farewell. I hope the next time we meet, you shall not be so feeble. You scoundrel. Akainu slowly rose from the scorched ground, his attire tattered and blood trickling from his lips, stripped of the dignity that once accompanied an admiral. As he prepared to pursue the black-robed Lu Chun, he witnessed Lu Chun vanish in a flash of lightning, his speed far beyond Akainu's reach. Only the likes of Kizaru, with his Pika Pika no Mi, might be able to keep pace, as both could traverse at the speed of light. Yet, would Kizaru truly desire to chase after Lu Chun? Simultaneously, as the battle between Lu Chun and Akainu raged on, Whitebeard was engaged in a fierce struggle against the other 2 admirals and Sengoku, valiantly facing them with his battered form. With a single, mighty punch, he cleaved the marine headquarters in twain. The earth trembled violently, as if a deity had descended, shaking the very ground beneath them. The earth quaked beneath the marine headquarters, splitting it in 2, creating a vast chasm between the Navy and the pirates. In a bid to allow the members of the Whitebeard pirates to escape, Whitebeard exerted every ounce of his strength, standing against the entirety of the Navy. Suddenly, a group of dark figures emerged from the execution platform, none other than the Blackbeard pirates and their key members, who had been observing the chaos unfold. The gate of justice swung open, a ploy of their design. Upon his arrival, Blackbeard boldly confronted Whitebeard, utilizing the powers of the Yami Yami no Mi to nullify all abilities, forcing Whitebeard to retreat. However, Whitebeard quickly recognized the anomaly, wielding his blade against Blackbeard, delivering a strike that drew blood. As I prepared to unleash my abilities to shatter the skull of Blackbeard Tiki, my feeble body could no longer endure, rendering me incapable of activating my powers. I failed to deliver a decisive blow to Blackbeard. Seizing the moment, Blackbeard commanded his crew to launch an assault on Whitebeard. Countless attacks rained down upon Whitebeard's battered form, leaving him riddled with wounds. The sound of gunfire echoed bang, 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 as blood gushed forth, saturating the battlefield. The members of the Blackbeard pirates seemed like merciless executioners, relentlessly attacking a lamb destined for slaughter. Perhaps it was fear of Whitebeard's potential death throes that compelled them to unleash their full might. The pirates across the chasm were already consumed with rage, shouting, "Ah, Father! Father! Father!" Moments later, the Blackbeard pirates ceased their onslaught. Whitebeard gazed upon the gathered navy and the Blackbeard crew, a faint smile gracing his lips as he solemnly declared, "One day, a successor to Aces shall arise. Even if the bloodline is severed, their flame shall never be extinguished. This legacy, passed down from the distant past, will one day give rise to a challenger bearing centuries of history, ready to confront this world. Sengoku, you and your world government tremble at the thought of the colossal battle that will engulf the entire world. Though I have little interest, when that treasure is discovered, the world will be turned upside down. Someone will find it. That day shall inevitably arrive." Upon hearing these words, Sengoku gritted his teeth in fury, yet found himself at a loss for words. One Piece is indeed real. Subsequently, Whitebeard threw his head back and let out a roar that reverberated throughout the world. Sengoku shouted in anger, "You bastard!" This proclamation would undoubtedly plunge the world into chaos once more, perhaps an even greater turmoil. Whitebeard, with a smile on his face, reminisced about his life. "My sons, I have journeyed far. What a marvelous life it has been. Thank you all. Farewell, my sons." With those words, he slowly closed his eyes, his breath gradually fading. The members of the Whitebeard pirates before him were already in tears. Despite being mortally wounded, Whitebeard still stood tall, wielding his long sword. He stood proud between heaven and earth. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, fell in battle. Though his body succumbed, his valiant spirit remained, a testament to his indomitable will. In this fierce battle, he endured 267 cuts, 152 gunshots, and 46 cannon blasts. Nevertheless, his silhouette was filled with dignity. Throughout his life as a pirate, he left neither shame nor disgrace of retreat. He passed at the age of 72, a man who once rivaled the pirate king in these waters. Captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, in the cataclysmic clash erupting in the Marineford Bay. The Whitebeard pirates faced off against the Marine headquarters and the Shichibukai coalition, ultimately perishing. Suddenly, the Blackbeard pirates moved, draping a black cloth over Whitebeard's lifeless body. Chapter 125. The Gura Gura no Mi is mine. Thus, the grand spectacle commenced. Blackbeard laughed heartily, lifting the black cloth, and, with a cold smirk directed at the navy behind him, proclaimed, "The ultimate performance that will astonish the entire world. What lies beneath that cloth? It envelopes both Blackbeard and Whitebeard's corpses. What are you scheming? They are the treacherous impostors posing as Shichibukai. Do not let your guard down." The Navy members fixed their gaze on the few from the Blackbeard pirates, yet hesitated to act. Meanwhile, those from the Blackbeard pirates surrounded Blackbeard, engrossed in their own discussions. Apologies, but entry is temporarily prohibited. How thrilling this is. If we fail, will we disband right here? Inside the black cloth, there seemed to be no movement, and no one knew what transpired within. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed. Two-sword style, white tiger roar. Admiral Lu Chun, donning the Marine Vice Admiral cloak, appeared abruptly, wielding two supreme blades, each unleashing a slashing strike aimed at Blackbeard concealed beneath the cloth. Roar! Roar! One strike embodied the might of a white tiger, the other, a red dragon, both roaring ferociously towards the Blackbeard pirates. At that moment, the Navy finally recognized the man who had appeared behind them. Admiral Liu Chun. Yes, Admiral Liu Chun has arrived. Why'd he come now? The magician-like Lafitte furrowed his brow and urgently commanded. Quick, protect the captain. Understood. With that, Jesus Bagus and the others activated their abilities in an attempt to counter the formidable sword energy. However, that previous strike was Liu Chen's most powerful attack. The full essence of his sword was unleashed, infused with haki. Grandfather, lend me your strength, Liu Chen called out, his expression stern as he looked toward the two not far away. Yes, Admiral. Upon hearing this, utilized the Marine Six-Styles to swiftly charge towards the Blackbeard pirates. Karp smirked slightly, a light smile gracing his face. You little rascal, daring to command your grandfather. Nonetheless, he moved with astonishing speed towards the members of the Blackbeard pirates. Shockwave punch. A punch imbued with immense haki and force surged towards the Blackbeard pirates. Before Karp, they had no means of retaliation. Bang, bang, bang. A series of thunderous sounds erupted. At some point, the Marine Six-Styles, Liu Chun suddenly vanished from his position, entering the black cloth at lightning speed. Upon realizing this, Lafitte's expression changed, and he shouted anxiously, Quick, stop him. Just as he was about to act, Ein suddenly appeared before him, merely brushing against his body. Instantly, Lafitte transformed, regressing 18 years into a youthful form. His strength diminished considerably. Within the cloth, Liu Chun beheld Blackbeard grasping an ordinary fruit. Yet, an ominous black aura enveloped it, as it transformed from a mere fruit into a devil fruit imbued with power. The dark energy seemed to be siphoning something from Whitebeard's body. Liu Chun, Blackbeard's expression shifted in shock. He immediately unleashed an attack with his remaining hand, a black aura engulfing his palm as it surged towards Liu Chun. Hey, I'm not a devil fruit user. Liu Chun scoffed, raising his hand to deliver a slash. One sword style. Draw slash. The blade glimmered. It struck Blackbeard's right hand with precision. Blackbeard Tiki howled in agony, clutching his injured hand. The fruit slipped from his grasp. That was a strike infused with haki, perfectly suited for a Logia-type user. For some reason, Blackbeard seemed to fear pain. Liu Chen's eyes glinted as he swiftly reached for the devil fruit. Apologies, but this devil fruit is now mine. Get lost. Upon witnessing the situation, Blackbeard, disregarding his own agony, activated the gravitational void ability of his Yami Yami no Mi, attempting to reabsorb the devil fruit. Yet Liu Chun's hand had already seized the fruit, and his peerless sword, unsurpassed among the Mido, flashed once more, slicing toward Blackbeard's arm and forcing him to recoil. Damn you! Blackbeard roared, his entire frame radiating an inky, suffocating aura as he unleashed his ultimate technique. Ankakadu, Dark Hole. Countless viscous, shadowy streams surged from his body, coiling like serpents as they surged toward Liu Chun. 6 powers, Soru. In an instant, Liu Chun vanished, utterly, leaving no trace behind, evading the dark torrent with flawless precision. He reappeared dozens of meters away, holding aloft the artificially created devil fruit, the Gura no Mi, the Tremor fruit. What is that in his hand? A devil fruit? Where did it come from? Could be Whitebeard's. Impossible. Does Blackbeard possess the ability to absorb others' powers? Bewildered, the onlookers exchanged stunned glances, utterly baffled by the enigma unfolding beneath the black shroud. Blackbeard, this fruit is now mine. Liu Chen wasted no time. He bit into the fruit, its familiar sweetness flooding his senses. As it dissolved within him, a new, thunderous energy surged through his veins, vibrant, immense, and wholly his. Damn you, Ark! Blackbeard bellowed, teeth grinding in fury. His hard-won Gura no Mi, his ultimate prize, had slipped irrevocably into another's grasp. And not just any other, Liu Chun's. I was about to thank you, yet you curse me instead. Very well, then, do not blame me for what follows. His gaze turned glacial. He clenched his fist, and instantly a shimmering, pearlescent sphere of compressed air formed around it. With a single decisive strike into the open air before him, he unleashed his will. Earthquake. Crack. The air itself fractured, splintering like glass, while the earth trembled violently, fissures racing outward toward Blackbeard and his crew. Boom! The ground convulsed, shuddering with seismic might. The Gura no Mi had awakened, truly awakened. We need not disband after all. Allying with him may well prove the wisest course. Blackbeard's crew stood stunned, then elated, while Blackbeard alone seethed in despair. So long as he retained this ability, all of them could become devil fruit users. Even if the Gura no Mi had slipped away, others would follow, sooner or later. Though the quake shattered the ground beneath them, their formidable strength allowed them to retreat, step by step, until they stood beyond the tremor's reach. You brat, I will kill you one day, and reclaim what is mine. With a final roar, Blackbeard fled, swiftly, with his crew in tow. He dared not linger, not with Vice Admiral Garp standing mere paces from Lu Xun. Chapter 126. Become a pirate? Truly a headache. Fine. Next time we meet, I hope you're not already dead by my hand. Lu Xun's laughter was cold, sharp, and utterly devoid of warmth. Suddenly, a chime resonated within his mind. Ding. Quest completed. Reward. 1,000 energy points, 2 sword techniques, and 3 designated skills elevated by 2 full tiers. Ding. Quest completed. Reward. 2,000 energy points, 1 sword technique. You've acquired quite the treasure, boy. Whitebeard's fruit, the strongest in the world. Wield it wisely. I have no doubt you shall ascend even further. Garp spoke with quiet gravity, his voice heavy with unspoken faith. He showed no surprise at Lu Xun's foreknowledge of Blackbeard's capacity to fabricate devil fruits. Yes, grandfather. Lu Xun nodded, resolute, composed. Truth be told, he indeed dwelled on how Blackbeard had done it, only that the fruit was now his. 2 reasons guided his choice to secure the Gura no Mi under his Navy identity. First, ordinary individuals may consume only 1 devil fruit. A second would render them anomalous, dangerously so. Yet possessing one as a Navy officer could prove invaluable, strategically, tactically, even diplomatically. Second, his dual presence. Lu Xun the Navy officer and He the Shadow during the Summit War would render suspicion implausible. His true identity remained veiled, perfectly. After a brief silence, Lu Xun watched as Ace and Luffy receded into the distance, still pursued by Akainu. Softly, he murmured, Grandfather, shall I intervene once more? No, you've done more than enough. Garp shook his head, his eyes lingering on the fading silhouettes, clouded with quiet sorrow. As their grandfather and as a Navy admiral, he stood paralyzed, caught between blood and duty. Had Lu Xun not intervened, Ace would already be gone. Moments later, Trafalgar Law and the Heart Pirates arrived, determined to rescue Luffy and Ace. Then, suddenly, Kobe broke from Lu Xun's side, sprinting toward Akainu. Hey, Kobe, what are you doing? Belmere cried out, alarmed, reaching to stop him. But Lu Xun raised a hand, halting her. Leave him to me. Yes, Admiral Lu Xun. She stood back, trusting him completely. Kobe charged straight into Akainu's path, blocking the Admiral's relentless slaughter of the defeated. Cease this violence, he cried, voice raw with conviction. You are desecrating life itself. Every soldier has a family waiting at home. Our objective has been achieved, yet you persist in annihilating those already broken. To ignore the wounded, to let casualties mount needlessly, is that not the height of folly? Akainu did not flinch. His expression remained stony, contemptuous. Who are you? You've wasted 3 seconds of my time. The Navy has no use for soldiers whose moral compass is askew. And with that, his magma-forged fist shot forward, aimed unerringly at Kobe's skull. So this is how it ends. Kobe's face paled, but his heart was at peace. He had spoken his truth, fully, fearlessly. Just as the fist descended, a shadow interposed. A black blade met the magma, clashing with a sound like thunder. Lu Xun stood there, unmoved, unshaken. His left fist hovered, charged with a coalesced shockwave of compressed air. His eyes, cool and calculating, locked onto Akainu. He's my subordinate. Did you seek my permission before striking him? Akainu, you again? Garp's voice cut through the air, low, resonant, laced with the crushing weight of Haushika haki. With each deliberate step forward, the pressure intensified, relentless, inescapable. Few could master precise Haoshiku release. Fewer still wielded it with such devastating artistry. Akainu had nearly slain 2 of his grandsons. Was Garp to stand idle? One more provocation, and the storm would break. Before the clash could ignite, Sengoku appeared, his voice thunderous, authoritative. Akainu, Garp, Luchun, do you wish for the pirates to laugh at the Navy's disunity? Stand down. Yes, Fleet Admiral. The 3 withdrew, reluctantly, but obediently. Soon after, Shanks and his crew arrived, commanding the field with quiet, overwhelming authority. Sengoku, ever the diplomat, yielded to Shanks' honor, Whitebeard's body. Before departing, Shanks suddenly cast a glance at Luchun, breaking into a smile. Luchun, it has been a while. Your strength has once again grown. I look forward to your further ascension and hope you will make good use of Whitebeard's power. Soon, our paths shall cross again. Luchun nodded slightly, momentarily perplexed by the underlying meaning of his words, sensing an unspoken implication. Shortly thereafter, the pirates gradually withdrew from the Marine headquarters bay, while the Marines began to clear the battlefield and rescue the wounded. Akainu, however, maintained his unwilling demeanor, stating coolly, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I hope you will honor your promise to red-haired Shanks and take responsibility for releasing all the pirates. Naturally, Sengoku replied with a blank expression. Why don't you go and kill red-haired Shanks then? What is the point of talking here? Luchun could not help but retort. Akainu's words seemed designed to undermine Sengoku's position, allowing him to ascend in rank. Logically, Akiji was relatively favored within the Navy, and Akainu's desperation during this conflict likely aimed at securing the position of Fleet Admiral. Perhaps he had even gained the approval of the Gorosei, obtaining their support to defeat Akiji. In summary, regarding the 3 admirals in this war, one could succinctly state, Akiji was drifting, Akainu was fighting desperately, and Kizaru was half-heartedly exerting himself. Akainu's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure as he snapped, Luchun, you remain merely a vice admiral. Do you intend to rebel against your superiors? Oh, if I were not a Marine and chose to become a pirate, would that give me the right to openly criticize you? Luchun countered. The revelation stunned the entire assembly. What? Vice Admiral Luchun is considering becoming a pirate. If he does, how will the Navy fare? Indeed, his strength was not far from that of the 4 emperors, and he had also acquired Whitebeard's Gura no Mi. Sengoku furrowed his brows and admonished the 2, both of you, be quiet. If you continue bickering, I will have you expelled from the Marine headquarters. Upon his words, they abruptly fell silent, departing without further protest. Once they had left, Sengoku gazed at Luchun's retreating figure, murmuring, Garp, keep an eye on your grandson. If he truly becomes a pirate, it will surely become a greater headache for me. The entire Navy may no longer find peace. Garp nonchalantly scratched his nose, leaving without acknowledging Sengoku's concerns, thinking, that kid has practically been a pirate already. I've long since had my share of headaches. Chapter 127. The war concludes. The devastated Marine headquarters. Master, I have embarrassed you, KB said, lowering his head in shame. It's nothing to be ashamed of. You are still my disciple. Luchun reassured him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. However, I do wish to impart this wisdom. At times, to achieve certain goals, one must possess adequate strength. Thus, you must elevate your powers swiftly. Yes, teacher, KB responded, his eyes suddenly filled with determination as he nodded affirmatively. Luchun turned to the side and smiled at Barumabur. What are you laughing at? You too must hasten to improve your strength. This world is likely to become even more chaotic. Yes, teacher, Barumabur replied. In truth, during this battle, KB and Barumabur had not chosen to flee due to Luchun's prior training. They remained engaged in combat, demonstrating their potential for growth. Furthermore, KB could be regarded as another rising star within the Navy, often compared to Luffy in the eyes of the One Piece author. He had also trained under Garp, mastering Garp's powerful techniques. Yet, for reasons unknown, Shanks had appeared rather late this time. Without Luchun, KB might have truly perished. After bidding farewell to KB and Barumabur, Luchun and Ein proceeded towards Hancock, who had been waiting anxiously. As Lu Chan approached step by step, Hancock blushed, lost in her fantasies, cradling herself in thought. However, upon noticing Ein behind Lu Chun, her expression soured. Lu Chun, who is this woman? Why is she standing beside you? Why didn't you call me when you went to confront Blackbeard? You were quite far from me at that time, Lu Chun replied, his expression darkening as he hurried to explain. In truth, he had distanced himself from the battlefield, changing back into his marine attire before returning to the marine headquarters in haste, fearing Blackbeard might consume the Gura no Mi first. Lu Chun, I'm about to leave, so remember to visit me on Amazon Lily, Hancock declared, stepping forward to link her arm with Lu Chen's, beaming. All right, I will go. Lu Chen nodded, considering that Hancock remained a warlord of the sea, and her association with the Marines held no adverse implications. Given her lack of assistance to Luffy, her status should remain intact until the World Conference. After the World Conference concluded, the warlord system would be abolished. Moreover, the Marine headquarters at Marineford had been destroyed, and the new headquarters was set to relocate to the New World. Before long, Lu Chun personally escorted Hancock away before returning to the ravaged Marine headquarters. Along the way, Ein shot him a sidelong glance, teasing, Lu Chun, are you planning to marry a warlord? A union between the Marines and pirates could be quite the spectacle. I fear what my grandfather might do if he finds out. He might just beat me to a pulp. Lu Chun chuckled. Are you frightened? Ein retorted. Frightened? Would I be afraid? As long as I am with the one I love, what is there to fear? Lu Chun replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Ein pressed her cherry lips together, hesitating to speak. The two walked side by side, lending a hand to assist the other Marines. As Lu Chun helped, he reviewed his attributes. Host, Lu Chun. Level, SS. Position, Vice Admiral. Fruit, Gura no Mi. Raiji no Mi. Skills, Swordsmanship SS. Sword Intent SS. Martial Arts S. Fruit Development S. Conqueror's Hockey SS. Armament Hockey SS. Observation Hockey SS. Marine 6 Style Surus. Marine 6 Style Renkekus. Marine 6 Style Jeppo S. Life Return D. Cooking A. Talent. Simplified Skills. Energy. World Weary Novel Transfer Station 937929266. World Weary Novel Transfer Station 1937929299266. Berries. 19,989,000,000. His strength had become exceedingly formidable. Perhaps he could even contend for the position of Fleet Admiral in this conflict. How splendid it would be to attain the rank of Fleet Admiral. Yet, upon reflection, becoming Fleet Admiral might not be as advantageous as it seemed. The Fleet Admiral must govern the entire Navy, negotiate with the world government, and submit to the Celestial Dragons. What hassle! Moreover, if he truly became Fleet Admiral, would he be tasked with hunting down the darkness? It would be wiser to follow Garp's example and coast along, or emulate Kizaru's half-hearted efforts. Being a Marine Admiral would suffice. Vice Admiral felt somewhat lacking. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chun had formed his own thoughts, deciding to first attempt to secure an admiral position. Soon after, the Navy began to broadcast to the entire world. Ladies and gentlemen, during the conflict between our naval headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates in the Marineford Bay, we faced fierce resistance from the Whitebeard pirates, resulting in a time expenditure beyond our expectations. However, through the valiant efforts of our soldiers, brimming with a sense of justice, we have utterly defeated the notorious Whitebeard pirates and their numerous subordinate crews. Our Navy has achieved a complete victory. Upon hearing this proclamation, naval forces and citizens around the globe erupted in cheers. Wonderful! The Navy is invincible. The naval headquarters is majestic. The world government is mighty. We have triumphed. Ha ha! I must train hard to join the naval headquarters. Lu Chun, standing in the square, listened to the Navy's announcement while surveying the ruins before him, shaking his head in resignation. He could hardly fathom how the Navy could utter such words. It seemed as though the Navy had emerged victorious. Yet the world was being propelled toward another climax. The balance of power among the 4 emperors of the New World had been disrupted, and the struggle for Whitebeard's territory was bound to escalate. The entire world would become a more perilous place. That night, in the devastated naval headquarters, All admirals and vice admirals gathered in an open area. The naval headquarters had been reduced to a shell of its former self, with no intact buildings remaining. Nevertheless, everyone had a chair and a table. Sengoku sat at the head of the gathering, his expression grave, exhaling a long breath as he solemnly stated, "Gentlemen, after this, I may resign from my position as Fleet Admiral." "What? Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Why would you say that?" "Yes, didn't Tiwi achieve victory? If you resign, who will lead us?" The shock reverberated through the crowd. It was utterly unexpected. Sengoku raised his hand to quell the ensuing commotion, continuing, "After this battle, the world may not become more peaceful as we envisioned. Rather, it is likely to descend into greater chaos. I have received reports of pirates frequently emerging in various regions, preparing to head to the New World in search of the great treasure. The world is about to become even more perilous, and I must bear the responsibility for it." With these words, silence enveloped the assembly, and not a single word was uttered. Chapter 128. Mission Failed. Naval Headquarters Scientific Department. This could indeed lead to a significant event, one that they were ill-equipped to handle. Perhaps Sengoku's resignation was the best course of action. Meanwhile, Akainu lowered his head, the brim of his navy cap obscuring his expression. Yet it was evident that he was deep in thought, perhaps calculating how to ascend to the position of Fleet Admiral. After a moment of silence, Sengoku waved his hand and said, "All right, everyone, you may return to your duties. There is no longer a need to repair Marineford. I will propose establishing a new naval headquarters, preferably in the New World, to suppress the pirates there and prevent further chaos." "Yes, Fleet Admiral." The crowd responded in unison before rising to depart, each with their own thoughts. "Grandfather, I'm off," Lu Chan whispered to Carp beside him before stealthily slipping away. "This brat runs off so quickly." Carp shook his head helplessly, realizing he could no longer control his grown grandson. He too had to learn to let go. After leaving the naval headquarters bay, Lu Chan headed toward the rear of Marineford, where the headquarters of the Naval Scientific Department was located. It was a place inaccessible to ordinary individuals. As he walked, he reflected on the task of rescuing Kuma, which ultimately remained unfulfilled. Now, Kuma's consciousness had been completely altered. To restore Kuma's consciousness, he might need to consult the world's most brilliant mind, Vegapunk. However, rescuing Kuma's consciousness would not count as completing the task. That mission could only be regarded as automatically forfeited, utterly unachievable. After a few minutes, Lu Chan finally arrived at the entrance of the scientific department. Despite the near-total devastation of Marineford, the entrance to the scientific department stood firm, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. The sturdy, thick door, constructed from an unknown material, bore not a single crack. Even with numerous Navy personnel engaged in battle nearby, the door remained guarded by considerable forces, predominantly pacifists, with only a few Navy officers present. Soon, the pacifists noticed Lu Chun approaching and began scanning him with their eyes, confirming his identity. Lu Chun, Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters. Just as he reached the door, he was stopped by the Navy officer on duty. "Vice Admiral, please wait a moment. May I ask if you have a pass?" "What pass? Can't a Vice Admiral enter directly?" Lu Chun queried, puzzled, as he was still unfamiliar with many protocols during his brief time in the Naval Headquarters. The officer patiently explained, "Vice Admiral, our scientific department is highly secure. We can only allow entry with a pass." Lu Chan frowned slightly and continued to inquire, "Who do I request the pass from?" "The pass is with Admiral Borisolino." With that, Lu Chan fell into contemplation. Admiral Kizuru. Was he managing the scientific department of the Naval Headquarters? After all, he was the superior of Frankie, who was Vegapunk's bodyguard, so it could very well be the case. Originally intending to simply tour the facility, it seemed things were becoming complicated. Just as he was about to turn away, a yellow figure approached. Kizaru, with a quirk of his lips, remarked with interest, "Oh, Vice Admiral Lu Chun, what brings you here?" "I just wanted to take a look. I've never visited the Naval Headquarters Scientific Department." Kizaru chuckled lightly. "Since you're here, you might as well take a look inside. I believe that person would very much like to see you." "Who?" "Dr. Vegapunk." "All right." Upon hearing the name, Lu Chun decided to follow him inside. After all, This was the naval headquarters, and it was unlikely anything would go awry. He just feared that Dr. Vegapunk might have other intentions for him. With Kizaru leading the way, Lu Chun successfully entered the Naval Headquarters Scientific Department. Upon entering, he was greeted by a unified decorative style, with walls made of light blue metal, various instruments, and an array of pipes, all permeated by a unique metallic scent, a sensation difficult to describe. As they walked, Kizaru explained, the scientific department of the Naval Headquarters isn't very tall. Most of the research facilities are underground, equipped with robust defensive measures. They can withstand earthquakes, floods, and various attacks. But they may not endure close-range assaults like those from Whitebeard. Fortunately, they attack from the front. Otherwise, the scientific department would have been affected, and I would have had a difficult time explaining that. Indeed, Lu Chun responded with a smile, feeling curious about Kizaru's sudden verbosity. Soon, the two found themselves in a transparent elevator, gradually descending to the underground levels. Through the glass, Lu Chun gazed at the myriad of underground research facilities, each dedicated to various studies: artificial beings, genetic modifications, and synthetic devil fruits. Most conspicuous among them are the numerous pacifists currently being manufactured underground. Each pacifist possesses formidable strength, comparable to that of an A-class entity. However, there are undoubtedly shortcomings in the manufacturing process, preventing large-scale production. Were it not for this limitation, solely relying on the pacifists could potentially eradicate the majority of pirates. Beyond this, there exist various bizarre creatures, the origins of which remain a mystery. What Lu Chun observed was merely the surface. Many rooms remain concealed from outsiders, revealing their true nature only upon entry. After a descent lasting several minutes, Lu Chun and Huang Yuan finally came to a halt. Exiting the elevator, they were greeted by a metal corridor extending for dozens of meters. Just as they were about to proceed, Huang Yuan suddenly called out to Lu Chun, advising him to wait until he activated the self-protection measures before advancing. Heeding this, Lu Chun promptly took a few steps back. Just as he was about to step forward, an unsettling chill ran down his spine, and his kin Bunchiko Haki sensed a hint of danger. A seemingly simple corridor concealed an array of defensive mechanisms, entirely undetectable at first glance. Huang Yuan approached the wall, retrieving a metallic card from his pocket and tapping it against the surface. "You may proceed now, Lu Chunjiang," he announced. With that, Lu Chun and Huang Yuan continued on, and the peculiar sense of imminent threat dissipated. At the end of the corridor stood an iron door. Upon opening it, they found numerous Navy scientists engrossed in their research, the most notable among them being an elderly gentleman. His cheeks bore a rosy hue. His hair was a mix of white and gray, and atop his head rested a cap resembling apple tree branches, with an extraordinarily large tongue protruding from his mouth, reaching down to his abdomen. The moment Lu Chun laid eyes on the old man, a name flashed through his mind: Albert Einstein. Chapter 129. Dr. Vegapunk. A deal is struck. The bustling figure in the laboratory was none other than the head of the Navy's scientific department, Dr. Vegapunk, the smartest man in the world. Character: Dr. Vegapunk. Position: head of the Navy's scientific department, devil fruit. Paramecia: brain fruit. Level: skill, fruit development assesses. Bounty: none. Dr. Vegapunk. "Look who I've brought," Huang Yuan suddenly exclaimed. However, Dr. Vegapunk was too engrossed in his work to respond, barely turning his head. "Who did you bring?" he inquired lazily. "Vice Admiral Lu Chun," Huang Yuan replied. The moment the words left his mouth, Dr. Vegapunk hurriedly set aside his tasks and rushed toward Lu Chun, eagerly rummaging through his belongings, touching and examining him. Could you give me some space? I have no interest in men." Lu Chun's expression darkened, feeling as though he might kick the old man away. Cough, cough. Huang Yuan coughed awkwardly, attempting to mediate. "Dr. Vegapunk, Lu Chun is a vice admiral from our Navy headquarters. Perhaps you should restrain yourself a bit." He. Dr. Vegapunk chuckled, finally relenting, though his eyes remained fixated on Lu Chun as he curiously inquired. "Vice Admiral Lu Chun, I've heard of your remarkable strength. Indeed, your physical density surpasses that of others by a considerable margin. It's quite extraordinary that you managed to defeat the Shichibukai Moria and Best Crocodile. Such feats are merely the duties expected of a Navy officer, Lu Chen replied earnestly. Beside them, Huang Yuan added, he has consumed the Gura no Mi and obtained Whitebeard's fruit powers. What? Whitebeard is dead. How could his fruit appear so quickly? Dr. Vegapunk's expression shifted slightly, astonished by the news of the world's strongest man's demise, alongside the emergence of his devil fruit in Lu Chen's possession. Perhaps it would be best if Vice Admiral Lu Chen explained it to you. I'm not entirely clear on the details, Huang Yuan stated, finding a comfortable spot to sit leisurely. Dr. Vegapunk, undeterred, fixed his gaze on Lu Chen, urgently asking quickly, tell me how that devil fruit power came to be yours. After Whitebeard's death, it seems Blackbeard utilized his abilities to transfer the Gura no Mi's powers onto a fruit, which subsequently transformed into the new Gura no Mi, Lu Chen elucidated. At this revelation, Dr. Vegapunk's excitement was palpable. I never imagined someone could achieve such a feat. If only I could obtain a sample of Blackbeard's blood, I might be able to conduct some fascinating research. Lu Chen's expression darkened as he regarded the eccentric scientist, thinking, surely he doesn't intend to obtain my blood? Suddenly, Dr. Vegapunk composed himself and cheerfully inquired, Vice Admiral Lu Chen, may I procure a small sample of your blood for research purposes? After all, it's the Gura no Mi. Perhaps I could replicate another Gura no Mi, thereby enhancing our Navy's strength. Absolutely not. Lu Chen firmly declined, furrowing his brows. Who knows what experiments you would conduct with my blood? I cannot acquiesce to such a request. Entrusting his blood to this individual would be exceedingly perilous. If he were to utilize it to create a new seraphim, it could potentially surpass his own strength. Nonetheless, Dr. Vegapunk persisted. Vice Admiral Lu Chen, do not be hasty in your refusal. You should hear my offer. If you allow me to study your blood, I will grant you any request you desire, as long as it is within my capabilities. Well then, I must take my leave, Huang Yuan remarked, rising and discreetly making his exit. Lu Chen observed his retreating figure, raising an eyebrow. Is he aware of something, or has he simply grown accustomed to this? Given that Xiong and Dr. Vegapunk had previously engaged in transactions, there were undoubtedly matters Huang Yuan preferred to remain ignorant of. The more one knows, the more troublesome it becomes. Dr. Vegapunk chuckled, ushering Lu Chen into a secluded office within the research facility. Vice Admiral Lu Chen, this is my private office. No one can disturb us here. Furthermore, the materials are crafted from sea stone, ensuring that regardless of what we discuss, outsiders, even those utilizing devil fruit abilities, will be unable to overhear. I must admit, this feels rather peculiar. Lu Chen remarked, a shiver running down his spine. Unfazed, Dr. Vegapunk pressed on, Vice Admiral Lu Chen, please share your conditions. I am only concerned with obtaining your blood. Very well, I have a query regarding the Shichibukai. Bartholomew Kuma, Lu Chen stated directly. At this, Dr. Vegapunk did not express surprise nor pursue further inquiry. He immediately responded, the current Kuma can no longer be referred to as Kuma. He should be known as PX-0. He has lost his former consciousness and now operates solely based on programming directives. Is there no possibility of restoring his consciousness? Lu Chen inquired. There is, Dr. Vegapunk conceded, but the value of your blood does not warrant my sharing the method to restore his consciousness. Then that settles it. With that, Lu Chen turned to leave. Dr. Vegapunk, however, hurriedly grasped his arm. Wait, don't be so quick to depart. While the value of your blood may not suffice, if you can procure a sample of Blackbeard's blood for me, I will reveal how to restore his consciousness. To understand, XP0 can be regarded as a weapon of unparalleled might. Were it not for the peculiar nature of your and Huzi's bloodlines, I would not have acquiesced. Very well, Lu Chen readily agreed. However, after conversing with the individual known as Beijia Pank, he discerned that this man was indeed a scientific madman. During their negotiations, Beijia Pank exhibited not a shred of empathy towards humanity, resembling a merciless cold machine. It is no wonder he has produced such bizarre inventions and even conducted various studies on bears. One might wonder what secrets lie behind the bear's acquiescence to Beijia Pank's modification requests. After finalizing the transaction with Beijia Pank, Lu Chen departed the scientific department. feeling a strong aversion to remaining in that monster-filled place any longer. Stainer felt stifling. His agreement to Bei Jiaopeng's terms was also prompted by the activation of a new mission. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the mission. Rescue the Tyrant Bear. System rewards: 3,000 energy points, 20 materials for constructing the Underworld King. Ultimately, the goal of defeating He Huzi and obtaining his blood was a matter of convenience. 2 missions, both yielding substantial rewards. Chapter 130, The Marine Admiral. A contest among 4. After leaving the scientific department, Liu Chan returned to the last few dormitories at the Marine headquarters to rest. The number of usable accommodations had dwindled significantly. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters, Karp and Sengoku stood atop a high vantage point, gazing into the distance, both with furrowed brows. After a moment of silence, Sengoku spoke solemnly. That individual has escaped from the underwater prison on his own, severing his own legs to do so. I am uncertain of his intentions, but he poses a threat. Karp murmured. That man is none other than the infamous pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki, who was contemporaneous with Whitebeard and Roger. Alas, I hope he does not inflict further harm upon the Marines. Otherwise, the headquarters may not withstand it. Sengoku shook his head in resignation. Upon hearing this, Karp picked his nose and retorted, Old man, you aren't trying to pass this mess on to someone else by stepping down, are you? How could that be? I truly made a mistake this time. Sengoku lamented. As for Shiki's escape from the underwater prison, only a handful of people are currently aware. We shall see how long we can keep it under wraps. Within the palace of Mariehua, the 5 elders convened once more to discuss matters concerning the war on the summit. Just moments ago, Sengoku had sent a telegram announcing his intention to resign from the position of admiral, seeking opinions on the next candidate for the role. Jagor Lucius Satan placed the telegram on the table. Following this, Makas Maz Saint was the first to express his views. According to tradition, when an admiral resigns, a new one should be selected from among the 3 marine admirals, allowing them to compete for the position. Indeed, that is the case. Topman Vacheli Saint nodded slightly and continued. However, this year, there may be an additional candidate for the admiral's position. Although he is merely a vice admiral within the Marine headquarters, his capabilities should merit the rank of admiral. Are you referring to Monkey D? Lucien? Upon hearing this, Shepherd Shibi Te Saint also grew intrigued, noting that he had acquired Whitebeard's Tremor fruit during the war on the summit, likely enhancing his strength further. Indeed, as a Marine supernova, he should have a chance at contending for the position of admiral. Very well, it is merely an opportunity, and it remains to be seen whether he can seize it. Agreed. Agreed. The others voiced their approval. Subsequently, the 5 continued to deliberate over significant recent events, such as the escape of Luffy and Ace, the mysterious figure known as Hei Yi, and the Blackbeard pirates. Meanwhile, Liu Chan in the Marine headquarters remained oblivious to the fact that he had an opportunity to contend for the position of admiral. A fortnight later, Liu Chan received a message from Sengoku, summoning him to the temporary office. Thump, thump, thump. He arrived at the office door and knocked. Soon, Sengoku's voice resonated from within. Come in. Yes. Upon opening the door, Liu Chan was met with the sight of 3 admirals standing inside, Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji. Seeing this, he had already guessed what Sengoku was about to discuss. Liu Chan, what brings you here? Akainu glared at him with evident displeasure. Previously, it was Liu Chan and Hei Yi who had embarrassed him, so he found Liu Chan particularly irksome. If anyone was truly bothersome, it was Hei Yi, for he had directly thwarted Akainu's plans to eliminate Ace and Luffy. Otherwise, the admiral position would undoubtedly have been his. Admiral, I have arrived. Nevertheless, Liu Chan chose to disregard him, not even sparing a glance. Red Dog, just you wait. One day, I shall teach you a proper lesson. It was I who summoned Liu Chan here. Do you have any objections? Sengoku asked with a stoic expression. In response, Akainu furrowed his brow and retorted. He is merely a vice admiral, is he not? Does he possess the qualifications to stand alongside us in the pursuit of the admiral's position? Sakazuki, I am still the admiral, while you are merely a marine admiral. Is this how you choose to speak to me? Sengoku admonished. Apologies, admiral. Akainu's expression darkened, and he hastily apologized. Oomph. Enough. I have something to say. Sengoku huffed and continued. The world government has accepted my resignation from the admiral position and has allowed me to continue serving as the chief inspector of the Marine headquarters. As for the role of admiral, it will be chosen from among the four of you. Traditionally, Liu Chun would not qualify to compete for the position of admiral, but the five above have all recommended him, which is why you now have this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Liu Chen's expression shifted to one of confusion. The five elders? What exactly do they wish to recommend me for? Could it be that I have performed exceptionally well? The recommendation of a vice admiral by the five elders raises eyebrows. Moreover, the other three admirals could not help but cast glances at Liu Chun. This Marine supernova, the youngest vice admiral in Marine history, had not even attained the rank of admiral, yet was now in contention for the role. Most importantly, he had garnered the attention of the five elders. Truly impressive. His future undoubtedly holds limitless possibilities. That concludes my remarks. You may now decide the fate of the admiral's position. Just as Sengoku finished speaking, Kizaru smiled and declared, I voluntarily relinquish my claim to the admiral position. Upon hearing this, Sengoku and the others did not display surprise, finding it rather expected. However, with only 3 competitors remaining for the admiral's position, a resolution must be reached. Suddenly, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. For triggering the mission, assume the role of admiral. System rewards: 4,000 energy points, 2 sword techniques, 20 materials for constructing the Underworld King. The task rewards were substantial, yet the challenge loomed large. After all, it entailed defeating 2 Marine admirals. Liu Chun felt uncertain about his chances. While it seemed Aokiji could not defeat Akainu, the actual situation might differ. Since it concerns the role of admiral, it ought to go to the strongest. What do you two think? Akainu suddenly addressed Liu Chun and Aokiji. That sounds fair. Aokiji nodded in agreement. Then, Akainu turned to Liu Chun and inquired, What about you? Certainly, but as a junior. Perhaps it would be better for you two to compete first, Liu Chun said with a cheerful smile. He might not emerge victorious against Qing Ji and Qi Inu, but perhaps he could accomplish other tasks. Very well, Qi Inu replied without hesitation. In his eyes, Liu Chun was merely a brash youth, somewhat capable, but lacking the ability to contend for the position of Marine Admiral. He was merely there to fill the ranks. You all keep your distance while fighting. Do not let it affect Marin Vander, which has already suffered significant damage, Sengoku reminded. Chapter 131. The News of Ace and Luffy. Banks Restricted Zone. Understood, Admiral. The 3 responded in unison. Sengoku waved his hand and said, All right, you may leave. Let me have some peace. After finally obtaining a rare moment of leisure, he awaited the appointment of the new admiral so he could truly relax. Suddenly, Sengoku gazed out the window, musing to himself with interest. If that kid Liu Chun becomes a Marine Admiral, he would surely be the youngest in Marine history. Haha. Meanwhile, after the 3 Marine Admirals and Liu Chun departed the Admiral's office, Kizaru was the first to leave. Having voluntarily relinquished the position of Admiral and not wishing to partake in this conflict, the remaining trio consisted of Qi Inu, Qing Ji, and Liu Chun. The atmosphere between Qi Inu and Qing Ji was charged with hostility, as if a battle might erupt at any moment. Observing this, Liu Chun wore a knowing smile, hoping for a swift clash so that he might benefit from their struggle. Before long, the 2 departed the Marine headquarters, their destination unknown. However, Liu Chun was aware they were heading to the Banks Restricted Zone in the New World, where their battle would likely last for 10 days and nights. Thus, he was not particularly anxious, choosing instead to wait patiently for his opportunity. Just then a familiar voice called from behind. Liu Chun, Grandpa. Liu Chun recognized it as Karp's voice and asked, What do you need me for? Follow me. I have something to discuss with you. All right. Thus, Liu Chun trailed behind Karp to a secluded ruin within the Marine headquarters. I must thank you for Ace and Luffy. Had it not been for you, they might have perished before my eyes, Karp said solemnly, gazing ahead. Grandpa, you speak as if it were not my duty. They are like brothers to me. Saving them is only natural, Liu Chun replied earnestly, puzzled by Karp's unusual demeanor. Haha, Karp chuckled and continued. I know you have qualified to vie for the position of Marine Admiral, but given your current credentials, it would be best not to take on that role. Many will contest your authority. Moreover, you have another identity. The role of Marine Admiral is no longer suitable for you. Just look at that old fellow Sengoku. Has he enjoyed any good days since becoming Admiral? He hardly has time to leave the Marine headquarters, constantly burdened with various matters. I understand, Grandpa. I have thought the same, Lu Chen acknowledged. The identity of Marine Admiral, indeed, no longer suited him and could expose his nocturnal identity. In truth, serving as a Marine Vice Admiral would be ideal. There are many Vice Admirals in the Marines, and one's duties would seldom fall upon him. Furthermore, with Carp's protection, no one would dare to trouble him, right? Indeed, Carp nodded slightly, cautioning, you must be extra vigilant. This world may become increasingly chaotic. Understood, Grandpa, Lu Chen replied. The grandfather and grandson conversed for quite some time, during which Carp made a request of Lu Chen to inquire about Ace and Luffy's whereabouts. He was eager to learn their safety. Lu Chen readily agreed, for he too was curious about their location. It was unlikely they remained on Amazon Lily. And since Ace survived the Marineford War, where could he possibly be headed? The next morning, Lu Chen set off early for the Slayedthe archipelago, arriving at Shaki's bar. Upon entering, he found Shaki alone, smoking and drinking. Sister Shaki, long time no see. Where's Uncle Rayleigh? He inquired, just as she was about to respond. Shaki paused and smiled. You're here to gather information, aren't you? That comes at a price. Speak, what do you wish to know, and I'll consider the cost. Where are Ace and Luffy? Lu Chen asked directly. After a moment of contemplation, Shaki replied, the price for that information is rather steep. But I'm the only one in the entire Slayedthe archipelago who knows. Is it because Uncle Rayleigh is with them? Lu Chen countered. Rayleigh would certainly go to teach Luffy, and Ace indeed needed to strengthen his abilities. Perhaps the two were together. Oh, you guessed correctly, Shaki revealed. They are currently training in a certain location and should return to the Slayedthe archipelago soon. Very well. Lu Chen nodded and refrained from further questions. Before long, Luffy would likely return to Marin Vander to reunite with his comrades and announce their rendezvous time, which would naturally be 2 years hence. In 2 years, Lu Chen's strength would likely have advanced significantly as well. After enjoying a few drinks at the bar, he returned to the Marine headquarters to inform Carp of Luffy and Ace's situation, thus fulfilling the task entrusted to him. Grandpa, I am heading to the New World. If anything arises, please cover for me for a few days, Lu Chen said with a grin. Hearing this, Carp frowned and asked, what are you up to this time? Alone? Yes, but do not worry. It is certainly not anything malicious, Lu Chen assured him, understanding Carp's concerns. All right, be cautious on your journey. By the time you return, the Marine headquarters will likely have moved to the New World, so you can head directly there, Carp advised. Understood, Grandpa. With that, Lu Chen departed from Marin Vander, setting his sights on the New World. 5 days later, a small boat drifted in the waters near the bank's restricted zone, where a young man leisurely reclined. That young man was Lu Chen, who had arrived at the bank's restricted zone from Marin Vander. Upon reaching the location, he discovered that the entire island had been split in two. One side was a frigid wasteland, while the other was engulfed in flames. Resembling the island of ice and fire, the sound of massive explosions echoed from the island, indicating that the battle was still ongoing. However, it would not be long before the 10 days and nights were over. The conflict was nearing its conclusion, and once it ended, it would be Lu Chen's turn to take the stage. Before long, the sounds of battle ceased to emanate from the island. Lu Chen immediately sprang to his feet, lightly stepping on a small boat and swiftly running across the water surface. In the blink of an eye, he reached the icy side of the island. Preferring the chill over the heat, he felt more at ease in the cold, as excessive warmth would cause him to sweat. As he stepped onto the icy terrain, a wave of cold swept over him, but it was effectively warded off by Lu Chen's haki, rendering it much more bearable. He had been racing through the region where ice and fire converged, in search of the figures of Akainu and Akiji. Chapter 132, Lu Chen vs. Sakazuki. Slayedthe. 2 figures appeared ahead. It was the despondent Akiji departing and the spirited Akainu. Moreover, Akiji's leg was notably shorter as he was withdrawing from the Banku restricted zone, while only a hint of a smug smile graced Akainu's lips, as if proclaiming, The position of Fleet Admiral is mine. Hey, Admiral Sakazuki, it's been a few days. I see you're here practicing. Liu Chun suddenly appeared before Kainu, jesting. Upon seeing his arrival, Sakazuki's brow furrowed immediately. Liu Chun, how did you find this place? What are you doing here? I came to challenge you. If I win, doesn't that mean I become the Fleet Admiral? Liu Chun replied earnestly. Hearing this, Sakazuki looked puzzled. What do you mean? If we are to duel, it cannot be now, can it? Why not now? Otherwise, how can I defeat you? Liu Chun replied with keen interest. With that, he slowly drew two supreme blades from his waist, their metallic sheen glimmering as he enveloped his hands with haki that extended toward the long swords. In an instant, the blades transformed into black swords. Simultaneously, the haki began to entwine around the black blades, forming arcs of red lightning that crackled audibly. Liu Chun, are you truly intent on making a move? This is against the rules. Even if you were to win, I would report your actions to the world government. You would never become Fleet Admiral, Sakazuki admonished, alarmed. He had battled Akiji for 10 days and nights to reach a conclusion, and he had barely any strength left to fight again. Furthermore, Liu Chun's prowess was formidable, boasting powerful swordsmanship and the mighty Zhenzhen fruit. He was not easily defeated. You certainly talk a lot, Liu Chun replied with a slight smile, showing no inclination to engage with him further. Crossing his two long swords, a tremendous sword intent coalesced upon their blades, exuding a terrifying red aura, accompanied by haki-infused attacks. Dual blade flow, demon slash. As he spoke, both blades slashed simultaneously. A stream of sword energy shot forth at lightning speed, carrying with it a terrifying force as it hurtled towards Sakazuki. The menacing aura resembled a red demon, its sharp claws lunging toward Sakazuki. Liu Chun, you seek death. Sakazuki's eyes turned crimson with fury, as he had not anticipated that the opponent would indeed strike. Without any hesitation, it seemed he had long desired this confrontation. Dog bite, Red Lotus, he shouted, transforming his hands into searing magma, forming two massive dog heads that lunged at the sword energy unleashed by Liu Chun. Boom! The collision erupted, producing a powerful wave of energy that swept outward. Sakazuki's magma dog heads were cleaved in two by the sword energy. As the heads fell to the ground, the sword energy's potency remained, hurtling directly towards Sakazuki. Sakazuki roared, his fists enveloped in haki as he braced against the sword energy. Clang! However, the immense impact forced Sakazuki to stagger back several dozen meters before he could regain his footing. Marine 6 styles, shave. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Sakazuki. It was Liu Chun seizing the opportunity to attack, extending a hand to firmly press Sakazuki's head against the ground. Suddenly, a white circle materialized around his right hand, encompassing Sakazuki's head within it. What? Sakazuki's expression shifted dramatically as he recalled the terrifying technique used against him by Whitebeard. In an instant, Liu Chun uttered two words, shockwave. A tremendous force of vibration surged forth, driving Sakazuki's head downward into the earth. His head felt as if it were caught in an infinite tremor, akin to being stirred like brain matter. The ground quaked violently, splitting into countless fragments, some collapsing while others rose, resembling a cataclysmic upheaval. Even Sakazuki could not suppress a heart-wrenching scream. Blood began to seep from his 7 orifices. Suddenly, drawing on his dwindling willpower, Sakazuki transformed his entire being back into magma, particularly his hands, which erupted with intense molten lava. Nether dog, Marine 6 styles, shave. Witnessing this, Liu Chun quickly retreated, barely escaping. His clothing was singed by the scorching magma, becoming charred and clinging to his body. Sakazuki, dragging his weary form, gritted his teeth. Liu Chun, you are shameless. I am not nearly as shameless as you. Liu Chun replied with a grin. Without further ado, he continued to concentrate sword intent upon his blade, haki entwined around it, preparing for his next strike. Liu Chun, even if I cannot win you now, do not expect to have it easy in the future. Sakazuki bellowed in rage, transforming his right hand into an abundance of magma, turning the ground beneath him into molten rock. It was evident that his fruit had awakened. Was it Akiji who awakened after 10 days, or had he been awakened all along? Soon, a massive magma fist coalesced in his right hand, hurtling toward Liu Chun's position. Great fire eruption. One sword style. Heavenly Thunder's sacred blade. Liu Chun remained undaunted, slowly raising his blade. Instantly, the heavens darkened, and ominous clouds gathered. Countless bolts of lightning flickered within the clouds, as if a torrential storm was about to strike. Boom! Suddenly, a pillar-thick bolt of lightning descended rapidly, striking Liu Chen's sword. The power of the lightning clung to the blade. Not only that, but Liu Chun utilized the abilities of the Raijin fruit to amplify the lightning's potency further. A colossal lightning sword formed, descending upon Sakazuki with a single slash. Just that one stroke seemed capable of cleaving the entire island in two. The clouds above were sliced asunder by the blade's edge, parting the layers of the sky. As for the attack unleashed by Sakazuki, it too was severed in half by the fierce sword energy. Boom! The massive magma fist exploded, scattering countless molten rocks that surged toward Liu Chun. The area was extensive, leaving no room for evasion. The only option was to attack. However, Liu Chun's assault persisted, striking directly against Sakazuki's body. Boom! Sizzling sounds accompanied by thunderous explosions filled the air. Sakazuki's position was engulfed by the overwhelming currents of electricity, while the fierce sword energy rampaged around, obliterating every inch of land in its vicinity. The Raijin fruit was in no way inferior to the Zhenjin fruit. Meanwhile, Liu Chun lifted his blade, gracefully moving it around his body, as countless sword energies coalesced around him, forming waves of pink sword energy. Though diminutive, the sword energies possessed formidable power. One sword style, Celestial Maiden's Flower Scatter. Chapter 133. Infuriated to the point of spitting blood. This was intentional. With that, Liu Chun swung his long blade, unleashing a flurry of pink sword energies that raced toward the incoming molten debris. Every fragment of magma that came into contact with the sword energies was utterly crushed, transforming into countless minuscule shards of magma scattered across the ground. Since Liu Chun was positioned within Iceland's territory, the minute fragments of molten rock lost their heat before even reaching the ground, transforming instantly into obsidian black stones. Not a single shard of magma struck Liu Chun's location. He emerged unscathed, untouched by even the faintest trace of harm. In stark contrast, Sakazuki lay collapsed, exhausted in both body and spirit. Liu Chun's earlier assault had left him prostrate, limbs trembling, his entire frame charred to a deep, sooty black, resembling nothing so much as a humanoid lump of coal. Suddenly, Sakazuki stirred. From his scorched form sloughed great flakes of brittle, ashen husk, unidentifiable, uncanny, like the desiccated shell of some fallen titan. Just as he strained to rise, Liu Chun's black blade pressed cold and unyielding against his throat. His voice was low, uninflected, final. You have lost. Oomph. Taking advantage of weakness. This is no true victory. Give me days to recover, and we shall fight again. Sakazuki retorted, defiant even in ruin. No system chime followed. Liu Chun's brow furrowed slightly. Had the task demanded Sakazuki's verbal surrender? Without hesitation, he shifted his stance. One blade remained fixed at Sakazuki's throat. The other, drawn and leveled, hovered inches from his temple. Calm, precise, lethal. His tone was glacial, devoid of mockery or malice. Only absolute certainty. Surrender. Or I will end you. Without hesitation, without regret. I shall return to Marine headquarters and declare you drowned, slipped into the sea, beyond saving. A tragique accident. Nothing more. Never. Sakazuki snarled, voice raw with pride and fury. Liu Chun did not flinch. His gaze held no emotion, only the quiet, chilling clarity of a blade unsheathed in moonlight. Then, with deliberate, unhurried force, he drove the black blade forward, toward the crown of Sakazuki's skull. Then die. The blade shimmered with Conqueror's haki, dense, suffocating, absolute. Even Sakazuki, in his prime, could not withstand such a strike. To be pierced there would mean annihilation, utter, irreversible extinction. And this was no ordinary thrust. It was the lethal precision of a master swordsman, honed in silence and steel. Sakazuki felt the chill of finality descend. His breath seized. His blood turned to ice. In that suspended heartbeat, he heard Death's whisper and screamed, "I surrender. I lose." At that exact instant, Luchin halted. The tip of the blade grazed Sakazuki's skin, just enough to draw the faintest line of crimson, no deeper. A crystalline chime resonated within Lu Chun's mind. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have completed the mission. Reward granted. 2,000 energy points. 1 growth-type sword. Rinne no Tsurugi. 20 units of Mayo construction material. A faint, satisfied curve lifted the corners of Lu Chun's lips. Now, that is how it should be. A simple acknowledgement suffices. Farewell. You may make your way back at your leisure. I returned to Marine headquarters. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Sakazuki alone in the ash-choked silence. Sakazuki staggered upright, watching Lu Chun's retreating silhouette, then bellowed, voice cracking with rage. Lu Chun, do not delude yourself. This fleet admiralship will never be yours. Lu Chun did not glance back. His reply drifted on the wind. Light as mist, unburdened by ambition. I never sought the title. I only wish to strike you, once properly. The word struck Sakazuki like a physical blow. His face contorted. A violent cough wrenched from his chest, and he spat crimson onto the blackened earth. He had risked everything. Not for glory, not for power, but merely to land a blow. How deeply must he be loathed? Meanwhile, having departed Bank's forbidden zone, Lu Chun steered his course, not toward Marineford, but toward the mist-shrouded Isle of Cryjana. It was after the War of the Summit that the system had activated a fresh directive. Ding! Mission activated. Serve as Rorinoa Zoro as sparring partner for 6 months on Cryjana Island. Reward: 1,000 energy points, 1 advanced sword technique. At first, he had hesitated. Training another seemed neither prestigious nor profitable. Yet, the system rarely assigned tasks without purpose. Perhaps hidden insight lay within. A half-year was brief, worth exploring. Days later, Adindin Mushi chimed. The moment Lu Chun answered, Garp's thunderous laughter boomed across the line. Brilliant, boy. About time someone taught that arrogant pup a lesson. Garp, hand me the snail. Sengoku's exasperated voice cut in, muffled but unmistakable. He hadn't even spoken, yet the device had already been snatched away. Lu Chun smiled faintly. So Sakazuki had reported it. No surprise he avoided returning to headquarters, choosing instead to wander the new world at leisure. Then Sengoku's voice returned. Measured and grave. Lu Chun, Sakazuki has lodged a formal complaint with the world government, citing your unjust ambush and exploitation of vulnerability. As a result, your candidacy for Fleet Admiral has been withdrawn. Sakazuki has assumed the position. And what punishment does the world government impose upon me? Lu Chun asked, unruffled. None. Then I shall remain abroad for a year. Time to visit my swordmaster. Very well. Do not return soon. With Sakazuki as Fleet Admiral, you'll find little welcome and even less fairness. Garp's voice erupted anew. Fierce and unyielding. That pup may wear the mantle of Fleet Admiral, but let him lay a finger on my grandson, and he'll answer, first to my fist. Ha ha ha. Thank you. Grandfather. Lu Chun laughed, warm and unrestrained. Sengoku sighed, a long, weary exhalation. Well, I suppose it's done, since I'm no longer Fleet Admiral. Sakazuki will soon initiate a global conscription and fill the vacant admiral post. If you wish to pursue that title, return for the selection. Understood, Uncle Sengoku. A few more pleasantries, and the call ended. Admiral, a title both gilded and galling, subordinate to Sakazuki, perpetually summoned, perpetually scrutinized. Even the blind Admiral Fujitora had borne his disdain with quiet, grinding endurance. Lu Chun had no desire to wear such a chain. Strangely, the system had issued no directive concerning the admiralship. The next day, news reached him at sea, Monkey D. Luffy had landed once more upon Marineford, sending signals across the globe to his scattered crew. Until we meet again, in 2 years. Half a month later, Lu Chun set foot upon Cryjana Island. Familiar mist curled around the cliffs, soft, spectral, timeless. Memories stirred, the rigor of training, the quiet companionship of our Vaya. He wondered how she fared now in the East Blue, hoping her days were peaceful, untroubled. She was safe, under the watchful eye of Hero Garp, and now, under his own quiet guardianship. One family, two admirals. More precisely, one family, two admirals' worth of authority. No serious pirate dared raise banners in the East Blue. Only petty vagabonds drifted aimlessly along its shores. Chapter 134. The Six Paths of Reincarnation. Roronoa Zoro. Perhaps, once this task concluded, he would return to the East Blue to see our Vaya again, and tell her of Robin's fate, so her heart would rest easy. Half an hour later, Lu Chun stood before the weathered stone castle of Dracul Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman. He ascended the path slowly, deliberately, and released the faintest whisper of sword intent into the air. Within the castle, Mihawk's gaze flickered. He glanced down from the window, eyes sharp as tempered steel, and a faint, knowing smile touched his lips. "What brings you here?" "To visit my master," Lu Chun replied, voice light, teasing. "Unless you'd rather I stayed away?" Mihawk's lips curved, just slightly. "Come up, as you wish." In one fluid motion, Lu Chun leapt, ascending a moonwalk, step by silent step, until he stood at last within Mihawk's chamber. "Seat." Mihawk gazed at the stool before him. "Very well, master." Lu Chun sat down and began savoring the steak and red wine set before him. Each bite rich, each sip profound. Truly, only Master-S steak can rival perfection. He did not exaggerate. The steak Mihawk prepared was unparalleled. Even Lu Chun, whose culinary prowess had reached rank A, could not match it. After all, Mihawk wielded his skillet with the same reverence he reserved for his sword, practicing, refining, perfecting. And of all dishes, steak remained his abiding passion. A soft chuckle escaped Mihawk's lips. "So, you've come all this way to see me? I doubt that's your sole purpose." It had been years, yet Lu Chun had never once stepped foot in this castle. His sudden arrival could mean only one thing: purpose, not nostalgia. Lu Chun finished the last morsel, then said, "Indeed, nothing escapes your perception, master. I came both to pay my respects and to seek out someone else." "Oh." Mihawk's eyes gleamed, amused, knowing, yet he offered no further inquiry. That person, after all, was also the comrade of his own younger brother. "Let's speak of old times later. Master, for now, I must find the one I seek." With that, Lu Chun set aside his cutlery and strode through the castle's hushed corridors, searching for Zoro. Elsewhere, within a secluded chamber, Zoro lay swathed in white bandages. Perona stood beside him, unfolding a newspaper with trembling hands. "What does this even mean?" Zoro stared intently at Luffy's photograph, searching for meaning, some hidden intention behind his captain's cryptic act. Then, familiar footsteps echoed at the threshold. "He told you all to reunite at Slayedthe Archipelago in 2 years' time." Lu Chun's voice carried a quiet, knowing warmth. Zoro whirled around, his pupils contracting in shock. "You, Admiral of the Marines." Lu Chun, I'll kill you," Perona cried, her eyes blazing crimson as she lunged forward. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chun drew Jean Tian, the supreme greatsword. Its blade shimmered with swirling haki, already pressed against Perona's throat. "Little girl, if you strike again, I will not hesitate to end you. Were it not for your bond with my master, you would already be dead." "You," she hissed, teeth clenched, but dared not move. She knew, with chilling certainty, that she stood no chance. And yet, Moria, the man who had found her as a child and raised her as his own, had fallen by Lu Chun's hand. Yet Perona heard only vengeance, not the quiet gravity in his words. "What brings you here?" Zoro asked, voice low and wary. "How did you even know I was here?" "Eustace Kid told me," Lu Chun replied, "though I suppose it was really Bartholomew Kuma who revealed it. Luffy and Ace are safe. I came to visit my master and happen upon you." Zoro fell silent, his gaze dropping, his fist tightening. He was too weak. Had he possessed true strength, he might have stood beside Luffy at the Summit War. But he couldn't even withstand a single strike from Lu Chun, let alone challenge the world's strongest swordsman, the hawk-eyed Mihawk. After a long, heavy pause, Zoro staggered upright, then sank to his knees before Lu Chun, head bowed low. I beg you, teach me swordsmanship. Oh, kneeling? A faint, enigmatic smile curved Lu Chun's lips. Do you truly believe I'd grant your request simply because you lower yourself? A man's knees hold gold, but I would trade mine for strength. I wish only to become Luffy's greatest pillar, the sword that secures his dream of becoming king of the pirates. If kneeling is the price, then so be it. And what of you? Lu Chun's tone softened, almost teasing. Would it not be fascinating to forge a swordsman who one day surpasses even me? He waved a hand, dismissive yet indulgent. Very well, but not yet. First, defeat the armed baboons in the forest and heal your wounds. In 3 days' time, I shall begin your training. Understood. Thank you. Zoro's voice was solemn, unwavering. Lu Chun turned and left. Only after the door closed did Perona break the silence, fistballed. Zoro, you must train hard. Master his techniques, then defeat him. Only then can I avenge Moria. Zoro frowned. You're still too weak. Even if I best him, you wouldn't stand a chance against him. Perona stomped her foot in fury, then delivered 3 sharp punches to his bandaged ribs. Ow, that hurts, he yelped. 3 days later, Zoro had vanquished every armed baboon. His swordsmanship had sharpened, but the essence of the blade, Kenai, still eluded him. To grasp Ken, I was to transcend technique. It was the threshold between skill and mastery. Outside the castle, beneath a sky veiled in soft twilight, Lu Chun stood facing Zoro. Roronoa Zoro, if you wish to become a true swordsman, you must awaken Kenai. Your understanding of the blade remains incomplete. Once you do, there will be nothing more I can teach you. He unfastened the scabbard at his waist, drawing forth Lin Hui, a newly bestowed sentient blade gifted by the system, the sixfold cycle. Its blade was obsidian black, radiating an aura both ancient and ravenous, as though a starving Oni hungered for the crimson tide of battle. To grow, Lin Hui demanded combat and blood. All swords possess spirit. First, you must feel it, then master it, then commune with it, until its intent becomes yours, and yours becomes its. Only then will you awaken your own, Kenai. Lu Chun held Lin Hui aloft, its surface shimmering with Ken-I and Haki entwined. Instantly, the blade drank his Haki, draining his arm until it withered, desiccated, like ancient parchment. Break! He released a precise, concentrated burst of Haushiko Haki, subduing the blade's wild spirit. A wave of inky blackness surged outward, rippling across the courtyard, striking Zoro full force. His body trembled. Emotions surged, unbidden, uncontrolled. Fleeting joy, sudden envy, boiling wrath. His very expression twisted, shifting like storm-racked clouds. Yet Lu Chun stood unmoved, calm, centered, his countenance unaltered. Only one who had fully tamed the blade could remain untouched by its influence. His eyes lingered on Lin Hui. Then he nodded, a quiet satisfaction in his voice. An exceptional blade. Indeed, Lin Hui, the sixfold cycle, lived up to its name. Heavenly path, the pride of arrogance. Azura path, the fire of jealousy. Human path, the hunger of desire. Beast path, the fog of ignorance. Hungry ghost path, the ache of greed. Hell path, the inferno of rage. Each realm bore its own unique technique, for already bestowed by the system, exclusively bound to Lin Hui, like a hero's signature armament in legend. Is this a demon blade? Zoro asked, awed. In a sense, yet few could wield it. Most would be consumed before they even drew it. Lu Chun smiled faintly. Then he turned again to Zoro, offering not just instruction, but revelation. His own understanding of Ken, I distilled, clarified, offered freely. I shall demonstrate once, then guide you as your sparring partner. But know this, in 6 months I depart. Zoro met his gaze, his eyes burning with unshakable resolve. Within half a year, he resolved to master far more sword techniques from Lu Chun. Every nuance, every principle, every breath of blade discipline. The remaining year and a half would be his alone, a solitary crucible of refinement, self-reliance, and unyielding cultivation. At that moment, Lu Chun gathered his sword intent into the blade Lin Hui, then lifted it high, pointing straight toward the heavens. The sky trembled. The earth held its breath. A golden sword aura, radiant and colossal, pierced the heavens, shattering the island's dense, clinging mists like brittle glass. Sunlight, long withheld, flooded the land once more, bathing Lu Chun in celestial radiance. As though a divine sovereign had descended upon mortal soil, Zoro stood transfixed, gazing upon that sunlit figure, awe surging within him, an instinctive reverence, as if before something sacred, untouchable, unblinking. Not far away, in the castle's shadowed halls, Mihawk, Yin, had also felt the shift in the air. Stepping to the balcony, he watched Lu Chun beneath the unveiled sun, a rare glimmer of delight brightening his stern features. This boy grows stronger by the day. He has forged his own sword art, fearless, transcendent. And that blade, SwordsmanWho, bears an aura unlike any ordinary weapon. What extraordinary trials has he endured? What fates have shaped him? The sword intent coalesced into a titanic golden blade, hundreds of meters long, gleaming with sovereign brilliance. John, a single word uttered with quiet finality, and the celestial sword descended, vertical and absolute. Where it passed, mist dissolved, darkness recoiled, and light reigned unchallenged. Boom! A thunderous detonation shook the earth. Before them, the ground split open, a chasm hundreds of meters long, plunging a full kilometer into the island's bedrock, as if carved by the hand of a god. Rumble. The entire island quaked, groaning under the weight of that divine strike, then settled, trembling into stillness. When the dust cleared, only the vast, silent canyon remained, clean, precise, awe-inspiring. Not bad. Lucha nodded, satisfied. Though SwordsmanWho was not yet an unsurpassed great sword, its power rivaled, and perhaps surpassed, that of any such legendary blade. Then, as if summoned by silence itself, Mihawk appeared behind him, calm, composed, a faint smile playing upon his lips. Your strength advances swiftly. I look forward to our duel. Master, Lu Chun replied with a light, self-deprecating wave of his hand. I remain far beneath your level. Mihawk's sword intent was already at the SSS tier, a pinnacle requiring immense cultivation, relentless repetition, and profound mastery. Even with system-assisted shortcuts, attaining such heights demanded the dedication of an admiral. As for those precious, irreplaceable skill boosts granted by the system, Lu Chun reserved them all, like sacred heirlooms. For moments of dire extremity, this world teemed with power, legends who had yet to bear their full strength. 5 elders, and countless others, unnamed, unseen, unmeasured. Mihawk only chuckled softly, then turned and walked back toward the castle, his silhouette vanishing into the stone archway. Nearby, Zoro sat in quiet contemplation, cradling his 3 swords, each blade inspected with the reverence of a pilgrim before sacred relics. Lu Chun did not disturb him. Let the storm within him gather. Let insight bloom in solitude. After all, Zoro was one of the main protagonists, second only to the captain in raw combat prowess aboard the ship, and a prodigy whose talent with the blade was nothing short of extraordinary. Thus passed the days. 1 day of sparring with Zoro, 3 days of rest, not for Lu Chun, but for Zoro, whose body needed time to mend. Without such respite, accumulated injuries would inevitably erode his foundation. Yet Zoro was relentless, unyielding, almost reckless. No matter how grievously he was wounded, he would stagger upright, sword in hand, demanding one more clash, until his limbs failed him, until breath and will alike surrendered to exhaustion. Even Lu Chun found himself moved, wondering, in quiet honesty, whether he could match such unwavering resolve. Truth be told, he had never truly known defeat, never faced a foe who reduced him to helplessness. Perhaps his own strength was the cruelest obstacle of all. Invincibility, how profoundly lonely it is. Time flowed like a silent current. 6 months later, on a still morning, Zoro lay once again on the bed, swathed in white bandages, recovering from yesterday's brutal duel. Perona floated by the window, frowning. Hey, Zoro, he asked, leaving. Leaving? Zoro murmured, exhaling freely, not with sorrow, but with quiet acceptance. He tried to rise, then collapsed back, utterly spent. He smiled faintly and let go. In these 6 months, he had challenged Lu Chun countless times, each bout a revelation, each loss a lesson. He had finally grasped sword intent, that elusive, living essence of the blade. Yet he had never bested Lu Chun, not once. Nor had he ever glimpsed Lu Chun's true, unrestrained power. Still, he believed firmly, unshakably, that one day, under skies unknown, he would stand victorious. Meanwhile, Lu Chun had already departed from Karagana Island, while Mihawk remained, a silent sentinel upon the cliffs. Over these 6 months, Zoro had fought relentlessly, yet his eyes remained unharmed. As for how he would one day lose his sight, the world's own will seem to withhold that truth from Lu Chun. Perhaps the hour was not yet ripe, but such mysteries no longer weighed upon him. What mattered now was returning to the East Blue. Yet barely had he set sail when the din mushy chimed. Its familiar, gruff voice crackling through the line. Hey, brat, when are you coming back? If you don't hurry, Sakazuki's going to revoke your rear admiral rank. Lu Chun laughed, warm. Rai resigned. Huh, Grandpa, I'll be there soon. Indeed, in these 6 months, the Navy's headquarters had relocated to the G1 branch in the New World, the new heart of naval authority. Marineford lay in ruins, its grand plaza now a silent memorial, guarded only by a skeletal garrison. Sakazuki had ascended to fleet admiral, while Akiji had departed the Navy, launching a global conscription campaign that not only replenished the ranks but also elevated 2 new admirals, Kazuo, the Green Bull, and Fujitora, the Tiger of the Earth. Lu Chun knew all this, though the newspapers had already chronicled it in bold, triumphant headlines. A few days later, at the new Navy headquarters, Lu Chun strode straight to his grandfather's office. Grandpa, brat, so now you remember you have a grandfather? Lu Chun grinned. Just came to visit you, of course. Is that really why you came? Kapu dug idly at his nose, eyes sharp, amused. Chapter 136. Seizing the lion's mane. Shiki the golden lion, Lu Chun only smiled, silent, knowing. Then spoke plainly. First, I'll settle matters at headquarters. Then, back to the East Blue. Good idea, Kapu murmured, nodding slowly. Have you seen the papers? Ace has been sighted several times in the New World, leading the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates. He has formed a new crew, still bearing the Whitebeard Pirates name. A tribute, perhaps, to carry on Edward Newgate's legacy. If you cross paths with them, help them, if you can. Don't worry, Grandpa, I understand. He did. He had anticipated Ace's path, his loyalty, his fire, his unbroken devotion. As for Luffy, his whereabouts remained a mystery. Perhaps Ace had hidden him, sent him to train under Rayleigh. Fate, after all, had its own timing. Suddenly, knock, knock, knock. Admiral Garp? Rear Admiral Lu Chun. Is that you inside? A voice called from the corridor. Yeah, what is it? Can't you see I'm having a family reunion? Garp barked. The naval officer outside froze, then swallowed hard and pressed on. It's Fleet Admiral Sakazuki. He requests Rear Admiral Lu Chun's presence immediately. There's an urgent assignment. At the name Sakazuki, Garp's brow darkened. He bellowed, get lost. Yes, yes, sir. The officer didn't dare open the door, delivered his message, then vanished like smoke. One did not test Admiral Garp's temper. Grandfather, I'll take my leave now. I need to see what Admiral Akina wants. With that, Lu Chun turned to depart. Garp gave a slight nod and added, don't fear that young man. If anything arises, tell me straight away. And should he dare pin false accusations on you, I'll deal with him myself. Yes, Grandfather, Lu Chun replied with a broad, easy grin, then strode out of the office. He walked steadily all the way to the Fleet Admiral's chamber and rapped firmly on the door. Thump, thump, thump. Enter, came Sakazuki's voice, sharp and unyielding. From within, Lu Chun pushed the door open and stepped inside, finding Sakazuki immersed in a stack of official documents. The mere sight of him stirred a quiet ire. Lu Chun said not a word, standing in silence before the Admiral, arms crossed, gaze steady. Sakazuki's expression darkened. Vice Admiral Lu Chun, he began, voice clipped and authoritative, the G1 branch, formerly Marineford, the former Marine headquarters, currently lacks a vice admiral to oversee its garrison. You are hereby assigned to assume command there until reconstruction is complete. You have no objections, I trust? Agreed, Lu Chun replied without hesitation. Indeed, The headquarters offered little beyond rigid protocol and stifling oversight, far less appealing than commanding a field branch. Though Sakazuki's true intent was clear, exile. That reconstruction would take no less than 2 or 3 years, perhaps longer. Sakazuki paused, faintly surprised. Is that all? Nothing further. They'll take my leave. And with that, Liu Chen turned and moved toward the door. Sakazuki's temper flared at the casual dismissal, memories of their last confrontation flashing sharply in his mind. Liu Chen, he barked. Is this how you address the fleet admiral? And what of it? Liu Chen retorted, voice light, almost playful. Have you finished speaking? Or must I remain standing here like a statue? Grandfather made it quite clear. If you so much as lay a finger on me, he LL challenge you to a duel. Sakazuki's face tightened, his jaw clenched. Words failed him. Since Akiji's departure from the Marines, the institution's combat prowess had eroded noticeably. To lose both Liu Chen and Karp, 2 vice admirals whose strength rivaled that of fleet admirals, would cripple the Navy's capacity to confront even the 4 emperors. Suddenly, the shrill blare of alarm pierced the air. Beep, 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 beep. Something's amiss. Sakazuki's expression hardened. He bolted from the chamber, Liu Chen following closely behind. They ascended to the ramparts of Marine Ford, where the sky itself had turned ominous. Shattered vessels and colossal boulders drifted silently, levitating, unnatural, toward the base's heart. HM? Shiki the Pirate King? Liu Chen murmured, lifting his eyes to the heavens. At the apex hovered a massive, weathered galleon, the Oro Jackson, unmistakably Shiki's flagship. A feat of such magnitude, only one man commands such power, a voice observed. And yet, what does he intend? The summit war concluded but recently. Karp and Sengoku now stood atop one of Marine Ford's tallest towers, their brows furrowed as they watched the airborne armada descend. Below, Marines scrambled along the harbor. Cannons primed, but useless. Their shells could not reach the sky. Then, without warning, the debris plummeted, accelerating with terrifying velocity. A chime resonated in Liu Chen's mind. Ding. Quest activated. Aid the Marines in resolving this crisis. Reward. 200 energy points, 1 sword technique. Ding. Quest activated. Defeat Shiki the Pirate King. Reward. 3,000 energy points. 1 sword technique, 1 martial technique, 1 supreme great sword. The rewards were substantial. Yet Sakazuki remained motionless, arms folded, gaze fixed. Sengoku and Karp, too, held back, both now serving in honorary, non-combat roles. Fire the cannons. Run. The ships are falling. Panic rippled through the ranks. Liu Chen's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. In one fluid motion, he leapt from the rampart, landing before the terrified assembly, voice ringing clear and commanding. Stand back, all of you. Fall behind me. It's Vice Admiral Liu Chen. He has come to save us. Quick, behind him. Move. Marines surged forward, converging behind him like a tide seeking shelter. Then, with a whisper of steel, he drew Rinne, the legendary blade. A torrent of sword intent and Haushiko haki coiled around its edge, crimson arcs crackling. Blood-red aura surging like a living storm. 6 paths, Azura path, jealousy blade. His eyes narrowed. Time seemed to still, and he unleashed a single, devastating slash. From Rinne erupted a wave of slaughterous energy, thick with the scent of carnage, as though the blade itself had carved through legions of the fallen, unleashing the wrath of a true Azura. The crimson torrent surged upward, a wrathful deity incarnate, hurtling toward the descending fleet and boulders. Even Shiki, master of gravity, could not redirect them in time. Boom! Where the blade's fury struck, stone shattered, timber splintered, all reduced to fine, drifting dust, falling like crimson hail, gentle yet absolute. The blade's afterimage cleaved the sky, unerring, striking straight for Shiki's flagship. Chapter 137, Marineford. A familiar farewell within the Oro Jackson's cabin. Scientists urgently reported, Captain, a sword energy surge is bearing down on us. Evade immediately. To port or starboard. Shiki's expression tightened. Do you take me for blind? He snarled, and willed the vessel to veer sharply. But Liu Chen's strike moved with supernatural speed. Even Shiki's fruit of the flying could not fully evade it. A corner of the hull sheared away, boom. The explosion tore through the deck, sending splinters spiraling into the void. Only Shiki's mastery kept the ship aloft. Vice Admiral Lu Chun, magnificent. He has grown even stronger. Huh. The Marines are no longer to be trifled with. Admiration blazed in the eyes of every Marine watching. Above, Sengoku murmured, "That grandson of yours grows ever more formidable in that blade. Surely a demon sword." "Of course he is," Karp replied, idly picking his nose. "Whose grandson do you think he is?" Sakazuki, too, observed, less captivated by Lu Chun's power than by the Marine's fervent devotion to him. He barked, "You there, what are you waiting for? Clear the wreckage. Restore order." "Yes, Fleet Admiral," they chorused, then hurried away, though not before muttering under their breath. Ever since Sakazuki took command, life has been nothing but hardship. Yes, how much better it would be been had Akiji become Fleet Admiral, though he is now a pirate. "Shoo, do you want to be here? I'd rather see Vice Admiral Lu Chun in command. He'd value our lives over protocol." Sakazuki's death glare silenced them instantly. They scattered like startled birds. High above, Shiki emerged onto the deck. Eyes locked on Lu Chun below. Softly, almost reverently, he murmured, "So this is the Navy's supernova. The grandson of Karp, Monkey D. Lu Chun truly embodies the spirit of his grandfather." Observing that Shurji no longer intended to intervene, Lu Chun approached Sengoku and Karp, stating, "Grandfather, Sakazuki has assigned me to oversee Marin Fander. I estimate it will be several years before I return. Indeed, your journey to Marin Fander is beneficial. It will allow you to ascertain Shurji's true intentions. He is heading towards the East Sea, and I fear he may enact vengeance upon the world." Karp replied with a grave expression. As a Navy officer hailing from the East Sea, he harbored profound concerns for his fellow villagers. "I understand, Grandfather," Lu Chun affirmed with a nod. His agreement to Sakazuki's assignment was also motivated by a desire to return to the East Sea and fulfill certain tasks. Suddenly, Sengoku interjected, "That Sakazuki is audacious to send you to such a place. Why not use your influence to prevent my grandson from going?" Karp retorted with irritation, "You certainly know how to speak. If you have the ability, then stop him." A dark look crossed Sengoku's face as he coughed tactically. "Grandfather, Uncle Sengoku, I shall take my leave." With that, Lu Chun discreetly slipped away, opting not to linger and witness their quarrel. After all, he needed to depart from a new world. The next morning, Lu Chun left the new Navy headquarters for Marin Fander, taking Ein along with him. After the war on the top, Ein had been promoted to Rear Admiral but remained Lu Chun's aide. A few days later, they arrived at Marin Fander and conducted the handover with the stationed Rear Admiral. However, shortly after the transition, Lu Chun encountered alarming news regarding the East Sea. An island had been completely annihilated, with no survivors. Yet it bore the remnants of peculiar, gigantic creatures. Strangely, these creatures had all perished, and judging by their wounds, it appeared they had fought amongst themselves. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Chun rose slowly. "Ein, I must make a trip to the East Sea to resolve a few matters. You aren't planning to confront Shurji, are you? He is a pirate of considerable strength. Having been a contemporary of Pirate King Roger, Ein expressed her concern, her brows furrowing. Villages in the East Sea have already been destroyed, and I fear my childhood village may be next. I must return," Lu Chun replied earnestly. This was not solely a mission. He held dear individuals in the East Sea, and it was also something Karp hoped he would undertake. "I will accompany you," Ein declared. Lu Chun shook his head. "You must remain in Marin Fander to manage affairs and help delay matters. Otherwise, that Akainu will seek me out, and I find him quite bothersome." Upon hearing this, Ein pondered for a while before agreeing. "Very well, be cautious on your journey. If you cannot handle Shurji, ensure you escape quickly. He is a merciless pirate. Rest assured, there are few in this world capable of contending with me." Lu Chun laughed. After bidding farewell to Ein, Lu Chun quietly departed Marin Fander, heading towards the East Sea. However, before reaching the East Sea, he needed to visit another location. Shurji might not be in the East Sea, but rather on a floating island known as Strong World. Reaching that place solely through human effort was virtually impossible unless one possessed a special fruit ability like Slayedthe. Thus, he needed to devise a means to acquire the necessary tools to reach the floating island-strong world. Consequently, Liu Chun stealthily visited the Navy headquarters and sought out Vegapunk, borrowing a flying vessel powered by electricity. As he possessed the Raijin fruit, he could generate an uninterrupted supply of electricity. Regrettably, when he obtained the Raijin fruit, Enel had yet to construct the ship capable of reaching the moon. Had he been able to seize it, he would not have needed to borrow from Vegapunk. Aboard the flying vessel, Liu Chun set forth towards the East Sea. While flying, he was not concerned about being detected by the Navy below. They were too far away to discern anything more than a distant speck, especially as he was mostly concealed by the clouds. With an exceptional output of electricity, Liu Chun's vessel soared at remarkable speed. Approximately 10 days later, a commotion awakened Liu Chun. What is that? Is it a flying ship? I've never seen anything like it. No, that seems to be a creation of Vegapunk. It bears his mark. It's the Navy. Liu Chun stood on the deck, retrieving his telescope, and suddenly spotted a familiar figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. It's you? He deftly maneuvered the ship towards the island ahead. Chapter 138. Together to the destination. The intent of the system. At that moment, the individuals on the opposing island observed the ship speeding towards them, filled with apprehension. That vessel appears to be approaching us. Should we run? Are they here to kill us? I think I should leave. Let me take a look. Suddenly, a woman with orange hair stepped forward. Taking a look through the telescope, her lips curving into a gentle smile. It's him. Who? Which one? The elderly men around her inquired in unison. The girl smiled knowingly. You do not recognize him. Upon witnessing this, the surrounding elders suddenly understood. They had never seen such a smile on Nami's face. It seemed she was acquainted with a longtime friend. Soon, Liu Chun's flying vessel reached the island, and he leaped down, exclaiming, Nami, it has been a while. I never expected to encounter you here. Liu Chun, brother. Nami's face lit up with joy as she rushed to him and embraced him tightly. Since their last parting at Slayedthe Archipelago, it had been quite some time, and now she was alone, her companions scattered across the world. How have you been here? Liu Chun affectionately ruffled Nami's hair, reflecting, Our little Nami has grown so much, and your hair has grown long. Oomph. Nami's cheeks flushed at his words as she playfully punched Liu Chun's chest. Pouting, Liu Chun, how dare you say that? At Slayedthe Archipelago, you certainly gave us quite the thrashing. Haha, I merely wanted you to realize that your current strength is still insufficient. The dangers of the new world are far more terrifying than you can imagine. It is the domain of the four emperors, Liu Chun replied with a serious demeanor. In truth, his primary objective was to fulfill the task set forth by the system. Oomph. Nami huffed lightly, continuing to inquire, What are you planning to do? Why are you alone? She had long known Liu Chun was the embodiment of darkness, and now he was alone, clad in Navy attire, likely on a mission. The East Sea, Liu Chun stated simply. However, clever Nami quickly deduced his intent, pressing further, You are going to the East Sea to prevent further destruction of islands. Aren't you? Indeed, the East Sea is my homeland. I must return, Liu Chun affirmed. Then I shall accompany you. The East Sea is my homeland as well, and I am deeply concerned for Belmare and the others. I fear they may be next. Nami expressed her worry. Hearing this, Liu Chun fell into deep thought and replied solemnly, Do you understand who our impending enemy is? He is not to be trifled with. Your presence may lead to danger. I do not know, but I must go. Nami insisted. Nami nodded firmly. Realizing persuasion was futile, Liu Chun agreed, saying, All right, let us go together. Yay, thank you. Brother Liu Chun, Nami exclaimed. Liu Chun offered a slight nod in response. His acquiescence to her request stemmed not only from the inability to dissuade her, but also because the system had triggered a task. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the task. Accompany Nami to slay the Golden Lion Shiki. System reward: 100 energy points. The task appeared straightforward, yet for the system, it was likely more complex than it seemed. There was no doubt that the system had its own intentions. After Nami made her preparations, Liu Chun and Nami set off toward the East Sea in search of floating island-strong world. Days later, the skies were clear over the ocean. The two continued to sail aimlessly through the air. Lu Chun lay leisurely on the deck, enjoying a moment of relaxation. Suddenly, Nami emerged from the cabin, her brow furrowed. "Brother Lu Chun, steer the ship to the left. A torrential rain is approaching." "Oh, all right," Lu Chun replied without hesitation, harnessing the power of lightning to swiftly maneuver the ship to the left. At that moment, a massive dark cloud surged toward them, precisely as Nami had warned, an impending storm. Thunder rumbled within, and wherever it passed, chaos ensued. A few minutes later, the two successfully evaded the deluge. "Hooray! Brother Lu Chun, do you have another devil fruit?" Nami rushed over to high-five Lu Chun, her voice low with curiosity. After a light chuckle, Lu Chun nodded, "Yes, but keep it a secret, otherwise my secret will be lost." "Hee, all right. I now know two of Brother Lu Chun's secrets," Nami replied with a smile. "All right, I acknowledge your cleverness," Lu Chun said. Just then, the sunlight above them was suddenly obscured as an enormous ship appeared overhead. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow and pulled Nami behind him. "Be careful. That golden lion Shiki. Is he a pirate from the same era as Pirate King Roger?" Nami's expression shifted. She had heard tales of that legendary pirate, but how could he be here now? Lu Chun nodded slightly, focusing on the figure that approached. With golden hair cascading like a lion's mane and a body adorned with golden fur, it was no wonder he was called the Golden Lion. Character: Shiki. Position: Captain of the Golden Lion Pirates. Devil Fruit: Fua no Mi. Level: SSS. Skills: Devil Fruit Development, SSS. Armament Hockey, SS. Bounty: 2. 8 billion berries. Shiki floated in the air, gazing at Lu Chun and Nami with interest. Rear Admiral Monkey D. "Lu Chun, what brings you here? Are there only two of you aboard? Why am I here? Don't you know?" Lu Chun smiled. "Ah, indeed. After all, you hail from East Sea. Are you here to stop me?" Shiki laughed boisterously. "Enough of your prattle." Lu Chun, uninterested in further dialogue, drew his sword, Reincarnation. Just as he prepared to strike, Shiki suddenly appeared on his ship, touching the vessel. With a flick of his wrist, he took control of the entire ship, causing it to spin wildly and throw Lu Chun and Nami off balance. "Nami!" Lu Chun's brow furrowed, unable to regain control of his body in time. As he reached out for Nami's small hand, Shiki appeared before him. "Young man, I shall take your friend for now." With a slight smile, Shiki knocked Nami unconscious and whisked her away. "You scoundrel!" Lu Chun's anger flared as he activated Moonwalk, temporarily suspending himself in the air and drawing his sword. Just as he was about to attack, Shiki shamelessly used Nami as a shield. Chapter 139. The Secret of Reincarnation. The Just Navy. "Ha ha ha, kid, you take a dive." In an instant, Shiki and Nami were back on his pirate ship. Lu Chun's expression darkened as he shouted, "Shiki, just wait. I will not let you live this time." With that, he swiftly activated Moonwalk, pursuing the spinning ship. Fortunately, the sails were unfurled, slowing its descent, allowing Lu Chun to return to the ship just in time. Of course, falling from a height of 10,000 meters would not be fatal for Lu Chun. However, he needed a tool to chase after Shiki, otherwise, he would lose track of him. Upon returning to his ship, Lu Chun retrieved the sea stone he had prepared in advance, dispelling Shiki's control over the vessel, and quickly maneuvered the ship to pursue Shiki. Meanwhile, Shiki had returned to his cabin, handing Nami over to his subordinates with instructions. "Lock her up and take her back to Strong World." "Yes, Captain." One of his crew, resembling a clown, departed with a loud bang from his shoes. After sailing for about half an hour, just as they were nearing Strong World, the helmsman shouted, "Captain, someone is following us." "What?" Shiki rushed over, peering through den mushi. It was indeed Lu Chun's ship. "That brat again. Didn't he fall off? He has some strength." Shiki sneered. "Let us see if he can keep up." Meanwhile, Lu Chun concealed his ship, noting that they were almost at Strong World, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Finally, we have arrived." Moreover, he now understood why the system had triggered the task to accompany Nami. After her abduction, the system had activated a new mission. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the task. Rescue Nami. System reward: 1,000 energy points, sword skills 1, materials needed to construct the Pluto 10. It seemed the system had known something all along. Hence, it required him to bring Nami along. Regardless, triggering a convenient task was quite favorable for Lu Chen. Now, he only needed to eliminate Shiki. Lion's might. Suddenly, Lu Chen's brow furrowed as his observation, Haki, sensed something amiss. Looking up, he saw a lion form from clouds roaring towards the ship. Shiki. Lu Chen scoffed, slowly raising his hands, where two tremor energy rings appeared. He struck the air fiercely. Crack, crack, with a resounding echo. The very air seemed to shatter, creating fissures in space. The cloud lion summoned by Shiki exploded, dispersing into countless thick clouds. Reduced to dust. Just as Lu Chen thought it was over, Shiki's ship vanished from sight. Scoundrel! Lu Chen cursed under his breath. He could only choose to land temporarily. Reaching Strong World was paramount. He would find other means to locate Shiki, trusting that the villagers on the island would know his whereabouts. Upon landing in a dense forest, a colossal mantis, resembling a giant from the race of giants, charged towards Lu Chen. Its sharp and immense forelimbs could cleave a tree, which ordinarily required several people to embrace in a single strike. The system rated it as B-level, a formidable opponent indeed. In the islands of the East Sea, with their considerable numbers and strength, no island could withstand annihilation. However, before Lu Chen, their prowess paled in comparison. With a swift draw of his sword, he unleashed a single stroke of the one-sword style. A flash of black sword light surged forth, just as the massive mantis intended to strike. Its body inexplicably split in two. A torrent of blood gushed forth, swirling towards the sword in Lu Chen's hand, reincarnation, which absorbed the sanguine essence until the mantis was reduced to a desiccated corpse. Reincarnation appeared to revel in the act, its blade taking on an alluring hue. Intrigued, Lu Chen observed reincarnation, noting that it was his first encounter with its blood absorption capabilities. This alone confirmed that reincarnation was extraordinary, and upon further evolution, it would undoubtedly surpass the level of the Supreme Quickblade, perhaps aspiring to even greater heights. Moreover, Lu Chen harbored a bold hypothesis. Beyond this world, there existed another, one surpassing the realm of One Piece, with even greater powers. After a moment's contemplation, holding reincarnation, he smirked, remarking that the island, teeming with such monsters, was an ideal place to elevate his prowess. There would be no other locale quite like it. With that, he commenced a merciless slaughter throughout the forest. Every beast encountered fell victim to Lu Chen's lethal hands. No longer were they mere prey. They had become hunters. The forest echoed with the pitiful cries of the creatures and the sounds of battle. While many beasts possessed A-level strength, they were not in abundance. After half a day, Lu Chen had nearly exterminated all the beasts in the vicinity. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from his left. The nearby bushes stirred. Lu Chen turned and coldly commanded, "Come out. If you do not, I shall take action. Please do not kill me." A small girl with wings on her arms and back emerged from the thicket, covering her eyes, too fearful to meet Lu Chen's gaze. "Why are you covering your eyes?" "I do not eat people," Lu Chen questioned, having discerned that she was not a beast and thus refrained from attacking. The girl, Margaret, shook her head vigorously. "I cannot look at you. My grandmother said that if I see your face, I shall die." Lu Chen's expression darkened. It seemed the girl mistook him for a villain due to witnessing his slaughter of the beasts. "I am not a bad person. I am a righteous marine, here to help you deal with Shiki," Lu Chen explained, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he uttered the words. "A marine?" Upon hearing this, Margaret cautiously opened her hands just enough to peek at Lu Chen, noting that his attire differed from that of Shiki's men. After examining Lu Chen's appearance, she concluded that he was not the devil her grandmother had spoken of. "What is a marine? Are you here to confront the notorious pirate Shiki?" Margaret's eyes widened in curiosity. The Marines specifically target pirates, apprehending wrongdoers, Lu Chen patiently elucidated. "Is that true?" Margaret's eyes sparkled with hope, her gaze widening like saucers. "Indeed, it is true. Then you must drive away the Golden Lion pirates. They have caused many illnesses in our village, including my grandmother." Margaret pouted, her eyes glistening with tears. "Rest assured, just inform me of their whereabouts." They are atop the highest mountain ahead. Excellent. Lu Chen's lips curled into a knowing smile. I shall ascend and deal with them. Are you coming to the village with me? Margaret inquired. No, it would only bring you trouble. I shall hunt more beasts here before confronting the lion. All right, big brother. I believe in you. With that, Lu Chen escorted Margaret out of the forest, ensuring her safe passage before setting off towards the Golden Lion pirate stronghold. Along the way, he continued to slay any beasts he encountered, regardless of their nature, converting them all into experience for reincarnation. In a short time, reincarnation, still at the quick blade level, ascended to the good quick blade level, augmenting Lu Chen's strength further. Hours later, he arrived at the entrance to the Golden Lion pirate stronghold. The towering gates were manned by numerous pirates, who immediately raised their weapons upon spotting Lu Chen. A Marine. How did you get here? They dismissed him based solely on his uniform. However, Lu Chen paid them no heed. With a deft swing of his blade, he unleashed a basic attack slash. The rushing sword energy bore down on the gates. The stationed pirates barely had time to react before the fierce energy cleaved the sturdy wall in two. Boom! The once impenetrable wall was shattered in an instant, debris scattering and striking the surrounding pirates. It hurts. Run. This Marine is too strong. Quickly, alert the captain. The pirates stationed at the gate fled in disarray, terror-stricken by Lu Chen's overwhelming power. What a pity, Lu Chen scoffed lightly, shaking his head. These individuals could have provided valuable experience for reincarnation. He then advanced steadily towards the stronghold, eliminating all pirates who dared to obstruct his path. Meanwhile, within the great hall of the stronghold, a panicked pirate exclaimed to Captain Shiki, "Captain, trouble is brewing. A Marine has stormed in through the main gate, and we don't know how many brothers he has slain." Shiki furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Nami beside him, and coldly instructed, "You all go and stop him. I'll be there shortly." "Yes, Captain." The officers in the hall promptly exited to confront Lu Chen, while Shiki remained, turning to Nami with keen interest. "Have you not yet decided to join my pirate crew? This way, your hometown, and you will not face doom. I will not join you. My brother Lu Chen has come to rescue me. He will surely save me." Nami replied earnestly. Just a Marine supernova. Does he think I, the Golden Lion, fear the weak?" Shiki scoffed, continuing, "Once I eliminate that brat, we shall see if you still refuse to join my crew." He understood that Nami's current hope rested on Lu Chen. If Lu Chen were to perish, all would be resolved. Moreover, Lu Chen is the grandson of Ka Pu, and by killing his grandson, he avenges the enmity of that fateful day. Name gazed at Shiji's retreating figure, her face etched with concern as she murmured softly, "Brother Lu Chen, I believe in you. You will surely triumph over the Golden Lion." On the other side, several officers from the Golden Lion pirates burst forth from the Great Hall, rushing towards Lu Chen with a unified intent to kill. "You little brat, Dai! How dare you provoke the Golden Lion pirates? Prepare to meet your end!" they shouted. "Kill them." Lu Chen's lips curled into an insidious smirk as he thought, "Yes, these foes should suffice." With that, he activated the Marine 6 styles, vanishing from his original position and reappearing before one of the pirate officers. A sword to seal your throat. Blood gushed forth. Yet all of it was absorbed by the cycle of reincarnation. The slain pirate officer was left as a desiccated corpse, as the remaining pirates attempted to retaliate. Lu Chen's figure vanished once more, methodically dispatching his adversaries with each stroke of his blade. With every cut, another pirate fell beneath his sword, their bodies reduced to mummified remains. This time, Lu Chen refrained from releasing slashes, opting instead to utilize the cycle of reincarnation to eliminate his enemies, thereby facilitating its advancement. As time progressed, the lifeless bodies piled up, 1, 2, 3. The surrounding pirates, now thoroughly terrified, began to flee. "Run! He is a demon. We are no match for him," they cried. "Wait! He is Lu Chen, the rear admiral of the Marine headquarters, a supernova. Thinking of escaping? Have you asked my sword?" Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, brimming with murderous intent. He became ethereal, like a dragon weaving through the fleeing pirates, systematically slaughtering them. Moments later, he stood before all the pirates, while those who had attempted to flee remained frozen in place, transformed into lifeless husks. Not a drop of blood was shed. Simultaneously, the blade of reincarnation gleamed with an eerie crimson hue. It had advanced yet again, becoming a formidable great sword. Observing this, Luchen's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. You pirates have contributed a bit, I suppose. Suddenly, a voice resonated with age and wisdom. I never expected there to be such a ruthless marine among you. It is indeed a rarity. Slayedthe emerged from the great hall, a hint of astonishment on his face. The Kapu he knew was a hero of the Marines, not one to exhibit such brutality. It was astonishing that his grandson was a remorseless butcher. In such a short time, he had already slain most of his crew. The Marines are, after all, meant to eradicate pirates, are they not? Besides, you have taken so many lives in the East Blue. Is it not justified that I take yours? Luchen retorted with a cold smile. A pirate dared to lecture him on morality? How trivial. Slayedthe's expression darkened as he suddenly noticed the long blade in Luchen's hand. Frowning, is that a cursed blade? Yet, it does not appear to be one I am familiar with. It absorbs blood. The only blade I know of that absorbs haki is Yinma. I have never encountered one that absorbs blood. Chapter 141. 6 Paths of Reincarnation. The Sword of Wrath. You are quite meddlesome. I shall kill you to report back. Luchen pointed his sword at Slayedthe, lightly swinging it. A fierce slash sped forth, and Slayedthe raised his right foot, utilizing the renowned blade upon it to unleash his own attack. Wave slash. In an instant, a golden slash was released, colliding with Luchen's strike. Boom! A ressounding explosion. The clash of their strikes sent sword energies scattering in countless directions, creating an invisible wave that ravaged everything in its path. All who were caught in the blast were left battered, some even meeting their demise. Slayedthe chuckled lightly, intrigued. I did not expect to find such a master of swordsmanship among the Marines. You may very well possess the strength of a Marine admiral. Yet I wonder why you are not an admiral. You truly are quite inquisitive, Luchen scoffed. As he spoke, Slayedthe suddenly levitated into the air, declaring, as one ages, one tends to find interest in intriguing matters. Thus, I wish to inquire further. If you were to join my Golden Lion pirates, we could erase the past and rule this world together. What do you say? Join you to rule this world? You are still not high enough in your aspirations. There are many who could easily erase you from existence, as they could do to me. You have not yet encountered the true terrors of this world. Luchen shook his head. Slayedthe's expression soured, and he growled, very well. I shall see just how formidable you truly are. By killing you, that navigator will naturally join my crew. Lions might. With that, the ground trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Luchen steadied himself, surveying his surroundings, perplexed. Countless mounds of earth rose, forming a surrounding encirclement. Those clods of earth gradually morphed into 6 massive lion heads, their gaping maws aimed at Luchen in the center, ready to devour him. Roar! 6 lion heads surrounded him, leaving him no avenue of escape. Even if he attempted to flee upward using moonwalk, Slayedthe would merely elevate the lion heads higher, controlling all the earth around him. Soon, the 6 lion heads completely encircled Luchen. Before such colossal heads, he appeared as a mere ant, destined to be swallowed whole and vanish without a trace. You little brat, how naive to challenge me, Slayedthe boasted, looking down at the 6 immobile stone lions beneath him. Just as he finished speaking, streaks of dark light erupted from the stone lions, revealing cracks on their surfaces. Crack! Crack! 6 Paths of Reincarnation, the Sword of Wrath. Suddenly, a thunderous roar. Boom! It seemed as if the stone lions under Slayedthe's control were shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. In the next moment, Luchen appeared before everyone, but he seemed somewhat different from before. The reincarnation blade in his right hand radiated an endless aura of black energy, enveloping him entirely in a terrifying darkness, his eyes blood-red, resembling a malevolent spirit. A cursed blade. It truly is a cursed blade. How did this boy acquire such a weapon? Slayedthe's brow furrowed as he fixated on Luchen's hands, murmuring, and that tremor fruit ability, it truly resides within him. He had heard rumors of Luchen consuming the tremor fruit belonging to Whitebeard, but it had only been hearsay. The Marines seemed to have suppressed this information, and he had been cautious about it. Now, witnessing it firsthand, he was certain. Roar! Suddenly, Lu Chen howled at the sky, unleashing a fierce cry as he swung the reincarnation longsword. The black energy coalesced into a rapid, slicing attack that hurtled toward the golden lion, Shiji. The accompanying dark aura resembled a pitch-black demon from the depths of hell, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, reaching out menacingly towards the golden lion, Shiji. The fierce lion, Shiji, floated mid-air, wielding dual long blades with vigor, unleashing a series of slashes. The golden arcs of energy surged towards the demon. However, each strike was effortlessly caught by the demon's massive arms. Indeed, it caught the tangible sword energy and hurled it back at the golden lion, Shiji. The sword energy ricocheted. What? Shiki's expression shifted slightly as he continuously dodged the returning sword energy in midair. Yet, Lu Chen's unleashed sword of fury had already manifested before him, landing a heavy blow upon his form. Boom! A Husunding explosion échouée. The golden lion, Shiji, could not withstand such formidable sword energy, plummeting to the ground like a cannonball. Bang! He sank deeply into the earth, creating a large crater. Soil flew and dust rose. At that moment, the dark energy clinging to Lu Chen gradually dissipated, and his eyes returned to normal. Yet he gasped heavily, concentrating as he remarked, "Phew, I can no longer employ this technique. I almost lost myself in the realm of hell." The synergy of the 6 paths of reincarnation combined with the cycle of reincarnation indeed possessed immense power, potentially reaching SSS rank. However, the greatest fear lay in becoming lost within the 6 paths. Just a moment ago, Lu Chen felt himself engulfed in the realm of hell, his heart brimming with rage. It seemed that only through slaughter could he alleviate the fury within. Cough, cough. Suddenly, from the ruins, the golden lion, Shiji, slowly rose, appearing exceedingly disheveled, coughing up copious amounts of blood. The demon blade, indeed formidable, yet you can no longer wield such powerful sword techniques. If he had not utilized his armed hockey to block earlier, he would have already been cleaved in 2. One could not help but admire the swordsmanship of this young lad. I possess far more than this. Lu Chen smiled faintly, suddenly raising his right hand. His sword pointed towards the heavens. The world itself seemed to change color. Countless dark clouds gathered in the sky, as if preparing for an impending storm. Lightning flickered ominously within the clouds, ready to strike at any moment. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel descended from the storm clouds, striking directly at the reincarnation in Lu Chen's hand, enveloping both the sword and his entire being in electricity. Crackle! Not only that, but Lu Chen also subtly employed the power of the thunder fruit, amplifying the lightning energy accompanying his sword, a flowing heavenly thunder sacred blade. Chapter 142. The Demise of Golden Lion Shiji, the End of an Era. A massive lightning sword took form, slicing swiftly towards the golden lion, Shiji. This is bad. Shiki's expression changed abruptly, sensing an overwhelming pressure. The last time he felt such pressure was against the combined forces of Carp and Sengoku. Had it not been for their collaboration, he would never have been captured. Yet now, he felt immense pressure beneath the blade of a mere youth. Was he truly aging? Just like Whitebeard, unable to withstand the ravages of time. The golden lion, Shiji, defiantly let out a roar, sweeping his hand to manipulate the surrounding blizzards with his fruit's powers, Lion's royal command. He summoned 4 colossal snow lions from the surrounding storm, which roared forth to confront the descending lightning sword, extending their icy claws in an attempt to block the heavenly thunder sacred blade. However, lightning is among the most destructive forces of nature. The immense power of the lightning engulfed the snow lions entirely, melting them into wisps of water vapor. White mist dispersed, reduced to nothingness. Simultaneously, the golden lion, Shiji, was struck by the powerful lightning sword, the electric force enveloping him, dazzling every cell within his body. Crackle. In mere moments, Shiki's body was charred black from the electric assault. A wisp of black smoke rose slowly. The ground was entirely covered in electric energy, shimmering with silver arcs of electricity. You have aged. The old era has truly passed. The new era has arrived, Lu Chen stated as he walked forward, his voice solemn. Before him, the golden lion, Shiki, lay in the ruins, exhaling a cloud of black smoke, weakened as he uttered, "The old era? Roger. Whitebeard. It seems I, Shiki, shall join you soon, ha. Yes. When you arrive, please convey my regards to them, especially to Whitebeard." With that, Lu Chen delivered a swift strike, decapitating the golden lion, Shiki. The reincarnation absorbed Shiki's body entirely, leaving only his head behind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System rewards: 3,000 energy points, Sword Technique 1, Body Technique 1, Supreme Great Blade 1. Cough, cough. Witnessing Shiki's demise, Lu Chen could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The battle with the golden lion, Shiki, had indeed inflicted some injuries, which he had merely been enduring. Truly, he was a powerful figure from the old era. Had he not aged like Whitebeard, he might not have been able to contend with Shiki. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out. Lu Chen Gij. Nami, spotting the familiar figure, hurried towards him. Turning, Lu Chen noticed Nami rushing over, concern etched on his face as he asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I knew Lu Chen Gij would come to rescue me," Nami replied with a smile. Suddenly, she noticed the blood lingering at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth and asked worriedly, "Lu Chen Gij, you're injured. Should we go inside and rest?" "It's nothing. That golden lion has been slain by me. We should leave this place. We can rest on the ship later," Lu Chen replied. "All right." Thus, the two set off on their journey back. The system chimed in once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System rewards: 1,000 energy points, Sword Technique 1, materials required for constructing the Underworld King 10. Days later, Lu Chen safely escorted Nami to Vesperia Island and agreed to meet again in the Slayedthe archipelago. He lingered in Vesperia for a few more days, primarily enjoying time with Nami. Shortly thereafter, Lu Chen returned to Windmill Village to visit the locals, especially to see Alvia, spending a few more days with her. Only then did he return to Marineford. His duty was far from complete, with several years still to go. Nonetheless, the news of Lu Chen's victory over the Golden Lion, Shiki, spread like wildfire across the world, appearing in newspapers as if snowflakes drifting through the air. With Shiki's death, it seemed the old era had come to a definitive close. Indeed, Roger, Whitebeard, and Shiki, the three had perished and few pirates remained. The new era had dawned. With pirate supernovas and the naval supernova, Lu Chen, whose strength likely equaled that of a marine admiral. As the news proliferated, all eyes turned towards this marine rear admiral, Lu Chen, who was hailed as the terminator of the old era and the inheritor of the new. Thus, Lu Chen acquired yet another title. Somewhere in the New World, Lu Chen is indeed formidable. His strength continues to escalate, and we cannot afford to remain stagnant. Ace clenched the newspaper tightly, his gaze resolute. "Indeed, Ace. Let's engage in battle," Luffy urged from the side. Since the conclusion of the Paramount War, the two have been training under Rayleigh's guidance in the New World, honing their mastery of the three colors of hockey. New Marine Headquarters. Oomph. Lu Chen, absconding from his post. Sakazuki snorted coldly, slamming his fist on the table in frustration. His anger was not solely directed at Lu Chen for abandoning his duties, but also stemmed from his own inability to deal with him. After being ambushed by Lu Chen, he had personally visited the Holy Land to report the incident to the Five Elders. However, the Five showed no inclination to impose any punishment, merely stripping Lu Chen of his eligibility to compete for the position of admiral. It was blatantly biased. Sakazuki could see through this, which is why he dared not take severe action against Lu Chen, not even daring to demote him. On the other side, upon Lu Chen's return to Marineford, An approached him with a telegram. Lu Chen, this is a message from the headquarters. You are summoned to the Holy Land of Mariewa. The Five Elders wish to meet you. Oh, Lu Chen's interest was piqued at the mention of the Five Elders, the pinnacle of power in the world, above whom stood only one individual. They are truly one beneath the heavens, yet above countless others. Their sudden desire to meet him left him uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. This time, You cannot shake me off. We shall go together. Ein said with a smile. Very well. Let us see. I have never visited Slayedthe before. I have not either. Thus, after a brief preparation, the two departed from Slayedthe. Marineford is located near the Red Line, so they arrived at the continent rather swiftly. However, reaching Slayedthe requires ascending the mountainous terrain at its summit. As there are no waterways leading up, unlike Reverse Mountain, there is only a rugged mountain path. To navigate the waters through the Red Line, one must traverse a 10,000-meter underwater route, requiring ships to be reinforced. Yet, the depths are fraught with peril, including formidable sea kings, sea creatures, and underwater volcanoes. This presents a significant danger. Compared to the treacherous mountain path that necessitates abandoning their ships, pirates generally prefer the underwater route. Chapter 133 Yizambalonkve Nasuro Sero. Luchun, how much longer until we arrive? This red line is truly towering. Ein gazed ahead in awe, although they traveled in a carriage provided by the world government. The journey to Slayedthe would still take some time. I am unsure. This is my first visit to the holy land of Slayedthe. Luchun shook his head slightly. All right then, Ein replied. Suddenly, the man driving the carriage spoke. Gentlemen, we should arrive in about the time it takes to brew a pot of tea. Thank you. Ein responded. Luchun glanced through the gap, observing the carriage driver, a knowing smile gracing his lips. It is noteworthy that the driver possesses A-rank strength. Even a mere carriage driver in the Holy Land possesses such power, underscoring Slayedthe's formidable might. Legend has it that the previous Holy Land was God Valley. 40 years ago, the Rock's pirates, who had already established dominance, attacked God Valley, nearly obliterating all celestial dragons, which prompted the relocation of the Holy Land to Slayedthe. Of course, perhaps Slayedthe was the Holy Land from the beginning. The specifics remain unclear to Luchun. He only knows of the Rock's pirates. Before long, the carriage came to a halt, and the driver announced, Lords, you may disembark. We have arrived at Slayedthe. Upon hearing this, Luchun and Ein stepped down from the carriage. Before them stood a grand city, and even from the outer walls, the opulence of the city was evident. It surpassed even the grandeur of Slayedthe archipelago. It resembled a royal palace. Upon reflection, it is clear that Slayedthe is the epicenter of power for the world government, akin to a royal palace in its significance. Luchun, let us proceed. Ein agreed. They walked together towards the city gates. After presenting their identities at the entrance, they were granted passage into the city. Upon entering Slayedthe, the buildings became increasingly distinct, primarily comprising luxurious villas, with no trace of ordinary residences. Moreover, the streets were filled with celestial dragons, their glass domes shielding them, while Luchun and Ein, clad in naval attire, appeared as anomalies. Many celestial dragons cast curious glances their way. The Navy? What brings the Navy here? Surely, they must be here to serve us, for we are the exalted celestial dragons. Indeed, who would have thought there would be a vice admiral and a rear admiral among them? Listening to their unabashed conversations, Ein furrowed her brows, clearly displeased. She had seldom encountered so many celestial dragons, and was taken aback by their repugnant arrogance, bordering on shamelessness. They hold themselves in excessively high regard. Suddenly, a male celestial dragon obstructed Ein and Luchun's path, rudely stating, Hey Navy, you will follow me from now on and serve as my personal bodyguard. I have my own duties. I am sorry, Ein replied with a frown. Upon hearing this, the celestial dragon Flynn Lawrence's expression soured, and he rebuked, Wretched Navy, did you not hear my command? I demand you become my personal bodyguard, attending to my every need. Ein's brows knitted tighter. Her fists clenched as she struggled to contain her anger. Abruptly, Luchun stepped in front of Ein, coldly stating, He is my adjutant. I am afraid he cannot serve as your bodyguard. Huh? You, a mere vice admiral, dare to defy me? You're seeking death. Kneel and lick my shoes, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, I will have you killed. Flynn Lawrence roared angrily. Upon hearing this, Luchun's eyes turned icy, brimming with murderous intent. As he uttered a single word, leave, the declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? You dare to insult us, celestial dragons? This is tantamount to seeking death. Who is he to dare to insult a celestial dragon? Lu Chun. No. In Mariehua, aside from the celestial dragons, there are also their slaves. Flynn Lawrence's slave is none other than Bartholomew Kuma, whom he rides like a steed. You. Seeking death. Flynn Lawrence, enraged, issued a command. Kill him. Just as the words left his mouth, Lu Chen's hand brushed against the hilt of his sword, his gaze sharpening as he prepared to unleash his sword techniques. Suddenly, he sensed a formidable aura approaching. An elderly voice echoed, "Stop!" A man clad in a white robe, bald, and wearing round glasses approached. The other celestial dragons immediately adopted a respectful demeanor upon seeing him. The martial god! The martial god! Even Flynn Lawrence dared not speak further, lowering his head. Lu Chun watched as the man approached. The distance of several dozen meters vanished in the blink of an eye. Character: SwordsmanWho Nazialangsing. Position: God of Wealth and War. Fruit: None. Level: SSS. Skills: Swordsmanship. SSS. Armament Hockey. SS. Bounty: None. Truly formidable. Incredibly powerful. The God of Wealth and War. One of the five elders. It remains a mystery who is stronger between him and Karp. Yizambalong Nasiulangkem approached Lu Chen, giving a slight nod as a sign of acknowledgement. Admiral Lu Chun, you have arrived. Indeed, Lu Chen replied. Very well, follow me. Yizambalong Nazialangsing continued. All right, with that, Lu Chen grasped Dine's small hand. Just as they were about to depart, a piercing voice erupted from behind. God of War, this brat insulted me. Are we just going to let that slide? Flynn Lawrence's expression was one of indignation. After all, he was a celestial dragon. Did he not care about his pride? How could he continue to navigate the circles of the celestial dragons after this? Yizambalong Nazialangsing's expression remained impassive as he retorted. Are you not aware that celestial dragons cannot arbitrarily command the Navy to do as they please? Do you think I am ignorant of your intentions? Just because you are a celestial dragon does not grant you immunity from consequences. If it were not for Topman Vachali, I would have already ended your life. Topman Vachali, the god of law among the five elders. Flynn Lawrence was momentarily speechless, gritting his teeth as he glared at Lu Chun, yet he dared not utter another word. For the god of wealth and war was indeed capable of taking his life. Even celestial dragons were not at the pinnacle of power. They too could be slain. Although Yizambalong Nazialangsing would not overtly kill him, his immense strength afforded him countless methods to do so. Enough, let us depart. Yizambalong Nasiulangsing snorted coldly, leading Lu Chun and Ain away. Chapter 144. Smooth talker confounding. Ah, dreaded Navy, you will pay for this. Flynn Lawrence could only unleash impotent fury. Meanwhile, Yizambalong Nazialangsing led the way in silence until they reached an abandoned street, where he suddenly spoke. Admiral Lu Chun, had I not intervened earlier, would you have killed that celestial dragon? The question struck like a bombshell. Even Ain, who stood beside him, was taken aback. Her face etched with concern as she glanced at Lu Chun, fearing he might confirm the assertion. After all, Lu Chun had offended the celestial dragon because of her. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Chun smiled and replied, Murder is out of the question. Ha ha ha. Yizambalong Nazialangsing erupted in laughter, choosing not to elaborate further. This left Lu Chun somewhat perplexed, wondering what the man truly meant. Was he dissatisfied with the arrogance of the celestial dragons? The original text provided little insight into these five figures, leaving him with much to learn. Shortly thereafter, Yizambalong Nazialangsing brought Lu Chun and Ain to a reception room within a palace. Major Ain, please take a seat in the reception area. Admiral Lu Chun will accompany me for a brief moment and will return shortly. MHM, I nodded. Admiral Lu Chun, let us proceed. Very well, Lu Chun replied, once again following Yizambalong Nazialangsing to another location. As Nazialangsing opened a large door, they entered a familiar space resembling a tea room, the very venue where the five elders typically convened. Moreover, the other four were already seated within, and upon noticing Lu Chen's arrival, they turned their gazes toward him and Nazialangsing. Nazialangsing, why have you brought Admiral Lu Chen with you? Topman Vachali inquired. Nazialangsing smiled. We crossed paths on the way. I see, Topman Vachali replied, refraining from further comment. Simultaneously, Lu Chun was assessing the other 4 elders, each possessing SSS-level strength. Truly, they represented the pinnacle of power. And their might was not to be underestimated. The god of scientific defense, Jaguruja Satan, beckoned. Admiral Lu Chun, come here. We have summoned you to the Holy Land today for a particular request. You flatter me. There is no need for such formality. As a member of the Navy, serving the world government is my duty, Lu Chun responded with a smile. Before these 5, he dared not be audacious. As for pride, it could not be consumed. Survival was paramount. Haha, Satan chuckled, continuing, in truth, we are all aware that with your strength, becoming a Navy admiral is well within your grasp. Coupled with your talent, attaining the position of Fleet Admiral is merely a matter of time. Thus, we wish for you to gain experience in the new world. And when you possess the true ability to defeat Sakazuki, we 5 can endorse you as Fleet Admiral. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun sensed an air of negotiation. Hastily waving his hands in humility, you truly overestimate me. I am not yet capable of facing Admiral Sakazuki head-on. These 5 old gentlemen surely had their own motives for endorsing him as Fleet Admiral without cause. Ha ha ha, such modesty. Our expectations of you are not high. As long as you serve the world government, we can assist you significantly and enable you to attain greater power, Satan continued. Subsequently, the 5 elders engaged in extensive discussions with Lu Chun, predominantly revolving around his future. The crux of their conversation conveyed their high regard for him, urging him to commit to serving the world government, as though imparting wisdom. Naturally, Lu Chun nodded in agreement time and again. To refuse would be unwise. However, the true meaning behind their words eluded him, and he simply returned home afterward. After Lu Chun departed, the 5 reconvened to discuss his recent exit. The god of environment. Mark Hasmers spoke first. What are your thoughts on him? A smooth talker. Yet, one cannot deny that given his age and talent, he is indeed formidable, Topman Vachali stated candidly. Nazi Alangsing chuckled lightly. Is that a smooth talker? I would call it being astute. It seems he has not learned much from Karp. Ha ha, I find him quite promising. It all depends on whether he can grow, Shepard Tibiet remarked. Meanwhile, Lu Chun reunited with Ein, and they departed Mary Geos to return to Marineford. Along the way, Ein could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, what did the 5 elders discuss with you? Not much. They seem to hold me in high esteem, suggesting I could become Fleet Admiral, but I declined, Lu Chun replied earnestly. Ein appeared to fully accept this, exclaiming in surprise, are you foolish? Turning down the position of Fleet Admiral is a mistake. Isn't being Fleet Admiral far superior to your current rank as Rear Admiral? What does it matter? After all, a Fleet Admiral is still a Fleet Admiral. One cannot pursue their desires. Why truly seek is something else, Lu Chun countered. Hearing this, Ein shot him a disapproving glance. If you desire freedom, why not become a pirate? Pirates enjoy far more freedom. Haha, if I were to become a pirate, no navy could catch me. Besides, would you follow me if I became one? Lu Chun laughed heartily. Humph, let's go then. They are merely pirates. Her fair face tinged with a hint of crimson. Ha ha. Lu Chun laughed heartily and strode forward. Hey, wait for me. Swiftly cooked up. The 2 engaged in a playful chase along the path, gradually making their way back to Ma Lin Fan Duo. A few days later, in Lu Chun's office in Ma Lin Fan Duo, Ayan furrowed her delicate brows, asking, are you going out again? Indeed, this time I wish to visit Yurindao, a place I have yet to explore, Lu Chun replied. Let's go together, Ayan exclaimed suddenly. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chun agreed. Very well, let us embark together. His journey to Yurindao was not for trivial pursuits, but rather to undertake a quest triggered by the system prior. During his days in Ma Lin Fan Duo, he had managed to wrap up all pressing matters, freeing him to venture forth. The task at Yurindao did not require the cover of night, so bringing AIN along was quite feasible. At the very least, she would serve as an aid, and her strength was commendable. Yea, Aeon beamed with joy. Ever since becoming Lu Chun's aide, she had grown fond of the adventurous lifestyle, preferring to be on the move rather than remaining stagnant in one place. Chapter 145, 10,000 meters under the sea, Yurindao. To reach Yurindao, Lu Chun first visited the Chambered archipelago, seeking out Xiachi to assist in finding someone to coat their warship. This was essential for their journey to Yurindao. He also inquired about Rayleigh, learning that he was soon to return to the Chambered archipelago, and that the 2-year period was approaching its end. The Straw Hat Pirates crew members would soon begin returning to Chambered, and Lu Chun had made plans to meet Nami then. After completing his mission at Yurindao, he might even return to Chambered in time to see them. A few days later, with the ship's coating complete, Lu Chun and Ian, accompanied by a contingent of Navy personnel, set sail for Yurindao. The vessel slowly descended into the depths of the ocean, submerging into the abyss. The azure waters gradually enveloped the ship, and the surrounding light dimmed considerably. Fortunately, the warship was equipped with numerous electric lights, restoring brightness aboard as they drifted towards the 10,000-meter deep Yurindao. The ship bore the insignia of the Navy, along with the unique emblem of Lu Chun's rank as a rear admiral, ensuring that the various fisherman pirate crews encountered would not dare to engage them. Otherwise, it would mean total annihilation, for Lu Chun was notorious for his ruthlessness, having already decimated tens of thousands of pirates. Even the infamous Shiki the Golden Lion had fallen to his might. As the vessel swayed with the currents, Lu Chun stood on the deck, admiring the underwater scenery. Countless bizarre fish swam by, their sole commonality being their rather unappealing appearances. The deeper the ship descended, the larger the fish became, and even sea beasts began to emerge. Suddenly, a Navy officer atop the lookout tower, holding a telescope, shouted, "Rear Admiral Lu Chun, there appears to be a large number of sea beasts ahead. Should we evade them? No need. With me here, we shall charge through," Lu Chun declared confidently. Understood, Rear Admiral. Though the Navy personnel were puzzled, they chose to trust their superior. As the warship pressed on, enormous shadows appeared ahead, gradually coming into focus. One after another, sea beasts emerged, each as massive as a sea king. There were creatures with camel heads, others with bovine features, all exhibiting an array of peculiar shapes. They obstructed the ship's path, opening their gaping maws, seemingly intent on swallowing the vessel whole. At that moment, Ian emerged from the cabin, her expression laced with concern. "Lu Chun, can we manage? If the coating is damaged, we will be left with no escape, and we are already at a depth of 7,000 meters. Do not worry. Do you not trust me?" Lu Chun asked with a hint of intrigue. "Humph." Ain scoffed lightly, turning her head away to gaze at the looming sea beasts ahead. As the ship drew nearer to the beasts, Lu Chun held his breath and concentrated, unleashing a formidable conqueror's haki, aimed precisely at the approaching creatures. The intangible crimson aura surged forth, enveloping the beasts. Upon feeling its presence, they trembled in fear and retreated swiftly, fleeing from the current and hiding behind the rocks, no longer daring to obstruct the flow. "Is it true? Lu Chun, have you mastered your conqueror's haki to such an extent?" Ain remarked, recognizing his use of the ability. "I can release it accurately, though I have yet to reach its peak," Lu Chun replied. In truth, his conqueror's haki was only at an SS level, and he needed considerable practice to elevate it further. He was uncertain when he would achieve that. "Your strength is already impressive, and considering your youth, you shall undoubtedly grow even stronger," Ayin said with a smile. "Ha ha ha." Lu Chun chuckled without a word. Not long after the warship departed, several figures emerged from behind the rocks, engaged in hushed conversation. Who was that Navy officer? He was able to drive away those sea beasts. And there were so many of them. We thought we could extort a fortune. You seek death. That man is Rear Admiral Lu Chun of the Navy headquarters, a supernova who has ended the era of pirates. Do you not fear him obliterating your family line? Half an hour later, Lu Chun and Ain's warship finally arrived at Yurindao. They navigated through the formal passage, and after undergoing inspection, they entered the island directly. Upon entering the domain of Yurindao, they were greeted by the sight of numerous exquisite merfolk swimming around the vessel, all gazing curiously at Lu Chun and his companions. "Look, it's the Navy. It has been ages since the Navy visited our Yurindao. He seems to be the person from the newspapers," Monkey D. Lu Chun, Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Is he here to help us slay the pirates? I heard he despises pirates. Lu Chun observed the enchanting merfolk around him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he instinctively remarked, "They are quite beautiful." This was his first encounter with merfolk, and there were so many, all remarkably attractive. Oomph, beautiful? Am I not more so? Merfolk have no legs. What is there to admire? Et on peut-être, eu fin slightly. Are you upset? Lu Chun inquired with playful curiosity. In response, Ain turned her head aside. Not at all. Ha ha ha. Lu Chun chuckled softly, explaining, I simply have never seen merfolk before, which is why I gazed a little longer. I will refrain from looking. That is more like it. A smile crept onto et on his lips. At that moment, Lu Chun's gaze shifted forward as he beheld the virtual interface displaying his task. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Resolve the troubles of Yu Rin Dao. System rewards. 2,000 energy points. Sword Technique 1. 20 materials for the construction of the Pluto. Completing this task, along with the impending task concerning the Tyrant Kuma, would allow him to gather all materials necessary for constructing the Pluto. Perhaps he could even complete the construction early. And possessing one of the 3 ancient weapons would truly secure his foothold in this world. Not long after, the warship reached the harbor, and Lu Chun and Ain disembarked alongside the Navy personnel. Upon seeing the Navy's arrival, the surrounding fishmen and humans parted to clear a path, and the earlier disembarked Navy members opened the way for Lu Chun and Ain. Where shall we go now? First, let us pay a visit to the king of the Dragon Palace, Neptune, suggested Lu Chun. Very well. With that, Lu Chun and Ain set forth, heading straight towards the Dragon Palace. Perhaps a fisherman had reported the impending arrival of the warship to Neptune, for as they journeyed, a figure emerged ahead, with azure hair, a round mark on his forehead, and wavy long locks. The figure was none other than Sharkstar, the eldest prince of Neptune. However, the other 2 sons of Neptune were conspicuously absent, and Lu Chun had no desire to encounter them, as they were rather unseemly in appearance. Chapter 146. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Princess White Star. Admiral Lu Chun, it is a pleasure to meet you. Upon learning of your visit, my father specifically instructed me to welcome you. Sharkstar greeted with a beaming smile. He was indeed familiar with Lu Chun. His respectful demeanor stemmed largely from Lu Chun's lineage as the grandson of Carp, for there existed a connection between Fishman Island and Carp. Ah, you are too kind, Lu Chun replied with a slight nod. Sharkstar smiled in return, saying, You flatter me. As a guest, it is only proper to receive you. Now, please take me to see my father, Lu Chun requested. Certainly, this way, please. Sharkstar gestured respectfully. Thus, Lu Chun followed closely behind Sharkstar as they made their way to the royal palace. Half an hour later, they boarded Sharkstar's sea vessel and arrived at the base of a colossal castle, where Sharkstar provided them with bubble coral, facilitating their movement within the Dragon Palace. As Sharkstar activated a switch to announce their identity, a vast tunnel appeared before them. The vessel entered, gliding swiftly through the water. In a brief moment, they reached the magnificent and bustling Dragon Palace. A myriad of fish species and an array of beautiful mermaids filled the surroundings. Directly ahead stood a castle adorned with a golden dragon sculpture, the residence of the royal family of Fishman Island. Upon seeing Sharkstar, the guards immediately opened the golden gates. With a resounding boom, the heavy gates swung open, allowing the group to enter the castle. Inside, they were greeted by rows upon rows of fishman guards, extending endlessly. At the forefront, seated upon the throne, was King Neptune, a regal-looking fishman of the coelacanth species. He wore a crown and was more robust than the average mermaid, his voluminous orange-red hair and beard framing his face, adorned with fiery tattoos on his arms. It was hard to fathom how such a creature could reproduce, as his wife did not share his imposing stature. Admiral Lu Chun, please have a seat. Neptune beckoned with a smile. As he spoke, several beautiful mermaids brought chairs for Lu Chun and Ain, while the rest of the Navy was left outside, as many were not permitted to enter the true Dragon Palace. Thank you. Lu Chun and Ain had scarcely settled when Neptune continued. It is rare for someone to visit without a purpose. I assume you have come with matters to discuss. What brings you here, Admiral Luchan? Primarily for the future of both humans and fishmen, Luchan began. I have heard of a new fishman pirate crew aiming to disrupt the harmony between our races by targeting the royal palace. As a justice-seeking Navy officer, I feel compelled to intervene. Furthermore, I hold great admiration for Princess Odoheim and wish to contribute my efforts to ensure the safety of Fishman Island by eradicating all fishman pirates, Luchan declared, his eyes flashing with a hint of murderous intent as he spoke the final words. Upon hearing this, several fishman ministers exchanged glances and whispered amongst themselves. Neptune raised an eyebrow and frowned. Admiral Luchan, are you suggesting a purge of Fishman Island? Wouldn't that be excessive? After all, I am a king, and we believe in resolving conflicts harmoniously. I trust that those fishman pirates understand my good intentions. He had spent his life striving to accomplish the unfulfilled dreams of Odoheim, advocating for peace. Huh, Luchan chuckled derisively. What you desire is peace, yet those pirates have no such intentions. As a Navy officer, it is my duty to eliminate pirates. Should you attempt to obstruct me, I shall treat it as an act against the Navy, and I will not hesitate to eliminate you as well. With that, he unleashed a wave of conqueror's haki towards Neptune. The king felt a chill envelop him, sensing the cold, murderous intent. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I only hope, Admiral Luchan, that you do not endanger the citizens of Fishman Island. Oomph. Luchan scoffed, disinterested in further discourse, and began to leave. Suddenly, Neptune recalled something and called out to them. Admiral Luchan, I have one more request. I wonder if you would be willing to oblige. Speak, Luchan replied. Neptune continued. I hope you can assist in capturing Vanderdecken 9. If you succeed, we can provide you with as many treasures as you desire from the Dragon Palace. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Luchan erupted into laughter. Despite understanding Neptune's motives were for White Star, he could not help but mock. How absurd. You previously urged me not to cleanse all the pirates from Fishman Island. Yet now you ask me to capture a single pirate? Moreover, Vanderdecken 9 is a fishman, not a human. However, while Neptune was indeed massive, his strength was only at the A rank. Neptune's expression darkened, rendered speechless. Yet, for the sake of his daughter, he still wished for Vanderdecken 9 to be apprehended. After a moment of contemplation, Neptune spoke again. Consider this a personal request from me. Neptune, separate from my role as king. Please accompany me. Very well. I shall see what you have to say, Luchan replied, following closely behind. Wait for me. Ein hurriedly trailed after them. The two followed Neptune through the Dragon Palace. After a few minutes, the trio arrived at a heavy iron door, adorned with several axes engraved with roses. Neptune cast a glance at the axes before pushing the iron door open. With a resounding crash, light flooded into the room, revealing a giant mermaid lying on a bed. Identical in size to Neptune, it was none other than Princess White Star of the Dragon Palace, one of the 3 ancient weapons. She possessed flowing pink hair, azure eyes, exquisite features, a bounteous figure, and a gradient pink tail, truly deserving of her title as the most beautiful mermaid. Father, White Star exclaimed with delight, eager to approach. However, upon noticing the unfamiliar figures behind Neptune, namely Luchan and Ein, she hesitated, retreating behind the bed, cautiously asking, Father, who are they? Do not worry, they are Navy personnel. This is Admiral Luchan from the Navy headquarters, and the one beside him is Major Ein, whom I invited, Neptune introduced. Oh, White Star clutched a shark plushie, still reluctant to approach too closely. Observing this, Neptune shook his head helplessly. I hope Admiral Luchan does not take offense. My daughter is simply, before he could finish, a massive axe suddenly shot through the enormous door, aimed directly at Princess White Star's head. Chapter 147. Vanderdecken 9, the Cowardly Star. White Star, watch out. Neptune anxieusement chutait d'alu. While Hashigaki had already been frightened into shutting her eyes, emitting a high-pitched scream. Naval 6 dials, shave. In an instant, Luchan's figure vanished from his original position and reappeared before Hashigaki, merely extending a hand. His right hand, enveloped in armament haki, effortlessly caught the enormous axe. With a slight exertion, the formidable force crushed the entire axe into fragments, scattering them across the ground. Only when Hoshigaki felt no pain did she slowly open her eyes. Gazing at the man before her, her eyes widening as she softly uttered, "Thank you." "Not all." Liu Chan waved his hand dismissively. "Hoshigaki, are you all right?" Neptune inquired with concern. Hoshigaki shook her head. "I am fine, father." "That's good to hear." Neptune felt relieved. Suddenly, Ein curiously asked, "King Neptune, are there no guards near Princess Hoshigaki? How could an axe fly into her chamber?" She hesitated to voice her next question, pondering how a princess could remain confined here. Moreover, she was taken aback by Hoshigaki's beauty, developing a fondness for the charming, ample mermaid princess. Neptune shook his head helplessly, explaining, "The culprit is a pirate named Vanderdecken, whom both Liu Chun and I have mentioned, Vanderdecken 9. He consumed the target fruit, enabling anyone he touches to become his target. Whatever he throws will inevitably strike the target. When Hoshigaki was young, he took an interest in her, initially sending love letters. However, after she rejected his proposal, jealousy consumed him, leading him to hurl weapons at her. Thus, we have no choice but to while Neptune continued conversing with Ein. Liu Chan had no intention of listening, as he was already aware of the situation. He turned to Hoshigaki and said, "Your name is Hoshigaki. Staying here must be exceedingly dull. Why not let me take you outside? I cannot go out. Father says it would bring calamity to Fishman Island. And that man has been trying to kill me." Hoshigaki shook her head vigorously. Ever since the persecution from Vanderdecken 9, she had developed a paranoia about the outside world, fearing anyone who approached her. She felt no fear towards Liu Chun, entirely due to his recent act of saving her, leading her to trust him as a good person. "Fear not, I shall protect you. As long as I am present, anyone who dares to harm you will be crushed. Just like that axe," Liu Chun declared earnestly. With his strength, no one on Fishman Island could match him. However, he pondered that Hoshigaki might surpass him in power, considering she was one of the 3 ancient weapons. If she summoned the formidable Sea Kings, he might not stand a chance. The Sea Kings encountered previously were merely shallow sea creatures with relatively low strength. The Sea Kings dwelling in depths of insert number meters were considerably powerful, but they typically remained hidden in the deep sea, never venturing out. Hoshigaki likely possessed SSS-level strength, or else she would not be recognized as one of the 3 ancient weapons. "Really? You could take me out?" Hoshigaki's face lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling. "Naturally," Liu Chun replied. "But father will not consent," Hoshigaki whispered while glancing at Neptune. "He is merely your father. He cannot control you. Do you not wish to see the world outside?" Their conversation continued, while Neptune was engrossed in his own discourse, seemingly oblivious to Liu Chun and Hoshigaki's exchange. Suddenly, Ein exclaimed in indignation, "This Vanderdecken 9 is utterly despicable for daring to attack Princess Hoshigaki. I will capture him. Rest assured, King Neptune." "Thank you very much." Neptune expressed his gratitude. Ein then turned to Liu Chun and asked, "Liu Chun, don't you believe we should assist Princess Hoshigaki?" "What?" Liu Chun was momentarily taken aback, having not heard Ein's previous remarks. "Do you not wish to help Princess Hoshigaki? Her experiences have been tragic enough," Ein retorted. She had long heard tales of Fishman Island, including the story of Princess Odoheim, who advocated for harmony between fishmen and humans. "Help! If you say we should help, then we shall." Liu Chan finally realized, continuing, "However, Vanderdecken 9 will undoubtedly prove difficult to lure out. My suggestion is to take Princess Hoshigaki out, drawing Vanderdecken 9 to us." "What?" "That is out of the question. It is far too dangerous," Neptune resolutely rejected. After a light chuckle, Liu Chun shrugged, "You saw my assistance. Yet now you dismiss my proposal. Are you questioning my capabilities? I could simply leave without aiding you." Neptune fell silent, his brow furrowed. "Very well, I trust you. Liu Chun, please ensure my daughter's safety. I hope she remains unscathed, lest Fishman Island suffer dire consequences." "Understood." Liu Chun nodded, aware of Neptune's concerns, particularly regarding Hoshigaki summoning the Sea Kings, as their wrath could devastate the entire island. "Princess Hoshigaki, rest assured, I will protect you diligently." Ein approached with a reassuring smile. Hoshigaki nodded slightly. "Ein, Use your abilities to shrink Princess Hoshigaki. Her size makes her an easy target for attention, Lu Chen proposed. Yet, Ein furrowed her brows in skepticism, questioning, but did we not intend to draw Vander Decken 9 out? Why would we want to avoid attracting attention? Walking boldly will only raise suspicion. We will take Hoshigaki out and subtly spread the word. I am confident Vander Decken 9 will come, Lu Chen replied, a smirk gracing his lips. I understand now. Ein realized, extending her hand to touch Hoshigaki's body, regressing her 10 years in age. Instantly, Hoshigaki's once massive form transformed, adjusting to a size comparable to that of a typical fish person. Why have I shrunk? Hoshigaki exclaimed in astonishment. Now that you are smaller, you can go outside and see the world. Where do you wish to go most? Lu Chen inquired playfully. The forest of the sea. Then let us head to the forest of the sea. Hoshigaki affirmed. Thus, Lu Chen and Ein escorted Hoshigaki away from the palace. Before their departure, Neptune earnestly cautioned them to protect Hoshigaki's safety. As they journeyed toward the forest of the sea, Lu Chen harbored another objective, to acquire the historical texts of Fishman Island. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the task. Obtain the fragments of Fishman Island's historical texts. System reward, 500 energy points. Chapter 148, the fifth fragment of historical texts. With the addition of Fishman Island's historical texts, Lu Chen now possessed 4 fragments. There are a total of 30 historical texts for our markers, while the remaining 26 are historical records. Among them, 4 red historical texts document the location of the final destination of the Grand Line, Raftel. The remaining 26 black historical texts contain a complete account of the blank century. Collecting all 30 historical texts will prove to be a challenging endeavor. As Bai Xing was escorted out of the palace by Lu Chen and Ai In, her large eyes were filled with wonder, curiously observing the myriad of unfamiliar sights around her. Lord Lu Chen, what is that? Is it something to eat? I want to eat. After spending decades confined in a dim room, the world outside had undergone a remarkable transformation. Everything sparked her curiosity. Lu Chen and Ai In patiently explained each new experience to her, even treating her to various delicacies. However, the only downside for Bai Xing was her petite stature, which limited her capacity to indulge in too much food. Half an hour later, the trio arrived at the bus station and boarded a vehicle heading towards the sea forest. It was astonishing to Bai Xing that such machines existed in this world. Of course, the buses on Fishman Island were powered by large fish, traversing the currents towards the sea forest. A few minutes later, a vast expanse of lush forest came into view, a vibrant green spectacle at the ocean's depths, illuminated by the radiant sunlight, rendering the sea forest the most beautiful location on Fishman Island. It's so beautiful. I wish to live here forever, Ai In exclaimed. Beside her, Bai Xing leaned against the window, gazing into the distance, tears brimming in her large eyes as she softly uttered, Mama, do not worry. Humans and fishmen will surely coexist harmoniously. Just as your mother said, Lu Chen reassured her, gently patting her head. Although Bai Xing's voice was barely a whisper, Lu Chen caught her words. She nodded lightly in agreement. Before long, the 3 disembarked from the bus and strolled through the sea forest towards the destination of Princess Iji. Due to the influence of Vander Decken 9, Bai Xing had been too fearful to attend Princess Iji's funeral, having been effectively under house arrest for 10 years. As they walked, Lu Chen's brow furrowed. His kin Bunchika Haki sensed a hint of danger. Turning his head, he spotted 2 axes hurtling towards Bai Xing's position. Oof! Lu Chen snorted, drawing his Nicaran blade and unleashing a swift strike. The fierce sword energy effortlessly severed the 2 massive axes in half, sending them crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, not far away, Vander Decken 9 was approaching with a throng of pirates, a sinister smile curling on his lips. Princess Bai Xing, don't run away. You must marry me. Ai Un, protect Bai Xing. I will deal with them, Lu Chen instructed Ai In before steadily advancing towards the Vander Decken pirate crew. Understood, Ai In replied, taking Bai Xing's small hand and stepping aside to watch quietly. With Lu Chen present, their safety was assured. Lolion, will Lord Lu Chen be all right? Bai Xing asked with concern. After all, Vander Decken 9 was formidable, Otherwise, her father and brother would have captured him long ago. He will be fine. Lu Chun is incredibly strong, AI, and reassured her with a smile. On the other side, upon seeing someone obstructing his path, Vander Decken IX's expression darkened. You lowly human, get out of my way, or you will regret it. Lu Chun remained unfazed, a cold smile on his lips as he nonchalantly executed a horizontal slash. In an instant, a fierce strike surged towards the hundreds of pirates before him. The speed of the sword energy was astonishing, and some pirates didn't even have time to react before being cleaved in two. Others attempted to defend with their blades. But those weapons were too fragile. Upon contact with the sword energy, they shattered instantly. Even with swords in hand, they were no match for Lu Chun's might. In a heartbeat, the ground was drenched in blood, turning it a vivid crimson hue. Don't look, AI quickly covered by Xing's eyes with her hand, casting a disapproving glance at Lu Chun as if to say, could you not show mercy? In the wake of the strike, nearly 100 pirates lay slain, leaving only Vander Decken 9 alive, albeit injured, blood flowing from his abdomen. Had he not swiftly used a subordinate to shield himself from the sword energy, he might have met the same fate as the others. Such a weakling. To dare challenge me is truly seeking death. Lu Chun scoffed as he glanced at the familiar system interface. Who are you, human? How can you be so powerful? Vander Decken 9 asked cautiously, his face pale with fear. Enough of your prattle. With that, Lu Chun's figure suddenly appeared before him, delivering a swift chop that rendered him unconscious. Take by Xing and leave. I will dispose of this fool, he instructed. All right, no dead. Realizing it was best to take by Xing away before Lu Chun engaged in further violence. Subsequently, Lu Chun dragged Vander Decken 9 to another location and swiftly decapitated him. A grim gift for King Neptune. His departure was driven by the quest to locate the historical text within the sea forest. He sprinted towards the forest's depths, actively searching for the historical document. The historical text was substantial, thus relatively easy to find. Approximately half an hour later, Lu Chun finally spotted the historical text and secured it in his system backpack. Ding! Congratulations, host, task completed. System reward, 500 energy points. After completing the task, Lu Chun continued towards Princess Yiji's tomb. Upon arrival, he found Bai Xing alone at the gravestone, accompanied by a familiar figure, Jinbei, the former warlord of the sea. Moshide. Lu Chun, Jinbei exclaimed, slightly taken aback. I should have anticipated this. If she is here, you must also be here. I just didn't expect you to bring Princess Bai Xing out. Wasn't she supposed to be confined in the palace? King Neptune instructed me to bring her out. And I also eliminated Vander Decken 9, Lu Chun replied indifferently. Indeed, Jinbei raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Lu Chun. Do you know where Luffy is now? I do not. Do you? Lu Chun countered. Jinbei shook his head. No, after the Marineford War, that was the last time I saw him with Luffy and Ace. Certainly, he learned that Luffy would reunite with his companions in 2 years at the Slayedthe archipelago, which is why he awaited Luffy on the route to the New World. After all, that kid is as resilient as gum and is unlikely to perish. Lu Chun waved his hand dismissively. He held no concerns for Luffy. As the protagonist of this world, the chances of his demise were slim, likely safeguarded by a force of will from the world itself. Should Luffy meet his end, the entire world would undergo a tremendous upheaval, perhaps even face annihilation. I wonder what brings you, Lu Chun, to Fishman Island? Jinbei inquired curiously. I have some leisure time, so I thought I would eliminate some pirates and offer protection to Fishman Island, Lu Chun replied nonchalantly. Ever since Whitebeard's demise, Fishman Island had been left unguarded, causing pirates to become increasingly rampant. In the original narrative, it was the Yonko Big Mom who claimed Fishman Island as her territory, demanding an annual tribute of sweets. However, now that the Whitebeard pirates have been succeeded by Ace, they might not possess the full strength of Yonko. Yet their power was still formidable enough to deter some petty pirates, as Ace was still alive. The Whitebeard pirates had not been entirely extinguished. Jinbei's expression darkened as he gazed at the man before him, momentarily at a loss for words. All right, sometimes, I truly do not understand what kind of navy Lu Chun is. Presently, Fishman Island might indeed require a thorough cleansing. If Lu Chan were willing to station himself there, it would provide immense security for the island, not solely due to his formidable strength, but also because of the influence he wielded. Monkey D. Garp. Could it be that Lu Chan's presence at Fishman Island is by Garp's design, aimed at assisting an old friend, Whitebeard? Shortly thereafter, Shirahoshi approached Lu Chun and Ein after speaking with the tomb of Queen Odoheim. Lord Lu Chun, Lord Ein, shall we depart? Very well. Lu Chun nodded slightly, taking Shirahoshi's small hand as they returned to the palace. Only Jinbei remained behind, watching Lu Chen's retreating figure, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. I truly wonder what this vice admiral intends to accomplish. After leaving the sea forest, Lu Chun directly escorted Shirahoshi back to Ryugu Palace, while instructing Ein to restore her to her original form. Here, the head of Bandit the canine, Lu Chun tossed the severed head over. Peering down, Neptune confirmed it was indeed Bandit the canine and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Vice Admiral Lu Chun. Thank you is of little use. How about you offer me some treasures from Ryugu Palace instead? Lu Chun stated plainly. Sometimes, a mere thank you pales in comparison to tangible actions. All right, I shall send someone to procure it. Neptune was not at all reluctant. Ryugu Palace was abundant in treasures, many of which had been salvaged from sunken ships. Very well. Lu Chun nodded. This time, he intended for his subordinates to exert themselves, necessitating some real rewards in return. However, the two advisors flanking Neptune wore expressions of reluctance, even stepping forward to persuade him. Your Majesty, those treasures are our protection. How could we easily give them to outsiders? Indeed, besides, eliminating pirates is the Navy's duty. Why should we provide treasures? My decision is final. You need not speak further. Neptune firmly rejected them. Suddenly, Lu Chun fixed his gaze on the two advisors, a cold smile appearing. You two resemble pirates quite a bit. Perhaps you ought to be dealt with. These two advisors were utterly useless, excelling only in empty rhetoric. Indeed, they deserved punishment. The soldiers of Ryugu Palace were equally inept, likely a result of the training they received from these two fools. No wonder a wretched pirate like Hody Jones could breach the entire palace. The two advisors bore significant responsibility. The two advisors' faces darkened, rendered speechless. They were well aware of Lu Chen's power and dared not speak further. Soon, several soldiers returned with a substantial amount of treasure. Lu Chun summoned the Navy to collect the treasure and addressed them directly in Ryugu Palace. Comrades, today, I, Vice Admiral Lu Chun of the Navy headquarters, have decided to cleanse Fishman Island of all pirates. Today may well be a fierce battle, with the possibility of death looming at any moment. Yet all may choose not to participate. Those who join this battle will receive a share of the treasures here and all bounties. Should you tragically fall in battle, I will ensure your portion is delivered to your family. Upon hearing this, the Navy personnel appeared solemn, their eyes devoid of greed for treasure, instead ignited with fervor. All right, those unwilling to participate, step forward. Lu Chun continued. At this declaration, no one stepped forward. Rather, they all shouted in unison, "Fight! Fight! Fight! Excellent! I knew I could count on you. Those who follow me, Lu Chun, shall not suffer." Lu Chun nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Neptune and his two advisors looked on with astonished expressions. They must have been pondering Lu Chen's true identity. How could he address the Navy as if he were rallying pirates? The treasures they had just acquired were being offered out. Were these individuals truly Navy? The longer they looked, the more they seemed like pirates. Let us head to Fishman Street. Yes. With that, Lu Chun led everyone away from Ryugu Palace towards the chaotic realm of Fishman Island, Fishman Street. The majority of pirates congregated there. They would be dealt with all at once. Fishman Street was in chaos as pirates scurried about, desperately seeking their comrades, rallying at the entrance of Fishman Street to confront the approaching Navy. At the entrance, Lu Chun and Ein stationed themselves with all the Navy, observing the desolate Fishman Street with keen interest. The street already bore the bodies of dozens of pirates they had slain upon their arrival to intimidate others. The remaining pirates had fled deep into Fishman Street to summon reinforcements. The Navy numbered around 80, forming a line to obstruct the pirates' advance. Lu Chun stood at the center, Ein at his left, both gazing intently ahead, awaiting the pirates' approach. Soon, the sounds of footsteps and roars echoed from the front. Kill, charge, annihilate the human navy. Slay those inferior human navy. A throng of pirates surged forth from the depths of Fishman Street, a densely packed mass obscuring the view. Their numbers exceeded 1,000, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. Among them, in addition to Fishman pirates, were numerous human pirates charging forward. Leading the front lines were several officers of the new Fishman pirates, including Dosen and Hammond. Lu Chun scanned the crowd, but did not spot Hody Jones. So he inquired, "Where is your captain, Hody Jones? And who might you be? How dare you inquire about our captain's whereabouts? Who do you think you are? Just a mere human, daring to come to our Urangi. Do you seek death?" A few Fishman pirates hurled insults at Lu Chun. Upon hearing their taunts, Lu Chun's gaze turned icy as he gently unsheathed his sword, unleashing a flurry of sword energy toward the very individuals who had spoken. The swift and fierce sword energy caught the weak fishmen off guard, severing their heads from their bodies in an instant. A torrent of blood erupted, shocking the surrounding fishmen. What? How did a human die? What is happening? Such power! Was it the pirates from across the way? The fishmen were thrown into chaos, staring in astonishment at the navy before them. Only a few of the Fishman pirates' officers discerned that it was Lu Chun's doing and recognized the formidable strength he possessed. "Who dares to ask who you are?" A slightly flushed Biao Zong stepped forward, holding a wine jug, and inquired politely. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chun drew his sword, launching a swift strike far more potent and rapid than his previous attacks. Even Biao Zong, who was proficient in swordsmanship, barely perceived it, and he had no opportunity to evade, only managing to draw his long knife to defend. Upon contact, he felt an overwhelming force. The back of his blade pressed tightly against his chest. The violent impact sent him flying, crashing into dozens of Fishman pirates behind him and ultimately shattering several buildings before coming to a halt. Whether Biaozong lived or died remained uncertain. As he was buried beneath the rubble, Biaozong, Hammond and Dorsentos shouted anxiously, dispatching several Fishman pirates to check on Biaozang's condition. At this moment, Lu Chun spoke again. "It seems you have not answered my question, so I shall ask once more. Where's Hody Jones? As the mastermind behind the chaos in Fishman Island, he must be eliminated." Hammond's face twisted with rage as he bared his teeth and shouted, "Brothers, charge! Annihilate this group of navy. They are but mere humans and pose no threat to us fishmen. Kill, rush, slaughter them." The pirates surged forward, launching an attack on the navy. "Why won't you answer my questions?" Lu Chun shook his head helplessly, furrowing his brow as he released his conqueror's haki. The crimson aura swept over the pirates like a tidal wave. Most of the pirates fell unconscious, their eyes rolling back, while only a few retained their awareness. Lu Chun then waved his hand, indifferently commanding, "All pirates must be executed. Leave none alive, even those who are unconscious." Yes, the navy, upon hearing these words, hesitated for a brief moment, but quickly regained their composure. They finally understood what Lu Chun meant by cleansing Fishman Island of pirates. In truth, Lu Chun alone could defeat all the pirates on Fishman Island, but the sheer number made it impossible to do so alone. That is why he called upon them to assist in the slaughter. "Kill, annihilate them all. Leave not a single one." The navy charged forward, commencing a brutal massacre of the unconscious pirates, leaving none alive. It was akin to a slaughterhouse. "Are you truly navy? How can you be so cruel?" Hammond's expression darkened. He never anticipated that thousands of his pirates would fall in an instant, while the navy continued their frenzied slaughter of his subordinates. "Cruelty? Do you dare to speak of cruelty to me?" Lu Chun sneered. "Umph." Hammond scoffed, angrily retorting, "Do humans not show cruelty to us fishmen? This is not my doing. As long as I am on Fishman Island, none dare to harm any fishman." Lu Chun's expression turned grave as he spoke earnestly. "You," Hammond began, but fell silent, unable to refute. "Indeed, none dare to harm any fishman on Fishman Island. Yet what are you doing now? Enough talk. You have spoken too much, and you shall die." With that, Lu Chun's figure vanished from sight, reappearing before Hammond in an instant. A flash of his sword. The 3-foot blade gleamed as it swept past Hammond's neck. Hammond had no time to react, feeling the world spin as if he were plummeting. Upon opening his eyes, he found his lower half gushing blood uncontrollably. Simultaneously, I had already slain several individuals, effortlessly dispatching the officers of the Fishman pirate group, their strength far too weak, none even reaching rank A weak. Truly too weak. Just as Lu Chan finished dispatching all the officers of the Fishman pirate group, a furious roar echoed through the air. Foolish human, what are you doing? Hody Jones bellowed, surveying the sea of corpses below, his eyes bloodshot. He had merely gone to seek out Vander Decken 9 to discuss an alliance. And not only had he failed to find him, but his own territory had been ravaged. Oh, you have arrived, Lu Chan remarked with interest. Character, Hody Jones. Position, captain of the new Fishman Pirates. Fruit, level. Skill, Fishman Karate. Bounty, 45 million berries. The new Fishman Pirates were not yet well known and were merely rampaging through Fishman Island. Hence their low bounty. Chapter 151. The Sword of Greed from the Hungry Ghost Path of the Six Realms. Hody Jones's eyes reddened as he shouted, "Did you do all of this? Hurry and command your subordinates to cease fire. Or do not blame me for being impolite." The new Fishman Pirates were his brainchild, created to fulfill the dreams of fishmen. How could he not be enraged at their destruction by a single human Navy officer? "Let us see how you plan to be impolite," Lu Chan said with keen interest. "An A-ranked fishman dares to be arrogant in my presence. It is rather foolish." "You!" Hody Jones gritted his teeth, consumed by rage, and raised his hand to gather the surrounding seawater, hurling it toward the Navy slaughtering his Fishman Pirates. Fishman art. In an instant, the water transformed into sharp, arrow-like projectiles, hurtling toward the Navy. Just as they were about to strike the group of Navy personnel, a figure suddenly appeared before them. It was Lu Chan, who had swiftly employed the Marine 6 styles to reach them, not even drawing his long knife. He merely unleashed his haki, forming a dark red shield that deflected all the water projectiles, which then reverted to ordinary seawater and fell harmlessly to the ground. "Do not mind me. Continue to eradicate all the remaining pirates here. Leave not a single one alive," Lu Chan instructed the Navy behind him. "Yes, Commander." With that, the Navy resumed their grim task, continuing to slaughter the remaining Fishman Pirates. Scoundrel!" Hody Jones roared with fury, grabbing a handful of red pills and swallowing them. He realized that the Navy before him possessed formidable strength. Without consuming the lethal pills, he would truly stand no chance against them. Only by taking the pills could he secure a glimmer of hope, perhaps even save his Fishman brethren. As an immense quantity of lethal substances coursed through his body, Hody Jones felt as though every cell within him was engulfed in excruciating pain, akin to being devoured by countless ants. The intensity of the agony forced him to kneel, unleashing heart-wrenching roars. Yet, despite such torment, he chose to endure. For he had a more significant objective to accomplish: to overthrow the reign of Neptune and ascend as the new king of Fishman Island, leading the merfolk to dominate all humanity. Moments later, Hody's body began to swell rapidly, tearing his garments apart, and even his physique altered in hue, particularly his formerly black hair, which turned entirely white. His muscles expanded, veins bulged, and his stature grew considerably more imposing. Moreover, his strength surged from A to A, exuding a vibrant crimson aura that resembled blood. With a primal roar, Hody vented his fury, extending his arms as seawater swiftly converged in his hands, forming two massive orbs of water which he hurled towards Lu Chan. The two water spheres sped through the air, twisting in unpredictable trajectories. However, Lu Chan remained steadfast, activating his Kinbunchika haki and effortlessly sweeping his long blade, reincarnation, to intercept the oncoming projectiles. The blade sliced through them with ease, reducing them to mere puddles of seawater that splashed to the ground. "What? This is impossible," Hody exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He held unwavering confidence in his abilities, convinced that no matter how formidable his opponent might be, they could not predict the trajectory of his water orbs, unless they could foresee the future. "Nothing is impossible. You are merely too slow," Liu Chan replied nonchalantly. His Kinbunchika haki had already awakened to the level of momentarily foreseeing the future, allowing him to effortlessly evade Hodi's attacks. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hodi continued to deny, frantically unleashing a barrage of diverse attacks. No matter the technique, shark cannon, sea drum, mist shark, every assault was effortlessly dodged by Liu Chan, as if it required no effort at all. In the face of Liu Chen's overwhelming power, Hodi had no chance of defense. In an instant, Liu Chan was before Hodi, striking down towards his chest with a blade, declaring, "There is nothing impossible. You are simply too weak." Alarmed, Hodi's expression shifted as he attempted to retreat swiftly. Yet, his speed proved inadequate, and Liu Chen's blade struck him, carving a deep gash into his flesh. The blood that flowed forth was swiftly absorbed by reincarnation. Before long, Hodi found himself several meters away, gazing at the wound on his chest, gritting his teeth in pain. So strong. Fishman Island is ultimately too small. While I may be the strongest here in the grander world, I am quite weak. Many could easily slay me. Among them, Liu Chan stood as one. As for why he did not hasten to eliminate Hodi, it was to force him to witness the slaughter of all the Fishman pirates. Some might deem Liu Chan cruel. Yet in light of Hodi's actions against humanity, this was but a trivial matter. Stop. Enough. Hodi's impotent screams echoed as he watched the Navy mercilessly slaughter his fellow Fishman pirates, his heart trembling in despair. They are all dead. Not a single one remains. Even if I gain control of Fishman Island, without my brothers, I am but a solitary soul. With that, Hodi fixed his gaze upon Liu Chan, eyes brimming with murderous intent, and gathered a vast amount of seawater, hurling it towards Liu Chan. Foolish human, perish. The released seawater morphed into enormous shark-like forms, opening their gaping maws to devour Liu Chan. 6 paths of reincarnation. The sword of greed. Liu Chan chuckled softly, pointing his sword towards the heavens, unleashing a formidable sword intent. The intense sword energy transformed into a dark crimson blade, soaring skyward as if to pierce through the depths of the ocean. The sword energy pierced through the entirety of Fishman Island. Slash! With that utterance, Liu Chan brought his sword down. The dark red blade energy surged forth like a red demon, voraciously consuming all of Hodi's unleashed attacks, along with Hodi himself, devouring them entirely. The flesh and blood were absorbed by reincarnation, and astonishingly, that very sword energy flew back towards Liu Chan. Chapter 152. The Advancement of Reincarnation, the Supreme Blade of Delight. Be careful, Ayan shouted in concern. She understood that the blade in Liu Chen's grasp was a cursed sword, notorious for devouring its wielder. Yet, Liu Chan stood undeterred, watching the flying sword, reincarnation, with keen interest. Reincarnation zipped past him without causing any harm. Liu Chan, are you all right? Ayan rushed over, anxious. Liu Chan shook his head. I am fine. Reincarnation would not dare harm me. Suddenly, Ayan's attention was drawn to the soaring reincarnation, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Liu Chan, look. Following her gaze, Liu Chan noticed that reincarnation hovered above a multitude of corpses, absorbing the blood from the fallen below. Countless streams of blood converged upon the blade, transforming its once black surface into a vivid crimson hue. The surroundings were bathed in blood, casting a scarlet hue over the entirety of Fishman Street. As reincarnation consumed the lifeblood of countless Fishman pirates, turning them into its nourishment. All eyes were fixated upon the long blade, suspended in mid-air, captivated. Yet few dared to approach, for those who ventured near felt their blood surge, as if ready to erupt. This phenomenon was triggered by reincarnation's sanguine affinity, compelled to absorb the abundant blood energy surrounding it. Such a vast reservoir of vitality could very well elevate reincarnation to the status of the supreme blade of delight. Moments later, the area around reincarnation transformed into a colossal blood sphere, pulsating like a heart. With each beat, the sphere diminished in size until it was entirely absorbed. Finally, reincarnation regained its original hue, yet now possessed an alluring quality. Return, Liu Chan commanded, and reincarnation obediently returned to his hand. gazing at the blade. Now evolved into the supreme blade of delight, he nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Lu Chun, you should refrain from using that sword. It is far too ominous. Ian cautioned. Just then, as though it understood, reincarnation gently tapped Ian's head with its hilt, almost in defiance. Who hit me? Et on appel de bewildered. Utterly unaware of who had approached her. Lowering her gaze, she realized that Lu Chen's sword was missing and exclaimed, "You insufferable Lu Chun, why did you strike me?" It was not I who did so, but rather the reincarnation that has manifested a rudimentary intelligence. Likely in response to anger, Lu Chun explained with a smile. He was genuinely pleased that the reincarnation had developed sentience. What? AI furrowed her brows, seemingly unable to comprehend. It seemed that no legendary sword had ever exhibited such intelligence in this world. Was Lu Chen's enchanted blade truly so extraordinary? Nevertheless, the enchanted sword indeed held an unparalleled mystique, defying explanation. Very well, I apologize. My previous words were misguided. I am sorry, she conceded. Upon hearing this, the reincarnation relented and nodded the hilt. Lu Chun chuckled silently, raising his gaze to the residents of Fishman Island surrounding them. Attracted by the commotion, they soon realized that all pirates had been vanquished by the human navy before them. The once forbidden Fishman Street was now devoid of pirates, all having been eliminated by the navy, leaving no trace behind. Upon witnessing Lu Chen's demeanor, many fishmen and humans recoiled a few steps, fearful that the ruthless navy would turn their wrath upon them as well. Lu Chun smiled knowingly, aware of their trepidation. He declared in a resonant voice, "From this day forth, Fishman Island shall be under my protection. Monkey D. Lu Chun. Should anyone dare to harm even a single hair on the fishmen of this island, they shall not escape my wrath, be they pirates, navy, or any who dare infringe upon this sanctuary. They shall face merciless retribution." His thunderous proclamation echoed throughout Fishman Island, instilling fear in the hearts of all who heard it. As he spoke, Lu Chun released a hint of conqueror's haki, amplifying the pressure of his words. In Ryugu Palace, White Star recognized the familiar voice, and her countenance brightened. Is it Lord Lu Chun? Has he come to our aid? She wondered. Alas, there is no stopping him now. I cannot discern whether this is a blessing or a curse, King Neptune remarked with resignation. This matter had transcended his control, and even with allegiance to the world government, they had never received military assistance. Discrimination against fishmen persisted. Perhaps Lu Chen's actions would indeed serve as a boon for all fishmen. Meanwhile, in Fishman Cafe, a fortune teller named Xiali frowned, perplexed. Why can I not discern the identity of this individual? There are no signs whatsoever. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the surrounding fishmen erupted into cheers. Thank you, Lord Lu Chun. Thank you, Lord Lu Chun. Observing their enthusiastic response, Lu Chun smirked with satisfaction. Not bad. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward. 2,000 energy points, sword skill level 1. 20 materials for the construction of the Underworld King. Lu Chun, you will have much to attend to henceforth. Fishman Island is a troublesome place. AI, warned with a serious expression. Every pirate heading to the New World will traverse this route. It may prove challenging to contain them all. Fear not. I shall make them aware of my strength. Lu Chun replied nonchalantly. Indeed, AI nodded, unwavering in her support. Subsequently, Lu Chun and AI stationed their troops at Fishman Island for 3 days, slaying any pirates who dared to stir trouble, be they fishmen or human. Meanwhile, a new sensation rippled across the world. The emergence of the Navy's supernova, Monkey D. Lu Chun, who had declared his intention to protect Fishman Island. The fearsome Marine Rear Admiral Lu Chun, reminiscent of the legendary Monkey D. Garp, struck terror into the hearts of all pirates. Even among the pirate supernovas, few were unafraid of Lu Chun, especially considering that even Luffy had fallen to his might. Compounded by the terrifying power of Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. Who would not tremble? Yet, Lu Chun would not remain at Fishman Island indefinitely. They simply needed to refrain from provoking him. Should they transgress or capture fishmen for trafficking, they would undoubtedly face Lu Chen's unrelenting pursuit. This was their dread, and something they wished to avoid. At the new Marine headquarters, Akainu fumed. This Lu Chun is causing chaos again, neglecting his duties. Just wait until I report this to the higher-ups. Let's see how they deal with him. Slamming his fist upon the table, he bellowed in outrage. Sakazuki could scarcely believe that, despite sending Lu Chun to Marineford, he remained restless, running amok at Fishman Island, effectively turning it into a slaughterhouse. Killing nearly 10,000 pirates, such carnage was, in his view, a disgrace to the Navy's reputation. Just as he sought a pretext to reprimand Lu Chun, he found one. Thus, Sakazuki promptly contacted the Gorosei, reporting, "Gorosei, you must be aware of Lu Chun's recent actions. He has gone too far, brazenly slaughtering pirates and tarnishing our Navy's honor. I propose we—" "Sakazuki, must you overreact? Is it wrong for the Navy to eliminate pirates? You have repeatedly sought trouble with Rear Admiral Lu Chun. Are you still harboring a grudge over past grievances?" The voice of Saint Emu echoed through the transponder snail. Sakazuki's expression darkened, rendering him speechless. Yet, deep down, he acknowledged that he indeed bore resentment toward Lu Chun, unwilling to witness his success. I believe Rear Admiral Lu Chun has acted suitably. His actions at Fishman Island will deter certain nefarious pirates from venturing into the New World, thus serving a purpose, Saint Emu continued. Indeed, Sakazuki gritted his teeth, uttering a single word. With that, the call ended abruptly, leaving Sakazuki alone in his disarray, having anticipated a reprimand for Lu Chun, only to find himself at a disadvantage. Days later, Lu Chun returned to Marineford, blissfully unaware of the turmoil at the Marine headquarters. He knew only that the events at Fishman Island had spread far and wide across the world. Given a lack of response from the Marine headquarters and the world government, it seemed they had tacitly accepted his actions. For Lu Chun, this was indeed a favorable outcome. In the ensuing days, Lu Chun remained stationed at Marineford, overseeing repairs to the damaged base while personally training the Marines. His objective was to cultivate a cadre of loyal soldiers. The world order was bound to descend into greater chaos, and he had myriad tasks awaiting him. Thus, it was imperative to forge a personal force. He required his own influence among both the Navy and the pirates. Suddenly, AI entered his office, reporting, "Rear Admiral Lu Chun, the Slayedthe archipelago has become exceedingly chaotic. The might of the Marine headquarters has emboldened the pirates there, and numerous civilians are urging us to suppress them. Oh, today is quite fortuitous. Let us see just how audacious those pirates have become. It has been some time since I last engaged," Lu Chun remarked, rising with keen interest. "In the Slayedthe archipelago, there exists a considerable number of fishmen, and the recent events surrounding Fishman Island provide a perfect opportunity for their notoriety to further swell." "Yes, Vice Admiral," came the reply, as Ein swiftly departed to summon the Navy for their journey to the Slayedthe archipelago. A fleet of naval vessels, under the command of Rear Admiral Lu Chun, set sail towards the nearby islands, their sails emblazoned with a striking emblem. The emblem featured a circular design, within which lay a long sword, symbolizing the infamous blade, Luan Hue, the cursed sword Luan Hue, which subdues countless pirates. Standing upon the deck of his warship, Lu Chun gazed ahead with a commanding presence, his eyes surveying the horizon as they drew ever closer to the Slayedthe archipelago. "Which island are we heading to?" Ein inquired beside him. "Island number 1. Lu Chun responded succinctly. Ein, understanding that Lu Chun had his own strategies in mind, relayed the orders to the other naval personnel aboard the ship without further questioning. The 3 naval vessels sailed in formation towards island number 1 of the Slayedthe archipelago, their flags soon capturing the attention of the pirates and residents alike. A naval ship? Why has the Navy suddenly arrived here? Aren't they still in the process of repairing Marineford? Fool! Open your eyes and see clearly. That is the ship of the murderous Vice Admiral Manchi D. Lu Chun. The name had spread among the pirates, who had given him a new moniker following the massacre at Fishman Island. The murderous demon, having slaughtered nearly 10,000 pirates. He had become an unequivocal figure of terror in their eyes. Upon sighting Lu Chun's warship, many pirates fled in a panic, some not even catching a glimpse of Lu Chun before they began their retreat. On board the naval vessel, Lu Chun observed the scene on island number 1. where pirates were frantically escaping to other islands, desperate to evade his presence. At that moment, Ein cast him a knowing glance, seemingly grasping Lu Chen's intentions. The previous bloodbath at Fishman Island now hinted at another potential slaughter on the Shambadi archipelago. Before long, the warship docked at Island Number 1 of the Shambadi archipelago. "Disembark," Lu Chen commanded calmly. "Yes, Vice Admiral." With that, all naval personnel leapt from the ship, forming two straight lines along the shore, awaiting Lu Chen's directives. Subsequently, Lu Chen descended the ship and addressed the assembled navy with solemnity. "Gentlemen, our sole purpose for coming to the Shambadi archipelago today is to eradicate pirates. Kill the pirates! Kill the pirates! Kill the pirates!" The naval crew echoed in unison, invigorated by the fervor of their original purpose for joining the navy, to vanquish pirates. Accompanying Lu Chen, they relished the thrill of hunting down pirates, especially those who had previously joined him during the mission to Fishman Island. The taste of bloodshed had begun to dull their senses. Lu Chen led his forces to patrol the Shambadi archipelago, beginning at Island Number 1, ready to eliminate any pirates they encountered. This time, the Navy consisted entirely of elite members from the G1 branch, many proficient in the Marine 6 styles, making the task of dispatching lesser pirates a straightforward endeavor. The residents of the Shambadi archipelago, upon witnessing Lu Chen and his navy's arrival, were filled with excitement, applauding their welcome. "Vice Admiral Lu Chen! Vice Admiral Lu Chen! Vice Admiral Lu Chen!" The atmosphere rivaled that of a royal procession as the locals fervently celebrated his presence. Meanwhile, the pirates on the island either fled or hid, reluctant to show themselves. Observing the ordinary residents, Lu Chen smiled and nodded, saying, "You are too kind. This is our duty. Should any pirate cause trouble, do not hesitate to inform us." "Thank you, Vice Admiral Lu Chen. You're truly a good person." When the Navy was here before, the pirates were rampant. Indeed, ever since Vice Admiral Lu Chen's arrival, the pirates have all fled. Thus, the long-silent Shambadi archipelago buzzed with life once more as the name Manchi D. Lu Chen, Vice Admiral of the Navy, echoed throughout the islands. Countless pirates, upon hearing his name, began frantically seeking refuge, desperate to avoid his gaze. Even the lawless regions from Island 1 to 29, notorious for harboring the most pirates, found themselves emptied due to Lu Chen's arrival, transforming the scene into one of unexpected tranquility. The surrounding residents welcomed Lu Chen with open arms. Suddenly, a Navy officer approached Lu Chen and Ein, whispering urgently, "Vice Admiral Lu Chen, as you predicted, all the pirates are heading towards the dock at Island 79. Lu Chen nodded slightly, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Prior to landing on the Shambadi archipelago, he had discreetly dispatched Navy personnel to infiltrate the pirates and gather intelligence. He would not act recklessly without due consideration. He had anticipated that all pirates would flee, and his intent was to make a striking display upon arriving at the Shambadi archipelago. "You sent someone ahead of time?" Ein asked, her suspicion evident. Even she had not detected Lu Chen's preemptive actions. Lu Chen merely nodded, whispering, "I doubt a large-scale battle will erupt. Most pirates will be frightened away, and we shall suppress them sufficiently to deter any further disturbances on the Shambadi archipelago." "Understood," Ein replied, though a hint of frustration lingered on her face, lamenting Lu Chen for not informing her sooner, causing her unnecessary worry. "Don't be upset. In the future, I will definitely keep you informed ahead of time." Lu Chen reassured her, sensing her displeasure. "Well, that is more like it," Ein pouted. Thus, Lu Chen led his navy from Island Number 1 of the Shambadi archipelago straight to Island 79, without detouring to other islands. However, their progress was slowed considerably by the throngs of well-wishers lining the path. Nevertheless, Lu Chen maintained an air of calm, his face adorned with a gentle smile. "We are almost at the dock of Island 79. What are your plans?" Ein queried, still puzzled by Lu Chen's intentions. "You will find out soon enough," Lu Chen replied with a slight smile. Ein ceased her inquiries as they approached the dock, where the sounds of heated arguments reached their ears before they even arrived. "Hurry up! Move it! What are you waiting for? You fools, run! Don't just stand there!" Upon reaching the dock, they discovered that the pirates had congested the area. overwhelming the capacity of the harbor with their vessels. The entire dock was in disarray. No wonder you weren't in a hurry, I remarked with a light chuckle. Now, it is their turn to feel anxious. Lu Chen smiled and stepped forward. The navy on both sides began to clear a path for him, wielding their long swords to eliminate the pirates obstructing their way. Not obstructing, rather, they were trapped pirates helplessly stranded on the coast. Fight them to the death. Kill. Brother, didn't you say to fight? Why are you running into the sea? What are you asking me for? You're doing the same. The pirates on the coast were in a state of panic, desperately trying to escape Lu Chen's gaze, some even plunging directly into the water. Meanwhile, those trapped at the dock and those already fleeing into the sea were even more terrified, urging their subordinates to hasten their departure from the dock. Quickly, speed up, run. The demon Lu Chen is coming. Just then, Bai Lumai Bai and KB rushed to Lu Chen's side to report. General Lu Chen, the pirates on the coast have been eliminated. Should we pursue those who have fled to the sea? No need, I will handle it myself. You all have acted. I cannot remain idle. Lu Chen replied with a smile. Understood, KB and Bai Lumai Bai responded with a salute. Knowing their teacher was about to take action, they were eager to witness his formidable strength once again. Lu Chen then stepped forward, drawing his long sword, Slayedthe, which radiated an enchanting aura, instantly captivating all present. The navy felt their blood boiling with battle fervor, eager to rush forward and slay the pirates. In contrast, the pirates were engulfed in terror, sensing an ominous presence emanating from Slayedthe, as if a malevolent spirit sought to devour their flesh and blood. The demon sword Slayedthe, it has appeared. Surely today marks our end. They cried. Run. Lu Chen has drawn his demon sword. There will be no chance left if we don't flee now. Having ascended to the supreme blade, Slayedthe could accurately influence people's emotions, perfectly aligned with its name, the 6 paths of reincarnation corresponding to 6 distinct emotions. Suddenly, a smile graced Lu Chen's lips as he raised his sword skyward. With both hands enveloped in armed haki, it spread across the blade of Slayedthe. A formidable sword intent surged from Lu Chen's body, golden energy spiraling upward from Slayedthe, altering the very essence of the heavens. The sky seemed to be pierced open, with surrounding clouds cleaved asunder, causing all to take refuge. The sword intent took the form of a colossal golden sword, infused with overwhelming haki and pressure. Those nearby instinctively recoiled, fearing the weight of the aura that could compel them to their knees. Common folk, feeling the divine pressure, beheld Lu Chen, swathed in golden sword intent, resembling a deity, a divine arbiter of justice. At that moment, Lu Chen was entirely enveloped in golden sword intent, the powerful aura clinging to Slayedthe, and he ascended into the air, wielding the colossal golden sword, producing a deep and thunderous sound. The sword of arrogance of the heavenly path of the 6 paths of reincarnation. With those words, the golden giant sword descended upon the multitude of pirates. The pirates, fixated on the massive golden sword, stood frozen, devoid of thoughts of escape. Fully aware they were within its range. Time seemed to slow as the golden giant sword fell, cleaving the clouds in two as if the sky itself were being sliced apart. Chapter 155. The people shout the 2-year agreement. In an instant, the golden giant sword struck the sea's surface, impacting all pirates and their ships above the water, engulfed by the concentrated energy. Amidst the cacophony of screams, they gradually disintegrated into nothingness. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. The waves generated by the sword strike soared over 100 meters high, dispersing outward, causing onlookers to flee in terror. One misstep could lead to being swept into the sea by the surging tide. On another front, the entire ocean appeared neatly severed, the sword energy rampaging through the water, rendering the surrounding sea incapable of filling the cleaved area. Even the seabed bore the marks of the sharp sword energy, which carved a deep chasm. The reverberations of the sword strike had not yet fully ceased, causing the entire Slayedthe archipelago to tremble. At Shaki's bar, Shaki furrowed her brows. What is happening? An earthquake? Nearby, Rayleigh, who was drinking, remained unperturbed, chuckling. Didn't you say? That lad Lu Chen has brought his troops to the Slayedthe archipelago. It must be him causing this. So it's him. He growing stronger so quickly. It won't be long before he surpasses you, Shaki teased. Indeed, we are aging. The new generation is about to rise. Liu Chan's future strength will undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the world. It's a pity he shows no interest in the Grand Line. Otherwise, he could very well become the next pirate king, Rayleigh remarked solemnly. At Dock 79, after an indeterminate amount of time, the ground finally ceased its trembling, and the ocean's surface returned to calm. However, the scene was one of devastation. The wreckage of pirate ships, countless severed limbs of pirates, and the once azure sea now stained a deep crimson with blood. The stark contrast of the blood-red sea against the blue waters was jarring. Many who witnessed this could not help but feel a chill run down their spines, with some even beginning to vomit. How many pirates must have perished? At this moment, they finally understood why the pirates referred to General Liu Chan as the Demon of Death. He truly killed without a flicker of emotion, having slain so many without a hint of disturbance. Let us go, Liu Chan declared, his expression impassive. Yes, with that order, the Navy promptly followed General Liu Chan's lead. In barely a day, no, in less than half a day, he had eradicated the majority of the pirates from the Slayedthe archipelago, a feat that even the Navy headquarters had not accomplished during their time in Marineford. Now, Liu Chan's standing among the people of the Slayedthe archipelago had risen significantly. Particularly in recent years, all of Liu Chan's achievements had been in slaying the pirates who acted as henchmen, working for the benefit of the people, earning him their deep admiration. However, few knew that the Navy headquarters General Liu Chan bore another identity. The Knight, a highly wanted criminal with a bounty of 1 billion berries. Soon, Liu Chan returned to Marineford with his troops. The station Navy, upon learning of the events in the Slayedthe archipelago, spontaneously gathered at the entrance to await the triumphant return of their comrades. General Liu Chan, General Liu Chan, General Liu Chan. Upon seeing Liu Chan return with the Navy, the soldiers erupted into cheers. Liu Chan nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he stepped forward and proclaimed, "Everyone, slaying pirates is our duty as the Navy. You now have a more pressing task, to repair Marineford. Quickly, return to your duties. In the future, everyone will have the chance to pursue pirates together." "Yes, General Liu Chan," the Navy responded in unison, thereafter dispersing to attend to their respective tasks. Liu Chan summoned Kobe and Helmeppo to his office. Gazing at the two young men, he said gravely, "Your current strength remains somewhat insufficient. Yet the time has come for you to venture forth and hone your abilities through real-world trials. I shall dispatch you to an island for rigorous training. Return only when you have fully adapted." "Yes, Sensei." Kobe and Helmeppo exchanged glances, their faces alight with exhilaration. "Very well. Prepare yourselves," Liu Chan murmured, offering a slight, dignified nod. "Yes, Sensei." Without delay, they bowed and withdrew to gather their belongings. Liu Chan, in Askiv, her brow furrowed with quiet suspicion. "Where precisely do you intend to send them?" "In all the islands I know, few offer genuine opportunities for disciplined cultivation. The Little Garden," he replied calmly, "the very island where the two colossal warriors, Dori and Bragi, resided. It teemed with formidable beasts, most ranked at or below Class A, ideal for the two apprentices' growth. Moreover, under the watchful protection of Dori and Bragi, old friends and steadfast guardians, their safety was assured. And," he mused, "a reunion with those noble giants would be most welcome." Accelerating Kobe and Helmeppo's ascension to Class A would also expedite the completion of their appointed duties. Beyond that, a new undertaking loomed on the horizon, one he would soon embark upon: the founding of his own pirate crew. After a brief, contemplative silence, he spoke plainly. "I shall depart shortly. Remain in Marineford and hold the line in my absence." "May I accompany you?" she asked, her voice soft but earnest. "No," he answered, his tone unyielding. "This journey demands I act under the mantle of the Knight." "I understand," she replied, her voice gentle, her nod tender and trusting. "I shall await your return. At that, he stepped forward, drawing her into his embrace, and pressed a light, reverent kiss upon her forehead. "Oomph." A delicate flush bloomed across her cheeks as she playfully tapped his chest with a small, clenched fist. The following dawn, Lu Chun emerged from his office, and walking quietly at his side. She soon excused herself to rest in her quarters, while he changed into civilian attire and departed for the Slayedthe archipelago. According to intelligence gathered from Shaky, Nami and Luffy's crew were due to arrive there shortly, and it was time he paid them a visit. Inside a quiet tavern on Slayedthe, Lu Chun sat alone at the bar, sipping wine in serene solitude, until a striking figure entered. Long, flowing hair, a figure of captivating grace. She approached the counter and said, "Barkeep, a glass of red wine, please." "Right away, lovely lady," the proprietor replied. Before the words had fully settled, Lu Chun murmured, voice low and courteous, "Her drink is on me." Nami arched a delicate brow, turning to regard the man beside her, cloaked in black. Her expression instantly softened into radiant delight. "Lu Shu." He raised a finger to his lips, swift and subtle. She understood at once, swallowed the name, smiled warmly, and whispered, "How did you know I'd be here, brother Lu Chun?" "I calculated the timing. You were bound to arrive soon. And besides," he added with a quiet, knowing smile, "this archipelago is, for all intents and purposes, my domain. Locating you is scarcely a challenge." Chapter 156. The Annihilation of the False Straw Hats. A parting farewell, Nami chuckled softly, then asked, "So, brother Lu Chun, what lies ahead for you?" "I shall depart again shortly. Should fate allow, our paths will cross once more." "Understood." She nodded, her smile serene and trusting. If he promised reunion, then reunion would come. She needed only to wait. They sat in easy companionship, savoring their wine, until the taverness in trance exploded inward with a thunderous boom. A ragtag band of swaggering impostors strode in. Among them, a man wearing a straw hat, another with fiery orange hair, a green-haired swordsman brandishing 3 blades, and a fox-like figure trailing behind. Lu Chun turned, his gaze lingering upon them. A faint, knowing smile curved his lips, almost a laugh, held in check by quiet amusement. They were, unmistakably, the counterfeit Straw Hat crew. Their entrance sent ripples of tension through the tavern. Whispers rose like wine through reeds. The Straw Hats, truly them, how audacious, returning to Slayedthe. Do they not fear Admiral Lu Chun's wrath? Nami, too, noticed them, and her lips lifted in a sly, amused smile. "Look, brother Lu Chun, they're grotesque," he remarked, voice dry and unimpressed. "That false Nami doesn't possess even 1,000th of your grace." She laughed, light, bright, genuinely pleased. Yet the impostors, emboldened by arrogance, grew increasingly brazen, shooting indiscriminately, terrorizing patrons. The false Nami strode straight to her namesake, leveled a pistol at her face, and sneered, "You're rather lovely. Mind if I put a hole in that pretty face?" Nami merely smiled, cool, unruffled, utterly fearless. Even without Lu Chun beside her, she would have felt no trepidation. With him present, she was beyond fear. Then, flash, a blade-s whisper. The false Nami's gun-wielding hand fell cleanly severed, blood gushing forth. She stared, stunned, only belatedly registering the wound, before shrieking in agony. "Ah!" Clutching her maimed arm, she snarled, "Who did this? Who?" She hadn't even seen the strike, certainly not from the woman before her, who hadn't so much as lifted a finger. Who dares strike a member of the Straw Hat Pirates? Their leader bellowed, rising with his comrades. "Show yourself." They scanned the room, demanding answers, until Lu Chun rose slowly, smoothly shrugging off his black cloak to reveal the crimson-lined mantle of a Marine admiral. His voice, calm and laced with quiet amusement, cut through the tension like a blade through silk. "Looking for me?" A collective gasp swept the room. "It's Admiral Lu Chun. Truly him. Praise the heavens." "Huh. The Straw Hat's reckoning has come." The impostors paled, stammering excuses. "Admiral Lu Chun, we..." But their pleas died, unspoken. Lu Chun's right hand stirred, barely a whisper of motion, as he drew the Rinna blade from its sheath. A single, seamless arc, 5 incandescent slashes cleaving the air. Cold light flared, then silence. 5 heads parted from their bodies. 5 corpses collapsed, lifeless. The patrons scarcely blinked before the carnage lay before them. "Thank you, Admiral Lu Chun. What power, dispatching them in an instant. I debear your children. Incredible. Truly the demon admiral." Lu Chun sighed faintly, raising a hand in gentle dismissal. My apologies for the disturbance. Tonight's tab is on me. Please enjoy your drinks at ease. Thank you, Admiral Lu Chun. Many thanks. Slayedthe. He settled back onto his stool, shaking his head with wry resignation. Fame is a double-edged sword. Now every soul in the Grand Line will recognize me on sight. Nami burst into soft laughter. Brother Lu Chun, what of your other identity? And why didn't you announce them as imposters just now? Had I done so, he replied, his voice low and serious. Your true identities might have been compromised. Leave now while you still may. Should I be forced to act further? Your departure will no longer be possible. Thank you, Brother Lu Chun. Until we meet again. With those words, Nami rose to depart, while Usopp had been waiting outside for quite some time. Upon witnessing Lu Chun's actions inside, he refrained from entering. Fully aware of the extraordinary bond between Nami and Lu Chun, lingering in trepidation over the events that transpired at Slayedthe Archipelago, Lu Chun remained seated in the tavern, observing as Nami and Usopp made their exit. It was only after their figures vanished from sight that he too left the establishment, disappearing into the shadows. Aside from Nami, he yearned to meet two others, Luffy and Zoro. In a certain part of Slayedthe Archipelago, Kuma, battered and bruised, slowly departed from the dock, closely followed by the Thousand Sunny, which he had protected for 2 years. Zoro, having just arrived, spotted Kuma. Lu Chun watched from a distance. Kuma's appearance did not surprise him, but Zoro's closed eyes did raise his eyebrows. In the span of 6 months, Zoro's eyes had been well. Yet, after more than a year apart, they remained shut, leaving Lu Chun uncertain whether Zoro was blind, injured, or facing some other issue. All remained an enigma. Shortly thereafter, the other crewmates arrived. Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Robin, Luffy, Frankie, and Brook. All 9 members gathered, and amidst the pursuit of the Navy, they commenced their journey toward the Grand Line. Luffy, I hope you surprise me when we meet again, Lu Chun murmured as he watched their retreating figures. He felt no compulsion to intervene, but sensed that it was time to depart from Marineford. With that thought, he vanished from his location and returned to Marineford to begin packing. Unbeknownst to him, An had appeared behind him, her brow furrowed with suspicion. Lu Chun, are you leaving? Indeed, I shall be departing tomorrow, he replied candidly. So soon? Ain's brows knitted together. Hearing her words, Lu Chun suddenly turned, placing a hand on Ain's shoulder and smiling. What? Are you reluctant? Yes, Ain replied affectionately, nodding. Ha ha ha, that's wonderful. Lu Chun laughed heartily, then picked Ain up and strolled toward the house. The following morning, Lu Chun personally accompanied KB and Burgum on their training expedition, yet Ain's presence was conspicuously absent. She remained in her room, observing Lu Chun through the window. Chapter 157. The Night Pirate's Double Agent. Of course, his departure was discreet. Yet he intentionally allowed a few Navy personnel to discern that he was leaving with KB and Burgum. The objective was to ensure that the Navy was aware of their training expedition, diverting any suspicion from him regarding other occurrences. Days turned into weeks. Lu Chun escorted Burgum and KB to the island of Little Garden, greeting his old friends, Dory and Broggy, as they shared drinks and stories. It was not until the next morning that he donned a black cloak, transforming into the night, and departed from Little Garden. This time, he intended to leverage his identity as the Knight primarily to fulfill the task of establishing a pirate crew. Initially, he contemplated visiting Punk Hazard to find Caesar, but upon reflection, he chose to abandon that plan. Capturing Caesar prematurely would leave Luffy and the others without purpose, thus nullifying the subsequent battle at Dressrosa. He was eager to play a significant role in the conflict at Dressrosa, hence he felt no urgency. Luffy and his crew would naturally arrive there in due time. Everything would unfold as destined. Thus, Lu Chun followed his itinerary, sailing alone through Fishman Island on his vessel, heading toward the New World with Dressrosa as his destination. At that moment, Luffy and his companions were likely still wandering around Fishman Island, where they had already learned about Lu Chun's exploits, surrounded by the island's tranquil atmosphere. However, through serendipitous circumstances, they might still stumble upon Noah, the ship of Fishman Island, along with the countless formidable sea kings. Such matters were beyond Lu Chun's control, prompting his early departure from Fishman Island. Weeks later, Liu Chun leisurely reclined on the deck, his pirate ship now adorned with a new flag, depicting an inky blackness accented by a singular silver lightning bolt, a design of his own. He had even decided on a name, the Night Pirates. All that remained was to seize an opportunity to recruit more pirates into his crew, aspiring to become the fourth emperor of the New World. Following Whitebeard's demise, only 3 emperors remained: Kaido, Big Mom, and Shanks. The remnants of Whitebeard's crew, led by Ace, had already suffered significant losses in the War of the Best. And with Whitebeard's death, their standing had diminished considerably. The position of the fourth emperor was now vacant, enticing the recent pirate supernovas to vie for that title. Suddenly, Liu Chan furrowed his brow as he felt a significant drop in temperature. Looking up, he realized he had arrived in the waters near Punk Hazard. On his last visit, he hadn't explored the interior laboratory. Unexpectedly, this time, he was passing by the icy side of Punk Hazard. Just as he was about to rise and investigate, he caught sight of a Navy ship approaching from the opposite direction, seemingly en route to Punk Hazard. The Navy personnel on board quickly reported to their superior. "Vice Admiral Virgo, a pirate ship has appeared ahead. Should we open fire?" "Oh, let me see," Virgo remarked, stepping out of the cabin. Upon spotting the pirate flag, he waved dismissively to destroy it. "Yes, Vice Admiral." The Navy crew immediately relayed the command to unleash cannon fire. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of dark cannonballs was unleashed toward Liu Chen's vessel, dozens of them soaring through the air. Yet, Liu Chun regarded the advancing Navy ship with keen interest. "How intriguing. I did not provoke you, yet you choose to instigate conflict with me. Begone," he bellowed. With that, a powerful wave of energy surged forth, sweeping away the incoming cannonballs and redirecting them back toward the Navy ship. What is happening? Why are the cannonballs returning? Who is that on the pirate ship? I've never seen him before. Open fire and turn the ship around. Do you wish to be hit? The Navy personnel panicked, utterly unprepared for the formidable capabilities of the opposing pirate vessel. Many cannonballs fired by the Navy exploded midair, yet several still rained down toward their ship. Just as disaster loomed, a white figure suddenly appeared in midair, executing a series of kicks and unleashing multiple gale steps, destroying the cannonballs aimed at the Navy ship. Explosions erupted in the air. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, Liu Chun recognized the identity of the assailant. Character: Virgo. Position: Navy Vice Admiral, Commander of the G5 branch. Member of the Don Quixote family, Devil Fruit. None. Level: Skills: Armament Hockey A. 6 powers: Bounty: None. The man before him was none other than the infamous double agent from the world of pirates, Virgo. Unexpectedly, I encountered him in this maritime expanse. Could it be that he has come here in search of Kaisa? Suddenly, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the mission, Eliminate Wyrge. System reward: 500 points. The points presented so conveniently were simply too enticing to refuse. With this thought, Liu Chen's lips curled into a knowing smile. Slaying Wyrge would also facilitate Luffy and his crew's swift passage through the ice and Fire Island, allowing for the expeditious completion of his next task. At that moment, Wyrge landed firmly on the deck, gazing intently at the man clad in black upon the opposing pirate ship. He soon realized that there was but one individual, yet that man bore a striking resemblance to someone he recognized. In an instant, he recalled the notorious naval fugitive, the elusive Phantom of the Night, whose true visage had never been witnessed by anyone. No wonder he failed to recognize that pirate flag. "Oh, have you noticed me? Then allow me to present you with a grand gift." Liu Chen observed the glint in Wyrge's eyes and smiled faintly. In his right hand, white lightning energy gathered, gradually coalescing into a colossal surge of electricity. With a swift motion of his arm, the immense electrical force surged towards the naval vessel, transforming into a magnificent thunderbird. Instantly, Wyrge furrowed his brow and activated the moonwalk, ascending into the sky. However, the naval crew below bore the brunt of the assault. The massive thunderbird struck the ship's hull, unleashing a torrent of silvery lightning that engulfed the entire vessel, scorching all aboard. The crackling energy continued to flicker across the ship, leaving the Navy personnel charred and unconscious. None were left standing. After a brief moment, Wyrdge cautiously descended onto the ship, his feet enveloped in hockey to avoid being electrocuted. Nonetheless, the residual energy had diminished, rendering the ensuing damage minimal. "You are high, are you not?" Upon witnessing Lu Chun wield the power of the sound thunderfruit, Wyrdge's suspicions solidified. This man was undoubtedly high, the bounty hunter with a staggering reward of 1 billion berries. His strength was unfathomable, and no Navy personnel had ever escaped his clutches. Even during the war on the top, the 3 admirals, now the fleet admiral, had suffered losses at his hands. Thus, Wyrdge dared not presume his strength could rival that of High. "Do you recognize me?" Lu Chun chuckled, intrigued. "What brings a naval officer like you to this place?" It seemed prudent to engage Wyrdge in conversation, for the latter would inevitably meet his demise. "Official business," Wyrdge replied tersely, his expression turning serious. "I'm a vice admiral, commanding the G5 branch of the Navy. I hope you refrain from attacking me. Otherwise, the Navy will not let you off easily." "Oh, really?" Lu Chun responded with feigned impatience, casually retorting, "Why don't you mention that you're also a member of the Don Quixote family?" "What are you talking about?" Wyrdge's expression momentarily faltered before returning to normal. As expected of a pirate who had infiltrated the Navy for over a decade, he possessed remarkable emotional control. Yet, before Lu Chun's formidable observation hockey, he was utterly exposed. "Do not feign ignorance in my presence. Don Quixote Doflamingo has placed his eyes within the Navy, and your arrival at Ice and Fire Island is surely by his directive. Am I correct? Let me venture a guess. You are not here to meet Kaisa, are you?" Lu Chun articulated each word with precision. With every utterance, Wyrdge's astonishment deepened. How did he know? How could he be aware of such matters? Was he also a member of the Don Quixote family? Yet, why had Doflamingo not disclosed this information to him? "Hey, I'm asking you a question," Lu Chun teased, observing Wyrdge's momentary daze while a knowing smile graced his lips. After a prolonged silence, Wyrdge furrowed his brow tightly and inquired solemnly, "Who are you? How do you know these things?" He was utterly bewildered. Few were privy to such secrets, and no one had ever discerned the man's identity before him. "Oh, you may consider me a deity, a great god, omniscient," Lu Chun grinned broadly. However, Wyrdge was not persuaded by this reasoning and retorted coldly, "Since you know my identity, I cannot spare you." With that, his fists cloaked in hockey glimmered with a metallic sheen as he forcefully stomped on the deck. Bang! He created a deep crater in the deck. In the blink of an eye, Wyrdge vanished from his position, employing the Navy's 6 styles to appear before Lu Chun, launching a swift kick aimed at his face. Yet, Lu Chun suddenly turned his head, seemingly perceiving all of Wyrdge's movements, and merely stepped back to evade the attack. Wyrdge's momentum carried him away, and simultaneously, Lu Chun extended his right hand, enveloped in hockey, and delivered a powerful punch to Wyrdge's chest. It was a simple straight punch, but its speed was astonishing, emitting a sound that pierced the air. The strike landed squarely on Wyrdge's chest. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Wyrdge violently expelled a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling through the air like a cannonball, ultimately crashing into the sea and creating a tumultuous wave. Unyielding, Lu Chun shook his head slightly and steered the ship towards the direction where Wyrdge had fallen. At this moment, Wyrdge floated upon the surface of the sea, struggling to rise, employing the moonwalk to return to the naval vessel. "Impressive," he gasped, clutching his chest. Despite having employed hockey to shield his torso, several ribs had been fractured, and his chest had caved in. The bounty of 1 billion was indeed not a hollow reputation. Lu Chun's gaze turned steely as he prepared to act, but Wyrdge suddenly shouted, "Wait. I concede. I am indeed a subordinate of Don Quixote Doflamingo, but who are you? How do you know my identity? Since we are both pirates, why not let me go?" Wyrdge proposed. An admission? Lu Chun's lips curled into a knowing smile. What he sought was precisely Wyrdge's acknowledgement, and he had captured a brief video via the system, which could be played using an imaging worm. Indeed, Wyrdge nodded affirmatively, yet his left hand slipped into his pocket. Lu Chun nodded in satisfaction. "As long as you admit it, I will not let you off the hook." As soon as the words left his mouth, Wyrdge erupted in fury, veins bulging as he unleashed his utmost power, accelerating to lightning speed. Navy 6 style shave. In an instant, Wyrge appeared before Lu Chun, wielding a capture net crafted from sea stone, which he hurled at Lu Chun. Ha! Observing this, Lu Chun merely scoffed, refraining from any action and allowing the sea stone to land upon him. Assuming Lu Chun was either unresponsive or frightened, Wyrge's expression turned triumphant as he aligned his fingers and utilized the Navy 6 styles finger pistol, a strike akin to a bullet shot directly towards Lu Chun's chest. Wyrge's smile widening as he declared die. As the attack was about to strike, the gun's tip pierced through Lu Chun's attire, yet was thwarted by the formidable hockey within. Remarkably, Lu Chun remained unaffected by the impact, standing unwavering in his position. What? Virgo's eyes widened in disbelief. He had witnessed the capture of the knight by the sea prism stone net. Could it be that the net was a counterfeit? Gradually, Lu Chun removed the sea prism stone net with a nonchalant expression, stating, "The sea prism stone? Unfortunately, it holds no power over me." Upon consuming the devil fruit, he had simplified it, liberating himself from the restraints of the sea prism stone and even the ocean itself, hence his lack of fear. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Virgo shook his head frantically. Nothing is impossible. Allow me to send you to meet the king of hell using a newly acquired technique. Lu Chun mocked. Gathering the power of thunder and lightning within his hands, he formed 2 silver orbs, each the size of a basketball, which swirled around him with increasing velocity, intensifying their electrical might. Oh no! Virgo's expression shifted as he turned to flee. Chapter 159, A Necessary Demise, Punk Hazard Research Institute. However, scarcely had Virgo made his escape when 4 massive lightning orbs struck his back. Boom! Crackle! The immense electrical force engulfed Virgo, scorching him black, leaving no unburned skin. His body was charred, revealing the skeleton within. He plummeted heavily into the sea, lying atop the surface, uncertain of his fate. Yet, the system did not indicate the completion of the task, leading Lu Chun to deduce that Virgo was still alive. Virgo, let me escort you on your journey. Your appearance has indeed been a boon to me. Lu Chun materialized before Virgo, swiftly severing his head and stowing it in his system's backpack. He recorded the event in an image worm, intending to deliver both the severed head and the recording to a messenger bird upon reaching the next island. Even as a grand gift, it would serve as a tribute to Akainu. Just after assuming command, a traitor emerged within the naval branch. One who was a subordinate of the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo, sure to cause Akainu considerable distress for some time. As Su Yun prepared to set sail from Icefire Island, a male figure suddenly flashed through his mind, a figure that must perish. No, to be precise, it should be a boy, Kazuki Momonosuke. He should currently be at the Punk Hazard Research Facility. With Luffy and his crew yet to arrive, this might be the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Suddenly, the system activated a mission. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the mission. Eliminate Kazuki Momonosuke. System reward. 1,000 points, 1 physical skill. Such a generous reward. Does the system also harbor a disdain for this boy? Since a mission has been issued, it seems I must pay a visit to Punk Hazard Island. Without delay, Lu Chun docked his vessel and leapt ashore, heading towards the Research Institute on Punk Hazard. The area he landed in was indeed the icy region, likely housing the entrance to the research facility. As he stepped onto the icy terrain, a frigid wind swept past, sending a chill even through Lu Chun. Truly, the aftermath of the 10-day battle between Akiji and Akainu had transformed this place into Icefire Island. Their powers had significantly influenced the surrounding environment, maintaining an enduring impact on the island. A deafening roar echoed ahead. Lu Chun looked up to see a colossal frost dragon emerging from the snow, its wings unfurled. Its body cloaked in crystalline scales of icy blue, reminiscent of a western dragon, exhaling chilling air. Its basketball-sized eyes fixated on Lu Chun, releasing another gust of frost. Character, Frost Dragon. Position, None Fruit. Level, Skills, Ice Immunity, A. Frost Breath. Bounty, None. The scales are rather exquisite. I could fashion some hairpins from them. Lu Chun remained unfazed, his gaze drawn to the Frost Dragon's scales. The Frost Dragon, sensing its underestimation, issued a furious roar. It then opened its gaping maw, gathering an abundance of frost, poised to unleash its chilling breath. However, Lu Chun chuckled lightly, taking a step that created a deep pit beneath him, vanishing from sight. He ascended straight into the air, positioning himself above the frost dragon. His right hand was enveloped in a dark haki as he amassed formidable energy, forming a colossal golden palm imprint. As he descended, the palm grew larger, capable of engulfing the dragon's head entirely. With a mighty clap, the palm descended upon the frost dragon just as it aimed its mouth at Lu Chun, ready to unleash its frost breath. A thunderous impact resounded. A massive wave of icy force erupted from the frost dragon's mouth, scattering around, the immense shock wave even shattering several of its teeth. With a whoosh, dragon teeth shot out, embedding into the nearby, frozen ground. Subsequently, the dragon's head, along with its body, crashed heavily to the ground. The frost dragon's vision faded to black as it succumbed, collapsing lifelessly, its weight causing a tremendous wave of snow to surge outward. This avalanche compelled nearby pirates to emerge from their concealment, crying out for help. "Save us! Run! An avalanche is coming!" Lu Chun followed the sound and beheld numerous fully armed pirates fleeing. Yet their speed was woefully inadequate, and soon they were buried beneath the snow. A guide has appeared. Lu Chun smirked lightly, resolving the frost dragon issue, then stowing its corpse in his system backpack. Approaching the area where the pirates had been buried, he stepped forward, causing the ground to tremble. Boom! Countless snowflakes were upheaved, and the buried pirates were tossed into the air, landing safely on the ground. "Hey, wake up!" Lu Chun approached, finding one pirate still breathing, and gave his face a light slap. "Huh? Who? Pirate Job leapt up, startled to see the man who had just slain the frost dragon standing before him, causing him to instinctively recoil. "Are you a pirate from the Punk Hazard Research Institute?" Lu Chun inquired directly. "I am not." Job hesitated, then shook his head. "Not being truthful, are we?" Lu Chun chuckled coldly, lightly stepping on the ground, which immediately cracked open. The overwhelming power frightened Job into confessing the truth. Yum, humph. "Take me to the Punk Hazard Research Institute to meet your director, Caesar." Lu Chun continued. All right. Job nodded fervently in agreement. Under the leadership of Xiao Bu, Lu Chun made his way to the research facility on the island. After trudging through the heavy snow for an hour, they encountered a formidable iron gate ahead. Xiao Bu attempted to open the gate, but it remained obstinately shut. The more he struggled, the more anxious he became, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he exclaimed, "This should be open. It must be open. Let me handle this," Lu Chun interjected, waving his hand dismissively. "It's likely that the personnel inside have noticed our presence and are deliberately refusing to open the door." Xiao Bu quickly stepped aside. Lu Chun then stepped forward, clenched his fist, and instantly enveloped it in the aura of armed color, delivering a powerful blow to the heavy iron door. With a resounding crash, the door was left with a deep dent, and the entire structure was sent flying. Behind the door, a corridor was filled with numerous bizarrely dressed, fully armed modifications, who were knocked aside as the door collided with them. They raised their weapons to attack, but their firearms proved utterly ineffective against the door's defenses. The bullets merely scorched the surface, leaving behind blackened marks without penetrating. Soon, the iron gate crashed into the modified individuals, continuing its path until it finally slammed against the far wall, where it came to a halt. Simultaneously, a flurry of snowflakes began to swirl in the air, gradually coalescing into the figure of a woman who possessed wings and claw-like feet resembling those of a bird. This woman, known as Ma Nai, served as Caesar's secretary at the research facility and firmly believed that Doflamingo would become the pirate king, only to meet her demise at his hands when he stabbed her heart with a dagger. Ma Nai scrutinized the man concealed beneath a dark cloak and demanded, "Who are you? Why have you come upon Kahasade?" "I am here to find a certain individual," Lu Chun replied, his tone unperturbed. Ma Nai's expression shifted in surprise. "The knight? The notorious bounty criminal with a 20 billion bounty? Indeed. I offer you two choices. Either you allow me to enter, or I shall eliminate you first before proceeding inside," Lu Chun stated coolly. After a moment of contemplation, Monai furrowed her brows, responding, "This is the territory of our Tang, G. Kade family, and gaining entry will not be so simple." "How bothersome." "Inform Doflamingo that I, the knight, wish to enter to find someone. Should you refuse, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Lu Chen expressed his impatience. He had no desire to obliterate the entire Pong Kahasa Day. He needed Lu Fei and his crew to rescue those within and to acquire Caesar's heart for the impending chaos in Dres Rosa. Otherwise, his plans would be thwarted. Understood. Monai felt the pressure and dared not act rashly, realizing that her initial intention to leverage the Tang Ji Kade family's influence was futile. As Lu Chen displayed no sign of fear, she promptly contacted Doflamingo via a transponder snail, reporting, "Young master, the knight insists on entering the research facility to find someone. And if I do not permit him, he will force his way in." "The knight?" Doflamingo mused, a smirk of intrigue crossing his face. "I did not expect the illustrious knight to visit my research facility." "Who do you seek?" "A troublesome brat you captured," Lu Chen replied. "As long as you do not destroy my research facility, you may take him," Doflamingo agreed without further ado. "Very well." Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to enter, the transponder snail spoke again. "Might I interest you in joining the Tang Jikade family? One cannot become the pirate king alone." "Not interested. I'm leaving." Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively and vanished into the corridor of the research facility. Once he departed, Monai turned to the transponder snail and inquired, "Young master, why did you permit him entry into the research facility?" "There are many secrets that should not be known to others. He is not a marine. His knowledge matters little. Furthermore, do you or Caesar consider yourselves capable of confronting him? He possesses strength comparable to a marine admiral." Doflamingo replied sternly, unwilling to risk the lives of his subordinates, especially those within his family. "Understood, young master," Monai acknowledged. Doflamingo continued, "Follow him and ascertain who he seeks. While ensuring the personnel within the facility do not provoke him." "Yes, young master," Monai affirmed, promptly hanging up and hastily trailing Lu Chen's footsteps. Meanwhile, far away in Dres Rosa, Doflamingo's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. "The knight, who exactly are you?" The knight had remained elusive for some time, a phantom seldom seen, and his true visage had yet to be revealed, much to the frustration of the Marine headquarters. In the research facility, Lu Chen descended to the lowest level via an elevator, while Monai observed his every move from the monitoring room, her expression fraught with confusion. Going below? Is it not the biscuit room? She knew that all the captured children were confined within the biscuit room. Suddenly, Lu Chen glanced at the surveillance transponder snail, smirking, "Hey, stop spying on me. I bear no ill will for now, but if you continue, do not blame me for being rude." "What?" he noticed. Monai's brows furrowed. Their surveillance devices were well hidden, and how could he ascertain that someone was watching? Unless he possessed an extraordinary level of observation hockey. With a chuckle, Lu Chen unleashed a flicker of Conqueror's hockey, incapacitating the hidden surveillance device. The screens plunged into darkness. Simultaneously, the elevator came to a halt in the abandoned chamber at the lowest level of the research facility, where Kogetsu Momo no Suk had likely escaped the biscuit room and arrived here after consuming a failed artificial fruit created by Vegapunk. This fruit was derived from Kaido's blood, and although deemed a failure, it appeared otherwise. Regardless of who Momo no Suk was or what fruit he had consumed, today he must meet his demise. Lu Chen traversed the abandoned chamber, activating his observation hockey to sense his surroundings. Moments later, a faint smile crept across his lips. "Found you." He pressed deeper into the chamber, surrounded by discarded experimental subjects, a peculiar moldy scent lingering in the air, likely due to the absence of human presence. "Momonosuke, come out," Lu Chen called into the shadowy recesses ahead. In the darkness, a dragon with a pink hue was drenched in sweat, trembling with anxiety, muttering to himself, "You can't see me, you can't see me." He had heard footsteps earlier, mistaking them for those of the modified personnel, prompting him to hide. Overwhelmed by nervousness, he had transformed into his dragon form. With a sudden burst of speed, Lu Chen executed the Marine's 6 powers technique, shave, propelling himself forward and materializing before Momo no Suk. What? Oh, a ghost. Momo no Suk was utterly oblivious, only perceiving a cloaked figure before him, adorned with an enigmatic smile. Chapter 161. The Death of Tao Zhizhu Dressrosa. Little one, it is time for you to perish. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chun struck down upon Tao Zhizhu's head with a single palm. Bang! In an instant, Tao Zhizhu's skull burst open like a watermelon, blood splattering across the ground. To ensure that Tao Zhizhu did not meet his demise in an incomplete manner, Lu Chun utilized the powers of the Raimei fruit to administer a thorough electric treatment to the lifeless body, reducing it entirely to a charred black husk before he would relent. At that moment, the system's voice finally echoed through the air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward. Energy 1000, Body Technique 1. Only after confirming Tao Zhizhu's death did Lu Chun exit the abandoned room and leave the research facility. As for Monet, she remained oblivious to Lu Chun's actions within the lab. She merely noted that he had not left with a child and reported the matter truthfully to Don Quixote Doflamingo. Dressrosa, what are the intentions behind this night? Doflamingo reclined upon his throne, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Lu Chun had departed from Ice Fire Island, continuing his journey towards Dressrosa aboard a pirate ship. After approximately 10 days, he finally arrived at Dressrosa. Dressrosa is a city of breathtaking beauty, at least on the surface, adorned with an abundance of vibrant flowers. Strolling down the streets, one could catch glimpses of many vivid blossoms alongside an array of toys. Yet, Lu Chun was fully aware that these toys were, in fact, the former inhabitants of Dressrosa, transformed into their current forms by sugar. After wandering for half an hour, Lu Chun settled at a cafe, sipping coffee while perusing the newspaper on the table. The largest headline read, Naval Scandal. The commander of the G5 branch is actually a subordinate of the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo. As he read the article, a faint smile crept across Lu Chun's face. Not long ago, he had already provided the newsbird with footage regarding Virgo. And now the news of the Navy's lax oversight was spreading like wildfire. Many were concerned whether the newly appointed Admiral Sakazuki would be able to effectively fulfill his duties. At this moment, one could imagine Sakazuki's head was likely ready to explode. This was precisely the outcome Lu Chun sought to achieve. Having Sakazuki as an admiral felt akin to a ticking time bomb, poised to detonate at any moment. Therefore, certain measures were necessary to remove him from his position. Suddenly, Lu Chun's eyes inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure passing by, and as he looked up, a knowing smile graced his lips. Character, Rebecca. Position, former royalty of Dressrosa. Fruit, none. Level, skill, swordsmanship. Bounty, interesting. Rebecca, have you come to participate in the arena competition hosted by Doflamingo? Lu Chun murmured to himself. Even without the Horo fruit, Doflamingo had chosen to host an arena competition, and the recent newspaper featured related news. The prize for this competition was also a devil fruit, yet it remained an unknown fruit, unseen by anyone. It seemed even the devil fruit encyclopedia had not cataloged it. The more mysterious it was, the more it would attract powerful pirates to the arena, perfectly aligning with Doflamingo's plans. However, it remained uncertain whether this was a plot against Luffy or something else entirely. Suddenly, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Participate in the arena competition and seize the unknown devil fruit. System reward. Energy 2000, Sword Technique 1, Body Technique 1. A task? Initially, Lu Chun had little interest in joining this arena competition, but the emergence of the system's task indicated that this devil fruit might indeed be something he needed. Thus, it became imperative for him to participate. He then made his way towards the arena in the city, where he registered for the competition. The registrar, seeing a figure clad in a black robe approach, was not overly surprised and casually inquired. Name? Pirates of all sorts came to register, so nothing about their attire would seem unusual to him. Hi, Lu Chun replied. All right. The registrar noted the name, feeling that it rang a bell but not dwelling on it. After registering, Lu Chun received his contestant number, akin to a tag one would receive at a school sports day. Simply a piece of cloth inscribed with the contestant's name and number. Liu Chen's number was 9527. The competition was not set to commence today. Hence, the arena was not crowded, with the actual matches beginning in 3 days, while the current days were designated for preliminary eliminations. After successfully registering, Liu Chen exited the arena alone, only to encounter a somewhat familiar man just outside. He was robustly built, holding what appeared to be a walking stick, though it seemed more than that, and draped over his shoulders was a familiar navy cloak, emblazoned with the word justice. Character: Fujitora. Position: Admiral of the Navy. Fruit: Paramecia gravity fruit. Level: SSS. Skill: Fruit development SSS. Swordsmanship SSS. Bounty: none. The man was none other than one of the newly appointed admirals, Fujitora. At that moment, Fujitora seemed to sense something. Turning his head towards Liu Chen's direction, fixing his gaze upon him with a furrowed brow, and inquired of his nearby Navy officer. "Is there someone over there?" "Yes." The officer replied. "What do they look like?" "Clad in a black robe, seemingly gazing our way." "Black robe?" Fujitora frowned slightly, choosing not to speak further and turning away. However, Liu Chen continued to observe Fujitora's retreating figure, chuckling softly. Is this Fujitora truly blind? Perhaps Sakazuki has dispatched him to capture Luffy and his crew. In truth, Fujitora is indeed blind, yet possesses formidable observation haki, allowing him to detect Liu Chen's gaze. As for Sakazuki, he was already grappling with numerous issues, yet still dispatched Fujitora to apprehend Luffy and his companions, likely to compensate for the regrets of the Marineford War, having failed to eliminate Luffy and Ace, both of whom bore deep sins. Subsequently, Liu Chen found a hotel near the arena to settle in, preparing for the competition 3 days hence. Meanwhile, within the royal palace of Dressrosa, young master Hai has arrived in Dressrosa and is participating in the arena competition. A member of the Don Quixote family reported to Doflamingo. Upon hearing this, a slight smile curled on Doflamingo's lips, accompanied by a peculiar laugh. "Kik, Hai, wielder of the Raime fruit. What use would this devil fruit hold? How intriguing, how intriguing." Late at night, within the hotel, Liu Chen stepped out of his hotel room to take in the fresh air, gazing at the star-filled night sky, and suddenly recalled the name he had casually chosen. Hai. Chapter 162. The Arrival of the Night. The Paramecia Dingeki Fruit. A veil of darkness, mysterious and unknown. It seemed as though no one could penetrate this shroud of night, mirroring his own inability to discern the world around him or the system he possessed. Uncertain of what tasks the system required of him or how his future would unfold, he sighed. "Oh, never mind. For now, I shall simply enjoy the moment. The system will not betray me." Liu Chen shook his head in resignation. As his strength grew, a subtle connection seemed to form between him and the system, which he sensed harbored no malice towards him. Thus, he chose to trust the tasks issued by the system. Suddenly, a melodious voice broke the silence nearby. "Sir, are you also admiring the moonlight?" Following the direction of the voice, he beheld a woman with long, straight black hair and exquisite appearance, and a vibrant red flower adorning her head, standing on the balcony of a neighboring room. This woman was none other than Violet, a member of the Don Quixote family and the former second princess of Dressrosa. Her identity was of little consequence. What mattered was her devil fruit ability, which granted her the power to see through all lies, undoubtedly allowing her to discern his true identity. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "Do not pretend before me, Violet. While you can see through my disguise, your own ruse is futile in my presence." Momentarily taken aback, Violet appeared slightly astonished. She had always been the one to read others, never the other way around, and she believed that this man could not possibly know her identity. Yet, he seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of her. Could he also have a devil fruit ability, or perhaps some other power? After a brief contemplation, Violet retrieved a din mushy from her pocket and crushed it completely, then smiled as she said, "General Liu Chen, you truly are perceptive. However, I never imagined that the knight would be none other than Rear Admiral Liu Chen of the Navy. There are many things you do not know, such as the fact that you are not fond of Don Quixote Doflamingo and are constantly waiting for an opportunity to eliminate him. are you not? Lu Chen replied with a smile. Violet remained silent, tacitly acknowledging his statement, and continued, I wonder how you came to know these things. It cannot be that Doflamingo informed you, for despite your bounty of 2 billion berries, you would not collaborate with him, would you? According to her knowledge, this Navy officer, though bloodthirsty, only targeted wicked pirates. Doflamingo was, after all, a malevolent pirate, exceptionally cruel, and Violet believed that General Lu Chun would never ally with him. Lu Chun waved his hand dismissively, settling into a reclining chair on the balcony with a hint of intrigue. I know what you are plotting. Today, Doflamingo sent you to gather intelligence. I can tell you quite clearly that if you wish for me to eliminate Doflamingo, I have but one demand. You must become my woman and serve as my subordinate. It must be noted that Violet's devil fruit ability was indeed formidable, allowing her to discern all lies. Once he established his pirate crew, he would require a vice captain. With Violet aboard, any potential traitors could be uncovered. Eradicating traitors was Lu Chen's utmost priority, a lesson learned from history. Upon hearing this, Violet furrowed her brows, seemingly conflicted as she clutched her skirt. Do you truly believe you can handle Doflamingo alone? Of course not. I have my brother, Monkey D, Luffy, and Trafalgar Law with me, Lu Chun stated earnestly. Those two, Violet exclaimed, astonished. The notorious supernovas of the worst generation. Not only was she surprised, but she also felt a sense of seriousness, as she sensed that Lu Chun spoke the truth. This indicated that Luffy and Law, alongside Lu Chun, would indeed confront Doflamingo. Whether they would succeed remained another matter altogether. Now that you are aware, we can speak freely, Lu Chun said with a grin. After a moment of silence, Violet lightly bit her red lip and replied, All right, I agree. As long as you can defeat all members of the Don Quixote family, I will become your woman. Excellent. Lu Chun grinned wickedly, advising, I trust you know what to say when you return. I shall not elaborate further. Simply play your part well. When the time is right, I will surely make my appearance. Violet nodded affirmatively. Having chosen to trust Lu Chun, she resolved to fulfill her responsibilities. Subsequently, she departed the hotel, gradually vanishing into the darkness. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Chun wore a satisfied smile. At last, he had found a designated vice captain. Now, he needed to recruit several strong captains as well. Violet's strength was inadequate, and it was imperative to find powerful captains who would trust him completely. Luffy's upheaval in Dressrosa presented a perfect opportunity for Lu Chun. Meanwhile, in the Dressrosa Palace, Violet expressed her lack of ulterior motives, stating that her visit was solely to acquire a devil fruit. In that case, we need not concern ourselves with him. Grant him the devil fruit. After all, it is merely an unknown fruit, and he already possesses one. Doflamingo chuckled lightly. Yes, master. Violet nodded. 2 days later, Lu Chun returned to the arena, where he could hear the raucous cheers of the crowd eagerly anticipating the spirited battles. However, he felt no interest in the spectacle, scanning the surroundings for his target. At last, he spotted a figure clad in armor and sporting a comical face, none other than a disguised Luffy, or rather, he should now be referred to as Lucy. In the waiting area of the arena, he recognized several familiar faces, Cavendish, Rebecca, Bartolomeo, and Bellamy. While he could observe the rest, Rebecca was the only one he could not watch closely. Of course, her attire served to enhance her swordsmanship. Armor was too cumbersome and would restrict her joint movements, making it unsuitable for her water dance technique. Chapter 163, Bullfighting Arena, Group A Elimination Round. Nonetheless, Lu Chun thought it was quite promising, at least favorable in his eyes. Suddenly, a harsh voice pierced through from behind him. Hey kid, you new here, aren't you? Do you dare stand before me? Are you seeking death? Sparta, the gladiatorial swordsman, stated bluntly. Turning around, Lu Chun met the furious gaze of a man who towered over him. Upon seeing Sparta's attributes, Lu Chun frowned slightly and coldly remarked, You are truly weak. At this utterance, the crowd gasped in shock, many drawn to the commotion. That is Sparta. He often bullies newcomers in the arena. That kid is in for a rough time. Indeed, he just called Sparta weak. He'll probably get beaten even worse. Let us get out of here quickly. He is not someone to be trifled with. Most competitors adopted a spectator's attitude, captivated by the unfolding drama. "You little brat, you're asking for death." Sparta roared furiously. As the words fell, he clenched his fists and launched a series of blows towards Liu Chun. However, the speed of his punches was painfully slow, appearing to Liu Chun as if they were played in slow motion. Liu Chun merely enjoyed a leisurely movement of his body, effortlessly evading all of Spartan's attacks. The more this occurred, the angrier Spartan became, his teeth grinding in frustration, wishing to eliminate Liu Chun on the spot, which only made him increasingly impatient. At this moment, many spectators in the arena had already discerned that Liu Chun's strength surpassed that of Spartan, and a knowing smile crept onto their lips. Slayedthe. Spartan unleashed a punch that sliced through the air, aimed at Liu Chun's head. If it had been an ordinary person, their skull would have surely been shattered. Yet, to Liu Chun, it seemed like a child's play, and with his formidable observation hockey, he had already sensed Spartan's attack trajectory. With a swift sidestep, he evaded Spartan's assault. Subsequently, he extended his right foot and placed it by Spartan's foot, causing Spartan to trip and fall heavily to the ground. The impact shook the ground, raising a cloud of dust, and Spartan's face became bruised and battered. With a furious roar, Spartan sprang to his feet, swinging his fist to launch another attack. Empowered by Conqueror's hockey, but before he could strike, Liu Chun's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed a potent wave of hockey towards Spartan. In an instant, Spartan felt a chilling sensation enveloping his body, as if he had plunged into an eternal ice chamber, cold sweat pouring down his back. When he beheld Liu Chun again, his eyes were filled with terror. His fist froze in midair, paralyzed by fear. In that moment, Spartan realized something was amiss and quickly turned to flee from the ominous figure before him. What was happening? Why was Spartan running away? It was perplexing and amusing. Most of the competitors had failed to recognize Liu Chun's might, with only a few sensing the terrifying presence of Conqueror's hockey. He was undoubtedly a formidable adversary, his strength far beyond the ordinary. Not far off, Luffy sensed a familiar aura, turning his head to see a silhouette that seemed vaguely recognizable. Yet he could not identify the person. Who was it? Why did it feel so familiar? Luffy scratched his head deep in thought, but could not come up with an answer. After pondering for a moment and yielding to frustration, he decided to dismiss the thought altogether, reasoning that he surely did not know the individual. With a light chuckle, Liu Chun turned to leave. At that moment, his name and title were revealed behind him. Hi. Instantly, the entire waiting hall fell into a stunned silence, shock rippling through the crowd. Everyone gazed at the two words emblazoned behind Liu Chun. Hi. The notorious bounty criminal with a staggering bounty of 2 billion berries. Who could possibly stand against him? Many hoped they were not grouped with him, fearing they would not survive to the end. As spectators recalled the name and familiar garb, they recognized the man before them. In an instant, competitors parted ways for Liu Chun, unwilling to stand in his path. With a knowing smile, Liu Chun said nothing more and found a spot to rest. Today marked the elimination rounds, where 100 competitors would battle, and only the last 5 standing would advance to the subsequent matches. Meanwhile, a man nearby, upon hearing the name Hai, wore a subtle smile and turned his gaze toward Liu Chun's resting place. Moments later, the A-group elimination match commenced. 100 competitors stood on the arena stage, surrounded by an enthusiastic crowd cheering for the combatants. The more intense the battle on stage, the louder the cheers from the audience grew. Liu Chun stood elevated, observing the bouts below. One individual captivated everyone's attention, while the others were no match for him. With a single strike, he could send several opponents crashing off the stage, making his dominance unmistakable. However, a paper bag obscured his face, preventing his true identity from being revealed. Despite this, the system could still identify him, and even without the system, Liu Chun recognized him. Character: Jazasabage's position: captain of the first ship of the Blackbeard pirates. Fruit: N. Level. Skills: martial arts A. Armament hockey. Bounty: 80 million berries at this time. Basis had yet to acquire the strength fruit, opting instead to seek the fruit of the victorious Minggu, despite its unknown nature, as it was simpler than hunting down fruit users. After a moment, the system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the task. Eliminate Jazasabage's system reward. 800 points. Oh, a task had emerged. Liu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he gazed at Basis with a glimmer of murderous intent. Regardless of the circumstances, Basis was a member of the Blackbeard Pirates, and eliminating him would weaken their strength, facilitating future confrontations with Blackbeard and potentially acquiring his blood. About 10 minutes later, the A-group elimination match concluded, and without question, Basis remained, revealing his true identity as the captain of the First Division of the Blackbeard Pirates, prompting cheers from the audience. It was puzzling why Basis chose to expose his identity. Was it necessary to do so before the fight concluded? Perhaps he was simply enjoying the attention. Shortly thereafter, the A-group battle finished, leaving Basis as the sole survivor on the stage, having defeated all others. The host continued, urging the 100 competitors of Group B to enter the arena. As the announcement was made, contestants filed into the arena one by one. Liu Chen found himself among the 100, assigned to Group B, but as he made his entrance, the surrounding competitors instinctively chose to distance themselves, unwilling to stand too close, fearing they would become the first target to be eliminated. They had all heard of the terrifying reputation of Hai, a ruthless killer who had slaughtered numerous Marines. A veritable demon with a formidable Thunder Fruit ability. No one wished to become the first casualty under Hai's hand. Observing the competitors around him, Liu Chen's lips curved into a wicked smile, saying little. It was perhaps a blessing that these individuals dared not confront him, allowing him to conceal his true strength while easily dispatching a few opponents. Yet, among them were still some strong contenders, particularly Elizabello II, the King of Punches, whose devastating fists were said to possess the power to defeat the four emperors. However, despite his strength, his attacks had an excessively long wind-up, requiring at least an hour to execute. Therefore, surrounding him, numerous competitors shielded him at the center. Character: Elizabero II. Position: King of the Laodian Kingdom. Fruit: none. Level: a skill: martial arts. Bounty: none. King Yili's visit was likely to assist King Liku in reclaiming his throne, as the two were close friends. Suddenly, the resonant sound of a gong echoed. The Battle of Group B had commenced, with 100 individuals embroiled in chaos. Yet none dared to provoke Liu Chen. Observing the scene, Liu Chen nonchalantly seated himself on the ground, intrigued by the skirmishes unfolding before him, assessing each participant's attributes. Many among them would eventually become crew members of his night pirates. It was essential to observe closely. Meanwhile, in the audience stands of the arena, a slender figure clad in a black robe was fixated on Liu Chen, her delicate brows furrowing as she murmured, "Indeed, this is the night." Even seated, no one dares to confront him. Abruptly, a man approached Liu Chen, grinning broadly. "Senior Knight." "Oh." Liu Chen slightly raised his head to regard the approaching man, who sported a grass-green crest, a distinctive mark beneath his right eye, a nose ring, and a visage reminiscent of a ghoul, revealing sharp fangs. It was Bartolomeo. Character: Bartolomeo. Position: none. Fruit: barrier fruit. Level: skill: fruit development. Bounty: 200 million berries. Do you wish to take action against me? Liu Chen inquired with keen interest. Bartolomeo was indeed a formidable pirate, particularly due to the capabilities of his barrier fruit, which enabled him to defend against all attacks when utilized. How could I possibly strike against Senior Knight? In truth, I greatly admire you, and I wondered if you would be willing to grant me an autograph. As he spoke, Bartolomeo produced several bounty posters featuring the likeness of Knight. Gazing at the posters, Liu Chen smiled. "Certainly, I will sign them for you." While Bartolomeo originally idolized Luffy, the earlier fame of Liu Chen's portrayal of Knight had shifted his admiration toward Liu Chen, an unexpected development. Nevertheless, it was a fortuitous occurrence for Liu Chen. "Thank you, Senior Knight." Bartolomeo promptly extended the bounty posters and a pen. Subsequently, Liu Chen inscribed Knight's name upon the posters and returned them. Upon receiving the signed posters, Bartolomeo's eyes glimmered with tears of joy, having finally obtained the autograph of Senior Knight. Just then, an elderly voice resonated. "Knight, I am eager to see how strong you truly are." Bellamy had dispatched 2 minor henchmen and was now advancing toward Lucian. "Senior Knight, allow me to handle him on your behalf," Bartolomeo declared, securing the bounty posters. "Very well. I was rather reluctant to engage," Lucian replied with a smile. If he could avoid confrontation, he certainly would. "You are merely seeking your own demise," Bellamy bellowed, transforming his legs into springs, compressing them forcefully before releasing. He shot forth like a cannonball, hurtling toward Bartolomeo at an astonishing speed. "Umph." Bartolomeo scoffed lightly, a look of disdain gracing his features as he crossed his middle and index fingers, employing the power of his barrier fruit to conjure a square shield before him. Bellamy, unable to perceive the invisible barrier, collided with it, akin to tofu striking a stone, excruciatingly painful, and the recoil sent him flying back. He landed heavily on the ground, rolling several times before barely regaining his footing. Now battered and bloodied, with a bruised visage, he glared at Bartolomeo, utterly bewildered by the events. "What has transpired? It felt as if I crashed into a wall. Even if it were a wall, my strength should have shattered it." "Quite intriguing, Bartolomeo," Lucian remarked with a chuckle. Utilizing his Kinbunshika haki, he discerned the barrier before Bartolomeo, uncertain if he could breach it. Perhaps breaking through was implausible, but he speculated he could still send Bartolomeo flying alongside it. Against formidable power, Bartolomeo remained defenseless. "I refuse to believe it." With that, Bellamy wiped the blood from his lips and charged at Bartolomeo with renewed vigor. Simultaneously, his right hand transformed into a spring, compressing his arm to the utmost extent to unleash a tremendous force. As he approached Bartolomeo, he unleashed the massive stored energy from his right hand, focusing all his might into a single point aimed squarely at Bartolomeo's face. Even Lucian, positioned behind Bartolomeo, sensed a surge of potent energy approaching. Bellamy's strength had indeed escalated significantly compared to before. Yet, that formidable strike seemed utterly futile against Bartolomeo's flawless barrier. Boom! The spring death fist. The tremendous punch collided with the shield Bartolomeo had created, producing a thunderous sound. However, Bartolomeo remained unfazed, as if the impact had inflicted no harm upon him whatsoever. In stark contrast, Bellamy, covered in blood, was violently repelled, crashing to the ground, his injuries evidently more severe, leaving him unconscious. Observing this, the other competitors dared not approach recklessly. "Senior Knight, what do you think? I am indeed formidable," Bartolomeo exclaimed joyfully as he approached Lucian. "Indeed," Lucian nodded slightly, continuing, "Nonetheless, you did retreat a bit during that last strike." "Truly, Senior Knight, you noticed that?" Bartolomeo replied in astonishment. Such overwhelming force had indeed compelled him to yield, yet his barrier remained indestructible. Yes, let us watch quietly," Lucian stated. "All right." With that, the two remained in place, observing the battles of others, while those around them hesitated to approach. As time elapsed, the number of combatants dwindled, leaving only Slayedthe, Broccoli, and a few unfamiliar faces. At this juncture, the guardians of Slayedthe had been vanquished, and the remaining individuals, daunted by Lucian and Bartolomeo, redirected their focus toward Slayedthe. However, Slayedthe continued to unleash punches, accumulating power, seemingly oblivious to the encroaching adversaries. Onward, one individual urged the others. Yet, uncertainty about when Slayedthe would complete the buildup caused hesitation among them. "Let us all strike together and eliminate him. Our numbers should suffice." "Agreed, let us charge." After a brief discussion, the remaining few surged toward Slayedthe. At that moment, Slayedthe abruptly ceased his punches, having completed his accumulation of energy, slowly exhaling a breath of murky air. The figure stood before the audience, his body radiating a crimson hue, reminiscent of blood vaporizing into the air. His skin tone was akin to that of Luffy in his second gear transformation. Observing this, the remaining spectators were momentarily taken aback, gazing in astonishment at the man before them. Alarm bells rang in their minds. "He is charged up? Quick, take cover." Rumors had circulated that the King's Fist of Slayedthe possessed the power to shatter a fortress with a single blow. such terror. Instantly, the entire arena began to tremble in response to the might of Slayedthe's fist, sending the audience into a frenzy as they fled, fearful of his fist crashing into the stands. With a thunderous roar, Slayedthe unleashed his formidable king's fist. In an instant, a colossal force erupted forth, its overwhelming power radiating like a brilliant sun, surging from Slayedthe's position towards the front. Those competitors who had not managed to evade in time were struck directly by the force, their garments torn, flesh rent asunder, obliterating everything in the arena's path. The once solid stage bore a deep imprint from the impact of his fist. With a resounding bang, the entire arena was momentarily shaken by the power of that punch. Enveloped in a cloud of thick smoke, the scene obscured, yet a silhouette of Slayedthe remained visible amidst the haze. Moments later, as the dust settled, Slayedthe emerged into view, revealing a massive chasm on the stage, while the other competitors lay incapacitated on the ground, unable to continue. In this moment, Slayedthe raised his fist in triumph, ready to celebrate his victory, when two figures appeared before him. It was Lu Chun and Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo's barrier absorbed the entirety of Slayedthe's punch, not yielding an inch. This was, of course, due to Lu Chun's assistance in reinforcing the barrier. Otherwise, Bartolomeo would have been forced back several steps. Slayedthe furrowed his brow, fixating on the two before him, hesitant to make his next move. His mightiest strike had failed to vanquish them, and he was acutely aware of his current limitations. At this juncture, the host struck the gong once more, signaling the end of the match, congratulating the remaining three competitors for advancing. "Slayedthe, are you not going to intervene?" Bartolomeo inquired, his voice tinged with suspicion. "Not necessary," Lu Chun replied, waving his hand dismissively. It must be said that Slayedthe was indeed formidable. However, his charging time was too brief. Were he to have a full day to gather strength, he might truly possess the power to overcome the four emperors. The trio then descended from the stage, making their way to the rest area, coincidentally witnessing the ongoing battle in Group C. Group C also comprised 100 participants, featuring notable contenders such as Qin Jiao, his two sons, the giant Higher Ding, and a powerful black bull, among others. Indeed, many formidable fighters were engaged in combat. Lu Chun keenly observed the prowess of the competitors, noting that Qin Jiao had attained S-rank status, while a handful of others matched this level. Yet none reached the SS rank threshold. It was worth mentioning that Luffy had also achieved S-rank strength, a significant improvement compared to 2 years prior. "Slayedthe, it seems both Lucy and Qin Jiao are quite strong," Bartolomeo remarked suddenly. "Do you believe you can handle them?" Lu Chun queried. "Not at all." Bartolomeo shook his head. "Huh." Lu Chun chuckled softly, continuing, "While their strength ranks among the top competitors, they're not the strongest. After all, we have Slayedthe with us." Bartolomeo nodded in agreement, firmly believing that He was the mightiest in the arena. After a brief interlude, only Luffy and a few others remained on the battlefield, with Qin Jiao persistently seeking conflict with Luffy. This animosity stemmed from a personal vendetta, as the original sharpness atop his head had been a result of encounters with Luffy's grandfather, Carp. Unable to defeat Carp directly, Qin Jiao sought to trouble his grandson instead. Unbeknownst to Qin Jiao, He was, in fact, Lu Chun, also a grandson of Carp. Otherwise, he would not dare to bully Luffy so casually. It was said that Qin Jiao was once known as Jian Jiao, perhaps a name change prompted by his encounters with Carp. Eventually, Luffy defeated Qin Jiao using his third gear, resolving the issue with the sharp protrusion on his head, which led Qin Jiao to pledge his allegiance to Luffy's crew. The 8 Treasure Water Army. As the tumultuous events unfolded, the competition progressed to Group D's elimination rounds, featuring 100 contestants, among whom were the renowned Rebecca and Cavendish. Notably, Cavendish's second persona was remarkably powerful. Lu Chun gazed up at the arena, murmuring, "Dressrosa is on the brink of chaos." "Slayedthe, what do you mean by that?" Bartolomeo asked, perplexed. "Prepare for battle," Lu Chun replied with a light laugh, "for a great conflict is imminent." "Understood." Bartolomeo affirmed with determination. Soon after, the D group elimination concluded, with only Rebecca emerging victorious, largely due to Cavendish's slumber, which allowed his second persona to surface and eliminate many opponents. The conclusion of Group D paved the way for the final showdown, where all victors would converge to determine the ultimate champion, claiming the fabled Devil Fruit as their prize. A quarter of an hour later, the victors from the 4 battle zones emerged onto a new arena, surrounded by water teeming with massive cowfish. The coveted Devil Fruit was locked within a compartment situated on the back of one of these cowfish. Whoever claimed it would possess its power. As Lu Chun, Bartolomeo, and Rebecca entered, a fervent cheer erupted from the audience, all eagerly anticipating the ensuing battle. "What should I do, Senior Heyi?" Bartolomeo whispered. "Intercept Lucy. Do not allow him to seize the Devil Fruit," Lu Chun instructed, fixing his gaze on Lucy, or rather, the newly arrived Sabo. To everyone's astonishment, even with Ace alive, Sabo had made his way to Dressrosa. Character: Sabo. Position: Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. Fruit: Nank. Skills: Martial Arts. Armament: Hockey. Bounty: 620 million berries. Understood, Senior Heyi. Leave it to me, Bartolomeo declared, thumping his chest with resolve. At that moment, a host appeared on stage, energetically playing music. He was a member of the Don Quixote family, Diamante. Character: Diamante. Position: Member of the Don Quixote family. Fruit: Flutter Fruit. Rank: A. Skills: Fruit Development. Bounty: 32 million berries. With this commencement of activities, the true competition was finally set to begin. Sabo commenced his search for the horned fish bound with the Devil Fruit, while Bartolomeo employed his barrier fruit to obstruct its path. Naturally, Lu Chun had no intention of seizing the Devil Fruit just yet. He had a more pressing matter at hand, eliminating the formidable Basis before him. "What do you intend to do in the darkness?" Basis inquired, sensing Lu Chun's murderous intent and furrowing his brow. "I merely wish to end your life," Lu Chun replied with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Basis's face contorted with rage as he bellowed, "You seek death. Unyielding ship's tether." He thrust a powerful punch towards Lu Chun, his right hand adorned with a peculiar metallic gauntlet. In an instant, a formidable shockwave erupted from Basis's fist, producing a deafening sound as it surged forward at remarkable speed. Just as it seemed poised to strike Lu Chun, he transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing from sight. Where did he go? Basis's expression shifted to one of confusion, having failed to track Lu Chun's movement. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. "Were you looking for me?" Lu Chun appeared behind him, a devilish smile gracing his lips. "You scoundrel," Basis retorted, his brow furrowing as he swung his massive clawed hand towards Lu Chun. Yet, before he could complete his motion, Lu Chun's right hand made contact with Basis's, electric arcs flickering as he unleashed a torrent of lightning that enveloped Basis's arm and coursed through his body. Basis felt a searing pain course through his right arm, rendering it nearly numb, and that agony began to spread throughout his entire being. The crackling electricity ravaged his form, and he succumbed to the overwhelming force, collapsing to the ground as wisps of black smoke emanated from him. Too weak, Lu Chun observed impassively, his right fist cloaked in a dark mantle of hockey as he delivered a decisive blow to Basis's head. The seemingly simple punch bore tremendous force. Even before it made contact with Basis's skull, the gust of wind it generated caused Basis's skin to ripple as if he were being pushed downward. With a resounding thud, blood erupted and Basis fell lifelessly. "Congratulations, host, mission accomplished. System reward: 800 energy points." The surrounding spectators erupted in cheers for Lu Chun. However, he paid them no mind and continued towards Sabo and Bartolomeo. It was time to claim that Devil Fruit. Just as he approached, a figure suddenly blocked his path, exclaiming, "Halt, Rebecca!" Lu Chun's eyes brightened. He was taken aback by her audacity to confront him. Yet, Rebecca was also here for the sake of her nation, determined to compete for the Devil Fruit, and thus she must summon her utmost resolve, for without it, becoming powerful would remain an impossibility. Waterfall sword dance. Rebecca charged at Lu Chun, sword in hand. Lu Chun simply stood his ground, intrigued by her approach. Her speed was far too slow. She was no match for him. As she swung her sword at Lu Chun, he vanished in an instant, her blade merely slicing through his afterimage. By the time Rebecca realized what had happened, Lu Chun had appeared behind her, his speed exceeding her ability to perceive. At that moment, Lu Chun unleashed a swift punch in her direction. Rebecca shut her eyes in terror, frozen in place. A dull thud echoed, yet she felt no pain, only the rush of something flying past her ear. Opening her eyes, she discovered that Lu Chun's punch had struck the massive horned fish clinging to her, sending it crashing into the audience, causing chaos among the onlookers. "What is this madness? How dare you attack us?" shouted a spectator. "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you attacking us?" They redirected their ire from Rebecca to Lu Chun, berating him. Yet he remained unfazed, gazing at Rebecca as he murmured, "This nation may appear peaceful on the surface, yet it is rife with suffering. Allow me to rescue it from the abyss." "You." Rebecca's brows furrowed, her desire to speak stifled. She grasped the meaning of Lu Chun's words, albeit vaguely. Lu Chun then turned his attention to the crowd, his gaze sharp as he commanded, "Silence." A wave of formidable conquerors' haki surged forth, enveloping the spectators. In an instant, many collapsed, leaving only a few standing, primarily the original contestants. Now it is quiet," Lu Chun remarked, nodding in satisfaction as he surveyed the audience. He then made his way towards the battleground where Sabo and Bartolomeo clashed, while Rebecca watched his retreating figure, inexplicably hesitant to continue her assault. "Lucy, that devil fruit is mine to claim. Leave now, and you may avoid bodily harm," Lu Chun stated coolly. Sabo felt a strange familiarity with the man before him. Have we met before? He was aware that the man standing before him was the infamous bounty criminal, Hei Yi, yet an inexplicable feeling lingered. "Perhaps," Lu Chun replied. "Regardless," Sabo insisted, "that devil fruit is essential for us. We cannot allow you to take it." "Then I must apologize. That devil fruit is equally essential for me," Lu Chun replied indifferently, showing no intention of sparing him simply because he was Sabo. Bartolomeo suddenly interjected, "Let me handle him." "Hei Yi, there's no need. I can manage alone. You go after the devil fruit." Lu Chun shook his head. "Understood, Hei Yi," Bartolomeo replied, immediately setting off in search of the horned fish bearing the devil fruit. Observing this, Sabo swiftly moved to intercept, his right hand clawing towards Bartolomeo. "Dragon Claw Fist. Do you think I am invisible?" Lu Chun smirked, employing the Marine 6 Styles route to instantly appear before Sabo, his arms enveloped in haki, gleaming with a metallic sheen. He caught Sabo's Dragon Claw Fist with his bare arms. A tremendous crash reverberated as shockwaves radiated from their point of contact, stirring a cloud of dust. Sabo raised an eyebrow, his expression grave as he scrutinized the man before him, exclaiming, "So strong." That last punch had been his full strength. Yet the man before him had only staggered back a single step, while Sabo himself was forced back 4 or 5. This was clear evidence of the man's superior power. Nevertheless, he could not relinquish the devil fruit. It was a vital asset for their revolutionary cause. Dragon's breath. Sabo inhaled deeply, his hands enveloped in armed color haki, then gently placed his fists on the ground, raising his gaze towards the location of Lu Chun. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the earth, generating an immense force. The entire arena trembled in response to Sabo's blow, and from the point of impact, enormous fissures resembling demonic patterns appeared, radiating outward. It was akin to the breath of a colossal dragon, shattering the entire platform to smithereens. In that moment, mud and dust erupted into the air, and countless fragments hurtled rapidly towards Lu Chun, while Sabo seized the opportunity to maneuver amidst the debris, seeking out the horned fish that bound the devil fruit. A mere trick. Let me show you the true dragon." Lu Chun scoffed, enveloped in crackling white lightning, particularly in his hands, where a tremendous amount of electricity surged. He brought his hands together, causing the lightning to expand rapidly, gradually forming a gigantic lightning dragon. The 60 million volt lightning dragon. As Lu Chun released the electricity from his hands, A dragon composed entirely of 60 million volts surged forth, its gaping maw aimed at Slayedthe, ready to devour him. Any debris in its path was obliterated by the overwhelming power of the lightning, reduced to charred remnants. Remarkable, although still at a distance. Slayedthe could already sense the terrifying might of the lightning, swiftly altering his course to evade. However, unbeknownst to him, the lightning dragon was under Lu Chen's control, capable of changing direction and pursuing Slayedthe at an astonishing speed. Caught off guard by the dragon's velocity, Slayedthe was ultimately struck mid-air. Bang! Crackle! The dragon's gaping maw engulfed Slayedthe, the tremendous electrical force consuming him, flickering brilliantly across his entire being. Slayedthe cried out in agony, crashing heavily to the ground, his body charred by the electric onslaught. At that moment, Bartolomeo approached Lu Chen, holding a treasure chest. "Senior Slayedthe, the devil fruit has been found." "Excellent." Taking the chest, Lu Chen retrieved a devil fruit resembling a rather unattractive apple, bald and bare, akin to a shaven head. Transfiguration fruit. Upon consumption, it allows one to assume any appearance conceived in one's mind, including alterations in body and aura. What a splendid find! Lu Chen could not help but exclaim upon reading the system's description. "Senior Slayedthe, do you know what kind of devil fruit this is?" Bartolomeo inquired curiously. "One could say so." Lu Chen accepted the fruit and spent energy points to simplify it, enabling him to consume it once more. With the transfiguration fruit in his possession, he would be better equipped to present himself, as establishing his own pirate crew meant he could not always reveal his true visage. "Let's depart." "Yes, Senior Slayedthe." With that, the two exited the arena together. Meanwhile, Slayedthe, staggering to his feet, was about to intervene when a figure appeared beside him, advising Slayedthe, "Enough. It's already too much. The captain just called, instructing us not to provoke Slayedthe. He is not to be trifled with." Hearing this, Slayedthe gritted his teeth, glaring at Slayedthe's retreating form, his fists clenched tightly. On the other side, Lu Chen sees an opportunity to consume the transfiguration fruit, transforming his appearance to that of his former life, with black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin. Chapter 168. A true pirate man only desires to provide them a home. Reuniting with Bartolomeo, Lu Chen still donned his black robe, seeing no immediate need to reveal his altered appearance. "Senior Slayedthe, where shall we go now?" Bartolomeo asked. "First, to the toy factory," Lu Chen replied. "All right." Just as they were about to leave, a familiar voice called out from behind. "Hey, can you take me with you?" Rebecca hurried forward, her tone laced with pleading. With the arena in ruins and the devil fruit now with Slayedthe, her only option seemed to be following him, eager to witness what he would do in Dressrosa. Bartolomeo glanced at the woman behind them, remaining silent. "Let us go together." Lu Chen, indifferent, readily agreed. Thus, Rebecca fell in line behind the two, heading towards the toy factory in Dressrosa. Boom! Bang! Before they arrived at the toy factory, Lu Chen could already hear the sounds of explosions and combat emanating from within, and upon looking up, he saw smoke billowing from the factory's entrance. "Hurry! To the toy factory!" Lu Chen's brow furrowed, his pace involuntarily quickening. He could not allow his meticulously crafted plan to fall apart. Understood. Bartolomeo quickly followed, using his formidable strength to keep pace with Lu Chen. However, Rebecca struggled to keep up, breathlessly calling out, "Hey, wait for me." Women can be quite bothersome. Lu Chen sighed, using the Marine 6 styles to flash to Rebecca's side, lifting her and wrapping his arms around her slender waist, hastily propelling them towards the toy factory. Suddenly, Rebecca realized something was amiss, feeling herself soaring between the buildings, seemingly suspended in midair. More importantly, a man was holding her waist. And that man was the very one who had saved her. Slayedthe, a pirate like Don Quixote da Flamingo. Yet this pirate seemed somewhat different from da Flamingo. "Hey, young lady, could you refrain from moving around? I cannot guarantee you one T-bump into something," Lu Chen remarked, gazing ahead. "Okay." Upon hearing this, Rebecca's cheeks flushed slightly with embarrassment as she nodded. After a few minutes, Lu Chen finally reached the toy factory. However, chaos reigned within, as Don Quixote family subordinates and the Navy joined forces against Frankie alone. were it not for Senior Pink's unyielding resolve, prohibiting others from interfering in the duel. Frankie would likely have been defeated by now. Character: Senior Pink. Position: member of the Don Quixote family. Fruit: Paramecia type swim fruit. Level: Skill: Fruit development A. Bounty: 23 million berries. Senior Hey. What shall we do now? Bartolomeo asked, perplexed. Let us head to the underground factory. Let Pink and Frankie handle this. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chun replied decisively. Firstly, he did not wish to waste time here, as reaching the underground factory sooner would facilitate the completion of their mission. Secondly, in the presence of a true man among pirates, Lu Chun had no desire to intervene and defeat him. Let Pink and Frankie engage in their duel of manhood. All right. With that, Bartolomeo and Rebecca promptly followed Lu Chun's lead towards the underground factory. The surrounding members of the Don Quixote family and the Navy attempted to intervene, but were thwarted by the mobile barrier released by Bartolomeo, unable to approach the trio at all. Before the night, I will take care of these individuals. You need only to advance. Bartolomeo interlocked his hands, running while projecting barriers. Excellent. Lu Chun nodded slightly, finding the path ahead unobstructed. Regardless of the attacks unleashed by the surrounding navy or pirates, they could not approach, thwarted by the barriers conjured by Bartolomeo. It must be said that Bartolomeo's barrier fruit is indeed impressive. After a few minutes, Lu Chun and his companions finally arrived at the underground factory, the Smile Factory, constructed as the second artificial devil fruit factory in Dressrosa, and a collaboration between Kaido of the 100 Beasts and Doflamingo. Destroying this place will be tantamount to declaring war on Kaido. Nevertheless, this task must ultimately fall to Lu Chun. Surveying the scene, the entire factory lay in disarray. With countless pirates and toyified dwarves working at a leisurely pace, all tools bound by Sugar's contract, they could only toil away, reduced to mere instruments. Senior Knight. There is no one ahead. Bartolomeo pointed to an open space ahead. Indeed, following Bartolomeo's indication, Lu Chun spotted several familiar figures: the Sniper King Usopp, Robin, numerous dwarves, and Sugar standing behind Treble. Sugar was not in great danger. Only Treble posed a bit of trouble. At this moment, most had been transformed into toys, with Usopp returning only due to the inspiring shouts of the dwarves. Otherwise, he would have continued his flight. Unfortunately, Usopp was still too weak, swiftly subdued by Treble, ending up bruised and kneeling before Sugar. Since you are so eager for me to eat this candy, let me offer you this grape instead. Sugar picked up a candy from the ground, preparing to feed it to Usopp. Just as she was about to do so, a figure suddenly appeared before Usopp, swatting the grape from Sugar's hand. Who is it? The sudden arrival drew everyone's attention. Before Sugar stood a man clad in a black robe, illuminated by a shaft of sunlight, as if he were a harbinger of renewed hope. Little one, you are rather arrogant. Lu Chun's gaze sharpened, unleashing a formidable aura directed towards Sugar. It hurts. Sugar, lacking strength, could not withstand this overwhelming pressure. Her legs shattered with a sharp crack, collapsing to the ground in a scream of agony. Treble, help me. Knight, you scoundrel. Treble's brow furrowed, one hand pinching his nose as a deluge of mucus erupted from the other nostril. Sticky cannon. Chapter 169, Hero Knight. Like a torrent of snot, it surged towards Lu Chun. Discharge. Unfazed, Lu Chun extended his right hand, channeling potent electrical currents, slightly raising it as the formidable energy surged towards Treble's sticky discharge. Z. A bolt of lightning enveloped the mucus, igniting it and causing an explosion. Boom! A resounding blast occurred before the mucus even reached Lu Chun, exploding midway and generating a massive fireball. Simultaneously, Lu Chun observed Sugar with keen interest. Gathering the electro power in his hand, he coldly declared, "Now it is your turn." With that, his palm, imbued with potent electrical energy, reached out towards Sugar. Treble could not arrive in time, compelled to release more mucus, adhering it to the ground near Sugar. Desperate to rush over, he dared not use mucus to bind Sugar, fearing the electrical current would ignite it and potentially incapacitate Sugar with the explosion. Unfortunately, Treble underestimated Lu Chun's strength. Not only did he stretch one hand towards Sugar, But the other also gathered even more formidable electrical power. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. Before Treble could intervene, a massive Thunderbird, charged with 30 million volts, shot directly towards Treble, its speed creating a silvery streak in the air. So swift was its approach that Treble could not evade, even if he attempted to retract the mucus. It was already too late. The Thunderbird collided with his mucus-coated massive body, reaching its melting point and igniting the mucus, resulting in a violent explosion. Boom! A tremendous energy wave radiated from Treble, enveloping the surroundings in thick smoke, obscuring his condition. Turning his attention to Sugar, brilliant lightning struck her, sending shocks through every cell in her body. Sugar's eyes widened, emitting heart-wrenching screams. Unable to endure the excruciating pain, she succumbed into unconsciousness. The lightning charred her body, leaving her uncertain of her fate. With her fall, all toys within the kingdom of Dressrosa reverted to their original forms, including everyone inside the toy factory. All gazed at themselves in disbelief, their eyes brimming with excitement. I'm back. Haha, I'm back too. That damned Doflamingo dared to treat me this way. Kill them. How dare they enslave me? In an instant, the entirety of Dressrosa erupted into chaos, marking the commencement of the offensive against Doflamingo. Many lost memories flooded back into their minds, particularly Rebecca, standing not far away, as memories of her mother, father, and grandfather surged forth, her expression shifting as a torrent of emotions overwhelmed her, tears streaming uncontrollably. Words failed her. Then, Lu Chun turned towards a smoke-shrouded Treble, slowly approaching. Picking up a long knife from the ground, he beheaded him for all to see, proclaiming loudly, "People, Treble is dead. Congratulations on regaining your freedom." Thank you, Lord Knight. Many thanks. Numerous pirates expressed their gratitude. Despite their unfamiliarity with Knight, he had indeed saved their lives. Were it not for his sudden appearance, they might have labored in this factory for a lifetime, trapped in perpetual darkness. At that moment, Robin hurried over, glancing at the severely injured and unconscious Usopp, tentatively asking, "May I see him?" Indeed, Lu Chun nodded in assent, and, as he looked up again, many powerful pirates had gathered around him, eager to express their gratitude in person. Only those of strength seemed to grasp the true value of power. The ordinary pirates primarily fled towards the exit. In a certain section of the underground factory, two figures suddenly appeared, observing Lu Chun surrounded by the crowd, falling into silence. "Knight, is he intending to confront Doflamingo?" Sabo inquired, his face a mask of skepticism. He simply could not fathom the man's stance, unable to discern his true visage. "Forget it. We have already uncovered what we sought to investigate. Let us disregard the rest." Qu'est-ce que cela odvisit? Very well. With that, the two swiftly departed from the factory. Just as Qingjiao, Cavendish, and the others were expressing their gratitude to Lu Chun, the entire underground factory suddenly began to tremble violently, as if it were about to lift off from the ground. "Everyone, let's exit first," Lu Chun exclaimed, raising an eyebrow. Agreed. Consequently, the group unleashed their abilities and fled the factory. The current aggressor must be the Black Spade Pika from the Don Quixote family, a user of the Shirshir fruit, capable of controlling all stones. While his ability is formidable, his strength is not. In an instant, Lu Chun appeared beside Rebecca, lifting her with ease. "Let us go." Indeed, Rebecca nodded affectionately, seemingly accustomed to it. Moments later, the group escaped the factory. Looking up, they beheld the entire factory along with the palace of Dressrosa being lifted hundreds of meters into the air, all the stones of Dressrosa undergoing tremendous upheaval. Buildings crumbled and scattered, resembling a seismic event. Once the tremors subsided, a highland emerged on Dressrosa Island, with the palace perched atop it. What transpired? What is going on? At that moment, everyone was still unaware of the circumstances, only suspecting that it was likely the work of Doflamingo and his crew. Lu Chun gazed at the distant mountains, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, his Kinbunchika Haki detected an anomaly. He extended his right hand, grasping several threads that flew from above. Other pirate powerhouses noticed the irregularity and severed the threads overhead. However, many weaker individuals fell victim to the thread's control, turning against one another. Senior High, what is happening? Bartolomeo asked suspiciously. Lucien replied, Doflamingo's ability, Parasite String. Once struck by such threads, one becomes subject to Doflamingo's control, is a terrifying power. I see, Bartolomeo acknowledged. Meanwhile, a gigantic string birdcage enveloped the entirety of Dressrosa. Yet it had yet to commence constriction. These threads were exceedingly sharp, capable of effortlessly slicing through buildings and any other objects. Moreover, it seemed that nothing could sever them. Chapter 170, 1 Billion Berries, Thunder. Doflamingo intends to take the entire populace of Dressrosa to their doom. Suddenly, a curtain of threads appeared in midair, and Doflamingo materialized before the crowd, holding his den mushy, announcing to the entire island, Greetings, I am Doflamingo. I am aware of the unparalleled hatred you all harbor towards me. Now we may commence a game wherein you may attempt to slay me. I am currently within the palace. Anyone may come forth to attempt my demise or meet their own. Should you be able to claim my head, the game will conclude. However, if no one can take my head, the game shall persist, and you all shall perish. Furthermore, there exists another means to end the game. Eliminate the individuals I shall name next. All of them, without exception. Whoever succeeds in slaying any one of them will be entitled to a substantial bounty. Upon uttering these words, the images of numerous individuals appeared on the curtain. Rebecca, Robin, and Violet were each offered a bounty of 100 million berries. Yero and Zoro, 200 million berries. Luffy, Sabo, Law, and King Riku, 300 million berries. And Hai, a staggering 1 billion berries. The news sent shockwaves throughout the nation. Even Lucien was somewhat taken aback. Did I truly have a bounty of 1 billion berries? What had been meticulously planned for over a decade was now dismantled by Hai, Lucien, causing all of Doflamingo's animosity to converge solely upon him. 1 billion berries, how paltry. Senior Hai is worth 20 billion berries. Bartolomeo remarked disdainfully. Huh. Lucien chuckled in silence, turning his gaze to the previously rescued toys who had reverted to human form. He noticed their expressions toward him had drastically changed, their eyes glinting with predatory hunger as if they intended to devour him. Had they completely forgotten who had saved them? Who had transformed them from toys back into humans? Who had just been calling out Hai's name? Everything prior seemed to have been overshadowed by greed. Kill. Charge. 1 billion berries. For the bounty of 1 billion berries. Slay Hai. Slay Hai. In an instant, countless pirates, navy officers, soldiers, and citizens of Dressrosa surged toward Lucien, intent on his assassination. Such is the tragic nature of humanity. Senior Hai, allow me to handle them. Bartolomeo was about to intervene when Lucien raised a hand to stop him. There is no need. They are merely insignificant pests. It is a perfect opportunity for me to stretch my limbs. Very well, Senior Hai. Upon hearing this, Bartolomeo promptly retreated to a safer distance. Well aware of Senior Hai's prowess, should he engage, there would be no opportunity for him to act. Gazing at the array of individuals armed with various weapons, Lucien remained unfazed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Let me demonstrate the consequences of offending me. With that, he gathered a tremendous force of lightning within his hands, gradually coalescing, and then swung them skyward. Boom! Crackle! A powerful surge of lightning erupted from his hands, soaring toward the heavens, altering the very sky above Dressrosa, causing even nature to shudder. The sky became overcast, dark clouds roiling with lightning flashing incessantly, as if a colossal technique was brewing. Those preparing to charge forward sensed something amiss, looked up at the turbulent sky, and froze in place, bewildered. What is happening? Is it about to rain? I don't know. It seems to be the work of that pirate named Hai. Lucien observed the crowd before him with interest, a sly smile creeping upon his face as he uttered 2 words, thunder. As soon as he spoke, the thunderclouds in the sky roared, and countless bolts of lightning descended in unison, striking with incredible speed, akin to an unrelenting storm of lightning. Run. At that moment, The individuals below finally perceived the danger and turned to flee. Unfortunately, they had scarcely begun to utter their warnings before the rapidly descending lightning struck, one after another, causing them to collapse. Crackle, crackle. The air in Dressrosa resonated with tremendous booming sounds, plumes of black smoke rising, with each wisp of smoke. Another individual was confirmed to have been struck by Lu Chen's thunder. In mere moments, the thunder had been unleashed. Yet those present remained ensnared in the aftermath of that overwhelming technique, unable to recover from its impact. The air in the entirety of Dressrosa was thick with tendrils of black smoke, instantly plunging the surroundings into a hushed silence. It was quiet. Lu Chen gazed ahead at several figures charred to a crisp, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Upon witnessing this, Slayedthe bit her red lip and cast a fleeting glance at Lu Chen. Although her heart ached for them, she felt utterly powerless. This entire situation, one might argue, was entirely of their own making. Had they not chosen to assault the Black Knight, such a fate would have been entirely avoidable. Senior Black Knight, as expected, your technique is truly formidable, Bartolomeo exclaimed, hurrying over with a grin. It's insignificant. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively, directing his gaze towards the distant high ground, where it was likely that Mingge had also witnessed the recent display of power. However, Mingge was presumably engaged in battle with Luffy at present. It would be prudent to let Luffy wear him down before Lu Chen moved to vanquish Don Quixote da Flamingo. Congratulations, host has triggered the mission. Eliminate Don Quixote da Flamingo. System reward: 2,000 energy points. Elevate one designated skill by one major level. Nevertheless, Lu Chen turned his attention to Qing Jiao and the others behind him, speaking earnestly. Everyone, I must first go claim Don Quixote da Flamingo's head. The subordinates of the Don Quixote family shall be entrusted to you. Understood, Senior Black Knight, you can rest assured. They replied in unison, having long regarded Lu Chen as their pillar of strength. They had just attempted to dismantle the birdcage, only to find it utterly impervious to their efforts. Indeed, as Doflamingo had stated, only by severing his head would this birdcage game come to a definitive end. Chapter 171, The Battle at the Royal Palace of Dressrosa, Part 1. With that, everyone followed Lu Chen as they charged toward the royal palace. Due to Lu Chen's earlier exhibition of overwhelming power, the ordinary citizens dared not impede their advance, allowing for a considerably smoother journey. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed through the air. Fire feast, mira mira. Lu Chen turned toward the source of the sound, and not far off, a sea of flames erupted, revealing two familiar figures. It was Fire Fist Ace and Sabo, who were currently obstructing the navy led by Fujitora. To his surprise, Ace had also arrived. It seemed that this world had altered many narratives because of his presence, yet ultimately, it would be corrected by the will of this realm. After a brief glance, Lu Chen resumed his forward sprint. At this moment, his primary task remained to eliminate Don Quixote da Flamingo, putting all other matters aside for the time being. Minutes later, a massive silhouette emerged ahead, Pika, engaged in combat with Zoro. His colossal form demonstrated considerable might with each punch. Unfortunately, he lacked the ability to wield haki. Had he enveloped his entire body in Busashoka haki, his strength would have ascended to a higher echelon. Black Knight, do not flee. Pika suddenly noticed Lu Chen and his companions making their way to the palace, determined to thwart their advance and prevent any disruption to his master's plans. Merging his body with the enormous stone giant, he transformed one of its massive arms and propelled it toward Lu Chen and his allies with great speed. Let me handle this. I shall assist. Qing Jiao and King of Punches, Elizabello II, were about to step forward when Lu Chen executed the Navy's Rokushiki technique, Suru, instantly positioning himself in front of them. You two, go on ahead. This adversary is mine. Understood. Upon seeing this, Qing Jiao and the others refrained from arguing, placing their complete trust in Lu Chen's abilities as they dashed straight forward, undeterred by Pika's incoming colossal fist. Lu Chen's decision to engage was triggered by the system's mission. Congratulations, host has triggered a mission. System reward, stop Pika. System reward, 200 energy points. According to the narrative, It was supposed to be the king of punches and Qing Jiao who would confront Pika, but now the system necessitated Lu Qin's intervention, perhaps for its own purpose. Ultimately, it seemed to promise a favorable outcome. As Pika's gigantic fist hurtled toward him, Lu Qin clenched his right fist, enveloping it in Busashoko haki, and leaped into the air with tremendous force, akin to a cannonball, launching himself towards Pika's fist. The ground where he had just stood was left with a shallow crater due to the immense force of his leap. Boom! Fierce tiger fist. The potent haki coalesced around Lu Qin's fist, and as he struck, it collided heavily with Pika's stone fist. Roar! The force of his punch surged forth like a massive tiger, tearing into Pika's colossal form. With a resounding crash, Pika's massive stone fist shattered like glass, fissures creeping across its surface. Gradually, the crack spread from his fist to his entire arm, and in an instant, Pika's arm crumbled to dust, plummeting to the ground. Meanwhile, Zoro, observing Lu Qin pass by, murmured to himself, "Is he the Black Knight? His martial prowess is remarkable. Hey, I leave him to you. I shall take my leave." With that, Lu Qin swiftly departed, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Congratulations, host has completed the mission. System reward: 200 energy points. Zoro, watching Lu Qin's retreating figure, raised an eyebrow, a sense of familiarity washing over him, but he quickly shook it off and continued his battle with Pika. As the saying goes, two flowers bloom, each displaying its own beauty. Lu Qin's speed was extraordinary, allowing him to swiftly catch up with Qing Jiao and the others as they advanced toward the royal palace of Darisu Rosa. Although they encountered numerous pirates along the way, they dispatched them with ease, reaching the first level of the palace without difficulty. At the same time, the officers of the Don Quixote family had also set out, preparing to thwart Lu Qin and his companions. However, on the first level, Lu Qin spotted Luffy and the others still struggling to ascend, hindered by the lack of assistance. With Qing Jiao and the others joining, they alleviated some of the pressure on Luffy and Law. Yet, Law remained shackled by sea stone chains, unable to utilize his abilities. The officers of the Don Quixote family are entrusted to you all. Today, I shall claim Don Quixote Doflamingo's head, Lu Qin declared solemnly. Understood, Senior Black Knight. Exercise caution. Bartolomeo, Qing Jiao, and the others responded, charging toward the Don Quixote officers. With a momentary respite, Luffy dashed upward, shouting toward Lu Qin, Don Quixote Doflamingo should fall to my fists. Lu Qin chuckled. All right, then let us allow you to test Don Quixote Doflamingo's strength first. He had been concerned about Luffy not reaching Doflamingo in time, but now it appeared that Luffy could indeed be of some use. Hey Luffy, just remember, it's all for your own good. I hope you can rapidly grow in strength. Soon, the two reached the second level. Although they encountered a few officers from the Don Quixote family, they were obstructed by the pirates who followed them, allowing Lu Qin, Luffy, and their companions to smoothly arrive at the third level. The third level was shrouded in fog, resembling a world of mists, with visibility reduced to about 20 meters. As Lu Qin and the others momentarily stood in confusion, a large, twisted toy emerged from the fog, wearing a black hat and towering at least 10 meters high. Though it bore no weapons, its appearance was undeniably grotesque. Character: Naodai Jiaziwanu. Position: fruit. None. Level: C. Skills: Crawling C. Biting C. Bounty: None. This is a Naodai Jiaziwanu crafted by Jaton. Observing the emerging doll, Lu Qin raised an eyebrow and murmured, "That fellow is still alive." During his time in the underground factory, he had forgotten to check on Jaton's condition because of Saka's interference. It was likely at that moment that Saka had rescued Jaton, yet Lu Qin had still managed to slay Toribol, depriving Doflamingo of yet another ally. Suddenly, the Naodai Jiaziwanu crawled rapidly toward Lu Qin and Lu Fei. Rubber pistol. Lu Fei preemptively delivered a punch to the doll's head, causing it to separate from its body. Bang! However, as he felled one Naodai Jiaziwanu, more emerged from the mist, surrounding Lu Qin and his companions. Chapter 172. The Battle at Dressrosa Palace, Part 2. Surprisingly, the Naodai Jiaziwanu that had just lost its head stood up again, picked up its head, and reattached it. joining the other dolls in their assault on Lu Chun and his companions. Oomph. Lu Chun snorted coldly, his hands shimmering with the power of lightning, conjuring one electrifying sphere after another before him, resembling a barrage of cannonballs. With a swift motion, he launched the spheres toward the encroaching Naodai, SwordsmanWho. Crackle. Each time a lightning ball struck a doll, it engulfed the entire figure, igniting it and ultimately reducing it to charred remains. Although these dolls were impervious to pain and could survive decapitation, they were still susceptible to destruction, albeit with some difficulty. For instance, Lu Fei was currently hindered by carrying the shackled Luo, making it challenging for him to contend with such a multitude of dolls. Just as Lu Chun was about to intervene, a figure appeared before them, wielding a long sword and dispatching several dolls with ease. Oh, someone has arrived. Looking up, they beheld a man clad in a red cloak, bearing a scar on his forehead, but most notably, he had only one leg. Character, Slayedthe. Position, none. Fruit, none. Level. Skills, swordsmanship B, physical combat C. Bounty, 200 million berries. The newcomer was none other than the one-legged soldier toy, Slayedthe, who is also Rebecca's father. Due to Doflamingo's machinations, his bounty had risen to an impressive 200 million berries. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Lu Chun's mind as he turned to Slayedthe, saying, "You hold off these dolls. I will go with him to eliminate Doflamingo." Slayedthe raised an eyebrow slightly and replied calmly, "No, there is someone I must kill on the 4th floor of the palace. It must be done by my hand." This was not negotiable. Lu Chun chuckled lightly. He understood that Slayedthe referred to one of the Don Quixote family members, Diamante, the very man who had murdered his wife. However, it was imperative that Lu Chun be the one to deal with Diamante, for Rebecca awaited him on the 4th floor. Even though Slayedthe was Rebecca's father, he could not allow this to disrupt his plans. What do you mean? Slayedthe furrowed his brow, perplexed. He had heard of the formidable nature of the man in the black cloak who had liberated the humans turned into toys across the nation. Soon after, all the Nadai, SwordsmanWho, were dispatched by the trio, and just as they were about to ascend to the 4th floor of the palace, a figure appeared ahead, accompanied by the sound of several explosions. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow and looked forward, only to see a woman in a blue-black bodysuit, wearing a hat, gracefully descending, her sides adorned with wings formed of hands, none other than Robin, descending from the heavens. The figure before them was a man clad in black armor with a blue explosion hairstyle. Character, Slayedthe. Position, member of the Don Quixote family. Fruit, bomb fruit. Level. Skills, fruit development A. Bounty, 34 million berries. The one who had knocked Robin down was the aforementioned Slayedthe. The bomb man. K. It's you. Slayedthe exclaimed, startled upon seeing K. He was well aware of the notorious reputation of K, as well as his formidable capabilities. Moreover, their young master had ordered that upon encountering K, he should ascend to the palace without obstruction. This was for their safety, as well as Doflamingo's desire to personally defeat K. Lu Chun let out a cold laugh, preparing to take action, but Slayedthe voluntarily stepped aside, stating indifferently, "You may pass, but the others must remain. I will ascend as well." With that, Lu Fei disregarded Slayedthe's words and began to climb upward. Just as he touched the wall, Slayedthe suddenly activated a mechanism behind him, causing the wall where Lu Fei had made contact to bulge outward. Lu Fei found this quite convenient, thinking this is nice, saves effort. Bang! The next moment, the bulging mechanism exploded, sending both Lu Fei and Luo crashing down. Interesting. Lu Chun chuckled lightly and swiftly moved forward, catching Lu Fei and Luo to prevent them from incurring further injury. He would need both of them to wear down Doflamingo's stamina. It was undeniable that Doflamingo was indeed powerful, particularly in his mastery over the devil fruit. He surpassed the average devil fruit users significantly, and had even reached the awakening stage of his fruit. "Thank you." Lu Fei steadied his straw hat and earnestly expressed his gratitude, preparing to ascend once more. However, Lu Chun seized his arm, elongating it while Lu Fei continued to climb. After a while, he sensed something amiss and shouted at Lu Chun, "Hey, why are you pulling me?" Just giving you a lift. Below. Lu Chen smiled lightly, exerting a strong tug that brought Lu Fei back. At this moment, it seemed Lu Fei understood Lu Chen's intention. He covered his mouth with his hand and began to inflate, puffing up his rubbery belly until it resembled a massive balloon. Lu Chen clenched his fist, his muscles bulging, and delivered a punch to Lu Fei's abdomen. Bang! With a muffled thud, Lu Fei shot upwards towards the 4th floor at tremendous speed. Meanwhile, Lu Chen scaled the vertical wall, leaving deep impressions in the thick earthen structure with each step as he ascended swiftly to the 4th floor, leaving behind a remark. Hey, one-leg man, take care of that explosion-haired fellow. You. Zhu Lizi was momentarily speechless, gazing at the Don Quixote cadre before reluctantly raising his sword to confront him, resolving to take down the man before him before proceeding upward. Simultaneously, Robin joined forces with Zhu Lizi to engage in battle. I will assist you. All right. Thus, the two fought against Gladiusi. On the 4th floor of the palace, Lu Chen landed steadily, gazing ahead to behold a vast sea of sunflowers, with Rebecca standing amidst them. Shortly after, Lu Fei, carrying Luo, also descended beside him. Thank you. Haha, no need for thanks. You two go ahead and deal with Doflamingo. I will follow shortly. Lu Chen chuckled lightly. All right. Upon finishing his words, Luffy took the key from Lei Baika's hand and unlocked Luo's seastone handcuffs. Together, they made their way to the 5th level of the palace. You are here too? Lei Baika inquired cautiously, gazing at Lu Chen's face, which was shrouded in his dark cloak. Their conversations were sparse, yet his presence here hinted that he might have something to convey to her. Yes, we will confront Doflamingo shortly, but there is another matter to attend to first, Lu Chen replied with a serious demeanor. Chapter 173. The Battle at the Palace of Dressrosa, Part 3. Lei Baika looked at him with suspicion, pondering what else could be done in this place. As Lu Chen stepped forward, he activated his Kinbunshika Haki, scanning the sunflower field for his target. At last, he spotted the person he was searching for. Come out, he bellowed, but received no response, only the empty sunflower sea swaying with the wind. What are you looking for? Lei Baika asked as she approached, confused. However, Lu Chen remained silent, a subtle smile playing on his lips. If you do not come out, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. With that, he began to gather the power of lightning in his right hand, forming 2 volleyball-sized orbs of silvery light that radiated brilliance. With a swift motion, Lu Chen propelled the lightning orbs through the sunflower field, tracing a white arc in their wake. Suddenly, a man in orange clothing sprang from the flowers. It was Diamante, who had been hiding there. Upon seeing the lightning orbs approaching, he had no choice but to evade. The lightning orbs sped past Diamante, who was still fixated on their trajectory. Just as he thought he had narrowly escaped the attack, Lu Chen's finger twitched, causing the orbs to halt abruptly, change direction, and continue their pursuit of Diamante. What? Diamante exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He attempted to swing his sword to deflect the orbs, forgetting that the blade itself was a conductor. At the moment of contact, the orb coursed through the sword and into his body. Zzz. Diamante screamed, his body charred. Yet his strength prevented him from being electrocuted to death. Meanwhile, Lei Baika's eyes glistened with tears as she unsheathed her sword, advancing step by step towards Diamante, rage boiling within her. You kill my mother. I will kill you, she cried, charging forward to exact her vengeance. Just as her sword was about to cleave through Diamante, he finally regained his senses, his eyes flashing as he raised his cloak defensively. The clash of her sword against the cloak produced a sound akin to striking steel, failing to inflict any damage on Diamante. This cloak was indeed forged from steel, yet due to Diamante's fruitability, it possessed an ethereal lightness, providing both minimal weight and formidable defense. What? Lei Baika's expression shifted as she prepared for another strike. But Diamante had already risen, wielding his deceptively light sword in her direction. The sword appeared as agile as a serpent, rendering Lei Baika incapable of counterattack, subjected to one-sided suppression. Just as Diamante's sword was about to strike her, Lu Chen finally intervened. Suddenly appearing before Lei Baika, he extended his right hand, cloaked in haki, to block Diamante's sword. Clang! Slayedthe, terrified, shut her eyes, bracing for impact. Yet when she felt no pain, she slowly opened her eyes to see the familiar dark silhouette before her, her lips parting slightly. "It's you." He. Lu Chen smiled faintly. In an instant, his other hand, also covered in haki and gleaming with a metallic sheen, delivered a powerful blow to Diamante's chest. Oh no! Diamante realized too late, raising his cloak in defense. However, Lu Chen's punch was not something that a mere cloak of steel could withstand. Boom! The impact created a resounding noise as Lu Chen's fist left a dent in the cloak, breaking through it and crashing into Diamante's chest. The sheer force sent Diamante hurtling backward, embedding him into the wall, dust swirling around him as he coughed up blood. "Are you all right?" Lu Chen asked with a smile, reaching out to assist Slayedthe to her feet. "I'm fine, thank you," she replied, placing her hand on his. Feeling warmth spread across her cheeks as she shyly lowered her gaze. "I'm glad you're okay. I will go capture Diamante for you," Lu Chen said. However, before Slayedthe could finish her sentence, he had already vanished, a mere shadow racing towards Diamante. In the blink of an eye, he returned, effortlessly tossing Diamante before Slayedthe. "Here, he is utterly broken and incapable of resistance. His fate lies in your hands." With her mother-esque killer before her, Slayedthe's eyes were filled with tears, her hands trembling as she raised the sword. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling to the ground. She stared at Diamante, the sword poised but unable to descend, as if weighed down by immense pressure, softly sobbing, "Oh, kill him. He must be your enemy. Show no mercy to your foes, or we may be the ones who perish." Observing her hesitation, Lu Chen rummaged through Diamante's belongings until he finally retrieved a handgun, presenting it to Slayedthe. "He used this gun to kill your mother. Use it to end his life." "Okay." Upon hearing his words, Slayedthe halted her tears, determination igniting in her gaze. She aimed the gun at Diamante's head and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, the bullet striking Diamante's skull. With a gaping wound, the already unconscious Diamante met his end. System notification. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System reward. 1,000 energy points, swordsmanship level 1. Seeing the system's prompt, Lu Chen smiled with satisfaction. "Thank you." A long-awaited smile graced Slayedthe's face. "Not at all," Lu Chen replied. "Why did you help me?" Slayedthe asked next, puzzled as to why he offered his assistance, sensing that his so-called must-do task somehow involved aiding her. "Perhaps it is fate. I must take my leave now. There are still 2 individuals awaiting me above." With that, Lu Chen turned and departed, leaving Slayedthe with only his silhouette. As she gazed at his retreating figure, Slayedthe's mouth opened slightly, her foot already taken a step forward, yet the words remained unspoken. "Hey, be careful." Chapter 174. The Battle at the Palace of Dressrosa, Part 4. At the top tier of the palace. When Lu Chen arrived, the battle between Doflamingo and the duo, Law and Luffy, had already reached its conclusion. Law lay grievously wounded, one arm severed clean, blood streaming from the stump. Luffy, having exhausted his 4-gear form, had shrunk in stature and now lay panting heavily upon the ground, his breath ragged and his body spent. "So, it seems you still couldn't best Doflamingo," Lu Chen remarked lightly, stepping forward with effortless composure. "Knight." Both Luffy and Law turned sharply toward the voice, only then recalling that another figure had ascended with them. "Knight, you're finally here." At the sight of him, Doflamingo's eyes flared with murderous intent. This man, this knight, had once extended an invitation for him to join his clan, yet had since slaughtered several of his kin amid the chaos. The urge to end him then and there burned fiercely within him, yet he would not grant Knight a swift, merciful death. No, he would savor his suffering. Arrived a touch later than intended, though I did pause en route to deal with your family's so-called diamond. Was it a minor detour, really? Lu Chen said, unruffled, as if speaking of nothing more consequential than pruning a branch. Doflamingo's temples throbbed with suppressed fury. He, who had spent lifetimes provoking rage in others, now found himself the target of such audacious disdain, and it unsettled him deeply. After a measured silence, he exhaled slowly, his voice dropping to a low, resonant timbre. "You will answer for your deeds. Though I confess, I am curious. Why have you concealed yourself for so long? Is it because your face is too grotesque to bear witness? If so, I might even arrange cosmetic surgery for you. After all, how else does one vanish for years, yet dare not reveal oneself?" It was classic Doflamingo, psychological warfare, precise and cruel. Kill the heart before the body. "Are you attempting to provoke me?" Lu Chun asked, serene as still water. "If so, your strategy is disappointingly naive. I'm not so easily roused." He wore the black robe not out of shame, nor from any defect of visage, but for reasons far more deliberate, far more profound. A cold, mirthless laugh escaped Doflamingo's lips. Skepticism etched plainly across his features. Then, without warning, he raised both hands, fingers splayed like the barrel of a pistol, and fired. Pistol thread. Countless filament-thin threads, dense as bullets and sharp enough to pierce bone, erupted from his fingertips at blinding speed. Lu Chun merely smiled, his Kinbunchiko haki already fully awakened. He swayed like a reed in wind, fluid and unbound, evading every single thread with languid grace. Not one grazed his skin. Color thread. But Doflamingo was no mere opponent to be outmaneuvered. Seizing the fleeting moment of Lu Chun's evasion, he unleashed his fingers in rapid succession. 5 threads of distinct hues, each razor-edged as tempered steel, cleaving the very floor beneath them. 10 threads in total, converging upon Lu Chun with lethal precision. Busashoka haki. Lu Chun's gaze sharpened, his arms instantly sheathed in the obsidian sheen of hardened haki. He caught all 5 threads barehanded, absorbing the violent impact. Though the force sent him skidding backward several meters across the stone, his expression remained utterly placid, as if the assault had left no imprint upon him at all. It was clear their power was evenly matched. Conventional strikes would not suffice. Yet before Lu Chun could reposition, Doflamingo's threads reappeared, whipping toward his head with renewed ferocity. Lu Chun reached to seize them, only for the threads to fracture midair, dissolving into a storm of countless slender filaments, each aimed at a different point upon his body. Indeed, Doflamingo's Ito no Mi was formidable, especially now that it had awakened. His entire physiology could transmute into thread, rendering him nearly impervious to lightning. Lu Chun's Rai no Mi, formidable as it was, offered little advantage here. He retreated gracefully, deliberately, dodging thread after thread. But Doflamingo's strands were not only swift. They were relentless, pursuing him with eerie tenacity. At last, Lu Chun halted, his Busashoko haki flaring across his entire frame, armor forged of will and willpower. The thread struck, rending his outer garments to tatters, but failed to breach his skin. Yet Doflamingo's aim had never been mere injury. A dense cluster of threads surged upward, shattering Lu Chun's black hat in an instant, scattering fragments like ash. Beneath the ruin of cloth and shadow emerged not a monstrous visage, but a face of rare symmetry, sharp, elegant, and undeniably striking. Jet black hair, obsidian eyes, sun-kissed amber skin. It was the face he had borne in his former life on Lan Xing, where he had been hailed as the campus's most revered heartthrob. In that suspended moment, all present beheld Night, not as a spectral enigma, but as a man, young and radiant, carved from quiet certainty and unshaken poise. His true countenance imprinted itself upon their memories, indelible, luminous, unforgettable. Night, is this young, and this powerful? Who is he? Doflamingo stared, silent for the first time, his usual arrogance momentarily eclipsed by genuine contemplation. So you're not hideous, merely young, and yet you chose concealment. There must be meaning in the shadow. I'm hardly ugly, Lu Chun replied, with a wry, effortless smile. I wear the black robe simply because I'm too handsome, afraid I'd incite mass infatuation. A beat of silence. Then, Doflamingo's brow furrowed. His patience had dissolved. With a low, venomous snarl, you asked for death. His arms snapped backward, hundreds of near-invisible threads erupting from his palms, coiling, twisting, fusing into a single, monstrous cord, thick as a ship's hawser, gleaming with lethal potential. He hurled it forward. Overkill whip. Liu Chun activated Rokushiki, Suru vanishing in a blur, just as the whip slashed through the space he deoccupied. The impact cleaved the castle's upper tier as cleanly as a knife through melon, great slabs of stone plummeting into the abyss below. Then, Liu Chun's hands ignited. Crackling arcs of raw lightning coalesced, surging with blinding intensity, before he lashed out with his right arm. 30 million volt Thunder Beast. The lightning coalesced midair, not as mere energy, but as a living, roaring entity. A colossal thunder beast with jaws agape, eyes blazing with electric fury, hurtling toward Doflamingo with unstoppable velocity. Chapter 175, The Royal Palace Battle of Dressrosa, v. There was no time to evade. The beast struck, engulfing Doflamingo in a cataclysm of light and thunder. A deafening boom shattered the air, light erupting like a miniature sun, the ground erupting into a crater of pulverized stone and scorched earth. Then, through the swirling dust, a figure emerged. Doflamingo, unscathed, his entire body had transmuted, every sinew, every surface, woven into a seamless lattice of thread, impervious to lightning, immune to shock. A low, chilling chuckle rose from his throat, dark, triumphant, utterly devoid of mercy. Kukukukanite, you are still too weak. My devil fruit has awakened. Your power means nothing to me. As he spoke, the figure of Doflamingo, entirely entangled in silk threads, gradually returned to a state of normalcy. It seemed so. Lucha nodded. The previous move was merely a test. Once the devil fruit awakened, its wielder's strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. With that in mind, I shall defeat you with my fists. Suddenly, Liu Chen's fists were enveloped in hockey. And employing the Marine's 6 styles, he propelled himself off the ground, creating a deep pit beneath him. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight and reappeared before Doflamingo, delivering a powerful punch, shrouded in hockey, directly to Doflamingo's face. The impact was thunderous. The speed was so astonishing that Doflamingo had no time to react, and he took the blow squarely, blood spewing forth as his red glasses shattered. He was sent flying backward, rolling several times on the ground before managing to stabilize himself with the silk threads in his hands. Doflamingo slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritting his teeth in anger. Korwa-Yoru, you seek death. At this moment, he realized that Korwa-Yoru's strength was not solely derived from the abilities of the devil fruit, but also from his martial prowess. That last punch had left him with a throbbing headache. If Korwa-Yoru were to close the distance again, he would surely be the one to lose. Furthermore, he had just engaged in a fierce battle with Luffy and Law, depleting a considerable amount of his stamina. Utilizing the powers of the devil fruit also required energy. Tiger Fist. Liu Chun chuckled lightly as he concentrated his formidable haki into his right fist, summoning a powerful wave of dark energy. He thrust his fist forward toward Doflamingo, unleashing a massive black tiger that opened its jaws wide to pounce on him. Spiderweb wall. Doflamingo's brows furrowed as he sensed the might of the attack. Instantly, he spread his arms wide, sending forth hundreds, if not thousands, of transparent silk threads that rapidly formed an enormous defensive web. The diameter of this web was nearly several hundred meters, perfectly capable of ensnaring Liu Chen's assault. The tiger fist slammed against Doflamingo's colossal web with a deafening roar. The tiger seemed to claw and roar, as if attempting to break free from Doflamingo's restraints. The overwhelming energy surged outward, while Doflamingo struggled to maintain control over the web, pulling it to the side to redirect the force of the attack. The tremendous punch struck the buildings behind Doflamingo, collapsing several structures before the energy finally dissipated. So powerful, Doflamingo's brow furrowed. He knew he could no longer hold back. His opponent's strength was not significantly inferior to his own. He placed his hands upon the ground, and the earth beneath him transformed into white silk threads, gradually extending forward. The entire ground was now under Doflamingo's command, as well as the buildings he touched, all transformed into white threads. Para no sirase. Doflamingo shouted, as countless white threads converged to form tendril-like attacks that surged toward Lu Chun from all directions. Resembling a closing lotus flower. Marine Six Styles, Moonwalk. In response, Lu Chun sprang from the ground, leaping into the air. Utilizing the moonwalk, he deftly evaded Doflamingo's relentless onslaught. However, Doflamingo's attacks were ceaseless, overwhelming Lu Chun and nearly ensnaring him in the endless white threads. As Lu Chun ascended, he continued to dodge Doflamingo's strikes, and when he reached a suitable height, he halted abruptly. Nevertheless, an onslaught of white threads rushed toward him, forming sharp spikes that surrounded him, seemingly piercing through him. The impact echoed through the air as Doflamingo smirked wickedly at the sight of Korwayuru being struck. In the end, you have yet to reach that level. Just as the words left his lips, a colossal force erupted from the area ensnared by the white threads, shattering them to pieces. Almost instantaneously, Lu Chun, radiating a golden light, emerged before everyone. Though his body was battered and bruised, he had successfully elementalized, evading Doflamingo's assault. Realized divine palm. Lu Chun extended his right hand, channeling both Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki into a formidable downward strike aimed at Doflamingo. The immense pressure descended, pinning Doflamingo in place, causing the ground beneath him to crack under the sheer force. Doflamingo roared, aware he could not evade this blow. With a sweeping motion of his hand, thousands of white threads surged from the ground, all covered in Armament Haki, launching an assault toward Lu Chun's massive golden palm. The collision unleashed an explosive wave of energy that rippled through the air. The surrounding buildings shattered, reduced to countless fragments scattered across the ground. The overwhelming energy threatened to obliterate everything in its path. Get down. Lu Chun's brow tightened as he pressed down with renewed force, releasing his SSS-level Conqueror's Haki toward Doflamingo below. Likewise, Doflamingo's gaze sharpened as he unleashed his own Conqueror's Haki. The two forces clashed, their red Haki crackling through the air like arcs of lightning. Ultimately, Lu Chun's Haki proved superior, his massive golden hand crushing Doflamingo's white threads and striking him powerfully. Chapter 176. The Battle at the Dressrosa Palace, Part 6. A deafening roar echoed. The ground of Dressrosa Island trembled violently, dirt flying as if a massive earthquake had erupted from Lu Chun's position. Doflamingo was enveloped in a cloud of dust, but a distinct handprint was faintly visible. Though Doflamingo's condition was obscured, Lu Chun glanced up at the birdcage suspended in the air, which remained intact. This indicated that Doflamingo had not met his demise and was still alive. Suspended in midair, Lu Chun dared not relax for a moment, intently watching Doflamingo below, murmuring to himself, "How resilient your life force is. Have you somehow shielded yourself from my attack?" That fleeting moment had been too brief, and even Lu Chun could not discern how Doflamingo had survived his onslaught. Moments later, as the dust cleared, the reality below was revealed. Not Doflamingo, but a sphere constructed entirely of white threads. Though the sphere had deflated, it was evident that Doflamingo was concealed within, albeit in an unknown state. Such raw, domineering power would surely inflict harm on Doflamingo, even with the protection of his devil fruit's white threads. Encased in the white threads, Doflamingo was unconscious, yet he retained a flicker of consciousness within. Suddenly, Doflamingo opened his eyes, a flicker of murderous intent glinting within. He directed the white strings within his body to mend his injured organs. If he did not hasten to repair them, the impending night would undoubtedly launch another assault, leaving him with but one fate: defeat. Meanwhile, outside, Lu Chun had sensed the anomaly, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Doflamingo, you will ultimately fall at my hands." Lu Chun understood the principle of striking when the enemy was weak, and he would afford his opponent no opportunity to retaliate. As he spoke, he unleashed a tremendous surge of energy and pressure that swept outward. The surroundings trembled under the onslaught of his ferocious energy, teetering on the brink of collapse. The immense power exploded in the air, cascading towards the ground where the 10,000 Buddhas converged. "Oh no!" Doflamingo's expression shifted as he realized Lu Chun was about to strike again. Had Doflamingo promptly dismantled the birdcage, Lu Chun might not have acted so swiftly. Yet, one could only blame Doflamingo's insatiable greed, his refusal to concede defeat, and his desire to prolong this game. Simultaneously, everyone within the Palace of Dressrosa was watching the battle unfold not far away, aware that their lives hung in the balance, especially as the birdcage's time dwindled. It was nearing closure, and if the conflict did not conclude soon, they would all perish. Suddenly, Lu Chun closed his eyes, radiating a brilliant golden aura. Directing his gaze towards Doflamingo below, with a sweeping motion, he brought forth a colossal golden hand that descended upon Doflamingo. It appeared as but a single strike. However, Lu Chun's hands moved in a flurry, creating countless golden palm imprints, akin to 1,000 individuals attacking simultaneously. The divine palm of the Tathagata, 10,000 Buddhas, converge. At that moment, Doflamingo finally emerged from the circle of white strings, his countenance altering drastically, not daring to linger for even a moment. He immediately unleashed his most formidable technique, the 16 divine bullets of holy execution. From the ground, 16 strands of tightly wound white strings, imbued with the color of armed hockey, surged forth at incredible speed, aimed directly at Lu Chun hovering above. However, the massive golden hands released by Lu Chun were no mere trifles. They intercepted all the white strings cloaked in armed hockey. An intense clash of energy erupted in mid-air. The forces collided violently, creating shockwaves that resonated throughout the vicinity, accompanied by the sound of explosive bursts. Boom! 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 Under the relentless assault of Lu Chun, Doflamingo, already grievously wounded, could not withstand the onslaught. The 16 powerful lines, shrouded in armed hockey, were all struck down by the enormous golden hands, embedding themselves into the ground. Doflamingo could muster no strength to reclaim them, as the golden hands continued to rain down upon him. One strike followed another. Boom! 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 There was no respite, each blow landing squarely upon Doflamingo. The ground, already battered and bruised, could not withstand such ferocity, collapsing under the relentless strikes, reducing the surrounding structures to mere dust. Meanwhile, the citizens of Doflamingo's kingdom watched the commotion, yet they could see nothing but the vast clouds of dust rising. They were entirely unaware of what transpired within. Who emerged victorious? Everyone stood in hushed anticipation, awaiting the final outcome, life or death. Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the crowd. It is gone. The birdcage is gone. It is truly gone. We have won. Indeed, we have triumphed. The night has prevailed. Ha ha ha. In an instant, the entire kingdom of Dressrosa erupted in cheers, celebrating this hard-won victory, with no time to ponder Lu Chun's condition. Only Rebecca and Violet, who were closest, hurried towards the battlefield, seeking the figure of the knight. Knight, knight, are you still there? Knight, knight, the two women called out anxiously. Suddenly, from the smoke ahead, a familiar voice emerged. What is the matter? Did you all miss me? Hearing this, Rebecca and Violet turned towards the source of the voice, discovering a familiar figure standing resolutely, and they rushed forward. Knight, are you all right? Are you hurt? Lu Chun coughed twice, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and unwrapped his injured arm, murmuring, Doflamingo is quite powerful. I was still wounded by him. His arm had incurred a significant wound from Doflamingo's white strings, but fortunately, it was not dire. A few days of rest would suffice. That is a severe injury. I will fetch the princess to treat you. Violet's delicate brows knitted in concern as she rose to find the princess of the small people's kingdom. Chapter 177. The Battle of the Dressrosa Palace. End. Only Rebecca remained by Lu Chun's side, gazing at the shocking wound, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears as she softly asked, Does it hurt? It is a wound. It will hurt. What wound does not? Lu Chun replied with a smile. Then how can you feel more comfortable? Rebecca pouted, suddenly realizing she had asked the wrong question. The wound feels like fire, burning with pain. If you could blow on it, perhaps it would ease. Very well. Without hesitation, Rebecca stood beside Lu Chun, brushing her hair aside, ready to blow gently on his wound. Huff, huff. Observing her innocent demeanor, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile faintly. Her simplicity was endearing. Do you feel any better? Rebecca inquired as she blew. I feel much improved. Lu Chen responded. Then I shall blow some more. Just as she finished speaking, Violet suddenly appeared, hastily accompanied by a member of the small people's race. Upon witnessing Rebecca and Lu Chen in such a position, she froze in place. Rebecca, you too, ah? Violet. Hearing the voice, Rebecca's face flushed crimson as she stood aside, head bowed, unsure of what to say. Oh, are you the one bringing me healing? Lu Chen quickly intervened. Indeed. Violet then remembered the more pressing matter, turning to the small figure beside her, solemnly stating, Princess, please assist Knight in healing. Were it not for him, Dressrosa would not have been liberated. Very well, I shall do so. The small figure before them was none other than the princess of the small people, Slayedthe, who possessed the ability of the healing fruit. Slayedthe flew towards Lu Chen's wound, activating her fruit's powers, her hands emanating waves of pearlescent energy that gradually enveloped Lu Chen's injury. Soon, Lu Chen felt a cool sensation at the wound, followed by a slight itch, signaling the healing process. In an instant, the wound was completely healed, restored to its former state. However, Slayedthe appeared somewhat fatigued, her complexion pale as she declared, All done. Thank you. Lu Chen expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks, it is my duty. With that said, Slayedthe continued to heal the other citizens. Lu Chen watched as Slayedthe departed, secretly wishing to recruit her into his pirate crew, but lamented that she would likely not join. He then leapt several times to a higher vantage point, surveying the entirety of Day Lacy Luasa. Under the leadership of Li Ku Wang, the people were actively working to save themselves, while the pirates seemed to be converging towards a singular direction. As for Do Fangminge, he had long since perished beneath Lu Chen's formidable assault. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. System reward, 2,000 energy points. Choose one skill to elevate by one major level. It must be said that after Do Fangminge awakened his fruit, he indeed became exceedingly powerful. Few could develop their abilities to such an extent. Moments later, numerous pirates, including Ba Luomi Ao, Qing Jiao, and Kawan Di Xiu, gathered around Lu Chen, surrounding him with solemn expressions tinged with respect. One might mistakenly think they were there to besiege him. Ba Luomi Ao exclaimed with a grin, I never imagined that the true visage of He Ye would be so formidable. Your strength is truly impressive. Not too strong, but sufficient to deal with Do Fangminge, Lu Chen humbly replied. He Ye, we are grateful for your life-saving grace. Without you, we might have perished beneath this birdcage. Indeed, to express our gratitude, I am prepared to join your pirate crew. Yes, I too wish to join. Count me in. Various pirates eagerly raised their hands, all expressing their desire to join He Ye's crew. Ladies and gentlemen, Lu Chen raised his hand for silence and proclaimed, First, I thank you all for recognizing the strength of He Ye, but I must inform you that my pirate crew currently consists of just myself. You should consider this carefully. Ha ha ha. Although you are alone, once we join, you will no longer be solitary. Indeed, we are all here. Hearing their fervor, a subtle smile crept across Lu Chen's lips. He then turned to the distant Wei Slayedthe and exuberantly declared, If that is the case, I shall graciously accept your presence. As long as you brothers follow me, He Ye, you will undoubtedly prosper. No one would dare to harm you. Ha ha. Excellent. The crowd erupted in hearty laughter. Bartholomew Ao waved his hand instructively, commanding the nearby pirates, Quick, fetch some wine. We shall drink to our newfound brotherhood. Very well. With that, the surrounding pirates scurried off to procure wine. Seizing the moment, Lu Chen approached Wei Slayedthe and, with a playful smirk, said, Let us go. Where to? Wei Slayedthe inquired, her brows furrowing in suspicion. Did we not make an agreement? You were to join my pirate crew. Are you having second thoughts? Lu Chen's expression turned displeased. Me? Wei Slayedthe was taken aback, not expecting that He Ye would still desire her company and his crew, especially when so many powerful pirates were already present. She believed Lu Chen would not seek her out again. Indeed, who else could it be? Lu Chen replied earnestly. Well then, Wei Slayedthe's face brightened, and she followed Lu Chen, only to suddenly recall their agreement from that fateful night. It seemed she was not merely to become a member of Slayedthe's pirate crew, but also to become his person. Does that mean, as this thought crossed her mind, Slayedthe's steps slowed, her cheeks flushed, her mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. Not long after, the pirates returned with fine wine, pouring it for everyone present, including Slayedthe. "Everyone, raise your cups," Luchin proclaimed, lifting his large bowl. With that, the others followed suit, raising their own bowls. "Once this wine is consumed, we shall all be one family, united under the banner of the Slayedthe pirate crew. Cheers!" At Luchin's command, the others lifted their bowls, drinking heartily before smashing them to the ground with a resounding crash. "From this day forth, we are one pirate crew. I believe that before long, the flag of the Slayedthe pirate crew will fly proudly across the seas," Luchin declared. "Slayedthe pirate crew! Slayedthe pirate crew!" The other pirates echoed in enthusiastic unison. Chapter 178. The establishment of the Slayedthe pirate crew. After a brief respite, Luchin led the Slayedthe pirate crew away from Slayedthe. However, the establishment of the Slayedthe pirate crew, along with the tumultuous events at Slayedthe, would undoubtedly stir a storm of bloodshed throughout the New World. The name of the Slayedthe pirate crew would surely resonate across the New World, now comprising 630 members. Captain, Slayedthe. First Mate, Slayedthe. Ship 1, the handsome pirate crew, Captain, Kawandishu. Ship 2, to Club Captain, Bataluami Ao. Ship 3, the 8 Treasure Water Army. Captain, Lao Tsai. Ship 4, the Fitness Combat Alliance, Captain, IDO. Ship 5, the Dong Tata Tribes Dong Ta Battalion, Captain, Lei O. Ship 6, the Giant Soldier Pirate Crew, Captain, Higher Ding. Ship 7, the Autamaliya Grand Fleet, Captain, Alongbusi. With such a formidable assembly, the Slayedthe pirate crew could be considered a powerful force in the New World, though it still fell short of the 4 Emperors' crews. However, they were indeed capable of contending with them. Thus, Luchin's mission to establish a pirate crew was finally accomplished. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. System reward, 4,000 energy points. Choose 3 skills to elevate by 1 level. Slayedthe, where shall we go next? Bataluami Ao inquired, puzzled. To find a suitable base. That shall be our home henceforth. Luchin replied with a smile. Do not ask questions. Follow this compass and come with me. Understood. Set sail. Taking the compass, Luchin's ship led the way, with the other vessels closely following behind. With such a large pirate crew, it was only natural to take them out for training, fostering camaraderie among them. Except for Lei O from Ship 5, who remained in Slayedthe. The other 6 ships accompanied Luchin to their next destination. Meanwhile, Lu Fei and his crew continued their journey aboard their ship. As time passed, news of the chaos caused by Slayedthe in Slayedthe, along with the establishment of the Slayedthe pirate crew, spread rapidly throughout the New World. Furthermore, during the battle at Slayedthe, the likes of Fire Fist IC, Straw Hat Lu Fei, Death Surgeon Law, and Revolutionary Chief of Staff Sabwa all made their appearances, drawing the attention of nearly every force in the New World. Even the former Marine Fleet Admiral, Fuji Zhangua, personally arrived at Slayedthe. At the New World, the new Marine headquarters. You bastard. Slayedthe, how dare you cause such chaos in Slayedthe and Kildo Fongminga? How am I to explain this to the 5 elders? Akainu seethed with rage, his teeth grinding, wishing fervently to eliminate Slayedthe immediately. The Straw Hat crew and the remnants of Whitebeard led by IC were already enough of a headache for him. And now the emergence of the Slayedthe pirate crew, with its formidable strength, posed a significant threat. It was clear that they were on the path to becoming the 5th Emperor of the Sea, and he felt powerless to act against them. Cap watched the news about Slayedthe and raised an eyebrow, murmuring to himself, what on earth happened to this lad? How did he come to look like this? Could he have acquired another devil fruit? He had long known that Slayedthe was Luchin, and upon learning that he had consumed 2 devil fruits, now discovering that he had ingested a 3rd, it seemed rather unsurprising. After a moment's contemplation, a subtle smile graced Cap's lips. Well, I shall have to inquire directly next time I see this fellow. On Daughter Island, Hancock held the newspaper featuring Hei Yi, her eyes sparkling with affection. Brother Lu Chun, how did you end up like this? Is it a disguise? Yet, you still look incredibly handsome. In Marineford, Ein sat in Lu Chen's office, occupying his usual seat, perusing the news regarding Hei Yi. Suddenly, she looked up towards a distant corner, a faint smile appearing on her lips as she softly cautioned, "Be careful." Simultaneously, in a certain sea area of the New World, several ships sailed upon the water, and a figure lay on the deck, basking in the sun while savoring fine wine. "Hey, Yi, look, your bounty has risen again, now reaching 3.5 billion berries." Bartolomeo grinned as he presented the new bounty poster to Lu Chun. Another increase, but still a bit shy of the Yonko's bounty. Lu Chun waved his hand dismissively. With his current strength, he could be considered the mightiest supernova among pirates, with no one able to rival him. Indeed, Hei Yi is impressive. It won't be long before he ascends to become the 5th emperor of the sea, Bartolomeo continued. "Gather all the captains," Lu Chun suddenly declared, rising from his seat. "Understood, Hei Yi," Bartolomeo replied, promptly using a din-din mushi to summon the other captains to the main ship. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Become the 5th emperor of the sea. System reward: 8,000 energy points, 1 body technique. In the main ship's conference room, 6 captains, their vice captains, and Captain Hei Yi were all present, sitting upright and awaiting commands. Since everyone is here, I shall not dilly-dally. The purpose of this gathering is to discuss our base for the Hei Yi pirates. I have decided to establish our headquarters on Hakenosu Island, Lu Chun stated with gravity. Upon hearing this, astonishment spread across the faces of the 7 attendees. "Captain, are you referring to the previous base of the Rocks Pirates? I heard it is currently occupied by the Blackbeard Pirates, who are no small fry." "Humph. Only that place is worthy of Hei Yi, who is destined to become the 5th emperor of the sea." While opinions varied, no one voiced dissent, fully aware that a fierce battle awaited them. The Blackbeard Pirates are not to be feared. Our aim is to annihilate them entirely and claim Hakenosu Island as our base, Lu Chun asserted earnestly. Killing Blackbeard was not only a mission from the system, but also something he personally desired. If he did not eliminate the Blackbeard Pirates, his grandfather Cap might eventually fall victim to them. The Blackbeard Pirates would only grow stronger. It was better to strike preemptively. "Yes, Captain. Following you. We fear no Blackbeard Pirates." The captains were filled with fervor, though Violette wore a look of concern. Having heard of the Blackbeard Pirates during her time with the Don Quixote family, she knew they contained many vile pirates, including an escaped Marine Admiral, Akiji. "Very well. Since you all are brave, I shall not hesitate. I will handle Blackbeard and Akiji. I trust you all to deal with the other captains of the Blackbeard Pirates," Lu Chun stated with resolve. The Blackbeard Pirates had 10 captains, and with the defeat of Basis in Dressrosa, only 9 remained. Lu Chen's side consisted of 6 captains, as Leo, a member of the small race, was left in Dressrosa to assist in city construction. "Captain, rest assured, we will take care of this matter. Indeed, if you can handle 2, how can we not manage the rest?" "That's right, Captain. Have faith in us." The captains nodded in agreement, their confidence unwavering. "Good. With your assurance, I can rest easy." Lu Chun smiled, yet concern lingered in his heart regarding their abilities to confront the Blackbeard Pirates' formidable captains. After all, those adversaries were not to be underestimated, especially Shiryu of the Rain. However, with Violette present, Lu Chun felt considerably more at ease. After concluding the meeting, Lu Chun instructed everyone to prepare, retaining only Violette, who approached him with worry. "Are we truly going to Hakenosu Island?" "Yes, are you worried?" Lu Chun disowned her apprehension. "Indeed, Blackbeard is not easily dealt with," Violette replied, her cherry lips pursed, hesitating to speak further. "Fear not. You must trust your man. My decision to confront Blackbeard is made with confidence. This time, your focus should be on another individual," Lu Chun said with a smile, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Who?" "Shiryu of the Rain. That one." Violette's eyes widened in surprise, fully aware of the significance of that name. One of the 2 ace cards of Impelled Down, who had also joined the Blackbeard Pirates. According to my information, he is likely to have obtained the clear fruit. If he fully awakens its power, Only your fruit might be able to perceive him, Lu Chun stated seriously. Understood. I will be vigilant, Violet affirmed with a nod. Good. Lu Chun slightly inclined his head, gazing out at the sea. Although he had previously slain the original user of the clear fruit, in this world, some occurrences seemed unavoidable. Shiryu might still acquire that fruit, which is why Lu Chun needed Violet to join the Heiyi pirates, as it was also the reason for Cap's severe predicament on Hakanosu Island. Likewise, if they could indeed conquer Hakanosu Island, it would serve as the best foundation for the Heiyi pirates. Days later, the fleet of the Heiyi pirates drew ever closer to Hakanosu Island, the outline of the island becoming distinctly visible. The vast island was dotted with yellow mounds resembling honeycombs, and a gigantic skull loomed above it. Suddenly, Bartolomeo's voice rang out from the deck. Captain, we are approaching Hakanosu Island. All right. Lu Chun nodded slightly, stepping out onto the deck alongside Violet, gazing at the approaching island with a faint smile. We have finally arrived. He then turned to the 6 captains beside him, his expression serious as he inquired, how are the preparations? A fierce battle awaits us. Captain, we are ready. It has been a long time since we last fought. We are itching for action. Indeed, this will be our first battle since the formation of the Heiyi pirates. We cannot afford to lose. Let us annihilate the Blackbeard pirates. Bartolomeo and the other captains brimmed with enthusiasm. Ha ha ha, splendid. Lu Chun laughed heartily, gazing ahead, and shouted, all ships, full speed ahead, destination, Fengchao Island. Yes, full speed ahead, full speed ahead. At his command, all the vessels surged forward towards Fengchao Island. Simultaneously, the pirates of the Heihuzi pirate crew stationed on Fengchao Island noticed the approaching ships and hurried to report to their captain. Hey, you stay here and keep watch. I'll go inform the captain. All right. With that, one pirate dashed into the hive of Fengchao Island. Captain, pirate ships are heading our way, he shouted breathlessly. Marshal D. Teach furrowed his brow slightly, a grin spreading across his face as he inquired, which pirate is it? He presumed another pirate had come to seek refuge with him. The high pirate crew boasted dozens of pirate vessels. The panting pirate replied, it's a whole fleet. Upon hearing this, Teach squinted and smiled. So many have come. Their intentions cannot be good. Let us go out and see. With that, several captains followed closely behind him, eager to investigate. Teach and Hai had crossed paths during the war on the top, yet he was unaware that Hai was, in fact, Lu Chun. Few knew this secret, and those who did were mostly deceased. A mere 10 minutes later, Lu Chun, accompanied by all members of the Hai pirate crew, successfully landed on Fengchao Island. Yet they did not rush inside. Captain, I've long been aware that this place has an exceedingly complex terrain, making it easy to defend yet difficult to attack. It truly appears so now, he noted. With so many hives, entering without a map could easily lead to disorientation. Indeed, the others marveled at the ingenious construction of Fengchao Island. Therefore, let us refrain from entering recklessly for now and wait outside for the Heihuzi pirate crew to emerge. Lu Chun replied with a slight nod. It is worth noting that even Absalom, possessing the transparent fruit, met a grim fate upon infiltrating Fengchao Island, having lost his fruit ability to teach. Of course, it may also be that Absalom was simply too weak. After all, before Teach, the powers of all fruits proved futile. Suddenly, several figures emerged from within Fengchao Island, with none other than Marshal D. Teach, the captain of the Heihuzi pirate crew, leading the way. Following him were several captains, Lafitte, Van Auger, Poison Q, and Katarina Devon. Among them, Lu Chun's attention was particularly drawn to the figure adorned with a hat and missing a leg, Akiji. Many speculated that Akiji had joined the Heihuzi pirate crew as a naval spy, but this remained mere conjecture. The specifics were known only to Akiji himself, unbeknownst to others. After that great war, one wondered what insights Akiji had gleaned. Chapter 180. Hai pirate crew versus Heihuzi pirate crew. How could he choose to join the Heihuzi pirate crew? Yet today, he stood opposed to Akiji, and regardless of Akiji's true thoughts, today might require a gamble. Who would have thought the renowned Hai would find the time to visit my humble abode? What does it mean to bring such a throng? Teach grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. Your reputation is hardly lesser than mine, Lu Chun responded with a light chuckle. Ah, ah. Teach emitted a sinister laugh and asked, Hi. As pirates, we need not beat around the bush. What brings you to my stronghold? Quite simply, to kill you, Lu Chun replied nonchalantly. At this declaration, the entire High-Hoosy pirate crew was taken aback. Never had anyone dared to speak so candidly and brazenly to Teach. You bastard. Who do you think you are to say such a thing? Don't assume that just because your bounty is high, you are strong. Before our captain, you are nothing. Arrogant. Truly too arrogant. Kill them. The members of the High-Hoosy pirate crew were eager to spring into action, full of fervor, though several captains remained momentarily hesitant. Akiji glanced at the figure of Hai before him, raising an eyebrow. He felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, though he could not place it. It was as if Hai were someone he knew, an instinctive feeling. Teach's gaze turned icy, and he said coldly, You've traveled far just to claim my head. You truly are audacious. Do you think my High-Hoosy pirate crew is to be trifled with? Arrogance is not the issue. I simply wish to kill you. And I happen to require a more suitable base of operations, Lu Chun continued. Upon hearing this, Teach's expression darkened, and he snorted, Humph. You simply wish to kill me to establish your high pirate crew's reputation? It won't be so easy to slay me, Teach. Oh. Lu Chun was about to respond when his Kinbunchika Haki suddenly sensed a semblance of danger. Violetta, standing behind him, seemed to have noticed something as well and called out urgently, Captain, be careful. Immediately, Lu Chun clenched his fists, coating them with Busashoko Haki, which gleamed with a metallic sheen, and he struck towards the empty space ahead. Get lost. With a resounding crash, his black fist struck what appeared to be empty air. Yet something obstructed its advance. A powerful force surged from Lu Chun's fist, sweeping outward, and he discerned the presence of a person before him. Without further ado, it was undoubtedly Shiryu. When Teach and his crew emerged, he had not seen Shiryu, hence he remained vigilant, and it turned out to be true. Shiryu, with your devil fruit, you have taken to ambushes, have you? Lu Chun sneered. As he spoke, Shiryu gradually revealed himself, his sword still poised in confrontation with Lu Chun. Character, Shiryu of the Rain. Position, Captain of the High-Hoosy pirate crew. Fruit, transparent fruit. Level, SS, skills, fruit development S, swordsmanship, SS, Busashoka Haki, SS, bounty, 1.03 billion berries. Ha! Shiryu chuckled, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and retreated swiftly. He had not anticipated that the pirate known as Hai possessed considerable strength, capable of detecting his presence. Moreover, the woman behind Hai seemed to sense him as well. Was it due to her fruit ability, or something else? Captain, are you all right? Violetta inquired with concern. She had remained behind Lu Chun, utilizing her fruit ability to assess the situation ahead, and had just caught sight of someone appearing when others seemed oblivious. Upon realizing that the target was Lu Chun, she promptly warned him. Iemifine. Lu Chun waved his hand dismissively, casting a smile at Teach across the way. You continue to favor underhanded tactics, don't you? As long as I can win. Why should I care about decorum? Teach chuckled. Attack. Lu Chun's gaze sharpened as he waved his hand gently. Yes, Captain. At his command. Every pirate of the High Pirate crew surged forth to launch an assault on the High-Hoosy pirate crew. Countless pirates rushed past Lu Chun, swiftly charging into battle. Attack! Teach immediately ordered his black pirates to charge forward, while he and Lu Chun remained motionless, rooted in place, withholding their assault. Let us relocate, Lu Chun said calmly. This place is ill-suited for our battle. Agreed. Teach nodded without hesitation. After all, this was his stronghold, Hive Island, and he had no desire to see it ravaged by combat with the night. Just as they prepared to depart, Teach paused, recalling something. He turned toward Akiji, standing some distance away, and called out, Akiji, join us. Let us witness firsthand the true extent of the Knight's power. Though uncertain of the Knight's exact strength, Teach knew full well that this enigmatic figure had bested Doflamingo and even humbled Akainu, a feat that warranted profound respect. Bringing Akiji along served a dual purpose. Not only would the former admiral bolster their odds, but his formidable presence might also deter any reckless destruction of Hive Island. Lu Chun responded with a soft, knowing chuckle saying nothing. This was precisely the outcome he had anticipated. Tich, accompanied by Akiji, would significantly ease the pressure on his own crew. Moreover, Akiji was no ordinary ally. He was a singular force, a man whose allegiance hovered between duty and discretion. Very well. Akiji uttered a single, measured word, then fell in a step behind Tich and Lu Chun. Moments later, the three arrived at a desolate expanse east of High Island, a crumbling wasteland of shattered stone and scorched earth. You've chosen a rather fitting gravesite for yourself, Knight, Tich remarked with wry amusement. Should you wish to join my crew, I might even grant you clemency. Dream on, Lu Chun retorted, a cold, disdainful smile curling at his lips. Oomph, Tich sneered. Then do not blame me for what follows. Once I've slain you, I'll claim your Goro no Mi, the Rumble fruit. It's a prize far more worthy than the one I missed last time. His failure to obtain Whitebeard's Gura no Mi still rankled him deeply, so much so that he delayed selecting a second devil fruit, waiting for something truly exceptional. And now, before him, shone the very prize he sought, the Rumble fruit, pulsing with latent thunderous might. Oh, you wish to claim my fruit? Lu Chun replied, utterly unruffled. Then prove you possess the strength to do so. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Tich wasted no time, turning to Akiji and commanding, let us strike together. In him now. Before Akiji could utter his assent, Lu Chun interjected smoothly. Admiral Akiji, must we rush? Allow me to offer you something first. With that, he drew forth a long, slender katana from his system inventory. The Yotu Rinne, the sword of reincarnation, now ascended to the rank of supreme greatsword. The moment it emerged, the blade exuded an aura of ancient bloodlust and boundless slaughter, its edge shimmering with restless, ravenous anticipation, as though yearning for the taste of lifeblood. Chapter 181. Forced Ascension. The dark cavity technique. It had been quite some time since Lu Chun last wielded Rinne. So long, in fact, that the sword seemed to bristle with quiet indignation at its prolonged confinement. There, Lu Chun murmured, gazing upon the blade with quiet reverence. Today, you shall fight once more. At his words, Rinne's restless energy subsided, its crimson aura softening, its edge settling into serene lethality once more. Yet the sight of that unmistakable sword sent shockwaves through both Akiji and Tich. Their eyes widened, fixed first upon Lu Chun's face, then upon the Yotu in his grip. Who are you? Tich demanded, voice edged with suspicion. How do you possess that blade? Lu Chun only smiled, enigmatic, silent, inviting speculation without offering answers. Then he turned his gaze to Akiji. Do you not wish to know? You've already told me, Akiji replied, shaking his head faintly. Then may I ask you to stand aside, for a fair one-on-one duel? His existence threatens us both. Very well, Akiji agreed without hesitation, prompting Tich to flare with outrage. Akiji, what is the meaning of this? Are you turning traitor? I merely wish to observe a duel, uninterrupted, unimpeded. With that, Akiji stepped backward, retreating to a distant vantage point where he could monitor both combatants and the surrounding terrain. Should any intruder approach, he would intervene without hesitation. The end of your reign begins today, Tich of the Blackbeard Pirates, Lu Chun declared, his voice low and laced with chilling charisma. Slowly, he raised Rinne and delivered a deceptively simple horizontal slash. A razor-edged wave of crimson energy cleaved the air, hurtling toward Tich with terrifying velocity. Busashoka Haki. Tich, however, was no novice. In an instant, he hardened both arms with armament haki, meeting the strike head-on. Boom! The impact sent shockwaves rippling across the wasteland. Though he withstood the blow, the sheer force drove him staggering backward, several paces before he regained his footing. You seem disappointingly frail, Lu Chun observed, voice dripping with icy contempt. Tich's Yami no Mi rendered all devil fruit powers null, but Lu Chun knew better than to rely on fruit abilities here. Swordsmanship, pure, precise, and lethal was his most trusted art. You dare mock me? Tich roared, fury igniting his gaze. In the next breath, his right arm vanished beneath a churning shroud of darkness, the Yami no Mi's power surging forth. Yami no Mi, dark water. The inky tide surged outward, spreading like liquid shadow, its gravitational pull intensifying with terrifying speed. It tugged at Lu Chun's very being, threatening to drag him in, so powerfully that even as he drove his feet deep into the earth, fissures split the ground beneath him, racing toward his heels. Itaryu Badoken. Lu Chun's eyes sharpened. Rinna flashed from its scabbard in a single, seamless motion. A scarlet arc of killing intent sliced through the air, faster, sharper, and deadlier than before. What? Tich's expression flickered, astonishment flashing across his face. He hadn't expected Lu Chun to strike at all under such crushing suction. He twisted aside, barely evading the blade's path. The slash struck the earthen mound behind him instead, slicing it cleanly in two, its half collapsing in perfect symmetry. Lu Chun's smile thin, elegant, and utterly merciless. You're not even awakened, are you? Your yami Nomi remains incomplete. If fully awakened, the dark fruit would resemble a ravenous black hole, devouring not only devil fruit abilities, but all phenomena, including physical attacks, and even light itself. But Tich had not yet reached that zenith. The Gura no Mi, the very power that should have propelled him to godhood at Marineford, had already been claimed by Lu Chun. Had Tich seized it instead, this duel might have ended very differently. Damn you! Tich snarled, his fury now a living thing. Realizing escape was unlikely, he flung his arms wide and unleashed the ultimate technique of his fruit, Yami Ketsudo. From his body poured torrents of viscous, abyssal darkness, like sewage from the deepest sewer. Thick and suffocating, it slithered across the earth, racing toward Lu Chun with predatory hunger. This was no mere attack, it was annihilation incarnate. Anything touched by its tide would be drawn inward, compressed, and dissolved into oblivion, erased from existence itself. And its reach was vast, inescapable. Rokushiki shave. Lu Chun laughed softly, vanishing in a blur of motion, evading the oncoming void. Yet the darkness pursued him relentlessly, spreading upward even as he leapt skyward using Jeppo. Rising into the air like a phantom, it followed, clinging, persistent, inescapable, like a shadow that refused to be shed. Worse still, the tide fractured, splitting into countless tendrils that converged from all directions, tightening the noose. Lu Chun's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. No longer would he hold back. He activated the accumulated skill enhancement opportunities, channeling raw power into his abilities. Ding! Congratulations, host. The rank of your Busashoka Haki has ascended to SSS. A series of system notifications echoed. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your Conqueror's Haki level has risen to SSS. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your Observation Haki level has risen to SSS. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your Sword Intent level has risen to SSS. In that moment, a radiant golden light, invisible to others, flickered around Lu Chun, and his aura surged dramatically, as if he had become significantly stronger. Teach raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. He swiftly directed the black water towards the position of the Dark Knight, baring his teeth in a menacing grin. In an instant, a torrent of black water surged from all directions, enveloping Lu Chun completely. The darkness formed a black sphere, trapping him within. And due to the nature of the Yami no Mi, those outside had no idea of the circumstances within, nor Lu Chun's fate. Was he dead? Akiji, observing from a distance, gazed at the sphere and murmured to himself. Although he harbored concerns, he believed Lu Chun would not perish so easily. He held too many secrets. Upon seeing that cursed sword, Akiji recognized the man might indeed be Lu Chun, the Marine Vice Admiral Monkey D. Lu Chun, the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. The cursed sword possessed a spirit and would not easily acknowledge a master. Moreover, he had not heard rumors of Lu Chun's demise. So this man was most likely Lu Chun. The Dark Knight is Lu Chun, and Lu Chun is the Dark Knight. Despite the multitude of questions, Akiji chose to trust his instinct. He, Dark Knight, no matter how strong you are, your devil fruit will always belong to me. Teach cackled with glee. Chapter 182, Blackbeard's End, Annihilation. However, A crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the black sphere. Crack! The sphere shattered like glass, producing a sharp sound. What? Impossible. Teach's expression changed dramatically as he stared incredulously at the fissure. Blackbeard Teach, you didn't think I was dead, did you? A familiar voice echoed from the crack. It was Lu Chun, still very much alive, having weathered Teach's onslaught without being reduced to dust. Impossible. Teach roared, again directing vast quantities of black water to fill the expanding gap in the sphere. 6 paths of reincarnation, sword of arrogance. Suddenly, an enraged roar emanated from within the black sphere. The black sphere, once again enveloped by the endless black water, began to fracture, emitting blinding golden light from the cracks. Crack! Crack! The fissures multiplied, and the golden light grew ever more dazzling. Suddenly, the entire black sphere exploded, and a beam of golden light shot skyward, as if to pierce the heavens. The fierce sword intent, overwhelming haki, and soaring sword energy all showcased the formidable power surrounding Lu Chun. At that moment, Lu Chun wielded the sword of reincarnation, now transformed into a golden cursed blade, its powerful sword intent forming a long golden sword that reached for the sky. Remarkably, Lu Chun bore no injuries. In truth, he had released his haki, creating a protective barrier that had kept Teach's black water at bay, preventing any harm from befalling him. When confronting a devil fruit user, haki proved to be the strongest weapon. Furthermore, Lu Chun had elevated his haki to its utmost level, making him well-equipped to counter Teach's dark powers. You are Lu Chun. Teach's brow furrowed deeply, at last voicing his suspicions, confirming his thoughts. Aside from Lu Chun, he could think of no one else. Moreover, with the power of the Yami Yami no Mi, he sensed not just one, but multiple devil fruits emanating from Lu Chun. Realization dawned, though it seemed too late. Lu Chun smirked, raising his long sword, reincarnation, and struck down towards Teach's position with might. The golden giant sword followed suit, descending like a pillar supporting the heavens, carrying immense pressure as it bore down upon Blackbeard. Teach, overwhelmed by the tremendous force, let out a furious roar, struggling against the weight bearing down upon him, but to no avail as his expression twisted in agony. Blood streamed from his orifices as he looked up helplessly, watching the enormous golden sword plummet towards him. With a single stroke, the heavens and earth shifted in hue. The previously empty sky showed signs of a deep gash, as if the powerful sword intent had cleaved a rift. Teach was struck by the giant's sword, and despite hardening his arms with haki, he could not withstand that overwhelming might. Boom! With a resounding crash, a long chasm opened where Teach had stood, resembling a canyon. The canyon began at Lu Chun's feet and extended forward for over 1,000 meters. With that one strike, the entire Hive Island trembled, as if an earthquake had struck. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. System reward. Energy points, Yinshur Novel Transfer Station 937929266. Sword Technique 1. Designate a skill to elevate by 2 levels. Hearing the system's notification, Lu Chun confirmed that Blackbeard was indeed dead. He gazed at the lifeless Teach in the canyon before swiftly appearing before him to collect a piece of his flesh, intending to barter with Vegapunk. Lu Chun, I never expected your strength to have grown so formidable. Quite a surprise. Akiji appeared before Lu Chun, astonished. Having not seen him for a long time, he was taken aback by Lu Chun's rapid growth. Lu Chun smiled and inquired, You guessed correctly, but I am curious about why you joined Blackbeard's crew. Then why did you become the Dark Knight? Akiji countered, posing a question back to Lu Chun. This caught Lu Chun off guard. Ha ha ha. After a brief silence, both men shared a knowing smile. Lu Chun said, Let us proceed and take a look. All right. As they walked side by side, they engaged in conversation. Do you wish to return to the Marines? No, I will not. Then how about joining my Dark Knight crew? I want to be staying here indefinitely. So, I need a powerful individual to guard Hive Island. You certainly have high ambitions, treating me as free labor. Akiji jested. Ha, well, you won't be in the Marines anymore. You can remain on Hive Island and do as you please. How delightful. Lu Chun replied with a grin. If Akiji truly joined the Dark Knight crew, They would genuinely have the qualifications to vie for the title of the fifth Emperor of the Sea. Very well. I shall join your crew. Akiji nodded slightly. To a fruitful collaboration. Indeed. With that, the two of them made their way towards the front lines where others battled. The conflict between the Dark Knight crew and Blackbeard's crew raged on, yet it was evident that the Dark Knight crew was at a disadvantage, as several captains of Blackbeard's crew displayed remarkable power. Ordinary pirate crews were certainly no match for him. However, with the arrival of Lu Chun and Qing Ji, the attention of everyone present was immediately captivated. It was high. Qing Ji, how could they have returned? What about Blackbeard? Why is he not here? Has the captain fallen? Lu Chun slowly stepped forward, his demeanor indifferent as he declared, Blackbeard Teach has been slain by my hand. Those who wish to live should lay down their weapons and surrender, joining my high pirates. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. At these words, the crowd was thrown into astonishment. What? The captain is dead? Dead? Blackbeard. Long live the captain. Eliminate them all. In an instant, the members of the high pirates were filled with fervor, launching a fierce assault on the Blackbeard pirates. Many from the Blackbeard crew chose to flee, while some laid down their arms in surrender. Particularly, the captains overwhelmingly opted for escape. Seeing this, Lu Chun turned to Qing Ji beside him and smiled. Qing Ji, it is now your turn to assist me. We must eliminate these captains and allow none of them to escape. Chapter 183. Shiryu of the Rain, Thunderclap. Understood. Qing Ji nodded, accepting the task. With that, the two charged towards the fleeing captains. Lu Chun pursued Shiryu of the Rain, while Qing Ji went to intercept the others attempting to flee. As the captain of the Blackbeard pirates, Blackbeard was a pivotal figure. His demise instantly shattered the fragile alliances among the remaining captains. Shiryu, do you think it is too late to run now? Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he focused on Shiryu's back, swiftly closing the distance and unleashing a punch imbued with the power of thunder. Shiryu raised an eyebrow. Sensing a hint of danger, he quickly turned and covered his hands with armament haki, enveloping his cursed blade Reijiki, transforming it temporarily into a black sword. He used Reijiki to deflect Lu Chen's attack. However, the might of Lu Chen's Raijin fruit was not so easily resisted. In that instant of contact, the electric force surged through his fist, rapidly spreading towards Shiryu, enveloping his entire being. The powerful current coursed through Lu Chen's body, inflicting torment upon Shiryu. Ah! Shiryu let out a wretched scream, his expression contorted as if every cell in his body were being devoured by ants. Get away! Suddenly, Shiryu bellowed, desperately trying to push Lu Chun away with the remnants of his consciousness. Yet, Lu Chen's hands, coated with armament haki, clutched his cursed blade tightly, leaving Shiryu no choice but to relinquish his sword to escape. As a swordsman who would willingly forsake their blade, "You bastard!" Shiryu roared, clenching his fist and swinging it towards Lu Chen's face. Observing this, Lu Chun released his grip on Shiryu's sword and swiftly dodged, expressing interest. "You shall not escape today. If I cannot escape, I shall kill you." Shiryu's eyes widened, the blade glimmering with a crimson light. Reijiki, a bloodthirsty cursed blade. No sooner had he spoken than Shiryu vanished from sight, utilizing the power of his fruit to render himself and everything he bore invisible. Instantly, Lu Chen's brow furrowed as he activated Kenbunchika Haki, yet he still could not perceive Shiryu's presence. Only when Shiryu exuded murderous intent did his haki register anything. Indeed, Shiryu had developed the transparent fruit to a considerable degree, surpassing the previous user by far. However, to eliminate him would prove quite challenging. Suddenly, a chill crept over Lu Chun, and a flash of insight struck him. Sensing the impending danger, he swiftly sidestepped and employed the Navy 6 Powers Haru to evade Shiryu's attack. In the exact spot where Lu Chun had stood, a slashing strike erupted, cleaving the ground nearby in two. Boom! Dust and debris filled the air. Yet Shiryu's figure remained absent. Shiryu, as a swordsman, do you truly prefer to rely on your fruit's power? Lu Chun scanned his surroundings, a cold smile gracing his lips. Naturally, Shiryu did not respond. To do so would reveal his position, and he was no fool. Instead, Shiryu countered by unleashing a barrage of slashes from all directions towards Liu Chen's location, employing the Navy 6 powers Jipu. Liu Chen ascended into the air as his kin Bunchaku Haki sensed the threat. However, the slashes had already arrived, detonating beneath his feet. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed as the sword energy rampaged beneath Liu Chen, as if striving to shred everything in its path, and Liu Chen was caught in the maelstrom. The ground was torn apart into fragments, crushed to dust, engulfing Liu Chen within. At that moment, hidden in the shadows, a smirk of satisfaction crept across Shiryu's lips. Hi. Is that all you have? However, as the dust settled, a figure emerged unscathed. Liu Chen, with an amused expression, remarked, Shiryu, your swordsmanship seems rather lackluster. Just moments ago, Shiryu had undoubtedly relied on rapid movement to unleash slashes from all angles. Yet, Liu Chen had withstood Shiryu's sword energy with his SSS-grade armament Haki, resulting in no injuries. What? This is impossible. Shiryu's face momentarily fell, disbelief etched across his features. It was this very utterance that betrayed Shiryu's position. Liu Chen's eyes gleamed as he focused on the source of the sound, gathering a formidable surge of electrical power in his hand, and hurled it toward that direction. 60 million volts Raiden. A colossal dragon of lightning materialized, opening its gaping maw and roaring towards Shiryu's location at astonishing speed, leaving a silvery trail in its wake. What? Shiryu's complexion changed drastically. By the time he realized, the lightning dragon was upon him, and he had no time to evade, being completely engulfed. Boom! The immense power of lightning erupted upon Shiryu, relentlessly ravaging his body, eliciting heart-wrenching screams. Ah! Heh. Liu Chen scoffed, charging toward Shiryu, intent on ending the confrontation. In that instant, it seemed Shiryu sensed the threat of death. His struggling body invoked the power of the transparent fruit, rendering him entirely invisible, disappearing from sight and fleeing into the distance. At this moment, Shiryu understood that there was no possibility of defeating Hai. His only option was to escape, believing that Hai would never find him. Liu Chen's brow furrowed as he sensed the residual electrical energy from Shiryu dissipating into the distance, indicating his flight. Thinking of escaping? Not on my watch. Liu Chen inhaled deeply, channeling the mightiest surge of electrical energy throughout his being, transforming into a titan of lightning. The immense power surging skyward. In an instant, the heavens shifted, dark clouds gathering as if to consume the entire honeycomb island. As the fleeing Shiryu sensed the change in the air, a chilling sensation enveloped his entire body, prompting him to hasten his escape. The ominous clouds rumbled with thunder, as if lightning could strike down at any moment. Wanlei, Liu Chen declared, his eyes fixed ahead, raising his hand with authority. With a command, the thunderous clouds unleashed their fury upon every object on the ground, leaving no one unscathed. Chapter 184. Occupying Hive Island, returning to Malin Vander. Under the immense power of the thunder, everything was reduced to dust. Within the realm of countless lightning strikes, Shiryu desperately evaded the onslaught, narrowly dodging the first bolt, only to find another swift strike aimed directly at his head. Within the area covered by the thunder, any moving object would be detected, and the lightning would relentlessly pursue it. All of this was under Liu Chen's control, leaving Shiryu with no escape. As time passed, Shiryu, caught off guard, was struck by a descending bolt of electricity. Crackling. Instantly, the lightning enveloped him, rendering his body numb with excruciating pain, causing him to collapse and reveal his form. Where? Liu Chen's eyes flashed, immediately locating Shiryu's position. Manipulating the residual lightning in the air, he directed it towards Shiryu below. Countless bolts converged, forming thicker and more powerful pillars of lightning that rained down upon him. Boom! 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 One after another, there was no time for Shiryu to react. The tremendous noise drowned out Shiryu's anguished cries, rendering him voiceless. Time passed, and the sky finally returned to its clear state, while the ground within the area of the thunder was pocked with deep craters, all caused by Liu Chen's attack. Among these craters, one stood out as the largest, deepest, and widest, where a charred corpse lay, Shilio, utterly unrecognizable. Even Shilio could not withstand such a powerful assault. The lightning had claimed his life. After eliminating Shilio, Liu Chun turned to see that many of the captains had already been dealt with by Akiji, while the remaining members of the Blackbeard pirates were disarmed and crouched on the ground in surrender. He then approached Bartolomeo and the other captains, saying earnestly, "Thank you for your hard work. Are you all unscathed?" "Captain, just some minor injuries, nothing serious." "Indeed, no issues here," they replied, smiling. Liu Chun nodded slightly, noting that while they had not sustained severe injuries, they bore significant wounds. This encounter had indeed been rather perilous. Suddenly, Akiji approached, casually stating, "All taken care of." Liu Chun nodded slightly. The captains tensed at Akiji's presence, not only because he was a former Marine admiral, but also because he was the captain of the Blackbeard pirates. Sensing their unease, Liu Chun smiled and quickly clarified, "Do not be alarmed, everyone. From now on, Kazan, formerly Admiral Akiji, will serve as the vice captain of our night pirates. In my absence, you are to follow Kuzan's commands." "Yes, Captain," they replied in unison, their gazes toward Liu Chun now tinged with respect. To recruit Kazan into their crew and even defeat Blackbeard demonstrated their captain's formidable strength. "Vice Captain?" Kazan raised an eyebrow, surprised at the significant position Liu Chun had bestowed upon him. Even Blackbeard had only made him the captain of the 11th Division without any notable rank. "Indeed," Liu Chun affirmed. "Very well." Kazan did not refuse, as they would be in the same vicinity. "The others will clean up the battlefield. The rest follow me into the hive." "Yes." With a command, the members of the night pirates began to busy themselves. Liu Chun led his crew through an entrance in a hive island. Shortly after entering, they encountered 3 or 4 forks in the path, unsure of which to take. Had it not been for Kuzan's presence, they might have truly become lost. The interior resembled a series of interconnected hives, with a complex structure that made it difficult to discern the layout, each hive featuring openings sealed with glass to allow light and ventilation. As they progressed, Liu Chun instructed his subordinates to observe the decor, remarking on the poor taste of Blackbeard, with everything being drab and black, quite unappealing. Soon, everyone found a hive they favored to settle in, with the captain's hive being the largest. Ultimately, only Liu Chun, Violet, and Kazan remained in the hive room. "Liu Chun, when do you plan to leave?" Kazan suddenly inquired, having gleaned some insight from Liu Chun's earlier words. "In a few days. I need to attend to some matters and will assess the situation afterward," Liu Chun replied. Kazan nodded. However, Violet, standing nearby, detected something amiss and looked at Liu Chun in surprise. "Liu Chun, Kazan knows who you are?" "Yes, I deliberately made it known," Liu Chun affirmed. "If he were unaware of my identity, he might have taken action against me. Kazan's strength is considerable, so while I am away from the base, we should adhere to his guidance." "Understood," Violet nodded, unconditionally trusting Liu Chun's judgment. "You should also take a rest." "All right." After Violet exited the hive, Liu Chun retrieved a large-headed snail phone from his pocket and dialed. "Hello. Long time no see." "Liu Chun, Admiral. Is that really you? What prompted you to call?" Came the voice of Vegapunk from the other end. "I have obtained Blackbeard's blood. We agreed on a trade. Where are you now?" "Really?" "Of course. I'm at Malenvander. Come find me." "I can, but I won't be able to return for a few days." "That's fine, just hurry." With that, Vegapunk hung up, his tone revealing a hint of urgency. The reason remained unclear. After resting for 3 days on Hive Island, Liu Chun bid farewell to all his crew members and departed, heading first to Little Garden to retrieve KB and Bulumeb. Not long ago, the system had also chimed with a notification regarding the completion of their tasks. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System rewards: 2,000 energy points, 1 custom large blade, 1 pair of gauntlets. 5 days later, Liu Chun arrived at Little Garden, reuniting with his friends Dongli and Brogy, as well as witnessing KB and Bulumeb engaged in battle. Chapter 185, Elbaf, the Kingdom of Giants. "Liu Chun, you finally made it. Ha ha ha. It's about time. Your 2 disciples have been quite a handful on the island." Dongli and Buluo Ji confided in Liu Chun. With a subtle smile, Liu Chun replied, "My dear brothers, it is precisely because I trust you that I entrusted my 2 disciples to your care." "Ha ha, you speak not, but jest." Yet I must commend the remarkable progress of your two disciples. Indeed, Dong Li and Buluo Ji chimed in, showering praises upon Bei, Lu Meibo, and Kobai. Lu Chen responded, "That is all thanks to you, my esteemed brothers." Teacher, teacher. Upon hearing Lu Chen's voice, Kobai and Bei Lu Meibo immediately ceased their sparring and dashed towards him. Ah, Lu Chen nodded slightly, observing that both Bei, Lu Meibo, and Kobai had significantly enhanced their physiques and strength. Teacher, no matter how formidable we become, we can never compare to your prowess. Indeed, teacher, they both chimed in with bright smiles. With a light chuckle, Lu Chan turned his gaze towards Dong Li and Buluo Ji and directly inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" "In a few days, we intend to return to AI Airba Fu," Dong Li replied. "Oh, excellent." Lu Chan expressed his interest, "If time permits in the future, I shall certainly pay a visit to you both." AI Airba Fu is located in one of the villages within the realm of the giants in the New World, where most of the giant tribes' battles originate, making it arguably the strongest village. This place remains largely untouched in the known narrative of the Pirate King, as neither Luffy nor his companions have ventured there. Ha ha ha, should you wish to come, do inform me in advance. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safe passage. Naturally, Lu Chen nodded. He understood that Dong Li and Buluo Ji were affiliated with the Navy, and that their presence in AI Airba Fu could complicate matters, given that many of the warriors there were their friends. He certainly did not wish to harm them. "Are you departing so soon? Will you not stay on the island a little longer?" Dong Li inquired. "Alas, the Navy has pressing matters. We must return," Lu Chen replied. "Very well, then we shall meet again in AI Airba Fu." Indeed, with that, Lu Chen departed with Bei, Lu Meibo, and Kobai, particularly noting the significant enhancement of Kobai's abilities. Character, Kobai, position, Navy Major, Devil Fruit, None, level. His skills, martial arts, say, swordsmanship, see, armament hockey, bounty. Originally, Bei Lu Meibo had not awakened hockey, but after witnessing Kobai's awakening and undergoing rigorous training on the island, he too awakened armament hockey. Character, Bei Lu Meibo, position, Navy Captain, Devil Fruit, None level. A skills, swordsmanship, A. Armament hockey, bounty, none. Their current strength was already comparable to that of ordinary Navy majors, and with further growth they would undoubtedly surpass many standard Navy vice admirals. Furthermore, Kobai, being a prominent figure within the Navy in the world of the Pirate King, possessed an innate luck. Upon returning to the Navy headquarters, Lu Chen contemplated entrusting Kobai and Bei Lu Meibo to Garp, so that Kobai could learn the Iron Fist technique. Subsequently, Lu Chen bestowed upon Bei Lu Meibo and Kobai a pair of boxing gloves and a customized longsword each, as reward for their trials. "Thank you, teacher," they exclaimed, their faces lighting up with joy as they admired their new weapons. "You have earned these," Lu Chen acknowledged with a slight nod, leading them back to Marineford. Approximately 10 days later, the trio returned to Marineford, whereupon Lu Chen made a beeline for the research department. Since the Marine headquarters relocated to the New World following the Summit War, Lu Chen had presumed the research department would also move, only to discover it remained concealed within Marineford. This might explain their decision to keep the science department in Marineford, as few would suspect its location. Reflecting on the original narrative, Luffy and his companions returned to Slayedthe Archipelago 2 years later, seemingly encountering Kizaru. Perhaps Kizaru was stationed in Marineford to protect the research department. However, with Lu Chen's presence, Kizaru might have been otherwise occupied and did not visit Marineford. At the research department, Lu Chen approached the entrance but was intercepted by the station Marines. "Vice Admiral Lu Chen, this is a restricted area. If you do not have an appointment, we cannot allow you entry unless you are a Marine Admiral. I have an appointment with Dr. Vegapunk. You may verify by calling," Lu Chen stated. The Navy's protection of Vegapunk was exceedingly stringent, bordering on excessive, resembling a form of house arrest. Nevertheless, Vegapunk seemed unconcerned, as his sole focus was on research. "Understood. Vice Admiral Lu Chen, please hold on a moment." The Marine promptly went to make the call. "Dr. Vegapunk, Vice Admiral Lu Chen is here and claims to have an appointment." Yes. Allow Vice Admiral Lu Chun to enter immediately. Understood. Not waiting for the Marine to hang up, Vegapunk cut the line and approached Lu Chun with a serious demeanor, saying, Vice Admiral Lu Chun, you may enter. Excellent. As the hefty iron door swung open, Lu Chun entered, following the Marine who led the way. Without identification, passage inside was quite challenging unless one resorted to brute force, which would allow for unimpeded movement. Shortly thereafter, Lu Chun navigated through numerous doors and finally arrived at Vegapunk's laboratory. Haha, Vice Admiral Lu Chun. It has been far too long. Have you procured the item I requested? Vegapunk eagerly inquired upon seeing Lu Chun. Are you feigning ignorance? Lu Chun replied coolly. Ha ha ha. Vegapunk chuckled, gesturing to the Marine at the door. You may leave. Your presence is no longer required. Yes, Doctor. The Marine turned and exited. Vegapunk then led Lu Chun into his private office, urgently asking, Vice Admiral, please produce Blackbeard's blood. Very well. With that, Lu Chun retrieved a bloodied piece of flesh from his system backpack. Vegapunk's brow furrowed. Is this meat? Has Blackbeard perished? He had remained in the laboratory and was unaware of the events outside. Is the meat unacceptable? Lu Chun countered. He refrained from divulging the details of Blackbeard's situation, as the prevailing narrative merely suggested that Blackbeard's crew had been annihilated by the night pirates, believing them to have fled rather than vanished. Very well. The meat still contains residual blood. Vegapunk swiftly seized the chunk of flesh and placed it in a petri dish. Of course, the item you promised me to rescue Kuma should be forthcoming, Lu Chun stated directly. Agreed. Vegapunk did not delay, producing a circular device, entirely black, the nature of which remained a mystery. What is this? This device contains Bartholomew Kuma's final consciousness. Once placed upon him, his awareness will return. Initially, it was merely an experiment, but unexpectedly, it succeeded, Vegapunk explained. Excellent. Hearing this, Lu Chun's expression brightened. He had not anticipated Vegapunk's technological prowess to be so advanced, leaving behind such a contingency. Upon careful reflection, it is indeed astonishing that even artificial devil fruits can be created. The prowess of his technology is undeniably formidable. At that moment, Lu Chun stood to depart, declaring, I'm leaving. Admiral Lu Chun, do visit again when you have the time. Vegapunk cheerfully waved goodbye. It would be best if I refrained from doing so, Lu Chun replied, waving his hand dismissively. Should Vegapunk uncover his true identity and the existence of 3 devil fruits, he would undoubtedly resort to skinning him alive for research. It is wiser to minimize interactions. With this piece of flesh. I wonder if I can create a new seraph or an artificial dark fruit, Vegapunk mused, fixating on the specimen in the petri dish, a sly smile playing on his lips. He remained deeply intrigued by the capability to absorb others' devil fruits, as it presented an alternative avenue for fruit creation. As Lu Chun exited the research department and returned to Marineford, he prepared to visit the Slayedthe archipelago. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette approached. Ain? What brings you here? What? You come back and don't think to see me first? Why are you here? Ain rolled her eyes, pouting. I have a matter to discuss with the doctor. But how did you know I was here? Lu Chun smiled. I asked KB and the others, Ain retorted, turning her head away and huffing. If I hadn't come looking for you, would you have bothered to find me? Seeing her demeanor, Lu Chun's expression darkened, and he quickly approached to comfort her, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Oh, how could that be? I was planning to see you later tonight. Humph, you scoundrel. Ain's cheeks flushed as she continued. Where are we headed now? To the Slayedthe archipelago. I need to find someone for a matter. Can I come along? Of course. Let's go. With that, the two embarked on a small boat towards Shaki's bar at the Slayedthe archipelago. Upon entering, Shaki immediately noticed Lu Chun and the female Navy officer beside him. Exhaling a puff of smoke, she teased, Well, little brother, you've brought a beauty with you this time. Shaki, stop teasing me. Just bring us 2 drinks. Lu Chun waved dismissively. This marked his first time bringing Ain to a bar on the Slayedthe archipelago. All right, Shaki nodded, beginning to mix the drinks. Meanwhile, Ain scanned the surroundings, seemingly pondering a question. What is this place? Why did Lu Chun come to such a location? The bar appeared devoid of patrons. Could it be due to this sister? Yet that seemed improbable. Here you go. Pink lady, Shaki said, presenting 2 glasses of pink cocktails. Thank you. Lu Chen expressed his gratitude. Just as they were about to sip their drinks, a familiar voice drifted in from outside. Well, little Lu Chen has come to visit us. What brings you here all of a sudden? Rayleigh sauntered in, holding a jug of liquor. His gaze landed on the Navy woman beside Lu Chen. Oh, you brought a girl. King of Darkness. Rayleigh. Ein's brows furrowed as she recognized him, astonished. Rayleigh waved his hand dismissively as he plopped down beside them. Just call me Rayleigh. Ein, taken aback, struggled to find words. The former right-hand man of the Pirate King appearing in this humble bar was indeed hard to believe. Hee. Lu Chen chuckled and continued. Rayleigh, no need to scare people. I have an important matter to discuss with you. Speak, what is it? I'm not looking for you. I'm seeking Shaki. With that, Lu Chen handed Shaki a note. Smiling as he said, Shaki, please help me find information about this person. I will pay any reward. Oh, Shaki took the note, and upon glancing at it, her eyes flickered with surprise, though she quickly masked it. The reward is negotiable, but rest assured, it will be substantial. If I find anything, I will inform you in advance. All right, thank you. Lu Chen raised his glass, finishing the wine in one gulp. Subsequently, Lu Chen and Ein lingered in the bar for a while before departing. Perhaps due to encountering Rayleigh, Ein remained unusually quiet, not posing a single question to Lu Chen even on their way back. After their exit, Rayleigh approached, curiosity etched on his face. What information is that kid Lu Chen seeking? Here, Shaki handed him a note. Upon reading it, Rayleigh raised an eyebrow. It's him. He recognized Bartholomew Kuma. And Lu Chen's quest for information on him was crucial for rescuing Kuma, necessitating knowledge of his current whereabouts. This would pave the way for restoring his consciousness to his original body. Thus, Lu Chen would gather the materials required to construct the King of Darkness, making the creation of such a being a possibility. Upon returning to Marineford, Lu Chen noticed Ein's silence and inquired, Ein, why are you so quiet? Oh, it's nothing. Ein gently shook her head. Nevertheless, Lu Chen discerned that she was harboring concerns. If something is troubling you, just say it. Bottling it up will only lead to discomfort. It's nothing. If there's anything, I trust you will tell me. Ein responded with a radiant smile. Hearing this, Lu Chen suddenly understood. Ein had realized the depth of his relationships with Rayleigh and Shaki. Having spent considerable time together, and given their connection was beyond mere superior-subordinate dynamics, it was not surprising she could deduce certain matters. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen embraced Ein, his expression serious as he reassured her, rest assured, I will not engage in any perilous endeavors. My visit to Rayleigh and Shaki was solely to gather information about one person. This time, it is certainly not a dangerous affair. Chapter 187, The World Conference, Part 1. Yes, I understand. I nodded affirmatively. In truth, she had long been aware of everything concerning Lu Chen, albeit lacking concrete evidence. It could all be attributed to a woman's intuition. She had already surmised that Lu Chen was likely the notorious bounty of 35 billion berries, captain of a night pirates, the Dark Knight. Days later, Lu Chen received news from Shaki regarding Kuma. Astonishingly, Kuma was at the Holy Land Mary Geos, and the World Conference was about to commence. Yet he had not received an invitation. He wondered if he could attend Mary Geos. If so, it would be splendid. If not, he would have to infiltrate it. Regardless, he must complete this mission to gather all materials needed for constructing the King of Darkness, as he believed the system would not offer any further rewards for building materials. Therefore, this task was imperative. The only question remained. Could he secure an invitation to the Holy Land for easier access? The following day, the phone snail rang, and Lu Chen heard Karp's voice on the other end. Hey, Lu Chen, I have a task for you. Head to the Holy Land Mary Geos and protect Princess Shirahoshi. Grandpa, I haven't received any orders from Akainu. You must be too lazy to go yourself, passing this task on to me. Lu Chen replied, intrigued. This task was originally Karp's. Hence he inferred that Karp had delegated it to him out of reluctance. Why do you care so much? Aren't you acquainted with Shirahoshi? You shall protect her. How fortuitous. No more words. I have matters to attend to. As soon as he finished speaking, Karp abruptly ended the call. At the new Marine headquarters, Karp indulged in a donut. Slowly gazing out the window, a faint smile gracing his lips. I truly wonder where that lad is headed and what he is up to. Did he really find it so significant to inform me beforehand? I suspect it is yet another clandestine venture. Let's hope he does not stir up any trouble. At Marinfander, Lu Chun located Ein and cheerfully remarked, I am to embark on a mission to Marinfander. Would you care to accompany me? Absolutely. Ein replied with a smile, not pondering further. Excellent, let us depart. The World Conference commences in 3 days, and we can explore Marinfander a bit as well. Lu Chun added. Indeed, Ein affectionately nodded. The two had previously visited Slayedthe together, although their experience there was marred by an unfortunate meeting. This time, they yearned to return, for it was a sacred place, home to many treasures not found elsewhere. Thus, after making their preparations, they set off with a contingent of Marines toward the Red Line, the port necessary for reaching the holy Slayedthe. Several hours later, the naval vessel carrying Lu Chun and Ein arrived at the port, where a multitude of Marines had already gathered to ensure security. Their duty was not only to safeguard Slayedthe, but also to protect the representatives from various nations attending the World Conference. As Lu Chun and Ein disembarked, a young rear admiral promptly approached them, bowing respectfully before Lu Chun. Admiral Lu Chun. Yes, Lu Chun nodded slightly, observing the young man with a sense of familiarity, though he could not immediately recall who he was. Have we met before? Admiral Lu Chun. We trained together at the advanced training camp. Fred, Gavin replied. You are Fred Gavin, Lu Chun exclaimed, feigning a moment of realization. In truth, he had not remembered him. He merely recognized the name from the information displayed on his system interface. I did not expect Admiral Lu Chun to remember my name, Fred Gavin said, his expression brightening. I have been dispatched by the Marine headquarters to assist you in maintaining order. My subordinates and I are at your command. Very well, proceed with your preparations. I am merely here to oversee matters. Lu Chun waved his hand dismissively. Understood, Admiral Lu Chun, Fred Gavin replied, and promptly went to organize the tasks at hand. Although they had trained together, Lu Chun was now a Marine admiral and a formidable figure, commanding immense respect. His reputation had begun to eclipse even that of Karp and Admiral Akainu, earning him the title of a new generation of naval heroes. Meanwhile, after Lu Chun and Ein departed, Ein, seizing a moment of privacy, curiously inquired, Do you truly remember him? I cannot recall him at all. Would you believe me if I said, I do not remember? Lu Chun smiled, countering her question. After a brief silence, Ein shook her head. I do not believe so. If you can recall his name, how could you not know him? Then I must surely remember. Lu Chun confirmed with a nod. You are deceiving me. The more he insisted, the less Ein believed him, playfully pinching Lu Chun's side. Ouch! Mercy, mercy! Lu Chun pleaded as they shared laughter while entering a nearby tent to rest. The commencement of the World Conference was still 2 days away, and their arrival was merely for preliminary arrangements. The following morning, kings and representatives from various nations began to arrive at the port, some arriving earlier than expected. Lu Chun and Ein were also present, observing the incoming dignitaries, among whom were a few familiar faces, Old Kai, inheritor of the 8 treasure navy, and the king of boxing. However, none of them recognized Lu Chun, unaware that he was the infamous figure known as Knight. Yet, they had all heard tales of his exploits, glancing at him with intrigue as they passed by. Suddenly, 2 familiar figures disembarked from a ship, King Kibira of Alabasta and his daughter Vivi. Vivi scanned the area and, upon noticing the man standing at the port gazing into the distance, immediately tugged at her father's arm and asked, Father, that must be Marine Admiral Monkey D. Lu Chun, right? He was the one who defeated and captured Crocodile. Indeed, it is him. Kibira nodded, recalling their previous encounter and the promise they had made. Father, I wish to go greet him and express my gratitude, Vivi exclaimed, turning to run towards Lu Chun. Wait, Vivi, do not run off, Kibira called after her. I will be right back, she replied without looking back. Chapter 188. The World Conference, Part 2. Initially, she had intended to request assistance from Luffy and the others to aid her nation, only to later learn that a Marine named Lu Chun had apprehended Crocodile under the cover of night. She had hoped to meet him, but after seeing his name and image repeatedly in the newspapers, she had developed a deeper impression of him. Hey, Lu Chun, it seems a girl is running over. Could she be looking for you? Ein remarked, pouting slightly. Surely not, Lu Chun replied, feeling a sense of unease. Had he truly met Vivi before? Or was it possible he had forgotten? Surely not. Oomph. Ein rolled her eyes, letting out a quiet huff. At that moment, Vivi approached, smiling brightly. Hello, Admiral Lu Chun. Thank you for capturing Crocodile and saving our country. Ah, it was my duty, Lu Chun replied, finally realizing how she recognized him. Admiral Lu Chun. What brings you here this time? Vivi inquired curiously. I am here to ensure the safety of those participating in the World Conference and to maintain order during its proceedings. Lu Chun answered. Oh, I see. Just as she was about to continue, Kabira urged her from a distance. Vivi, enough chatting, we must go. They needed to travel to Mariehua for their stay and await the beginning of the World Conference. Coming, Vivi waved goodbye to Lu Chun, Admiral Lu Chun. See you later up there. Indeed, Lu Chun nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Once Vivi had departed, Lu Chun adopted a serious demeanor and stated earnestly, See, I told you I did not know her. This was indeed our first meeting. That is more like it, I nodded slightly. On the other side, as Vivi returned to Kabira's side, he took her hand and began to walk away, quietly advising, in the future, do not interact too much with Lu Chun. His background is not simple, and too much association with him could bring danger. Why is that? Vivi asked, her brows furrowed. They were part of the world government, and the Marines belonged to it as well. To Vivi, Lu Chun represented a righteous Marine, unafraid of authority. Do not question why. Just trust me, Kabira replied with a serious tone. To comprehend the depths of Lu Chun's schemes, one must acknowledge that he has taken the world's narrative from his grasp without surrendering it to the Navy or the world government, suggesting his ambitions are far grander than anticipated. This individual has concealed himself to an impressive degree, leaving even now an air of uncertainty about Lu Chun's true intentions. Indeed, Wei Wei nodded reluctantly. Not far away, Lu Chun observed Kabulah's silhouette, lost in contemplation. Kabulah, it seems you may meet your demise this time. Should one wish to rescue you, the difficulty is considerable. Furthermore, the system has not activated the mission to save Kabulah, perhaps due to its formidable nature. The 5 elders confronted Kabulah, and he remained unaware of how Kabulah met his end, having simply vanished in the holy land of Mali Qiaoya. Some matters are beyond even Lu Chun's capacity to influence. It is wiser to engage in endeavors more suited to his abilities. The following day, a grand vessel emerged from the sea, prompting Lu Chun to look up and spot several familiar figures, notably the mermaid princess, Bai Xing, who was the focus of his protective efforts. Unfortunately, Bai Xing's considerable size inevitably drew the attention of others. It's Bai Xing, An exclaimed cheerfully. She held a fondness for Bai Xing, perceiving her as childlike despite her stature. Let's go greet them. Certainly. With that, the two advanced toward the port to personally welcome them, ensuring their safety. After all, there exists a historical tension between the merfolk and humans, raising concerns that someone might attempt to harm the merfolk. This led to Ka Pu being sent, though it had somehow fallen into Lu Chun's hands. Initially, Lu Chun presumed Ka Pu was merely idle, yet upon reflection, something felt amiss. This role seemed too trivial for someone of Ka Pu's character, who would typically be inclined to accept such a task. However, the timing of the assignment was rather peculiar. What could be the reason? After much contemplation, Lu Chun decided to set aside these thoughts and focus on the task at hand. Lu Chun Darren. I'm Darren. Bai Xing, aboard the ship, noticed them waiting at the port and waved eagerly. Ah, Lu Chun nodded slightly, and when Bai Xing approached, he greeted her with a smile. You have arrived. It has been quite some time. Indeed, it has been a while since I last saw you. Lu Chun Darren, Bai Xing replied with a cheerful grin, genuinely delighted to see him again. What? Did you not just say you hadn't seen me in ages? I teased. Oh, yes, I forgot to mention you. I'm Darren. Laughter erupted between them, as Ayan and Bai Xing conversed merrily. Meanwhile, Lu Chun approached King Nipuden, stating earnestly, King Nipuden, it has been a long time. This journey to the holy land of Mali Qiaoya, I shall personally ensure your safety. Thank you, Lu Chun Zhongjiang, for your assistance regarding the previous matter. Niputin expressed his gratitude promptly. With Lu Chen's protection, he felt considerably more at ease. This vice admiral bore the heroic spirit reminiscent of Kapu. Since Lu Chen had purged Fishman Island of threats, it had become a much safer haven. With no pirate daring to abduct merfolk again, a significant achievement for the island. Nonetheless, previously, Niputin had not been wholly supportive of Lu Chen. Thus he felt it necessary to convey his thanks now. Lu Chen, no need for formalities. Meanwhile, those around them took notice of the enchanting and adorable Bai Xing. Gazing at her in admiration, some even capturing her image. This sudden attention left Bai Xing feeling unsettled, even a bit frightened. Lu Chen Darren, what are they doing? This marked her first venture away from Fishman Island and onto land. No photography allowed here. Should you dare to continue, my blade will not discriminate. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, emanating a hint of conqueror's haki as he quietly commanded. His voice, though not loud, was distinctly heard by those nearby, resonating as if whispered directly into their ears. Those of lesser strength felt a surge of fear, dissuaded from any ill thoughts. Others, well aware of Lu Chen's formidable reputation, stood respectfully aside. Lu Chen then turned to Bai Xing and smiled. Let us depart. They no longer dare to take photographs. Thank you, Lu Chen Darren. Bai Xing beamed, her innocent smile evoking a sense of warmth, further endearing her to those around her. Under Lu Chen's lead, King Niputin, his two sons, and Bai Xing ascended to the holy land of Mali Qiaoya. Chapter 189, The World Conference, Part 3. This marked Lu Chen's second arrival at the illustrious Mali Qiaoya. However, this occasion was far more grandiose than his previous visit. The World Conference was set to commence, prompting the Holy Land to prepare an array of amenities, from automatic elevators to various forms of entertainment. Yet, none of these trivialities captured Lu Chen's interest. What he truly sought was the whereabouts of Xiong. With the World Conference underway, both the five elders and him would be preoccupied, potentially providing the perfect opportunity to rescue Xiong. However, undertaking this alone posed significant risks. Perhaps an ally could be enlisted. With this thought, a faint smile graced Lu Chen's lips. Let us see if fortune favors him. Lu Chen Darren, what is it that brings you such mirth? Bai Xing inquired, noticing his smile. Oh, nothing of consequence. Merely a thought. Lu Chen waved dismissively. Oh, I see. Nearby, Aion, having overheard their exchange, regarded Lu Chen thoughtfully, but chose to remain silent. Approximately half an hour later, Lu Chen escorted Bai Xing and her party to the palace where the World Conference was to be held. The would-be assailant, Saint Cha Si, had been eliminated by Lu Chen in advance, ensuring Bai Xing's temporary safety. Thus, Lu Chen sought out Aion, instructing Aion, I must step away for a moment. You are to protect Bai Xing and the others. Should any celestial dragon make an aggressive move, avoid confrontation if possible, or seek me out. You intend to leave again? Aion furrowed her brow, expressing concern over Lu Chen's safety. Do not worry. I merely have personal matters to attend to, a meeting with someone, and it poses no danger, Lu Chen reassured her. After a moment as hesitation, Aion reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, but do take care. Should anything arise, return swiftly. Indeed, you too should exercise caution. With that, Lu Chen turned and departed, slipping quietly from view. Unbeknownst to him, a man lingered in the shadows. Observing his exit while murmuring to himself, Lu Chen, departing already? One wonders what his intentions are. Let us hope he does not harm Wei Wei. This individual was Kabula, the king of Alabasta. As Lu Chen departed, he did not transform into the night, but rather maintained his naval guise while wandering the holy land of Mali Qiaoya, utilizing observation haki to sense the presence of those around him. As a vice admiral, he enjoyed unrestricted access throughout much of Mali Qiaoya. As he walked, a soldier from Mali Qiaoya unexpectedly crossed his path. Yet the system displayed a familiar name, causing Lu Chen to brighten with recognition. He promptly called out to the soldier, Hey, halt! The soldier hesitated momentarily, but complied. Turning to face Lu Chen while lowering his voice, Vice Admiral, are you referring to me? Yes, come over here. Lu Chen beckoned, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Yes. Upon hearing this, The soldier had no choice but to stride towards Lu Chun, yet his gait seemed rather peculiar. The soldier stood before Lu Chun, clad in a silver steel helmet, revealing only his eyes and mouth. "We have met before, Haven Ti Wee, my friend?" Lu Chun jested. "To Commander Zhong." "We have not met," the soldier replied, shaking his head. However, Lu Chun chuckled softly, leaning closer to whisper, "Sabo, it has been years. Do you not recognize me?" Instantly, Sabo's expression faltered, his fists clenched, ready for combat. He could not believe that Lu Chun still remembered him, should his identity be exposed. The revolutionary's mission would likely fail prematurely. "Haha, do not be agitated. I harbor no ill intentions." Lu Chun waved his hand, attempting to pacify Sabo's emotions. If the latter were to strike, Lu Chun's plans could be jeopardized, even though they had met previously in dress rosa under the cover of night. Sabo nodded slightly, quietly inquiring, "What do you wish to discuss with me?" He understood that Lu Chun would not seek him out without reason, and since his identity remained undisclosed, there might be other matters at hand. "Let us converse over there." "All right." Subsequently, Lu Chun and Sabo retreated to an isolated corner. Lu Chun stated plainly, "I am aware that you are now the chief of staff of the revolutionaries. I have no interest in your arrival at Mary Joa, but you should know about Bartholomew Kuma. He seems to be one of your own." Sabo's expression grew grave, taken aback by Lu Chun's knowledge of such matters. Thus he refrained from speaking hastily. "Haha, do not be alarmed. I know you are here to rescue Bartholomew Kuma, and since he once aided Luffy, I wish to assist him in return for his kindness," Lu Chun asserted earnestly. "Is that truly the case?" Sabo frowned, skepticism brewing within him. After all, Lu Chun was now a vice admiral of the Navy, positioned as an adversary not only to pirates, but also to the Revolutionary Army. Truth cannot be fabricated, and falsehood cannot become truth. You will understand once you see the current state of Bartholomew Kuma. I possess the means to save him, should you require assistance. You may come to me." Lu Chun smiled. "All right." Sabo nodded, then departed. He had yet to see Kuma and could not ascertain his condition, only having heard rumors that he had become a soulless machine. Even so, Sabo was unwilling to accept such a reality, nor did he wish to witness it. Remaining in place, Lu Chun gazed at Sabo's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, "You will surely return to find me." Initially, he intended to seek out Kuma directly, but was surprised to encounter Sabo along the way. He also sensed several hidden individuals in the vicinity, likely other commanders of the Revolutionary Army. To infiltrate Mary Joa, only a handful of commanders possess such capability. However, given their strength, escaping the grasp of the celestial dragons might prove challenging. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chun found a secluded spot nearby, leisurely sipping coffee while awaiting Sabo's return. In less than half an hour, Sabo hurried back, accompanied by several figures who chose to remain concealed upon seeing Lu Chun. "Oh, you have returned?" Lu Chun inquired with keen interest. "Yes, you mentioned you have a way to save Kuma. Is it true?" Sabo's demeanor was serious as he earnestly questioned. Moments ago, he had witnessed Kuma being humiliated, the man who had treated him like a son now reduced to such a plight, igniting his fury. He initially intended to rush in to save Kuma, but was restrained by 3 other commanders. It was then that Sabo recalled Lu Chun's words and dashed towards him in desperation. "I have never spoken falsehood," Lu Chun declared, though even he found it hard to believe. "Very well, I am willing to trust you. Can we rescue Kuma now?" With no alternative, Sabo had to rely on Lu Chun. Otherwise, there would be no opportunity to save Kuma. "Patience. We shall discuss this after the World Conference begins." "I have my methods," Lu Chun replied. "Understood." Sabo nodded. He was uncertain about Lu Chun's intentions, but once the World Conference commenced, all attention would be diverted, potentially aiding their rescue of Kuma. Thus, he agreed. The two then arranged a time and place to meet, set for after the World Conference, naturally near Kuma's location. With their plans established, Lu Chun returned to the vicinity of the palace where the World Conference was being held, reuniting with Ein. "Lu Chun," Ein exclaimed with a bright smile upon his return. "No worries. I was merely exploring Mary Joa," Lu Chun responded with a grin. "Indeed, the World Conference is about to begin. Should we return or continue to wait outside?" "Let's remain outside. We still need to escort Shirahoshi and the others back. Was there any disturbance? None at all. All right. An hour later, the World Conference commenced, with representatives from various nations entering the Grand Hall, while Lu Chun and Ein continued to linger outside. As the conference began, Lu Chun prepared to depart. Ein, stay here. I will return shortly. All right. Ein paused, surprised by Lu Chun's intent to leave, her frustration evident as she stamped her foot, yet she could not prevent his departure. As he spoke, Lu Chun's figure vanished from sight. Watching him go, Ein pouted and muttered, always leaving, always something going on. Is he in a hurry? Meanwhile, upon arriving at the agreed location, Sabo awaited anxiously. Lu Chun, you made it. Yes, let's go see Kuma. Lu Chun nodded slightly, not indulging in superfluous words. All right. With that, the duo hastened towards Kuma's location. Kuma had long become a slave to the celestial dragons, confined within one of their residences. Upon their arrival, Lu Chun and Sabo witnessed Kuma in a courtyard, where a celestial dragon sat upon his back, subjecting him to humiliation. Kuma bore several long swords embedded in his body, yet little blood was shed, his face devoid of any expression, resembling a cold automaton. Damn! Sabo seethed with rage at the sight. Meanwhile, Lu Chun observed quietly, for he recognized Kuma, and the man riding him had some connection to his past, Saint Roswald, the father of Charlos. Lu Chun, what is your plan to save Kuma? Sabo enquête d'urgence. Do not rush. We only need this, Lu Chun replied, retrieving a black disc from his pocket with a smile. Sabo pressed, what is that? Lu Chun answered, you do not need to know. Just understand that it can save Kuma. All right. Hearing this, Sabo nodded, left with no choice but to trust the object in Lu Chun's hands. For even if he forcibly took Kuma, it would not guarantee his salvation. Navy 6 forms, finger pistol. Lu Chun held the disc in his hand, utilizing the finger pistol technique to propel it swiftly towards Kuma in the courtyard. The celestial beings and guards nearby were utterly oblivious to the swiftly approaching disc. As the disc neared the bear, it seemed almost magnetically drawn to the creature's chest. Suddenly, a pair of eyes began to flicker with light, and the individual stood frozen in place, as if momentarily paralyzed. Why isn't he moving? Useless. Move already. Saint Rosward unsheathed the sword from his back and lunged it towards the bear's body. Just as it was about to strike, a massive hand appeared, grasping the sword with a swift motion, followed by a palm-like orb materializing in its grip. Bam! 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 A surge of energy erupted as the sword was crushed into fragments by the colossal hand. Saint Rosward let out a horrific scream, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. He merely sensed the man seated before him, rising, his enormous form and blood-red eyes fixed upon him. What do you want, slave? The fallen Saint Rosward was immediately engulfed by fear, crawling backward in terror. You bastard! The bear emitted a mechanical, frigid voice as it raised its hands to strike at the retreating Saint Rosward. However, the surrounding guards rushed in to intercept the bear, only to be met with a tremendous energy wave that collided violently with their bodies. Boom! A deafening sound resonated as the guards were instantly overwhelmed by the immense force, their forms disintegrating into a shower of blood upon impact. Help! Help! Saint Rosward's eyes widened in terror, filled with a look of sheer panic, nearly wetting himself. As a celestial being, he had never witnessed such a scene. In an instant, the bear's other hand struck Saint Rosward, enveloping him in a circular motion and sending him hurtling away into the unknown. Bear! Seeing the bear seemingly regain consciousness, Sabo hurried over and inquired, Bear, how do you feel? I feel as though I've been asleep for an eternity. The bear responded, his speech glitching as though a robot was malfunctioning. Now, he had become a complete automaton, retaining only the consciousness that once belonged to him. What's wrong? Sabo hesitated, sensing the bear's anomaly. Yet he could feel that this version of the bear was the true him. The bear then approached Lu Chun, his expression devoid of emotion, and said, Thank you. Although his consciousness had been trapped within that disc, he was still aware of the outside world, understanding that it was Lu Chun who had liberated him. It's nothing. You've also aided Luffy, so consider this a repayment of kindness. Lu Chun waved his hand dismissively. The The bear's speech stuttered again. Observing this, Su Yun, unfazed, urged, "You all should leave quickly. It won't be long before someone discovers the bodies." "All right. Thank you, Brother Lu Chun." Sabo expressed his gratitude and promptly departed with the bear. Having witnessed Lu Chun's act of salvation, Sabo now held a greater trust in him. Chapter 191, World Conference V. "You all should hurry. I can no longer assist you, so be cautious," Lu Chun advised. "Understood. Let us go." With that, Sabo and the bear swiftly vacated the area, while Lu Chun vanished in the blink of an eye, his whereabouts unknown. Shortly after their departure, a patrol of soldiers stumbled upon the remnants of bodies scattered on the ground and immediately dashed to inform more soldiers, initiating a search throughout the holy land of Mary Geos. Simultaneously, ding, "Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. System reward, 3,000 energy points. 20 materials for the construction of the Pluto." Upon accomplishing the task, Lu Chun promptly returned to the castle where the World Conference was held, joining Ayan by his side. Although Ayan was perplexed about Lu Chun's activities, she refrained from questioning him further. Suddenly, a stream of soldiers began rushing towards the same direction, indicating that something significant had transpired, inciting a commotion. "Quickly, you head to East Street. We'll go to South Street." "Yes, yes." Ayan looked at them with suspicion, then unconsciously turned her gaze to Lu Chun, asking, "What are they going to do? Is something happening?" "Who knows?" Lu Chun chuckled. He surmised that the bodies of his soldiers had likely been discovered, which warranted a response. "Oh." Ayan nodded, but continued to watch Lu Chun, her eyes seemingly questioning whether he was involved in the incident. Lu Chun could only evade her gaze, feigning ignorance. In no time, the entire Mary Geos descended into chaos, with the Navy joining in to apprehend members of the Revolutionary Army infiltrating the area. Naturally, Lu Chun and Ayan remained uninvolved, as they had more pressing matters to attend to, and Lu Chun was disinclined to engage in the turmoil. Now that he had acquired all the materials for crafting Pluto, he needed to find someone to construct it. Mere possession of materials would be insufficient. It was nearly impossible to enlist Frankie for the task. But seeking out water, 7 might yield results, albeit with some complications. Gathering the materials had left him without a shipwright. Not long ago, Lu Chun had learned the shipbuilding skill, which had reached an A rank. Nonetheless, attempting to construct one of the 3 ancient weapons by himself seemed rather implausible. Thus, he needed to seek out additional talent. One step at a time. There is no need to rush. The World Conference would span 7 days, and during this time, Lu Chun and Ayan were to remain in Mary Geos. At noon, the conference temporarily adjourned, allowing the attending kings to step out for a rest before reconvening in the afternoon, with the evening reserved for relaxation. When White Star emerged, she spotted Lu Chun and Ayan still outside and joyfully approached them. "Lord Lu Chun, Lady Ayan, you are still here." "Yes, indeed. We came specifically to protect you and will accompany you for the next few days," Ayan replied with a smile, her fondness for White Star evident, as if she were a large child. "Hooray! This is my first time on land in many years. Could you show me around?" White Star's large, pleading eyes sparkled with anticipation. Instantly, Ayan's heart softened, but she turned to Lu Chun, asking, "Can we take White Star out for a stroll?" Most of the residents in Mary Geos were celestial beings, and the relationship between celestial beings and fishmen was far from amicable. Hence, wandering around Mary Geos required Lu Chun's protection. "Of course, it's just a matter of time," Lu Chun agreed. "Hooray! Thank you, Lord Lu Chun." White Star's face lit up with joy. Thus, the trio set out to explore Mary Geos. Despite the recent attack, the streets remained bustling with life. Naturally, only White Star and Ayan enjoyed the excursion. Lu Chun was not particularly fond of shopping, which he perceived as a pastime primarily for women. His role reduced to that of a bodyguard. As White Star did not have to attend the conference, the two spent the entire afternoon showing her around, satisfying her desire for exploration. In the evening, Lu Chun and AI returned to their base at the dock to rest, preparing to return to Mary Geos the following day. On a subsequent night, an unfamiliar man, cloaked in black robes, approached Lu Chun under the guise of secrecy. However, before seeing the man's face, Lu Chun discerned his identity through the system. General Lu Chun, I presume you have already recognized who I am. The man said as he removed his hat, his demeanor calm. Indeed, I am curious as to the purpose of your visit, especially in such attire. Lu Chun replied with a slight nod, intrigued. I come seeking a favor, the man, Kabura, confessed, a hint of resignation in his expression. Speak, Lu Chun commanded. Kabura continued. After the World Conference, I hope you can personally escort Princess Vivi back to Alabasta. On what grounds? Lu Chun arched an eyebrow, countering the request. Kabura insinuated that he would indeed accompany them, but Lu Chun was aware of Kabura's impending demise at the hands of the five elders. This knowledge did not obligate him to comply. If you refuse, I will inform the world government about your possession of the historical text. Regardless, you cannot safeguard that text. Kabura stated coldly, as if he had made a significant decision. Are you threatening me? Lu Chun's displeasure was evident, an aura of intimidation emanating from him, overpowering Kabura to the point of near collapse. After a moment, Lu Chun withdrew his oppressive presence, allowing Kabura to breathe again, prompting an immediate apology from him. I misspoke earlier. I sincerely apologize and hope you can forgive me. Humph. Lu Chun scoffed, his tone indifferent. I could eliminate you now, and no one would know it was I. Our previous encounter was a transaction. I saved your entire nation, and now you dare threaten me. He would not accept Kabura's apology, yet he felt no need to dwell on the matters of a dying man. At a loss for words, Kabura grew serious and declared, General Lu Chun, should you agree to escort Vivi safely home, I will acquiesce to any conditions you propose, and I will keep our secret, even in death. I will ensure Vivi's safety. Now leave. Lu Chun gestured dismissively. A dying man held no weight in his considerations, and he was confident in Vivi's safety, a fact he had long known. Thank you, General Lu Chun. Kabura expressed his gratitude earnestly. With Lu Chun's assurance, he felt a sense of relief and could pursue his intentions without worry. Now, depart, Lu Chun reiterated, uninterested in further interaction. Understood. With that, Kabura turned to leave, gazing at the peak of Mary Geos, murmuring, Vivi, this is the last thing your father can do for you. I hope you can forgive him. Shortly after Kabura's departure, Ayan entered the tent and quietly inquired, what did he want? Ayan had been outside, having recognized Kabura's presence, but could not overhear their conversation. He requested that I escort Princess Vivi safely back to Alabasta. Lu Chun responded candidly. Ayan frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure in her brow. Why seek you out? Are you familiar with that, Vivi? Not particularly. We met during the pursuit of Crocodile in Alabasta. I believe Kabura knows his fate, hence his request. Lu Chun withheld certain details, feeling it best not to burden Ayan with excessive knowledge, as knowing too much could sometimes become a burden itself. Upon hearing this, Ayan paused, glancing at Kabura's departing figure, suddenly realizing something but refrained from further questioning. The World Conference continued uninterrupted for 7 days. It was on the 7th day that Lu Chun, stationed outside the palace, sensed a potent energy surge emanating from the heart of Mary Geos. The overwhelming force caused the entire area to tremble, akin to an earthquake, as debris rained down from rooftops. The closer one was to Mary Geos. The more pronounced the effects, as if one were near the epicenter of a quake. Fortunately, Lu Chun was positioned at a safe distance. Though he could still feel the immense power, it must be of no lesser caliber than SSS rank. Lu Chun mused, contemplating the source of the tremors. This must be the doing of him. Sabo has likely been discovered, but with Kuma's presence, he should be able to escape swiftly. Some matters were beyond his current purview, so he chose not to delve further. Given his present strength, engaging with Am was unnecessary, as he possessed little understanding of her, only knowing that she was at the epicenter of the world's power. To associate closely with such power was akin to courting danger, and maintaining a certain distance was prudent. For now, remaining concealed was the best course of action, particularly as he was unaware of Im's true abilities. As the World Conference concluded, kings from various kingdoms emerged, all having sensed the recent tremor, yet none dared to intervene. The affairs of Mary Geos were beyond their jurisdiction. Lao Lushen, Lidi Eon. Suddenly, Shirahoshi approached them briskly. Shirahoshi, AI and greeted with a smile, adding, "At last you are here. Now, Lu Chun and I will escort you back to Fishman Island." "Yay!" Shirahoshi exclaimed joyfully. Yet, Lu Chun remained silent, his eyes drawn to Vivi, who anxiously awaited at the entrance, clearly concerned by her father's absence. AI followed Lu Chun's gaze and noticed Princess Vivi, biting her lip in distress. "Lu Chun, you should go bring her along." "Very well." Lu Chun nodded in agreement. He approached Vivi and stated earnestly, "Do not wait any longer. Your father will likely not emerge." "What do you mean, General Lu Chun?" Vivi's expression shifted with apprehension, as if she anticipated the answer. "Your father sought me out, hoping I would safely return you home. It seems now is the time to fulfill that promise." Lu Chun explained. In that moment, understanding washed over Vivi, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed into the distance. "Father, you had long." After a brief moment of contemplation, Vivi seemed to make a decision, wiping her tears and declaring, "Very well, I will follow you." Since Lu Chun was her father's choice, she would place her trust in his decision. "Let's proceed." "All right." With that, Vivi followed Lu Chun onto the naval vessel. However, she cast a glance back, sensing an unseen presence watching her. The SS-level hockey registered an awareness, though she could not ascertain the identity of the observer. Yet their strength was undoubtedly formidable. Could it be that Im has sent someone to keep an eye on Vivi? It was improbable for Im herself to be present. Perhaps it was one of the five elders? Regardless, Vivi was safe for the time being. Soon after, under the protection of Lu Chun's naval fleet, both the ships from Fishman Island and the Alabasta Kingdom returned safely to their respective nations. After escorting, Lu Chun's mission was deemed complete, and he returned to Marin Fandur. However, the reconstruction of Marin Fandur was nearing its conclusion, and soon Lu Chun would have to return to the Navy headquarters. If he wished to venture out again, it would prove to be quite challenging. Fortunately, he had made prior arrangements by appointing Qing Ji as the vice captain of the Night Pirates. With him around, the Night Pirates would remain safe. Suddenly, the phone bug on Lu Chun's desk rang, and strangely enough, it was a call from Sakazuki. The Admiral had never directly called Lu Chun before. Could it be that he encountered some issues? After a brief pause, Lu Chun answered the call. "Hello, Admiral Akainu. What prompted you to call me?" "Oof." Sakazuki grunted dismissively, stating flatly, "You should be free now. I have a task for you. The reconstruction of Marin Fandur is almost complete, and after you fulfill this mission, you will return to the Navy headquarters." "Understood, Admiral." A smile crept onto Lu Chun's lips. He was intrigued by the task Sakazuki mentioned. "The specifics will be sent to you via telegram. Be attentive." Sakazuki did not wish to engage in further conversation and promptly hung up. If it were not for the two naval admirals he had recruited, one shirking responsibilities and the other creating chaos, he would not have had to delegate this task to Lu Chun, hoping he could assist at the Navy headquarters. Without Lu Chun, things would become rather troublesome. Originally, this task was to be conveyed to Lu Chun by Garp, but Garp claimed he was too busy, leaving Sakazuki no choice but to handle it himself. It seemed Garp had ulterior motives, wishing to see Sakazuki struggle. Chapter 193, The Great D Solo. Lu Chun furrowed his brows, curious about the task Sakazuki had assigned him, which piqued his interest. The fact that it wasn't discussed over the phone likely indicated concerns about eavesdropping. Shortly after, I entered with a telegram in hand. "Lu Chun, a telegram just arrived from headquarters, specifically for you." "Let me see," Lu Chun replied, nodding. Upon receiving the telegram, it contained precisely what Sakazuki had mentioned, a lengthy message with numerous annotations urging Lu Chun to complete the task diligently and refrain from reckless behavior or unnecessary killings. The main content detailed a pirate, Guild Tezelo, known as the Golden Emperor, a user of the Jin fruit. It was unexpected that he had surfaced, and Lu Chun was tasked with capturing him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the mission. Eliminate Guild Tezelo. System reward, 2,000 energy points. Another mission triggered? It seemed that this journey to the Great D Solo was indeed essential. Additionally, not long ago, Lu Chun received a call from Rainbow Island, specifically from Hinswa. He inquired about the updated research on Rainbow Mist, but the funding was insufficient, requiring more financial support. Consequently, Lu Chun transferred 1 billion berries to him to continue the research, leaving him somewhat financially strained. A trip to Golden City could yield a substantial bounty, considering D Solo controlled 20% of the world's berries, an unfathomable amount of wealth. Lu Chun hoped Hinswa could produce some results. Otherwise, the funds would be wasted. Lu Chun, what is the mission? It's from a Navy headquarters. I inquired curiously. To apprehend a pirate, Guild Tesalo. Lu Chun responded candidly. It's him. I can't believe his ship has arrived in our vicinity. Indeed, you should prepare the crew. We will set sail immediately. Yes, Commander. With that, Ein exited the room to prepare the warship. This operation would involve not only the Navy, but also CP-0, and they would encounter several celestial dragons, making things quite complicated. However, none of these factors mattered as long as the mission was accomplished. An hour later, all naval forces were ready to depart Marin Fander, heading towards the Great D Solo. The Great D Solo was positioned along the Grand Line in the New World, attracting many pirates and, naturally, a contingent of the Navy as well. However, Lu Chun was aware of their tactics and would not permit a large number of naval forces to infiltrate the area carelessly. 3 days later, the naval fleet led by Lu Chun arrived at the waters surrounding the Great D Solo, where a shimmering golden figure was visible not far ahead. All naval vessels, halt. Major Ein and I will investigate further. We will notify you immediately of any developments, Lu Chun declared. Understood, Commander. The naval personnel responded in unison. Suddenly, KB and Barumi approached with eager expressions, saying, Teacher, take us along. Yes, teacher, we also want to see. Not possible, Lu Chun firmly rejected, stating, This mission is not a leisure trip. It is fraught with dangers, and I need you two to remain here on guard. Understood, teacher. KB and Barumi nodded slightly. Upon hearing this, they realized that the Great D Solo was likely not a place for mere amusement, but rather a perilous environment. Ein, let's go, right? With that, Lu Chun and Ein boarded a small boat, still dressed in their naval attire, pretending to be casual visitors. After all, the naval presence there was considerable, and their approach was not too alarming. As time passed, the duo drew nearer to the Great D Solo, and they were taken aback by the sight. The massive golden ship illuminated the dark surroundings, casting everything in a golden hue. The vessel stretched an impressive 10 kilometers in length, pulled by 2 enormous naval vessels, impervious to winds and currents, showcasing unparalleled opulence. Lu Chun, this ship is entirely crafted from gold, isn't it? Ein remarked in astonishment, though he had anticipated this. Witnessing a ship made entirely of gold was truly hard to believe. Partially, if it were entirely made of gold, it would surely sink. However, there must be considerable gold involved, Lu Chun explained. That Guild Tesalo's fruit has awakened, making gold merely a matter of convenience for him. He is not short on funds. Indeed, I nodded in agreement. The two navigated their boat into the entrance of the Great D Solo, and as they entered the exclusive passage, golden powder began to drift down from above. Be cautious. Do not inhale the golden dust, Lu Chun advised. Understood. Ein hesitated, but followed Lu Chun's guidance, opening an umbrella to shield himself from the golden particles. Lu Chun, on the other hand, enveloped himself with a layer of Conqueror's Haki to ward off the encroaching golden dust. If contaminated by the golden powder, they might fall under Guild Tesalo's control, so they needed to avoid it at all costs. Before long, the golden dust had covered the umbrella in a shimmering hue. If we were to sweep this up, we could easily earn tens of thousands of berries a day. Traversing the spacious, elongated passage, they soon spotted a bright light ahead, signaling their imminent entry into the Great D Solo. However, upon entering, they were confronted by several pirates blocking their path. Ahoy, Navy! Surrender your valuables, or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Hand them over. Those who approached the De Sualuo ship were naturally expected to carry money, hence their intention to rob. Was it not sufficient to merely sweep up some golden dust? Must they resort to robbery? Get lost! Lu Chun roared, unleashing his Conqueror's Haki, instantly incapacitating numerous pirates around him and clearing a path. In an instant, the pirates before him began to collapse one after another, inexplicably falling to the ground. It was at this moment that the surrounding pirates realized something was amiss, their expressions filled with terror as they gazed at the Navy officer before them. It's Navy Rear Admiral Lu Chun. It's him, the infamous pirate killer, the Navy's rising star. Run, flee, or he will surely kill us. In a frenzy, the pirates scattered, all fearful of Lu Chun, terrified he might unleash his wrath. However, Lu Chun, indifferent to their plight, merely shook his head in resignation. When did I acquire such a title? Chapter 194, The Pirate Killer. The title of Pirate Killer was rather unsavory. Ein chuckled, covering her face with a smile, and continued, "Is there any inaccuracy in his words?" At this, Lu Chun appeared helpless and continued forward until he reached the dock, anchoring the ship at the shore. The waters surrounding the Slayedthe were already blanketed in a layer of golden dust, transforming it into a veritable sea of gold. Just as the two disembarked, a woman dressed in a tight black outfit, with flowing red hair and a beguiling figure, approached them, each step a dance that seemed capable of ensnaring the soul. Character, Bakara, position, crew member of the Slayedthe, fruit, lucky fruit, level, A, skill, fruit development S, bounty, 70 million berries. Yet, Lu Chun exhibited no change in his demeanor, his gaze remaining unclouded and not even sparing Bakara a second glance. This woman was not easily dealt with. One might say she was a chosen one, eternally favored by the goddess of fortune. Rear Admiral Lu Chun, Major Ein, I did not expect you both to visit us at the Slayedthe today. Are you here for leisure? Bakara flashed a professional smile. Indeed, Lu Chun nodded slightly, adding, "Lead us to explore and provide an introduction." "Certainly. Right this way," Bakara replied with a smile. Thus, Lu Chun and Ein followed her into the true heart of the Slayedthe. Upon genuinely entering the ship, one could comprehend its vastness, akin to a small city. Entirely adorned in gold, with some decorations crafted from pure gold. It housed every imaginable form of entertainment. Rather than a mere vessel, it resembled a sovereign state. Seated in a vehicle made of gold, Lu Chun surveyed the entirety of the Slayedthe, where surveillance insects were omnipresent. The moment they detected any theft of gold, the offender would be imprisoned in an underground dungeon. In that place, an abundance of gold lay in wait, inexhaustible yet devoid of sustenance. One could only gaze upon the gold and starve to death. Before long, Bakara led Lu Chun and Ein to a grand hotel, the 8-star hotel, known as the King of Gold. The entire establishment was constructed from gold, truly a spectacle of opulence, with all entertainment facilities located within the hotel. "Please step inside." Bakara gestured, her professional smile unwavering. "Very well." Lu Chun nodded and entered with Bakara. Upon entering the hotel, they beheld a scene awash in gold, exuding extreme luxury. However, after witnessing so much gold, Lu Chun found it rather unremarkable. It did not strike him as particularly beautiful. "Rear Admiral Lu Chun, do you have money to exchange for chips?" "We also offer loans for chips," Bakara spoke softly. "I dislike owing debts. Here is 10 million berries. Exchange it for chips," Lu Chun stated, producing a pre-prepared black box. "Very well," Bakara nodded slightly, exchanging the 10 million berries for chips and handing them to Lu Chun. "Feel free to enjoy. And should you have any issues, do not hesitate to seek me out." "Understood," Lu Chun acknowledged. Watching Bakara turn to depart, likely heading to the monitoring room, he realized she was not to be trifled with. "Lu Chun, are we truly going to play? That's 10 million berries." Ein furrowed her brow in concern. The atmosphere of the place unsettled her. The people here seemed too frenzied. "Fear not, I have it under control. Trust me." "Very well." Ein decided to trust Lu Chun's judgment. With that, Lu Chun found a spot to sit and began to partake in various entertainment activities within the venue, not overlooking a single one. He seemed to be favored by the goddess of fortune, never losing a single round, his chips continuously multiplying. 15 million berries, 20 million berries, 30 million berries. Ein observed beside him, her face alight with joy, astonished at Lu Chun's remarkable winnings. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged. It was Bakara once more. "You two have won quite a bit. You are now eligible to enter the VIP room. Would you care to join?" It is a realm of grander stakes and greater rewards, where many have won even more, with the potential to become millionaires, Baccara proposed with a smile. Absolutely. Lu Chen readily agreed. Excellent, this way please. However, before Baccara could finish her sentence, Lu Chen interjected, coldly stating, no rush. I will leave only after winning 100 million berries here. Rear Admiral Lu Chen, 30 million berries is already sufficient for entry. You could win even more inside. Baccara urged. What? Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Lu Chen's expression darkened, his tone icy. I wouldn't dare. Bacara's countenance fell. If she complied, standing by and waiting, she could only watch as Lu Chen continued to win at the table, persisting until he amassed 100 million berries before concluding his play. At that point, Lu Chen rose from the table, smiling as he declared, all right. Take me to the VIP room. Very well, this way please. Understood. Under Bacara's guidance, they arrived at a secluded area encased in golden walls. A man with a large head, clad in black, emerged through the golden barrier, as though possessing the ability to pass through walls. Character, Mr. Tianzhong. Position, guard. Fruit, pass fruit level. B, skill, fruit development. B, marksmanship. B, bounty, 20 million berries. Mr. Tianzhong, please escort them inside, Baccara instructed. Of course, Mr. Tianzhong replied, grabbing Lu Chen's hand as they entered through the golden wall. Inside the so-called VIP room, various factions, Navy pirates, celestial dragons, mingled, all participating in a simple yet engaging game of chance. Baccara took the initiative to explain the rules to Lu Chen, then added, Rear Admiral Lu Chen, I wish you a delightful experience here. As she spoke, her delicate hand moved to touch Lu Chen's shoulder. Suddenly, a glint of cold steel flashed. A black knife was placed before Bacala's arm, leaving a crimson mark on her fair skin. I apologize, Miss Bacala, but I'm not fond of other women touching me, Lu Chen stated indifferently. Bacala raised an eyebrow, covering her arm as she departed from the scene. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Jir Taizhou observed Lu Chen and his companion in the VIP area, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. Chapter 195. Not worth the price. Lu Chen, why are there so many Navy personnel here? I see numerous officers from the Navy headquarters, Ayn whispered as she surveyed the surroundings. This was her first visit to the De Solo ship. She had only heard whispers about it before, and now, seeing it with her own eyes, she was indeed taken aback. There was far more to astonish than she had anticipated. This place is neutral. The Navy cannot act against pirates, and pirates cannot act against the Navy. Coupled with the significant stakes and the influence of the celestial dragons, it has naturally become such a venue, Lu Chen elucidated. Oh, I nodded, still struggling to comprehend. Simultaneously, all present noticed the arrival of Lu Chen and Ayn. After all, those who could enter were not to be trifled with. And most recognized Lu Chen. It's him, Vice-Admiral Munqi de Lu Chen, the Navy's rising star, rumored to possess strength rivaling that of an admiral. Wonder if it's true. Most likely, but this is a neutral ground. He wouldn't dare act against us. The crowd murmured, glancing away, engrossed in their own activities. Lu Chen, where shall we play? Are we really going to gamble? Ayn inquired as they walked. Let us give it a try. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Approaching a table where a crew member was rolling dice, and patrons were placing bets, with a minimum wager set at 100,000 berries, a considerable sum. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Chen placed a bet of 50 million berries on a high roll. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. What? 50 million berries on the first roll? Truly a bold move for a Navy supernova. Lu Chen, you're betting so much on your first try? How impressive! Ayn exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration. Lu Chen merely smiled, awaiting the outcome. When the dice were cast, they indeed revealed a high roll, igniting excitement among the onlookers. A high roll. He won 50 million berries, now totaling 100 million. Incredible. This vice admiral is remarkable. Lu Chen, you are truly impressive. I gazed at him in astonishment. Just a small feat. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively, attributing his success to his observation hockey, which allowed him to foresee the future and predict the dice's outcome. Of course, this was merely a test of luck. The 50 million was won back, and even if he lost, he had still profited 40 million berries. He did not believe that on the entire D-Solo ship, Bacala was the only ace up their sleeve, so his wager was merely a trial. In truth, 100 million berries was hardly significant for the D-Solo ship. Moments later, as the second round commenced, Liu Chan sensed a low roll with his observation hockey and confidently placed 100 million berries on that outcome. Noticing this, several patrons followed suit, eager to share in the winnings. Liu Chan remained unconcerned, though he wondered whether Slayedthe would approve. As the dice were rolled, 3, 2, 3 low, Liu Chan was once again correct. His 100 million berries doubled to 200 million, adding to the previous 50 million, resulting in a total profit of 250 million berries. He continued to win effortlessly, employing his observation hockey to secure victories. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Bacala entered with a furrowed brow. "Captain, Liu Chan has already won nearly 300 million berries. Shouldn't we act?" "No need for haste. Vice Admiral Liu Chan's value is not worth such a sum. Let him win a bit more," Slayedthe replied, holding a glass of red wine crafted from pure gold. "Understood, Captain," Bacala nodded, seemingly grasping his intent. As time passed, Liu Chan's winnings swelled to a staggering 3 billion berries, all achieved within just a few rounds. It is worth noting that Liu Chan consistently wagered half of his total, retaining the rest, which significantly inflated the totals. He effortlessly amassed 3 billion berries, and those who wagered alongside him also garnered substantial gains. "Vice Admiral Liu Chan, please place your bet. We are all following your lead." "Indeed, we are all betting along with you. If you win, we all win." The crowd urged Liu Chan to place another bet, eager to ride the wave of his success. After all, he had won so many times, surely he wouldn't lose this time. "All right," Liu Chan smiled slightly, placing a mere 10,000 berries on high roll. The others, still processing, quickly followed suit. Some even wagered their entire fortunes, oblivious to the fact that Liu Chan's bet was only for 10,000 berries. While he indeed predicted a high roll using his observation hockey, he felt an unsettling premonition, prompting him to wager only 10,000 berries. After all, 300 million berries was already sufficient. Slayedthe. The others realized that Liu Chan had bet only 10,000 berries. "What? Just 10,000 berries? Vice Admiral Liu Chan, are you jesting with us? Why only 10,000 berries? Is there something amiss this time?" Many began to consider retracting their bets, but once placed, the rules of the D-Solo ship forbade refunds. Liu Chan's gaze sharpened as he regarded the crowd, stating coldly, "Do I need to disclose how much I wager?" Instantly, the expressions around him darkened as they recalled Liu Chan's identity and prowess, silencing their protests. Meanwhile, the crew member Meiji appeared helpless, uncertain of how to proceed. "Roll the dice." "Yes, roll the dice. Why are you hesitating?" The crowd urged him on, although Liu Chan had not bet much. The collective wagers amounted to at least 1 billion berries. A loss would mean a significant blow. After a moment of silence, Meiji reluctantly rolled. 3, 2, 3, 8 points. Low. As his words fell, disappointment swept over the crowd. "What? Low? How is that possible? Could it be that Liu Chan and the D-Solo ship have colluded to deceive us? They had previously wagered heavily. How could he suddenly place such a small bet?" As the crowd faced defeat, they naturally directed their ire toward Liu Chan. However, Liu Chan bore no trace of fear, coldly asserting, "If you lost, to blame me seems rather unwarranted, does it not? I am a Navy officer. Would I conspire with pirates to swindle your money? This amount is of little consequence to me. A few slain pirates would yield a handsome bounty." His words rang with conviction. Chapter 196. Pirates and the Navy? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, refraining from further comment. First, they realized Liu Chan's formidable strength and the folly of provoking him. Second, they understood that something was amiss. Having won so much consecutively, perhaps Liu Chan had uncovered something that led him to refrain from wagering more. Meiji remained utterly unruffled. Pressing onward, "Admiral Liu Chan, may I ask, will you continue playing?" "No, I shall not," Liu Chan replied with a serene smile. Having already won such a substantial sum, It is only natural that I should now take my leave and enjoy a well-earned respite. Huh? Moral Mackey's expression instantly darkened. He stood speechless, utterly disarmed. Lu Chun merely chuckled softly, his silence more eloquent than any retort. He had seen through it all from the very beginning. That man across the table held a device capable of manipulating the dice. Mere instants before the lid was lifted, he had altered the outcome, transforming a large roll into a small one. In such an opulent establishment, it was hardly plausible that Barraquera alone bore responsibility. Sophisticated technology undoubtedly played its part. Yet even the most refined contrivances proved futile before Lu Chun, not because they failed, but because he had already withdrawn from the game. The cards were laid bare. The winnings secured. Departure imminent. 30 billion belly. Enough wealth to slay 3 supernova pirates, perhaps. Yet in this world, such targets were neither abundant nor easily found. Let's go. Right away. Ein beamed, cheerfully hoisting the stack of 30 billion belly in chips, ready to depart. They had taken only a few steps when a familiar figure materialized before them. Barraquera, who had earlier withdrawn. Her smile was radiant, her tone honeyed. Admiral Lu Chun, already leaving? You're not staying to play a little longer? Having won, why remain? Lu Chun countered coolly. Would one linger in a den of deception after securing one's fortune? Barraquera covered her mouth with delicate fingers, her laughter light and practiced. Admiral Lu Chun, you may be unaware of a local custom here. No guest may depart without first wagering all their chips in one final round. Oh, I confess, I've never heard of such a rule. Lu Chun regarded her with mild, amused curiosity. None in this room have ever heard of it, because no one has ever truly won. Those who lost were quietly confined to the subterranean prison. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Such a rule exists? I've never known it. How should I know? This is my first time here. So they trap guests under false pretenses? How utterly shameless. None were fools. All understood Barraquera's intention at once. It is our house rule, she continued, her composure unbroken. Her smile as polished as porcelain. I neglected to mention it earlier. That was my oversight. I trust you'll forgive the omission. As though dissent were unthinkable. Yet Lu Chun responded without hesitation. I decline. You cheated me out of 10,000 belly just moments ago. I've chosen not to pursue that grievance, but now you demand 30 billion belly as tribute? Do you truly believe my strength so negligible? There is no need to extend courtesy to those who dealt in shadows. Admiral Lu Chun, Barraquera murmured, her smile faltering just slightly. Accusations without evidence are unseemly. She had not anticipated he would see through their artifice so swiftly. No evidence? Lu Chun's voice was calm, precise, each word a chisel stroke of truth. You are, in fact, the user of the lucky fruit, capable of absorbing fortune from others upon contact. How many in this room have you touched? Once a wager begins, loss becomes near certain. You, Admiral Lu Chun, must not speak without foundation. A flicker of shock crossed Barraquera's face, subtle, fleeting, yet instantly caught by many. Indeed, nearly all who had entered this inner chamber had lost relentlessly, except those who stood near Lu Chun. And why? Because fortune, drawn like a lodestone, clung to him. When others sought to profit further, their own luck ebbed, leaving only barren outcomes. It was fortune's own design. It is true, I've lost every time. Damn it. That woman must have done something. She touched me. I felt her fingers too. No wonder I kept losing. In moments, suspicion crystallized into collective outrage, directed squarely at Barraquera. You. Her brows knit faintly, her voice faltering, words failing her entirely. She had not imagined he knew her devil fruit ability, nor that he had deliberately avoided her touch from start. Had he foreseen this all along? Ladies and gentlemen, Lu Chun declared, voice ringing with authority, this vessel, the Desero, abuses its guests. I propose we demand the return of every belly unjustly taken. What say you? I stand with Admiral Lu Chun. So do I. Agreed. Voices rose, not only for Navy officers, but even from pirates among the crowd. No one spurned the chance to reclaim lost wealth, especially when the losses have been staggering. Barraquera let out a sharp, indignant breath, then gestured to Tanaka-san to escort her from the chamber. Before vanishing, She left only this. Please wait a moment. I shall summon the captain. He will clarify matters for you. She knew, all too well, that alone she stood no chance against so many. She needed Guild Tesoro immediately. Lu Chun watched her retreat without surprise, then turned again to the assembly. It appears she has fled, to summon the captain and turn this into a confrontation. Let me be clear. The Tesoro is no mere gambling den. It is a nest of pirates, corrupt and predatory. Today, I, Lu Chun of the Navy, shall purge this vessel of its criminal infestation. He paused, gaze sweeping across the room. Who among you will stand with me? I will. And I. Naval officers and world government agents stepped forward without hesitation. A few pirates hesitated, then ventured cautiously. Admiral Lu Chun, you want to turn on us, will you? Not at all, Lu Chun replied, grave and unwavering. My quarry is the Tesoro's crew alone. Should you aid me in this, your own transgressions shall be overlooked. Letting them go cost little, and the true threat was Guild Tesoro and his ilk. Then we're with you. Crush them. Kill them all. In an instant, pirates launched the first assault against Tesoro's attendants. To plunder, burn, and seize came naturally to them. Their rebellion ignited the broader conflict. Navy officers joined the fray, turning upon Tesoro's crew with disciplined fury. None present were ordinary patrons. Each was seasoned, capable, and ruthless. The crew stood little chance. Yet what would other Navy officers or pirates say, were they to witness this spectacle? The Navy, allying with pirates? Chapter 197. An unprecedented chronicle indeed. An unprecedented chronicle. Such an alliance had occurred only once before, in the annals of the ancient battle at God Valley, when GOLD, Roger and the Navy's legendary hero, Captain Garp, stood side by side against the fearsome Rocks pirates. Decades passed. Thereafter, the Navy had quietly attributed all credit to Garp, deliberately obscuring Roger's involvement, lest the world learn that the Pirate King had once fought with the Navy, thereby tarnishing the institution's immaculate image. Yet Lu Chun's actions now would surely provoke outrage within the Navy's highest echelons. But that was no concern of his, not while the Tesoro's pirates remained at large. Charge! Destroy them. Slay them all. Reclaim what is ours. Forward! Take back our wealth. In moments, nearly every patron aboard joined the uprising, overwhelming Tesoro's crew with overwhelming force. Navy officers stood shoulder to shoulder with Lu Chun, while he, for his part, watched calm composed, a silent sovereign overseeing the tide of justice. Lu Chun, is what we're doing truly justifiable? Inez's countenance clouded with concern as she spoke. It's all right. There is nothing to fear. Lu Chun waved dismissively, utterly unperturbed. Very well. Hearing this, Ine fell silent. She had no intention of overstepping. Her questions were merely perfunctory. After all, every decision rested solely with Lu Chun. Within 10 minutes, every crew member aboard the Tesoro had been subdued. The pirates and Marines alike reclaimed their original stakes, precisely what they had sought from the outset. Lu Chun offered no commentary. Whether they ultimately retained those stakes was no longer within his purview. Fate alone would determine their fortune, and no promise of his could guarantee it. At that moment, a throng of pirates and Marines surged forward, their gazes fixed upon the immense, gilded wall through which they had just entered, a towering barrier of solid gold. Admiral Lu Chun, what now? We're utterly trapped. Indeed, we've already tried. No force we possess can breach this wall. It seems only you possess the strength to shatter it. Voices overlapped in anxious murmurs, all eyes converging upon Lu Chun. Only he, renowned, formidable, and peerless, could possibly cleave such an impregnable bulwark. Step aside, please. Lu Chun inclined his head slightly. As the crowd parted, he drew the demon blade Rin from his waist, his fists wreathed in armament hockey. With two swift, decisive slashes, he unleashed twin arcs of crimson light, shaped like a single, stark character, hurtling toward the golden wall. Rin, long since transformed into a black blade, required no hockey infusion to manifest its devastating power. Its very essence resonated with the force of hockey itself. In the blink of an eye, the colossal golden wall splintered cleanly into 4 jagged fragments, revealing a yawning breach. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as golden slabs crashed to the floor, sending up a billowing cloud of white dust. Without hesitation, many rushed forward, desperate to flee the suffocating confines. Yet the moment they crossed the threshold, shrieks of agony pierced the air. Ah! 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 Those behind recoiled, frozen in terror. Only after the dust settled did the truth emerge. A legion of warriors clad in gleaming golden armor stood arrayed outside, encircling them completely. Those who had fled first now stood motionless, entombed in gilded stillness, transformed into grotesque, lifelike statues of solid gold. The cause remained a mystery, and there, standing at the center, was a familiar figure, Guild Tesoro, a man who worshipped gold as the ultimate sovereign, his devil fruit ability mysteriously inherited from Doflamingo. Curious. Indeed, each time Doflamingo hosted an auction, it inevitably ended in theft or sabotage. Had he learned nothing from past folly? Character, Guild Tesoro. Title, Captain of the Disro, Devil Fruit, Goro no Mi, Gold Fruit. Tier, set of abilities, Fruit Awakening SSS, Martial Prowesses, Bound 5 billion berries clap. 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 Truly astonishing. Admiral Liu Chun of the Marines, wielding such extraordinary might. You've quite surpassed my expectations. Tesoro smiled, his applause languid and insincere. You're no slouch yourself. Your fruit has awakened. Liu Chun replied, calm and unruffled. Indeed, those who achieved fruit awakening possessed rare genius and formidable strength. No mere coincidence. Tesoro's expression darkened. He anticipated being so swiftly read. His awakened state, discerned instantly. Had naval intelligence betrayed him? Yet the Marines served the world nobles. Surely they wouldn't recklessly divulge such sensitive intelligence. Enough idle chatter. It's time you met your end. Liu Chun's voice turned glacial, devoid of warmth or hesitation. No courtesy, no quarter. Whoever stood before him, regardless of name, rank, or allegiance, was already marked for annihilation. Don't be so hasty, Tesoro retorted with a contemptuous snort. The victor remains undecided. Even facing a legendary Marine admiral, he felt no fear. Indeed, he welcomed the confrontation. And Liu Chun felt precisely the same. This man would die by his hand. Golden spray, with a mere lift of his hand. Tesoro commanded every ounce of gold aboard the Tesoro, even the microscopic particles of gold dust they had inhaled earlier. In an instant, countless pirates and Marines convulsed as golden motes swarmed over their bodies, encasing them in rigid, gilded shells, paralyzing them utterly. What is happening to me? Help! Save me! My legs! I can't move. Pleading cries filled the air, though only a handful, who had avoided inhaling the dust, remained unbound. Within moments, even their voices were silenced, leaving only a chilling, hollow quiet. What is wrong with them? Why are we unharmed? I asked, brow furrowed with quiet alarm. She had felt nothing, no tingling, no warmth, yet others were petrified. Was she next? We inhaled no gold dust, Liu Chun replied, matter of fact. Tesoro's awakened fruit grants him dominion over all gold aboard this vessel. Precisely, Tesoro declared, his grin sharpening into a snarl. Every speck of gold on this ship answers to me. Today, none of you will escape. Is that so? Liu Chun's lips curved into a faint, icy smile. He drew Rin once more, and in a single, seamless motion, unleashed a battle strike. A ferocious razor-edged blade of pure kinetic force tore through the air, aimed not at Tesoro, but at the Tesoro itself. What? Tesoro flinched, dodging just in time. Had he hesitated a heartbeat longer, his arm would have been severed. But he failed to grasp the true intent behind strike. The blade's energy, augmented by Haki and amplified by Rin's black blade resonance, slammed into the ship's hull. Even gold, dense, unyielding, and impervious, shattered under its might. A colossal fissure split the deck, widening with terrifying speed as the blade's energy raged within it, like a living thing, intent on cleaving the vessel in two. Within moments, the Tesoro was rent asunder. Seawater flooded in with violent force, drenching crew and passengers alike. Help! Save us. Admiral Lu Chun, what are you doing? Do you seek our deaths? Confusion and outrage erupted. No one understood his intent. Lu Chun remained unmoved, merely observing the chaos with detached equanimity. Fools! As the brine surged, the golden encasements on the afflicted dissolved, reverting to fine, inert dust, scattering harmlessly across the deck. Only then did they comprehend. He had not doomed them. He had liberated them. I can move again. Thank you, Admiral Lu Chun. We misjudged you. Fools, we worry for nothing. Their gratitude was swift, their loyalty fickle, immediately redirected toward Lu Chun. Yet he offered no acknowledgement, only a quiet, unflinching command. Gentlemen, let us first attend to the adversaries before us. He could not summon reinforcements. The ship's signals were jammed. His only recourse was to rally these disoriented souls, use them as a temporary bulwark while he confronted Tesoro himself. Especially Baccarat. Her Miru Miru no Mi, the Luck fruit, was the most enigmatic of all. Even he, for all his power, could not claim certainty of victory against such capricious fortune. Very well, eliminate them, slay them, charge forth, seize their gold, reclaim what is rightfully ours. In an instant, every marine and pirate surged toward the crew of the Slayedthe, driven solely by the lust for gold. Lu Chun shook his head faintly. Gamblers remain gamblers, willing to forsake all for wealth. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tesoro wielded his power to reassemble the severed Slayedthe, sealing its fractures and halting the encroaching seawater. The faint tide already flooding the vessel receded swiftly beneath the ship's formidable drainage systems. Truly, the Slayedthe was no ordinary vessel. It was a colossal, exquisitely engineered leviathan, brimming with unmatched functionality and raw power. Remarkable, Tesoro mused, a sardonic glint in his eye. A Marine Vice Admiral, allying with pirates. Should the Marine headquarters learn of this, would your rank still stand? Lu Chun replied coolly, I need only your head to atone for my sins. Those words struck like a blade. Tesoro's composure shattered instantly. Dare you? He roared, no longer concealing his strength. With a surge of will, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the Golden Colossus. Gold surged from every corner of the deck, molten, radiant, obedient, flowing toward him like liquid sunlight, enveloping his form until he towered over the battlefield, a titan forged of pure, gleaming metal, his height surpassing dozens of meters. From that towering vantage, his voice resonated deep, hollow, otherworldly. Lu Chun, perish. His colossal fist descended, blistering, thunderous, carving a vacuum in its wake, its roar splitting the very air. The blow sealed every possible avenue of escape. Evasion seemed impossible. Yet Lu Chun made no move to flee. Instead, he drew his blade, a single, deliberate stroke, testing the resilience of Tesoro's golden flesh. Boom! The slash struck true, yet left only a shallow gash upon the golden knuckle. Not a single fissure, not a single shard. Indeed, Tesoro's power was extraordinary. Perhaps the less gold he manipulated at once, the denser and harder it became. Otherwise, the ship's gold would not have yielded so easily to Lu Chun's blade earlier. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the golden fist slammed into the earth where Lu Chun had stood, shattering the ground, carving a crater of staggering depth. Even gold, it seemed, possessed gradations of hardness, some brittle, some unyielding. A deafening detonation erupted. Smoke and dust bloomed outward like a storm cloud. All eyes turned, Marines and pirates alike, convinced Lu Chun had been obliterated. Yet they knew not the ancient truth. Where smoke gathers, life often lingers. As the haze thinned, a solitary figure emerged, unscathed, unshaken. Lu Chun had evaded the blow in the final fraction of a second, vanishing with the blinding speed of Rokushiki shave. Even had he taken the blow full force, it would not have claimed his life, only wounded him, perhaps gravely. Oof. You evaded it, yet your swordsmanship cannot pierce my gold. Tesoro snarled, a cruel smirk twisting his lips as he launched another barrage, fist after fist, each a meteor of molten metal. He had only heard rumors of Lu Chun, never witnessed his true power firsthand. That single, failed slash had already convinced him. the man was overrated. The papers exaggerated, always had. But Lu Chun stood unmoved, calm, resolute. He raised his long sword toward the heavens. His right arm ignited with haki. Busashu, hardened and gleaming, then surged upward. Coiling around the blade, Rin, Ini, like sacred serpents of shadow and steel. At that moment, a tempest of raw force erupted, soaring beyond the clouds, piercing the firmament itself. Boom! The sky convulsed, clouds churned, thunderheads coalesced, and lightning crackled with primordial fury, converging above him. It appeared a sword technique, yet it was more. Lu Chun, wielding the Goro no Mi, summoned the storm itself. Crack! Crack! Lightning fractured the sky, then struck, not the earth, but his blade. Descended in blinding fury, fusing with Rin, Ini, transforming it into a radiant, thunder-wreathed greatsword, crackling with silver fire, radiant as a fallen star. Boom! Lu Chun gripped the blade with both hands and brought it down in a single divine arc. Ichiru Tenrai Sido, Divine Thunderblade, first flow. The Thunder Sword met the Golden Fist, halting its advance, locking titans in a cataclysmic clash. Chapter 198, The Golden Divine Punishment. Fist met blade, then detonated. A shockwave erupted, vast, violent, all-consuming, sweeping across the deck like a tsunami of raw force. Men and objects alike were hurled aside, flung into the air like chaff before a gale. Few could endure such power, fewer still wished to. Most retreated, not out of cowardice, but wisdom. Boom! The thunderous explosion shattered Lu Chun's sword energy, scattering it into 1,000 sparks of lightning, dissolving into the air like dying stars. Ha! So this is the famed swordsmanship of Lu Chun? Pathetic. Taisoro laughed, triumphant. Is it? Lu Chun retorted, cold, amused. What are you? Taisoro's brow furrowed. Before he could finish, the scattered lightning reassembled, coalescing, surging, not outward, but inward, engulfing him, crawling across his golden form like living fire. Even the golden colossus was still gold, exquisitely conductive, third among all metals in its capacity to carry current. The current seared his nerves, scorched his cells, gnawed at his very being, like 1,000 ants devouring him from within. Arg! His body convulsed, every muscle spasmed, every breath a scream. Slayedthe. The lightning faded, leaving Taisoro charred black within his golden shell. The sheer mass of the colossus had dissipated much of the charge, saving him from instant incineration. Yet his insides burned, his lungs ached, his vision swam. Only now did he grasp the truth. Lu Chun was no mere swordsman. He was something far more dangerous. How does it feel? Lu Chun asked, voice laced with quiet, merciless amusement. Lu Chun, you court death. Rage ignited in Taisoro's eyes, crimson, incandescent, then erupted outward, golden divine flame. From his pupils blazed crimson beams, radiant, searing, faster than lightning itself. Even Lu Chun, relying on supreme Kinbunchika haki, had to channel every ounce of focus to evade. Where those beams struck, even gold bore deep, blackened scars, scorched, molten, irreparable. Incredible ocular radiation like some mythic Kryptonian. Lu Chun murmured, brow furrowed, not in fear, but sharp, analytical awe. Don't run. Taisoro kept firing. Yet each blast required a fleeting moment to recharge. Lu Chun danced, dodging, weaving, waiting, not for weakness, but for the exact instant the storm paused and the hunter became the hunted. As he narrowly evaded another radiation attack, he seized the opportunity, 2 long blades materializing in his grasp. The blades crossed in A's formation, and his hands were instantaneously enveloped in the fierce aura of haki. Concurrently, a colossal surge of energy began to coalesce above the dual blades, its momentum steadily escalating, forming an even more formidable power. Sensing Luti's anomaly, Doitsolo, with a youthful visage, refused to be outdone. He swung his massive golden head and unleashed the golden divine fire once more towards Lu Chen's position. Suddenly, Lu Chen's eyes snapped open, and with a focused gaze, he crossed his blades and unleashed, dual blade style, White Tiger Dragon Roar, accompanied by two distinct roars. Two powerful slashes surged forth, transformed into a white and a red sword energy, hurtling towards the radiation unleashed by SwordsmanWho. One manifested as a white tiger, while the other became a crimson dragon, both rushing towards SwordsmanWho's roar. With gaping maws, they devoured the golden divine fire, completely consuming it, and continued their assault against the golden giant that SwordsmanWho had transformed into. What? SwordsmanWho's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the two sword energies could actually devour the energy of his golden divine fire. It was simply inconceivable, and he found himself unable to evade. The formidable sword energy struck precisely against his chest, sending his massive form hurtling backwards, crashing into the wall behind him, shattering countless barriers, until he finally came to a halt, his hands buried in the ground. Meanwhile, the golden giant that SwordsmanWho had morphed into bore a massive gash, blood seeping forth. The combination of the Conqueror's haki and the black blades had pierced through SwordsmanWho's extraordinarily hard golden exterior, inflicting serious injury upon the body concealed within the golden giant. However, SwordsmanWho grimaced, staunching the wound with gold to prevent any further blood loss. Gritting his teeth in anger, "You bastard! How dare you wound me? I will kill you." Lu Chen chuckled coldly. In a fit of rage, SwordsmanWho ceased holding back. He swung his right hand back, transforming his fist into armor, and launched a ferocious attack forward, igniting the molten gold effect. His entire fist appeared engulfed in flames, hurtling towards Lu Chen's position, Golden Inferno. This was his second strongest technique. Anything would melt under the might of that fierce inferno. Yet, Lu Chen was no ordinary individual. With a thunderous roar, Lu Chen narrowed his gaze, sheathing his blades and clenching his fists. A tremendous wave of energy pulsated between his hands, forming two massive white circles. It was the long-dormant power of the Zhenjin fruit. As SwordsmanWho's colossal flaming golden fist bore down upon him, Lu Chen leapt into the air like a rocket, charging directly towards SwordsmanWho's fist. Bang! A resounding explosion échouait. The immense flames unleashed by SwordsmanWho enveloped Lu Chen, shrouding him in uncertainty. Within the flames, the air around Lu Chen was violently displaced, creating a vacuum region where the flames could not approach. His fist collided with SwordsmanWho's, the overwhelming shockwave seeming to shatter the very space around them, causing fissures to appear in the massive arms of the golden giant. "Get lost!" Lu Chen bellowed, unleashing an even greater force. Instantly, the golden giant's arm was riddled with numerous cracks resembling demonic patterns, ultimately shattering into countless golden fragments that fell like rain. These pieces were still tainted with the flames released by SwordsmanWho. Even SwordsmanWho was affected, violently spitting blood, reduced to a golden giant with only one arm remaining. His complexion pale, SwordsmanWho quickly retreated, avoiding direct contact with Lu Chen. The overwhelming energy was beyond his capacity to withstand. Had it not been for the fear of sinking the entire SwordsmanWho ship, he would surely not have survived. It was likely that all the gold upon his person would have been obliterated. Gradually, Lu Chen descended from the flames, landing gracefully, and remarked with interest. "It has indeed been a while since I utilized my fruit's abilities. I almost forgot I possessed such power." Coughing violently, SwordsmanWho expelled several mouthfuls of blood, his pallor deepening as he regarded Lu Chen across the way. At that moment, he no longer dared to underestimate the vice admiral before him. Recalling a previous report that had indeed stated Lu Chen had obtained Whitebeard's devil fruit, the Zhenjin fruit, a paramecia-type fruit, once wielded by the strongest man at sea, now lay in Lu Chen's possession. He had indeed underestimated Lu Chen's capabilities. "Lu Chen, I confess I previously underestimated you, but not any longer. You will ultimately regret your decisions today," SwordsmanWho stated solemnly, his expression grave and devoid of warmth. "Let us see, shall we?" Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed. "Golden divine punishment." With a fierce cry, SwordsmanWho emanated an overwhelming pressure, gathering more gold around him, forming pillars of gold. Under his command, these pillars flowed like liquid gold, completely obedient to his will. The golden pillars converged, amalgamating into a colossal golden bullet, hurtling towards Lu Chun at great speed. The immense golden bullet enveloped every possible escape route for Lu Chun. Initially intending to evade, Lu Chun realized that SwordsmanWho remained linked to the golden bullet. Understanding that SwordsmanWho could still manipulate its trajectory at will, it was akin to a homing missile, impossible to evade. How intriguing, Lu Chun mused with a faint smile, deciding against using his long blades and instead opting to further hone his mastery of the Zhen fruit's abilities. He stood his ground, awaiting the oncoming massive golden bullet, enveloping his hands in haki and opening them wide as two energy circles formed within, ready to meet SwordsmanWho's assault head-on. In an instant, the colossal golden bullet, controlled by SwordsmanWho, appeared before Lu Chun. When his hands made contact with the golden bullet, it felt as though a massive projectile had struck him, delivering a tremendous force. His hands appeared minuscule against the bullet, seemingly devoid of power. Bang! A muffled thud resounded. The immense impact sent Lu Chun flying, crashing against the wall behind him, shattering the thick golden barrier into fragments. Despite this, Lu Chun showed no signs of retreat, veins bulging in his arms as he let out a furious roar, channeling all his strength into his limbs to intercept the golden bullet unleashed by SwordsmanWho. Bang! 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 The wall behind him continued to crumble under the relentless force, yet Lu Chun's grip gradually intensified, managing to control the enormous golden bullet as its speed began to diminish. What? Moments later, SwordsmanWho sensed something amiss. He attempted to manipulate the golden bullet to continue its assault, only to discover that it was no longer under his control. It seemed to be drawn by some powerful force, unable to maintain its trajectory. Suddenly, Lu Chun's footsteps came to a halt, tightly clutching the golden bullet in his hand. An explosive roar erupted from him as immense vibrational energy surged from his palms into the golden bullet. Crack! Crack! In an instant, fissures began to appear on the surface of the golden bullet, gradually spreading outward in increasing numbers. Before long, the once massive golden bullet had been shattered into countless pieces by Lu Chun utilizing the powers of the Zhen fruit, leaving SwordsmanWho utterly bereft of control. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. SwordsmanWho's eyes bulged in disbelief. Even witnessing it firsthand, he could not bring himself to accept the reality. Navy 6 style, shave. In an instant, Lu Chun vanished from his position, leaving only an afterimage behind, while his true form reappeared right in front of SwordsmanWho. A punch imbued with the power of the Zhen fruit struck SwordsmanWho squarely in the face, pinning him firmly to the ground. Boom! The ground shattered under the force of the vibrations, rendering SwordsmanWho unable to move as he lay sprawled on the ground. Let me go, and you can take all the gold here, SwordsmanWho pleaded in fear. Gold? If I kill you, won't this gold still belong to me? Lu Chun replied with a cold smirk. SwordsmanWho was rendered speechless, unable to articulate a response. He had once believed that wealth could accomplish anything, but it seemed he had finally grasped another truth. No matter how rich one is, in the face of a more powerful adversary, without strength, that wealth merely serves as a backdrop for others. Goodbye. Lu Chun chuckled, unleashing the powers of the Zhen fruit to envelop SwordsmanWho's head, shattering it into pieces. Boom! Blood gushed everywhere. Then, Lu Chun lifted SwordsmanWho's corpse and proclaimed loudly, Guild Tesoro is dead. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. At this proclamation, the crowd gasped and turned towards the source of the voice. He's dead. He truly is dead. Guild Tesoro has been slain by Lu Chun, the strongest Marine Vice Admiral. Our captain is dead. I surrender. Many chose to capitulate, no longer daring to fight, while Bakera, thanks to her lucky fruit, managed to escape right under everyone's noses. Lu Chun, Bakera has run away. What should we do? Ein hurriedly approached him and asked. Forget it. Her fruit is too peculiar. I can't guarantee I could catch her. Lu Chun waved his hand and continued, Notify the Navy outside to come in and clean up the battlefield. Understood. With that, Ein immediately went to inform the station Navy nearby. Lu Chun then addressed the remaining pirates, smiling. Ladies and gentlemen, those wishing to leave should do so quickly. Otherwise, when my navy arrives, you will find it impossible to escape. Thank you, Vice Admiral Lu Chun. Recognizing the situation, the pirates hastily fled, disappearing in the blink of an eye. If they did not leave now, when would they? In their eyes, Lu Chun had indeed kept his word, willing to let them go. Had it been a Kainu, he would surely have executed them all, bringing them in as prisoners. Some pirates even speculated that this notorious pirate hunter, Vice Admiral Lu Chun, was not so fond of killing after all. Perhaps the rumors had been exaggerated. Not long after, the Navy stationed near the Desaloro quickly arrived to find that all the pirates aboard had been defeated, while the others who had come for entertainment had long since fled. Many Navy personnel were astonished by Vice Admiral Lu Chun's strength, but Barumabur and KB felt somewhat helpless, as they hadn't had the chance to engage in combat. All the enemies had been subdued before they could even arrive. Unable to contain their frustration, they could only lament how powerful their superior was. With no one able to match him, Vice Admiral Lu Chun, all the pirates have been captured. What shall we do with this ship? KB reported earnestly, seeking guidance. Find someone to bring it back to Navy headquarters. We cannot let all this gold go to waste, Lu Chun replied with a smile. Yes, Vice Admiral. Upon hearing this, KB understood immediately and hurried off to arrange for Navy personnel capable of controlling the giant sea turtles to set sail for the new Navy headquarters. They had indeed managed to seize a considerable fortune, and with Guild Tesoro's bounty, it amounted to several hundred billion, even potentially exceeding 1 trillion berries, a sum sufficient to sustain them for multiple lifetimes. After the extermination of Guild Tesoro, Lu Chun would return to the new Navy headquarters to resume his position as Vice Admiral, effectively reinstating him rather than transferring him elsewhere. Days later, as the Navy warship carrying Lu Chun and his crew had yet to reach the new Navy headquarters, Sakazuki opened the phone line. Lu Chun, what were you thinking? I instructed you to capture Guild Tesoro, not to kill him. Sakazuki's voice boomed with fury over the phone, and had he been present, he would have undoubtedly confronted Lu Chun directly. It's nothing. I was merely following your orders, Admiral. I apprehended Guild Tesoro, but he resisted, and I had no choice but to engage him. I didn't expect him to be so fragile. I single-handedly defeated them all, Lu Chun replied nonchalantly. You'll pay for this when you return, Sakazuki retorted, momentarily speechless. He was a loss for words against Lu Chun, having no choice but to relent, especially since Guild Tesoro was already dead. The crucial issue was that Guild Tesoro's demise had drawn the ire of several celestial dragons, who claimed he had sent Lu Chun to eliminate Guild Tesoro. Naturally, this had disrupted the interests of the celestial dragons, leading to repercussions. But it was fortunate that the decision to capture Guild Tesoro had been made by the world government. Otherwise, Sakazuki would have found himself in a difficult position. After hanging up, Sakazuki's face flushed with anger as he gritted his teeth, muttering, "Damn it. A Marine Admiral, a Vice Admiral, one who can never seem to kill, and one who lets his targets escape. These two are truly a thorn in my side." On the other end, Lu Chun hung up the phone with a faint smile, as if to say, "Who asked you to send me to capture Guild Tesoro? You brought this upon yourself." Lu Chun, how did it go? Did the Admiral say anything? I approached him with concern after noticing he had ended the call. After all, they had not acted according to Sakazuki's instructions, and blame was inevitable. He didn't say much, just told us to hurry back, Lu Chun replied with a smile. Really? I was somewhat incredulous. Why had Admiral Sakazuki become so accommodating? He had not been like this before. Could it be that he was particularly lenient with Lu Chun? Upon reflection, it might indeed be the case, as Admiral Sakazuki had been bested by Lu Chun in the past. Of course, that was merely a rumor, and no one dared to speak freely at Navy headquarters. The only two who truly knew the details were probably Lu Chun and Sakazuki himself. It is indeed true, Lu Chun asserted with a serious demeanor. That's good to hear. With Lu Chun's confirmation, Ein felt a significant relief, knowing that upon their return, they would not have to fear Admiral Sakazuki's wrath. Lu Chun merely smiled and remained silent, pondering what Sakazuki might say upon their return. Regardless of Sakazuki's response, he was not intimidated in the least. If a fight were to ensue, who would be afraid of whom? Approximately 10 days later, The naval fleet led by Lu Chun, along with the magnificent ship, the Golden Desoloro, arrived at the port of the new naval headquarters. The sight of the grand vessel quickly captured the attention of all present at the headquarters. What a colossal ship! It's Vice Admiral Lu Chun. They have returned, and to our astonishment, they have brought back the legendary Desoloro. It is said to be laden with untold riches and treasures. In no time, a multitude of Navy personnel gathered at the port, eager to behold the splendor of the Desoloro, rumored to be constructed of gold. Lu Chun, I see many Navy members have come. Shall we dock? An inquired. The two had already positioned themselves on the deck, prepared to return to the new naval headquarters. Dock. Lu Chun affirmed with a nod. Understood. Ein stepped forward, relaying the command to the Navy in the control room. Prepare to dock. Yes, sir. With this command, the surrounding naval vessels maneuvered toward the port, dropping anchors and preparing to dock. Meanwhile, the Navy personnel on the shore responded eagerly, ready to welcome their long-missed Vice Admiral Lu Chun. Vice Admiral Lu Chun, you have finally returned. Vice Admiral Lu Chun, it has been too long. You have defeated yet another notorious pirate. Truly impressive. Many ordinary Navy personnel at the new naval headquarters had benefited from Lu Chun's favor, while those in higher ranks were his classmates and seniors from Slayedthe's training camp. They were all familiar with each other, and even those who were not acquainted knew of the name Lu Chun. He was undoubtedly the most formidable student trained by Admiral Slayedthe in recent years. In the marshal's office, a Navy officer reported to the working Sakazuki, Marshal, Vice Admiral Lu Chun has returned. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki furrowed his brow slightly, put down his papers, and stood up, coldly remarking, "Humph, I shall see how Lu Chun responds. It is imperative he understands my authority." The officer dared not speak or reply, feigning ignorance. Only after Sakazuki had departed did he let out a sigh of relief, thinking, "Thank goodness he has left. What I have done if he had stayed." He was merely a messenger, caught between the wrath of Sakazuki and the esteemed reputation of Vice Admiral Lu Chun, whose grandfather was the legendary naval hero, Carp. As Lu Chun appeared at the dock, many Navy officers surged forward, eager to exchange a few words with him. But most were intercepted by his subordinates. Nonetheless, Lu Chun greeted them warmly. "Hello, everyone. Thank you for your hard work. It has been a while. Vice Admiral Lu Chun, it is you who has worked hard." Indeed, after completing Marin Fander and returning to the new naval headquarters, you also eliminated such a formidable pirate. Vice Admiral Lu Chun, you have truly endured much. Hearing these words, Lu Chun smiled brightly at the crowd and declared, "Today, I shall treat everyone to a grand feast." "Thank you, Vice Admiral Lu Chun. Thank you." The crowd expressed their gratitude in unison. Lu Chun now had an abundance of wealth, so it was only fitting to find a worthy outlet for it. Most of it could be allocated for the night pirates' expenses, with a portion reserved to reward the Navy under his command, while the remainder would naturally be kept for himself. Suddenly, familiar figures approached. "Lu Chun, you rascal. You finally know how to come back." Carp scolded while munching on a donut. "Grandpa, am I not back now?" Lu Chun quickly apologized with a smile, knowing well that he should tread carefully around the old man. "What do you return for?" "To see this old codger. A young man should venture forth into the world. Ideally, you would eliminate all the 4 emperors, thus sparing the Navy from worry." Slayedthe interjected, appearing exasperated. "Grandson, is there anything wrong with wanting to see his grandfather?" The 2 elders soon began to bicker, while Vice Admiral he took interest in the Grand Desoloro. "Lu, you actually brought it back." "Granny, this vessel is truly remarkable. Its facilities are exceptionally well equipped. With a few modifications, it could serve as a naval ship," Lu Chun explained with a smile. "Such a large warship would undoubtedly present an imposing sight for the Navy, if the interior gold were repurposed and the ship's speed enhanced. Maintaining its primary structure of gold would ensure its strength and durability." "Indeed, your suggestion is commendable." Vice Admiral he nodded in agreement. "I concur," Sengoku added, munching on his food. Having long since retired, he too found himself intrigued by the prospect. "As long as a few of you agree, I shall proceed," Lu Chun replied. Satisfied. Before towing the Desoloro back to the naval headquarters, he had already collected a significant amount of gold and berries from within, which served as his reward. otherwise. How could he claim to have wealth beyond measure? Very well, Sengoku nodded, curious about what Lu Chun would transform the warship into. Suddenly, a thunderous voice broke through the air. Lu Chun. The Navy personnel parted to make way for a man clad in the uniform of an admiral, who stormed forward, fuming. Do you realize what you have done? How dare you kill Gil de Teselo? Have you not heeded my orders? Marshal Sakazuki, I merely eliminated a pirate. Is your anger truly warranted? After all, are we not the Navy, tasked with vanquishing pirates? Yet, it seems you have caused the deaths of numerous innocent civilians. Lu Chun responded, his interest piqued. You. Immediately, Sakazuki's expression darkened, retorting, should you dare speak such nonsense again, do not expect mercy. I have heard that on O'Hara Island, you ordered the bombardment of many innocent civilians. If I am not mistaken, there were numerous witnesses at that time, Lu Chun stated sternly. He had witnessed it himself, though Sakazuki was unaware that he had also been present on O'Hara Island. You lie. Sakazuki's face fell momentarily, but he quickly concealed it, acting as if nothing had occurred. However, many strong individuals nearby noticed Sakazuki's change in expression, realizing that Lu Chun's words might hold truth, especially given Sakazuki's nature, which suggested he could commit such acts. Marshal Sakazuki, I believe Lu Chun has done nothing wrong. Is it a mistake to eliminate a pirate? Slayedthe was the first to speak up. Having lost his entire family to pirates, he harbored deep-seated animosity towards all pirates, making him more inclined to support Lu Chun, especially since Lu Chun was his proudest student. Even though this particular admiral had been his student, he was not worthy of pride. The idea of punishing a Navy officer for slaying a pirate did not align with the values he wished to instill, presenting a troubling image of an impure admiral. Marshal, I too believe my grandson acted rightly. He merely killed a pirate. What is the big deal? Carp stood with Lu Chun, patting his shoulder in affirmation. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, Grandpa. Lu Chun beamed with a smile. With the support of these two, Sakazuki was unlikely to dare impose punishment lightly. Indeed, Zifa nodded slightly in acknowledgement, while Carp continued to indulge in his sweet pastry, offering a silent affirmation. Silence speaks louder than words. The old man also concurred with the viewpoints of Vice Admiral Carp and Admiral Zifa. Vice Admiral Crane revealed a radiant smile, her weathered face reflecting wisdom. I share the same sentiment, Sengoku remarked. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun was initially taken aback, then confirmed that it was indeed Sengoku who spoke. Pondering, he is becoming increasingly adept at navigating the currents, likely having learned from Kizuru. The previous Sengoku was not like this. Only by shadowing Kizuru could he have acquired such exceptional skills in evasion. In an instant, Sakazuki was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. The four individuals before him were all elite forces within the Navy, possessing not only formidable strength, but also considerable prestige among their ranks. However, he suddenly perceived that Lu Chun's reputation among these Navy members was also substantial, primarily due to his significant number of pirate slayings. One could argue that the prestige of the four present was somewhat diminished, for were it not so, such a gathering of Navy personnel would not occur. What? Am I mistaken? Zifa inquired with a furrowed brow. Following this, Sakazuki remained silent for a long while before reluctantly uttering a single word. Correct. He dare not dispute, for he was currently the Fleet Admiral of the Navy. Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, since you have stated so, it seems there is nothing more to discuss. Lu Chun interjected. None at all. Sakazuki shot a glare at Lu Chun, his teeth clenched in frustration. Were it not for the multitude of Navy personnel present, he would have relished the opportunity to spar with Lu Chun to ascertain who was superior. Chapter 200. The Reconstruction of the Desoro. Then I thank you. Lu Chun replied with a smile. Were it not for Carp and the others' presence, he and Sakazuki would have engaged in a more extensive discussion, though it was uncertain how long that would last. Oof. Sakazuki snorted, flicking his sleeve dismissively as he departed, eager to leave the gathering. Watching Sakazuki's retreating figure, Lu Chun shook his head in resignation, reflecting, thankfully, I did not choose to assume the position of Fleet Admiral. Otherwise, it would indeed be a source of great distress. Previously, the role of Fleet Admiral seemed manageable and not overly burdensome. But observing Sakazuki now, it appeared he was overwhelmed and entangled in endless tasks. Lu-chun, I look forward to your successful transformation of this vessel. Once completed, do not forget to summon me, Vice Admiral Crane remarked before hastily leaving, as she had more pressing matters to attend to. Certainly, Vice Admiral Crane, rest assured, Lu-chun called back. Subsequently, Karp, Zifa, and Sengoku offered a few words of guidance before they too departed to return to their respective duties. What shall we do next, Lu-chun? Ayn inquired with a hint of confusion. Based on the earlier conversation, she realized that Lu-chun had been deceiving her, fearing that she would worry excessively, thus assuring her that Fleet Admiral Sakazuki would not hold them accountable, whereas he indeed harbored grievances. Yet, Lu-chun concealed this, silently taking note of it to express her gratitude later that evening. We will first sail to a nearby island and dock along the shore. After tonight's celebration, I shall commence the vessel's transformation, Lu-chun stated, outlining a preliminary plan for the upcoming months. In preparation for constructing the Pluto, he needed to acclimate to shipbuilding techniques and enhance his skills in this area. Although he had previously studied and simplified the concepts, he had not worked on improving his proficiency, and now he required a location to expedite that process. All right, I will contact the shipwrights and scientists available at the Navy base and arrange for tonight's dinner, Ayn responded. Good, Lu-chun nodded, watching Ayn depart. The two had collaborated for many years, fostering a close bond, and Lu-chun had no concerns regarding the more tedious matters, as Ayn typically managed them. In the afternoon, Ayn secured numerous shipwrights eager to assist Lu-chun in the transformation of the vessel at the uninhabited island, and she also ensured that dinner preparations were underway. With payment, the Navy cafeteria could accommodate extra meals. As long as funds were provided, the Navy chefs would procure ample ingredients from the vicinity to prepare a more lavish dinner. The shipwrights, upon hearing of the Desoro's impending transformation, became exceedingly enthusiastic, particularly at the prospect of working alongside Vice Admiral Lu-chun. Unfortunately, the Navy headquarters required a significant number of shipwrights to remain at the base, allowing only a select few to accompany Lu-chun. During dinner at the Navy headquarters cafeteria, all available personnel gathered, including numerous officers, vice admirals, rear admirals, and commodores, many of whom Lu-chun had previously encountered or recognized. The assembly filled the cafeteria, where tables overflowed with a variety of delectable dishes, yet notably absent were fine wines. Their dining time was not particularly lengthy, thus the absence of alcohol, as many would soon return to their posts. Suddenly, Lu-chun stood up, surveying the gathered Navy members, and proclaimed, Esteemed colleagues, first and foremost, I, Lu-chun, express my gratitude for your presence, which affirms my standing. Tonight, we shall feast heartily, and in the future, let us return without sobriety at the next opportunity. All right, let us toast to Vice Admiral Lu-chun. To Vice Admiral Lu-chun. With that, the crowd raised their glasses in unison, ready to toast Lu-chun. Naturally, Lu-chun did not shy away, lifting his cup and laughing heartily. Cheers. To our health. Cheers. Eat. The assembly downed their drinks and commenced a lively feast. Lu-chun and Ayn sat together, enjoying their meal amidst laughter and camaraderie. Meanwhile, in the Fleet Admiral's office, scoundrels! Despite having closed the doors and windows, Sakazuki could still hear the distant sounds of laughter and merriment emanating from the cafeteria, where others were joyously dining while he remained ensconced in work. The most frustrating aspect was that it was mealtime, and he could not impose restrictions on them. Was it truly forbidden for the Navy to dine? The mere thought of it ignited his rage, causing his teeth to grind in frustration. Approximately an hour later, the noise gradually subsided. Most of the Navy personnel returned to their respective posts, leaving only those shipwrights who would accompany Lu-chun to transform the Desoro. They were temporarily under Lu-chun's management and were free from other obligations. At this moment, the shipwrights stood before Lu-chun, straightening with respect as they called out, Vice Admiral Lu-chun. These shipwrights, seasoned veterans of the Navy base, had spent ample time honing their skills. In shipbuilding, age often correlates with experience. They had long admired Lu-chun, the rising star of the Navy, and upon hearing that he required assistance, they eagerly volunteered. Indeed, you all seem proficient, It appears you may need to exert yourselves in the near future. Lu Chun assessed their attributes, nodding in satisfaction. The present shipwrights, while lacking SS-level skills, were predominantly A-level or higher, with one distinguished white-haired shipwright holding an SS rating, who was soon to retire from the Navy with honor. Vice Admiral Lu Chun, we are merely fulfilling our duty, the shipwrights replied. Furthermore, I too am nearing retirement. Before I depart, I wish to create an even better and larger vessel, and this opportunity has been bestowed upon me. It seems we all have a chance to forge history. Amidst the fervent discussions of the crowd, their faces were alight with excitement. They were well aware that the vessel to be transformed was the legendary ship entirely constructed of gold, the SwordsmanWho. Very well, everyone, return home for a good rest. Tomorrow morning, we shall gather at the port, and I will take you to the nearby isle to commence the transformation of the SwordsmanWho. Lu Chun said with a smile. Understood, Admiral Lu Chun. With that, the crowd dispersed, preparing for the journey ahead. Once everyone had departed, Lu Chun turned to Ein behind him and inquired, "How are the preparations for tomorrow?" "All set. You need not worry," Ein replied with a gentle smile. "Thank you. You may have to bear some hardships in the next few days. It's nothing. I am more than willing to assist you. After all, you've treated me quite well." "Ha! Then I shall treat you even better." "Sound great." At dawn the next day, after rising, Lu Chun and Ein took all the shipwrights to the isle where the SwordsmanWho was docked. Upon arriving on the island, they began to meticulously observe the majestic vessel. The SwordsmanWho, entirely adorned in gold and pulled by two enormous tortoises. What a colossal ship! I only caught a distant glimpse yesterday, but now I realize just how grand it truly is. Indeed, I never imagined it could be this large. It is astonishing, and I wonder how long the transformation will take. Lu Chun chuckled and called out, "Everyone, having seen the ship, the task of its transformation will require your diligence. Here are the blueprints I drafted last night. Take a look." "All right, let me see." The shipwrights eagerly approached to examine Lu Chun's transformation plans. As a shipwright with A-level skills, Lu Chun's drawing ability was commendable, especially with the reference of the Pluto's blueprints to guide him. Following Pluto's modification guidelines, the ship's capabilities would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Admiral Lu Chun, this blueprint is quite impressive, though some aspects need adjustment. Yes, the overall plan is good, but the details require refinement. Agreed. After reviewing, the group shared their opinions. Naturally, Lu Chun welcomed their suggestions, stating, "In that case, let's begin." With a single command, everyone commenced the transformation with fervor. Some modified the blueprints, while others prepared tools, disassembled the SwordsmanWho, and gathered materials. The primary issue facing the SwordsmanWho was its overall weight. It was excessively heavy. Resolving the weight issue was crucial to enhance the ship's speed, potentially eliminating the need for the two massive tortoises to pull it. After all, if those tortoises were to perish, the ship would be rendered immobile, which would be quite a predicament. The first step was to reduce the weight of the SwordsmanWho. The second step involved the complete transformation, installing new power sources, including not only sails but also electrical equipment. It is noteworthy that Lu Chun possessed the power of the Thunder Fruit, which he could utilize without others' knowledge. The third step encompassed coating and decorating. The current appearance of the SwordsmanWho was somewhat ostentatious, not befitting naval standards. Thus, its exterior required a thorough redesign. To acquire additional equipment, Lu Chun contacted Vegapunk to purchase various devices, essentially trading gold for them. After all, these were components dismantled from the SwordsmanWho, and Vegapunk needed considerable funding for his experiments. Receiving money from someone was certainly a welcomed opportunity. Thus, the transformation of the SwordsmanWho proceeded in an orderly fashion. While participating in the modifications, Lu Chun also enhanced his shipbuilding skills. Ding. Congratulations, host shipbuilding proficiency level 1. Ding. Congratulations, host shipbuilding proficiency level 1. Ding. Congratulations, host shipbuilding proficiency level 1. Ding. Simply striking the wooden planks could elevate proficiency, so Lu Chun undertook most of the hammering work without raising suspicion, among others. A month later, the dismantling of the SwordsmanWho was finally complete. Fortunately, during this time, all other preparations have been finalized. and it was now time to commence the thorough transformation. Thus, Lu Chun, along with the shipwrights on the island, began the renovation. The island once again resonated with the sounds of clanging and hammering. The excitement was palpable, and Lu Chen's shipbuilding skills steadily progressed, reaching S-level proficiency within a month. Ideally, he aimed to elevate his shipbuilding proficiency to SSS level to craft the Pluto, but he could not accomplish this alone. He needed to find an opportunity to involve more individuals without drawing attention, which posed a challenge. 2 months passed. The transformation of the SwordsmanWho was ongoing. Yet most of the modifications had been completed, and it had now evolved into a powered sailing vessel. One day, as was customary, I delivered lunch to Lu Chun and, upon witnessing the completely revitalized SwordsmanWho, stood in stunned silence, exclaiming, "Lu Chun, can this still be considered the SwordsmanWho? Naturally not. From now on, this ship shall be named Slayedthe, exclusively ours," Lu Chun affirmed with satisfaction. He was immensely pleased with the ship's transformation, as it was the first warship he had personally crafted. Ours? Ein's face lit up with joy. Indeed, Lu Chun confirmed. Upon hearing this, Ein's cheeks flushed. She had not expected Lu Chun to include her. "Thank you. No need for thanks. It is only fitting that you have a share. How much longer until the ship is fully transformed?" "At most 3 months. All right." Lu Chun awaited the completion of SwordsmanWho's construction before continuing with the remaining tasks, which were essential to complete. Only then could he hope to surpass the world's strongest, namely Im. In his understanding, Im was a mysterious woman, her abilities equally enigmatic. Thus he was cautious regarding her strength. Caution is never unwarranted. A prudent approach ensures longevity. 2 months later, the new SwordsmanWho had begun to take shape, its overall style reminiscent of what Lu Chun was familiar with. Without further ado, the following image depicts its appearance. It is finally nearing completion. Lu Chun laughed heartily. Indeed, I never expected Admiral Lu Chun's shipbuilding skills to be so remarkable. It is truly magnificent. I have never seen such an immense vessel. Once launched, it could easily intimidate thousands. Moreover, with Admiral Lu Chun's reputation, I doubt any pirate would dare approach. The shipwrights around him were filled with excitement. Having participated in the construction of such a grand ship was indeed a significant honor. "Lu Chun, I have finished the sails you requested." Suddenly, Ein arrived aboard a military ship. Not long before, Lu Chun had instructed Ein to customize the sails and various paints to undergo a significant redesign of SwordsmanWho's exterior. The ship would be adorned in a blood-red hue reminiscent of the demon blade SwordsmanWho, befitting Lu Chun's reputation as the pirate slayer. "Excellent. Let us install them at once." Lu Chun exclaimed with delight. The arrival of the sails was perfectly timed. Very well. With the collective efforts of everyone, the sails were successfully affixed, and the next step was to paint the entire hull. The transformation of the ship SwordsmanWho has been thoroughly completed, rejuvenating it into a warship exclusively for Lu Chun. Upon hearing this news, Admiral he personally visited the small island to observe the newly renovated battleship. Gazing at the magnificent vessel before him, he could not help but exclaim, "Excellent. The renovation is commendable. What is the name of this ship?" "SwordsmanWho, it stands alongside my sword," Lu Chun replied. "Indeed, it is worthy of such a name." Admiral he nodded slightly before suddenly shifting the topic. "Lu Chun, you are not a child anymore. Do you have any thoughts of marriage? My granddaughter is still single, and if you're interested, I could introduce you." Admiral your granddaughter and I have quite an age difference, perhaps 7 or 8 years." Lu Chun hesitated, taken aback by the suggestion. "So what? She is of an age where she can consider marriage, and she has already joined the Navy, training under Admiral Slayedthe. You should find an opportunity to meet her." "Admiral," he insisted with a serious demeanor. Lu Chun's expression darkened as he pondered how to respond. Fortunately, I was not present. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for words. Noticing Lu Chun's silence, Admiral he continued, "Listen here, my precious granddaughter is waiting for you. Be sure to pay her a visit. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily." Lu Chun could only respond with a forced smile. Although Admiral he's remark was likely made in jest, it seemed he would indeed have to meet the Admiral's granddaughter. It appeared that, before embarking on his journey, He should pay a visit to Admiral He's granddaughter and also catch up with his mentor, Slayedthe, with whom he had not conversed in a long time. Since the defeat of Edward Weebull and his mother, Slayedthe had been training the new generation of the Navy at headquarters. During the last major conflict, he had been away leading troops, missing the chance to confront Whitebeard, which had become a significant regret for him. As they were men of nearly the same era, one a Navy officer, the other a pirate. A few days later, Liu Chun returned to Navy headquarters aboard his ship. The SwordsmanWho had become the largest vessel in the Navy, even more imposing than the warship of the fleet admiral. This fact was tacitly accepted by Akainu, as most of the gold that had been cut from the Desoro had been handed over to the Navy, effectively recognizing Liu Chun's ownership of the ship. It was a rather advantageous arrangement. Taking advantage of his free time, Liu Chun headed to another island near the new Navy headquarters in the New World, where Slayedthe served as the chief instructor for new Navy recruits. As Liu Chun, draped in the cloak of a Navy vice admiral, appeared on the island, he instantly captured everyone's attention, for he had already become a renowned figure within the Navy. Vice Admiral Liu Chun, is that truly Vice Admiral Liu Chun? Exclaimed one onlooker. I can't believe it. I've seen the real Vice Admiral Liu Chun. Someone pinch me. Am I dreaming? Liu Chun scanned the surroundings, searching for his mentor's figure, but was unsure of where he might be. The new training base was vastly different from the previous one, having undergone renovations, leaving him uncertain about Slayedthe's current location. Eventually, he approached a nearby sailor and inquired, "Excuse me, could you tell me where I might find Admiral Slayedthe?" Vice Admiral Liu Chun. Admiral Slayedthe should be at the advanced training camp, just over there at the last training ground. You can go take a look, the sailor replied nervously. Thank you, Liu Chun said before turning to depart. Observing the reactions of those around him, he could only shake his head in resignation. Alas, there is no escape. My fame is indeed too great. Before long, Liu Chun found the training base where Slayedthe was instructing the current advanced recruits. You lot are the worst class I have ever taught. After all this time, some of you still haven't mastered the Marine 6 styles. The end of your training is just days away. Hurry up and get lost. Slayedthe roared at the students below. Why does that sound so familiar? Liu Chun mused to himself, recalling that he might have heard similar words in his own training days. Suddenly, it seems Slayedthe noticed the gaze of the students, looking back to see Liu Chun not far away, which somewhat softened his demeanor. All right, you may continue your training. Yes, instructor. With a command, everyone resumed their training, and Slayedthe walked towards Liu Chun, teasingly saying, What brings you to this humble place today, young man? Teacher, what do you mean? I have been at Marin Vondo all along. It is not my fault that Akainu transferred me here, Liu Chun replied earnestly. Speak your purpose. I do not believe you would seek me out without reason, Slayedthe huffed, resembling a petulant old man. Teacher, I truly came to see you, Liu Chun insisted sincerely. Very well, I shall temporarily trust you, Slayedthe replied. Ha! At this, Liu Chun could not help but chuckle. He continued, Teacher, what are your plans for retirement? Retirement? At this question, Slayedthe's expression shifted, as if he had never contemplated such a matter. Since the tragic loss of his family to pirates, he had been in a semi-retired state, teaching the new generation of the Navy, never truly reflecting on this question. If I retire, I might find a small island to rest, and, should I encounter any unruly pirates, I would deal with them swiftly, Slayedthe said with a smile, seemingly envisioning a serene future. However, beneath the smile lay a hint of sadness. What good is a beautiful future if one is alone? The memories of his family remained his greatest regret, overshadowing any joy he might find. No matter how wonderful life could be, he would always be solitary. This very issue had soured his view of all pirates and ultimately led to his betrayal. Do not worry, teacher. Once you retire, I will certainly visit often and help you deal with those pirates, Liu Chun vowed earnestly. That is all well and good, but by the time I retire, you will likely have become a Navy admiral, and where will you find the time to visit me? Slayedthe chuckled. One can never be certain. Thereafter, Liu Chun and Slayedthe engaged in light conversation, touching on matters unrelated to pirates and the Navy. After their chat, Slayedthe took Lu Chun to revisit the mess hall of the training base before they parted ways. As they separated, it happened to be the break time for the advanced training camp. Lu Chun had arrived early and spotted Admiral He's granddaughter, Kong K, still embodying that spirited demeanor, though she was now at an age similar to when Lu Chun had first joined the Navy. Years had passed, and she had grown considerably. Back when the Navy headquarters was still at Marin Vondo, they had met a few times. As Admiral, he had brought Kong K to play there, which was how they came to know one another. Yet, their exchanges had been few. Kong K. Seeing them resting, Lu Chun waved at her. Lu Chun Gij. Upon noticing him, Kong K smiled brightly, her face lighting up with joy. She had not expected Lu Chun to come and see her. In truth, she had already noticed Lu Chun earlier. However, since he had gone to find Slayedthe, she assumed he was merely there to visit teacher Slayedthe. To her surprise, Lu Chun still remembered her. The other trainees in the camp, witnessing Kong K running towards Lu Chun's position, could not help but reveal expressions of envy. So, Kong K and General Lu Chun are acquainted. Observing their familiarity, it was evident they had known each other for some time. Surely, General Lu Chun's visit was not solely to see him. I didn't expect Kong K to know General Lu Chun. Soon, Kong K reached Lu Chun, her face bright with a smile as she exclaimed, "Brother Lu Chun, I can't believe you remember me and know what I look like." Of course, Lu Chun nodded. In truth, he did not remember her. He merely recognized her through the system, having seen her grown-up visage before, thus he recognized her immediately. He. Brother Lu Chun, what brings you to find me? Are you here to teach me hockey? As for hockey, it requires a certain understanding that comes with fate. I merely came to see you and, incidentally, meet the teacher. I did not expect you all to be training today, so I took the opportunity to chat with the teacher. Lu Chun replied earnestly. This time, he was genuinely telling a fib. In reality, he had come to meet Kong K to fulfill the request of General He and see her granddaughter. It must be said, General He's granddaughter has grown into an increasingly enchanting young woman. Just as Kong K was about to speak, another woman with golden hair and a well-proportioned figure ran over, standing behind Kong K and smiling as she said, "Hi, General Lu Chun. I can't believe I'm meeting you in person today. And you, Kong K, knowing General Lu Chun and not even telling me. You didn't ask." Kong K replied with a helpless expression. The woman was Yun K, the daughter of a Kainu, and she and Kong K were from the same cohort. Thus, she could be considered on par with KB. Lu Chun had not interacted much with Yun K during their childhood, as it seemed Kainu had only recently sent her to the Navy headquarters, perhaps fearing that some pirates might trouble his daughter. So he decided to send her directly to the Navy headquarters for peace of mind. General Lu Chun, ayu, Yun K greeted with a smile. The new generation of the Navy essentially looked up to Lu Chun as a role model. Hence Yun K took the initiative to greet him. You are the daughter of Admiral Akainu, correct? Lu Chun asked without any intention of concealing the truth. Yes, but my father is my father, and I am me. Do not conflate the two of us. Yun K nodded. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun's lips curled into a smile as a brilliant idea flashed through his mind. He invited, "How about both of you join my unit after graduating from teacher Slayedthe's training camp? We could hunt down pirates together." "Sure, I accept." Junka responded without hesitation. There was no reason to decline, as following General Lu Chun was a dream for many in the Navy. To her astonishment, Lu Chun had directly invited her. Even if it was because of a Kainu, Yun K was determined to prove her strength to Lu Chun. "And you, Kong K?" Lu Chun turned to her and inquired. "I need to ask my grandmother," Kong K said. In truth, she was inclined to go, but she felt it necessary to consult her grandmother first. As General, he had previously mentioned that she should enter her unit after leaving the Navy training camp. "All right, I will await your news. I might be heading out to eliminate pirates again soon, so you both must hurry," Lu Chun said with a smile. After leaving those words, he hurriedly departed, not wanting to delay their rest. Bringing Akainu's daughter into his unit and taking her on pirate hunts would certainly provoke some interesting reactions from Akainu. Moreover, with General He's daughter also on his side, he would have additional support. The mere thought of this put a smirk on Lu Chun's face, an expression of profound satisfaction. About 3 days later, Kong K and Yun K found the time to seek out Lu Chun, announcing their decision to join his unit after graduating from the advanced training camp, and Kong K's grandmother had also given her consent. This was well within Lu Chen's expectations, as General He's true intention was to facilitate a connection between Lu Chun and Kong K. Hence, her agreement was unsurprising. However, General He was no fool and was certainly aware of Lu Chen's ambitions. 2 months later, Kong K and Yun K graduated from the training camp, and Lu Chun was to personally receive them from teacher Slayedthe, accompanied by a woman named Ai Un. There was no way around it. Upon learning that 2 women were joining the team, Ai Un insisted on accompanying Lu Chun, leaving him with no alternative. As they arrived at the new recruit training base, they encountered Slayedthe. "You little rascal, I knew your last visit to me was not for good intentions. You wanted to poach my recruits," Slayedthe remarked with interest. As the chief instructor, he was well aware of the circumstances surrounding Yun K and Kong K, but it was likely that Akainu was too preoccupied with his duties as an admiral to receive any news. "Ah, teacher, I truly came to see you last time," Lu Chun replied with an exasperated smile. "If I had known, I should have come later to avoid encountering teacher Slayedthe," Lu Chun thought to himself. "Go on, but if you dare come again to poach recruits, don't blame me for being impolite." Fortunately, Slayedthe was not angry, but rather playful. "Thank you, teacher." Lu Chun expressed his gratitude. "Off you go." Slayedthe waved him off. "All right then." With that, Lu Chun approached Kong K and Yun K, along with several other newly graduated Navy personnel eager to join his unit, which he gladly accepted. However, he refrained from accepting too many recruits, as that would leave other Navy leaders without new members, and the Navy headquarters would not approve of that. Thus, Lu Chun selectively chose only the most capable individuals. Scanning the area, he soon spotted Kong K and Yun K waving at him along with those wishing to join his unit. "General Lu Chun, we are over here." General Lu Chun. Upon hearing them, Lu Chun quickly made his way over, smiling as he said, "So you all have been waiting for me. Sorry for the wait." "We didn't wait long at all, General Lu Chun. We just arrived," someone in the crowd replied. "Indeed, we didn't have to wait long. I didn't expect General Lu Chun to be so amiable. I had thought he was a stern Navy leader." Lu Chun heard every word spoken, merely smiling in response before saying loudly, "Everyone, please follow me back to my station. My unit has relocated to a nearby island." Not wishing to remain with Akainu daily, Lu Chun had moved to the island where the ship, Reincarnation, was docked, and Akainu was equally uninterested in seeing Lu Chun, agreeing to this arrangement. The islands are relatively close to one another, facilitating smooth communication. As the group followed Lu Chun to the dock, they were momentarily stunned at the sight of the ship, named Slayedthe. "What kind of vessel is this? Is it a Navy ship? I have never seen anything like it before. What are you talking about? Can't you see the Navy flag flying above? Moreover, it bears General Lu Chen's exclusive insignia. It must be his warship. How magnificent! How grand!" Yunk, Kong K, and the others were captivated by Lu Chen's Slayedthe, having spent most of their time at the training base. They were unaware of the news surrounding Lu Chen's ship. With a smile, Lu Chun continued, "Indeed, this is my warship, and it will serve as your vessel for future expeditions to eliminate and eradicate pirates. Come aboard and take a look." "Great." With that, the group eagerly rushed aboard the ship to explore. Inside, they encountered numerous items they had never seen before, some of which they had only heard of, such as the ship's imaging worm surveillance system, anti-eavesdropping system, and long-range electromagnetic cannon attack system. Fully equipped, it could be deemed the most powerful warship in the entire naval base. The ship could accommodate over 10,000 naval personnel, having undergone some reduction from the original SwordsmanWho while enhancing its outfitting and achieving autonomous propulsion. If not for the reduction, a more powerful energy source would be necessary to drive it, which they had yet to procure. Otherwise, the current Slayedthe could host even more personnel. "Set sail." Lu Chun glanced at the still exploring group and commanded in a clear voice. "Aye." With the command given, Slayedthe set off towards a nearby island. However, en route, a call suddenly came in. Ian promptly handed the phone to Lu Chun, saying, "It's Marshal Sikorsky calling." Lu Chun raised an eyebrow. Uncertain of the purpose of the call, but sensing it must be important, he decided to answer. "Hello, General Lu Chun. I have an important mission for you. Take your Luan Hui to the New World Pirate Expo and eradicate all the pirates in the vicinity. You will also be equipped with 100 Navy warships," Slayedthe stated. Upon hearing about the Pirate Expo, he immediately thought of Lu Chun, knowing he was unoccupied and that the formidable Navy warships would significantly enhance their combat power in this battle. All right, Lu Chun readily agreed. The Pirate Expo, masterminded by Buena Festa and Dagula's Balit, promised the treasure of the Pirate King, which included a permanent pointer leading to Raftel. This coveted treasure was the ultimate dream of many pirates. Accepting the mission was not only about the treasure, but also triggered a system task. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the task. Eliminate Dagula's Balit. System reward: 8,000 energy points. Furthermore, as Dagula's Balit was one of the remnants of the old era, it was only fitting that he be dealt with, especially since many figures from that era had already perished at his hands. Hearing this, Slayedthe was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Lu Chun's swift acceptance. However, he dismissed any further thoughts, confident that Lu Chun would accomplish the task. This mission was inherently a slaughter task, making it well suited for Lu Chun. Initially, he considered sending Fujitora, but ultimately decided that Lu Chun alone would suffice. Should additional manpower be required, nearby naval vice admirals could be dispatched, and perhaps even Karp would intervene, being Lu Chun's grandfather. If Lu Chun were in trouble, Karp would undoubtedly come to his aid. This was a clever strategy devised by Slayedthe. With that thought, Slayedthe ended the call, a hint of satisfaction gracing his lips. Suddenly, his aide entered the room, presenting a list. "Marshal, here is today's allocation list for the senior training camp members, including the students General Lu Chun has taken from the camp." Slayedthe nodded slightly, glancing at the list, eager to see which unit his daughter, Yunk, had been assigned to. However, upon seeing her name and the unit it belonged to, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Lu Chun, how dare you take Yunk with you? If anything happens to her, I will not let this go." Slayedthe could never have anticipated that his daughter would willingly follow Lu Chun, a man known for his reckless bravery, often choosing to clash with pirates and eliminate them. Moreover, this mission was exceptionally perilous, involving not only several pirate supernovas, but also the 7 warlords and that man. Even he could not guarantee his ability to contend with him. At that moment, the aide stood bewildered, pondering, is it possible that General Lu Chun is romantically involved with the marshal's daughter, the Luan Hui? Ha ha ha. Lu Chun could already envision Slayedthe's disgruntled expression and couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" Ian asked curiously. "You don't know? The headquarters will soon send a navigation route map, and once we return to the island, all Navy personnel will board and prepare for the mission." Lu Chun replied with a serious demeanor. "All right." Upon hearing this, Ian ceased his inquiries, recognizing that the mission was of greater importance. Thus, Luan Hui, carrying a group of new recruits, returned to the island where Lu Chun's unit was stationed, summoning all Navy personnel aboard and instructing them to stand on the deck, awaiting the departure order. They were not merely waiting for the departure order, but also for the remaining naval vessels from the new Navy headquarters. "Lu Chun, all Navy personnel are assembled." Ian approached Lu Chun, stating, With that, Lu Chun rose and walked to a platform on the deck, where he could see all his subordinate sailors below. The Navy personnel stood at attention, perfectly aligned, facing a multitude of Navy officers clad in justice cloaks, followed by ordinary sailors wielding long guns and blades. While they appeared to be ordinary sailors, each had undergone special training under Ian, with nearly all possessing a strength rating of C or above. Their overall strength surpassed that of the Navy headquarters, making them undeniably formidable against pirates on the battlefield. This was precisely what Lu Chun had been preparing Ian for, to forge a Navy loyal to him, one that embodied the true essence of justice. Simply put, it was a Navy existing solely to eradicate the most heinous pirates. Greetings, everyone. I have summoned you here today for a new mission that requires our attention. And this mission involves the extermination of pirates. I cannot disclose specifics, but I must inform you that this mission is exceedingly dangerous, potentially even life-threatening. If anyone wishes to withdraw, please step forward. I will not hold it against you. Lu Chun addressed the assembled Navy personnel solemnly. He spoke sincerely, fully aware of the considerable peril involved in this mission, which would also include numerous naval vice admirals and rear admirals alongside him. This matter sufficiently demonstrates the perilous nature of the task at hand. After a brief silence, no one stepped forward. They remained rooted in place, unwilling to depart. Observing the crowd below, Lu Chun nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Since you have all chosen to accompany me, Lu Chun, into the fray, I shall recognize you as my brothers. From this moment onward, we shall share both hardship and fortune, life and death. We will undoubtedly annihilate those pirates without a trace. Kill, kill, kill. Instantly, all the naval officers echoed his fervent cries. Many of them had long been comrades of Lu Chun, accustomed to this life of danger and camaraderie. Good. Lu Chun smiled. Suddenly, an approach from behind and softly reminded him, the battleships from the Navy headquarters have arrived. Indeed, Lu Chun nodded, turning to see hundreds of warships assembled, awaiting his command. Set sail. His commanding voice reverberated across the vast ocean, reaching every ship in the vicinity. As he spoke, the Reincarnation led the way, followed closely by other naval vessels, moving steadfastly toward their destination. The sight of such a formidable naval fleet was awe-inspiring from a distance. This considerable operation echoed the previous demon extermination order, and this time it was indeed sanctioned under the same decree. Otherwise, such an extensive deployment of warships would not have been justified. However, Sakazuki had not disclosed this information to Lu Chun, though Lu Chun was aware of it. Meanwhile, at the new Navy headquarters, Karp stood atop the headquarters, gazing at the distant naval fleet preparing for battle, munching on a donut. He murmured, this time, it seems there will be quite a commotion. That rascal Lu Chun never fails to surprise, just like in the past. As he spoke, memories flooded back to the first time he encountered Lu Chun, when the young man's strength had left Karp utterly astonished. Now it seemed everything had come full circle. On the other side, Sakazuki observed the fleet from afar, a hint of concern in his eyes. Yunk, you must return safely to me. Otherwise, I cannot face your deceased mother. Young's mother had passed away long ago, leaving her alone, and due to Sakazuki's position as a Marine Admiral, he had never provided her with paternal affection, a fact that weighed heavily on him. After months of sailing, the fleet gradually approached the pirates' gathering place. Besides the notorious pirates, the presence of several supernovas, the 7 warlords of the sea, revolutionaries, and representatives of the world government drew significant attention. Interestingly, the night pirates, as a new generation of pirates, showed no intention of participating, merely sending a team to observe. Of course, this was all part of Lu Chun's meticulous planning. He intended to appear as Lu Chun while the night pirates remained concealed. The simultaneous emergence of both could lead to complications, and the sheer number of pirates at the event was overwhelming. The upcoming pirate festival was exceptionally vibrant, with many eager to claim the treasure left behind by the pirate king, Roger. However, few were privy to the true nature of that treasure. Yet, the Buena Festa seemed akin to Don Quixote da Flamingo's schemes. It was clearly a reward, but why orchestrate a genuine prize? It appeared to be a ruse to eliminate the supernovas early. The strategy was indeed clever. Admiral Lu Chun, I am preparing to lead a team to infiltrate the island. Smoker proposed. Smoker, there is no one else here. You need not be so formal. Just call me Lu Chun. Lu Chun replied with a smile. Since you wish to blend in, I shall accompany you. Very well, but you are the commander of this operation. If you go, who will command the fleet outside? Smoker asked with suspicion. Being part of the same cohort, he felt a mixture of admiration and nostalgia at Lu Chun's rise to the rank of Rear Admiral. Let I take command. I need to see this for myself. That man is not to be underestimated, Lu Chun stated with a serious expression. Understood, Smoker nodded, fully aware of the formidable adversary Lu Chun referred to, knowing only Lu Chun could contend with him. Lu Chun then turned to Ein, instructing, you will have full command of the fleet outside. Smoker and I will go in. Just be cautious out there. Ein replied, concern etched on her face. It is perilous indeed, entering a den of pirates, but you must remain vigilant, Lu Chen warned. Absolutely, she affirmed. Moments later, Lu Chen, Smoker, and Dasky donned new attire, disguising themselves as attendees of the pirate festival, successfully infiltrating the island hosting the event. Lu Chen wore beach attire, complete with sunglasses, his short black hair rendering him nearly unrecognizable without the Marine Rear Admiral's cape. The trio strolled through the streets, observing the pirates arriving, eventually finding a secluded spot to sip coffee. Lu Chen, many pirates have arrived here, particularly the supernovas, Smoker remarked quietly. But I do not see the Straw Hat crew. Dasky added, unaware that Luffy was Lu Chen's brother and the grandson of the Marine hero Carp. As she spoke, Smoker shot a glance at Dasky, as if to say, do you not realize Lu Chen is that boy's brother? However, Dasky remained oblivious to his implication and innocently asked, Smoker, why are you looking at me? Nothing, Smoker replied, his expression darkening in exasperation. Lu Chen remained unfazed. He knew Dasky could be somewhat oblivious at times. They will come eventually. The prize for this event is the treasure of the Pirate King Roger, and every pirate will desire a chance to claim it. Indeed, Smoker nodded. With Lu Chen present, even if the Straw Hat crew arrived, they would likely be unable to apprehend them. It was improbable they would act against Lu Chen's presence. Furthermore, Lu Chen was the overall commander of this operation, not Smoker, and given their past as classmates, mutual respect was expected. They will come? Upon hearing this, Dasky's curiosity piqued, her mind whirling with thoughts. Lu Chen, however, was indifferent to whether Luffy and his crew arrived or not. Regardless, he intended to defeat Barrett. According to the patterns of this world, Luffy would inevitably show up. Lu Chen, aside from the supernovas, we seem to have made other discoveries. Dasky and I will investigate further. You stay outside and coordinate with the Navy, Smoker suddenly declared. Certainly. Exercise caution and notify me immediately of any developments using the telephone bug. Lu Chen inclined his head slightly. Currently, Bailey remains underground and will not emerge for the time being. Very well. With that, Smoker and Dasky departed, gradually fading from Lu Chen's sight. Lu Chen remained in place, gazing at the enormous platform ahead, which served as the podium for the Pirate Expo. Shortly thereafter, a female host with fluffy light green hair and freckles ascended the stage, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to briefly introduce myself. I am the host for this Pirate Expo. Now, let us welcome the initiator of this grand event, Mr. Buena Festa." Applause erupted from the crowd below, accompanied by the clapping. An elderly man with a head full of white hair and an explosive hairstyle made his entrance. None other than Buena Festa, a pirate from the same era as the Pirate King. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Buena Festa, the organizer of this Pirate Expo. I shall not elaborate further, but I must announce that the grand prize for this event is the treasure of the Pirate King, Roger. Whoever emerges victorious in this Pirate Expo will claim Roger's treasure. As for what it contains, I shall say no more. Once you possess it, you will understand, Buena Festa said with a smile. After a brief pause, allowing the pirates below to simmer with excitement, he continued, I hereby declare that our Pirate Expo officially begins. It has begun. We have been eagerly awaiting this moment. Yes, indeed, let us commence. Charge forth. The treasure of the Pirate King belongs to us. Instantly, all the pirates descended into a frenzy, setting sail on their respective ships toward the starting point, ready to commence the competition. Lu Chen ascended the platform, observing the multitude of pirates below. Apart from Luffy and his crew, most of the Supernova pirates were present. Eustace Kid, Basil Hawkins, X-Drake, Scratchman Apu, Killer, Jewelry Bonnie, and Capone Beach, while Law was conspicuously absent, and stood at the podium, microphone in hand, and announced, I declare the competition officially begins. With that command, all the pirate ships sailed along the currents, aiming for the sky island above, where the treasure of the Pirate King awaited. Lu Chen, unhurried, merely watched the multitude of pirate ships, murmuring to himself, Go ahead, the challenges above are far from trivial. Although it is indeed the treasure of the Pirate King, it is also a bona fide trap, poised to ensnare them. A few minutes later, Luffy and his crew, arriving fashionably late, followed behind in the Thousand Sunny. Meanwhile, uncontrolled the large screen on the ground, broadcasting and narrating the fierce battles unfolding above. Chapter 204, The Pirate Expo, Part 3. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe the big screen. Our pirate supernova, Monkey D, Luffy, the Straw Hat crew has finally arrived, albeit in last place. Will they have a chance to seize first place? Casting a glance, Lu Chun reclined on a nearby chair, leisurely watching, for he knew the competitors above would eventually descend, rendering it unnecessary to stand. Observing from a reclined position was equally satisfactory, and he might even indulge in a nap if it proved tedious. The only individual who found the battles above uninteresting was likely Lu Chun himself at that moment, and continued to provide commentary on the Pirate Expo, when a man appeared, none other than the clown, Buggy, the Lucky King Clown Buggy, in the battle on the Sky Island. It ultimately was Clown Buggy who obtained the treasure of Pirate King Roger, but soon it would not remain in his possession, for Bandit was sure to make his appearance. Hearing Buggy's name, Lu Chun glanced at the unfolding situation above, for the real battle was about to commence. Time passed, and suddenly a loud bang echoed from the skies, startling Lu Chun awake as he opened his eyes to the sight of the Sky Island. For reasons unknown, the island had erupted in an explosion, and in an instant, it transformed into fragments of varying sizes, plummeting from the heavens. Not only did debris rain down, but many pirates who had been on the island were also caught in the chaos. Oh, is it about to begin? Lu Chun slowly rose, intrigued. With the pirates now descending, it was surely Bandit's time to shine. However, prior to that, it was not yet time for simplicity. These supernova pirates could still serve a purpose, assisting in depleting Bandit's haki and stamina. One must concede that these supernova pirates held some value, not entirely devoid of purpose. Suddenly, his telephone bug rang. It was Smoker calling. Hello, Lu Chun. This Pirate Expo is a trap targeting the supernova pirates. You must be cautious outside, as we may not be able to exit for the time being. No worries, just stay vigilant. There are some developments outside, Lu Chun advised. All right, you two. With that, Smoker ended the call. Without further words, both understood each other's intentions. The priority was to resolve their respective dilemmas. Run. The Sky Island has exploded. This place is no longer safe. Help. Who will save me? In an instant, the audience below plunged into panic, each person frantically escaping, seeking refuge from the falling debris. Lu Chun stood his ground, glancing at the multitude of tumbling boulders. After a moment of contemplation, he decided against intervening. Those present were hardly virtuous individuals, and there was no obligation to act. His earlier considerations were merely based on the identity he would soon reveal, Rear Admiral Lu Chun of the Navy. As a member of a Navy, rescuing civilians is both a duty and an obligation. Yet, these individuals hardly appear to be civilians, most being pirates. If they perished, so be it. Even if they were civilians, Lu Chun, should he not require his Navy identity, would hardly feel compelled to intervene. In fact, there was no necessity to act. Before long, countless stones began to fall from the sky, and those who needed to flee had nearly escaped. Yet Lu Chun remained within the range of the falling debris. As he activated his observation haki, he continued to stroll leisurely, seemingly oblivious to the descending rocks. Just as a massive boulder was about to strike him, he suddenly stepped forward, taking a significant stride, and miraculously, none of the stones landed upon him. For Lu Chun, it was as though he disregarded the falling debris entirely. His observation haki enabled him to foresee their descent, allowing him to navigate through the gaps where no stones fell. In just a few breaths, Lu Chun had completely distanced himself from the area of falling rocks, with the debris now lying harmlessly behind him. Bang! 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 Without a glance back, Lu Chun pressed forward towards the island, where a new battle had erupted, and a certain individual awaited his intervention. As he looked up, he beheld a vast expanse of flat ground created by the collapsing island, where a robust man stood, Douglas Barrett. Character, Douglas Barrett. Position, Pirate, Devil Fruit. Fusion Fruit. Level, SSS. Skills, Fruit Development, SSS. Conqueror's Haki, SS. Armament Haki, SSS. Bounty, for Billion Berries, a man of immense power. Once the right-hand man of Pirate King Roger, Barrett had escaped from the 6th level of Impel Down during the chaos instigated by Luffy. only to be subsequently found by Buena Festa. Together, they orchestrated this grand pirate festival. At that moment, Barrett was already engaged in combat with several supernovas, but their strength paled in comparison to his, rendering them mere targets for his relentless assault. Even when they banded together, they were no match for Barrett's singular prowess, which left all present utterly powerless to retaliate. Luffy's participation was no different. Despite activating Gear 4th, he too found himself overwhelmed by Barrett's might, ultimately reverting to his base form and succumbing to fatigue, needing 10 minutes to regain the use of his haki. Observing the incapacitated supernovas sprawled on the ground, Barrett scoffed derisively. Is this what they call the worst generation? You are all pathetically weak. None of you can hope to defeat me. Allow me to bring an end to this so-called era of infamy. Oh, and how formidable do you consider yourself? A chilling voice suddenly resonated as a figure approached Barrett's position. Noticing the man, Barrett furrowed his brow and murmured, Monkey D., Lu Chun, Vice Admiral, the strongest Vice Admiral. I did not expect to see you here. Indeed, I too am surprised that you are still alive, Lu Chun replied with a teasing tone. Cap's grandson certainly has a sharp tongue, Barrett chuckled, unreservedly retorting. He had heard tales of Lu Chun, not only due to his strength, but also because he was the grandson of Garp, the one man Roger had feared. Not bad. I should be somewhat stronger than you. Lu Chun replied nonchalantly. Oomph. Barrett snorted. At this moment, Lu Chun's appearance shifted the atmosphere among the surrounding pirates, who turned to gaze at the newly arrived Lu Chun. The Navy. Munki de Lucien. Brother Straw Hat Luffy. Is it really him? I can't believe he has come as well. Is he here to capture us? Or to confront Barrett? The supernovas present had heard of Lu Chun's formidable power, rumored to rival that of an admiral. They had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Admiral Kizaru a few years prior, leaving them with an inherent fear of Lu Chun. If he were to act, they would likely be apprehended by the Navy. Rest assured, my target this time is not you but him, Lu Chun declared, his gaze fixed on a formidable man before him. Indeed, Barrett was exceptionally powerful, possessing unparalleled physical combat skills and top-tier haki, displaying immense might without the need for any special techniques. Lu Chun, brother. At that moment, Hancock rushed to his side, filled with concern. How have you been lately? Have you sustained any injuries while dealing with pirates? She bombarded him with questions, leaving Lu Chun momentarily at a loss for words, yet he maintained a calm demeanor. Hancock, no need to worry. We will talk after I defeat this man. Hancock nodded affirmatively, trusting Lu Chun's words but still cautioned, be careful. This man is very strong. He was once Roger's right-hand man. It's fine, trust me, Lu Chun replied with a smile. With that, Hancock stepped aside, refraining from further interruption. Barrett's gaze sharpened, his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson, emanating a terrifying aura as he intoned, None have managed to defeat me. Do you think you can? Indeed, I believe I can, Lu Chun asserted. As soon as the words left his mouth, Barrett surged forward, launching a swift attack towards Lu Chun. You seek death. His speed was astonishing, leaving only an afterimage in his wake, and before the illusion dissipated, his true form loomed before Lu Chun, his right hand enveloped in black armament haki, glimmering with a metallic sheen. He unleashed a straightforward punch aimed at Lu Chun's face, the massive fist cutting through the air with a resounding whoosh. Bang! Impressive speed. Lu Chun's expression shifted as he crossed his arms, armament haki enveloping his limbs to block Barrett's strike. Bang! With a thunderous crash, their haki clashed at the point of contact, unleashing a powerful pressure that rippled outward, shaking the ground and scattering debris in all directions. As time passed, the intense contest of conquerors' haki caused the ground beneath them to begin collapsing, fissures resembling tortoise shells forming and spreading outward. Bang! Retreat! Get out of here! We cannot remain. The weaker pirates scrambled to vacate the area of combat, leaving only those of considerable strength to witness the clash between these titans, eager to gauge the true extent of their formidable powers. As the ground continued to give way, both combatants were compelled to withdraw their haki, stepping back yet remaining firmly grounded. You truly are strong, and your haki is commendable. It has been ages since I encountered someone of such caliber. Truly, like father, like sun. Garp's grandson carries the same might, Barrett remarked with a grin, exhilarated by the presence of such a formidable adversary. You are no slouch yourself, but I feel I am currently at a slight disadvantage, Liu Chun replied earnestly. In this singular confrontation, the clash of hockey had already hinted at the outcome. He lacked the sheer ferocity of Barrett at present, but his strength was capable of growth. Oh, so, do you still intend to kill me? Barrett inquired with keen interest. As a man of considerable might, he sensed the murderous intent in Liu Chen's eyes. This individual was not here to apprehend him, but to end his life. Undoubtedly, Liu Chen replied with a light chuckle. Oomph. Then let us see if you possess the strength to do so. Barrett snorted, once more unleashing his terrifying conqueror's haki, which surged forth as a formidable red pressure aimed squarely at Liu Chen. Conqueror's haki. Upon witnessing the scene, Liu Chen, naturally unwilling to show weakness, narrowed his eyes and unleashed the full extent of his conqueror's haki, standing firm in confrontation. The powerful clash of their conqueror's haki generated an immense energy shockwave, creating two colossal energy barriers that collided wildly in the midst, vying for supremacy. The sound of explosive impacts echoed, reminiscent of countless cannonballs detonating at their point of confrontation. A ceaseless barrage. Furthermore, a more potent wave of energy radiated outward. The ground fractured once again under the force of the energy shock, with countless fragments rising into the air, suspended as if defying gravity. Most of the debris trembled, as the sheer might of their conqueror's haki seemed to shake the very island beneath them, as if an earthquake could erupt at any moment. Presently, this was merely a contest of their conqueror's haki. Neither had yet unleashed their full capabilities. Soon, the barrier formed by Liu Chen's conqueror's haki began to be compressed, gradually placing him at a disadvantage, as Barrett's overwhelming conqueror's haki pressed relentlessly towards Liu Chen's position. Should he be struck, he would undoubtedly be sent flying, uncertain of where he might land. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your conqueror's haki has reached level 1. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your conqueror's haki has reached level 1. Liu Chen raised an eyebrow. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly utilized his points and the remaining skill upgrade opportunities to elevate all applicable skills. Particularly, the skills associated with the 3 types of haki needed to be upgraded to their peak. Otherwise, it would be impossible to triumph over Barrett. As his level increased, Liu Chen's aura ascended correspondingly, unleashing an even more formidable conqueror's haki that began to equal Barrett's. What transpired? Barrett, slightly perplexed, cast a suspicious glance at Liu Chen. Previously, he had not exhibited such potent conqueror's haki. How had he suddenly grown so much stronger? Could it be his second awakening? In the face of overwhelming pressure, the ability of conqueror's haki surged once more. It was not beyond the realm of possibility. In the blink of an eye, the suddenly intensified conqueror's haki swept towards Barrett, and he found himself unable to withstand the force any longer. Boom! The vast and powerful conqueror's haki surged like an ocean tide upon Barrett, crashing against his formidable physique. In an instant, the force propelled Barrett backward, yet his legs remained firmly planted in the ground, preventing him from being sent flying. Instead, he merely skidded along the surface, leaving 2 deep, lengthy trenches that stretched for hundreds of meters. Though seemingly extensive, in reality, it was but a brief distance. Were it anyone else, they would have been launched far away by such tremendous pressure, perhaps even embedded within the opposing mountainside. Once the conqueror's haki receded, Barrett halted, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he erupted in hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! Excellent! At last, I have encountered an adversary worthy of unleashing my full strength upon. What a pity! You are a Marine, not a pirate. Had there been a pirate of your caliber, the title of Pirate King would surely be yours, and you would have gained my respect. Were it not for the current batch of supernovas being so feeble, I would not consider ending this so-called era of utmost evil. Perhaps I would even aid one of them in becoming the Pirate King. Alas, there is yet another powerful pirate whom I have not seen. Hi, a man known only by his code name. His true name remains a mystery to all. However, Barrett now recognizes another name. Monkey D. Liu Chen. a name that will remain etched in his memory. Oh, Lu Chen's lips curled into a smile as he mused. Were I not bound by my identity as a Marine, nor entangled in the system's mission, I might have indeed sought to recruit him as a formidable ally. Yet, Barrett's temperament is far too capricious, an unpredictable variable, like a bomb that could detonate at any moment. Enough talk. Let me witness your true strength, Barrett declared with solemnity. With that, he unleashed his formidable armament haki, merging it with his very being, entering his first state, the devil form. As the wielder of a paramecia fruit, he could blend his haki with himself, significantly enhancing both speed and power, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. This was one of the reasons he was dubbed the Devil's Heir. Instantly, his power escalated to a new level, and he lunged towards Lu Chen with a punch. Ding! At that moment, Lu Chen was already able to discern Barrett's trajectory. Swiftly drawing the demon blade, SwordsmanWho, and executing a decisive slash, with powerful haki coiling around the blade's edge. A sharp clang echoed. SwordsmanWho struck against an impenetrable mass, akin to striking solid iron, failing to advance even an inch. A sword and a fist stood locked in a stalemate, seeking death. Suddenly, Barrett's other fist surged towards Lu Chen's chest. However, Lu Chen had already sensed the impending danger, swiftly drawing another supreme blade to intercept Barrett's assault. Not bad, kid, Barrett remarked with a satisfied grin. The stronger his opponent, the more exhilarated he felt, confident he had chosen the right adversary. You're not lacking either, Lu Chen replied with a light chuckle. In battles among the strong, mutual respect is often born. He could not help but admire Barrett's formidable prowess, for he was indeed once the right-hand man of the Pirate King, Roger. Lu Chen even surmised that Roger's strength was merely slightly superior to Barrett's, which earned him recognition. Perhaps it was the true conqueror's haki that compelled Barrett to submit, willing to let Roger ascend as the true Pirate King. This might explain why Barrett, despite his overwhelming strength, chose to serve under Roger. Otherwise, it would be difficult to rationalize. Following their brief exchange, the two resumed their fierce battle, exchanging blows at an astonishing speed, such that onlookers struggled to comprehend the rapidity of their movements. It could be said that none present could fully discern their positions, only witnessing two distinct figures flickering within the combat zone, battling from the eastern edge to the western, then from the north to the south. No one could ascertain the true state of their conflict, only hearing the continuous thunderous roars of the battlefield and the ceaseless rise of massive stones. Incredible, utterly formidable. I have never witnessed such a powerful clash. Neither combatant employed any techniques. They were simply contesting haki and physical endurance. Truly, Barrett, the former second-in-command of Pirate King Roger, and Marine Vice Admiral Lu Chen were forces to be reckoned with. Why had such a formidable individual suddenly appeared among the Marines? At that moment, the surrounding pirates were already stunned into silence, paralyzed by shock, unwilling and unable to intervene. To act recklessly would mean facing the wrath of both Barrett and Lu Chen, and one might be obliterated in a single strike. The terrifying energy raged within the combat zone, sweeping outward, compelling spectators to retreat, hoping to avoid being caught in the chaos. Not far off, Hancock clutched her delicate hands tightly, anxiously watching Lu Chen's battle, softly murmuring, "Brother Lu Chen, please be safe. That hulking brute cannot possibly be your match. Brother Lu Chen, be careful." Nami over there is also worried about Lu Chen. "Nami, how is the situation?" Luffy slowly opened his eyes and inquired with concern. He was aware that it was Lu Chen who had taken action, yet he remained in a weakened state, unable to utilize his haki. Although he could not see the battle unfolding, he recognized that the magnitude of this conflict was beyond his reach. In circumstances where Lu Chen did not require his assistance, he would never intervene. "It seems that neither side can gain the upper hand," Nami replied honestly, hoping that Luffy would not fret. "Luffy, please rest. If anything happens to your brother, we will certainly take action." Chopper helped him to a flat area and offered him some water, knowing how deeply Luffy cared for his brother. Chapter 206, Pirate Festival, Part 5. Alright. Upon hearing this, Luffy felt reassured enough to rest. Meanwhile, the battle between Lu Chun and Barrett continued, marked by a fierce exchange of blows, making it impossible to determine a victor anytime soon. Naturally, both Barrett and Lu Chun were aware of this, yet after several minutes of combat, they finally paused to stare each other down. Monkey D, Lu Chun, you are truly formidable. You have earned my respect once again. Even if I were to perish at your hands today, it would still be worth it, Barrett declared with a solemn smile. Since encountering a powerful figure like Roger decades ago, he had not met an adversary with such overwhelming haki, and Lu Chun was the first. Flattery will get you nowhere. You are the strongest opponent I have faced, Lu Chun replied earnestly. This was the first time he approached an enemy with such seriousness. Even against Doflamingo, he had not showcased his full strength. He knew that to combat Barrett, he must unleash all his might, even his hidden trump cards. Of course, in the presence of Barrett, the powers of his devil fruit were nearly useless, as that overwhelming haki was the bane of all devil fruit abilities. Nevertheless, Lu Chun was not merely reliant on his devil fruit powers. He continued to strengthen his haki. Then I too shall reveal some of my strength. Barrett responded with a grin, unleashing his most potent abilities. Utilizing the power of his combined devil fruit, he spread his arms wide, awakening his powers to absorb everything on the island, including the Navy's ships at sea. Suddenly, Lu Chun remembered something and hurriedly took out his Den Den Mushi. Addressing Ein urgently, hurry, have all the Navy disembark and move our ship. He nearly forgot that Barrett's combined devil fruit ability could absorb surrounding structures, fusing them into a colossal giant. He could not allow his ship, the Slayedthe How, which he had painstakingly constructed, to be easily absorbed. That would be unacceptable. Understood. I did not hesitate, sensing the urgency, and promptly notified all nearby Navy personnel, instructing the crew of the Slayedthe how to engage maximum power and set sail. Meanwhile, Barrett's awakened abilities began to affect all structures on the island, causing them to rise and, in some cases, be torn apart into countless fragments that hurtled towards him. Additionally, the Navy ships at sea were similarly affected by Barrett's powers, despite their attempts to escape with all their might. They were unable to resist the invisible force pulling them toward the island. Fortunately, thanks to Ein's prior warning, many sailors leaped from their ships to escape. Otherwise, they would have been crushed. Very few Navy ships survived, with only Lu Chun's Slayedthe How managing to distance itself due to its formidable propulsion, evading Barrett's powers. The ships that had been stationed far away quickly fled to safety. Nevertheless, a multitude of buildings and vessels were still drawn toward Barrett, converging into a mass of dark, fragmented material that gradually merged with him. What incredible power! Lu Chun marveled at Barrett before him, unable to contain his awe. Such a devil fruit, developed to this extent, was truly remarkable. To Lu Chun's surprise, Barrett had opted against using his medium-sized bullet form and instead unleashed his strongest state to battle Lu Chun. However, upon reflection, it was clear that only this form could contend with Lu Chun's peak state. The medium-sized bullet form would likely be ineffective, as a single blow would shatter it. As time progressed, the structures surrounding Barrett amassed in increasing numbers, enlarging his form until it rivaled the size of half an island. His body towered into the clouds, looking down upon the people below like a giant ready to crush ants at any moment. Armament haki, Barrett roared, a deep voice resonating as his massive form became enveloped in powerful haki, transforming him into a colossal figure of steel. This man, once defeated by the Demon Slayer Order, had spent 2 decades challenging the symbol of world government power, absorbing all the Navy ships in his path. It appeared that this time, he was the victor. What? Can armament haki cover such a vast area? Is this truly armament haki? What kind of man can cultivate haki to such a degree? The surrounding pirates and Navy personnel were all astounded, having never witnessed such overwhelming haki before. Monkey D, Lu Chun received my strike, Barrett thundered, gazing down at Lu Chun as if he were an insignificant insect. Very well. Unfazed by Barrett's taunt, Lu Chun's aura surged with a celestial sword intent as he raised the Slayedthe long sword in his right hand, pointing it towards the heavens. A powerful sword intent shot into the sky, reaching heights comparable to Barrett, perhaps even exceeding them. Golden hockey enveloped his entire being, and his sword intent radiated a resplendent gold. He ascended, wielding the golden giant sword, resembling a deity descended to earth. At this moment, Liu Chun had elevated both his sword intent and swordsmanship to the SSS level, surpassing his previous capabilities. 6 paths of reincarnation, sword of heavenly Tao, Liu Chun murmured, with each word causing the surrounding air to tremble, as if a divine being was about to punish the formidable demon. Just as he finished speaking, the soaring sword intent coalesced into a powerful golden giant sword, cutting straight toward Barrett. Such formidable swordsmanship! Barrett furrowed his brow, recognizing the strength of Liu Chun's technique and sword intent. Unwilling to underestimate his opponent, he concentrated more haki into his fist and unleashed a heavy punch to counter the powerful slash aimed at him. Boom! The massive fist collided with a formidable strike, instantly releasing a tremendous shock wave of energy, accompanied by an explosive sound that reverberated through the clouds. It was as if a colossal bomb had detonated in mid-air, causing the entire cloud layer to scatter due to the fierce confrontation between the two combatants, dissipating into thin air. Yet, the intensity of their battle generated even more smoke and dust, replenishing the clouds that had been dispersed. Subsequently, a wave of energy, far more potent than their previous clashes, surged outward. Fortunately, it spread from the air, leaving those on the ground unscathed. However, the clouds above were entirely blown away, and the flying creatures were sent tumbling into the unknown. How formidable! Both fighters exhibited immense power, and perhaps only Liu Chun could contend with Slayedthe in this arena. Indeed, it remained uncertain who would emerge victorious in this duel. The spectators gazed intently at the aerial battle, eager to witness the outcome. Yet, the struggle in the skies continued unabated, with the formidable golden giant sword relentlessly slicing towards Slayedthe's massive frame, which he steadfastly defended with his other arm. As Liu Chun exerted his strength, the golden sword gradually and steadily advanced toward Slayedthe's position. Even someone as formidable as Slayedthe seemed unable to withstand such a powerful strike. As time elapsed, that tremendous sword intent struck Slayedthe's body directly. Despite the presence of his Busashoku haki, the golden slash penetrated fiercely. The strength of Busashoku haki varies. Undoubtedly, the two fighters possess comparable Busashoku haki. Yet the sheer area covered by Slayedthe was so extensive that it rendered his defense less robust. Suddenly, Slayedthe let out a fierce roar, unleashing an even greater power that sent Liu Chun's sword technique flying. With a thunderous crash, the sound reverberated, shaking the surroundings. Many weaker individuals had to cover their ears as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Slayedthe. The wounds inflicted by the golden sword on Slayedthe's body healed as he utilized his abilities, restoring him to his original state. You are indeed powerful. You have not disappointed me. Slayedthe's eyes glowed with a crimson hue, filled with bloodlust and exhilaration. Facing such a formidable opponent ignited a fighting spirit within him, reminiscent of his battles with the pirate king, Luo Jie. Had you existed in the same era as Luo Jie, you would likely have never ascended to the title of pirate king. No pirate could escape your grasp. Slayedthe continued, speaking from the heart, devoid of flattery or ulterior motives, purely stating the truth. Too much praise. Liu Chun responded with a smile. Being acknowledged is indeed a cause for joy. Even if the other party is a pirate, it matters little. However, today we must determine a victor. Allow me to see just how strong you truly are. No sooner had he spoken than Slayedthe roared in fury and launched another assault against Liu Chun. Under his command, the giant, initially possessing only 2 arms, underwent a fusion, manifesting even more elongated arms that hurtled towards Liu Chun with astonishing speed. Given the vastness of this attack, it appeared Liu Chun had no opportunity to evade. Yet, relying on his formidable Kinbunchika haki, he managed to navigate through the perilous gaps. Utilizing Slayedthe's extended limbs, Liu Chun leaped through the air, dodging the onslaught of punches and successfully entangling Slayedthe's arms into a twisted mess. Seizing the moment while Slayedthe was momentarily incapacitated, Liu Chun finally found the time to unleash his sword techniques. He summoned powerful sword energy in his hand and traced a circle in front of him along the arm. What seemed like a delicate motion was, in reality, a rapid succession of strikes, each producing a wave of sword energy. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Lu Qin merely drew a slow circle in the air, leaving multiple afterimages behind. Each afterimage birthed dozens of sword energies surrounding Lu Qin's form. As he completed the circle, an abundance of pink-hued sword energies manifested, resembling petals of a flower. Itoryu, Tenshin Shibutsu, Lu Qin declared as he executed a final stroke, uttering a few words. Instantly, all the sword energies surged towards Slayedthe's location with breathtaking velocity, akin to a shower of blossoms. Yet, these petals were far from mere decoration. Each represented a formidable wave of sword energy released by Lu Qin, seemingly insignificant yet possessing immense power in vast numbers. What? Slayedthe's expression shifted as he realized the overwhelming quantity of sword energy would not be easily countered. Nonetheless, he conjured a massive Busashoka Haki shield to defend against Lu Qin's onslaught. The sword energies struck fiercely against the shield, some bypassing it entirely to assault Slayedthe's colossal form. Countless waves of sword energy battered against the shield, preventing Slayedthe from mending the breaches in time, allowing even more sword energies to pierce through his defenses, directly invading his massive body. His enormous physique hindered Slayedthe's ability to evade, rendering him somewhat clumsy and incapable of blocking all the attacks in a timely manner. Though the sword energies appeared diminutive, each carried potent sword intent. Their might comparable to the earlier reincarnation sword technique. One sword energy pierced through Slayedthe's body, followed by 2, 3, 4, and 5. An increasing torrent of sword energies infiltrating his once proud form, now riddled with gaping wounds, bereft of its former grandeur. With a series of explosive sounds, the sword energies also stripped away more of Slayedthe's mass, rendering his once massive body considerably leaner, with a narrow midsection while his upper and lower limbs remained robust, creating a dissonant appearance. Even Slayedthe's core suffered a degree of backlash, causing him to abruptly spit out a mouthful of blood. Pooh, so formidable. He had not anticipated that Lu Qin's swordsmanship would be so devastating, seemingly surpassing even that of Luo GS, though Luo GS Haki remained superior, particularly his Conqueror's Haki.